1. Prologue, Chapter 1, Parts 1 to 3. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Warhammer 40K games, books, or movies. They belong to their creators and/or copyright owners. I make no money from this story. It is not for sale or rent. Anne, this part was baited by Salarius on the Sufficient Velocity forums. Thank you very much for the time and effort you put in cleaning up this story. A Tale of Blood and Steel. Prologue, Monsters in the Dark. Ah, you're awake. Good, good. Just in time. A voice swinging from a mouth-watering contralto to a pleasant bass whispered in my ear. It sent shivers of pleasure and revulsion down my spine, yet it froze the blood in my veins. He's just a little terrified human. A deep, chilling voice rumbled from all around me. It felt like bloodthirst, rage, and war. It made my blood race like a battle hymn. My heart thundered with the need to rip and tear, to bathe myself in the blood of my enemies. I opened my eyes and immediately wanted to claw them out of my skull, yet I was unable to move, to look away. The landscape, it was hard, no impossible to describe. There were fleshly, half-rotted mouths on the floor ceiling. Men, women, and children, who were little more than slabs of brutalized flesh and offal, were being tortured in unspeakable ways. Their screams of agony, ecstasy, were echoing in the purple, pulsating void all around us. Directions were shifting in a way that simply made no sense. Up and right, left and down. Chuck percent, HRF, tabcent. What did you do, Birdbrain? Another male spoke. The voice sounded like decay, like the moans of the deathly sick. This wasn't according to plan. Another voice, inhuman, wise, amused, interested. It constantly changed in tone and timbre. It held the promise of things to come. You think? This was different. The voice made my very soul ring with confidence I've never known. It held calm radiance, filing my heart with hope. How amusing! A shard of the corpse emperor. The male-female thing laughed from behind me, the very substance of the sound making me flush with desire. He's one of mine, the bright voice spoke, disregarding the interruption. Yours? No. A flutter of feathers, many bird-like eyes formed in the twisting madness around me and staring into my soul. Then he isn't one of yours either. The light sounded amused. Not yet. The voice was all feminine, soothing, seductive, arousing. Its sheer presence made me scream as my mind was bombarded with visions of carnal pleasures that no sane man would ever dream of in his deepest nightmares. Don't break it yet. The constantly changing voice admonished, while the 1,000 eyes continued to stare into me. Wrong. This exactly by the plan. A large, very green face suddenly appeared in front of me and grinned. Those were some huge and eerily sharp teeth. That just what you get. The green being winked at me. You. The flutter of feathers was getting irritated, though even more interested. We is bored. Another even more green face simply materialized next to the first. "'Tay 1,000 years the same staff," it grumbled. The twisting madness around the faces started turning green. "You want Chanji?" The ever-changing voice had a distinct tone this time. It was amused, satisfied, curious. "Fun. We want a fun." The two green monstrosities roared as one. The 13th was boring. Something muttered, "A cur, 2%. Car. See." That made my mind hurt. "We want a new game," the faces chanted again and again. "What do you expect just an ordinary man from wherever you got him to do?" The only voice I could relate to spoke in a long, suffered tone. "Dat. Unexpected. His flesh is weak, his will is brittle." I could hear the echo of a battle in the voice. "I can fix that." The sound of tongue-wetting lips followed the seductive wiseper. The promise of... I shuddered in more pleasure than a human should be able to ever feel. He's still a human, and alive. There was a wonder as warm light brushed over me. The 1,000 eyes staring at me crinkled, smiling. Yes. The voice was all sex and lust. Amusement rolled from her, him, it. "What say you, little morsel? Ready to play?" "Don't answer." The light became harsh, searing the yes off my tongue. "Game's afoot." The first green face beamed at me. "Wah!" His joyful scream washed over me. Reality itself shifted, snapping into focus. My mind suddenly cleared, allowing me to comprehend where exactly I was. If my body wasn't frozen, I would have voided my bowels then and there, before screaming like a little girl and fainting. None of that was allowed. "We have a proposition for you." The sensual voice slid over my body like a lover's caress, making me shudder in delight. "Choose a boon and be on its way." That was more akin to the roar of chainsaws than a voice. I awoke with a startled gasp and looked around. Small, stuffy room, pitch dark. I could hear the soft whine of a servo skull. It felt familiar, reassuring. Letting a sigh of relief, I closed my eyes and fell back in the bed. It was that dream again, though there were a few more details this time. I shuddered as a vivid recollection ran through my mind. Even whispering a word about what I often dream of would be enough to see me summarily executed if I was lucky. I should know, I've been training to be an Inquisitor for what felt forever. That was mostly true too. My first memories were awakening in a tiny, empty cell in what I later found out to be one of the Holy Black Ships. Let me tell you, the journey to the most holy terror was rather unpleasant, especially when I simply couldn't remember who I was or how I got there. Then I found out that I didn't know the meaning of the word unpleasant, or what agony was for that matter, not until I found myself securely strapped to a gurney while a robed abomination that was more machine than man shoved a piece of rubber in my mouth, ordering me to bite down. Then he was out and something shifted around me, letting me get a good look of the place where I woke up. I had mere moments to stare in horror at the dozens of very sharp, very long needles pointed all over me, before the torture implements descended and all I knew was pain. I know I lost consciousness soon thereafter as the agony became too much for my mind to bear. That was also the first time I had the bloody nightmare. When I regained consciousness, I was informed of what was expected of me. I had to train my cursed powers and use them in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. Or I could get shot then and there if I was lucky. I shook my head at the memory. It sucked. There was nothing else to say about it. The fucking pain was bad enough. The little fact that it heralded me being able to touch what was literally hell for the first time I could remember was so much worse. I shuddered. The mere thought chased off what little vestiges of sleep I had left. I threw the blanket away and stood up. "Light up," I ordered. The servo skull obeyed the voice command. A quiet click came from it. A subdued whoosh followed, and the crown-shaped basket it wore, like a hat, was filled with flickering orange flames. I took a deep breath of the sweet incense. The simple familiarity of the smell made me feel a bit better. The dancing flames illuminated my home for the past half-decade, since my soul was bound to the Emperor and I was sent back to the Schola. My meager possessions were carefully arranged around the room. That was the stormtrooper sergeant's fault. He who enforced discipline and made sure that we all were presentable all the time, because he wouldn't tolerate anything less. We were on the third such fella ever since I was volunteered for this particular school. The last two suffered rather gruesome and inventive accidents after pissing off a few of my fellow students too much. That bit of fun was swiftly followed by inquisitorial type of justice. It was ever more bloody, long-lasting and gruesome than what my Schola mates could ever think about. The first accident actually made the smarter of us think. It became obvious why most of our cadre weren't psychers. They were a test of a sort to see how would we act towards them when pushed. When someone went overboard, well, at least we got break from classes on the next day and a bit of free entertainment. That also served as additional motivation to study hard and learn how to safeguard our thoughts better. After all, an open mind was like a fortress, with its gates opened and sign in orbit inviting various unpleasant types, as Master Hughes used to say, before he got eaten by a demon in class, the poor sod. Fortunately, I missed that bit of excitement, because anyone in the same wing of the building had to go very strict screening by the Ordo Malleus folks who were here to teach us, while doing some R&R, and a whole third of the people in there were never seen again, though soon we had an upswing in servitors on campus. Totally unrelated, I mean it. When an honest, Emperor-blessed Inquisitor says so, it becomes a divine truth, one that no one sane is going to naysay. I smiled at the good times I remembered and returned my attention to the present. What little I possessed was packed up in a single cargo container which lay open in the middle of the room. Mostly it held a few changes of clothes, courtesy of the small stipend the students without any other source of income received for expenses. They served as an additional packaging for the most expensive thing I owned. A couple of heavy leather-bound books covered with blessed seals. They contained various litanies and blessings which should protect a careful psyker when practicing his warpcraft or facing such a phenomena. Besides that, all I had was my issued gear, which didn't amount to much because of who I was, a no-one who lacked a family or any other support structure to help pave my way. So instead of something more functional, I had to relegate myself to a standard-issue carapace armor, a las pistol, and an old scarred chainsword. Then there were the most important things that, while technically mine, were actually owned by the Holy Inquisition. Those were my credentials, papers that would let me board a warp-capable transport to Kronus in the Zeus system, Lithesh sector, and the small blessed sigil signifying that I was working for an Inquisitor, one I haven't yet met, though that wasn't really a surprise. Usually the neonates like myself, once we were deemed sufficiently trained that we could be of some minor use before we got ourselves killed, were sent to meet the Inquisitor under whom we were supposed to apprentice and really start learning the ropes. I glanced at the data slate containing my orders and stilled as a shiver ran up my spine. For some reason, every time I thought about Cronis, I felt unease. My few attempts to divine that was all about were unsuccessful, giving me only vague portents of danger. That was decidedly unhelpful. I would be meeting my master while he was at work over there, something that virtually guaranteed danger. Shaking my head at the worry, I tore my sight from the cargo crate and checked up the time. It was 4 in the morning, about an hour or so before I should have gotten up to ensure my arrival at the spaceport would be in time. That left me to check up if everything was packed at my leisure, seal the crate and take a shower. Once that was done, I got into one of my 2 pair of decent clothes, strapped the armor on, and pocketed my credentials and orders. Knowing my schoolmates, leaving something really valuable in my rooms unattended wasn't a smart thing to do on the day I was to finally leave this place. It was time to properly adjust the calf to blood content in my veins. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Inquisition. Part 1. Munitorum Warp Transport Blood of Saints. En route to Kronus. Zeus system. Lithesh sector. 2 weeks in warp transit. It frayed my nerves and shook my mind. The source of my power, so close, so enticing. I had to spend all my time on board in prayer, reciting litanies while going over the mental exercise to center myself. This was much worse than my only other warp travel after my binding, which brought me to the Schola. During that little excursion, the Empyrean was very calm in contrast to the turbulent travel I had to endure this time around. By the time we emerged at the edge of the system, the Geller fields were straining, and the unintelligible whispers I'd been hearing in the last days of our transits were getting more and more vocal. So it's not a surprise that I felt a huge surge of relief when we were back in normal space. I should have known better then, though at the time I was more interested in catching up with some sorely missing sleep to think how the universe planned to screw me over. Once I was awake and managed to drag myself to the mess hall, I was still downing my first cup of steaming caf when a naval armsman bursted in. "Sir, the captain requests your presence at the bridge." The sergeant gave me a proper salute. "At your earliest convenience." In turn, I rewarded him with a bleary-eyed glance that would have made a plague zombie proud and finished my cup. I didn't need to touch the warp to feel the fear oozing from him. My status as a very new, very green Inquisitorial agent might have had something to do with that. Though personally, I think it was a more mundane reason. A symbol on my coat designated me as a psyker, so everyone and their uncle should know who to shoot in case of warp shenanigans. When you took those 2 things into account, you can guess why I was left alone during the transit, though coincidentally there was a heavily armed detachment of naval armsmen stationed near my chambers. That was the Navy speak for right fucking now, right? I groaned and looked forlornly at the kitchens where the cooks were busy preparing lunch. Nah, appearing in front of the ship's master with a cup of caf, unless it was for him, won't fly. As far as someone working for the Inquisition, I was near the bottom of the food chain and currently had no real authority of my own. Something that Captain Linux was well aware of. He's been carting passengers such as me for a long, long time. Now that the caffeine was kicking in and my brain was starting to work properly, I had to stop myself from groaning and tarnishing my non-existent reputation. The captain wasn't calling me, so I could watch us approaching the planet from the bridge. I wasn't important enough to warrant such a privilege. Someone of my station would need to be a scion of a rather powerful noble dynasty, famous military family or something like that, to earn a visit by the shipmaster. I stood up, straightened up my clothes and waved at the sergeant. By all means, lead the way. I haven't had the honor of visiting the bridge. The NCO looked indecisive for a moment. He was obviously reluctant to let me walk behind him. I gave him a flat look and walked next to him. I have no real idea where's the bridge without scrying for the place. That's something both of us would rather avoid, I think. The casual mention of warpcraft made him pale, his hands crossed in the warding sign of the Aquila. Let's not keep the captain waiting. I walked towards the entrance I came from. Ah, sir, this way. The sergeant cleared his throat and pointed at the door in the far end of the mess hall. My mood was already in a free fall when we reached the bridge. There were a lot of naval rats doing their job, and a few cogheads whistling in binary and waving smoking incense with their maker tendrils. Most notable and concerning were the three people looking at a hollow projection of the Zeus system. The one in the middle was the most physically imposing, towering a head taller than the rest. He wore a purple trench coat with ridiculous parade pauldrons on the shoulders. Bald head with visible implants and data jacks was all I could see from this angle. To his left stood a short woman in a reasonably plain uniform, which fit her like a glove. I admit, I stared at her curves for a few moments before my eyes snapped to the third person. Even with my warp sense shut, as I've kept it ever since the journey started, I could feel the power of the man. If I had to guess, he was our navigator. The woman was probably either the CO or the commander of the naval arms men. That didn't bode well. Agent Vale, you join us at last. The navigator's voice boomed. I gave him a respectful bow. It never hurt to be polite to a potentially more powerful psyker, not to mention one who was undoubtedly much more experienced than me. We have a problem. The captain's gruff voice made me redirect my attention. The man had turned towards me, revealing a burnt face that was mostly bionics. How can I be of assistance, sir? I asked politely. We've had some communication problems ever since transiting to real space. They were fixed an hour ago and we got a sit rep. The woman turned around, revealing a weathered face that once had held stunning beauty. Now it was a mess of scars which she wore proudly. It's rather interesting, I take it. Kronus is a mess. Besides the damn Tau, we've got Orcs and Eldar down there. They've been giving hell to the Imperial Guard. The woman smiled thinly. The good news is that we've got an Adeptus Astrates strike cruiser in orbit. It emerged from behind the planet a few minutes ago. That's not as good as it should sound, I tried. We've also have conflicting reports stating that there have been at least 2 engagements between elements of the Guard and the Blood Ravens, who own the cruiser. Well, fuck. My false good cheer died a sudden and violent death. Do you know something about this spirited situation? The captain made a grimace, which might have been a smile. It was impossible to tell. All I know is that I'm supposed to meet with Inquisitor Requista on my arrival planetside. I shrugged. Captain Linux gave me his version of disappointed look. We've also received instructions to ferry you to Victory Bay as soon as practical. We received an encoded message for you too. The woman, who lacked a name tag on her uniform, gave me a data slate. I see. Have arrangements for my departure been made? Your luggage should already be in the shuttle. You're leaving in an hour. The woman stated blandly. I see. Thank you, ma'am. Captain Linux, it's been a pleasure. I gave them a proper bow and saw myself out. 30 minutes later, I was strapped into the back of an ancient shuttle, which took off a couple of minutes after I went on board. Whoever had requested my presence had obviously lit up a fire under the captain's command throne. Not good at all. At least I was alone in the small passenger compartment, which let me free to see the message. I used my sigil, which was actually an artifact full with codes and ciphers to decode the data. My eyes skimmed over the titles of Inquisitor Jonas Requista, Ordo Xenos until I reached the important part. It was succinct and to the point. The Blood Ravens and the Imperial Guard had conflicting orders, something that might prove troublesome. I was to go visit Governor-General Alexander and fix the mess before it got out of hand, while my master and his retinue were busy investigating heretic activity on the Deimos Peninsula. They were expected to be out of contact for some time. Obviously, that message had been recorded before the shit hit the fan and the Emperor's finest started shooting each other. The only bright thing in sight was the last few sentences of the message. They were in High Gothic and meant that in this instance I was to act in the name of the Lord Inquisitor, something that at least in theory gave me a bit of power. Well, fuck me. If the Imperial Guard and the Space Marines were shooting at each other, my newfound authority was unlikely to impress them while Requista and company were out of contact. Damn it all to the warp. I was fresh out of the Schola. I wasn't supposed to be dealing with generals and astrates. I was so fucked. Part 2. Spaceport, Victory Bay, Kronus. Once I was able to stop bemoaning my fuck-all luck and likely immediate demise, I had a few hours to start scheming. Without an actual Inquisitor around who could simply order this whole fucking mess stopped, I would need to get creative. Considering that I really knew very little about the situation, besides what amounted to rumors, meant that I needed some facts and to talk with the general. Persuading him to stop trying to force the IG on Cronis in mass suicide by astrates would be a good first step after that. If that didn't work, I would be in a bind. Technically, I might be in my rights to shoot him then, though that wouldn't be a course of action that would be survivable. For some arcane reason, I was quite taken with my continued state of living, so that was flat out. Our atmospheric entry and landing went without a hitch, and soon enough the ramp opened, revealing a brightly lit landing pad. I looked around. The place was rather busy, but it paled in comparison with the port at Omnicron Phi, the location of my Schola and the only place I could call home until I was promptly kicked out into the outright terrifying world that was this millennium. There were a lot of dock worker, heavy machinery, the inevitable cogheads and soldiers milling around either doing their work or trying to skive off a few minutes of rest. A squad of the latter waited leaning on a chimera next to the steps leading down from the landing pad below me. Obviously they were here for me, because one of them, an NCO, started striding up the steps once I got out into the sun. "Sir, I'm Sergeant Lacroix, Alpha Platoon, Baker Company, 71st Battalion, 1st Kronus Regiment. Are you Agent Vale, from His Majesty's Inquisition, sir?" "I'm an Inquisitorial agent, yes." I nodded at the sergeant. "We're to escort you to see the General, sir." "Splendid. Just a moment." I took a deep breath and let my mental barriers ease up a tiny bit. Touching the warp was both exhilarating and revolting. The sheer raw power at one's command was only surpassed by the perils that laid in wait over there. This time was much worse than usual. The warp here was akin a boiling cauldron, just needing a push to explode into violence. That didn't bode well for anyone. I sent a prayer to the Emperor on Holy Terror that Inquisitor Requista would be successful in his heretic hunt before the imbeciles could do something particularly idiotic and doom us all. I touched a tiny fraction of the power the warp freely offered me, using it to pick up my cargo container and make it float after me. That was an obvious power play, intended to rattle the guardsmen a bit before I started questioning them during our ride to meet the brass. At the moment they were my best and only source of information, and I was going to ruthlessly milk that, mind-screwing included. As expected, none of the soldiers were particularly happy at my mostly harmless display of witchcraft. It got them nervous, on edge. "Shall we go?" I beamed at the guardsmen, who were throwing uneasy glances at the cargo crate floating behind me. They reluctantly piled into the chimera, which had an autocannon mounted on top, and I followed suit. Once inside, I lowered my luggage to the ground and took a free seat. "How's the situation around here?" While making my way planet-side, I heard some concerning rumors. The troopers looked at each other and hastily shook their heads. "No idea, sir. We just do what we're ordered to." Lacroix shrugged. "To tell you the truth, my time in the Schola didn't make me a silver-tongued devil. They were too busy teaching us how to literally tear thoughts from people's minds or effective interrogation methods, which was Inquisition speak for how to torture people while keeping them alive so we could actually learn something. Actually being nice and persuasive, that wasn't something they taught. Such things were apparently mere superstition and never worked. At least that's what Inquisitor Gregory Foch believed, and he was the one who taught us how to untangle reluctant tongues. Besides, anyone who didn't start singing about any sins he might be perpetrated by a person he either knew or heard about was supposedly an obvious heretic who needed to be questioned. I took those lessons with a grain of salt, but made sure that Foch thought me to be a very attentive student who agreed with his methods. Of course I did. I had no desire to be a volunteered like Claudia after mounting off to the Inquisitor. Last I heard the Medicae were finally putting her back together, and she might return to school in a year or so. Fortunately for her, she was a scion of a minor noble house, and they were able to pay for the expensive treatment. Anyone with less wealth and connections would have received the Emperor's mercy if they were lucky. But I digress. I had a squad of soldiers to grill about the mess I had unwittingly landed myself in. I gave them a disarming smile while I delved a bit deeper in the warp. Their very souls shone around me with the dull light of the Empyrean blind majority of the population. I focused on the people around them and laced my voice with intention and power. The overall situation, Sergeant Lacroix. Give me a summary. Tell me about the issues with the Blood Ravens too. The NCO stiffened and his eyes glazed. The rest of the guardsmen shrunk back from us. I could sense the fear radiating out of them. It was tasty. It's an Emperor-damned mess, Lacroix sneered. We were sent here to recover this world from the Tau and the local bloody Xeno lovers. We took this city with light casualties. Before we could even properly set up FOB and depots, the damn knife ears started raiding our rear areas. Then the fucking orcs landed, and the Eldar had been funneling them our way ever since. Meanwhile, the damned blue skins had been taking potshots at everyone, and they're keen on retaking Victory Bay and kicking us off this rock. It's only thanks to the General we've been able not only to hold our positions, but retake the farmlands beyond the city limits. The sergeant paused to take a deep breath. When the Astrates arrived last week, we thought that it was Emperor's blessing. Instead, they demanded that we leave the planet and evacuate the populace. The General refused because he has orders from up high to secure this planet. In the last 3 days, the Astrates wiped out 2 companies in the farmlands, and I heard we've shelled one of their forward outposts. It's a fucking damned mess. Lacroix shook his head in disgust. What about the Inquisitor Requista? I asked. He was here a few days before the Astrates arrived, took a stormtrooper platoon, his retinue, and went hunting heretics. I hope he'll get the fucking traitors. Well, wasn't that just peachy? Apparently the problem wasn't with the IG, and instead the Space Marines were feeling unreasonable today. I was certain that the General would want me to fix that mess, though I simply lacked the authority to even suggest a course of action to the Astrates. Yet I would probably have to do so anyway, and hope not to get a bolt around to the head for my trouble. Joy. Part 3. Victory Bay, Kronus. We were barely halfway to the main Imperial Guard base in the city where General Lucas Alexander was lurking, when the troopers finished apprising me of the situation. On the bright side, with the arrival of Blood of Saints, the Guard now had more than enough munition and equipment to conquer this world twice over. When combined with what was left of the PDF after the mandatory purge, which was a given when you consider that the locals were tight with the Tau, the IG had the numbers too. There was just one little snag. The strike cruiser wasn't likely to let the equipment get down here in one piece unless the bloody idiotic mess between the Guard and the Astrates was resolved. We spent the rest of the ride in silence, something that gave me a time to think. I was idly staring through one of the side gun ports, marveling at the city around us. The place was no hive, just a handful of ornate, tall buildings, with the rest sprawling all around us. It was eerie for someone like me, who could only remember a single hive city as the way people in the Empire lived. Most of the buildings, especially the older ones, were typical Imperial engineering. Tough things with as much ornamentation as there were thrones for. They were beautiful too, at least in my humble opinion. Then there was the newer construction. It was simply wrong, from the clashing color schemes to the rounded forms without any straight angles. It wasn't something most humans would ever consider building. I frowned. This world was supposed to have been under heavy Tau influence before General Alexander and company came to bring them back in the fold by shooting anyone who wasn't fast enough in decrying the Xenos. At least I didn't have to deal with the Adepta Sororitas. The few I had the misfortune to meet simply creeped me out, even if they were otherwise stunning women. At least the pair I met back on Omicron. I returned my thoughts to the problem at hand and let out a mental sigh. I needed a plan, though most things that ran through my mind ended with my brain splattered over the nearest wall. Betting on the small amount of authority that Lord Requista's missive gave me might have worked, if the General Alexander was the one being antagonistic, and if he suddenly decided to act reasonable after seeing the data slate. Nothing short of a direct inquisitorial order was going to make the Astrates even listen. Fuck it. I would have to wing it after listening about the situation firsthand. That was always less than ideal. Soon we started hitting checkpoints, but thanks to Lacroix's written orders and my sigil, we were waved through after a cursory look in the troop compartment. No one sensible wanted to piss off anyone even tangentially connected with the Inquisition. Doing so usually was hazardous for the health. Eventually we reached the main guard base in the city, which had taken over a rather large park. On entering the base, we were actually properly inspected, and once the guards were reasonably sure that we weren't a bunch of Eldar masquerading like good men, let in. The former park was turned into barracks, motor pools, ammo depots and gunship landing pads, while its surrounding area was fortified with bunkers, trenches, prefab walls, good old-fashioned barbed wire, and a lot of weapon emplacements. The liberal dispersal of various mines on the likely approaches went without saying. I could see whole companies drilling, while cogheads were blessing at least a battalion worth of armor. Most of the tanks were the good old Lehman Russ, though I could see 3 huge Baneblades in the center of the formation. It was certainly impressive. I had to make sure that our good friends in the Adeptus Astrates didn't come here to turn all this splendid equipment into so much scrap. The Chimera parked in front of a bunker's entrance, one that was guarded by a squad of stormtroopers. It was time to face the music. A few checkpoints later, I was led into the command center, where General Alexander and his officers were looking over a map of the region. "General, sir," the inquisitorial agent as ordered. Lacroix saluted. "Good job, soldier. Go get something warm to eat." The general rumbled. He turned towards me, revealing a face weathered by the elements. "We have a problem, agent, one I hope you can fix." "I'm all ears, sir." "The Emperor's Adeptus Astartes have issued a purge of Kronus and ordered us to withdraw. They have already engaged my troops, massacring them on 3 separate occasions." He glared at me as if all this was my fault. "I already have standing orders from Segmentum Command. This world must be secured or we will die trying. I would rather avoid the latter." Oh my. I might get to like the man. I agreed wholeheartedly with the not dying idea. "You want me to convince the Astrates not to kill us all?" I went to the heart of the matter. The general winced but nodded. The other officers gave me a dirty looks instead. "And I'm ready to talk with whoever's in charge over there, though I don't know how much good it would do. I'm not an inquisitor." I shrugged. "I was afraid of that. I would like you to do your best. The lives of everyone here might depend on that." Well, shit. The way the general was approaching me meant that the situation was more fucked up than his succinct summary implied. Great. "Well, if someone would be good enough to patch me to the Space Marines, I hope you have a communications line open with them despite the ongoing unpleasantries." More dirty looks. "Lieutenant Williams, patch the agent." A minute later, I was facing a small green-tinted screen. It showed an Adeptus Astrates helmet. "This is Brother Sergeant Coleman. Are you ready to depart Cronus?" "My lord." I gave a proper bow. "This is Delcatar Vale, agent of the Holy Inquisition. May I inquire what's the reason for the conflict between the Emperor's Space Marines and the Imperial Guard on Cronus?" I asked politely. For a long moment, the super soldier stared at me. "We have orders by our chapter master to purge Cronus. So far, we've been rather accommodating to the locals and the Imperial Guard. That won't be the case for much longer. We have to do our duty." "My lord, I believe you're aware that General Alexander and his troops are under orders by the Segmentum Command. To retreat even if the God Emperor's Adeptus Astrates demand, it would be an act of treason. That's regrettable. The sergeant didn't appear to be moved at all. It was worth a shot anyway. What would it take for you to call off the purge at least until the conflicting orders are cleared up by higher authority? I asked. Order by the chapter master or someone with equal authority. Would Inquisitorial order do? It might be enough for the force commander to consider ceasefire. Coleman nodded. May I make two suggestions, both to the Adeptus Astrates and you, General Alexander? I asked carefully. I'm listening. The officer spoke clearly. I'll entertain you in view of the organization you represent. Coleman's voice was toneless, showing no emotion. As I understand the situation, there are 3 Xeno factions currently operating on Kronus, Tau, Eldar, and most recently Orcs. Correct. The Space Marine just stared at me through the screen. Then may I suggest that you concentrate all purging efforts against them for the next few days? The same goes for the Imperial Guards. That's our duty. Alexander sounded eager. What would that accomplish? Coleman wasn't buying it. Not kill loyal Imperial citizens while I go and retrieve Inquisitor Requista. That's my second request. I would want an escort from the Imperial Guard to achieve that objective. I most humbly request that one Space Marine accompany us so he can witness whatever decision the Lord Inquisitor makes and immediately inform his battle brothers of it. I believe that such course of action would benefit the Empire the best. I'll bring this request to Captain Thule. Coleman cut off the connection. Do you think that this stunt will work? The general asked. At worst, it might buy your men a bit of breathing space. Sir, are you willing to provide me with escort and transport to the Deimos Peninsula? If it stops the Astrates from shooting my boys and girls even for a few days, I'll do it gladly. What do you need? I'd prefer a mech platoon and at least a squad of stormtroopers. Whatever Lord Requista ran into has to be nasty, or he would have been in contact by now. I'll see what we can spare. Now the ball was in Captain Thule's hands. 2 Chapter 1, Parts 4 and 5. A Tale of Blood and Steel, Chapter 1, Welcome to the Inquisition. Part 4, Imperial Guard Base, Final Liberation. Victory Bay, Cronis. Normally I'd laugh at such a request. Captain Lennox sounded rather irritated over the Vox. After the Astartes cruiser threatened to blow my ship to pieces for no good reason, I'm inclined to agree. Sent your message, and our astropath will transmit it. Do you have any particular destination in mind? The nearest naval base with request to make it available immediately to the Inquisition, as well as Segmentum Command, I asked. That might work. My station strikes again. Someone actually experienced and higher up on the food chain would know where to send such a message as mine, so it would light a fire under people's feet. Priority transmission to Segmentum Command and the nearest naval units to the Zeus system, Lythesh Sector. Imperial Guard units and Adeptus Astartes. Blood Ravens in open warfare on the surface. Reason, conflicting orders from Segmentum Command and Astartes Chapter Master. Higher authority intervention needed to resolve the conflict. Inquisitor Requista has been out of contact for a week, investigating heretic activity on the Deimos Peninsula. Status unknown, will investigate Xeno presence confirmed on Kronus, Eldar, Tau, and Orc. Requesting clarification of orders, inquisitorial support, and additional reinforcements. Inquisitorial Agent Delcatar Vale, identification. I hope that works. If it wasn't for Inquisitor Requista's orders to send you that message, the Astartes cruiser would have kept jamming our comms and prevented us from contacting the Blood of Saints just as it continued doing after you left the ship. General Alexander, who had been keeping an ear for my message, grumbled once I was done. It's like they aren't particularly keen on betting that their orders might be countermanded. I must. Any idea what has the noble Astartes ready to murder us all along with the Xenos? I asked. Not sure. One of our scout teams reported finding some kind of relics before we lost contact. When I sent a mech company to investigate, they were butchered by the Space Marines. Alexander looked positively murderous as he relied that little tidbit. Well, I hope they would enjoy the Ordo's investigation on their activities. Alexander smirked at that. I can give you a short platoon, 5 chimeras, and a handful of stormtroopers. I hope that will be enough. Me too. Whatever is responsible for Lord Requista being out of contact that long has to be nasty. Thank you for the support, General. Do you have any idea where exactly in Deimos Peninsula Lord Requista went? Unfortunately, no. He kept his own counsel. That was suboptimal. It was time to bite the bullet again. Would it be possible for someone to guide me to his quarters? There might be some pointers. I can't decide if you're very brave or foolish. The General raised an eyebrow at me. Try desperate. I know I could be shot when we find the Inquisitor, though the alternatives aren't much better. I'll see to it. A few stormtroopers who ran errands for the Inquisitor are around the base. I'll assign them to you. They know where he stayed in the city. Alexander gave me a sharp nod and returned to planning on how to deal with the myriad of enemies besieging Kronus. That in itself was curious. It would have actually been safer and lower profile if Requista had stayed in the base, and requisitioning barracks for only him and his retinue would have been a child's play. When the General said move, the IG usually does so with a gusto. At least the 1st Cronus Regiment, the Liberators as they were now known, did so. Just a few minutes after I sent the message that hopefully would get this mess sorted out if I failed in retrieving Requista in one piece, I was standing in front of the CP, where the promised chimeras were already waiting. Their lieutenant, one Felicia Picos, was standing at parade rest, flanked by 2 grizzled NCOs. Behind them, a trio of stormtroopers clad in armor that looked much more advanced than the carapace every guardsman on Cronus seemed to wear, were lounging on the middle APC. Sir, 3rd Platoon, Alpha Company, 56th Battalion, 1st Cronus Regiment, reporting for duty. The woman saluted, speaking with the voice of a drill instructor. She had the bearing of one, too, reminding me for the people who handled some of our training in the Schola. She was likely a promoted NCO, which meant that Picos knew what the hell she was doing. I gave her a reassuring smile. My chances for survival just jumped up a bit. Splendid. Are you familiar with the Deimos Peninsula, Lieutenant? I asked. Only by map, sir. We'll be going there to find a missing Inquisitor and his retinue. That earned me a long-suffered look, so I wasn't the only one to suspect that Requista might have chewed up more than he could handle. What's your plan, sir? Find if someone can narrow down where exactly Inquisitor Requista went, and failing that, just head into the peninsula and start asking pointed questions. I smiled thinly. I would be getting answers one way or another. I turned my attention to the stormtroopers. Soldiers, I understand that you did a few odd jobs for the Lord Inquisitor and know where he stayed in the city. That's right. The apparent leader of the group nodded and stood straighter. We'll be going there while waiting for the Astartes to make up their minds. About what, sir? The lieutenant asked. If it isn't too much to ask, sir, she hastily added. If they will accept my suggestion to concentrate their efforts on the Xeno, instead of trying to kill us as well, at least until we can locate the Inquisitor so he can straighten up this mess. The troopers in earshot perked up at that. Ah, I hope they will. Picos nodded. Right now, I was following the advice of First Sergeant Nolan, who was the latest NCO handling my CQB training in the Schola. He was on the opinion that it was always prudent to make sure that the average IG trooper has at least a few reasons to keep you alive. Doing your best to prevent Spake Marines from murdering them all fell square in that category, I think. According to Nolan, such little things increased the likelihood of the troopers actually trying to save me when I was in a scrap and decreased the chance of getting accidentally shot in the back. Multiple times. Your name, trooper? I asked the stormtrooper who addressed me. Corporal Santos, sir. You and your 2 friends will act as my bodyguards until we get the job done. Do you have any idea where the Inquisitor headed to? Negative, sir. Then we're going to check up his quarters for clues. On my authority, so don't worry about getting shot if he disapproves. Where is he staying anyway? Elysium District, to the southwest of here. Lieutenant, I trust there won't be any problem getting there now, I asked. Not that I know of, sir. Let's get going. Part 5, Diomedes Residential Complex, Elysium District, Victory Bay. In hindsight, my idea turned out to be suboptimal. The heavy-armed and armored servitors that had us pinned in the end of the corridor made that point very clear. "Sir, you could have warned us about them," Santos shouted over the roar of bolter rounds disintegrating the corridor leading to Requista's quarters. "Throw a crack grenade or two downrange," I snapped back. Everything started so well too. First, Captain Thule had agreed to be somewhat reasonable and informed us that he would send a space marine to meet us on the main route leading to Deimos. He would also try not to annihilate any more guard companies while we searched for Requista, though he didn't make any firm promises on that point. Getting to the district where the Inquisitor was staying went without a hitch too. It was quite enjoyable too. This place had parks, with actual real trees and plants. It's so damned green and bloody awesome. It was the first time I remember being this close to live plants, you know. Thanks to the view, I was in a rather high spirits when we reached the 10-story residential building where Requista had made his lair. The stormtrooper obeyed and retrieved the grenades from his harness. In the meantime, I concentrated, opening my mind to the warp. Touching it was as exhilarating as ever, yet it made me flinch. It felt even nastier and more turbulent than few hours ago. Whatever was affecting it, so wasn't good news. With an ugly snarl, I fueled myself with the warp's tainted power, channeling and shaping it. Purple energies coiled around my left hand, manifesting in the form of lighting. Allowing the immaterium to enhance my senses, I let my mind expand until I knew where exactly the combat servitors were standing. I gave a sharp nod to Santos and moved faster than an ordinary human had any right to be. My hand leaned over the corner behind which we were hiding, and I released the warp craft I had prepared. That was followed by the corporal throwing the grenades. The eldritch bolt slammed into the chassis of the closest servitor, caving in the armor as if it was a tissue paper, before hitting something important. I could feel the former man freeze in its tracks before the cracks hit, bathing the corridor in fire and shrapnel. The overpressure wave slammed into us next, though my warp-enhanced body and the stormtrooper's armor kept us intact. I didn't release my connection with the immaterium until I was reasonably sure that both combat servitors were disabled. "I think that they're done. Check carefully and shoot them a few times to make sure." I grunted and gently let go of my connection with the warp, while quietly reciting prayers to the Emperor. The power reluctantly left me, leaving me weaker and hungry for more. There was something damn wrong with the warp, and considering what exactly it was at the best of times, that was saying something. I finished my prayer, while Valencia and Dole, the other two stormtroopers, gleefully shot to pieces what was left from the servitors. The latter wasn't something I was going to mention to any coghead. They tended to be peeved off and downright murderous about such things. Strange people. I shook my head, trying to concentrate on the task at hand. That was usually hard just after I had stopped channeling the warp. My mind kept jumping to odd places or the desire to open myself for more power. It was a distracting issue, one that I was taught should be mitigated as I gained more experience, and until then I should be praying for the Emperor's protection and hope for the best. Or so my instructors taught me. It was too bad that the Emperor was undoubtedly too busy dealing with much bigger issues than one poor novice psyker who was liable to get killed while distracted. "It's clear, sir," Santos shouted from down the corridor. I leaned over the corner and winced. The place was torn to shreds from bolter and laser fire even before the rather energetic way we ended the firefight. "Good. Now let's see what other surprises the Lord Inquisitor had left us." "You first, sir. You have a better chance of dealing with whatever awaits us in there." Santos's voice lacked any emotion. "Don't worry, I won't be using you as bait for any traps. That would be a waste." Were those sighs of relief I heard? I shrugged and carefully avoided the smouldering remains of the servitors. Getting almost killed was my fault. I should have known better. It was a no-brainer that an Inquisitor would have defenses protecting their quarters. When I first saw the combat servitors, humans turned into 2-meter-tall murderous cyborgs with cogitators for brains, I was overconfident. So far, my sigil had been sufficient to get me through most everything I faced. Besides, it had a lot of codes buried within it, so I could be identified for who I was. That's why I presented it to be scanned with no care in the world. Codes not recognized, intruders detected. Those words chilled my blood. Back, I shouted, and at the same time disregarded most of what I was taught about safely touching the warp. I sprang through my mental defenses and plunged my mind in the immaterium. The raw power made me feel giddy. Like a god among men, the tainted energies ran through my body at the speed of thought, enhancing me beyond what was usually possible for a human. Inquisitorial sigil detected. Error. Engaging intruders. The weapons of the servitors were already aiming at me when I channeled the warp into a blunt wave of physical force that threw them off their feet. That didn't stop them from opening fire with built-in laser guns, though it fortunately threw off the aim of the rather large bolters they had built into their arms. I wasted no time, turned tail and sprinted down the corridor, hoping that my carapace would be up to the task. I stumbled as my back was hit, but continued running. I was almost at the end when searing pain lanced over my right hand. Another blast caught me in the back, and this time sent me flailing on the floor. Before the combat servitors could blast me to pieces, a strong hand pulled me behind the corner. Not a moment too soon, because a second later my former position was torn apart by bolter fire. I winced. That had been a particularly dumb and overconfident thing to do. My body shook as the adrenaline that had flooded me at the start of the firefight started draining out. Just great. My first time out working, and I almost got myself and the stormtroopers killed. Not a nice start at all. Not to mention that if I wasn't enhanced by the warp at the time, that shot would have blasted off my arm instead of letting me get off with only a nasty burn. A few deep breaths and a calming mental exercise later, I had centered myself. Somewhat. This time I accessed the warp properly, which meant very, very carefully. Its tainted power washed over me, invigorating my body. I closed my eyes, letting my mind wander forward into Requista's quarters. I could sense no more servitors, though there was something blessed, which shone hard enough in the warp that it prevented me from perceiving anything past the corridor leading deeper in the apartment. I pulled out my chainsword, brought it to screaming life, and tore apart the battered, heavy wooden doors that were in my way. Splinters flew in all directions as the obstacle disintegrated under my strikes. Once I had the doors done for, I looked inside. Even the small corridor I could see was quite opulent. Expensive rugs over marble, walls covered with wooden paneling and paintings. The place looked fit for a noble. Apparently Requista liked his creature comforts. Can't say I blame him, really. A warp blast, similar to what I used to disable one of the servitors, obliterated the next door from a safe distance. That turned out to be simple paranoia because no further attackers materialized. No traps were triggered either, but after my earlier mishap, I was suddenly a firm believer in the better safe than messily dead school of thought. I went through the blasted door, ready to jump back in the corridor and run like hell if needed. I found myself in a large living room, furnished richly and tastefully enough that most nobles would be hard-pressed to find a reason to complain, though that was less than helpful in this situation. Until I laid my eyes on a large table surrounded by intricately carved stools. It had an old-fashioned paper map strewn over it. I walked there and looked it over. Sure enough, it depicted the Deimos Peninsula, though there weren't any helpful markings showing where Requista went. Fortunately, I wasn't limited to what was visible to the naked eye. Looking at the map through the prism of the warp was different. There were spots that psychically resonated, though I lacked a certain context, a point from which to attack the problem. I needed an item belonging to Requista, one on which his presence had been imprinted. I drew back, leaving only a tiny connection between my mind and the warp, and looked around. The most likely place I would find something was the room where I could sense the relic. But that was also the last one I was going to check. I was sure that there were additional protections around it. Luckily, I didn't need to go in there. In the dining room, I found a crimson cloak lying discarded on a chair. It had the stylized symbol of the Inquisition embodied on it, though nothing else special I could feel. No protective runes or anything like that. That was actually great. No one but an Inquisitor would dare wear such an article of clothing. I went next to the cloak and touched it, focusing on it through the warp. My head was starting to throb already, but I got what I needed. The world around me shattered, the warp clawing at my mind. A blurry image appeared. A man, a bit taller than myself, Middle-aged, graying and receding short hair, scarred face with bionic eye shining in the night. Just looking at him, you'd simply disregard him like someone unimportant, unimpressive, something that served him well. He looked at me and the vision shattered. I stumbled back and groaned. My head was killing me. What was to follow was going to be really unpleasant. The state of the warp around here made even the relatively simple things exhausting and painful, even if it freely offered more power than I could comfortably handle at the best of days. The very act of touching it was the greatest power trip ever combined with walking through the sewers of a wretched hive city. I returned to the map all the while muttering prayers to the Emperor. Now that I was familiar with Requista's psychic signature, I had something to work with. I went deeper into the warp. Disregarding the whispering voices in the back of my head, I concentrated on the places on the map that had the strongest emotional imprint. Requista was leaning over the table, speaking to someone I couldn't see. I couldn't hear his words, they were unintelligible whispers, though I could see where he was pointing. He shook his head and moved his finger towards the mountains in the middle of the peninsula. His tone became more insistent. His face twisted into a grimace. My vision became blurry, then turned red. My head felt like it was about to explode. The warp around me was getting even more restless, if that was even possible. I could feel something skittering. It was hissing hungrily and getting closer. It took all my remaining willpower to tear myself away and plunge back firmly into my body. My trembling lips were busy muttering litanies of protection against chaos. I didn't know how close that thing came to attacking me, whatever the cursed warp spawn was, but it was too close for comfort. I felt something wet sliding down my cheeks and brushed it with a finger before looking at it. It was blood. Fuck, I groaned. Sir, are you all right? Santos's voice was wary, on edge. I'll live. That was too close to comfort. I whispered in a tired voice. At least I know where the Inquisitor went. We need to go. And call the medic. He should look me over. I almost melted my damn brain. That didn't reassure the stormtroopers. When I looked up at them, they were pointing their hotshots at me. 3, Chapter 1, Parts 6 and 7. A Tale of Blood and Steel. Chapter 1, Welcome to the Inquisition. Part 6, Diomedes Residential Complex, Elysium District, Victory Bay. Boys, if I was going to suddenly turn into a demon, I would have done it already. In that case, you should have started shooting a minute or so ago. I deadpanned and brushed off the blood on my face. Besides, is this the thanks I get for risking my very soul in order to help you guys? I glared at them. How is this helping us? Santos waved at me with his gun. You're well aware what the Astartes would do once their patience runs out, right? The sooner we find the Inquisitor, the less of your buddies will die. I didn't add that we might not find him in a state to help anyone but the Emperor. Corporal, he actually makes sense, Dole muttered. Yeah, but the Inquisitor get the rest of our squad killed when he sent us after that Eldar, Valencia added. I should have asked what exactly did the stormtroopers did for Requista before requesting them as my bodyguards. I made a mental note to seek such information in the future if I got out of this snag alive. He's right, though. If someone doesn't talk some sense to the Marines, we're fucked like Slaanishy cultists after an orgy. Dole nodded sagely. How do you know that? I asked pointedly. We had to clean up that nest of cultists on Bendix's world before we deployed here. I could clear the disgust in Santos's voice clearly. Yep, nasty stuff. Valencia nodded. You're lucky that I'm not a paranoid member of the Ordo Hereticus. I sighed. Are you going to shoot me, or can we go? I could really use some painkillers right now. What do you think, boss? Valencia asked. Well, he isn't growing tentacles or extra limbs. Besides, he sounds sane. Saner than most of our commanders before we got assigned to General Alexander's regiment, Dole added. So the Sarge was right. Showing that you care about the lives of the troops could save your life, unless they were going to shoot me anyway. I wondered if I could channel enough warp energy to save myself before my head blew up, because it already felt as if Titans were marching through it. I had no illusions that I could draw my last pistol and shoot before being gunned down, much less use my chainsword. Perhaps now it wasn't the best moment to mention what might happen if I fucked up using the warp to save myself. Such an explanation was all but guaranteed to get me shot just in case. "Let's go see the medic, sir. You look like shit." Santos lowered his weapon, and his men followed suit. "I feel worse. Thanks for not using me for target practice." "Days still young." Valencia snorted. "St. Hortensia's Highway, Dimos Peninsula." We left a squad to secure Requista's apartment and calm down the locals. The medic started checking me up after we piled up in the Chimera and went on our way to meet the Astartes. Some painkillers, a bandage, and an order to try and get a bit of rest was his conclusion. While he couldn't find anything permanently wrong with me, the medic didn't have the equipment at hand for any in-depth scans, so I had to hope for the best. The rest, on the other hand, was out of the question once we neared our destination. Even without the warp feeling particularly hellish and pissed off here, I would still be racing to find Requista anyway. With the Immaterium's state, that just became even more important. Still, there wasn't a thing stopping me from getting a nap while we drove through the countryside. I did sleep, dreaming of dark, formless shapes. It didn't do much to rejuvenate me before Santos shook me awake, earning himself a bleary-eyed glare. "The Astartes is in sight, sir. We'll reach him in a few minutes." I gave him a nod and stretched, cursing the lack of caff on the chimeras. That should be a vital feature for the functioning of the troops. Then I looked outside through the nearest gun slit. There were fields all around us, covered by a blanket of waving yellow plants. Something to do with feeding the local populace, no doubt. I could see a handful of people and machines tending them, though not near enough I would expect. A five-cornered war might give the locals other things to worry about beside the harvest, no matter how important it might be. Considering that the fields around Victory Bay were starting to resemble a lunar landscape because of the constant skirmishes between the Guard, Tau, Orc probing attacks, and Eldar incursions, that might turn out to be a problem long-term. As we got nearer, I dared take a peek at the Marine waiting us through the warp and recoiled back. He was the strongest presence in the Immaterium I had yet to meet. I frowned. That very thought sounded somewhat wrong in my head. The convoy ground to a halt when we reached the Astartes. It was time to meet him and see if he was going to be actually helpful. I was first out once the ramp lowered and headed towards the large warp presence. Damn, he was big, more like really huge. He was an armored behemoth at least a head over 2 meters tall, clad in a pristine power armor that was covered with purity seals, which shone in the warp with the power of the blessing they carried. He was leaning on a large assault bike, which had built in a pair of autocannons. A golden-plated warhammer could be seen sticking out of a side compartment of his ride. "Welcome, I'm Brother Librarian Antius." The Astartes turned his helmet my way. His voice boomed, carrying over the nearby fields. "My lord," I bowed, and the lieutenant, who joined us, then followed my example. What the hell was a librarian doing out here by himself? "So you're the one that made Thule listen to reason." Anti studied me for a moment. "I expected you to be taller." I just stared at the super soldier. Did he just make a joke? Then his first words hit me. So not everyone in the Blood Ravens was totally on board with slaughtering loyal Imperial citizens because of conflicting orders. That was good to know. "Now, do you know where we should start seeking the Inquisitor? We should retrieve him before the captain gets impatient again." "Ah, yes, my lord. I scried his destination from a map in his quarters." "Good, good. You've noticed the state of the warp, then?" the librarian asked. "It's the nastiest I've ever felt." I told him the truth, yet those words rang hollow too. I had the feeling that I've experienced even nastier parts of the Immaterium, though I couldn't recall it. It's quite unpleasant, isn't it? It heralds nothing good for any of us. We should hurry with finding Requista. With those words, he turned around and got on his bike. "Let's go find the Inquisitor." I nodded to Picos, who was staring at the librarian. I think that the Astartes joking broke her, and it was something I was still trying to wrap my head around. Part 7. Stonecutter Village, Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. A few hours later, we reached a small settlement nestled in a valley below the plateau, dominating the southern part of the peninsula. Through it laid the most direct and fastest land route to our target. It was a good place to ask a few questions of the locals. First, I needed to know if the Inquisitor had passed through here, and as important, to figure out what was he seeking in this part of Kronus. So far, Deimos and the surrounding provinces were mostly untouched by the war, save for the occasional orcish raid. That was the plan anyway. It hit a snag before we even parked in the small square that served as a center for the village. One would expect to find a lot of onlookers when a platoon of Imperial Guardsmen accompanied by an Astrates arrive at their doorstep. That would have been normal. There was not a single person outside when we parked in the plaza. "It's too quiet, sir," Santos muttered quietly. The corporal was carefully studying the surrounding buildings through a gun port. That's probably the first time outside of an active war zone that I don't see bystanders gawking at us. The Space Marine by himself would guarantee that everyone who could would be outside looking. Or running for the hills. In either case, we would have heard or saw someone. Valencia added, "Weapons on the ready." I spoke quietly and drew my pistol. My right hand fell on the hilt of my sword. We weren't the only ones to smell trouble. The rest of the guardsmen dispersed immediately after leaving the chimeras and got under whatever cover they could. The only one who stood seemingly without a trouble in the world was the librarian, though he had pulled his warhammer out of its compartment. I sighed and concentrated before carefully touching the warp. There were echoes of pain and terror. An odd feeling that resembled death, but not quite. Yet they both felt somewhat subdued. There were no living people here beside us that I could sense, though that was no guarantee. I had to pull back from the warp as my head started pounding almost immediately. The Immaterium felt eager, almost hungry, as if it was holding its breath while it was waiting for something. That wasn't a nice sensation at all. "This settlement is empty." Antius' voice was quieter, merely the volume of a rather loud man. "Lieutenant sent a few squads to check the nearby buildings. Men, don't leave your buddies out of your sight. There's something very wrong here," I added. The last I spoke quietly so they won't hear it. Thad didn't help with the librarian who inclined his head in my direction. "Walk with me. We'll check the chapel," Antius ordered. I shrugged and walked fast after him. At least he took care to walk reasonably slowly so we wouldn't need to run after him to keep up. The stormtroopers fell in behind me and I saw the lieutenant wave a squad to follow us. She and 2 fire teams remained with the vehicles, while the rest of the platoon moved toward the nearest buildings. "Aren't you curious?" the Astartes asked when we caught up with him. "About what, my lord?" His helmeted head swiveled my way and he gave me a pointed look. I didn't know that a Space Marine helmet could convey so much. Truth to be told, yes. At best, I expected your captain to send the lowest-ranked Astartes under his command. Instead, we got you, my lord. Unless I'm very much mistaken, your armor and all the seals on it signify that you aren't just any odd Bloodraven librarian, which is even more surprising. Makes no damn sense, you mean? Was that amusement I could hear in his voice? I shrugged. It didn't. That was Thule's plan, you know, to send you a pair of scout marines who are due for punishment detail. I nodded. That was much more likely. I disagreed. Finding Requista is the most expedient way to stop this madness. Antius sighed. Unfortunately, the captain doesn't believe him to be alive any longer. Not after being out of contact for a week now. That very well may be the case, though I had to take the chance. The alternative. The Inquisition and Segmentum Command won't be thrilled when they learn about what has already happened. Any more skirmishes between Imperial forces for no good reason would be frowned upon at best. Indeed. Unfortunately, our orders don't leave much for interpretation, and Captain Thule isn't prepared to breach them, even if it mean evicting the Imperial Guards from Kronus. I guess that a strongly worded suggestion from an Inquisitor would give the captain the latitude he needs so we can concentrate on dealing with the Xenos. That's why I'm here. There are some of us that would take any chance to avoid spilling innocent human blood. The librarian spoke quietly. We were about to reach the chapel. It was only a short alley away, one which was flanked by statues of Imperial saints. Acting out of habit, I made the sigh of the Aquila and bowed my head. Do you smell that? Dole asked. I could hear him sniffing behind me. A light wind blew towards us from the direction of the chapel, and I could barely make out the scent too. It was the coppery stench of blood, and it had to be an awful lot of it if we could smell from our position. Set up to provide cover, I snapped at the guardsman following us. Santos, prepare to breach. Check for traps first. No need, I'll lead the way. The Astartes rumbled and strode towards the chapel. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who was fine with forced entry today. The Astartes pressed a rune on the hilt of his weapon, and pale lighting started dancing around its head. He swung the warhammer as if it was a toy and simply shattered the door standing in his way. The afternoon sun shone through the entrance, bathing the interior of the chapel in its rays. "Fuck me with a baneblade," Santos exclaimed. He was the first of us ordinary humans to see what was inside, thanks to the tech built into his helmet. Antaeus was busy muttering a prayer for the dead, though his head was swiveling this way and that as he studied the interior of the chapel. That's when I was finally able to see what awaited us inside. The place resembled an old battlefield. The floor was covered with shattered and burned wood, though it was hard to make under the film of blood covering most of it. The walls were liberally sprayed with dry flaking blood, though I could see deep gashes in the stone where great claws had cleaved it without any trouble at all. There were no bodies, or even pieces of such, though there was more than enough blood spilled to account for at least a couple of dozen people. "May the Emperor damn whoever did this," I hissed. I closed my eyes and opened my mind to the warp, while steeling myself for what was to come. The echoes of pain, suffering, and terror were still here, though muted again, as if whatever had happened was hundreds of years ago at least, and not in the last few days. It made no damned sense. My head should be splitting from the screams of the dying. I should be feeling the psychic imprint of their souls as they were murdered. "Curious, isn't it?" A deep voice boomed in my head. Suddenly, there was a figure wreathed in light towering next to me. It was Antaeus, all right. His very soul shone with its purity and power. "That's not how I would put this." I waved around us. While the warp continued to be wild and angry around us, the librarian's presence next to me made it bearable. My head did hurt a bit, but nowhere near what I expected. What didn't change was the feeling of foreboding, of eager expectation for something to happen. It wasn't going to be anything good for us. "No, there's something afoot in this place, something familiar." Antaeus frowned. "I can't sense what did this." He waved at the bloody floor. "There should be something, an imprint, a resonance left from whoever did it." "It's as if they had no presence in the warp," I muttered. "Exactly," the librarian exclaimed. "That would account for the way the murders feel. Blanks, perhaps. This at least isn't the work of chaos. We would have known it at first sight. Considering that the Inquisitor came here to seek heretics, this isn't reassuring. The last thing we need is another enemy." "True. There isn't anything more we could find out right now." The shining presence next to me became muted as Antaeus pulled out of the warp. I was back firmly in my body moments later, still feeling the after effects of my little excursion. "Don't give me that. I want you to check all reports of vanished people and see if there are any other settlements we've lost contact with without a good reason." Antaeus was speaking aloud over the vox built in his helmet. It was a good idea. I would have Lieutenant Pico's report back to base so they could check too. 4. Chapter 1, Parts 8 to 9. A Tale of Blood and Steel. Chapter 1, Welcome to the Inquisition. Part 8, Stonecutter Village, Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. The search squads found a few similar sites where people had barricaded themselves, to no avail. Neither prayer, stubs, or the few ruined lasguns we found had helped the poor bastards. Sir General Alexander requested that we investigate further while we search for the Lord Inquisitor, Lieutenant Picos said after coming out of the command chimera. "That's a given." I sighed, as if we didn't have enough problems already. "There's another village at the other end of the valley. The main route to the plateau passes through it." I jumped, hearing a deep voice behind me. I whirled around with an angry retort on the tip of my tongue and then froze. The librarian was towering over me, casually leaning on his warhammer. How the hell did someone so big and clad in at least half a ton of armor move so quietly, damn it? "You need to keep better situational awareness," Antius chided me. He was amused at my reactions, the cheeky bastard. Why the hell did I have to land myself the only space marine with a sense of humor? I'll keep that in mind, my lord. Good. It would be a pity if you got yourself killed because you didn't pay attention. As I was saying, there's another settlement on our way. It might be our best bet for gathering some useful information. If there was anyone still alive, there was left unsaid. It's not like we have much of a choice, I muttered. No, sir. The Tau are mounting a major offensive to regain the plains leading to Victory Bay. General Alexander can't spare any more units right now. The same is true for the Blood Ravens. A large orc horde is approaching our main base of operations. Unless we hit something very nasty, we won't be getting any support, perhaps even then depending on the situation on the ground. There are 3 squads ready for orbital insertion, though the front line has priority. Even a single Astartes squad should be more than enough to deal with whatever we find. The lieutenant perked up. I face-palmed. You had to say that, I groaned. Antes just stared at the LT and shook his head. What? It's Astartes we're talking about. People like him. She pointed at the librarian. That's it. We're all dead. I moaned. We still might get lucky, at least a few of us. Antaeus nodded sagely. Few days after the last time I heard such a thing, we were neck-deep in orcs. We've checked the whole village, right? Alpha and Beta squads are checking a few houses on the outskirts, and we're done. The LT nodded. Unless they find something of note, we're leaving when they finish. Yes, I feel that our time is running out, Antaeus stated. That wasn't what I wanted or needed to hear. Any news about unexplained disappearances or settlements out of contact without a reasonable explanation? I asked. A lot of people had vanished near the desert further in the mainland, though that may be due to the Tau or Orc bands. We've lost contact with more than a few towns and villages there, though with all the Xeno activity in the region, that didn't raise an eyebrow back at HQ. It might be the usual suspects. Picos shrugged. Until we can send a unit there to check, all we've got is guesses. We need to find the Inquisitor and end this nonsense. We have more than enough problems without killing each other, I snapped. That's why I'm here. Antaeus sighed. Unfortunately, most of my company would rather follow our orders and purge everyone off this planet. Genova town, Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. At least the region wasn't completely deserted. About 10 kilometers from the village, we started seeing people tending the fields surrounding the road. It was reassuring after the bloodbath we found. Even better, there were no accidents or anything else to slow us down. We reached the town about an hour after sunset. This place was a stark contrast to Stonecutter. Genova was lit up so we could see it long before we actually approached. The town was much bigger than the small settlement that got massacred, and perhaps that's what saved. Or it was simply a matter of distance from the base of whatever did the slaughtering. Genova had its inhabitants present too. We could see small groups of the locals clustered on street corners, talking or simply minding their own business. They were staring and pointing at us, especially once they saw our space marine. The sight should have brought us a measure of relief. Instead, that's where the veneer of business as usual ended. I could see the faces and eyes of some of the people, those staying close enough to streetlights. They weren't happy to see us, or even concerned. No, a lot of them were plain terrified. That started ringing alarm bells in my head. If they were out of contact with the nearby settlements and had people vanishing, something that was likely, they should have been overjoyed or at least relieved by our arrival. With the citizenry being anything but, well, that was problematic. I had the sneaking suspicion that we just found the nest of heretics Requista had been searching for. Look alive, people. This smells like trouble. I spoke. Santos, who had been watching the sights, nodded and voxed a warning to the rest of the platoon, just in case if they hadn't noticed. Despite the irregular behavior of the locals, we drove through the outskirts, heading for the town's center where the local arbiters and administration buildings were located. Our destination turned out to be a cross between a moderately sized plaza for a town of this caliber, crossed with a park. There were a few 10-story buildings to our right. The administrative and law enforcement centers for the whole peninsula were situated here, even if the biggest populated centers were 50 or so kilometers south of here, built over the far end of the plateau. When we arrived, we found a welcome committee waiting for us. There were 2 men in the robes of the administratum and a single coghead clad in the customary red who had 6 mechatendrils waving gently behind his back. Each of the artificial limbs ended into either a weapon or tool. A few steps behind the trio, we could see 2 rows of a dozen arbiters each. A couple of PDF squads were marching towards the waiting people from the left side of the plaza. From here, it looked like they had flak vests and laser guns. "I hope we would avoid a few hours of speeches and posturing," Santos muttered. "We'll just have to sick the librarian on them." I spoke cheerfully, though I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. "It's time to face the music." I stood up and straightened up my clothes, though it didn't do much for my appearance under the carapace armor. I made sure that my sigil was visible around my left wrist and pressed the button opening the ramp. The rest of the platoon was already disembarking. The squads were taking defensive positions around the chimeras, not even trying to pretend that they were doing otherwise. The apparent leader of the trio ready to meet us just smiled at our blatant display of distrust and paranoia. It wasn't a nice smile either. I walked towards them, flanked by the stormtroopers. A few seconds later, Picos joined us, shadowed by a squad of her men. Antius finished up our procession when he took the right flank after retrieving his warhammer. The librarian's very presence should have been enough to ensure that any pissing match came to a rather abrupt and embarrassing end, if the locals were dumb enough to try. Instead, they were smiling at us as if they knew something we didn't. "Sir, look right," Santos muttered. My head snapped in that direction. There were a lot of civilians moving through the park and heading our way. Scores of them at least. "It's same here," Picos whispered from my left. That wasn't sinister at all. Nope. My hands fell over my weapons, ready to draw them at a moment's notice. It appeared that we found our heretics. I whispered a prayer and touched the warp, letting its energies course through me. I could feel the blazing presence of Antius next to me as he did the same. "You're supposed to run this little excursion, Vale. Let's see how you're going to play this." I could hear the librarian's voice in my head. While there was a bit of amusement in his tone, it couldn't hide the grim determination that practically oozed from the man. Then my perception washed over the waiting party. Their presence was wrong. I could feel the touch of the warp on their souls, and it felt revolting. Like a festering wound and spilled blood. Yep, we found our heretics all right. I smiled at the bastards and took a step in front of my companions. "Inquisitor Requista, where is he?" I wasted no time with pointless pleasantries. There was only one way this was going to end. The only question was if they would let slip what I needed to know before the fun started. "He's waiting for you." The administratum flunky, apparently in charge, inclined his head to the Arbiter's building. "In what condition?" I growled. "He's been enjoying our hospitality for the past few days. You understand, right? We only did what we had to in order to prevent the Red Harvest." The man's smile sent cold shivers down my spine. "The Red Harvest?" Antius asked, making them flinch. "Yes. The soulless ones had risen, and only our new patrons can protect us. You're too late to stop it, just as predicted." The other flunky added. He had a shit-eating grin on his face. "We thought that an Inquisitor would made a splendid gift, but you're even better." "Gift to whom?" I asked in as hard voice as I could manage. "Our salvation and your doom. The ritual is already in progress. You're too late." The leader beamed at us. "I want that one alive," Antaeus ordered. His warhammer shone with energy as he activated its generator. I opened myself further to the warp and drew my weapons. The stench of sheer wrongness and corruption was increasing by the second. The waiting was over. Before anyone but Antaeus could react, I pointed my pistol and shot the expendable administratum official. In the same time, the librarian charged forward and did his best to take out the coghead, who in turn jumped back, revealing that under his robes he had 6 spider-esque metal legs. Then all hell broke loose. Part 9. Genova Town, Deimos Peninsula, Cronis. 2 more shots, and the remaining administratum flunky collapsed on the ground, screaming, with his kneecaps blown off. That left the Arbiters as immediate threat, all 24 of them. Behind me, the platoon opened fire, which was drowned a moment later by the sharp bark of autocannons. With any luck and the Emperor's blessing, they would be able to handle the mob. The LT and her group were fanning out and joined the stormtroopers in keeping my rear safe and providing much-needed fire support. That didn't even slow down the heretical arbiters. They acted like automatons. With stiff, precise movements, the traitors unslung their riot shotguns, formed their backs, and chambered rounds. At least the maniacs didn't rush us. Instead, they simply moved in so they wouldn't shoot their friends. Their actions gave me plenty of time to shoot 2 of them in the head. The Arbiter's faceplate proved to be insufficient barrier for my last pistol. The front of my targets' heads turned into red mist, and they crumpled on the ground. Time moved sluggishly, or at least my enhanced reflexes made me perceive it so. That gave me a great view of the remaining Arbiters as they raised their weapons and aimed them in my general direction. Picos and her guards were picking them off one after another, yet the death of their buddies didn't faze the rest. I let my last pistol go and drew as much of the warp's raging energies as I dared. Purple lighting surrounded me like a cloak as I let the excess power bleed of my body. My nerves lit up with pain as they were kissed by that corrupting caress of the warp, and I channeled all the energy dancing within and around me through my free hand, using the latter as a guide for its path. I waved in front of me and unleashed a stream of eldritch energy at the remaining Arbiters. Those of them who were touched by the raw warp energy had the flesh stripped from their bones within moments, and the rest were thrown like ragdolls from the concussion wave. I stumbled back as I cut off my attack and dropped the amount of power I was channeling. My lips drew in a bloodthirsty smile as I surveyed my handiwork. At least 10 of the bastards were turned into twisted, smouldering skeletons. The remaining Arbiters were dazzled, and most of them had lost hold of the riot shotguns. I didn't let them recover and charged, holding my trusty chainsword in a 2-handed grip. I gave a wordless battle cry and slammed my weapon into a heretic's neck, then pushed down. The adamantium teeth cut through armor, flesh, and bone as if it was made of butter, spraying me with blood and gore. It all felt glorious. The shouts of the men fighting around me were music to my ears. The agonized screams of the dying, it made me laugh as I cut down another heretic. Then there was the warm blood splashed over my face and mouth. It tasted like the best wine I'd ever tried. I slammed my sword into the gut of an Arbiter who was just finding his footing and cut him in 2, spilling his guts on the ground, when something blasted me off my feet and broke my concentration, making me let go of the warp. That in turn drove me out of the blood-crazed haze I had fallen in. I just lay there for a few moments, staring at the blurry figures fighting in front of me. A giant clad in red armor was swinging a warhammer at a mechanical spider, while the machine was responding with laser beams and cutting torches. The former struck the larger combatant again and again for no visible effect, while the latter were evaded with startling ease. A familiar bearded face appeared in front of my eyes, cutting the view of the battle. "Vale, are you all right?" Valencia mouthed off, and I barely heard him. Huh. My ears were ringing, and I was noticing it just now. A strong hand grabbed my shoulder and shook me, and when that didn't remove the fog drifting through my mind, the Stormtrooper slapped me with his armored glove. That bloody hurt. "Valencia! The fuck?" I groaned and shook my head. He pulled me up, and I looked around. Ah, yeah. Fucking heretics were trying to sacrifice us to the Chaos Gods. Most of those in the immediate vicinity were either dead or busy dying, courtesy to Picos and her troopers. Only the corrupted Coghead was still standing, and he was locked in combat with Antaeus. That wasn't something I wanted to get in between, but we didn't have time to let the librarian have fun. "Shoot the Coghead," I rasped. Damn, my chest hurt like a mule had kicked me in the side. I glanced down. My carapace armor was dented, no mean feat. Whatever those shotguns were loaded with, it wasn't standard ammo. I glanced beyond the immediate area. The guardsmen were pouring all they could into a crowd of crazed people who were simply stumbling over their dead and coming closer and closer to us. That wasn't helped by the presence of a local PDF squad who had taken cover behind a nearby statue and was doing their best to suppress the platoon. Then they vanished in a flash of light as an autocannon hit them with a frag round. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I returned my attention to the Astartes just in time to see him catch the traitorous tech priest in the side with his power weapon. The Warhammer's head nearly cut the cyborg in half before it threw him nearly 10 meters away. A moment later, the heretic was followed by a frag grenade, which landed next to his head and blew up, shredding what little flesh he had left. "Santos, shoot him some more, just in case," I ordered. The stormtrooper wasted no time in complying and unleashed a hail of laser bolts at the cyborg, slagging parts of its chassis. Antaeus gave me a curt nod and turned around, then charged at the crowd, which was coming uncomfortably close to the chimeras, despite the torrent of fire that was scything their ranks. The librarian enhanced his attack with warp energy, and when he hit the heretics, it was unleashed. At least 15 mangled corpses were sent flying into the air when he hit the crowd. The Astartes waged into the maddened civilians and started smashing through them with his warhammer. "The left flank," Picos shouted, making me tear my eyes from the bloody spectacle. I looked in that direction and winced. Despite the best efforts of the guardsmen, the heretics were almost in arm's reach of our people. The LT sprinted that way, followed by her retinue and the stormtroopers. I grit my teeth, opened myself to the warp and followed suit. It was time to paint the ground red. 5, Chapter 2, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 2, Dawn of War, Part 1, Genova Town, Deimos Peninsula, Cronis. Before I could start cleaning up all the blood and gore covering me, I found myself picked up as if I was a small child and staring at the glowing eyes of Antaeus's helmet. I could feel him probing me through the warp, no doubt searching for any sign of chaos taint. If he found any, I was a goner. Needless to say, that made me damn nervous. "Huh, you're clean," the librarian muttered and carefully put me down. I sighed in relief. "You sure?" one of the braver or dumber troopers asked aloud. Antaeus turned with dexterity, belittling his bulk, and stared at the soldier. No more taint than any space marine who faced chaos up close and personal. The giant rumbled. "Well, that's a relief. Lieutenant, we have an Inquisitor to save. Let's move, people." I paused and glared at the offal covering me. "Where's my damned rag?" "Form up. Ellen, your squad stays with the chimeras, the rest with me. Alpha on point," Picos ordered. "On foot or mounted?" she asked and pointed at the target building. "Here, sir." Santos gave me the cloak of the man I shot at the start of the current unpleasantries. "Thanks, that should do," I muttered and started cleaning up. "Foot, APCs will provide cover if needed." I paused. "Belay that," I shouted a moment later. "Call HQ and have them check about building schematics and defenses. There might be records in the capital. There's no sense to get shredded in the open by sentry turrets or something." I pointed at the librarian. "He probably can take anything they could dish out, but the rest of us are much squishier." "That's actually prudent, considering," Antaeus rumbled. "A teeny bit better than I would expect from a greener than grass-fresh Schola graduate anyway. The backup will be down in a few minutes." The Space Marine continued. "You know your words do wonders for my self-esteem." I snarked back. "You've got the guts to talk back to me, don't you?" The smile was clear in his voice. That, however, demonstrates a startling lack of brains, or at least good judgment. "Lieutenant, get that small hill scanned." Antaeus pointed at the slight rise, partially hiding the plaza from the Arbiter's HQ. "Right away, my lord." The LT snapped a salute and started issuing the relevant orders. "Nasty surprises?" I asked, while trying to remove a piece of— was that a jaw from my belt? If it was me, I would have at least mined this side to ruin the day of anyone who thought the hill would provide good cover. "Just mines?" I inquired. I could feel a tiny, very tiny bit of approval radiating from the Astartes. "Of course not," Antaeus growled. "Sentry turrets, indirect fire, redundant sensor net. It would be best if the hill was simply a cover for a nice adamantite-plated bunker chock full with nice toys and murderous bastards. Nice image, if they're on our side. A bit of fun otherwise." The librarian nodded sagely. It sounded like it was from personal experience. Who was I kidding? Of course it was. He was likely hundreds of years old super soldier who had seen campaigns all across the galaxy. "Any other advice for a newbie like me?" I asked. While we had a bit of quiet, it dawned on me that picking up his brain for ways to keep myself alive might be prudent. That and keeping him between myself and whatever nasty thing tried to eviscerate me the next time. We don't have a decade to spare. Antias deadpanned. How did you retain or get a sense of humor? I asked. I was almost done with mopping up brains and viscera off me. Note to self, try to avoid cutting apart heretics with a chain blade and shoot them instead, preferably from safe distance. The stench of blood was becoming a bit nauseating. Well, most of my brothers think me a bit strange. The librarian somehow shrugged in his armor in such a way that the suit actually made a half-decent facsimile of the gesture. While they're decent guys mostly, they tend to be a bit, how to put it, stiff? Auntie sighed. I gave him a weird look. He was nothing like I was taught about the Adeptus Astartes. Oh, he was a superhuman killing machine, something the man amply demonstrated just a few minutes ago. His soul was the grandest one I felt besides the Emperor's, something that put him high above the rest of us mortals. Yet despite that, right here and now he felt oddly human, and I found that more reassuring than I could properly describe. Tips. Let's see. Don't get killed, duh. The librarian nodded, making me smirk. Even I think that's obvious. Many don't. Antias sounded less than pleased with whatever memory my quip brought up. So don't get killed unless it serves the Emperor and humanity best in the situation. More importantly, see the latter and don't get your men killed unless it's absolutely necessary to get the job done. The Emperor can use live soldiers better than a bunch of very dead martyrs. Yep, I definitely liked him. The troopers who could overhear us apparently shared the sentiment. Even with my warp senses clamped shut, I could feel their spirits rising up a bit as they heard our conversation, something that I'm sure wasn't lost to the Space Marine. Let's sum it up. Don't die like imbeciles. Consider that a standing order. Antias continued. The next simple thing for dummies like you. A giant armored hand rested on my shoulder. Charging Emperor-damned heretics like a crazy cornate berserker when you aren't wearing a power armor like you just did is a great way to die like an imbecile. So don't do that if there's another way. Like ever, or just spare us all the embarrassment of working with you and get your head blown right away. I won't hear the end of this, would I? I moaned. You made not too terrible impersonation of a cornate cultist. If I wasn't a reasonable man, I would have vented your brains just in case. Or for sport. Antias spoke in a serious tone that sent shivers down my spine. The librarian's head snapped up and he pointed at the dark sky. They're here. I looked up and could spot a pair of fast-approaching fireballs which appeared to be aiming straight at us. They know that they're friendlies in the area, right? I asked. They should. Antias nodded. Everyone, kiss the ground, the librarian shouted in a voice that reverberated in my bones. I wasted no time in following his bellowed instruction and dived into the short grass next. A few moments later, the world ended in a bass roar and twin hammer blows that shook me to the impression was reinforced by a rain of smoking debris that started impacting all around us. The cavalry just arrived and almost killed us in the process. This rescue mission was getting better and better, and we were yet to meet the real enemy. Part 2. Genova Town, Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. I got up and shook myself of the loose earth covering me. Well, that was a bit close for comfort, I muttered. Brother Antias, orders, sir. A deep bass voice rumbled from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder to see 8 crimson giants carrying enough weapons to win a battle or two by themselves, standard bolters, a missile launcher, heavy melter, and a heavy bolter. Then there were a lot of grenades and other nice stuff that went boom. Each of them had to be at least 220 high, and that was before they got in the power armor. They made the rest of us look like little children. Brother Sergeant Went, the librarian greeted. Traitors hold in the Arbiter HQ, unknown defenses, the guard is trying to find us building schematics. The enemy possibly has the Lord Inquisitor still alive somewhere in the building. Purge the traitors and recover him if he's still alive. We'll provide support. Affirmative. Naught, scan the area. Lorne, I want an AP missile ready. Kelso, you're blowing up any obstacles. Went started issuing orders aloud. Are you ready? He turned his attention at me. Yes. I answered simply. Raging at 8 Astartes after they perhaps not so accidentally got you killed was hazardous to one's health. Good. Follow us and try to keep up. Can we proceed, sir? Went asked. Move in, Antius ordered. That was enough. The Astartes suddenly accelerated faster than a speeding chimera. They were almost a blur as they ascended the hill and charged the Arbiter's HQ. What are you waiting for? I snapped at the guardsman and drew my sword, hoping that whatever defended our target would be too busy with the Marines to shoot at us squishy normal men and women. A moment later, I started running after the Astartes. Antius shook his head and simply strode beside me, not bothering to even jog. Went has always been a bit on the eager side, the librarian muttered. Didn't you just tell me not to charge the enemy in the open? Without proper power armor. Antius deadpanned. He lit up with purple fire and made a throwing gesture. A forked lighting detached from his armored glove, arched over the advancing space marines and struck a pair of bolter turrets that appeared from the wall of the HQ. The warp attack fried the defensive emplacements before they could even try seeking targets. Almost in the same instant, the rest of the Astartes opened fire. The deafening sound of bolters firing was almost like a fireskull blow. The Marines obviously had no problem hitting their targets, despite their sprint, because their rounds were tearing apart the Arbiter's defenses before they could properly come online. I shook my head in disbelief. I knew they were incredible warriors, but they were taking out targets that weren't there a split second ago before I could properly register the emplacements appearing all over the HQ's facade. I was almost sure that this was the case for most guardsmen as well. I knew that I wouldn't be able to react at anything approaching such reaction speed without a liberal dose of warp enhancements, and even then it was going to be very, very hard to compete with such reaction times. That really made me see the dangers of my chosen line of work. Because I knew that as great as the Emera's Angels of Death were, there were many, many enemies that could match them in combat ability. As an initiate in the Ordo Xenos, I was supposed to be hunting a lot of those things too. Lucky me. All that ran through my head as I sprinted after the armored titans, hoping to clear the open ground before some enterprising traitor tried to snipe me or something. To make matters worse, right now I didn't feel confident enough to draw on the warp and enhance myself, and thus getting better chances at surviving. After all, there were worse things than dying for the Emperor, like fucking up by the numbers and becoming a demon's newest toy. With the state of the warp right now, that latter was too likely for comfort. Behind me, the platoon crested the hill and charged after us, giving various war cries. I hoped that the mech element would arrive soon too, because the chimeras combining their firepower with the Astartes were almost guaranteed to get us through the killing ground. They better get in place soon too. The emplacements were getting online faster and faster, and soon there would be more than the Marines could take out. Or the Angels of Death would reach the building and start storming it, probably leaving the rest of us get torn to shreds. You got to love the geniuses that issued conflicting orders to the Marines and Guard. A turret popped up and it wasn't immediately blown up. It survived long enough to aim and sent a burst at the leading Marine before being silenced. 3 spears of coherent light harmlessly splashed over his chest plate. Fortunately, it was just a standard lass emplacement, instead of another bolter, because even Astartes' armor might have failed to a burst of high-caliber bolter rounds, especially at that range. Then the chimeras finally got into position and added their heavy weapons to the onslaught. Just in time, too, the Marines reached the heavy doors and one of them pulled a charge from his backpack, while the rest took positions to the side. That, in turn, cut their firing arcs, allowing turrets to appear with impunity. "Odd section covering fire," Picos shouted. A moment later, red beams lanced from behind me and started impacting the HQ. In the meantime, Antius moved faster and got between me and the building. I grinned like a loon. His bulk made for a great mobile cover, especially after the waved a hand and summoned a spherical shield made of purple energy. "Try not to die yet, kid," the librarian shouted, then unleashed another lighting strike upon the HQ's defenses. A flash of light and a sound like ringing gong announced the Astartes taking care of the door. I heard someone screaming in pain from behind, but didn't bother looking back and just kept running after Antius. A few seconds later, the building was towering above us. Turrets were taking pot shots at us, but their ordnance detonated harmlessly upon Antaeus' shield. Bursts of heavy bolter fire and grenades was racking the facade, shattering its murals and taking out emplacement after emplacement. Then the librarian leaned forward and went through a ragged, glowing hole blasted into the main entrance. I didn't think, but dived in after him. A huge arm dragged me up to my feet. "You in one piece?" Antaeus asked. I simply nodded, trying to catch my breath. "Good, come on, we have an Inquisitor to find." "What about the guard?" I rasped. "I sent one squad back to give them cover. I'll have a chat with Went once we're somewhere secure." The librarian growled. 6, Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, Dawn of War. Part 3, Arbiter's HQ, Genova Town. Kronus said, "You know, I expected that we would have to fight our way through the whole damn building," I muttered. "That would have been a prudent stalling tactic, or just blowing us all up." Antaeus was a bright ray of sunshine once again. That too. I glanced at the plain metal walls surrounding us as we made our way down to the holding cells and interrogation rooms. Went's squad led the way, and so far, with the sole exception of 2 choke points that were protected only by automated defenses, we hadn't faced anything of note. It's too damn quiet. I can't sense what's below us. No taint, but Antaeus trailed off. I took him at his word. Usually the things that could block a psyker's warp senses weren't healthy, or there were more than a few ways to pull it off, but I doubted that we would be lucky enough for this to be one of the nicer options. "Where are all the Arbiters?" Santos, who was shadowing me, asked aloud. "There should be enough of them to slow us down a bit." Antaeus hummed. The sound came out of his helmet, strangely distorted, almost eerie. "No matter where they are, it can't be good for us." "It never is. Chaos tend to work that way, when they aren't busy screwing each other." "Too much information." Santos groaned. The rest of the troopers wisely didn't touch the topic with a 10-foot pole, which in itself was surprising. My temporarily bodyguards were a strange bunch. In front of us, the Marines opened fire before Went helpfully shouted, "Contact!" The sound of bolters discharging within the building was outright deafening. Within moments, the only thing I could hear was the roar of the weapons. The fact that all I could see was Antaeus' power pack that was attached to his back didn't help matters. Whatever decided to be shot up by the Astartes didn't even slow down their progress, and a few seconds later we were passing through a doorframe. The old-fashioned door it belonged to laid twisted in the middle of a large room. By the look of it, it had been tackled and trampled by a space marine. The poor bastard that had been apparently bracing the door was in even worse condition, though he was mostly intact, even if his chest made a good impression of pancake. The other 10 or traitorous arbiters strewn all around the room weren't so lucky. They made a great visual aid on the effectiveness of bolter rounds, and let's leave it at that. Did you know that a bolter blowing up your guts makes a worse mess than if you did the same with a chainsword? For some reason, part of me was finding the carnage oddly beautiful, while there was another that wanted me to puke everything that I've ever eaten. Weird. I shook my head and looked around, trying not to pay attention to the corpses. We were into an interrogation room, a proper one, I mean. While there were some interesting devices to help untie one's tongue, there was a lot of gadgets meant to tell if someone was lying. Granted, most of them were rather crudely made and quite old, but if my training was correct, they should have been rather effective despite that. However, it was clear that the room hadn't been used for its original purpose lately. There were 2 men and a woman strapped into chairs who were methodically torn apart. Considering that most, if not all, of the lie detectors appeared to be trashed, and not by the Marines, I doubted that the point had been gathering information. No, the fucking traitors had had their fun with the Inquisitor's retinue. At least one of them, I mentally amended. The closest man still had pieces of his jacket left, and while it was soaked with dried blood, a stylized eye patch on the shoulder facing me was clearly visible. "That doesn't bode well for the Lord Inquisitor," Antaeus stated. "Not at all." I nodded and averted my eyes from the torn mess that once was a human face. The man who should have been one of my colleagues had been tortured to death. "You all have cameras in the helmets recording this, right?" I asked the librarian. Somehow my training came up to the surface, making me look at the situation with professional detachment. I never thought I would be so glad that Sister Joachim's insane training methods, but you can't argue with results. I probably owed her and the rest of my teachers a lot, because I had the sneaking suspicion that if it wasn't for their efforts, I would be either dead or blubbering wreck by now. Of course, it's SOP. Antius nodded. Good, I would request copies of this segment at least once we're back. We'll have to confirm if these people were part of Lord Requista's retinue. Naturally. Just don't touch the bodies, they might be trapped. The librarian added. I won't. It's not like it would do them any good. They're with the Emperor now. I made the sign of the Aquila at the dead agent and turned my attention to Went's men. One of the Astartes was busy cutting through a metal door with a power sword. The sound was surprisingly quiet after the last firefight. That or my hearing was shot. Agent Vale, we're approaching the command center. However, enemy resistance is stiffening. We should take it in 5. The LT's voice came over my Voxcaster. Shortly after we got into the HQ, command came through for us and found a loyal Arbiter who had served in this building before being returned to the capital. He was able to give us a rough location of our objectives, the command center and detention cells. After that, we separated. Picos went with Went's second squad to neutralize the building's nerve center, while the rest of us headed towards the dungeon. Good, carry on, I answered. A solid clang sounded a few seconds later. The sword-wielding Astartes kicked the door he had been working on, and a massive piece of it flew down the corridor. Paths open, the Marine declared, sheathed his blade and pulled out a bolter. Lead the way, my lords, I waved at the Astartes. Go, we've wasted too much time already, Antius added. The Marines pointedly ignored me, gave a nod to the librarian, and vanished one after another down the corridor. A squad of mowed-down traitors later, we were carefully descending through a tight stairwell, which was barely able to take the weight of the Marines. The comparatively flimsy metal it was made of groaned with every step they made, yet it held. It was a good thing that we descended 2 at a time, with the rest providing cover or simply staying out of the way, because I doubt that it would have held me too, much less a third Astartes. The damn weight was nerve-wracking too. This place had ambush practically written all over it. Even crazed cultists would have recognized it as a prime killing ground, yet no enemy materialized. No mines or improvised explosives, no traps. That didn't bode well at all. At best, we were going to find empty cells or just corpses, because I doubted that the traitors were dumb enough to leave a live Inquisitor, no matter their condition, for us to find. Still, we reached the bottom without incident. If you don't count the fact that the warp simply cut off just behind the door that was now facing us. Even with my psychic senses clamped shut, I could feel a void, an emptiness that made me feel sick. We just breached the CP, casualties acceptable, Picos announced while the Astartes were preparing to cut through the door. Outstanding, Lieutenant. Any idea if you can patch into building security? One of the Space Marines is working on it. I can confirm, Antius announced. The door should be opened in a few seconds. That's the first good news I got since arriving here. So we must be ready for a really bad one, the librarian added. Little did we know what was happening right now a few hundred kilometers from here, and it was pretty fucking bad. The door quietly retracted into the floor, revealing an empty guard station. Any sight of resistance? I asked. Antius had to order the same info before we got an answer. There were still 2 short platoons in the building near the command center, though they were busy making themselves scarce. As far as the cameras and sensors were concerned, there were just a handful of still-alive prisoners with us down here. An icy ball formed in the pit of my stomach. To say that I had a bad feeling would be a charming understatement. The Astartes led the way, and we descended 1 more level until we reached the cells themselves. Sir, you many want to see this? Went, who led the way, spoke. His squad took a step to the side, allowing us to pass. Went used his gun to point at a cell to the right. A present for the Corpse Emperor's servants. That was written with drying blood on the cell's door. Sweep for explosives and then carefully open the door, Antius ordered. You squishies better take cover out of the cell block. You heard the Lord Librarian, I snapped and made myself scarce. My shadows didn't need prompting and followed suit. It's clear, Antius shouted a minute later in clearly affronted voice. Obviously, he too found the lack of traps and resistance insulting, or just a bad omen for the things to come. Yet another great opportunity to screw us over wasted. The fuck was going on here? You better come here now, Agent Vale. The librarian spoke formally. Fuck. I sprinted down the corridor. That wasn't going to be good, like at all. Damn right I was. Halfway there, I could smell the rot and stench of body fluids. The Marines who were gathered around the cell door made me way without prompting this time. The first thing I saw was Went, who was actually standing at attention just inside the cell. Next to him, Antius was on one knee, towering over. My mind refused to comprehend what exactly I was seeing. For a moment I thought that it was a pile of bloody rags used to mop up some bloody mess. I blinked and shook my head. That had once been a man. Now it was a head with most of its flesh flayed attached to what might have been a human torso at one point. Wah, oo, zoo, lug, the mutilated corpse somehow wheezed. Fuck me with a baneblade. The poor fucking bastard was somehow still alive. I gave him a closer look, something that I immediately regretted. Most of his flesh was gone, all black and rotting with infection. The only thing that still kept him alive were the bionic implants I could see in his torso. Lord Inquisitor Requista, I stated. It was barely recognizable, but if I squinted right, what was left of the face looked like the picture I got with my orders. His single remaining bloodshot eye turned in my vague direction. Apparently he had enough left of his mind to recognize his name. That and chiding us for not getting here earlier. Tough bastard. If I had been through the same and somehow still alive, I knew I would have been driven insane by now. I'm Agent Vale, your new initiate. I spoke aloud, hoping that he could hear and understand me. You, late, Requista whispered through missing lips. I know. What else could I say? People, he rasped. I shook my head. Requista closed his eye and went still for a few moments. I honestly thought that he had passed into the Emperor's light, but then he shook with wet cough and looked back at me. Chaos. Ritual. The Peninsual. His voice was barely a whisper, and it was weakening with every word. We know. Antius rumbled quietly. Our strike cruiser will be taking out the whole area shortly. Goo. Requista gave out a sigh that I chose to interpret as one of relief. Sir, the Blood Ravens Company deployed here, and the Imperial Guard have conflicting orders. There were already skirmishes between the two forces. We need higher authority to stop them from killing each other. I spoke in a loud and clear voice. Fuck it. The last thing the dying man needed was dealing with this shit. The whole situation made me furious almost to the point seeing red. Requista's eyes stared at me, as if asking what the fuck could he do about it. I averted my gaze. Rrrr. Roz. The Inquisitor's whisper was barely audible. What was that? Antius stood up and looked around. A moment later he knelt next to a pile of offal in the corner and pulled out a blood and gore-covered object. He found some kind of rag and hastily cleaned it up, before presenting it to Requista. The Inquisitor stared in his rosary for a long moment. His mutilated face twisted in something that should have been a smile, but in fact was a vision from hell itself. A burst of what sounded like binary came from his implants, and the rosary in Antea's paw glowed with soft golden light. Requista's eye turned and looked at me. V, Requista wheezed. Arc, ein, in, seat, veal. Somehow he managed to give me a firm nod. Bune, the Iratech, Purge, Zeno, he rasped for a last time. His eye closed and Requista laid still. I just watched the mutilated corpse. I didn't know the man. I didn't know of him either. Just the fact that he was an Inquisitor and one of the toughest bastards that I was likely to ever meet. Yet, seeing him die here, like that, doing his duty with his dying breath, it changed something. It made me furious. It gave me a purpose. I straightened up and made the Aquila with my hands before giving a deep, respectful bow to the dead Inquisitor. Brother Sergeant Went, check the rest of the cells, see if there's anyone still alive in here. I spoke in a voice I didn't recognize. There was no doubt, no uncertainty, just a conviction that I wasn't going to fail Requista. I was going to fulfill his last will and cleanse this world from the traitors and xeno-polluting it, or die trying. I could do nothing less. You heard the Inquisitor, Antaeus snapped, letting cold fury lace his voice. Went rigid, but then saluted and got out. The librarian turned his attention to me and offered me the rosary. I carefully closed my gloved hand around it. Things like these, Antaeus whispered, they either make or break a man. I have high expectations of you, Lord Inquisitor. 7. Chapter 2, Parts 4 and 5. Chapter 2, Dawn of War. Part 4, Detention Center, Arbiter's HQ, Genova Town, Cronis. No pressure then. I chuckled mirthlessly. Stop the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Guard from killing each other, purge a world from multiple Xeno armies, not to forget the apparent chaos incursion too. I was so much over my head, it wasn't even funny. All in a day's work, Inquisitor. Antaeus spoke solemnly. Santos, incendiary grenade. I won't have Requista's body profaned even further. I ordered my bodyguard after leaving the cell. Sir. The stormtrooper spoke quietly and followed my order once Antaeus walked out. The soldier threw the grenade in and sealed the door, turning the cell into a crematorium. We have a live one here, one of the Space Marines announced aloud in an uneasy voice. I frowned. Whatever could give one of his kind a pause couldn't be a good thing for anyone. I gripped the handle of my sword and walked towards the Astartes. The man was standing next to a cell in the far end of the corridor. His bolter was pointing into its open door, though he didn't open fire. Went and another Marine interrupted their search and moved in to cover their brother. I could hear the stormtroopers taking positions behind me and Antaeus' heavy footsteps following me. What new horror awaited us, I wondered. I walked past a Marine who had taken position to the left of the door and carefully glanced inside. I could see two figures in the twilight. One was a woman. Here, dead white eyes were staring sightlessly at the door. Her face was a frozen grimace, stretched by grey, taut skin. Another, much smaller figure was clutching the dead woman like a lifeline. A pair of empty green eyes were staring through us, looking at only the Emperor knows what. The kid was skin and bones, wrapped in a dirty dress that might have been red once upon a time. She was apparently left to starve to death with the corpse of her young mother or older sister. Still, as fucked up as that was, it didn't explain why the Astartes was feeling uneasy. Undoubtedly, he had seen things that were much more fucked up, like what was done to Requista and his people. Antaeus stopped behind me and looked over my head. Then he hissed. "Can someone enlighten me? Is she possessed or something?" I asked warily. My hand clutched the hilt of my chainsword, and I prepared for action. "Can't you feel it?" The librarian sounded incredulous. "The hell? Now that I think about it. Yeah, there was no trace of the warp that I could sense, like it was never there. It was actually soothing." I said so aloud, too. "She's a pariah." Antaeus hissed again. That gave me pause. As a psyker, her very presence should be screaming, "Kill me now," getting worse the closer the kid was. Instead, there was nothing. "Are you sure?" I frowned. "I feel nothing that suggests she's a pariah or a blank, though I haven't been close to one before." "Very sure." Antaeus growled and took a step back. I'm sure that I heard a sigh of relief coming from him. "That's weird." I shrugged. "But potentially useful with Chaos and Eldar around." "You want to use her?" the librarian asked. "Well, I'm certainly not leaving her here, since she's not possessed or otherwise corrupted. Though a medical scan for nasty surprises will be in order, I think. You're sure she's not a demon host or something?" "Very. I've been close to blanks and a pariah before. The feeling's unmistakable." "How in the Emperor's name can you stand being so close to her?" Antaeus exclaimed. "No idea. I'm weird like that." I shrugged. "Hi there." I smiled and waved at the kid, who didn't react like at all. Damn it, I wasn't a therapist or something. The little training I got for similar situations was going to be counterproductive in this case, I thought. Santos, a ration bar and canteen. Cool picos to have a female trooper waiting us at the entrance. Our new friend might react better to a woman. Trying to get the girl out of her funk with offer of food and water didn't work. She simply wasn't here and didn't really react when I carefully pulled the corpse of her relative from her hands and picked her up. Totally catatonic, or whatever the scientific term was. I growled. Just another life destroyed by the damn traitors, as if I needed another reason to burn them all. Soon enough, we were back at the entrance, after pausing for a few moments to burn the bodies of Requista's team too. We faced no resistance. The remaining traitorous arbiters were either busy running or got ran down by the guardsmen and Astartes' squad working with them. "What's the plan, Lord Inquisitor?" Antius asked after I handed the girl to a short, grizzled corporal who rushed her out towards the waiting chimeras. "You thought what you're going to do, I hope?" Antaeus appeared next to me. "Go back to the capital and put an end to this damn mess. We have enough problems without trying to kill each other too." I dearly hoped that Captain Thule was going to recognize my new authority and rein in his Astartes. We had whole armies of Xeno to deal with. Fighting among ourselves was going to doom us and every human on Kronus. "Good, good," the librarian muttered. "Do you think Thule will challenge your chapter master's orders on my say-so?" I asked. Antius was silent for a long moment. "I believe so. However, there are some of my brothers that would be mightily displeased by such a turn of events." "How displeased?" "That remains to be seen. Antius trailed off. The Astartes, who was standing just beyond the effective boundary of the girl's disruption effect, stiffened. His head snapped up towards the plateau above the town. "By the Emperor," the librarian whispered, turned around and stared. The sky was tearing apart as huge wisps of purple energy were rising from somewhere behind the horizon. Lances of blinding light descended from the heavens, likely the Space Marine strike cruiser unleashing its weapons on the far side of the peninsula. I had the sinking feeling that it was going to be too little too late. The ground shook under our feet. A warm, wet wind started blowing in our faces. It carried a faint smell of decay. I felt a faint pressure in my head, but it was a distant thing that was failed to find a purchase. I shuddered and took a step towards the chimera with the kid we retrieved. The pressure suddenly vanished, and I let out a sigh of relief. Whatever it wasn't good for my health. I knew that much. "We need to leave. Now." Antius rasped. He stumbled towards the waiting chimeras and straightened up once he got closer. "I've never been a witness to a warp storm being born." The librarian groaned. Above us, the tendrils of warp energy continued to race towards space. "Lieutenant, we need to get the fuck out of here yesterday. Make your way to the chimeras on the double, and don't stop for anything. Move it," I shouted in my vox. "Affirmative. What's the situation? We're feeling something weird." "A warp storm and something that looks like chaos incursion." "Shit, we're pulling out now," the LT informed me. "Sergeant, defensive positions, be ready for anything." I ordered the NCO left to oversee our ride back home. "Yes, sir," the aging man said, and started shouting orders. "Sir, what are the odds that we'll be able to pull out without incident?" I asked Antaeus. The librarian didn't answer, and instead just stared at the boiling mass of warp energy that was starting to gather in high orbit. Part 5. Arbiter's HQ, Genova Town, Cronis. It took 5 nerve-wracking minutes for the rest of the platoon and Wentz Marines to reach us. The news from orbit weren't good. The growing warp storm was threatening to cut us off from reinforcements if it didn't stabilize soon. Even worse, the captain of the strike cruiser told Antaeus that the orbital strike appeared to be unsuccessful. Before warp-derived disturbances blanketed their sensors with static and other, less pleasant things, the Astartes in orbit saw a chaos gate forming and a lot of traitor forces pouring through. We had elements of a traitor legion on site, which meant that unless we all cleaned up our act, we were dead. If we were lucky. My job just got that much more important, and I still had no real idea how to do it, besides rely on my newfound authority and pray to the Emperor that it would be enough. I spent the last few minutes trying to plan a course of action that wasn't going to needlessly get people killed, and reached the predictable conclusion that I simply lacked the experience to do so. I was supposed to be training how to be a proper little inquisitorial agent. Not the real thing, damn it. Predictably, we didn't get out without accident. It was that kind of day. Picos just emerged from the main entrance, followed by her soldiers, more than a few of whom were carrying wounded, when I could feel static electricity building in the air. A loud whining followed by a snap crack, and a flash of light erupted from the edge of the null field surrounding the chimeras. Chunks of steaming meat and glowing armor exploded outwards and started raining all over the plaza. A dozen or so rapid flashes followed, deploying huge men randomly just beyond the null field. Most of them wore furs and leathers, though that didn't make their wicked chain swords and axes any less lethal. The small warband was led by a pair of even larger traitor marines, who were armored from head to toe and carrying very large guns. I stared at the madmen who risked teleporting while a warp storm was being born. For a moment, they were surrounded by a corona of dissipating warp energy, which almost immediately discharged into the surrounding area. My training kicked in just as they gave blood-curdling war cries and charged us with no care for their own well-being. Our Astartes were already reacting, aiming at the madmen. However, they concentrated on the major threat, the traitor marines, which gave a chance to the berserkers to close in. I drew my weapons and opened fire at the closest madmen. The chimera next to me was lucky. Its gunner was pointing a heavy bolter in the general direction of the enemy and immediately opened up, blowing a pair of heretics into bloody gore. Antes, who was under the null field, wasted no time and charged a nearby maniac, who was wielding a pair of chain axes, while the rest of the Marines were busy riddling their traitorous brethren with bolter shells. We would have emerged from this ill-timed attack mostly unscratched if it wasn't for one nasty fact. 4 of the madmen appeared almost on top of Picos and her people. The guardsmen wasted no time in opening fire, however they managed to down only 2 berserkers, before the rest were within melee range and started swinging. I saw that from the corner of my eye, and then I was too busy to pay any more attention to anything but Giant barreling towards me. I shot him twice in the chest, which only ignited the furs he was wearing, revealing that he had some kind of armor underneath. My shots only pissed him off. He roared and swung a huge 2-handed axe at me, intent on splitting me in 2. I jumped aside in the last moment, feeling the displaced air as the mighty cleave passed a few centimeters from my left shoulder. I wasted no time and retaliated with an ill-aimed swipe. The man moved with a surprising agility and almost got out of range. The adamantine teeth of my blade caught his biceps and tore through the muscle, leaving an ugly gash in his left hand. That didn't slow him down in the slightest. He roared in rage and pain and swung his axe again, as if it was a child's toy instead of a huge weapon that had to weigh at least 20 kilograms. All I could do was to jump back and pray. The swipe did miss me, but it caught the side of my sword and tore it from my hand. I spat a curse and backpedaled. I raised my last pistol and started shooting at the man's head. I missed as he gave me an ugly smile and charged straight at me. I stumbled at something and fell on my arse, which left me an easy target. I had just enough time to take a hasty shot and curse my luck, before the madman was towering above me. Then his bloodthirsty grin and the head it was attached to were replaced by pink steam. The headless corpse swung on its feet for a couple of seconds, then it started slowly toppling towards me. "Fuck my luck," I hissed and rolled away. "You all right, sir?" Santos was next to me a moment later, offering me a hand. "Thanks," I muttered. "Good fellas, saving my life like that. I think I was going to keep them." I looked around, the enemy done in, though we didn't emerge unscratched. The first casualty I saw was one of the Astartes. His left arm hanged useless, and the arm was missing everything below the elbow. Fuck, those traitors managed at least on shot more or less on target, even when 2 squads were busy emptying their bolters in them. I was suddenly very glad that I wasn't faced with a real traitor marine and had to content with just an initiate at worst. And he almost took my head too, the wanker. I shuddered at the thought of how close to dying I got. "Emperor damned heretics," I muttered, and looked back at where Picos was. Fuck. The LT was all right, though I couldn't say the same for her people. Those bastards that hit them apparently managed to cut down at least half a dozen guardsmen before being shot to pieces, almost literally. The maniacs had so many cauterized holes in them that it was a miracle that they were more or less in one piece. "Get the wounded on the chimeras and let's move on before they hit us again," I ordered. The poor bastards gutted by those heretics weren't among the wounded. The chain weapons had killed everyone they hit. I hoped that this was just a raid of opportunity or something, because otherwise we may not make it back. If we were hit by a dozen traitor Marines instead, most of us would be gone. I had no doubt about that. The only good news was that we got a few minutes to load everyone, with the Astartes taking a ride on the roofs, then left without being attacked again. The Emperor only knew if we could make it to friendly-held territory without being hit again. 8. Chapter 2, Part 6. Chapter 2, Dawn of War. Part 6, 6 hours later, Imperial Guard Column, en route to Victory Bay. Multiple contacts, 6 o'clock. One of Went's Marines spoke in the platoon's general Voxnet. Confirmed, aircars and bikes, approaching fast. From the direction of Genova and the Chaos incursion that infested the peninsula. At least they weren't in position to cut off our way. Not yet. Of course it wouldn't be that easy, I grumbled. Get us moving as fast as practical, check if someone is free to provide some air support and prepare for battle. I spoke in my Vox, trying very hard to keep the resignation out of my voice. There was a small part of me that hoped that we would get back without incident. I should have known better. Camera feeds? I asked the driver, a young corporal called Oren. Surprisingly, the IG regiment sent to pacify Kronus was equipped with top-of-the-line kit, including some impressive networking compared to what most of the Guard had to work with. That included cameras in all vehicles and automated turrets on most chimeras, sparing a soldier the need to expose themselves to use the heavy weapon mounted on top. There were only 2 such machines attached to the platoon, and on the scramble to get away from Genova, I didn't end in one of them. At least the LT and the Stray I picked up were a bit safer than the rest of us. On the bright side, there were still cameras on my ride, allowing me to see what was approaching once I went next to the driver. Behind us, there was a small cloud of vehicles, aircars, bikes, and even 2 buses of all things. It was no surprise that they were able to overtake us. While the chimeras were fast for tracked APCs, they had nothing on civilian skimmers that didn't need to mount much in the way of armor. Just enough to maybe keep a rich idiot alive if they crashed into something. The big question was what they were armed with, because a few decent missile launchers could easily ruin our day. They're in range, engaging. A Marine announced over the Vox an instant before I could hear bolters opening up. Single shots, aimed fire. The enemy was still kilometers away, practically far beyond small arms' effective range, against human-sized targets. Apparently for Space Marines with all their enhancements and whatever help their armor could provide, that wasn't true. They were followed by our heavy weapons, speaking moments later. Just a few seconds after the Astartes opened fire, an air car fell out of formation, then crashed near the road. Despite what a movie might imply, the expected fireball didn't materialize, so the Prometheum tank survived the impact. A biker lost his head next, and his ride slammed into the back of a red air car. This time, we were rewarded with a nice blue-tinted explosion as the 2 vehicles immolated themselves. The ensuing blast wave and shrapnel scattered the nearby traitors and even downed a few air cars. The swarm spread out and continued to approach undeterred by the losses. The cameras caught dull flashes appearing all around the enemy machines as their occupants started firing wildly our way. At this range, they had to be very lucky to hit anything, yet given the amount of ordnance coming our way, they were bound to. A dull clang announced some kind of round ricocheting from the side of our chimera. Yep, even fucking traitors spraying and praying could get lucky. A few seconds later, our gunner let loose a long burst of bolter fire. The heavy round flew true and ripped open one of the closest air cars, splattering its occupants in the process. Autocannons, grenades, and heavy bolters were taking their toll upon the approaching swarm. A saner opponent would have broken off, given the death toll that our heavy weapons and Marines were inflicting. Yet those were Chaos-aligned traitors. Sanity was something that other people did. Hell, a lot of them probably were glad to die for whatever foul thing they worshipped. The worst thing was that I was a spectator. There were no orders to give, no way to actively fight right now. Oh, we could stop, dismount, and give the bastards a good fight. However, that might allow for something actually nasty to catch up, and there was still no word on air support. Besides, doing so would make us easier targets for ramming. It took them a couple of minutes to get close enough that their wildfire started hitting our rides at regular intervals. The Astartes didn't seem to mind. Stubbers and lasguns weren't a big threat for their armor. However, the same couldn't be said about our gunners. "Eli's down," someone shouted over the vox. "Pull her down and take the gun. Medic," Picos ordered. About 2/3 of the swarm was down when they were about to overtake us. The Marines and gunners did a great job, but there were simply too many of the bastards to take out with our firepower. Not before they reached us, at least. "Get off the road and evasive," I snapped. I really didn't like the way the leading bastards were angling their vehicles towards us, and considering that their shooting was really just an inconvenience. "My eyes!" our gunner screamed, and the roar of his bolter ceased. "Help me pull him down," I snapped and stopped watching the battle. I just had to think that, didn't I? I should have known better. A pair of guardsmen rushed to my aid, and within seconds we had the poor bastards back inside the vehicle. We laid him on the floor, and the two men who helped me started pulling out medpacks. I glanced at the rest of the troopers with us. All were injured to one extent or another, though most were walking wounded. Fuck it. I hated being useless anyway. I pushed my shoulders through the gunner's hatch and took a hold of the bolter just as our driver made a sharp turn, making me slam my ribs on a sharp edge. Fortunately, my armor blunted most of the impact, leaving me with only a nasty bruise. I took a moment to get my bearings and make sure that I didn't accidentally shoot one of the Marines riding on the ceiling. What I saw was pure chaos, pun intended. There were bikes and aircars doing their best to ram our wildly evading chimeras, while others flew close in to provide covering fire. Others instead were doing their best to board us, which was sheer insanity considering that we had a pair of Astartes on top of each APC. "In the Emperor's name, die." I heard Antaeus's voice rise from nearby and glanced to the left. The librarian was driving his bike with one hand while shooting over his shoulder with the other. Somehow he wasn't crashing, even though he was unable to use his psyker powers to help find a safe route. He was hitting things too. I saw him rip through a bike that flew next to the chimera behind us. Bolter rounds blew apart the chest of its leather-clad driver, while his buddy, a naked woman, was jumping too on the chimera. The bike flew out of control a moment before the heretic could properly leap, and she bounced from the side skirt of the APC, then harmlessly blew up behind the speeding armored vehicles. "Beware, suicide bombers," I shouted in my vox. That image made me stop gawking at the insanity surrounding me, and I gripped the heavy bolter. It took me a moment to line up a target, an aircar that was diving at the chimera behind us, and opened fire. My first burst went high, just a round or two clipped the trunk, doing no real damage. I cursed while correcting my aim and let loose. Heavy rounds stitched through the middle of the diving car and detonated, tearing it in two. The front slammed into the road behind us and crumbled like a tin can under tank treads, while the back blew up spectacularly a moment after slamming into a tree. That was fucking awesome. A well-aimed burst pinged from the armor around my bolter. I tried to make myself as small target as possible, all the while doing my best to fend off the maniacs. Despite our best efforts, they just kept coming. I saw a pair of cultists jumping on top of a chimera that had to slow down to avoid a ditch. The Marines on top trivially threw the bastards away before they exploded in a shower of gore. An aircar slammed in the back of the last APC, only to crumble when whatever it was made of was found lacking compared to the armor. Then one of the buses was almost on top of us. The madman driving turned it to the side, somehow making the vehicle drift in mid-air. For a heartbeat I thought that the driver fucked up, but then the side aligned with our chimera, revealing at least 20 people with guns pointing our way. "Fuck," I shouted and let loose, emptying the belt into the bus. The Marines did the same, burning through what was left in their magazines in moments. Our combined fire ripped the bus open, spilling people and pieces of people on the ground. Yet the Emperor-damned cultists didn't care and opened fire with everything they got. Slugs and lass bolts slammed into the top of our chimera, either bouncing off or heating the armor. The Marines simply shrugged the fire and reloaded, though the one to my right first pulled out a grenade and threw it in the bus, which was threatening to roll in the air and fall on the last APC. The driver of the rearguard chimera made the engine scream and somehow squeezed off just a bit more speed. The grenade flew in the bus, landing just behind the driver and blew up, simply disintegrating the front third of the machine. The rest spun out of control and slammed into a patch of threes beside the road, where it flew apart. "I need ammo," I shouted to the troopers below me as I did my best to detach the empty belt. Let me tell you, reloading a heavy bolter on top of Chimera, busy evading kamikazes, was pure brass-platted bitch. One cursed by the Emperor himself to boot. Having fucking cultists trying to blow my head off didn't help either. At least the Marines next to me didn't arrange an accident that would have left Thule free to take out the Imperial Guard too. I was finally able to reload and take a note of what the hell was happening around us, when the never-sufficiently damned cultists got lucky. The second bus, which had been hanging back, accelerated behind a wall made of the most remaining air cars. It chose the time well, because apparently all our heavy weapons ran out of ammo in just about the same time, which was a pure fuck-up on our side. The Marines did their best, as well as the few guardsmen who had clear fire lanes from the firing ports in the Chimeras. I opened fire too, ripping a pair of air cars to pieces. It wasn't enough. We took down about 2/3 of the remaining cars when the bus drove through two of its buddies, literally slamming them out of the air. I'm sure I saw at least 2 Marines shredding the driver, making the machine lose control, but it was too late. It slammed in the back of the last Chimera, though at least the Astartes ridding that APC managed to jump out just in time. The impact tore apart the bus, however, the damage was done. The Chimera was sent skidding into a low boulder. It hit hard, at the wrong angle, and the whole APC went airborne for a few seconds before slamming into the ground and rolling a few times until it laid resting on its ceiling. "We lost a Chimera. Circle around and prepare to dismount," I ordered and opened fire at the remaining traitors. "Belay that. Continue driving towards Victory Bay," Pico shouted, giving me pause. She knew better than to disobey an Inquisitor, and she didn't strike me as a woman who would just leave 8 of her people behind. "Lieutenant, explain yourself," I growled in the Vox. "I just got word from HQ. Enemy bombers are vectoring on our position. The General sent interceptors our way, but they won't reach us in time unless we keep driving." I glared at the traitors. What little air cars they had remaining were breaking off and heading towards the crashed Chimera, just as the pair of dismounted Astartes did. We were in the open, with no cover to speak of in sight. If a bomber or two caught us here, we were toast. "You heard the LT. Once the cap is in place, we're coming back," I growled in the Vox, though I didn't really believe it. Somehow, I had trouble believing that we would find anything but corpses, if we could get back in the first place. 9. Chapter 2, Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 2, Dawn of War, Part 7, Broadsword 1-1. Kronus 51st Lightning Interceptor Squadron. Kronus. Broadsword Actual, Overwatch Wilco. Interceptor bomber flight vectoring towards friendly convoy. Coordinates. Flight Lieutenant Erica Astra pulled her control stick and banked to the east. Her agile fighter obeyed like an eager puppy and easily settled into a new course. Behind her, the rest of the squadron followed suit, forming into a wedge formation. Broadsword 2, Broadsword Actual, confirm orders. Erica's XO, Lieutenant Korolev, asked over the Vox. It wasn't like the Victory Bay's local to question orders, any orders. Yet the flight lieutenant could understand his concern. She shared it. The new orders carried them to the east, straight at the source of the chaos sorcery that dominated the skies in the form of a purple wound in reality itself. The Emperor damned thing was connected to the ground via pulsing tentacle made of wriggling energy that made it painful to look in that direction. The warp storm in orbit above that location, an abomination made of unspeakable things, didn't help either. Yet the 51st had their orders. To disobey was treason, and that had only one outcome. Broadsword Actual, Broadsword 2, orders confirmed. We're to intercept enemy bombers and provide cap for a ground convoy. Erica repeated the orders, which came straight from the General. May the Emperor watch over our souls. Broadsword 3, Lieutenant Orlin Kovac, muttered a prayer over the Vox. The Emperor protects. Erica answered just as quietly. She looked at her instruments, at the side of the cockpit, just so she didn't have to stare at the purple tendrils of energy undulating over the horizon. Broadsword flight. Don't look straight at whatever is happening over the Deimos Peninsula, the flight lieutenant ordered. She didn't think that her men were dumb enough to stare into that madness, but she wanted to make sure. Erica started muttering prayers to soothe her nerves and keep her mind off what was happening to her world, while her eyes never left the instruments. It didn't really help. Until just a few years ago, the Tau were little more than peaceful traders, before they started shipping more and more hardware and troops. About the same time, more people began to adopt their culture and views, something that the imperial authorities saw as what it was: an attempt to subvert the emperor's rule. That's when everything started going to hell. The unrest started growing. A few PDF units sided with the Tau, which would have sparkled a war if it wasn't for an orc rock crashing near the blue-skinned settlements and focusing everyone's attention on the green menace. Then things went weird. Disappearances, traces of cult activity, rumors of Eldar sightings. If all that wasn't enough, the Imperial Guard, shortly followed by the Adeptus Astartes, arrived, and that sparkled the conflict. Everyone knew it was coming. Now there was chaos too, threatening not only body but soul. The flight was just a few minutes of the target area when the sensor suite of the Lightning whined, announcing high-energy disturbance that made it hard to detect anything. Broadsword flight, broadsword actual. Are you experiencing Auspex disturbances? Broadsword 2. Detection range is at 50% and rapidly decreasing. Broadsword 3. Mine just fell to 25% and it's not moving from there. Broadsword actual Overwatch. Be advised, we're experiencing interference. Auspex detection range just fell to 1/3. Please advise on enemy location. Erica informed command. Overwatch. Broadsword actual. Be advised, we're detecting 4 boogies vectoring on the convoy. Course. As command gave her the vector and distance of the enemy, Erica typed it into the flight cogitator. 4 blinking red dots appeared on her sensor screen, showing the estimated locations of the enemy. Flight profile and sensor sweeps estimate 4 Marauder bombers, Overwatch declared. Affirmative. Target is 4 Marauders. Erica answered. Good hunting, Broadsword actual. Overwatch out. A few minutes and multiple small course corrections later, Erica finally got the enemy on sensors. The bombers' targets too. The later were hard to miss when they were the only moving thing on the ground. All broadswords, hit the afterburners and engage at will, Erica ordered as her flight screamed far above the guard convoy. The bombers were almost in effective range. They would have had a clear shot even earlier if it wasn't for the disturbance that all but guaranteed a visual range dogfight. At least that wasn't too big a problem this time. Broadsword flight had already expended their missiles while dueling with Tau fighters for air superiority in the vicinity of Victory Bay. The enemy detected them almost at the same time and split. 2 bombers dived while the rest pulled up. Broadsword flight, broadsword actual. I'm taking the low pair. Eliminate the rest and reinforce. Affirmative. Wilco, the Emperor protects. The flight lieutenant put her fighter into a sharp dive. This was going to be tricky. Ideally, she would be able to take out both bombers on the first pass. However, that wasn't something she could count on. If even one of the traitors managed to lock on the convoy, they would be able to kill it. Erica grit her teeth when her flight suit tightened around her as she sped down and the gravities affecting her started mounting. Soon enough, the targeting cogitator gave a pleased beep as it locked on the leading bomber. Erica smiled viciously and pressed the trigger. Her wingtip-mounted lance cannons spoke, and a pair of blinding beams of coherent light bore through the air. One down, the flight lieutenant muttered after her target vanished from the sensors. She looked up from the instruments at the fast-approaching bomber she was flying at. The enemy craft lit up as its autocannons and bolters opened up in an attempt to swat her out of the sky. Erica answered with a burst of her own autocannon, which unfortunately went wide. The enemy's return fire became more accurate, and bolter rounds pinged off her armored wings, the tiny explosions making her plane shake. Erica glanced at the charge. Just a few more seconds, and she could fire her primary weapon again. She sent another burst of shells at the bomber, missing again as it banked right. A ping announced that lance cannons were up, and Erica pressed the trigger. The ponderous bomber had no prayer of evading this salvo, not at practically point-blank range. Two lances of boiling energy speared the enemy craft just in front of the left wing, slicing it open as its own momentum drove it through the beams. Then the ordnance cooked off, and the bomber disappeared in the middle of a colossal explosion. Broadsword flight, broadsword 1. Sound up. Erica ordered and pushed her lighting into a steep climb. Broadsword 2, scratch 1 boogie. Broadsword 3, the heretics are dead. Good. We're on cap until the convoy is in friendly territory. Broadsword actual, overwatch. Enemy bombers killed. Broadsword flight is providing escort for the convoy. Over. Overwatch, broadsword actual. Well done. Carry on. We'll keep an eye for enemy flyers. Over. Erica glanced at the convoy speeding on the highway below. She hoped that it carried something important enough to justify pulling her squadron out of the furball above the capital. To her utter astonishment and confusion, the convoy braked and started turning around. What in the Emperor's name? Broadsword actual, overwatch. The convoy is turning around, please advise. Erica hissed into the Vox. Overwatch, broadsword actual, wait 1. Erica was left fuming as the convoy of chimeras sped back towards the Deimos Peninsula. Overwatch, broadsword actual. The convoy is going back to retrieve a pair of stranded Adeptus Astartes. Provide cap. Will vector support when available. Over. Why did the guardsmen went back to retrieve the same maniacs who had been accidentally killing them for the better part of 2 weeks? What did she do? Offend the Emperor himself or something to deserve dealing with this? Part 8. Command Center, Imperial Guard Base, Final Liberation, Victory Bay, Kronus. The dimly lit room buzzed with chatter coming from all over the jagged front lines surrounding the capital. Most of the light came from a pair of small hololiths, courtesy to the Magos in charge of all things Mechanicus, attached to General Alexander's command, and multiple screens attached to portable consoles. Orcs massing all across the line, large armor formations screened by mobs of infantry. Eldar units skirmishing with the Astartes in sectors. Tau armored elements signed. All contact with the Thur Ablis Plateau has been lost along with the surrounded areas. Scout units report fog and green lighting in the distance. Those regions reported people vanishing too. We lost communications. The general remained outwardly impassive. He had to project the proper image of calm and control to all his subordinates after all. Inside, however, he was deeply concerned. The clashes with the Adeptus Astartes caused a lot of damage, though admittedly it was more morale than material. Even now, all his people found it very hard to trust the Emperor's Angels of Death. When by all means it should have been the opposite, the Space Marines should have been their salvation. Instead, it was only because that suicidal mission to retrieve the Inquisitor that the Imperial forces planetside finally ceased shooting at each other to concentrate on the real enemy, and there was no lack of bastards ready to despoil this world. General, a new figure silently entered the command post. We're done. Both the librarians and I agree. There is no trace of corruption. They won't taste the Emperor's mercy today. The chief psyker attached to his army reported, You have my thanks, Jordan. I merely did my duty, General. The consecrated psyker shrugged lightly and moved to lean on a nearby wall. You should expect company soon. The Inquisitor? And the librarian. He seems determined to shadow our new Inquisitor for the foreseeable future. A hint of approval sneaked in the psyker's voice. Did you see something? Alexander's piercing eyes focused on Jordan. The Tarot hints at possibilities, General. He might be important, or perhaps he already did what he was meant to when he stopped the regrettable misunderstanding. Not too soon. If the Imperial forces were still busy shooting at each other, Alexander wouldn't bet on them being able to withstand the coming storm. There were over 300,000 orcs expected to hit the defensive lines in force shortly after dawn. The Eldar were wreaking havoc behind the lines with Astartes kill teams hunting them down, who knew what the other Xenos intended to do right now, and if all that wasn't bad enough, there was confirmed Chaos incursion and that unknown phenomena at the plateau. Colonel Amundsen, concentrate our artillery units against the orcs. I want them covered, both from the air and against Xeno deep strikes. We will deploy a third of our special forces on overwatch there. Colonel Nicholas, half the armor reserve is to prepare to plug any holes the orcs manage to punch in the front. We can't afford to deploy more infantry on that front. Not when I need the rest of the army to keep the capital secure and watch for chaos incursions. It will fall to the Blood Ravens to act as a hammer with us being the anvil. The plan is simple. Create as big a cauldron as possible for the orcs. They will flock where the fighting is fiercest. Once they commit their armor formations, I want them hammered. Artillery, airstrikes, even orbital support if available, without killing us as well. The primary objective is to use the battle as a bait for the war boss. We need to kill the bastard. At the very least, that will shatter the orcs as a coherent force and buy us time to deal with the larger threats before eradicating as many of the green menace as practical. A commotion came from the entrance, one that very soon revealed itself to be the Lord Inquisitor and his librarian companion. It was clear that the elite soldiers guarding the CP weren't too keen on letting the Astartes in. However, thankfully they didn't irritate the Inquisitor too much. General Alexander. The young Inquisitor looked like a death warmed over, but otherwise intact. Lord Inquisitor. The general bowed. It never paid to antagonize their kind, even if this one appeared to be unusually amiable. I trust that there will be no more misunderstandings. For what is worth, Brother Captain Thule promised there will be no more friendly fire accidents. It will be up to higher authority to determine who will take custody of Kronus once we've secured it. The Inquisitor was an optimist then, something they all would need in the days and weeks to come. I heard the same thing, from your mouth to the Emperor's ears. Alexander made the sign of the Aquila. So say we all. Can someone bring me up to speed on the strategic situation? The general left one of his aides to summarize it briefly while he continued deploying his reserve units in the face of the confirmed chaos presence. That's less than ideal. The Inquisitor scowled. While an understatement of their current predicament, the statement was to the point. You're right, General. We need to shatter the orcs as soon as possible. With them swarming, we can't afford to focus properly on the nastier threats. Their war boss needs to die. My thoughts exactly, my lord. The general nodded. Atheus, can your battle barge be on station above the capital tomorrow at noon? By then we should be fully engaged with the orcs. The Lord Inquisitor asked. It should be possible. The Blood Raven tilted his head, obviously thinking. Once we've confirmed the war boss presence on the front, we should request orbital support. Burn as many of the orcs' rear lines as practical without taking us out as well. That should cut off the war boss from immediate reinforcements and allow us to counterattack, encircle, and eliminate him. Ideally, we'll take it from orbit. However, if we aren't that lucky, a series or precise orbital strikes should give us a window of opportunity that won't require to break a large part of the general's army in the process. It would be appreciated if your brothers can deep strike a kill team from orbit to assist us as well. We'll lead the operation to reassure everyone that we're all one big happy family fighting in the Emperor's name. That was actually prudent, while his people were professional and there were commissars around to ensure they stayed that way. General Alexander knew that even the Red Menaces were shaken over the Blood Raven's actions over the past weeks. If this was to work, they would need to work together, properly, instead of being busy watching each other backs for an expected backstab. Alexander had intended to personally lead the fight against the Orc war boss. However, an Inquisitor should be able to do so as well, and he would have better leverage against the Astartes. If it is all right, I will join you for this morning's excitement, my lord. Better safe than sorry after all. I'll appreciate it, General. Now let's make this outline into a proper plan. Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 2, On Death's Ground, Part 1, Imperial Lines, Pavonian Heartlands. Cronus was for a tough time even in the best-case scenario. If we lost, everyone would be dead if we were lucky, otherwise we just might become the playthings of demons and Xeno alike. And when we win, as I had to continue repeating to myself and anyone willing to listen, then everyone still alive on Cronus would be on short rations for the foreseeable future. That one was inevitable. About half the Imperial Guard and most of the loyal PDF units were deployed straight in the middle of the continent, if not the planet's breadbasket, and very soon we would turn it into a death field. Outside the Colonel's CP, priests screamed prayers to him on terror, as if their sheer volume would make him hear and respond. Commissars marched up and down the ranks, shouting encouragements and threats. They did their best to instill more fear in the troops of themselves and me than the green tide fast approaching us. Scouts have firm lock on the first wave. It's a disorganized mob, primary melee troops with mixed shooters and the odd AT, an aide reported. A tech priest wearing rusty red robe that concealed almost his, or hers, whole body shifted in the far corner of the CP. Mecha tendrils waved in a silent rhythm. Red light shone from the hood, hiding the Martian's face, or what they had replaced it with, and the picture on the hololith in the center of the room shifted. Keep the artillery silent and concealed. Heavy weapon teams are clear to begin mortar bombardment to soften up the horde once the enemy enters effective range. Unless we're in danger to be overrun, kill teams are to hang back. We're likely to get only one chance of this unless the Emperor smiles upon us and the fleet boys and girls manage to fry us a war boss, Colonel Barnabas instructed. His cleanly shaven head almost reflected the light of the tactical consoles. Instead, his midnight black skin tone, just this side of being unnatural, practically absorbed the light. 2 rolls of silver metal teeth flashed in a crooked grin. The greenies want a scarp. Let's give them one they will never forget. Besides a 3-dimensional map of the area of operations, now the hololith displayed 3 windows, feeds from servo skulls attached to the forward observers and scout elements. As far as the horizon stretched, all that could be seen were massed ranks of jogging orcs. Most of them were rather huge, green, naturally, but ugly, had tusks that would make the largest of boars feel inadequate, and every single one of them brandished some kind of weapon, often 2 or more. Crude axes and swords were a given, along with armor that was practically whatever piece of scrap they get their grabby hands on. Some of them wielded even cruder firearms that by no means should be able to fire, yet in orc hands were still dangerous. Much smaller figures darted between the legs of the larger specimens. They were even uglier if that was possible. Tiny, gnarled parodies of children that ran in every which way, only to be often trampled or even grabbed for a hungry orc to take a bite of the screaming creatures before throwing the rest away. Dark, choking smoke formed clouds far behind the visible horde, the enemy vehicle formations, if the expected mob of scrap that somehow moved warranted such a lofty title. Designated marksmen, greet our guests. The rest of the regiment, hold fire until the orcs come closer, Barnabas added. Only now did he turn to address me. Inquisitor, it's an honor you chose to fight beside us today. What are your orders? Barely visible spears of coherent light lanced from our positions, and the few enthusiasts running in front of the advancing mobs soon staggered. Smaller pieces of scrap armor outright vaporized, and chunk of green flesh blew off when green skin burned and blood boiled. Wounds that would have incapacitated the average human, if not proven outright fatal, merely slowed down the sprinting orcs. Better marksmen didn't bother with body shots and aimed at the heads. Jaws exploded in shower of superheated bone, eyeballs vaporized and faces melted. The joyous roars finally turned into howls of rage and pain. Finally, orcs began to fall. We'll wait for an opening. I nodded at the librarian who did his best to lean on a power maul while clad in all the bells and whistles that a blood raven of his status could scrap together. Atheus was doing his best to look positively friendly and non-threatening without resorting to warp shenanigans. Needless to say, his effort left something to be desired if the way everyone but the colonel stiffened when we entered the CP. Give us one and we'll do everything humanly possible, and then some, to bag us a war boss. That's the spirit, Inquisitor. Barnabas's rich baritone echoed around the metal walls of the CP. Orcs entering effective range. It looks like the rest are as eager to get shot as those enthusiasts. The horde surged forward, and even in the CP, we could hear the distinct thumps of mortars. He and Prometheum warheads rained fire and steel just behind the first lines of the huge mob, effectively slicing the advancing horde into smaller, easier-to-digest chunks. If anything, the bombardment only made the orcs more eager to get to us. Wah! Distant cries echoed above the plain. We might not be able to detect Eldar craft before they begin bombing us, I warned. We've deployed the heavy AA assets covering our artillery and logistics. The light and medium AA is what we have to cover the rest." The colonel gave a small shrug. It wasn't like we could call in more assets. The Aeronautica is out in force as well. Orc mobs moving in all across the line, a Vox operator reported. On the hololith we saw and moments later heard autocannons and all other kinds of support weapons let loose. Multi-lasers, heavy stubbers favored by the local PDF as squad support weapons, even a few lance cannons that let loose in a less powerful anti-personnel mode. They sacrificed direct firepower for a weaker, continuous beam that experienced teams used to reap a frightful harvest from the approaching enemy. Soon massed ranks of guardsmen, concealed in reinforced bunkers if they were lucky or relying on mere trenches, sandbags and kilometers upon kilometers of barbed wire if not, began shooting volleys of laser death. The first ranks of the horde simply vanished, devoured by the firepower arrayed against them. The rest of the nearly mindless brutes only intensified their joyful cries and pushed forward. "Mortars, switch," Barnabas ordered. For a few heartbeats, the shriek of falling rounds ceased before the mortar teams fixed the next pre-targeted line and opened fire again, thus serving the next chunk of the horde for our front line. And so it begins. Part 2. Orc Horde, Pavonian Heartlands. Engines roared, mech boys screamed and laughed at each other, knobs and mega-armored knobs drummed wicked claws into plates of solid metal chanting. Above all else, countless orcs chanted their joy as one. Wah! Warboss Gorguts Ed Hunter grinned toothily from his perch, on top of a huge contraption built by his mech boys. All around him, as far as he could see, vehicles of all stripes drove more or less in the same direction, to battle, from boys on kitted-up bikes, with skulls from those weak Hummies they didn't have fun with over the past few days, to looted tanks and even some built by the mech boys when they got bored. Life was good. Her was surrounded by more boys than he had earned teeth so far. From what he could hear, the Hummies finally decided to bring on those with fight in them. There were even those weird blueskins to fight. It was going to be glorious. At least that was what Gorguts kept telling himself. Over the past couple of days, he couldn't help but feel a damn itch in the back of his skull, and tonight, once the sun set, as his horde moved past those mountains to the right, they all saw pretty green lighting. That was a Propar color, not like those dumb blue boys. The warboss shook his head after it by instinct, turned to look in the direction of those mountains. Even now, with the sun rising and falling upon his advancing boys, he could see forks of deep green color, darker than the skin of most orcs. That picture unsettled something deep in him. His whole body itched for a fight, and Gorguts hoped by Morg that the Hummies would provide. Then, once the War swept them away, he could turn the whole horde against that. The warboss blinked as he lost his thought. The itch, the pressure for battle, it grew with every passing moment. It was a drive like he had never experienced before. It was glorious. Wah! Gorguts waved his mega claw. Faster! Blood axes! Faster, damn you! He needed to fight now. We're red! We're fast! The mech boy driver roared back. Whatever the fume-drunk little runt did, the giant truck, which was naturally painted bright red, kicked into gear and accelerated. Wah! Gorguts responded and slammed his claw into the ceiling of the truck, denting it. The clang served to relax his urge a tiny bit, so he did it, again and again. All around the warboss, his orcs began drumming on whatever was in reach in beat with him. Now, this was a Propar Wah, Gorguts concluded. By the time the warboss could see the fighting, the itch was back in full power. His muscles tensed, ready to snap from a pressure coming from within. Far in the distance, explosions, fire and blood flew in all directions. The Hummies fought. Excellent. Advance, bring us closer, Gorguts roared. The moment he laid eyes on the combat, deep-buried instincts took over. He had to be there, right in the thick of it. His body demanded it, and even as they approached, something within began to change. Ed Hunter began to sweat, and his bloodshot eyes never left the mesmerizing sight of artillery tearing boys to shreds. Go! Drive over them. All around him, the orcs felt the same tension, both in the air and deep within their bodies, and they all surged forward. Divisions' worth of armor drove forward heedless of what was on the way. Boys on foot, bikes, other smaller vehicles, it didn't matter. Anything and everything that stood between them and the fight they drove over or through. Very soon, the faster and more agile bikes and smaller trucks pulled forward and drove through the back lines of the thinning mobs at the head of the horde. It was a time-honored and the often preferred orc strategy. Throw endless bodies at the enemy, and if there were points of tough resistance, throw more at them because there the scrapping be good. More often than not, it tended to work, if for no other reason, because once the enemy at the point of contact ran of heavy weapon ordnance, of said weapons overheated, the orc mobs could swarm them. That was a perfect way for younger, weaker runts to prove themselves and grow if they lived. Gorguts blinked at those thoughts. As he came closer and closer to the fight, his mind began to clear even as the pressure to join the fray and grow constantly intensified without a respite in sight. These thoughts, they weren't proper orky ones, or were they? He used his mega claw to scratch his temple and brush away some sweat and skin alike. If he was the Hummies, he would show his hand soon to deal with the danger of the armor. Where did that come from? Golden light shone all across the sky. Clouds and smoke alike trembled and tore asunder as spears of pure energy slammed into the back of the orc armor formations. Boys and tanks alike ceased to exist within 300 meters of the epicenters of the orbital strikes. 2 kilometers away, heatwave flash burned flesh, searing it away from the bone, and melted all metal it washed over. Beyond that distance, the heat itself gradually ceased to be immediately deadly, at least for those safely buttoned in looted tanks. For them, the shockwave that came on the heels of the heat proved to be a proper can opener. In one fell sweep, the orbital strikes tore off and devoured the heart of Gorguts's horde. Perhaps he shouldn't have clumped everyone together in such a delicious target, the warboss thought, even as the never-ending roar of the bombardment shook and deafened him. He shook himself, and instincts long forgotten took over. "Wah!" Gorguts roared, and every orc in the region, no matter if they still had working ears or not, heard and felt him. His very will drove them forward, and even crippled boys, who by no means should have been able to more than crawl, got up on ruined legs, or dragged themselves forward with seared hands that were more charred bones than flesh. He felt better than ever. He was unstoppable. No puny Hummies would bring down the orcs on this day. No blue skins, warp spawn, or the old enemies. He was Gorguts' Ed Hunter. He was boss, and he would triumph. Multiple batteries of concealed basilisk and death-strike artillery chose that moment to speak as one, roaring back their defiance in the face of the Wah! Earthshaker rounds threw off the remaining mobs off their feet, fuel-air explosions tore their lungs to shreds before liquid promethium set them all ablaze. The artillery kept coming in constant steel shower, yet the orcs, driven into frenzy by Gorguts's very will and newly awakened instincts, drove right through. The huge machine that drove the warboss tore its way through hills of charred and torn-apart orcs. Thick clouds of spore and smoke cut the visibility to almost nothing. Yet the mech boy driving could sense the enemy nearby and aimed their way. Soon they exited the haze to see multiple proper orky vehicles had made it through the artillery. They were slow, much slower they ought to be, as they grind their way through mountains of corpses. That gave more than enough time for the Hummies to orderly retreat from a third line of trenches to a fourth. When the few remaining boys of the leading mobs swarmed over the abandoned redoubt, concealed charges turned them all into living torches before a second set scythed through them and utterly demolished that line of defense. The orc armor advanced heedless of the losses or their chances of victory. They were orcs, the enemy was right there, in front of them, and that was all that mattered. Something caught Gorguts's eye, and he looked up. Ugly, blocky, almost properly orky shapes dove through the smoke-choked skies. Missiles detached from pods under their wings shot down seeking targets, and nose-mounted energy weapons carved through armor and orcs alike. The warboss glared impotently at the warplanes that were out of reach before he jumped from the slowed-down truck and rushed towards the enemy lines. He had to get to grips with them, nothing else mattered. His instincts sang of war and the growth it heralded, and finally they overtook him fully. Gorguts ran forward shooting at everything that moved, and soon groups of knobs, mostly the mega-armored ones who could survive better near misses, joined him. More and more armor made it through the steel shower, and he could feel the puny Humies faltering. He could almost taste victory here, yet the scratching in his head demanded attention. The war boss jumped over the remains of the last abandoned trench, and unstoppable tide of knobs followed him. The heavy armored boys charged straight in, even as Gorguts himself slowed down. What he saw gave the scratch in his head the opening it needed to tamper his bloodlust. Orderly ranks of human tanks waited for them. They were dug in right behind the next line of trenches. More of them and larger models approached from behind them. He glanced up and saw the Cass plane swinging in for another pass, and if that wasn't enough, 3 falling stars streaked through the air, seemingly straight at him. There was one single thought filling Gorguts's mind at that moment. I should have planned this one better. As if waiting for him to get this realization, the humans opened fire as one and drowned his screaming knobs in an avalanche of coherent light, fire, and high-explosive death. There was nothing to it. They had to break through, get among the humans, or die. Wah! Gorgut screamed his rage, aimed as much at himself as at the humans slaughtering his boys, and activated his tactical teleporter. A flash of unreality and alien cold thoughts followed before he came back into the real world. His return turned a group of humans into cooked chunks of twisted flesh and bone. Before their buddies could respond, they had a furious war boss in between them, and all they could do was die screaming. Chapter 3, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 3, On Death's Ground. Part 3, Imperial Lines, Pavonian Heartlands. For 2 hours, there was little to do but watch the slaughter. The Orc horde threw itself against our lines, mortars and all kinds of direct-fire heavy weapons, along with whole regiments of infantry, did their best to turn the Xeno into green paste, rinse and repeat. A normal enemy would have broken a long time ago. There were very few known species that could sustain and find the Orcs' tactics acceptable. The Tyranids came to mind, a few really nasty xenotypes that were hopefully exterminated during the Great Crusade. The only other thing that could rival this madness was a full-blown chaos invasion, complete with hordes of demons, something we might have to deal with sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, the slaughter wasn't a one-sided affair. While a relatively small portion of the mobs that impaled themselves on our lines were armed with projectile weapons, in absolute numbers, there were tens of thousands of them, using the other Xenos as live shields. Their accuracy was terrible too. However, if you sent enough bullets downrange, you would eventually hit someone, by sheer luck if nothing else. The exchange rate was ridiculous. Tens of thousands of Orcs were gone, with a few hundred injured guardsmen, and the last time I checked, our dead were in the lower double-digit range. Yet the green screaming maniacs kept coming. Soon the guard had to abandon the first line of trenches after mountains of corpses cut their firing lanes to almost nothing, and Orcs using their dead as cover came perilously close to reaching the first line of defense. The mortars and heavy weapons went to maximum rate of fire to cover the orderly retreat, and whole regiments pulled back to the second line of trenches and bunkers. We lost a few more people shot in the open by lucky Orcs before the retreat was complete, and once a large number of the Xenos swarmed the abandoned position, the charges built in for precisely this purpose detonated. The whole front line lit up in hundreds of simultaneous explosions, and thousands of Orcs ceased to exist in a blink of an eye. They kept coming and dying. A smarter enemy would have been wary about us pulling off the same trap when the guard had to abandon the second trench line. The Orcs didn't care. They swarmed the abandoned positions and for a second time died by the thousands for no gain. Then a third and a fourth before their armor formations approached. We saw it all in high definition thanks to hundreds of servo skulls spread all over the front, providing intelligence and scanning for stealth units, either unusually cunning Orcs or more likely and dangerous Eldar raiding parties. Speaking about those particular Xenos, since dawn they had made themselves scarce, and instead of feeling relief, I waited for the next shoe to drop. "Do we have eyes on the war boss?" I asked while scanning the various sensor feeds. Nearby, Antias stood with closed eyes, and if you didn't know better, you might think he was asleep. Instead, he was scanning the warp for any really unpleasant surprises, like Eldar assassins or demon incursions. "Negative. Whatever they're burning for fuel is creating a fume cloud above their armor formation that confuses even the warship's auspex. A young captain reported after consulting with our resident Martian, who incidentally handled the communications with the Blood Raven's battle barge in orbit. The Xeno armor is coming too close. If we have to handle them the hard way, we'll suffer unacceptable losses, I concluded. The colonel nodded in relief. Unfortunately, there were in fact certain Imperial commanders, Inquisitors too, who would be all too eager to get to grips with the enemy and damn the consequences. Those nice folks, especially if they were among the Commissar Corps, would be all too eager to shoot anyone disagreeing as a defeatist. Magos sent my compliments to the captain along with request to remove as much of the Xeno armor as possible without demolishing our own lines. I addressed the senior tech priest attached to the general's staff. He was forwardly deployed today for one reason only, to facilitate communications with the warship in orbit. The Martian answered with a stream of binary that was hopefully a confirmation of my orders, and I returned my attention to the hololith. Once upon a time, the Imperial forces of all branches worked much closely together. Everyone from the lowest of the low privates up to generals, fleet commanders, and Astartes commanders. Then the great heresy happened, and making sure that a turned commander couldn't take with them a large contingent of the Emperor's military became more important than close coordination and unified chain of command. It worked more often than not, though the downside was obvious. It was always paid in lives by the poor bastards on the ground. What I had to order right now, that was a prime example. Even General Alexander didn't have the authority to order orbital strikes, even if the warship in orbit was part of the regular navy instead of a Adeptus Astartes battle barge. At best, he could make it a request, one that the captain wasn't bound to take seriously. It was even worse when tactical orbital strikes were needed by regimental or even battalion-level formations. An order from an Inquisitor, on the other hand, one authenticated from the senior Martian on the ground, that was a different matter. Order received and confirmed. Praise the Omnissiah. Orbital bombardment imminent. The Martian spoke in more or less clear High Gothic. It was obvious that the cogboy was gleeful even through his mechanical speech. Spread the word. Have everyone brace for close-in orbital strikes. My words were redundant. Colonel Barnabas was already busy screaming orders. Servo skulls went to ground. Any tank that wasn't already sealed buttoned up along with any other crewed vehicle, and every soldier not busy pumping shot after shot into the advancing orcs went behind the deepest, sturdiest cover they could find and closed their eyes. It wasn't a moment too soon either. A few of sensor probes were still up, giving us a great view of the orc horde. The dust, smoke, orc spores and whatever else hung above the battlefield, making aerial and orbital surveillance problematic, got stabbed by blinding lances of pure energy thicker than a Lehman Russ. Their very passage cleared the sky for kilometers around, and when they hit, the soil vaporized at the impact, before anything on the edge of the strike turned into plasma. The resulting release of energy blinded the servo skulls, and once the screens cleared, multiple mushroom clouds rose from the heart of the orc horde. The ground below our feet rumbled and shook from the bombardment, and finally the shockwave washed over the bunker, carrying the roar of the explosions. Even at this range, it was almost deafening, endless crescendo. For the poor bastards in the trenches, it had to be pure hell. Bombardment complete. The litany of fury is moving station to better cover the chaos incursion. The Martian reported. He sounded like he had whatever passed for a boner for his cogboy kind. Colonel, I recommend you release all artillery batteries. Concentrate fire on the front leading right at the regiment in front of us. Let's make this the most heavy contested area on the battlefield. I nodded at the librarian at my back. We're going to meet the war boss. If it's still alive, I don't believe it would be able to decline our invitation. The sensor feeds were bloody enough. Yet as we approached the front, I stood on top of the chimera we rode, and I could say one thing for certain. Those images didn't do it justice, no matter how good the cameras were. The whole horizon was gone, replaced by angry pillars of smoke, dust, and raining debris. In fact, everything about 10 kilometers away from the front was one giant, if dying firestorm. The energy discharge and everything it threw in the atmosphere had another side effect too. Black storm clouds formed fast above the bombarded zone. Enemy armor in sight. They're driving right over their own corpses, a Vox operator reported. All units pull back to the last trench line. Artillery support is available at this time. 36th Golgotha Infantry Regiment has priority on fire missions. Be advised, Aeronautica assets will begin danger-close bombing runs against Xeno armor assets. As we approached, concealed tanks came to life along with the chimeras carrying their infantry support. The great majority of them were Lehman Russ variants. However, a Baneblade unit was available as the final reserve and an armored fist to be deployed once we had eyes on the war boss, or the situation went to hell. Even a Bloodraven Predator platoon should be ready on the far flank. I hoped that all of this was an overkill because the bombardment took out the war boss. A few minutes later, I found I wasn't that lucky. Priority target side. Coordinate Heavy Xeno infantry assaulting grid L23. A huge orc is leading them. That's our target. Colonel Barnabas, Inquisitor Vale. Priority target located. Grid L23. Release the rest of the armor reserve. We're moving to engage as well. The Emperor protects. Too soon, the Chimera brought us around a small tree-covered hill that had snipers and artillery observes crawling all over it, and I saw the orc onslaught with my own eyes. As far as I could see, there were green-armored behemoths, many of them hefting crew-served weapons as if they were toys. They were busy rampaging through the trenches, while guardsmen either shot them as fast as they could press the trigger or fought a losing melee battle. Dug-in tanks raked the orcs with bolters and high-explosive shells, heavy weapon teams shot them with autocannons and lance batteries until their weapons glowed from the heat, bombers screamed above us and shot at everything big and green that moved. Yet the Xeno didn't stop coming. A single blood-splattered and scorched orc towered above that carnage. I saw it grab a screaming commissar with a claw that looked large enough to lift up tanks, and it cut the man in two within a shower of blood. Then the bloody bastard threw the commissar's torso in the air. The poor bastard was still screaming and closed its huge armored jaw around it. Fury and revulsion burned in my chest at that gruesome sight. "This thing needs to die now," I hissed. "Driver, ram that orc. Antes, give us an opening." I felt the warp stir behind me, and the librarian's whole form lit up with eldritch fire. Despite the cacophony of the battle, I could hear Antaeus' deep, soothing voice as he began to chant prayers to the Emperor. Runes and circuits built in his power hammer glowed with golden light. "As you say, sir." The driver sounded less than thrilled. However, apparently he decided that charging a rampaging orc boss was less hazardous to his health than disregarding even a suicidal order from the Inquisition. Smart man. I drew my chainsword and carefully opened my mind-eye to the warp. Prayers and chants meant to focus, my power fell off my lips and sickly sweet energy raced through my veins. My sight sharpened, my heartbeat quickened to unhealthy level, and the world around me began slowing down even as the power within me grew. I pointed my sword at the war boss, and purple lighting danced over its adamantite-tipped teeth. The chimera below us roared as the driver put it into high gear, and we charged the green monstrosity. Part 4. Imperial Lines, Pavonian Heartlands. I perceived the world in a slow motion through warp-enhanced senses. The air stank. The unfathomable stench of ozone from energy discharges, burned orcs, fear, human blood and other fluids assaulted my nose. I could see men and women fight, scream curses and prayers to the Emperor, and die as the advancing orc knobs slammed into our lines. A group of heavy armored monsters jumped above a trench and tore everyone apart with wicked claws, only to lose their legs as the fortification blew up as a final fuck you from the guardsmen. A dug-in tank shot one of the crippled orcs in the face with a he-round that blew up its torso in a shower of fire and gore. More knobs surged forward, and the armored leading elements of the armored reserve arrived just in time to meet them with bolter and cannon. A flight of bombers roared above us as they came in to strafe the piles of scrap the Xeno called armor. Our driver shouted fervent prayers as he pointed the chimera straight at the blood-splattered war boss and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The APC buckled and charged straight at the massive monster. Time was up. I roared an incantation and waved my sword in an arc, thus sending purple lighting at the war boss's head. I more felt than saw Antaeus vault over me and hurl himself at the green behemoth propelled by his transhuman biology, power armor, and psychic power. My lighting struck the perturbing metal jaw of the orc with a blinding flash a moment before the chimera slammed into his chest. I jumped away, trusting my armor and eldritch power, strengthening my flesh to survive. Torn ground, mud and blood in my mouth and pain. The world swam in front of my eyes, yet I got up on my feet due to my will alone. The war boss was still right here, holding the chimera and crushing it. The world suddenly sped up, and the deafening sound of the battle crashed over me in full. There was no sight of Antaeus, however. When the orc threw the mangled APC aside, I could see his face clearly. Its left side, along with the metal jaw on that side, was simply gone. Scorched flesh and bone stared me in a grotesque parody of sneer. I saw something blinking below the orc, then Antaeus was upon the monster, swinging his weapon in golden arc. The warboss parried with glowing power claws and leveled his hand cannon at the librarian. Only then did my mind fully kick back into gear, and I charged at the orc without thinking things through. I spat an incantation, and arcs of burning warp ran down my arm until they surrounded my hungry chainsword. I pointed it at the orc and unleashed the attack at his cannon. Eldritch lighting slammed into the weapon and threw the metal, eating through it with ease. The cannon's barrels twisted and blew up when the warboss tried to shoot Antaeus. The warp shook and twisted as something passed right through it. The aftershock shook me to the core, and it was only the Emperor's mercy that I didn't lose control of the powers running through me and blew off my head, or worse. Multicolored lighting surrounded us, tasting blue. The air cracked and screamed in torment, and I found myself on my arse, staring dumbly at 4 towering titans painted red. The Terminators, for they could be nothing less, wasted no time and charged at the orc with inhuman speed. To the Xeno's credit, the assault didn't deter it. It actually laughed so loud that his guttural joy drowned the war around us. I saw his muscles bulge as warp energy seeped into them. With a shove, he sent Antaeus stumbling back, and in the same motion backhanded a space marine sprinting at it with hammer and shield. The Terminator took the blow on his shield, lighting cracked, and the Angel of Death flew back from the impact. A second Terminator clashed with the ruined cannon. His power ace bit deep into it, yet even as weakened as it was, the Astartes weapon couldn't properly cut through it with a single strike. The other 2 Space Marines were more successful. One lit the orc's back on fire with a huge flamer, while the other slammed a lighting claw into the back of its right knee. The warboss howled as his leg gave away before power claws tore into the bulky junk covering its back. Antaeus had recovered and was upon the beast again, even as the axe-wielding Terminator kept pushing down, pinning its left arm. It raised its huge claws to strike that never landed. The last Terminator didn't even bother coming closer again. Instead, he threw his hammer at the orc's elbow, and the strike made his claw fly harmlessly above the librarian's head. The warboss flinched away from the incoming power hammer in the last moment, and instead of pulping its head for good, the force weapon slammed into its right shoulder, crushing flesh and metal alike. The beast's burning and slicked backpack discharged arching electricity and raw warp power for a split second. That was all the warning the Space Marines got. They moved as one, stepping back just in time. Reality twisted and screamed in agony. The warboss twisted with it, and then it was gone. For a few long moments, the only sounds over the battlefield was roar of barking Imperial weaponry. Hundreds, if not thousands, of orcs stared at the space where their warboss used to be. Wah! The armored beasts roared as one and charged at us, yet some of the smaller ones that had survived up until now slowed down, and here and there, a few of them broke and ran. I shook my head, trying to process what just happened before my training kicked in, despite the concussion I likely suffered. I grit my bloody teeth and forced my power to cooperate. Scalding warp energy bubbled in my veins as I got up. It was just in time, too, because a group of knobs was busy butchering a fire team in the trench beside me, and I was their next target. Long lines of heavy bolter shells flew past me and stitched through the knobs. The Terminators fanned out in pairs and jumped in the fray, while Antaeus raised his power hammer and warp fire surrounded its head. He jumped in a way that should have been impossible in his armor, and even my warp-enhanced sight had trouble following him. One moment he stood where the orc vanished, a blur, and then he was at the trench beside me. His hammer slammed into a knob, towering a head above the librarian, and fire exploded from the impact, burning the beast to ash. A fiery corona flew in a semicircle in front of Antaeus, lighting up everything on fire. I sent my own warp powers into the fray by launching a lighting bolt at a knob that disregarded the fact it was burning and charged the librarian screaming obscenities. My attack cracked its armor and staggered him, momentarily pausing its advance. The knob never had a chance to resume its advance. What looked like a bright white laser beam turned it into flying bloody chunks. I dared glance over my shoulder and grinned like a maniac. The armor reserve was finally in place, unleashing the Emperor's own wrath upon the Xeno. For the Emperor, no mercy! I screamed, waving my sword like a madman, and charged into the fray. Chapter 3, Parts 5006. Chapter 3, On Death's Ground, Part 5, Imperial Lines, Pavonian Heartlands. In a hindsight, charging the orc knobs right beside the Emperor's own Adeptus Astartes, when I only had a carapace armor for protection and a chainsword as a weapon, wasn't my brightest idea. I reached that profound revelation after the teeth of my blade got stuck in the spine of a huge Xeno, who nevertheless managed to backhand me, tearing my cheek and cracking teeth. I suddenly found myself on the ground with aforementioned orc, dragging himself my way on legs that no longer worked. The green skin roared at me, displaying an impressive array of a very large teeth. A huge blocky shape chose that moment to fly overhead and strafe the whole area with all kinds of weapons, which it seemed were stuck on every surface of the bomber. Streams of heavy bolter fire, lance cannons and missiles splashed over the knobs and, more importantly, tore the brute coming my way to great many bloody chunks that rained all over me. A small voice in the back of my head shook in terror, wondering the fuck was I doing out here. While the rest of me got into gear and I went to see if my sword had survived the aerial attack. Say what you will about the training I got in the Schola and later the Inquisition-sponsored academy, it ensured I didn't freeze up even when my courage was doing its best to fail. Another knob came my way. This one was armored from head to toe and carried an odd mix between an axe and warhammer, taller than me and likely heavier. When it saw me, the orc roared a challenge and ran at me, raising the weapon for overhead strike. My heart did its best to jump out of my chest, even as I clawed at my connection with the immaterium and drew as much power as I could. The orc was almost at me when I spread my arms and unleashed the energy at the towering brute. Purple lighting flashed between my hands and flew outwards in a condensed arc. The flash was intense enough that it blinded me, and the next thing I knew, something struck my left shoulder with enough strength to bring me to my knee. The pain that hit next was almost an afterthought. The geyser of blood spraying from my mangled shoulder where the orc's axe had struck was something else too. At least the bastard was dead. He was on his knees and missed both his arms below the elbow as well as his head above the chin. I had to be in shock. That explained why I wasn't screaming my lungs out. And I was still bleeding. Perhaps I should be doing something about it while I still could. Emperor, have mercy, I muttered, and drew more power from the immaterium. My brain protested, and I felt a trickle of blood leaking from my nose, but ignored it. Lighting cracked around the fingers of my right hand, and I pressed it at the gushing wound. All I knew then was pain, and I was sure I screamed louder than the fucking orcs. Thankfully, I lasted long enough to cauterize my wound and more or less release the warp in a controlled manner before blacking out. A swing from his power weapon turned the head of a particularly ugly orc into mush. Antaeus didn't bother to pull out his hammer out of the Xeno's torso before channeling energy into it and unleashing a blast wave that blew the alien into chunks before slamming into a group of its friends and threw them off their feet. That maneuver bought him enough time to draw more power from the warp, and just as the other three orcs got up, he let it go at the middle one. The knob had one moment to see death coming before the librarian's attack hit and blew up its torso as if it had swallowed a grenade. The explosion was potent enough to mangle the other two knobs, and before they could recover, Antaeus was at them. He smashed aside the crude axe the closer one carried, breaking its arm in the process, then reversed the direction of his swing and tore off the lower jaw of the Xeno. Despite the battle going around, the Space Marine could clearly hear the Orc's neck crack from the strike. He nevertheless slammed his power hammer in the side of the Nob's head, shattering its skull. That gave him just enough time to turn around and meet the attack of the last Xeno who had recovered from the explosion. At least as much as it could, with its left arm mangled enough to show bone on multiple places. That didn't stop it from screaming its defiance of all that was holy and wildly swing its sword with its other hand. Antaeus parried a crude slash, took a step back and poked the Orc's torso with his power hammer, channeling energy from the immaterium into the weapon all the while. The warp energy released on contact, further enhancing the power of the strike. The Orc's crude armor caved in, and the librarian heard the satisfying sound of shattering ribs. Not that such an injury was enough to put down the maddened Orc. It brushed the hammer aside with its mangled hand, all the while screaming in pain and fury, not to mention throwing blood everywhere along with thick spit, and did its best to skewer Antaeus. The Space Marine sidestepped the thrust, took a step forward, and headbutted the Xeno before pushing it away with the hilt of his warhammer. That was enough to slow down the wounded Orc, and before it could manage another credible attack, the librarian struck true. The head of his warhammer caught the knob in the side, just below the shoulder, and caved in armor, flesh and bone alike, before tearing its way clear through the chest and throwing the Orc away. With the enemy crippled and down for the time being, Antaeus looked around for more immediate threats. What he saw filled him with pride. What few Orcs were still on their legs were busy engaging his brothers with the rest, trying to run around as the guard-armored reserve scythed them down. That was good. With the Orc boss gone, hopefully for good, and his Nobs, the largest and strongest in the Horde, along with most of said Horde, dead, the Orc threat on the planet should be contained for the time being. While the Orcs were far from gone, much less for good, after this defeat, they would be of no consequence until the Imperial forces could deal with the other, more pressing threats. Antaeus finished the crippled Orc, and by the time that was done, the last few remaining enemies found themselves surrounded by the Terminators, who made a short work of the despicable Xenos. "We did the Emperor's work today, brothers," Antaeus proclaimed. "You did well, Inquisitor." The librarian paused. Where was the Inquisitor? He looked around, and it didn't take him long to find the man's crumpled form. "We need a medic at my location, ASAP. The Inquisitor is down." Part 6. Guardfield Medical Station, Pavonian Heartlands. Pain and thunder. That was the first thing I became aware of. Searing agony exploded in my right shoulder and the side of my head, especially my jaw. It was more than enough to jolt me awake, and I tried to get up as disoriented as I was. "He's awake," a blurred figure shouted. I noticed. Another one added with dry sarcasm. "Hold him down and add more painkillers." A second blur leaned above me and soon became a face obscured by surgical mask. "Inquisitor, hold on, you're in a bad shape. Try not to move while we take care of you." More thunder. What I was laying on shook along with the blurred figures who cursed and had to hold on me to remain standing. Dust came from the ceiling and the second blur cursed colorfully. "Clean it up now. The last thing he needs is an infection." I tried to speak only to find out that I had an oxygen mask on my face. "The Xeno are coming closer. We need to evacuate the wounded now," a new voice shouted from somewhere to the left. "We're in the middle multiple operations here. We need more time or our patients will die." The second blur snapped. "Can't be helped. We don't have enough troops in the area to hold this position." The general ordered general retreat to secondary defense lines. "Get all who might be able to walk stimulant shots. We'll carry the rest and give the Emperor's mercy to anyone who won't survive being moved." By the sound of it, the soldier wasn't pleased by the orders. Nor was I, for that matter, when it dawned to me that I might be one of those to receive the Emperor's mercy. It's either that or abandoning them to the Xeno. Damn aliens. The second blur looked back at me. "I'm sorry, Inquisitor. Your arm is going to be a write-off under these circumstances. Amputate, seal the wound, and we'll fill him up with painkillers and stimulants. I don't want to explain how we lost the Inquisitor to the general or higher authority. I'm sorry about this, lad." He added. Then I saw another masked figure brandish an injector, Then the world blurred for a time and I could no longer focus. At least the pain subdued as I drifted on a wave of chemicals, or so I presumed before I felt another pinprick. Moments later, something cold raced through my veins and the world sharply came into focus. With it came more thunder and shaking, artillery or airstrikes coming too close to comfort, my mind supplied. "Inquisitor, can you hear me? We need to leave now." A man in a surgical mask and blood-splattered scrubs shouted at me. "Sit, Rep," I managed to rasp through raw throat and parched lips. "The Tau are about to overrun this position. We need to pull back now." The fuck? Without wasting any more time, the doctor, or at least I presumed he was a doctor, grabbed me by the right shoulder and helped me sit up, something that momentarily made the world spin before coming back into focus. He slung my still not really responding right arm over his own shoulder and dragged me towards the exit. Only then did I notice that there were more blood and dusts, splattered soldiers and medics doing their best to get the wounded moving. Contested territory, Pavonian heartlands. The Baneblade's armor rang as a gong when a pair of railgun slugs glanced off the sloped, thick frontal armor. "More vampires, 10 o'clock, the Auspex operator screamed in his vox, nearly deafening the tank's crew. "Air support is fully engaged." The young lieutenant added more quietly. "The Hydras will have to take care of them," Captain Garrick, the commander of the super-heavy tank, whispered to himself. "Tau heavy in sight," the gunner announced. "Reload complete, firing." The Baneblade shook as its main cannon thundered, shaking the whole vehicle and rattling the crew, despite all of them being securely strapped in their seats. Scratch one hover tank. Through cameras and Auspex feeds, the captain could see that the sergeant was right. He in fact saw the AT round slice through the side of a large Tau hover tank, which jolted back from the sheer strength of the kinetic impact before blowing up and crashing on top of a group of charging Kroot. "Driver, keep pulling back. The infantry should have reformed their lines by now and try not to run over any of the crunchies. They get peeved off when it happens." The captain ordered and returned his full attention on the situation at hand, which was foobarred by the numbers. Just 15 minutes after the guard broke the Orc horde, the Tau decided it was a splendid time to attack and threw all their mobile forces at the already weakened Imperial flank. The infantry lines that the aliens struck got overrun within 30 minutes, though their sacrifice bought the rest of the regiments in the sector time to react. For Garrick and his command, that meant a counterattack to blunt the enemy advance and buy enough time for the infantry to consolidate, move to better positions and reform their lines. At the same time, the artillery regiments had to pull back farther to avoid being plastered by enemy long-range firepower and rearm before responding in kind. The only silver lining was that for once, the Blood Ravens decided to be helpful and dropped what little reserves they had on their battle barge. Even now, tactical and Devastator squads were skirmishing with the enemy providing infantry support, while Devastators were digging in along with the Guard. For all the good it was going to do. Stormguard actual to all Stormguard elements, sound off and confirm ammo status. The colonel in charge of Garrick's regiment demanded, Storm Angel actual to Stormguard actual, combat status nominal, ammo at 46% and counting. The captain responded, Maish, tank, 1 o'clock, kill it. APCs on the open, 2 o'clock. Targets designated, the Baneblade's cupola turned right to aim at the Tau armored unit, while secondary batteries opened fire at the Tau transports. Heavy bolters, autocannons, and lance cannons sent a storm of steel and coherent light which opened the APCs like tin cans and turned their troop compartments into abattoirs. The enemy tank shot at the retreating Baneblade, and its railgun tore through a heavy bolter before tearing a shallow rend in the armor. The main cannon spoke again, and this time it was certainly an overkill. Garrick saw the shell slice through the target lengthwise before clipping an unlucky enemy walker that jumped down at the wrong time and place. The tank blew up a moment later, obscuring what happened to the walker after its shoulder ceased to exist. An alarm sounded into the tank's command center. "Brace for impact. Enemy bombers incoming," the captain snapped. "Keep driving back." The Baneblade's close-in defense weapons locked in the enemy's trajectory and filled the air with as many shells as they could. A surviving Hydra added its fury to the onslaught and managed to clip the wings of the rightmost bomber. The Xeno pilot lost control, and its abominable ship crashed into the ravaged farmland, vanishing in a blue-tinted explosion. The remaining bombers flew straight in the teeth of the Baneblade's defenses. At this close range, even the best ECM in the world was useless, and the enemy had no trouble targeting the super-heavy unit. Missiles detached from under the bomber's wings and streaked towards the retreating Baneblade before the pilots opened fire with short-range plasma weapons and heavy railguns. The Hydra racked a second Tau flyer with heap shells and tore its belly open before detonating an engine, but by then it was far too late. The Baneblade shook as railguns tore chunks of its armor and disabled weapons. Then the plasma hit, boiling armor and frying everything in the vicinity of the hit. In one fell swoop, the super-heavy tank lost a third of its secondary weaponry along with its right track. Then it was the missile's turn. Close in fire and various anti-missile systems did their best. A couple of the weapons were blinded in the last possible moment and barely missed the tank as it suddenly jolted and changed direction due to the lost track. 4 more failed to survive the last-ditch defense fire. That still left 6 missiles to strike the Baneblade. 3 slammed in its front right. Their plasma warheads vaporized armor and tore the right front wheels of the tank, significantly diminishing its mobility. Another one struck to the right, beside the turret where a secondary weapon emplacement used to be. Plasma boiled away yet more armor before breaching into the interior compartments and flooding a few of them with the fury of starfire. 3 members of the crew died and there, burned on their stations, which became their own personal crematoriums. The remaining 2 missiles struck on the top of the turret in a quick succession. The first seared away any surviving equipment there and turned the well-protected commander's compartment into sauna. The second sliced into the weakened armor and on detonation vaporized Captain Garrick. Despite countermeasures, the heat in the nearby compartments spiked beyond human tolerance, forcing the gunner and Vox operators to black out from sheer thermal shock. Any other tank in the Imperial arsenal would have died then and there. A Baneblade was built to survive this kind of punishment, and more, then keep on going. Its enraged machine spirit broke through the soothing chants of the countless sanctified servo skulls, meant to keep it more or less docile and protect it from chaos corruption, to assert full control of its wounded body. It used the engine to roar its displeasure and fury before swinging around the damaged turret to target an approaching Tau super-heavy unit that desired to finish it out. Before the alien machine could target the Baneblade and fire, the machine spirit fired and its shot flew true. The front half of the enemy unit crumpled as if stepped on by a titan before the rest of it sympathetically blew up as ammunition and fuel cells detonated. Heedless of the tactical situation and lost in its fury, the wounded Baneblade charged the enemy. Caring not, it dragged its damaged mechanical carcass against impossible odds. Behind it, the last Tau bomber got jumped by an Imperial air superiority fighter that splashed it in short order before it could attempt a second attack run. Chapter 3. Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 3. On Death's Ground. Part 7. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartland's railgun slugs tore through the air overhead with piercing cracks. Plasma immolated the top of a small hill that provided the medical station with a bit of a cover. Imperial and Tau fighters and bombers dueled in the sky above, even as artillery thundered in the distance, sending shrieking shells in all directions. As if that wasn't enough, callous and hungry alien laughter came from just out of sight. "We will hold the Xeno here." A commissar wearing the typical red hat and long coat of his station waved his chainsword and pointed it at the still-burning top of the hill. "Take position at the ridge," he ordered and led by example. You heard him. Up and at them. Corporal Janna Hailstrom barked at her squad, the last flimsy line of defense between the evacuating wounded and the fast-approaching alien hordes. She had to scream to be heard over the constant cracks of alien railguns and thunder of artillery. Without wasting any time, her squad surged to their feet and ran after the commissar. Before any of the humans could reach the ridge, an alien crest appeared over the top, followed by a pair of reptilian eyes and razor-sharp beak. The commissar reacted before any of the guardsmen could, raised his las pistol and shot the Xeno in the eye. A beam of coherent light vaporized the alien's eyeball, drilled its way into its skull, and boiled away the alien's brain. "Go, go, go," the corporal shouted, pushing her men to move faster. However, even as the Imperials ran up the slope, a large number of Kroot swarmed over the top of the hill and charged downhill. The Commissar shot a second Xeno in the head before its buddies reached him. The Imperial revved up his chainsword and cleaved through a wicked-looking staff an alien tried to brain him with. The Commissar proceeded to shoot a Kroot running at him in the throat, and before that foul Xeno could fall to the ground, he gutted his first attacker with a deft strike. All the while, he didn't stop taunting and cursing the Kroot. The guardsmen entered the fray then, pausing their run uphill. They took care not to shoot the Commissar and instead did their best to prevent the aliens from successfully swarming him. Laser guns blasted away chunks or even appendages from Kroot who had skimmed on armor, while others could survive a few hits before their protection gave away. For a moment, it appeared that the guardsmen would prevail due to superior ranged firepower. Yet in the end, there were too many of the Xenos, and a number of them were too large and well armored to bring down in time, so the illusion of victory didn't last. A large Kroot took advantage of the Commissar eviscerating one of its packmates to stab the Imperial in the thigh with the barbed head of its staff. The alien viciously twisted and pulled his weapon, and its efforts were rewarded by the staff tearing out a bloody chunk of the human's leg. The Commissar went down screaming, and the Xenos swarmed over him. Despite that, he managed to tear out the lungs of a Kroot before the rest began tearing him to pieces. Meanwhile, the guard squad kept on pouring firepower in the Xeno, bringing more and more of them down. Unfortunately for them, a second pack made its way over the crest. "Grenades," the corporal ordered. For a moment the shooting became ragged as her people grabbed said weapons from their combat rigs and threw them at the Kroot who were just above done with the Commissar. The frag grenades detonated in a shower of gore and shrapnel, wiping out the survivors of the first pack. The second one, however, turned out to be more cunning and better armed. They leveled their staffs downhill and opened fire with built-in slug throwers. Something heavy hit the corporal in the gut, tearing through her flak vest, and she suddenly found herself on her knees, trying to get her breath back. She saw one of her men hit the ground like a sack, a bloody gaping hole where his face used to be. The foul alien barking was coming closer and closer, and she could no longer hear laser guns firing. Hailstorm muttered a prayer to the Emperor, and her bloody fingers left her gut, going for the few grenades she had left. She just managed to remove their safeties when something struck her head and she saw stars before everything going dark. An explosion marked the death of the last line of defense between the med center and the enemy raiders. Guardfield Medical Station, Pavonian Heartlands. The doctor managed to drag me out of the med center just in time for whatever defense line the guard covering it to collapse. A short series of sharp explosions came from behind, followed by pained and furious howls that couldn't have come from human throats. "Move! Get the wounded away, now!" The doctor, keeping me steady, screamed. Some of the soldiers helping their buddies put them down and went for their weapons. A nearby chimera turned in place and headed towards the hill to the right, and the multi-laser on its top opened fire, sending blinding flashes of coherent light overhead. "Incoming!" A nearby trooper shouted, shouldered her weapon, and opened fire. A Xeno screamed in pain. The doctor's efforts to get me to safety became more frantic, and we all ran out of time. More aliens let out battle cries, and a whole pack of Kroot fell upon us. I hissed in eye-searing pain as I drew on the warp, and this time it began to claw at my sanity. I could feel demons taking a notice and looking for the slightest opening, yet I didn't have much of a choice. Despite the chimera scything down as many of the Xenos as possible and the sporadic resistance from the walking wounded, there were too many of the Kroot. They simply absorbed the casualties and slammed into the makeshift convoy assembling at the entrance of the medical station. An alien jumped from the hill on top of the med station and then sprang into action, razor-sharp staff in hand. It landed nimbly and slammed its weapon in the back of a guardsman trying to get a buddy to the nearby waiting chimera. Both of them went down, and the Kroot kicked the wounded soldier before bringing down his weapon on his skull, shattering it. The Xeno's triumph was short-lived. A livid cogboy raced out of the med station, brandishing scalpels and saws at the end of each of their 8 mechatendrils. A short sword in one metal arm and a plasma pistol in the other. The Kroot didn't have time to figure out what hit it before literally exploding in a shower of flashing blades and flying organs. Another alien tried to jump the cogboy from the top of the building, only to be met by swinging mecha tendrils that eviscerated him in mid-air. When it landed moments later, it was in a lot of pieces. More Kroot came around the medical center and tore through the few soldiers, making a stand to the right. The last guardsman barely managed to activate a grenade before 4 Xeno slashed him with their staffs, and a moment later the frag detonated, tearing them all to bloody chunks. Yet the rest of the pack was undeterred. If anything, the casualties merely made them more bloodthirsty. What followed was a bloody nightmare of a close-quarters combat. I could remember frying Kroot with warp blasts even as demons tried to possess me, the doctor who dragged me out smashing the skull of a Xeno with the butt of a rifle, the cogboy becoming a blood-splattered whirlwind of spinning blades as he tore into the enemy, a large group of the bastards swarming the chimera opposing them. Then there was thunder that shook me to the bone, and something large and burning came over the hill before twin lines of tracers pulped everything in their way. A land speeder flew overhead, and a huge red form jumped out, landing on and crushing a particularly large and ugly Kroot. The Space Marine cut another one with a contemptuous slash of his chainsword and shot 3 more before anyone could process his arrival. I was vaguely aware that there were more large shapes coming over the top of the hill. Lehman Russ tanks, I thought. Their cannons roared as one, and the shock from the following explosions was more than enough to throw me off my feet. The last thing I managed to do was let go of the warp in more or less controlled fashion. I heard demons screaming in frustration as my soul slipped through their claws and then knew no more. Part 8. Imperial Lines, Pavonian Heartlands. Purge the abominable Xeno from the face of this world, brothers, Antaeus thundered, while his temper was fraying. They already lost 1 Inquisitor and his retinue on this cursed planet. He wasn't looking forward to explaining to the Inquisition how they managed to lose a second one in a short order. Said organization already looked at the Blood Ravens with more than enough unwarranted suspicion. Thank you very much. Besides, miracle of miracles, this one was actually rather sane and uncommonly reasonable, so far anyway. Having him die would be such a waste, and allowing the damn Tau of all things get him, that would be simply embarrassing, the librarian grumbled to himself in the privacy of his mind. He emptied the magazine of his bolter pistol at a cluster of charging Kroot, the ammunition making a delightful mess of their heads, and put the weapon back to its magnetic clamp. He raised an open hand just in time to meet a large roaring specimen with a blast of warp fire to the face. The Xeno collapsed, clutching its melting flesh and bone, kicking uselessly in the dirt, while Antaeus moved on to the next threat. Around him, tactical Marines spread out, covering the flanks and keeping annoying pests from a Devastator squad, which set up on the ridge. A platoon of guard armor followed the swifter Astartes, aiding their firepower to the onslaught. And just like that, the Xeno assault broke in a showers of gore and explosions. "Push them back, don't let them regroup," Antaeus shouted aloud, both to his brothers and the soldiers who had to fight the enemy practically hand to hand when the Xeno swarmed them. He saw a familiar and sad picture as he approached the medical station. There were too many dead and dying people on the blood-soaked ground. The sight never failed to put a bitter taste in his mouth. This was what the Blood Ravens fought to prevent. This was why they hoarded all the technology and knowledge they could get their hands on. So one day normal men and women won't have to face the horrors of the galaxy with such ordinary equipment. The sad truth was that generally the Guards' equipment wasn't bad. It was just that you needed more in order to face most of the humanity's enemy on equal footing and win without paying with rivers of blood, and even then, there were foes that even the Astartes couldn't best without paying a steep price. Antaeus put aside those thoughts and returned his full attention to the skirmish at hand. Well, its aftermath. The few Kroot still in sight were on the run, with his brothers and especially the guard shooting them in the backs with a relish. Only a handful managed to make it over the nearby hills. It was a target-rich environment after all. Only for a couple of Rust tanks to lob a few cells after the aliens. With the immediate threat neutralized, Antaeus could put his full attention into locating the Inquisitor and making sure he lived to fight another day. He soon found his target, surrounded by a small group of shell-shocked troopers. most of them wounded, a very happy cogboy, who was splattered in Kroot blood from the tip of their hood to the toes of the boots, poking out from the hem of their gore-soaked robe, and disgruntled doctor. The Inquisitor was on the ground and looked even worse to wear. The reason why was obvious, not just the Kroot attack, but a number of Xenos dispatched by warp sorcery among the corpses surrounding this particular last stand. Medici, report. What is the status of the Inquisitor? What do you need to keep him alive, and what aid do your other patients require? Antius demanded answers. While what was left of the forward positions could not be held with the available assets, an orderly retreat bleeding the alien bastards was very much in the cards, now that their treacherous sneak attack was more or less contained. Transports, medics, drugs, the Emperor's blessing, some of those poor bastards are going to need it all. The doctor grumbled. I'll arrange as much assistance as practical, Antaeus said, and switched comm channels to contact command. What's his condition? The Inquisitor should live if we can keep him from becoming eaten, blown up, or receiving any more blows upon the head. The Martian responded. He'll need some Omnissiah blessed spare parts, so we'll be able to make a proper person out of him. Captain Thule, brother librarian Antias, we've located the package. He's still viable, but need extraction, medical attention. Antias gave Vale one good look. And some spare parts. Good, get him back to the capital. We're redeploying the bulk of our forces there for the time being, including apothecary assets. Affirmative, sir. We'll need transports and medics to evacuate the wounded before completing the tactical retreat. Apothecary, Victory Bay, Kronus, streams of binary, sterile smell, comfortable bed, and the absence of pain. Somehow, those things didn't tell me that I've merely had a particularly nasty nightmare. The cogboy speech intensified when they noticed me stirring. I cracked my eyes open to see a couple of blurs nearby. One was reddish-brown, as expected. However, the other one was much larger and gayish in color. Inquisitor, you're awake. Good. A deep, jolly voice boomed with enough strength to make my bones rattle. I'm pleased to report that the operation was successful, and you'll have all your new bits and pieces operational in a short order. What? I blinked at the giant figure, trying to process what it just told me. My brain wasn't working quite right, probably all the drugs, which sounded both wrong and right for some reason. What? I asked, though what came out was a strangled croak. My throat was parched too, something that I just noticed. A mechatendril shoved a bottle of water complete with attached straw right into my face, and I took an experimental sip, wondering why was I getting the VIP treatment. What happened? I tried again. My voice sounded weak, tired, and alien to my ears. You charged an Orc warboss, if the rumors are right, riding a chimera no less. The red blur cleared up somewhat, revealing the hooded face of a tech priest, who had at least his chin still made of good old-fashioned flesh and blood. We've got helmet video of that stunt. It was one of the funnier things I've seen people do and live through. The deep, thundering voice commented, that wasn't such a good idea in hindsight. I managed to croak. My memories were coming back now, and I had some trouble believing what I had done. Charging an Orc, a warboss no less. Did I leave my brain, or at least common sense, back in orbit? Well, it worked, kind of. The large blur, which had to be an Astartes, said in something that might have been supposed to be a soothing tone. We don't have a confirmation that said Orc is very dead. The cogboy waved a couple of spiky tentacles behind his back. We're getting off topic. Inquisitor, I'm proud to announce that we managed to install all your new bits and pieces without an issue. You're now truly blessed by the Holy Cog and the Motive Force. He shoved his hand in my face, displaying 5 thin and long metal fingers, which gave me a thumbs up. What bits and pieces? I asked warily. Nothing hurt, which meant it couldn't be that bad. Then again, I was dumb enough to charge an Orc warboss. That was what Ogryns did. Left arm, the shoulder, some reinforcements so you could properly use your brand new bionics. The cogboy began listing off on fingers tipped with very sharp-looking points. Those were a lot of bionics he was telling me about. What in the Emperor's name did I do? My brain dragged out fragmented images of screaming orcs, explosions, blood and Kroot of all things. I thought I heard an echo of laughter too. But then again, I was probably high up on drugs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this calm under the circumstances, right? Chapter 4, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 4, Strange Alliances. Part 1, Necron Command Center. Thurabis Plateau, Kronus. Even Necron technology wasn't fully proof against entropy, and 65 million years, give or take a few thousand, was an eternity by anyone's standard. The lord in charge of the Necron installations below the surface of the world known as Cronis by its current primitive squatters was painfully aware of that fact. Systems all over the complex were damaged, often beyond repair. Even his databanks weren't spared by the countless eons that passed while he slept, awaiting for the galaxy to heal enough to sustain life once again. In fact, he should have awoken millions of years ago, after the warp storms caused by the final defeat of the Old Ones subdued, and the abominations spawned by them either starved out or retreated back to the abyss that spawned them. Finding himself awoken by a group of primitives pocking through his domain naturally resulted in a predictable violent reaction that saw all but one of the intruders neutralized in a short order. Only their apparent leader was preserved as an intelligence asset, while recon units were dispatched to scout the situation on the surface and secure the entrances to the complex. That was a simple standard operational procedure carried automatically by the now obviously demented caretaker intelligence of the complex, while it busied itself with awakening him. In this particular case, the fact that said intelligence wasn't fully self-aware and particularly intelligent turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Even in his diminished form, the Necron Lord could very well imagine the catastrophe of a proper command intelligence going demented and having unobstructed access to the complex to him. The current state of affairs was bad enough, as the reconnaissance units placed in its charge testified with their very appearance. The Necron Lord wasn't sure what he found more disturbing, that the first batch had returned wearing the flayed skins of primitive beings, just like those who intruded upon his domain, or the fact that it took him this long to notice and conclude that there was something wrong with said picture. Truly, he was currently a shadow of his former self. The first thing he did upon that revelation was to execute all error-checking programs and hardware build into his towering frame. While said maintenance and repair subroutines did their job, the Necron Lord peered at the blood-splattered automatons. There was something disturbing in their appearance that scratched at his incomplete databanks. Their presence felt wrong for a lack of better word. He set up some cycles to keep an eye on them and any others like them, before shifting most of his attention to the command intelligence. The state of its databanks and programming was even worse than his own. That was probably the best explanation for what the examination revealed. A data entity like the command intelligence wasn't supposed to experience emotions. No Necron was supposed to have retained their own, even if the Lord himself was a proof that truth was anything but absolute. Yet there it was, an amalgamation of corrupted code and damaged hardware leading to unintended consequences. The command intelligence had been enjoying itself by ordering its automatons to hunt down and butcher anything and everything that found its way within its domain. It was either a stroke of luck or a glitch that forced it to comply with the contingency directives, keep a captive for intelligence purposes, and awake him in the first place. That was something it should have done thousands of years ago when the first of those primitives had stumbled upon the Necron tunnels instead. It was a testament to how much he had degraded that the command intelligence could surprise him at this stage. By all means, it shouldn't have been bright enough to suspect what the Lord intended to do, much less do something about it. He was about to cut the command intelligence from the complex and bind it safely within its databanks for study at a later date, when the activity within its running code spiked. It knew, it felt fear, and it struck. The 4 automatons present in the small chamber where the Necron Lord currently resided moved as one, acting much faster than their appearance suggested possible. Within moments they surrounded him and struck as one, flensing blades slashing through stale air. The Necron Lord moved even faster, demonstrating that even in its current diminished state, he was still a power to be reckoned with. 4 pairs of blades met empty air, another one merely sliced through his tattered cape, while the rest met the unyielding alloy of his staff. He might have lost much in the endless eons of slumber and decay, many of his memories, his purpose, even his name, all in the name of preserving his combat capabilities first, his tactical and strategic acumen distant second. While the order of those priorities might have been flawed, for once, the execution didn't leave much to be desired. Metal clashed with metal, he hefted his staff and pushed away two of the defective automatons, sidestepped a swipe for a third, and kicked the fourth in the chest with enough force to cave it in and send it into the solid metal wall of the room. He struck the butt of his staff into the ground and released a pulse of raw energy that cascaded all around him, washing over the assailants and, more importantly, slamming into the chassis protecting the Command Intelligence's core. The discharge stunned the automatons, and instead of going after them, the Lord levered his staff at the data core and blasted it to slag. With that threat hopefully dismantled, he returned his attention to the rogue Necron warriors. Two of them were on the ground, shaking as raw energy overloaded their frames. The third one phased out of reality, only to appear behind the Lord and do its best to skewer him. The Necron leader let go of his staff and twisted around impossibly fast. He caught his assailant by what passed for its wrists and squeezed, leveraging the superior strength and construction of his own frame to crush the joints. He slammed its metal forehead into the face of the automaton for good effect, then planted his right foot on its chest and shoved, thus tearing its arms off. He threw them away, pointed his right palm at the crippled automaton, and melted a hole through its head with the weapon built into said hand. The time it took him to dispatch that attacker gave enough time for the other two to recover from the overload and find their feet. They charged him, one coming straight at the Lord, while the other one phased out, preparing a sneak attack. For its trouble, the first automaton received a point-blank blast that decapitated it. However, the second one was more successful. The Necron Lord caught its left wrist, yet it managed to slam its other arm under his armpit. Flensing blades perfectly able to slice through any known living being with pathetic ease found little purchase into the necrodermis of the Necron Lord. He found the blunt impact a larger inconvenience than the thin blades causing shallow cuts into his metal hide. He grabbed the head of the offending machine, ignored its flailing, and melted a neat hole straight through its cranium. If he could, the Necron Lord would have sighed in exasperation, which merely underlined how far he and the facility technically under his control had fallen. While there was a lot of data left intact pertaining weapons, vehicles, even space travel, little useless things like the devices needed to communicate verbally were lost, at best stored into corrupted archived in need of thorough repair and data recovery. It was embarrassing, really, considering that one of the devices malfunctioning on his frame was his voice caster. He made sure that the 4 automatons were dismantled for good, then did the same for the Command Intelligence. That done, it was time to take direct control of the facility, fix himself and recover as much of his memories as possible, while figuring out the state of the planet and what must be done about it. While thinking about it, the Lord recalled that he had a captive slatted for interrogation, which might no longer be the case given the Command Intelligence's proclivities. A query to the subroutines monitoring the facility revealed the fate of said captive. For some arcane reason the Lord wasn't sure he wanted to ponder, the Command Intelligence had decided that it was a good idea to strip the flesh off from the primitive and replace it with necrodermis, while doing its best to make sure said primitive retained its mind, and had been awake and aware during the whole process, which had taken much longer than it should. By the Citan and the Silent King, just what had been wrong with that thing? He sent a query to the new unit placed in the corner of the facility's network designated at Thomas Maccabee, and to his utter lack of surprise, the primitive was on the edge of going completely insane. Part 2. Necron Command Center, Thurabis Plateau, Kronus. A quick and dirty interrogation of the captured intelligence asset, combined with what little reconnaissance assets were currently available and responding to orders, confirmed that while the tactical situation hadn't quite gone to the Krork, it was heading there fast. A nearby peninsula was busy falling in the hands of warp abominations and their thralls. The Eldari had an expeditionary force present on the surface, which was in the process of establishing a forward operation base. They were busy stirring the so-called Orcs, a fortunately devolved Krork strain which needed purging before it could evolve and become a credible threat. Next came the primitives. The intelligence asset species, now designated humanity, was supposedly the dominant power both on the planet and, if the asset could be believed, across the galaxy too. The Necron Lord needed independent confirmation on the later point. From what little he could detect, the humans on the surface might be numerous, yet they appeared to be the most technologically stunted species running amok on the tomb world. Last and arguably not the least were the so-called Tau, the blue-skinned primitives. Recent events, namely a large-scale engagement between the available human, Orc and Tau forces, pointed towards the fact that cooperation with the former would preclude cooperation with the later. That state of affairs was less than ideal. All preliminary projections pointed at a defeat being statistical certainty if the available Necron forces had to engage the various squatters by themselves. The tomb world had suffered too much damage. Putting it back into a semblance of order would take too long even without Eldari raids, which were a given the moment those pests figured out how weak the Necron position was. Then there were the abominations as well, which needed to be exterminated with extreme prejudice. Analysis complete, the Necron Lord made up his mind and returned his attention to strengthening his position. He needed to reasonably secure the complex, fix himself to an acceptable state, including a way to communicate directly with the primitives, and only then he could afford to approach one of the two somewhat palpable factions. He had to deal with the rogue reconnaissance units, killing indiscriminately everything in sight too, before they made any chance of an alliance a moot point too. The Necron Lord consulted the ravaged data net of the facility and headed towards the closest stasis vault containing scarabs and the parts to build more of those useful automatons. It was high time to put his domain in order. In the meantime, repair subroutines kept working upon the decayed parts of his memory, struggling to recover even the tiniest scrap of information. Victory Bay Kronus. Note to self, charging orcs in general, and orc bosses in particular, while riding a chimera and waving a sword like a maniac is a bad idea. I had the metal to prove it. A large part of my right side was now bionic, either because the orcs mauled it, or the Tau and their Emperor-damned Kroot fucked it up. Now that the painkillers were out of my system, the bionics itched something fierce, not to mention the parts where they connected with flesh, bone, and worst of all, my nerves hurt like son of a bitch. That was normal too, at least according to the cog boys. Filling me with more painkillers would numb the pain, however it would also significantly increase the time it would take for the bionics machine spirits to get comfortable where they were and learn to work in concern with me. Or something in that vein. I wasn't paying too much attention at that point. I was too busy trying to restrain myself from strangling the smug cogboy lecturing me with his mechadendris. My consolation prize for getting mauled nearly to death and crippled was that the plan worked more or less. For the time being, the orcs were too busy running or fighting among themselves, and we shouldn't be suffering concerned attacks from that corner until they managed to get themselves a new war boss, which would be never if we had anything to say about it. That in turn gave us some breathing space to deal with the other threats on Kronus. The Chaos and Traitor incursion on the Deimos Peninsula was the primary threat, and we had to purge it as soon as possible. Figuring how to do it with the assets available would be the topic of a meeting I would be having with General Alexander and Captain Thule in less than an hour. Unfortunately, we would be unable to throw everything we had against the Chaos forces. Doing so would beg for either the Tau or Eldar to backstab us, and if that wasn't bad enough, there was confirmed Necron presence on Kronus, which was an existential threat as well. Given the circumstances, the last thing I needed were painkillers that might mess up my judgment even further, which, needless to say, made me particularly irritable. On the other hand, the way the common troopers treated me ever since I awoke at the makeshift apothecarium was a mixed blessing. Everyone who saw me straightened up and stared, looking with wonder and awe, instead of the ill-disguised fear and apprehension that I knew would meet an Inquisitor walking in the open. It took me a bit too long to connect the dots and figure out this was all because of my crazy stunt against the orcs. The poor bastard were looking at me as if they expected that I would be repeating that particularly insanity as a matter of course. That was something I had no intention of doing ever again if I had any other acceptable alternative. The stabbing pain in my side at every movement was a grim reminder of the price such heroic deeds extracted from those brave or insane enough to attempt such stunts. "Inquisitor, I'm glad to see you back on your feet." A deep, jolly voice exclaimed behind me and made me jump, which predictably felt like an angry orc just buried its chopper in my side. Antaea's armor-clad figure materialized behind me like from thin air, and he peered at me. I sensed him give me a curious once-over through the warp before reining in his power. It could have been much worse, all things considered. Are you all right? Considering that I should be very dead right now, I'll better than I have any right to be. I answered quietly. Nonsense, you acted in the best traditions of the Imperial Guard, and most importantly, it worked. The librarian smirked. If it was dumb and it worked, then you were lucky and the Emperor looked out for you. I shot back. There's that too. Antaeus nodded sagely, and just like that, the levity he surrounded himself with vanished. I'm glad you're all right, Inquisitor. We've got a situation requiring your expertise, he stated gravely. My expertise? As far as the command staff of either the Imperial Guard, the Blood Ravens, and what little Imperial naval assets we had in orbit went, I was among the most junior and least experienced, my status as an Inquisitor notwithstanding. Antaeus clearly heard the incredulity in my voice, but disregarded it and motioned me to follow him. Considering the situation, the opinion of the Ordo Xenos is going to be vital, Inquisitor. Please follow me. I'll explain once we're at General Alexander's HQ. I don't like the sound of that, Antaeus. Don't worry, Inquisitor. You'll like it even less once you know the details. A hint of grim amusement found its way in the librarian's voice. What in the Emperor's name did I do to deserve this? 15, Chapter 4, Parts 3 Latin 4. Chapter 4, Strange Alliances. Part 3, Eldar Fob, Tyrea, Kronus. The frozen north of the continent held a stark majesty that was largely untouched by the brute hands of the Mon-Ki. If it was up to her, Farseer Taldir would have seen to it that the arrogant primates wouldn't be able to ruin anything ever again, which was one of the many dreams she held along with the great majority of her Bieltan compatriots. She had a dream that one day her people would return to their rightful place as rulers of the galaxy and put everything the way it was supposed to be. In the meantime, it fell upon her and her fellow Eldar to do their best to preserve as many of their people as possible, and when practical, weaken their various enemies. It was in the pursuit of this mission she brought her war party to Kronus. Ungir, the ancient enemy, slumbered here. Taldir foresaw their awakening. She saw how weak they would be, and hurried to capitalize of this priceless opportunity to nip a danger in the bud. The Farseer did expect that the Mon-Ki would be furious over her actions back on the planet they called Lorn V. She did expect that they would try to follow her. Naturally, Taldir expected that the beasts would fail to actually keep up with her. That, she reluctantly admitted to herself, might have been a mistake. Shortly upon her arrival, Lucas Alexander, the Mon-Ki she tangled with on Lorn V, arrived as well along with a sizable force of the crewed Imperial ships. The upstart Tau, who had been slowly taking control of Kronus, objected to the Mon-Ki coming back in strength, which soon led to a massive battle in orbit. While unanticipated, that development did offer an opportunity to cripple the primitives and in one swift strike gain the upper hand. The Farseer sighed. That had been another miscalculation. She had her small yet potent fleet moving in position to fall upon the weakened combatants when a fourth fleet arrived in system. It was a second Mon-Ki task force, spearheaded by a strike cruiser bearing Space Marines. That put Taldir's plans into disarray. She couldn't allow the Mon-Ki to gain uncontested control of the orbitals and was forced to act, engaging the humans in open battle. The Eldar's superior voidcraft, ships and weapons proved themselves without peer, yet Taldir simply lacked sufficient numbers to win a decisive victory. They would have won anyway, if it wasn't for the rude arrival of swarm of orc hulks that fell upon everyone, turning the battle into pure chaos. In the end, she had to recall her surviving forces, while a mauled Mon-Ki flotilla took the orbitals. She would have been in better spirits if that debacle was the worst way her visions of the future went off the rails since her arrival in this damned system. Stirring up the local feral orc population to act as a distraction while the Eldar struck should have been simple, easy even. The Mon-Ki should have fought among themselves, encouraged by a few strategic assassinations and misdirections courtesy to Taldir's warriors. It was even true for a time, then everything changed, leaving her drifting among a sea of uncertainty. She didn't foresee the survival of the Orc warlord she humiliated on Lawn V, much less that he too would make an appearance on Kronus, thus upsetting her plans first in orbit, then on the surface. Said brute united the majority of the Fear Orcs on the planet and used them to launch a massive war against everything and everyone. As if that wasn't bad enough, Taldir failed to foresee the outcome of his short-lived campaign of terror. The Orcs should have swept over the Mon K defensive lines with only a swift strike by the Tau, allowing the humans to survive the onslaught. The resulting fighting should have weakened those three factions significantly, making them easy prey for strategic strikes, which would have left them crippled and easy pickling once the Eldars dealt with the real threat, the Necrons. Of course, that prediction didn't come to pass. First, the mad Mon Ki summoned Warp Storm, one that now threatened to engulf the planet and throw them all to the non-existent mercy of She Who Thirsts. Next, Gorguts the Brute managed to either get himself killed against the humans or the next best thing. Losing his massive army, something that Taldir could have used to throw against the madmen on the Deimos Peninsula. The only thing that went more or less as predicted was that the Tau did act the winner of the clash between the Orcs and the Mon Ki. They were less successful than predicted as well, due to the humans for once almost acting as civilized being and ceasing killing each other to face the new threat. The Mon K positions were still unbroken, the Jungir were awakening, chaos would soon spill forth from the Deimos Peninsula. Taldir huffed in frustration. There had to be a way to win this. She was an Eldar Farseer, she should be able to see the way. It was her role, her sole purpose. The Orcs failed, the brutes mucking up. That really shouldn't have been much of a surprise. They still had significant numbers, like the two tribes she used to protect the approaches to her base. Perhaps their broken horde could still be useful as a distraction. However, they would no longer be able to break the Mon Ki by themselves. Taldir's warriors were undoubtedly up to the task, however she had limited numbers at her disposal and real enemies to face here on Kronus. Speaking about the Jungir, she had already dispatched scouts to harass and sabotage their efforts to properly awaken this tomb world, which all things considered should have been her primary concern. However, with the Jungir being as crippled as she foresaw, she had time to deal with them. First, she had to neutralize the Chaos incursion, yet in order to deal safely with them, she had to remove the Mon Ki out of the equation or risk the crude humans taking her forces from behind during their hour of triumph, and that simply wouldn't do. The Mon Ki had to go first, that much was obvious. In that regard, the Tau upstarts might just prove useful, she decided. Now she just had to decide how to approach them and make sure that anyone she brought with her to parley with them could control their emotions and actions. Having to threat with such beings who had no concept of respect for their betters, well, that naturally stirred the blood of any and all Bieltan warrior with even an ounce of self-respect. Tau Military HQ, Kronus. Shasso Kais had seen his share of debacles before at the hands of the human super soldiers and their insane cultists. Unfortunately, his emergency deployment to secure Kronus had all the hallmarks of yet another disasters. If he had to face just the regular human military, the Tau commander was sure he could prevail. All things considered, his people's technology and better tactics were generally superior to what the Imperial Guard could bring to the battlefield. The presence of the human super soldiers changed the equation, and not in a good way. The arrival of an Orc warboss who united the local feral population was a further complication, one that should have worked in the Tau's favor. Kais stared at the detailed tactical display and grumbled a quiet curse. The plan had been solid: let the enemies of the greater good exhaust each other before striking at them and using superior mobility and firepower to defeat in detail the survivors of said clash. The plan came close to working as well, even if the Orcs fared much worse than even the most pessimistic projections. The fire cast struck the flank of the weakened human defenders and were on the verge of a breakthrough that, if exploit, could have ended this campaign in one master stroke, only for the Space Marines and enemy super-heavy armor to intervene, bog down the swift assault, and allow the Imperial Guard to regroup and redress their lines. At that point, Kais had to call off the assault or risk wasting too many of his warriors for questionable gains. After all, there were other enemies upon Kronus to deal with, like the insane cultists who apparently took over the Deimos Peninsula not so long ago. Then there were the Eldar who struck during the fleet engagement in orbit, the same Eldar who requested a diplomatic less than an hour ago, one that ethereal Shiores gleefully approved. Their delegation was supposed to arrive any moment now, and Kais couldn't shake off the feeling that he was about to be screwed by the numbers by the knife ears. Rumor had it that they had that refined to an art form. Part 4. Tau Military HQ, Kronus. The little blue aliens attempted to impress Taldir with their military might. That was her best guess about the parade formation that greeted the Farseer and her honor guard. Rolls upon rolls of hover tanks and gunships flanked the only free path leading to the command post. In front of every single vehicle stood a squad of infantry armed with pulse rifles backed up by large armored suits complete with built-in oversized railguns. The primitives, their barbaric Kroot auxiliaries, and the Vespid insects buzzing around certainly lacked the proper deference and respect for their betters. That much the Eldar could sense from the gathered troops without even trying. The same was true for her warriors, a cadre of banshees and aspect warriors striding proudly behind her, displaying their perfectly crafted arms and armor, which unfortunately failed to properly awe the aliens. That fact naturally put Taldir's guards on edge, and their slowly boiling emotions spilled over her too, forcing her to work even harder to keep her composure. This right there was a prime example of how far her people had fallen. Once upon a time, when the Eldari reigned upon the galaxy, no one would have dared show such lack of respect for their betters. The Farseer bottled down her emotions and sent a wave of reassurance to her comrades. There was one useful benefit of this cute display of martial might the Tau put forth. It was now obvious that while crude, their weapons and vehicle weren't as crude as those of the Mon-K. They were going to be useful tools for the Eldar. And while it wouldn't be as satisfying to see the upstarts die at the hands of the Mon-K, as it would be for the Eldar to put them in their place personally, die they will. Taldir schooled her features, smiled beautifully, and slowly and deliberately removed her helmet once she stood face to face with the Tau leaders. Their military commander towered above her, clad in his combat suit, which was almost impressive for something built by such a primitive species. Beside him stood the so-called Ethereal, the representative of the civilian leadership of the Tau, who was in fact ruling over his clueless subjects thanks to liberal application of pheromones. The single interesting thing about that was the fact that said chemicals apparently worked on a wide range of aliens, which all things considered wasn't particularly common. Naturally, said pheromones had no effect on the superior Eldar physiology. Taldir cradled her helmet in the crook of her arm, leaned on her spear staff, and relished at the reactions her psychically touched appearance had on the Tau. Now she had everyone's undivided attention, which was a good thing, even though she didn't appreciate beings little above common beasts drooling over her in their enclosed helmets. The primary downside was that with her own helmet off, the Farseer could very much smell the Ethereal's pheromones, and frankly, they stank worse than a pile of burning orcs. It was a close call, however. Taldir managed to keep her beaming expression on without showing even a flicker. Not that it would have mattered in the short term. The Ethereal was all but smitten with her already, though the Tau military commander was apparently made from a sterner stuff which got him a very tiny and very grudgingly given grain of respect. Still, that was certainly damning him with faint praise, as it was proper. "Greetings, Tau. I am Farseer Taldir," the Eldar sang, keeping the sneer she felt far away from her voice. "It is a pleasure to make you an acquaintance." Keeping a civil tone with these beings was one of the hardest things she had ever done to date, still duty called. "The pleasure is mine, my lady." The Ethereal at least bowed, even if the display was crude and graceless as expected. "I am Aunel Shiores, and this is Commander Shaso Kais." The commander merely gave her a sharp nod, which merely underscored the unease he radiated. He was struggling with the emotions her appearance stirred within him, which was both amusing and infuriating. An exchange of empty and false platitudes, at least on Taldir's side, followed, before finally the Ethereal invited her and her party to enter the command center. At least inside, the Tau had proper climate control, and the place was almost clean enough to pass muster. The command and control instruments were actually close to adequate as well, at least for species blind to the tides of the great ocean. "Both of you are important, busy people, Commander, Ethereal," Taldir sang, layering her words with strands of power. "I won't presume to waste your time and will come straight to the point. We, Tau and Eldar alike, have a common problem and cause here on Kronus. This pleasant world now suffers under the dual infestations of Mon-K, their insane cultists and feral orcs. Sadly, many humans, especially among their leadership, persist in resisting the greater good." The Ethereal uttered sadly. "It is a tragic state of affairs, truly." Taldir nodded in commiseration, valiantly resisting the urge to roll her eyes. "We're here to address this tragic turn of events, are we not?" She smiled charmingly. "I propose an alliance. Together, our people can do great things. We can put to rest the threats plaguing this world. For the greater good, of course. For the greater good of the Eldar species anyway." "I'm heartened to hear you say this, my Lady Taldir." The Tau grinned at her, and in its glee sprayed even more pheromones into the enclosed space of the command center. Doing so, he came a heartbeat away from being incinerated from the inside out, while Taldir struggled not to choke on the stench. "I am overjoyed you approve of my suggestion, my dear Arnel," Taldir gushed. "Shall we discuss the details of our new arrangement?" An hour later, Commander Kais struggled to figure out how exactly he ended up agreeing to spearhead an offensive straight into the teeth of the human defenses in order to reduce them once and for all. The plan was solid, if expensive. Eldar strike teams would move in behind the front line, disrupt enemy command and control, hunt down artillery and either neutralize or slow down their reserves. That in turn would allow the Tau to pierce the defensive lines, use their infantry to annihilate them once cut off, while their more mobile units would move through the breaches, exploit them and crush any and all reserve formations. Once that was done, they would strike in concern at Victory Bay and erase the Imperial Guard presence from the planet, cut off and contain the Space Marine stronghold as well. Phase 3 would be to dispatch the insane cultists while leaving strong enough force to fix the human super soldiers in place. Dealing with them for good and finally hunting down all the feral orcs on Kronus would be the capping stone of the whole campaign. The plan was deceptively simple in outline. Now Kais had to flesh it up into something his soldiers could put to actual use. While he still felt some unease about the alliance, it had the Watercast's mark of approval. In fact, it had Shiore's gleeful and full support, which was enough for the commander. As usual, the Ethereals knew what they were doing. 16. Chapter 4. Parts 5006. Chapter 4. Strange Alliances. Part 5. Victory Bay Cronis. When all was said and done, I've been too busy, my mind too preoccupied to appreciate Victory Bay. Ironically, now that I blithely walk towards the next impending disaster, I spent a bit of time to look and enjoy the sights, if for no other reason to keep my mind from jumping to the worst possible conclusions. First, and obviously, while a large city, Victory Bay was no hive, which was a good thing. Otherwise, everyone would likely need a rebreather at least in order not to choke on the fumes. There were actual trees lining up the streets, even various parks dotting the place, even if they were on the small side. There was a freshness in the air despite the promethium smoke from countless military vehicles doing their best to choke it down. Even the architecture wasn't entirely in the Empire's preferred Gothic style. There was a distinct lack of gargoyles and such leering down from most buildings, which was a nice change as well. Actually, the place was quite vibrant, especially now that we were here in force and people were cheering us when not too busy working or aiding in fortifying the place. While there were a lot of fools who actually welcomed the Tau on Kronus, there were even more good Imperial citizens who were glad we were here to deliver them from Xeno rule, which was heartening. My brief moment of levity withered as we approached General Alexander's command center. The surrounding space crawled with at least an order of magnitude more security than the situation as I knew it warranted. There were trenches, bunkers, and dug-in heavy weapon emplacements all over the place, tanks covered in fighting positions, sentinels milling around with glowing multi-lasers, even a bomber flight circled overhead. 2 infantry companies stood near the entrance of the CP, looking uneasily at it. One was made of Kassakin commandos in sealed carapace armor, carrying heavy weapons, while the other held the bulk of the Ogrin. We had planet-side, if I recalled right what Alexander had available. Needless to say, that sight didn't fill me up with confidence. I glanced at Antaeus. However, his helmet wasn't much help in divining what fresh threat to life and limb awaited us. The Cog Boys were here in strength too, if the excited chatter in binary coming from the CP was anything to judge by. At least someone was happy about whatever this was. I suspected I wouldn't be as overjoyed as our AdMech contingent appeared to be. Moments later, I was proven right. Inquisitor, I'm glad to see you more or less intact. Alexander gave me a firm nod when he has me enter. There have been certain new developments requiring your attention. Thula's huge form stood beside the general. The captain of the Blood Ravens was barely able to fit into the room, though it wasn't particularly small. The commander of our Astartes contingent offered a silent nod in recognition, however left the explanations to Alexander. I'm at your disposal, General. What is the situation at hand? Alexander glanced at the Cog Boys, who, if anything, grew more and more excited by the moment. First, our friends in the Mechanicus are seeking a most holy relic while aiding us in fortifying the city against Xeno incursions. The arm cannon of a blessed god machine, as they put it. We'll have to recover and protect it at all costs, obviously. While he delivered that explanation in a matter-of-fact manner and with the proper panache, it was obvious that Alexander wasn't thrilled at the need to secure yet another critical point, one that wouldn't be of military benefit for our campaign to liberate Kronus, or avoid losing the planet and be murdered horribly for as long it took for reinforcements to arrive. The silver lining here was that when the Cog Boys at large heard what their local counterparts stumbled upon, there will be Mechanicus assets racing our way, for all the good it would do to us in the short term. That's an excellent news, praised the Omnissiah. I offered a smile to the Cog Boys and topped it off with the sign of the Aquila. However, as nice as this turn of events is, I don't believe that why you called me, General. Unfortunately not, Inquisitor. There are two items of interest that concern us all, and they're linked. First, a few hours ago, a Xeno diplomatic party, or what passed for it, approached one of our recon teams. The leader of these Necrons on Cronis wants to negotiate. As a sign of goodwill, the sarcasm Alexander could put into words was something to behold. He offered us concerning bit of intelligence, one that was just confirmed by orbital surveillance and Astartes reconnaissance teams. The Eldar and Tau met not so long ago, and all signs point at them forging an alliance against us. The Blueskins are currently mobilizing for an all-out assault on our positions. Ah. Well, we were fucked. That thought aside, Necrons wanted to negotiate. What insanity was this? Then you want my opinion on meeting the Necrons and using them against the other enemies of humanity, desecrating this world. I chose my words very carefully. Correct, Alexander stated flatly. We have the forces available to deal with the Tau, especially when working in concern with Captain Thula's Astartes. However, we're likely to suffer heavy casualties we can ill afford when the Deimos Peninsula is swarming with heretics and agents of the great enemy. They should be our priority target, however. If we move against them now, we'll risk being defeated in detail. Damn, Eldar. Liberal orbital support? While we technically control the orbitals right now, our naval elements are damaged and stretched thin between protecting our transports and keeping surviving enemy naval elements honest. There is the remnant of a Tau battle group in system, as well as the survivors from the Eldar flotilla that engaged us before your arrival, Inquisitor. Our naval commanders aren't confident that they can keep Victory Bay safe if we provoke the enemy by purging their strongholds with cleansing orbital fire. This was likely the longest I've heard Thule speak to date. The Bloodraven captain didn't bother hiding his frustration and displeasure at our strategic situation. In that case, it might be prudent that we at least hear what the Necrons want to say. To the best of my admittedly very limited knowledge, this might be the first time these particular Xeno are willing to talk with us. If nothing else, a meeting might be a source of precious intelligence, which the Ordo Xenos will appreciate. The possibility of such meeting and the Eldar Tau alliance is the reason for the increased security, is it not? Yes, Alexander nodded grimly. The Necron envoy told our recon element that he'll be along soon after we decide to meet with him. No need to try and contact them. So there was another reason for the large contingent of cogboys stuck in the command center. You think they're listening to us right now, or at least that is what they wanted us to believe, I concluded. We've provided all available countermeasures, the head cogboy announced. We're fairly confident. Static electricity washed over us, green lighting blinded me, and I scrambled for my las pistol, while clawing at the warp for power and trying to blink off bright spot away from my eyes. Greetings and salutations, a deep, bombastic voice announced. Hold your fire. Thule's voice thundered, bringing me to a halt. If even a few of us tried to shoot in the well-packed-up command center, we were liable to murder more of our people than whatever Xeno trickery just descended upon us. The Mechanicus contingent didn't necessarily agree if the angry binary chants echoing throughout the CP were anything to go by. The ominous hum of powering up weaponry reinforced that impression. Finally, my sight cleared, and I saw a small dark green machine floating above the hololith table, which was dominated the center of the room. The thing was shaped like an insect, and its form was disturbingly familiar. I'm the voice of the Necron Lord of Kronus, who unfortunately has his Voxcaster currently damaged. The unknown voice continued. Despite the artificial tang of said voice, the choice in words and inflection was distinctly human. We're ready to arrive and conduct negotiations, preferably before the Eldari and their newest minions come to kill you all. Everyone in the room, even the floating Xeno device, turned their eyes upon me. Allowing you to come here would allow you to attempt a decapitation strike, I began. However, you could have teleported a bomb instead. I continued, my mind racing. So much for the AdMech countermeasures. Most disturbingly, now that our cyborg friends had a few moments to get over their outrage, more than a few of them chattered excitedly while observing the Xeno device. The thought never crossed my lord's mind, honestly. Sure. I glanced at Thule and Alexander. Both had their weapons drawn and at the ready, however neither of them appeared willing to immediately attack. The general gave a tiny nod, while Thule remained still as a statue. I'm willing to allow a diplomatic meeting. We won't attack your envoy during it unless provoked. I carefully didn't extrapolate what might be considered a provocation. Good enough, I guess. Stand by. We'll be there momentarily. A moment later, a second flash of light blinded me, prompting almost everyone present to curse. When my sight returned, there were two tall metal figures in our midst, and everyone aimed their weapons at them. Fortunately, no one pressed the trigger. Yet, Part 6, Victory Bay Cronis. The smaller figure had an uncanny similarity to a human. If I didn't know better, I would have concluded that the Xenos took some poor bastard, stripped the flesh from his bones, and replaced it with metal. The other one was much larger. In fact, it competed with fully armored Astartes for size, and had to hunch leaning on a staff spear hybrid, which cracked ominously with sinister green energy, the same one that shone from the envoy's eyes. Greetings and salutations, humans, the smaller figure declared grandly. That was the same voice we spoke with through the insect-like machine, which still floated above the hololith. I am honored to present the Necron Lord in charge of this tomb world. We hope this is the beginning of a long and mutually beneficial friendship. It bowed with a flourish, and I'm sure no one shot it due to the sudden movement, only thanks to the Emperor's mercy, and the fact we were all too stunned by the display to react as fast as we usually would. If the Xeno were hostile, they just missed a great opportunity to mow down a lot of us, while we were too busy gaping at them. Everything we knew, everything we've been taught and experienced so far, went in the face of such a cordial greeting, which naturally meant this was either a trap. There was something we didn't know, or the universe had decided to cease making any sense whatsoever. The damnest thing was that the alien actually sounded genuine. Go figure. You requested this meeting, Xeno. Explain your intentions, Captain Thule demanded. As befitting to an Astartes, he was among the first people to recover. We're both in an unenviable position. The Eldari and those Tau upstarts just allied. There is an abomination incursion upon this world. The Orc threat is merely temporarily diminished. While my lord has called for reinforcements, we're yet to receive answers and ETA on their arrival, which means we'll have to deal with the local problems with our currently limited means. An alliance of convenience rises the statistical probability that both of our sides will survive long enough to be reinforced if we're unable to win outright. Does your lord have a name, and why isn't he speaking for himself? This question came from one of the senior Mechanicus representatives. Their whole contingent was divided between making what suspiciously sounded like covetous sounds while watching the Xeno and the technology they had on display, while the rest of them were angry and agitated, presumably at the affront to the Omnissiah the Necrons were. Another division in the ranks was a complication that we didn't need. Our tactical position on Kronus is less than ideal, that much is no secret, I said, choosing my words very carefully. If I screwed up now, the absolute best outcome I could look up to in the future would be a nice clean bolter round through the head. Nevertheless, why should we even entertain the idea of actually working with aliens? No matter the outcome of this campaign, doing so can see us all shot as traitors, or worse, depending on what our superiors decide once they turn up with a proper fleet, I pointed out. The two Xenos looked at me for long, tense moments, and the large one gave me a single nod. Politics, we really should have seen this coming. In our defense, my lord has been stuck into stasis for over 60 million years, and he's still recovering. The same is true for the bulk of our assets, thus the need of an alliance in the first place. The speaker shrugged in a very disturbing human-like fashion. And what would have your lord done if he had all his assets in fighting shape? Exterminated the Eldari, abominations and orcs, given the rest of you squatters a chance to leave. This planet has been a Necron world for longer than your species has existed. No offense meant. We're reasonable people, not like some of our compatriots. That declaration prompted a litany of curses and incredulous exclamations from our contingent. I knew that the Necrons were old, but that old. Of course, I couldn't take anything they told us at a face value. Your lord still hasn't introduced himself, it's only polite to do so, I pointed out. If we lived, we would at least have a name of this Xeno in case the Empire ran into it again. Besides, hopefully my question would be enough to stave off the building explosion for a bit longer. Apologies, human, even the Necron stasis technology isn't perfect. Non-vital data had been highly compressed and sequestered to secondary databanks. A lot of it has been either corrupted or lost for good. My lord currently can't recall his proper designation. The good news is that his tactical and strategic combat memories and capabilities were preserved, while my lord lacks comprehensive memories pertaining politics and how those might lead to your side shooting you for working with us. Perhaps a deal can be struck. My lord promises to put a good word with the Necron naval units, which will arrive to reinforce this world and do his utmost to convince them not to use you as target practice. That envoy could have chosen its words better. I swear he was trying to stir us all up without being too blatant about it. The outrage from our military contingent wasted no time in materializing. Enough, I snapped as loud as I could without using warp fuckery to enhance my voice before this mess could comprehensively get out of hand and see us all killed. Inquisitor, do you expect us to let such a provocation go unpunished? Someone exclaimed boldly from the back of the crowd clumped within the CP. I expect you all to carry yourselves with the integrity, discipline, and honor the Emperor expects from us all, I shot back. If the muttering that followed was anything to go by, I did score a few brownie points with the General and his top advisors, something that could come in useful in the future. I couldn't have put it better, Inquisitor. The Necron Lord's voice continued to be distinctly unhelpful. What deal do you have in mind? I looked at the towering metal figure as I spoke. My lord has observed your technology, and while it is primitive in the extreme, there should be various odds and ends in our vaults that might just be obsolete and old enough your people might find them useful. We have no need of any captured enemy technology, with the exception of what the Eldari use. It's obsolete at best, and we have no need nor use of their toys. As it spoke, I glanced warily at our Martian contingent. The binary chanting, screeching, and the mechadendris waving around grew more and more agitated by the minute. Some of it was obviously too happy for comfort. We'll have to keep a close eye on the cogboys and girls. Yet too many were clearly enraged by the insinuations fielded by the Xeno. The voice might have been blithely ignoring what was happening, however his superior apparently didn't. My lord will owe you one as well, and if at all possible, will mediate in a future encounters between you humans and the Necrons. Hopefully, such mediation will prevent the human squatter population upon another tomb world, or 10 from being exterminated when its rightful owners awake and properly retake control of it. This is preposterous. It's heresy. Why are we even listening to the abominable Xeno? Because all previous encounters I'm vaguely aware of ended up in a disaster, or extremely costly victories if you can call them that. I stretched the truth. While what I just said felt right, there wasn't really much I knew for a fact about any previous encounters between the Imperium and the Necrons. Except the obvious. They were very old, very powerful, and until now didn't deign to speak with us. The Inquisitor is correct. The few encounters I know of between us and these aliens were extremely bloody affairs. While it galls me to admit it, we are in no position to fight a three-front war and win. At best, we might not lose for a time, and even that plays in the traitor's hands. We need to purge the chaos taint from the Deimos Peninsula before it's too late. Captain Thule pleasantly surprised me, with him supporting, or at least not speaking aloud against an alliance of convenience. This might just work, if it wasn't a trap in the first place anyway. And what do you expect in exchange, Necron Lord? I asked. Our forces will not engage each other. We will eliminate the Eldari and Tau as threats so we could concentrate on the larger danger. In the name of cooperation, I must admit that there are rogue Necron units operating on this planet. They're refusing any and all orders, and the only thing they care about is killing everything living that catches their attention. They're to be neutralized with extreme prejudice. Of course, it had to say something like that, just as we were about to take a step back from the prospect of utter disaster. Emperor, damn that thing. I was sorely tempted to fry it with my warp powers, and damn the danger and the consequences. The envoy blithely ignored the stir its declaration caused and continued to speak on. Our best guess on the enemy strategy is that the Eldari would use their abominable powers and mobility to engage critical targets behind your outer defensive lines. We'll have strike teams ready to teleport in the moment we detect them. We'll pin them in place, and together with you forces they were meant to target, we will overwhelm and destroy the raiding parties in detail. At the same time, we will deploy what little heavy forces we will be able to make ready to strike at the rear of the Tau assault columns, attacking your defenses. That might work, in theory. The odds are great that my boys and girls will shoot first and ask questions never when they see Xenotroops in their sights. General Alexander cut in. Our forces are nothing like those Eldari whims and the primitive blueskins. You can't mistake them. They're nothing like humans, and in everyone's experience, aliens were out to get us killed or worse since forever, Alexander stressed. A larger concern, if we actually agree to this, is the possibility of your rogue forces coming in at the worst possible time and causing this potential alliance to fall apart, I added. One of my primary objectives is going to be to hunt down these renegades. So far, they're in limited numbers, primarily the guard forces left under the control of the Command Intelligence, which was meant to take care of this world while we slumbered. However, at this time, my lord can't say for certain that all the forces we'll be putting out of stasis would have retained their sanity. While we will retaliate if fired upon without provocation, we will take no umbrage if your soldiers have to take down rogue units. This was getting better and better already. At this rate, if I lived long enough to make contact with a proper Inquisitor, I was going to be so fucked Slaanesh would be taking notes. Of course, living that long was a questionable prospect, given the state of our Mechanicus contingent and the dirty looks certain officers were throwing my way. We'll need more in order to keep to this alliance, especially if it is to survive the arrival of our reinforcements. I cut in, like a guarantee that you will be vacating this world once it becomes practical. Let's be serious, Inquisitor. What happens after we have dealt with our mutual problems would entirely depend on whose reinforcements arrive first and in what numbers. At that point, the best either of us could do is to plead with our people to honor our alliance. That said, depending on the state of our facilities on this world, it is actually not in the question that we might be forced to ultimately take anything useful, demolish the rest and leave. so you might get your wish." Those words actually made many of my compatriots relax a fraction. Do we have an accord, or should we simply leave and watch the Eldar Alliance have their wicked way with you humans, while we dig in and prepare to hold our stronghold until relieved? I looked around. No one was particularly happy with the current development, with the very obvious exception of a group of Martians. "General, Captain Thule," I asked. "As the ranking representative of the Ordo Xenos, my opinion is that given the circumstances, a tenuous alliance with the Necrons on Kronus is in the Empire's interest for the time being. What say you?" "Well, we might get shot as traitors for this. However, if this is going to give us a better fighting chance against the other aliens and the Chaos, then I'll grudgingly agree." Alexander reluctantly offered his support. "I'm not looking forward to explaining this to our superiors, much less the Inquisition at large. However, I have to agree. The tactical and strategic situation here on Cronis is less than ideal. In that case, we do have an alliance, no matter how short-lived it might turn out to be. Hopefully my fellow Inquisitors weren't going to torture me to death as a traitor and a heretic for signing up on this." Chapter 5, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 5, The Battle of Victory Bay. Part 1, The Battle of Victory Bay saw two unconventional, some say heretical alliances come into play. First to form was the one clearly disfavored by him on Holy Terror. The treacherous and despicable Eldar made common cause with the subversive and opportunistic Tau. Against them stood an amalgamation of the Emperor's own Astartes, the valiant Imperial Guard led by General Militant Lucas Alexander, surviving PDF regiments and various Adeptus Mechanicus assets who received aid from an unexpected corner. A Xeno species that had called Cronis its home for countless centuries and slumbered for eons below the surface. I'm speaking about no other but the enigmatic and dangerous Necrons, who were little more than rumors to the Imperium at large during those days. The details around the formation of the tenuous alliance remain obscured to this day. However, one thing is clear. It formed shortly after the Tau and Eldar struck their own compact, perhaps as a direct answer to the changed strategic situation on the surface. While there was no doubt in the valor, faith, and discipline of the Imperial defenders, there simply weren't enough of them to fight and win against 5 different armies, especially when they were cut off from the Imperium at large and thus a source of reinforcements and resupply. The Imperial Guard and Space Marines already met an Orc horde in open combat and vanquished it, suffering moderate casualties in the process, only for the despicable Tau to strike at their weakened lines in the Guard's moment of triumph. While that treacherous attack was repulsed with heavy Xeno casualties, it served as a stark reminder that the war for Kronus was far from over, and in fact it would only grow harder from then on. This led the Imperial defenders to craft even more extensive defensive positions in and around Victory Bay and its surrounding areas. When the Xeno assault came, it smashed Aircy Trait into the Imperial defenses. A Century of War, biography of General Militant Lucas Alexander. 10th edition, published 995 Men 40, Cadia, Victory Bay. How a species so crude and primitive, like the Mon Key, managed to claw its way to be the currently dominant one in the galaxy, Farsia Taldir would never know. Those beasts were not only foolish and ugly, they were blind and deaf as well. While in this instance those traits worked to her benefit, she couldn't get over the fact that these things were an actual credible threat to the Eldar as a whole. That simply underscored how far her people had fallen and how important it was that they retake their rightful place as the undisputed rulers of the galaxy. Through sorcery, high technology, and naturally superior skill, the Eldar under Taldir's command managed to slip multiple strike teams through the crude and porous Mon Key defensive lines. The worshippers of the corpse god had dug in deep enough that a headlong charge in their guns would have been folly even for superior Eldar warriors. However, that was really of no consequence. Why face them head-on, when slipping behind their backs and slamming a poisoned blade in their heart was trivial, especially when the Tau were around to act as a distraction? The only unanticipated development so far was the presence of cloaked Jungier drones, which weren't up to the task of properly evading the Eldar's senses. It was obvious that the old enemy would be keeping a close eye on the slaughter upon to unfold and alter its tactics accordingly. Ideally, Taldir would have struck at the Necrons earlier. However, with chaos presence on the planet in increasing strength, the crippled soulless machines had to wait before falling under the blades of the Eldar. A litany of psychic messages bombarded the Farseer. Stealth specialists were in place or ready to teleport in and strike, with other forces that were less adept at sneaking around, keeping to ground before charging at the sound of the guns. Rangers had picked up enemy officers to assassinate, warp spiders were ready to deploy and shred infantry, so they could clear the way for other aspect warriors to butcher the Mon-Ki artillery. Tanks, weapon platforms and air assets attached as escorts waited to dash in, just beyond detection range from the human defenses, and they would do so the moment the Tau offered themselves as distraction. Taldir herself led a party of banshees and various hand-picked warriors through what passed for human architecture, relying on her own gifts and those of her comrades to keep them out of sight as they advanced towards the Mon-Ki command center. She would see to it herself that Lucas Alexander would never again attempt to meddle into the affairs of his betters. It was as she foresaw it. The Tau took longer than originally anticipated to muster for this all-out assault, which honestly was to be expected. No one in the whole galaxy could move with the speed and grace of the Eldar, which was one of her people's defining traits. They were without a peer not only at small tactical scale, but army-wide as well, something unfortunately Taldir lacked the assets to properly demonstrate on Kronus. Otherwise she wouldn't have needed to use such blunt instruments like orcs and Tau. Primitive railguns cracked in the distance, followed by missiles, both Eldar and Tau alike. Just like in her visions, those weapons bathed the Mon-Ki in cleansing flames, removing the stain of their existence from the face of this world. Armored spearheads converged on previously identified weak points in the Imperial defenses, and it all happened just in time. Taldir turned around the corner of a particularly ugly Mon-Ki dwelling and laid her eyes upon the enemy command center. "Strike them down," the Farseer sang, her psychically enchanted voice carrying all over Victory Bay. At that point, reality decided it was time to do its own thing and go off the rails set up by Taldir's visions. Squads of Necron warriors materialized all over the region among localized lighting storms. Larger units tore their way from the ground or drove through buildings where they were concealed. Despite the danger of the warp storm pressing upon Cronis, Astartes Terminators teleported from their ships in orbit, while others came from the sky riding rocket packs. Taldir herself had no time to rage at the impossibility of the Illuviar allying with anyone, much less the humans, when the truth stared her in the face. Two of the Mon-Ki dreadnoughts walked through the walls of the command center, while a Necron lord strode through the entrance and levered its staff in her direction. There would be time for recriminations and trying to figure out how her visions misled her so badly later. Now it was time to fight and kill. They were Eldar. No one could stand against them. "You think you have us trapped?" Taldir sneered. "Think again." With those words, she unleashed her psychic might upon the Illuviar leader and the Mon-Ki in his vicinity. The Eldar warriors wasted no time and scattered, slamming into their would-be ambushers with predictably bloody results. Eldar were never to be underestimated. That was one of the first things they taught us in the Schola. We had them where we wanted them, spread thin at a time and place of our own choosing. We had the numbers, we had the firepower, and we had the element of surprise, even if none of the sneaky bastards was obliging enough to walk into the kill zone when the assault began. It didn't help that the two Astartes dreadnoughts, painstakingly smuggled into the command center, jumped the gun before we could open fire. That short delay proved fatal for all too many guardsmen. In a blink of an eye, the Eldar scattered, some teleporting, others moving so fast they were hard to follow blur. The banshees unleashed their screams, and even with ear protections, the psychic component clawed at everyone's minds. "Fire! For the Emperor! Kill the Eldar!" I screamed at the top of my lungs while calling on the powers of the warp to enhance my body. The Space Marines were first to recover and open fire, followed by Karskins and veteran guardsmen. Devastator squads laid down murderous suppressive fire, while tactical Marines focused their fire upon the nimble enemy to bring them down faster. A warp spider materialized upon a gargoyle, learning at the street below us, aiming 2 pistols my way. Before it could shred me, Antaeus blasted it away, along with the ugly statue with a concentrated stream of warp-delivered lighting. "The Emperor protects," the librarian roared, hefting his thunderhammer. It was pure bloody madness from then on. Part 2, Victory Bay, Kronus. It was one thing to hear the stories about the pointy-eared Xenos, it was something else entirely to face them in combat. Sergeant Gabriel Forcus learned that lesson the hard way. One moment he was hiding within the interior of a living room on the 10th floor of a residential complex, taking care to keep himself away from the windows. He was with a heavy weapons section, who had a multi-laser deployed and ready to be pushed to the balcony overlooking the avenue below so it could do its lethal work. The place was very pleasant, much better furnished than anything someone from his family could even dream of back on his home hive, at least before he made the cut and not only joined the Imperial Guard but qualified for the commandos. Nowadays, he sent a large portion of his salary their way, and it might have improved his family's fortunes. However, he was unlikely to see it for himself, barring a disaster at home calling for the deployment of the Guard there, or Gabriel having the good fortune of living to retirement. All things considered, if he lived long enough to retire, he would have much preferred to do it on a nice civilized world like Kronus instead of a bloody hive. That, of course, was before Forcus knew that a veritable list of who's who of the Imperium's enemies would descend upon this poor world while his regiment was stationed there. Crown actual to all elements, we have hard contact. Follow contingency Alpha. The general's voice cracked over the vox built in Gabriel's sealed helmet. Moments later, a commotion happened outside, and he heard the Inquisitor ordering them to execute the ambush. Immediately it became painfully obvious that their portion of overall plan had already went to hell. Before any of the commandos could reach the windows, a lithe armored figure materialized in front of them. Forcus didn't think, he simply acted, countless hours of training kicking in, and dove for the ground while triggering his hellgun. The only reason he survived the initial onslaught was because the Xeno concentrated on the larger threat. It used dual pistols to literally shred Gabriel's buddies and paint the room red with their blood, then it simply vanished again, before the sergeant could avenge his comrades. The commando didn't waste any time on curses or regrets, instead he rolled around, retrieved a grenade from his harness and threw it in the middle of the room before dashing for the door. After what just happened, going to the balcony was going to be suicide for no good gain. With his back covered for a moment, he had a choice to make. Go low and either cover left or right if the damn Xeno waited for him in the corridor. Gabriel chose right and rolled through the door spraying laser fire. No alien materialized to turn him into ribbons, which was a small blessing. His comrades outside and in the rest of the building weren't so lucky. The sergeant could clearly hear human and alien screams that were almost lost under the thunder of weapons fire. Forcus got away from the door just in time to avoid being perforated by shrapnel from his own grenade and sprinted to the closest friendly position to reinforce it. After what he just saw, he had no illusions about trying to face the aliens one-on-one. Unfortunately, the Xeno had other ideas. Gabriel sensed something and ducked, somehow managing to avoid a kick aimed at his head. The alien made an impossible twist in the air and landed on the wall. It leered at him through the glowing eyes of its helmet and aimed its pistols at him. Forcus knew it was futile, yet he tried to bring his hellgun up to spray the bastard. Instead of meeting an inglorious death then and there, the sergeant had the privilege of seeing the ceiling going down and at least a ton of Astartes land upon the fucking Xeno. The floor didn't appreciate the abuse and collapsed under the impact with almighty crash, thus leaving Gabriel to stare at the resulting hole like a drooling imbecile. I was going to be perfectly content to keep to the high ground and take pot shots at the Eldar with a borrowed hellgun, while the Astartes, Necrons, and the Guard overwhelmed the Eldar. It was a good plan, it was safe plan, it was the sane thing to do too. Said plan went out of the shattered window shortly after Antaeus jumped through, surrounded by a halo of psychic power, so he could get close and personal with the Eldar. From the kitchen we hid in, I had a front row seat of the aliens in action, and after seeing them, I had no intention of going anywhere near the bastards. One of the shrieking female ones, a banshee, blurred straight into a third-room apartment across the street, and in the time it took me to raise my weapon and aim, while still trying to enhance myself with warp energy, she butchered a whole squad of veteran soldiers, made it look pathetically easy even. She danced almost faster than the eye could track, practically leaving an afterimage, which was the only thing the quickest guardsman managed to hit before she took his head off with a swipe of her curved blade. I just managed to take aim when a burning sphere barely missed my head, making me flinch and ruining the shot. Without thinking, I dove through the window, hoping beyond hope that the arcane energies running through me would be enough to keep me alive upon hitting the ground. That was the prudent thing to do too, because a moment later, my hiding hole transformed into an inferno thanks to the plasma grenade. I landed hard on my feet and felt my bones protest the impact. However, I didn't think I managed to broke anything. At any rate, I didn't have time for such trivial concerns like shattered bones. Another of the banshees was nearby, busying herself with dismantling a pair of Ogryn. She had one of the poor bastards hamstrung, his arms hung limply to his side, and he stared dumbly at his opened belly. The crazy bitch was busy repeating the performance with his friend when I sent a burst of hellgun fire at her back. She sensed something because she twisted even as I was pressing the trigger and actually managed to throw off my aim, just enough so 2 of the 3 shots missed. The last one caught her in the shoulder blade. It boiled a chunk of her armor, and by the way she shrieked, that had to sting. However, the wound didn't slow her down much, and she headed my way, well tried anyway. A paw of a hand grabbed her knee and she stumbled, managing to drag the second Ogryn with her. She screamed pure murder and twisted around, severing the arm at the wrist, and slammed her blade in the trooper's throat. That gave me more than enough time to send 2 bursts in her back, and this time there was no avoiding them. Her armor ablated and boiled away from the first 3 shots, and the second burst struck unprotected flesh. The Eldar bitch collapsed, however I shot her 2 more times just to make sure before sprinting to the nearest available cover. That was when my personal plans about this battle went totally off the rails. I managed to get behind an abandoned ground car without anyone else trying to murder me, and saw and felt the Farseer unleash a storm of psychic energy at the command center and the Necron who had came out to face her. I also saw a small, thin figure run out of a building down street, followed by alien fire that shredded the ground just behind its heels. It took me a moment to wrap my head around what I was seeing. That was the same lass we recovered when we went to save Requista. She was supposed to be safe under guard, not anywhere near the fighting. One of the banshees jumped through a window to land in front of the girl, and I was sure I would see the child die before I could shoot the alien bitch. Instead, the Eldar stumbled as if she was drunk, and her well-aimed strike turned into a crude swing that missed by miles. I shot the banshee in the back before she could recover, and was glad to see her go down like my first target. "Over here," I shouted at the girl, who continued to run, her wide, terrified eyes darting every which way, though I wasn't sure she was seeing anything in her panic, nor caring about a thing besides getting as far away from the fighting as she could. An Eldar teleported behind her, and he stumbled too before he could aim his 2 pistols at her. I shot him in the chest for his trouble, however his heavier armor absorbed the las bolts, merely causing him to stagger as parts of the chest plate ablated away. Seeing no other good option, I continued to shoot at the bastard, who vanished after I hit him a second time. I felt a presence materializing behind me and knew that there was no way I could turn around fast enough to matter. All I had was the warp energy I was using to bring my body's performance closer to the capabilities of the aliens, and what I did was a damn foolish idea under the best of circumstances. I released all the psychic energy I was channeling as a crude blast wave behind me. Just the backslash brought me to my knees and felt like someone just took a warhammer to my brain. As if that wasn't enough, with my concentration gone to hell, I could feel something clawing at my mind, trying to find purchase. Something laughed and hissed at me in a language that wasn't just wrong, but it hurt to hear. It felt as if pressed clawed fingers at my skull and began slowly pushing them in, enjoying every moment of it. I tried to slap it away, pushed at it with everything I had, and it only laughed harder, amused by my feeble efforts. Then it was suddenly gone, and the warp with it. I was on my back, staring at smoke-chocked skies, and I could hear someone wailing nearby. Small, cold fingers touched my face, bringing my attention to a slim figure kneeling at my side. The girl was beside me. She was babbling something I couldn't hear and trying to get my attention. The hell just happened, and what was that infernal sound? I managed to turn my head to the right and saw that teleporting bastard of an Eldar curled in a fetal position, wailing as if a horde of demons were having their wicked way with him. Chapter 5, Parts 3 Atom 4. Chapter 5, The Battle of Victory Bay. Part 3, Victory Bay. Kronus. This could have gone better, the Necron Lord decided. He was stuck in the epicenter of a small, localized and unpleasantly potent psychic storm. He had to brace himself, even slam his staff into the ground for a better purchase and channel as much energy as he could into stabilizing reality around him. The psychic phenomena tore apart the human command center behind him, which was emptied of anything but a bare-bones staff meant to help sell the illusion it was still a prime strategic target. Those humans were now either dead or running for their lives. The two machines that hid along with him in anticipation for the Eldari assault weren't fast and agile enough to flee. They were too close to the epicenter to make it anyway. The so-called dreadnought on the left took the brunt of the storm. It broke through its heavy plating with ease and tore the soul of its crippled pilot to shreds. The second machine was more fortunate. While it lost its left arm and the flamer attached to it, it managed to stumble into the reality-enforced zone near the Necron before the storm turned it into a pile of useless scarp. That was a foolish thing to do. The machine rumbled humbly, smoke rose from its chassis, even as rivulets of molten metal slid down deep gorges, blasted into the armor. At that moment, the Necron Lord really wished he could have voiced his agreement. The standard Necron units lacked working voicecasters. Those in storage were little more than scrap, and the data on building them was either gone, or it would take days, if not weeks, to be recovered, if at all possible. He lacked the know-how to put to good use a human voxcaster, though if things went well enough, he might get something working on that front in the future. Relying on that transformed human as a voice was less than ideal if the reactions of the other humans during the brief meetings between the two sides were anything to go by. The Necron Lord checked the feedback from his deployed forces and lamented the fact that he was still largely crippled, otherwise he wouldn't have been stuck tanking the Eldar attack. It was almost a frustrating thing to experience. At least the other parts of the battle were going better. A pair of destroyers with infantry hanging off their backs emerged from the ground right behind an Eldari raiding party. The Guardians and Aspect warriors were too busy enjoying themselves slaughtering the human infantry support of an artillery position to pay attention, and by the time they sensed the danger, half of them died due to overlapping Gauss blasts. The rest scattered and found themselves fighting for their lives as the humans rallied and charged them as well. A ranger squad perched on the top floor of a building took aim at their targets, yet before they could decapitate the leadership of a dug-in infantry company, a pair of wraiths detached from a transport flying above crashed through the building and engaged them in close-quarters combat. Two units of line infantry, whose reliability the Lord doubted, found themselves engaging a large group of fire dragons advancing towards the human armored reserve. That blocking force wasn't enough to stop the Eldari by themselves. However, the time it took the enemy to turn them all into molten slag was more than enough for human artillery to zero in on the fire dragoons and erase the whole grid with a massive sustained barrage. Finally, the psychic storm subdued, and the Necron Lord wasted no time in teleporting away. Relishing in the fact that the power transmission between the working reactors in his base and his form was one of the few things still working. He materialized behind the Farseer, who was already ducking and rolling to avoid his attack. The Necron merely sent a blast of Gauss energy her way to keep her honest, if that was at all possible, and slung his staff around, while channeling and discharging as much energy as he could through it. One of the screeching banshees acting as honor guards managed to get away just in time, merely having her armor scorched. The second one, who was closer, was much less fortunate. She managed an impossible twist and turn, avoiding a proper strike from the staff, which merely grazed her foot. That and the corona of power surrounding it was more than enough to vaporize her armor, burn her whole leg to a charred ruin before the Gauss energy got to work flaying the rest of her. One of the Eldari phasing specialists popped up nearby and opened fire with his shuriken pistols. Those things were lethal to lightly armored targets, like most of the Necron's new allies. Against the heavy plating protecting their lord, most shots glanced harmlessly away thanks to the energies running through and just above the necrodermis, which greatly increased its already substantial durability. The Necron Lord waved a hand at the offending warp spider, the motion releasing a crescent of emerald energy. The Eldari phased out only to appear behind the Necron. He managed a single burst before a human sniper hit him in the side, sending him spilling on the ground. The warp spider teleported away by reflex, and his luck ran out. It appeared right in the path of the damaged dreadnought, who didn't even slow down and stomped on his chest, crushing it underfoot. "For the Emperor!" The crippled human cackled like a maniac as he ran straight at the Farseer. Taldir drew her own sword, and in one smooth motion pointed it at the charging machine, channeling sorceress energies through it. The moment its needle-sharp point came to a level with the small vision slit on the machine, she would unleash the energy and properly scrap it this time. She was a heartbeat from doing it when a group of freshly awoken immortals appeared between her and her target. Taldir unleashed her attack anyway, even as she dove away to avoid the onslaught she knew it was coming. Her attack struck one of the Ungir soldiers in the shoulder, the warp energies proving just potent enough to sever the joint before a burst of emerald cracked over the machine and dissipated the rest. That immortal let go of his heavy weapon and retrieved a carbine from an attachment on his back. The 5 others wasted no time in blasting at the Farseer with their Tesla cannons. Taldir threw a psychic shield between her lithe form and the attackers, created a few illusions to help her better evade their attention, and dashed towards the closest building. She was confident that she could take on the Necron Lord by herself, or could dispatch those walking horrors. Fighting them all together, she would need to cull down some of the humans around, rally her warriors, and then decisively end this nonsense. The damned Necron had other ideas. He brute-forced his way through her illusions and jumped to engage her in close combat, while his reinforcements marched their way. Taldir danced around the monster, pitted her mastery over the great ocean against the Ungir terrible technology, yet she simply couldn't get the upper hand. Every time she saw an opening and was about to take advantage of it utilizing her superior mobility, the immortals fired at her, forcing her to evade. Sadly, the engagement wasn't going much better for her warriors. Oh, they were spilling rivers of Mon-Ki blood. Taldir could both see it and sense it. Dozens of the parasites died all around her with each passing second, yet more and more of the monkeys poured in from the surrounding areas. Worse, good Eldar warriors were falling as well, brought low by the crude implements wielded by the Mon-Ki. As if that wasn't bad enough, there was something wrong nearby that made her skin crawl worse than the few unfortunate encounters she had with the Neverborn. Part 4. Victory Bay, Kronus. Sergeant Forcus followed the Angel of Death to his best ability, determined not to face the Xeno alone. He wasn't going to say it aloud no matter what, but having a large, very dangerous target beside him sounded like a good way to divert the enemy's attention and keep breathing for longer. Perhaps long enough so the Imperial forces could put down the aliens for good. Following the Astartes was easier said than done. The giant of a man tore through walls, shattered the floor to make a path, a few times blasted through the ceiling with his bolter before jumping up in an impossible feat of strength and agility, given the apparent bulk and height of his armor. He left a trail of bloody and dying Eldar in his way too, and Gabriel was more than happy to ensure that the Xeno were dead for good. All good things had to come to an end. Without any warning, the Astartes sprinter forward ran through a wall after weakening it with a burst of bolter fire, and before the debris had finished falling, he crossed the room beyond and jumped through the shattered ruin of a shot-up window. Forcus cursed and ran after the overgrown maniac before some sneaky alien decided he would make for a good target to pick up. The Space Marine landed between a pair of those screaming bitches and engaged them with bolter and knife that was a full-size sword for a normal human. The avenue outside was a scene of utter carnage, with Imperial soldiers and those metal Xenos fighting the Eldar. There was fire and blood everywhere, and the screaming of the dying. Gabriel shuddered, but didn't let his fear and revulsion slow him down. He aimed and opened fire at the Banshees, counting that any stray shots won't do more than inconvenience the Angel of Death. A sleek alien fighter roared overhead, chased by Imperial interceptors that struggled to keep up with it. A crack of blinding lighting and buffering wave of displaced air heralded the arrival of enemy reinforcements. More Eldar craft streaked through the sky, this time pursued both by Imperial and Necron machines. There was no mistaking those crescent-shaped monsters for anything else. Of more immediate concern was the reinforcements the Eldar brought to bear. Suddenly, the Emperor-damned bloody battle turned into pure slaughter for everyone involved. The fresh Eldar threw themselves in the fight with a relish, preventing their friends' form being properly overran and trampled under the boots and threads of the guard. Fortunately, the Imperial reserves were nearby as well, and a whole PDF infantry regiment threw itself into the fray, pouring countless bodies into the slaughter. The streets ran red with human and alien blood. Forcas saw whole squads die under the guns and blades of the Eldar, some shot, other cut and torn apart, burned, melted and blown up. Then there was the abominable heretical sorcery the Xeno wielded, doing terrible things to behold to those it struck. Gabriel kept firing, pausing only to reload or throw the odd grenade into the fray. He had to displace twice when Eldar marked his position, yet they were distracted by his fellow guardsmen and women, giving him barely enough time to get out of his position before a plasma grenade turned one into inferno and the second became so much kindling thanks to rapid-fire projectile weaponry. The sergeant didn't survive intact. His thick carapace armor turned away glancing hits, cracking in the process, and in 2 cases it barely held shots that passed through walls to touch him. He even felt a rib shatter, or perhaps that was the armor plate. It hurt like hell anyway, it was getting harder to breathe, but at least he wasn't coughing blood, and that was something, right? Many humans and Xeno alike below were less fortunate. The abattoir there was complete. Laser guns, multi-lasers, melter, plasma, bolters, even the threads of chimeras and a tank platoon that just arrived to provide close support to the bloody infantry. Nothing should have been able to stand against such a display of human might. Yet the Eldar refused to break. They threw themselves with suicidal Abaddon at the guard, determined to slaughter as many humans as they possibly could before superior numbers and firepower buried them, sometimes literally. Gabriel knew war. He had faced both Orcs and Tau before, but this was something else. Why didn't the knife-eared freaks break and run? That way at least a few of them might make it out, and any of his buddies still alive in this slaughterhouse might yet survive. Forcas kept shooting, and without thinking began screaming his hatred at the Xeno, who kept killing everyone in sight. I don't know how long it took me to get back my faculties, but it couldn't have been that long, because the fighting was still going on around us, and we were still alive. On the bright side, now there are more and more guardsmen streaming into the avenue, and they brought armored support, sentinels that stood as far away from the Eldar and shot at them with heavy stubbers, multi-lasers and lance cannons. Chimeras with similar armament as well, which was sturdy enough to provide some cover from certain Eldar weapons. Another positive was that the freak that tried to shoot me in the back was now well and truly dead. There was an Astartes towering above his body, and the Space Marine's foot had smashed through the Eldar's skull, with the boot still in place, caked in blood and brains, while its owner kept shooting down range. "Inquisitor, are you all right?" A deep voice boomed loud enough to hear over the roar of the battle. "I'll live," I shouted back and tried to get up. My brain immediately protested, and it didn't help that I had gained a limpet. The little girl now clung to my side, empty eyes staring at nothing in particular, and refused to let go. Either she was surprisingly strong, or I was more messed up than I thought I was, because when I tried, I miserably failed to pry her away without hurting her. It took a guardsman who had his right arm hanging limply, helping me get up, girl attached to my side and all. "What's the situation?" I demanded from no one in particular. "The bastards are dying hard, Inquisitor." A young commissar, hell, the boy looked younger than me, thundered form nearby. When I saw him, he was busy dragging back a screaming guardsman who had his guts shout to hell. "Commissar Charles Weber at your service, sir." He flourished his bloody chainsword in my direction, shoved the wounded bastard at a medicae, and drew his bolt pistol. "Orders? Do we continue charging the bastards and trying our best to stick them with the pointy end, or do you have something fancy in mind?" "She's a blank," I shouted back. "We can use her to shut down any Xeno sorcery by bringing her close to the bloody bastards. We just need to keep her in one piece." "Ah, so we would only worry about being shot and cut open." The Commissar nodded happily. "I can work with that. Jones, push the chimeras ahead and get me 2 squads of your biggest, toughest bastards to act as bodyguards. And someone help me put her down without breaking her fingers," I added. "You intend to lead from the front like you did against that orc?" Weber exclaimed, excitement coloring his voice. "That was awesome. You're truly a credit to the Inquisition and humanity as a whole, sir. We'll be right beside you, won't we, boys and girls?" The nearby troops cheered gleefully, though not a single one of them capable of fighting even slowed down firing at any and all Eldar in sight. What the hell did I just volunteer for? Chapter 5, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 5, The Battle of Victory Bay. Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. For the Emperor, at them no mercy. A Vox-enhanced voice thundered above the battlefield, and thousands, tens of thousands, took up the war cry, their fury shaking the very foundation of the building Gabriel fought from. For the Emperor. A deep, resonating bass came from below, proving that the shaking came from someone fighting on the lower floors. The floor danced below Forker's feet, making him stumble. A deafening crash and cracking energy could be heard from below. Then another one, and a huge red figure exploded on the avenue, waving around a thunderhammer. Gabriel shook himself up and continued to fight. Finally, he could see and sense it. The tide was turning. The guardsmen below were swarming forwards, racing on the heels of sentinels and chimeras that came down from the far end of the avenue, with a trio of Lehman Russ tanks and their infantry support slowly moving to join them. The sergeant spared a few precious moments to take in the sight, especially when he saw a familiar figure among those leading the charge. There, flanked by a command squad and the distinctive shape of a commissar, was the Inquisitor who became famous by first reining in the Blood Ravens and then going after the Orc warboss himself, charging that ugly abomination like a hero from legend. He even got away with it, and here he was, leading another charge to break the enemies of humanity. "The Emperor protects," Gabriel screamed at the top of his lungs, suddenly feeling ashamed that he had been skulking around taking potshots instead of being even more active in the fighting. He wasn't proud at all of the thoughts he had while following that space marine and using that hero as a distraction so the enemy wouldn't come after him first. For the Emperor. No mercy. Kill the Xeno. More and more war cries echoed through the battlefield. The Imperial war machine chugged along nicely, and now that it was up to speed, there was no stopping it. Eldar tried their favorite hit-and-run tactics. However, there wasn't much space to run into that wasn't already crawling with squads of guardsmen with blood in their eyes. A Xenocraft came screeching from above the ruins of the command center and began strafing the avenue, heedless that some of its own people were fighting and dying down there. Imperial fighters were hot on its heels, however, even to Forcus's untrained eye in things aeronautic, they were losing ground. Lasfire rose to meet the coming Deathbringer for all the good it did. Gabriel aided his own meager firepower at the onslaught. However, the Eldar fighter continued unabated, and it appeared it was aiming straight at the Inquisitor, the never-sufficiently damned bastard. Green lighting cracked at 2 locations below, and a lone figure appeared between the approaching death from above and the advancing Imperial forces. It was a large Xeno, one of the Necron allies, who had to be some kind of leader. Its whole body and regalia was more ornamental compared to the few other of its kind Gabriel had the misfortune of seeing so far. It rose its staff at the fighter and unleashed a single beam of green light and shook it left and right, following the Eldar craft. The fighter released a spread of missiles before promptly blowing up, and with a bit of luck, it would take out the other Xeno for good measure. The Necron Lord grew more and more frustrated with every passing second. The elusive Farseer continued to evade his strikes. The Eldari managed to bring some reinforcements as well, which was a mixed blessing. While that meant crushing them in this location and eliminating their leader became much harder, those troops weren't somewhere else wreaking havoc against the Imperial mobile assets, which would be vital in winning the larger battle, not just the ongoing skirmish in the middle of the city. Nevertheless, it was immensely frustrating. especially once he lost the support of his first immortal squad to awake and enter the fray. While he couldn't get a solid hit upon the Farseer, she did manage to strike his metal hide a few times, leaving slowly healing scars behind. At least the damage he had suffered so far hadn't impaired his combat capabilities. The same couldn't be said for too many of his available units. While they did their job, too many troopers, warriors, and even destroyers were damaged if not outright destroyed while clashing with Eldar raiding parties. That was less than ideal, considering that the primary clash was yet to occur, with the Tau just piercing the Imperial outer defenses. It didn't help that the Necron Lord found himself drawing reinforcements from the force he had been carefully gathering in order to strike the Tau from behind, once they committed themselves so they could be broken in the field for good. It wasn't all bad. While the humans proved inferior individually to the Eldari as expected, there were a lot of them, and they didn't flinch from throwing themselves at the enemy and paid the price for victory. They were already rallying in large numbers, and soon they would have the critical mass to ensure this skirmish would be brought to a decisive end. That much was clear to the Necron Lord, and he wondered if the Farseer could foresee how doomed her efforts were. Well, apparently she did, and in response, she called air support. While the human aircraft were decently armored, given their apparent technological level anyway, well armed as well, they were damn slow and ponderous, something that the Eldari exploited ruthlessly. If it wasn't for a couple of squadrons of doom scythes he was able to get operational just in case, the Tau and Eldar would have had uncontested control of the air, with predicable disastrous consequences. Not a single one of them was in a position to intercept the incoming enemy air support, and the Eldar fighter wasn't aiming at the Necron Lord, which gave him a tiny pause once he figured that out. It was coming at the wrong angle, and he was already engaged with the Farseer in close combat. He would be able to better weather any heavy weapons strikes than the Witch. Using the sensors of cloaked scarabs and his active units in the area, it immediately became clear what the target was. The humans had just rallied and advanced rapidly this way. One of their leaders, the Inquisitor, led them, and his death at the hands of aliens might be perilous for the Alliance. From what little the Lord could gather, said human was uncommonly reasonable for someone of his station, which, thinking about it, was another reason for the Farseer to want him dead on general principle. It took him a split second to weight the probabilities and decision made. The Necron Lord disengaged, using a power surge to overload his phasing systems and teleport in a better position to intercept the incoming craft. He channeled the excess energy into a makeshift defensive screen, even as he fed as much power as he could through his staff and released it as a beam at the coming fighter. His aim was true, and the offensive machine blew up in an impressive display of pyrotechnics, but not before it launched a spread of missiles at the Necron. He braced himself and pumped all available energy in protecting himself before plasma warheads turned the immediate area into slice of hell. Even as his systems struggled to compensate for the immense heat and he walked out of the inferno with the outer layer of his plating melting, the Necron Lord could see that the Eldari gambit would be partially successful. The humans couldn't move fast and enforce through the raging fire. Only their sealed combat vehicles could brave the impacted area by moving through its outer edges. While that would doom any Eldar behind him, those on the other side of the fire would have a small window of opportunity to disengage, disperse, and try and run for it. That was unacceptable. The Necron Lord called more reinforcements to hunt down the old enemy, despite doing so, meaning that neutralizing the Tau would be slower and bloodier for everyone involved. Allowing the too many Eldar to survive would mean that they would be available to cause havoc on the supply lines and other soft targets, while the Allies had their attention focused at greater threats. 2 surviving immortal soldiers joined him, falling a step behind once the Necron Lord walked out of the inferno. "What is your command?" The senior one, the equivalent of a human sergeant, asked, both through the secure communication network and aloud, demonstrating that his voice caster was very much all right. "Hunt down the Eldar," he sent back. Part 6, Imperial Command Center, Victory Bay. In just a few short hours, General Alexander found himself hating the Necrons. It wasn't simply because they were Xenos, and thus loathing them with a passion was its own reward, as the priests often proclaimed. Surprisingly enough, they were yet to prove how treacherous they were, and instead the Necrons were apparently going out of their way to be accommodating, and with the exception of their voice, did go to some lengths to try and be as unoffensive as possible, which was admittedly a tall order for the metal monsters. The root of his hatred was simple and perhaps even heretical. Lucas Alexander was envious. It was becoming increasingly clear that the Xeno Lord didn't lie and its troops were crippled. Yet despite all that, what they could offer and display was frightening. First and most obvious, it was the enemy's Auspex equivalents combined with their stealth metal insects, which offered crystal-clear real-time intelligence of the enemy's movement. That information was precious commodity at the best of times and against the Eldar. Seeing where they gathered and how they infiltrated the Imperial lines was invaluable in order to prepare the various ambushes and units that were about to be struck. Next came the natural way the Necrons combined their various forces, which was a hard thing to do for the Imperial Guard by design. There was precious little infantry in armor regiments, no tanks to speak of in mechanized ones, and the poor bloody infantry, well, it was up to them to do and die, as that ancient saying went. The Necrons and the fucking Tau of all people, they demonstrated how effective integrated combined arms approach was when available. Alexander fumed inside because the Guard couldn't have the same as a matter of course because of the risk of making any traitor forces that much more dangerous. Even 10,000 years later, the Empire was yet to heal from the scars from the Great Heresy. The less said about how much better the Necron weapons were than what everyone else handed to the rank and file, the better. The way the Mechanicus adepts attached to his forces acted clearly showed how much better those things were, and how much some of them wanted to get their mechanical appendages on them, while others were up in arms at that perceived heresy. When the battle began, Alexander received another reason to loathe the Necrons, especially their leader. The self-proclaimed Nameless Lord took the field personally and engaged the Eldar Farseer responsible for the current mess. Yet the fact was that while the Necron Lord was currently fighting one of the most dangerous individuals on the planet, perhaps even the sector, he was also simultaneously commanding and controlling his deployed forces. That much was evident thanks to displays on hololith collecting data from hordes of servo skulls and a crystal-clear map projected by a Necron scarab that silently floated nearby. The final reason to loathe the Xeno up to his dying day, Alexander found in the revelation that without this unholy alliance, he would have been unlikely to hold Victory Bay. There were too many Eldar, they were extremely dangerous, and by the time the Tau broke through the primary defense lines, the blue aliens would have faced only scattered remnants of Imperial mobile forces. Even now, when his troops were forewarned, prepared, and had the Necrons fighting beside them, the reserve and mobile formations were taking a beating, not enough to break them, not enough to ensure the Tau could roll over them, yet. General Alexander grit his teeth. If the Eldar had taken them by surprise, they would have slaughtered his people in more than enough numbers to ensure the Tau would finish the job before fading away. Well, instead the knife-ears were too busy fighting a real war and dying. Unfortunately, they were dying hard, the bastards, and taking too many of his troops with them. Lucas wanted to turn his full might upon the Eldar, yet he couldn't. Their armor was already through the defensive lines with Bloodraven assets under the personal command of Davian Thula moving to intercept, and the Tau would still achieve and exploit the breakthrough they desired, and once committed would sign their death sentences. Alexander had no intention of letting them escape and thus prove a credible threat at a time when he had to focus his undivided attention upon the traitors. The command center was full with chatter from the various Imperial forces fighting all over the region, and too many of them were final transmissions of forces being overrun or turned combat ineffective. That was a large issue among the PDF regiments deployed throughout the city, who were suffering the brunt of the Eldar wrath. The same was true for the doomed bastards who found themselves in the way of the Tau advance. 5 regiments stood their ground, and 4 of them were already destroyed, with the 5th. Kroot, we're being overrun by Kroot. Final defensive fire on my position, Ave Imperator. Enemy crisis suits have us pinned down. We need artillery support. We lost contact with all friendly forces on our flanks. Tau units are about to encircle us. This is Commissar Nora. The colonel is dead. Vespids raided the HQ. I'm taking command. Hold your ground in the name of the Emperor. Shoot it! Shoot it down now! They got the Commissar! Kill them all! This is Sergeant Yuma. The Colonel and Commissar are dead. All other officers have fallen as well. Half the regiment is already gone and we're being overrun. All available artillery, fire for effect on my position. It is target-rich environment. Av Imperator and have a nice war. 5th Cronus Planetary Defense Regiment, signing off. And after that transmission, only silence came from the Imperial regiments between the 2 points of the breach in the defensive lines. It took 3 more minutes for the Necron display to turn that zone fully red, showing that there were still guardsmen over there fighting to the last, and dying after contact was lost. The Tau were going to pay for this, their Eldar masters as well, if Alexander had any say in it. If he had to, he was going to chase Taldir to the depths of the warp and back so he could put that cursed witch down himself. Very soon, we'll have them where we want them. The Necron envoy broke the relative silence that followed the death of 5 whole regiments. According to the map, what was left of Alexander's armored regiments would be still very much out of position and would be forced to engage the Tau mobile formation that favored the enemy's hovercraft. With the artillery more often than not suppressed or moving to avoid being destroyed by the enemy equivalent, the situation appeared grim. Yet much of the artillery park was still largely intact, and whole regiments were almost in position to launch attacks in overwhelming numbers upon the Eldar raiders who were still alive. Once those pests were neutralized, the Guard and PDF units tasked with killing the Eldar would move to reinforce the defensive lines and the armored regiments. At the same time, the Necron's heavy units would enter the fray, forming the hammer that would shatter the Tau with the Guard forming the anvil. 10 minutes for the enemy to be in position, then another 5 for them to engage fully, Alexander summarized. At that point, we'll be hitting the Eldar with everything we have and should have overwhelmed the majority of their deployed units. That was the plan anyway. It remained to be seen how little in common it would have with the cold, hard reality. Chapter 5, Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 5, The Battle of Victory Bay. Part 7, While multiple armies fought for control of Kronus, calls for reinforcements raced throughout the galaxy. Captured records reveal that arguably, first to arrive was the call for help issued by Farseer Taldir. However, to her chagrin, Biel-Tan lacked available assets to dispatch to assist her without compromising the security of their craft world. At the time, Biel-Tan had been confirmed as engaged in multiple campaigns and raid across 8 different sectors. Second and third to reach their destinations were the messages sent by Captain Davian Thula and General Lucas Alexander. Those contained both calls for reinforcements, considering the greater Xeno and traitor opposition faced on Kronus, as well as clarification of orders issued to the 2 Imperial contingents that put them in direct opposition of each other. The content of those messages gained the attention of Sector and Segmentum Munitorum and Naval Command, as well as multiple Inquisitors. 2 Inquisitors raced towards Kronus to investigate, backed by elements of the Sector fleet and 8 Guard regiments available as quick reaction force. The Tau leadership planetside had already called for help long before the various armies that fought for Kronus arrived or made their presence known. The arrival of General Alexander in system prompted them to scream for assistance, and they were lucky that a Tau battle fleet carrying Commander Kai's has been close enough to respond. The Necrons were perhaps the last army to manifest on Kronus. Once their leader figured out the situation and the crippled state of his assets, he sent an open call for help to any and all Necron forces that could come to his aid. Tenuous Alliances, the Kronus Campaign, by Colonel Tonev, retired. Bridge, rogue trader vessel Luca Foedis. It wasn't often that Amberley Vale carried herself as the experienced Inquisitor she was. Usually, it was much easier and fun to live as the mask of a whimsical young woman she preferred to show the world at large. Then there were moments when doing so would be decidedly out of place. In the span of a few short hours, Segmentum Command and various inquisitorial assets in the region received 3 astropathic messages concerning Kronus, a mostly forgotten civilized world in Sector Lithesh, as Mott helpfully explained. 2 of those messages, while concerning, weren't too surprising. There were always places where multiple interests clashed, both Xeno and Imperial alike. Seeing all major enemies of humanity descent on a single world's fighting for control, it happened often enough, given the sheer size of the Imperium. Now, the Imperial forces planet-side shooting at each other, not due to heresy or treason, but because of conflicting orders. That has been happening lately, and the Inquisitors within the whole segmentum had standing orders to investigate and get to the bottom of it. That fact by itself would have gained Amberley's interest, and the presence of 5 Xeno armies on Kronus was like a siren song for an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor calling her there ASAP. It was the third message, which in fact arrived first, that had her concerned. She was to make best possible speed to Cronis after gathering available quick reaction forces. She was to secure the planet and quietly investigate what the Blood Ravens were seeking down there. It came through the usual channels. It had the proper authorizations marking it as genuine and priority order. However, it lacked a clear header explaining who actually sent it. Amberley smelled politics on this one, or worse, which was never a good thing. People on the sharp end like her tended to die as a collateral damage due to such games. Still, she had her orders, and as if not more importantly, she had a mystery on her hands to solve. "How long until we're ready to depart, Captain?" Vale addressed the lord and master of her preferred transport, the rogue trader Aurelius. He was a middle-aged man who had a youthful appearance thanks to his access to the proper rejuvenation treatments, paid in no small part thanks to his richly rewarded service under Amberley in particular, and the Inquisition in general. 6 hours until we're fully resupplied and have the Guard Regiment in place. 3 more hours for the Navy Task Force to assemble, 5 for the transports to be fully loaded and ready to break orbit. 72 hours to reach a safe distance for warp transition. That's too long. We're leaving once your ship is ready. The task force will have to follow us at the best possible speed. Stasis chambers. Necron tomb complex. Pyria. He dreamed of warm sun bathing his face, of cool wind's touch upon his skin, a lovely enticing voice calling for him. He lost himself in half-forgotten echoes of the good life he lived before the war. Then the dreams turned into nightmares of shattered worlds, enemy armadas that blotted the stars themselves, of the Great Fall, the defeat that brought all surviving Necrothia back to the all-but-forgotten homeworld, where they were either left to rot on the surface or, if lucky, to die stuck in stasis faults within the merchant ships in orbit. He remembered the Citan, the fury of his people's leaders at being brought so low, the silent king's own boundless rage at losing his empire. He remembered the deal, remembered his own thirst of vengeance. He remembered the process, how he lost something as he walked into the great machine that stripped his flesh and soul away. He remembered the gifts of the Citan, the massive war machine the newly minted Necrons built, their thirst of vengeance that even the biotransference couldn't drown. He remembered the war that followed, could still savor the despair of the old ones. He dreamed of their madness, of the Eldar, Krork, the abominations they unleashed during their final fall. He remembered the great betrayer when Necron turned upon Necron, when they shattered the few surviving Citan. He remembered how low his people fell. Again and again, those dreams plagued him for eternity. Then he awoke and wasn't sure if it was a dream, another nightmare, or the real thing. Status displays came to life, internal diagnostic tools activated, then a query came from the outside demanding to know his status. Anrakir finally awoke, still feeling the brush of soft lips on his cheek, something he hadn't experienced for eternity even before the Great Sleep. For a moment he stood frozen in place, trying to better recall the memory. Or was it a dream? The diagnostics completed themselves, showing that he was in a surprisingly good shape, all things considered. Over 60 million years, he exclaimed aloud, once his internal systems synchronized with those under control of the caretaker intelligence responsible for the tomb world during the Great Sleep. Affirmative. Priority alert available. Request for all available support. Anrakir paid no attention to the worlds and accessed the raw data. He was pleased to find out that the complex was in a great shape, especially considering it has been left to rot for an eternity, and immediately figured out that he had been very lucky. Either that, or his counterpart had been extremely unlucky. A compromised and decayed tomb world beset by multiple lesser species, the Eldari, who were somehow still around the bastards, and to top it all, there were abominations and their worshippers running around. That place just begged for proper purging, and the local Necron lord was planning to ally himself with one of the lesser species there in order to survive. That was only going to end well. Do we have squatters on the surface as well, and what's the status of our forces? The Necron lord asked aloud. The galaxy had obviously went to ruin without proper overlords keeping things together, something that simply had to be addressed. Gaining the allegiance of the surviving forces upon that tomb world, not to mention actionable intelligence about potential threats and the overall status of the galaxy, would be a good first step before establishing a firm plan for the future, the Necron concluded. He received a data file from the caretaker intelligence which confirmed that there was a lesser presence on the surface, though they weren't exactly squatters. Some kind of fluffy little local critter had evolved into a lesser species that was busy trying to figure proper farming. His late wife might have liked them or not. It has been so long she has been gone, murdered during the war between the Necrothir and the Old Ones, that these days Anrakir had trouble properly remembering her. Deeming the locals of no interest, he turned his attention towards the status of his troops. Part 8. Victory Bay Outskirts. Kronus. Lieutenant Astra loved her lighting interceptor, she really did. That adamantite-clad fact did nothing to make her dearly wish she and her comrades were flying better, much better machines. Both their supposed allies and the murderous Eldar had fighters that totally outclassed anything the Empire could put in the skies of Kronus. 15 minutes of fighting saw multiple Imperial squadrons decimated for little to no gain. The enemy was faster, more maneuverable, had better acceleration, and worst of all, the Auspex couldn't see the real target through the countermeasures broadcasted by the Eldar. That simple fact made missiles useless and forced the Imperial pilots to close in for dogfighting, precisely the wrong thing to do when facing the Eldar. As if to rub copious amounts of salt into the raw wounds, the only reason there were any Imperial aircraft in the air were their allies, who flew wicked armored tanks that turned on a dime and packed a whole squadron's worth of firepower. The Xeno aid was very cold comfort for all too many Imperial pilots, including everyone else in Erica's original squadron. During the fight above Victory Bay, she had to assume command of the shattered remains of multiple squadrons, only to watch and hear them die one after another, while they desperately tried to keep the enemy from blowing up the city below them. Considering how the day had been going, Erica really shouldn't have been surprised at what happened next. "Behind us," Lieutenant Vitae shouted from the back seat. With the Auspex being next to useless, his primary job was to look all around and warn her when an enemy went after them from behind. "Hold on," Astra hissed and threw the lighting into a dive. The interceptor shook from near misses while she tried to find an operational AA battery to drive at, which would hopefully dissuade the Eldar pilot for pursuing her. She managed to splash one enemy fighter by baiting its pilot into a wall of AA fire that merely dinged her armored fighter but shredded the light Xeno craft. This time, she couldn't see a single conveniently set up AA position, damn it. The lighting screeched and shook, its controls buckled in Arya's hands. However, she managed to retain control, if barely. "We're hit," Vitae exclaimed, as if Erica didn't notice. "We just lost some armor, I think." "Why are we still alive?" Astra wondered aloud, while her head snapped every which way searching for the Eldar fighter. A moment later she saw it overtaking the lighting in a steep climb, trying to evade solid emerald beams. It managed to avoid 3 bursts, then a 4th, though the 5th scored a solid hit on the belly of the sleek fighter, which promptly vanished in a green-tinted fireball. "Sweet merciful Emperor," Vitae muttered, as a huge Necron fighter flew past the lighting, shook its single crescent-shaped wing at them, made victory roll in full display, and only then it boosted away in search for more targets. Erica was sure she would never live it down, being saved by filthy Xeno. Either that, or the fact that the damned aliens had better fighters, the bloody lucky bastards. As it turned out, Lieutenant Astra might not have to live it down after all. Broadsword 1-1. Crown Actual, I've got another tasking for you. We have a single operational bomber squadron remaining. You're to assume command of our remaining air assets in the area and escort them in for a strike on the advancing Tau armor. Don't worry about the Eldar, they're beginning to disengage and our allies will continue to harass their air power. Just concentrate on escorting those bombers in. That was easier said than done, much easier. However, Erica wasn't ready to backtalk the general militant in charge of all Imperial forces on Kronus. Flying in the face of the Tau's air defenses might be survivable, a firing squad or worse for disobeying order and showing cowardice in the face of the enemy. Not so much. Crown Actual, Broadsword 1-1, escort in a ground strike aye. We'll do our best and then some, Broadsword 1-1 out. Well, it was nice knowing you, LT, Erica's Auspex officer interjected. Scanners are clearing up, the Eldar might actually be pulling back. That still leaves the Tau, Marek. Broadsword 1-1 to all Aeronautica elements receiving this, form up on me above our airfields. We've got a tasking from up high. It wasn't until then that Erica could afford to pay any real attention to the city below, and the reports she could glean about the situation on the ground. There were dozens, if not hundreds of fires blazing all over Victory Bay, flashes of green, red and white explosions lit it up, though the fighting was apparently dying down. The same couldn't be said for the outskirts. Astra flew high enough to see flashes of explosions and energy weapons all over the place, signifying heavy fighting. Broadsword 1-1, Thunder 1-1, I'm glad you're still around. New markers appeared on Erica's Auspex screen, showing 6 fat and slow Marauder bombers, no doubt loaded to the brims with ordnance. If there were any Eldar left to intercept them, Lieutenant Astra knew that those machines and their crews would be dead meat. Thunder 1-1, Broadsword 1-1, the pleasure is mutual. We'll keep any pests away from you. Do we have a tasking? Broadsword 1-1, Thunder 1-1, transmitting target coordinates now. Be advised, we've got confirmation about Tau fighters in the area harassing our tank regiments. Of course they are, Erica muttered. Only 12 interceptors converged to provide escort, a far cry from the 120-strong air wing that rose to meet the Eldar just a few minutes ago. Damned Xenos. Storm Guard Actual to all Storm elements, we've got the Xeno where we want them. We've got an airstrike inbound to soften them up, and the artillery is finally set up and secure. With saturation barrages on the way, all units, you're free to maneuver independently. The counterattack behind after the first artillery barrage is complete, ETA 69 seconds and counting. Colonel Fahid Roval spoke proudly into the Vox. We've done a good thing today, and we're about to do something even greater. I'm proud of every single one of you. He was in overall command of all armored regiments the Guard had on Cronis, or at least what was left of them. He lost a lot of tanks and personnel during the fight with the Orcs and consequent Tau treachery. However, a lot of the hardware abandoned in the field would be recoverable if he won this battle. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about his crews, and drawing people from the other regiments would be merely a stopgap measure, one that would hurt future performance. Just not as much as not leaving any recovered tanks back in the depot without crew. However, those were ruminations for the future. He first had to win this battle. Venerable Lehman Russ tanks made the core of his force, which he used from dug-in positions to maximize their defensive advantages. He was lucky that his tanks were manufactured on proper forge words and were built up to spec, complete with all the advanced gear that they were supposed to have. Otherwise, the good old Russ would have been dead meat facing Tau armor in anything resembling realistic conditions. Even better, he had a relatively large contingent of tank killers brought in case they faced Eldar armor, which ironically wasn't his problem. The Astartes were dealing with that monumental headache to the south. Missiles, railgun slugs and plasma rained all over the dug-in Imperial forces, and they responded in kind with direct fire, the few precious MLRs and other integrated artillery assets that General Alexander allowed him to control for this engagement. The command vehicle shook from a near miss. Roval could see tanks from both sides die, thanks to direct feed provided by servo skulls, and a few Necron equivalents skulking around. Most importantly, he could see that the Necron armor was moving fast too. By the time the artillery struck and the Aeronautica was in position to rain hell upon the Tau, the blue bastards would find their escape road slammed shut behind them. Then they were going to die. Roval had precise orders. The Tau had to be destroyed as a field force today, and the colonel was eagerly anticipating doing precisely that after what those blue freaks did to his regiment. Hundreds of shells screamed overhead, and Colonel Roval smiled a terrible smile. The ground shook with fire and thunder, the world doing its best to end through the intense bombardment. Stormguard actual to all Stormguard elements, attack. Show no mercy, offer no quarter, kill them all, for the Emperor. Chapter 6, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 6, Victory, you say? Part 1, Tau forces, in the vicinity of Victory Bay, Kronus. He should have known this was a trap. Even against the humans, plans almost never went off so well unless you were doing something the enemy believed they could exploit. The only thing Commander Kais wasn't aware of if this was merely enemy action, or did their allies betray them as well. Drones confirmed that the Eldar were still fighting. Their own mobile forces had ran straight into the human super soldiers, which had turned into a mutual bloodbath. The Tau officer was glad he hadn't thrown his own army straight into that particular meat grinder. In comparison, grinding his way through 5 human regiments and taking on their dug in armored reserves was much easier to swallow and survive. Let's not forget that. Figuring out the hard way that the Eldar failed to neutralize the bulk of the enemy artillery for good came as a rude surprise, heralded by all available sensors screaming in warning the moment they detected a massive barrage incoming. It was fired for effect, coordinated so it would strike in one fell strike, which was a small blessing that gave the Tau a whole minute to react. All available anti-air units shifted to present as many weapon barrels as possible towards the incoming bombardment. Tanks, APCs, and IFVs raced for any trace of cover that could help them. Yet most of Kai's forces were presented with the unpleasant choice of either moving to better survive the coming bombardment or keep their best armor profile aimed at the dug in human tanks. Obviously, there wasn't a right answer to that question. Kais himself jumped into a nearly hole dug in by an explosion and called his shield drones to him. They weaved a protective barrier that might keep him intact from anything but a direct hit, he hoped. Then the world ended, the ground erupted and broke. There was only thunder that probably deafened him. Despite his enclosed battlesuit, constant shocks slammed into the Tau like sledgehammers. All he could do was curl into his hole as much as his arms and armor allowed, endure and watch the battle net shred as the enemy bombardment damaged or outright destroyed Tau units. After this, Kais wasn't surprised to see the human armor surge forth from their defensive positions. It was a good thing that every single vehicle crew that was still alive could see it too, thanks to their surviving sensors and command channels. The incoming enemy airstrike they could now detect too was even less welcome. All that was bad, though Kais was still confident that he could fight. Perhaps even win if the Eldar could at least keep the Blood Ravens off his back. Of course, only then, when the trap was about to shut, he figured out how much the humans suckered him in. He got that revelation while digging himself out of the hole he took cover in, courtesy of the ranking Kroot Shaper in charge of securing the breach in the enemy defenses. "We're under attack by huge machines. We need help now." The alien screamed, and for the first time in his life, Kais had the privilege to hear nothing but sheer terror coming from veteran Kroot. He really wasn't looking forward to finding out what caused it. However, he feared he would be doing so the hard way very soon. A few commands on his display called a drone feed from the former Imperial lines. Sure enough, there were the Kroot swarming over the area, fighting flying amalgamations of metal skeletons and flying sleds that had fully fledged such robots riding on their backs. In the distance, he could see a huge monolith made of dark green metal slowly crawling towards the Kroot positions. It was a trap, all right. "Captain Torres, take your forces and counterattack the humans. You need to keep them off our backs. Everyone else, we're pulling back to reinforce our Kroot allies. They're being overrun." Kais snapped order after order as fast as he could. He sent a priority alert to his base of operations to scramble what little forces he had left there to keep it safe so they could move in and help him save as much of his mobile assets as possible. Balbas the Shaper had 20,000 of his fellow Kroot to accomplish a simple task: keep the large breach in the human lines open at all costs, and if practical, begin turning the flanks of the regiments on both sides of his lines. As an incentive, his people would be able to take and keep all enemy bodies so they could later feast and evolve. He also had a whole battalion of Tau infantry and a few of their large, heavy armored suits to provide fire support. While those were useful, Balbus much preferred his own fire support The guns strapped on the Krutoks were more than adequate to deal with the humans, and he had a lot of those, along with whole packs of hounds still alive after he used them to soak enemy fire during the initial assault. The Krut Shaper had been confident that nothing the humans could throw at him would be more than an inconvenience. Any enemy attack he could absorb, then feast on the bodies of those daring challenge him. Balbas might been right as far as the PDF regiments nearby were concerned. The silent mechanical killers that came from the haze to the southwest were something else entirely. His first idea that something was wrong arrived on the heels of green lighting that tore the sky asunder, shattered the ground, and flayed the flesh away from any Krut unfortunate to be anywhere near where it struck. The slaughter itself wasn't enough to faze Balbas. He had seen much in his long life. The waste of perfectly good food this way. That infuriated him. The Shaper screamed orders, pointed at the approaching enemy, and spurred his army to counterattack. Only then did Balbas figure out that he could still feel fear. The ground nearby burst open and mechanical killers came out, swinging scythe-like blades that sliced through flesh, bone, and armor with ridiculous ease. Every one of them wore the still wet skins of humans. Tau, Krut, and even orcs like clothes, and their evil green eyes blazed with eternal hunger. Balbas was a Krut. Eating your enemies, friends too, once they died, that was a natural state of affairs to make you stronger. Those things, however, there was something terribly wrong with them that made the primitive part of his brain shake with terror. The Shaper had barely enough time to call his Tau allies for aid before the ground around him blew up as a whole group of the metallic murderers surrounded him. He managed a single swing with his weapon aimed at the closest machine before they struck and tore him apart in a shower of blood. The Shaper died before he could see how useless his act of defiance was, and his Krut followed suit, dying without being able to even slow down the Necron advance. The only thing that gave them pause was stopping to dispatch the small number of rampant machines that invited themselves to the slaughter. Part 2. Wordbearer's Base. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. Screams, blood, delectable suffering, it all washed over Eliphas without making a dent in his sour mood. He was supposed to bring forth Cronis to the joys of the gods, turn it into a full-fledged demon world, and use it as a stepping stone to conquer the whole subsector and beyond. That was no longer the case. He was still back in the Eye of Terror, preparing his warband and waiting for the promised opportunity when a demon prince, his current patron no less, manifested and gave him new orders. The word-bearer winced at the memory. That bastard's voice still felt like claws tearing through his brain. The power it casually displayed was both infuriating and enticing. A success would open the gates for Eliphas to become that thing's equal, if not superior. So envy twisted his guts at what was not yet to be. Turning Cronis into a demon world would be nice, something to strive for once his mission was complete. There would be ample opportunities to win further favor with both the gods and various powerful figures watching from the eye. First, however, Eliphas had to secure or destroy certain relics and records, some as old as his previous visit to this world 10,000 years ago. The damnest thing was that he couldn't disagree. The Great Four had glimpsed a future that might not be. They saw the galaxy rend asunder by magnificent warp storm, saw Cadia finally fall, Abaddon's 13th Crusade almost succeeding in breaking the Empire once and for all. Well, that was less than ideal. The War Master now suffered for his future failure, so he would do best next time. Chaos was plotting and working to ensure that the Empire would be weakened, that the Crusade would succeed this time. That, in fact, was his new primary mission here. Set up the whole Blood Raven chapter to be brought into the fold, and with them, Subsector Aurelia. As far as Eliphas knew, that was merely one string of the plan. Others sow the seeds of future plans, discord, opened the eyes of corpse worshippers, the works. When the time came and the 13th Crusade burst forth from the Eye of Terror to swallow Cadia, there would be no stopping it, and this whole segmentum would be eager to be liberated and shown the truth. He knew this, he saw the logic, it still fucking grated. Eliphas wanted to be out there, spilling blood, taking skulls, proving his worth. Instead, he was busy properly fortifying his base of operation, building up his forces, while acolytes and sorcerers did their bloody work. sacrificing corpse worshippers in order to open the warp portal and bring forth new units to add to his expanding army. It should have been easy and simple to allow chaos to pour through, yet the corpse had some of his attention upon Kronus, not enough to be decisive, but enough to make Eliphas's job much harder than it had to be. Otherwise, he would already be engaging the Imperial forces at Victory Bay instead of missing the glorious slaughter currently unfolding there. He scowled at that thought. It wasn't bad enough that there were a lot of corpse worshippers unlikely to see the light there. The never-sufficiently damned bastards had allied with the soulless abominations slumbering below the surface. It would have been only worse if they allied themselves with the godless Tau. At least there were some good faithful here on this part of Cronis, willing to offer the gods everything they were and had, like that group of young mothers bringing their children to be sacrificed so the demon bound below the Eris Badlands could be finally released for good and unleashed against the unbelievers. The word-bearer champion nodded in approval at the gathered willing sacrifices and made a shooing motion with his clawed gauntlet. He wasn't about to take any risks and would ensure himself that everything was done properly this time. Failure was not an option. 4 squads of heavy-armored Astartes fell in formation around the sacrifices, priests and sorcerer who was going to lead the ritual. Acolytes made a final check on the transports, carrying all other necessary supplies for the ritual, and the small convoy finally left. 2 tanks led the way, a pair of dreadnoughts taking up the rear, and a Helldrake took to the air to provide both close air support and dissuade any enthusiasts from striking them from above. Behind them, more and more troops poured in with every activation of the warp portal, bolstering the ranks of his warband. Soon, Eliphas would have the numbers to burst out and sweep his enemies off the surface of Kronus. He'd better, otherwise this time he might not be lucky enough to be thrown in the Basilica of Torments again. Victory Bay, Kronus. The whole area was in ruins, many of them burning, or at least smoking. Blood pooled at least ankle-deep in what was left of the large avenue. An inferno blocked the way forward. This was awesome. We'll be legends after today, won't we, Inquisitor? Commissar Weber exclaimed gleefully. I gave him a sidelong, concerned glance. Granted, I knew him for all of a 5 minutes, if that, but he was enjoying his job a tad too much. His regiment loved him, despite that if the ragged cheers coming from all around us were anything to go by. It's a victory of a sort. I could allow that, I guessed. The fucking Eldar didn't slaughter us all. We might have achieved our objectives as well and paid for it with a small river of blood too. Fucking Eldar, they weren't supposed to stand and fight like this. You hear that, folks? We've done well today, the Inquisitor agrees. First round, once this is over, is 1 me. Well, now I was beginning to see why people kind of liked Weber. The man had a natural charisma and might be all right fellow, suicidal tendencies notwithstanding. Besides, I wasn't one to give him shit on that front. You did well indeed, boys and girls. You did the Emperor proud today, I shouted at the top of my lungs, and I had to admit the cheers that met my words were something else. Victory? Victory, you say? A metallic voice decided that this was a great time to rain on our parade. I turned around, rising my weapons in a defensive stance, to see a bulky Necron carrying a very large weapon that hummed ominously tower over me. Scarabs detected movements from what you call the Deimos Peninsula. The abomination's forces are stirring. The real threat remains unaddressed. We need to neutralize the Eldar and Tau fast, so we can concentrate on the abominations. This my lord decrees. That flat statement was a great way to dampen our spirits and joy at simply surviving the bloody battle. Chapter 6, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 6, Victory, you say? Part 3, in the vicinity of Victory Bay. Kronus. It felt great to face the Eldar in open battle, in a time and place where most of their advantages were neutralized. However, the means that allowed it, they simply grated over everything that made Captain Davian Thula who and what he was. To think that the Blood Ravens and the other Imperial forces on Kronus actually needed Xeno assistance. Lance cannons discharged their fury with blinding flashes, missiles rained upon the advancing enemy, while a thin yet unbroken wall of blessed steel moved to interpose itself between the Eldar and Victory Bay. For this engagement, the force commander had either already deployed or had in reserve the bulk of the Astartes heavy equipment he had available in system. 2 Predator tank platoons, led by a land raider, formed an armored fist he intended to pummel the Eldar with. He had Terminator and Devastator squads ready to deep strike from orbit, along with nearly a third of his available dreadnoughts. All that was on top of full half of his company, outfitted with heavy weapons, and currently busy using explosives to dig in improvised fighting positions. If the circumstances were different, that would have been a waste of time. Usually the biggest issue with facing Eldar was to pin them down so you could bring the fight to them. However, this day it was different. The Eldar were the ones who had to attack in order to make an opening for their allies, and extract their infantry who walked straight into an ambush, the arrogant bastards. The Eldar heavy units came as predicted, and thanks to Necron techno-sorcery, the Blood Ravens not only knew they were coming, they could observe the approach in real time and prepare accordingly. It still grated, even if said intelligence was going to save a lot of his brothers' lives upon this day. The enemy came skimming over the low hills in the distance. A swarm of autonomous weapon platforms led the way, screening a Viper reconnaissance unit. Behind them glided the bulk of the Eldar combat power on Kronus, 3 hover tank platoons led by Scorpions flanking an Emperor-damned Cobra. The rest were merely fire prisms and falcons. Nothing to scoff at, but still paling in comparison to the enemy's super-heavy equivalents. If the force commander had to face them in open battle at a time and place of their choosing, well, honestly, Thule wasn't sure if he would have been able to win the day. Those relatively flimsy machines concentrated tremendous firepower, speed, and protection in the form of the Eldar never sufficiently damned holofields, which usually allowed them to strike with impunity. Well, this time, the Blood Ravens could see through that shroud thanks to the Necrons, and while the Xenosystems naturally weren't integrated with blessed human technology, the Astartes were more than good enough to compensate thanks to the visual feed provided by a small swarm of scarabs. The enemy is in sight, brothers. Fight for the Emperor. Let's smite the Eldar in his name on terror. Thule thundered as the land rider he rode went to a sudden halt and opened its ramps. The force commander dashed out of the heavy vehicle, barely slowed down by the heavy plasma cannon he brought out of the reliquary for this battle, and smiled grimly as the enemy entered into extreme range. Particle beams lanced towards the Blood Ravens from the swarm of weapon platforms, and his brothers responded with high-explosive death and lance cannons. He didn't really bother to take proper aim and discharged his weapon. Even through his heavy armor, Thule could still feel the extreme heat the plasma cannon produced as a byproduct of its operation. If there were unprotected people anywhere near him, they would have fried by the mere proximity. Wet grass ignited, the ground below the shot turned charred and cracked, and the enemy, the Eldar scouts, managed to get away and avoid even a grazing hit. Yet that wasn't good enough for the Xeno closest to where the plasma impacted the ground and unleashed its full fury, creating a deep, glassed crater. A wave of blue superheated gas and electromagnetic radiation pulsed outwards, igniting everything they touched. An Eldar Viper took the brunt of the explosion at its back and side. Wraithstone glowed white, electricity arced over the hover vehicle, and its pilot lost control, plowing into the ground. A moment later, a multi-laser secondary from the Land Raider shredded the light vehicle, claiming the first blood of the engagement. The Eldar responded in kind. Particle beams and more esoteric energies lanced forward from their approaching tanks, which kept accelerating. Thule smiled at the sight. Just as predicted, the enemy didn't intend to fight him at all, merely slash through his blocking force, take the hits they couldn't avoid, and proceed to wreak havoc in Victory Bay. The Eldar might have even pulled it out if they had scattered the moment they noticed his force. If they were from a different craft world, that much would have been expected and a given. Then again, Eldar from a different craft world might have thought twice about attacking the Imperial forces when chaos was active on Kronus. Crow actual to all strike elements. You're clear to deploy. Option Marius 3. Thule called in his reinforcements. They would drop behind his line in a pattern that would maximize the time they would have to shoot straight into the flanks of the approaching enemy, who would need to slow down soon. But until then, Thule shot at the line of approaching enemy tanks and jumped into a nearby trench, still smoking from the explosives used to dig it. Missiles screamed above, launched by the handful of whirlwind vehicles he had available, only to be met with a painfully accurate return fire from the remaining weapon platform. That was all right. Every platform shooting at the ordnance was one less shooting at his brothers, which was important now that they were close enough to pose a threat. The ground shook when the Land Raider unleashed the full fury of its armament at the approaching Eldar, and the enemy heavy units responded in kind. Blinding flashed, and explosions erupted all over the battlefield. Devastating lances of exotic energy slammed into the thick armor of the blessed machine, melting deep holes in it, which bled leaking glowing alloy. Whole Devastator squads opened fire with heavy bolters, missile launchers, and portable lance cannons. The Predators raced forward, shooting all the way. 2 minutes, that was how long it took the Eldar to fly through the no-man's land between the two forces and simply force their way through the Blood-Raven lines. Advanced anti-tank weapons cracked Predators, opening them with disturbing ease. Fire prisms turned whole trenches into blazing infernos that would have killed everyone in the vicinity if they were mere guardsmen. The Land Rider listed to one side, trying to keep its ruined right from being shot at, while spiting defiance with its remained weaponry. The Eldar didn't emerge unscratched from their reckless charge. It might have even worked if the Blood Ravens couldn't properly see through their holofields, but that was not the case today. Their whole reconnaissance element perished before they could reach the transhuman lines, the Vipers simply lacking the armor to survive the kind of effective firepower the Blood Ravens could throw their way. Fire prisms and falcons fared better, their armor usually allowing them to survive multiple hits. However, every strike shattered painstakingly crafted wraithbone and other, less exotic alloys, or even worse, slowed them down so they could be more easily targeted and turned into burning wrecks. Even one of the Scorpions succumbed to a heavy strike by the Land Raider, so it could be finished off by 5 Predators that ignored everything else in order to pump as much firepower into the crippled super-heavy tank as they could. Return fire blew up 3 of them. The Cobra sliced off the turret of the 4th, but not before the 5th one finally cracked through the Scorpion's armor and hit something important. The hind third of the Eldar vehicle went up in flame, the explosion tearing it in two, with the forward third burying itself deep into the ground. Then the Xeno were through, with Blood Ravens turning around to shoot them in the back, while the enemy vehicles slung their turrets around to return the favor. At that moment, the first deep-striking units arrived, with Space Marines sprinting out of their pods and dreadnoughts not even bothering to get out before opening fire with anti-vehicle weaponry. Seconds later, 8 Terminators flashed into existence, each carrying heavy weaponry that wouldn't be portable even for regular Astartes, and joined the fray as well. At this point, the holofields proved their worth, saving multiple vehicles from outright destruction as they sped to safety. A wave of emerald fire washed over the ground behind the Blood Ravens, and the Eldar drivers did their best to avoid the newest danger. A few of them even managed to do it, throwing their tanks right or left. However, almost 2/3 of the remaining enemy armor drove straight over the minefield that just phased in. Green lighting struck, either discharging its fury at the weaker lower armor of the hover tanks, or worse, overloading their anti-gravity drives and slamming them into the ground at full speed. As if that wasn't bad enough, the energy discharge scrambled the holofields, forcing them to restart. Either way, the result was the same. The Eldar vehicles suddenly became uniquely vulnerable, and the Space Marines wasted no time shooting at the clearly visible targets. "At them, brothers! Don't let them get away," Thule ordered. He carefully lined up a shot at the back of the Cobra, which was still mostly intact. The super-heavy vehicle wavered, molten metal rained from its underside. Its turret slung, the distort cannon lined up with the crippled Land Rider, and the captain swore. They both shot at the same moment. An invisible pulse rippled through the air and hit the corner of the blessed Astartes machine. The armor simply imploded, providing no meaningful resistance. Then the shot continued, spreading and tearing an even larger chunk of the crippled vehicle on its way out. A burning ball of plasma hit the D cannon just below the barrel, and the whole vehicle vanished in a wall of blue fire. A double heartbeat later, no less than 15 lance shots slashed through the burning haze, a flash potent enough to momentarily force the captain's helmet optics to shut down. came next, and when he could see clearly again, there was a large crater where the Cobra used to be, complete with mauled chunks of alien metal raining all over the minefield. Part 4. Victory Bay, Kronus. This was not right, Taldir screamed within her head. She wanted to voice her fury, her hatred and loathing aimed at the Mon K, who had the sheer, impossible gall to hunt her down like an animal. Yet the Farseer was too busy running and fighting to waste even a single breath to such a frivolity. She dashed around a corner, went low and skid over a wasted street covered with cracked stones. Laser bolts flashed above her head, a barbaric chain blade roared past her helmet, and a Mon Ki spat his bile at her. Taldir slashed upwards, gutting a screeching crimson-clad animal, and at the same time sprayed its pack with her trusty pistol. Monomolecular blades cut through the beasts shooting at her, and they collapsed in screeching heaps. The Farseer had no time to enjoy her handiwork. She nimbly jumped on her feet and continued her flight, while Ungir murder machines hounded her. Broken visions, combat senses, and her armor's sensors were barely sufficient to keep Taldir just a step ahead from dead or worse, ending up as She Who Thirst's latest plaything. Blasts of abominable emerald energy burned through polluted air, cored through abandoned primitive Mon Kai vehicles, and clipped the hides of nearby buildings. Wraiths exploded from the ground, their wicked claws slashing, thirsty for Taldir's tender flesh. Mon Kai sprinted to cut her off, screaming obscenities in their crude language. It wasn't enough to bring her low. She was a Farseer. She was an Eldari. Taldir wouldn't allow it. She couldn't meet such an inglorious end. The Eldari threw her last plasma grenade over her shoulder and jumped through the window of the next Mon Ki building she ran past. Wood and glass shattered harmlessly over her armor. She saw a Mon Ki brat stare at her wide-eyed and ran past, even as weapons fire struck the wall behind her, turning it into shrapnel. Taldir burst into a side street, finding herself face to face with a surprised group of those arrogant beasts. She acted without thinking and waded in between them with blade and sword. 5 died before the first one could even attempt to aim at her. She shot 2 more and ran an 8th through before an officer managed to parry her sword strike. The hilt shook within her grasp as her weapon struggled against dozens of spinning jaws of a chainsword. Before the Mon Ki could do more than gawk in surprise at her, Taldir shot him in the face and continued her flight. No matter where she looked, both through her eyes and her connection with the great ocean, all Taldir could see were more and more Mon Ki and Ungir converging upon her position. The only saving grace of her situation was that with so many murderers after her, more of the Farseer's warriors were liable to slip out of this place. It stung being forced to run away. That doing so wasn't going to be enough. It was even worse. Taldir shook under the pressure of her emotions. The great ocean around her frame stirred as it eagerly drank her frayed feelings. Taldir refused to see her song extinguished in such a way by soulless automatons and barbarians. She headed straight towards the closest tall building and sent a psychic call to all remaining Eldari aircraft fighting above the Mon Ki city. The command was simple: to abandon their current missions and retrieve everyone they could. She felt acknowledgements pulse through the great ocean, followed by more mundane response. That was good enough. All she had to do now was reach the dubious safety of a nearby roof where someone could pick her up. Taldir ran for her life, even as the enemy redoubled their efforts to snuff it out of existence and feed her soul to She Who Thirsts. A huge Mon Ki slammed in front of her shortly before she could reach the building. The shockwave of his rocket-assisted landing shook the Farseer to the core, rattling her teeth and nearly throwing her off her feet. It was only her natural grace and agility that allowed her to remain on her feet, if barely. That in turn saved her life when the Space Marine went after her with a roaring chainsword and bolter pistol. Taldir twisted out of the way of the shells, parried the ravenous blade, and pushed with all her strength and psychic might against the large abomination who leveraged his own physical strength and even triggered the rocket pack strapped to his back. The Farseer pirouetted away, dancing around their locked blades, and leveraged the pressure point to sling the Mon Ki past her lithe frame. He reacted faster than any of his wretched kind had a right to, and sent 2 shots her way as he twisted in mid-air. Taldir merely moved her head, and the bolter rounds missed by a fraction, even as she brought her own gun to bear and perforated the Astartes with 2 precise bursts. Before the mutated Mon K crashed behind her, the Eldari already had the encounter filled out of her mind and sprinting away. There were more Mon Ki coming to murder her, or worse, there were always more of those wretched vermin. Taldir blasted her way through a solid wall, tore the ceiling off and vaulted up, gracefully landing on the upper floor where she swirled around, blade and gun, reaping through what was left of a group of Mon Kai running through a corridor that she now painted in their blood. Another pulse of warp energy tore the ceiling above her, and the Farseer vanished through the hole moments before a pair of Jungir warriors materialized among the carnage. She ran, while blasts of green lighting disintegrated the floor behind her heels. Taldir summoned more eldritch energy from the great ocean, tore the ceiling off and twisted, surrounding herself with a shield of purple energy before sending a lance of pure warp downwards at the Jungir. She caught one in the face and blasted it away, neutralizing the murder automaton. However, the second one lasted just long enough to return fire. Gauss energy washed upwards and caressed her right foot, stripping away armor, flesh and bone. Taldir collapsed with an ear-piercing scream that shattered what little glass survived for blocks around. She had to cut off her own leg at the knee and cauterize it with warp fire in order to stop the Jungir's terrible weapon from further ravaging her body. She got up with a roar of anger, using her fury to push the pain away, and hobbled up, substituting her blade for a crutch. The Wraithbone sword was more than strong enough to support her weight when slammed horizontally into the nearest wall. Somehow, Taldir made it to the roof, only facing one more Mon Ki, who she turned into a living torch after unleashing all her pain, loathing and frustration upon him. A vampire raider shrieked overhead. It was one of the few attached to her crippled flagship, and Taldir used her remaining strength to jump on board. A pair of welcoming hands grasped her by the shoulders and pulled her in. An aspect warrior with cracked helmet aimed at something behind her and opened fire. The warrior holding her suddenly increased his grip and shoved her away, and before Taldir could comprehend what was happening, someone kicked her in the side, shoving the air out of her lungs. The Farseer gasped, her side burned, trying to breathe was excruciating agony the likes of which she hadn't experienced before. Was this it? It couldn't be. She was an Eldari Farseer. The Mon Ki couldn't bring her down, not now, not ever. It simply wasn't right. All Taldir ever did was what she was taught to, what she was supposed to, what was right. She should have won, brought glory to her craft world, brought it a step closer to uniting the Eldari and bringing back their empire. This wasn't right. 23, Chapter 6, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 6. Victory, you say? Part 5. In the vicinity of Victory Bay, Kronus. Sinister green lighting tore through the air, aiming at the wildly maneuvering Tau. Everything it touched withered, disintegrating within mere moments. The best armor the Tau had could resist the less powerful blasts, yet it couldn't stop them. They stripped layers upon layers of advanced alloys that would have given pause to even the most potent of human weapons. What those terrible weapons did to tanks and APCs was bad enough. Their effect on mere flesh was one of the most terrible things Commander Kai's had ever seen. A blast stripped the armor off a crisis suit, braced to provide fire support. The second hit burned away the armored suit of the pilot before searing away skin, flesh and bone until there wasn't even a skeleton left within the cored vehicle. Railgun slugs lashed back at the green machines moving in to cut off the Tau armored formation. Missiles and plasma joined them, slamming into the unrelenting tide of metal. The unknown enemy kept coming, taking hits in stride and replying in kind. Hover tanks raced to flank the enemy, combat suits braced to provide direct fire support, and heavy infantry spilled out of APCs and deployed, bringing additional firepower to bear, yet it simply wasn't enough. Plasma washed over green armor until it glowed, slugs tore through the weakened alloy, yet more often than not, the mechanical tide merely slowed down. Often, the grotesque amalgamation between humanoid skeletons and hover vehicles didn't cease its murderous advance until they were literally shot to pieces. Commander Kais knew that this new enemy could be destroyed. They were far from invincible. However, the metal tide was simply too numerous, too tough for him to prevail. If he had to face them alone, then perhaps he could have leveraged the superior mobility of his armored formations to win the day. However, the humans were behind him, and they were no longer content to stay on the defense. Their remaining armor roared out of well-dug-in positions, curtains of artillery fire fell from the sky screening their advance, and they fell upon his doomed rear guard with murderous fury. If that wasn't bad enough, sensor feed from his drones confirmed that he would be receiving no meaningful aid from his supposed allies, the Eldar. The knife-ears had walked into an ambush as well, and if anything, fared even worse after striking the human super-soldiers head-on. Kai spat a curse and kept firing as fast as new targets appeared on his HUD. He never stood in a single position any longer than it took his rocket pack's capacitor to recharge from his armor's reactor, and even that and state-of-the-art ECM only kept him alive thanks to sheer luck. 10 times emerald lighting shot in his direction, trying to strike him with its devouring touch, and he ran ducking and weaving as much as his armor allowed, barely avoiding agonizing death. Kai's returned the favor, doing his best to suppress enemy vehicles with plasma and missiles until his pods ran dry and his repeater overheated, leaving him with only the railgun and few remaining drones. With every passing moment, more and more good Tau vanished from the datanet. Their vehicles turned to little more than molten slag that rained upon this world's cursed soil. All heavy units pin the enemy down. APCs and IFVs break left. Tanks, infantry and combat suits screen them until they achieve a breakthrough, then scatter, Kai's ordered. The commander knew he just signed the death sentence to everyone who wouldn't be fast enough, including all suit operators, like himself, which was fitting. In the end, this debacle was as much his fault as anyone else's. He did sign up on the plan, which as far as he knew had more than reasonable odds of working. If it wasn't for those green machines. There was no to second-guess himself now. He was already dead after all. "Combat suits, form on me. We're going straight down their throats," Kais declared. The enemy's armor was tough, very tough indeed. That merely meant the Tau needed to get closer in order to make their weaponry more effective. The fact that doing so would be a very bloody affair indeed, well, that was merely the price of doing business, especially once you've already walked into a trap. Just over 100 combat suits bounced forward following a wedge of heavy hover tanks, which kept on advancing and firing until the enemy turned them into slag. Kais's heavy units did their job regardless. They focused the machine's attention upon their weapon-bristling frames, managed to even stall their advance for a few brief moments, and most importantly, allowed the combat suits to advance to almost point-blank range without being picked up at range. "Hit them with everything you've got," Kais roared, and opened fire with his railgun and plasma repeater. The heavier weapons of Crisis suits thundered behind him, while the handful of broadswords he had under his command advanced in a thin, ragged line around him. Heavy rail rifles shook the ground, their discharges producing deafening thunderclaps. At this range, smaller enemy hover vehicles simply halted when struck, the heavy slugs tearing large chunks of their frames. Yet the mechanical menace remained undaunted. The enemy simply finished off the last remaining swordfish and began to methodically dismantle the combat suits and the heavy infantry advancing in their wake. Solid torrents of emerald lighting washed over the battlefield while the Tau stubbornly held their ground. One after another, combat suits fell, some cored through and through. With their pilots turned into ash, others got eviscerated by lighting strikes that left little more than a pair of smoking legs drenched in slagged armor, while others fell torn to shreds by the green disintegrating rays. "It worked," Kais hissed through clenched teeth. His command suit burned, half his helmet was gone. However, the last thing he saw before his HUD flaked off in green fire was a large number of APCs and IFVs slipping through the encirclement while a full third of his remaining hover tanks screened them. Those vehicles hammered the enemy for all they were worth, yet there simply wasn't enough of them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. "All units scatter," Kais mumbled. Emerald lighting washed over him, and all he knew was pain. Part 6. Victory Bay, Kronus. As much as it galled me to admit it, the Necron was right. Our so-called victory tasted of ashes, literally at that. It stank of blood, piss and shit as well. We were ankle-deep in blood as well, yet the guardsmen in the area were happy little beavers cheering the slaughter. I found myself torn. On one hand, it was great that we were still alive and mostly intact. the mountains of corpses around us notwithstanding. On the other, to say that we paid a very steep price for this victory would be a charming understatement. I didn't feel like cheering at all. In fact, puking out my guts appeared to be on the menu. "Inquisitor, great work," Commissar Weber exclaimed gleefully. The grinning maniac walked to stand beside me and clapped me on the back. "We should do this again. We sure sent those pointy-eared freaks packing. Note to self, keep the crazy bastard busy and as far away from me as humanly possible." Nevertheless, I plastered the best smile I could on my face, nodded, and returned the gesture by grabbing Weber by the shoulder so I could shake him. "We did the Emperor's work today, my friend. You all did him on holy terror proud." I shook the bastard's hand for all I was worth and turned to look at the troopers around us as I spoke. Heedless of the corpses piled up high around us, the bloody maniacs cheered us like the bloody damned fanatics they were. This was the first time I wondered how the hell I ended up in such a position. I shook my head and turned my attention to something constructive before I could waste any positive reputation I might have gained lately by puking my guts in front of the crowd. Our work is not done, my friends. Our fallen comrades need to be tended to, the wounded as well. We won't let them rot in the streets. Commissar Weber. I turned towards the chief maniac and gave him the most solemn look I could muster. "See to it," I offered him a pointed nod. Weber's eyes shone with both fanaticism and admiration before he turned towards his regimen and began barking orders. With a bit of luck, I would not cross paths with this particular walking disaster ever again. The next distraction on my agenda was obvious as well. Check on the little muchkin that kept me from becoming a demon's plaything, something I owed the brat more than I could possibly ever repay. It was a debt that I might be ill-placed to honor depending on what would happen when reinforcements arrived. I knew my duty. I should be dispatching her in the general direction of terror so she could be molded into a good little assassin for the Imperium, something that would be both an ill reward for saving me and a loss of a particularly useful asset. Well, for the time being, that was also an academic issue. We needed to survive long enough for reinforcements to arrive before worrying about what would happen then. Until such a joyful event, the least I could do was take care of the brat and keep her safe. I found the kid safely strapped in one of the uncomfortable seats of a nearby chimera, with the guardswoman assigned to watch over her sitting stiffly in the seat beside the brat. The woman was pale and gripped her lasgun hard enough her arms shook. That made me pause. Surely the little blank didn't have that much of an effect to everyone else around her. I thought back to the raid upon the Arbiter's HQ and winced. She made veteran Astartes uncomfortable. What that said about my lack of issues with her, I had no bloody idea. "Hi there," I waved cheerfully. "You're dismissed, Corporal." "Thank the Emperor," the trooper muttered and practically ran out of the chimera. Well, this explained why the girl was running alone in the middle of a battle, though it certainly didn't put the sore bastards I charged with looking after her off the hook. If they were still alive, I was going to get my pound of flesh. I simply couldn't afford to have my questionable authority undermined in such a blatant way, even if it turned out to be for the best in the end. "Are you all right?" I asked the girl, which was of course a dumb question. Of course she wasn't. As if the fact that she has been catatonic ever since we found her wasn't a clue enough. That naturally led to another obvious issue. What in the Emperor's name was I supposed to do with the kid? Well, in theory, she might be safe-ish as a part of my retinue if my promotion got upheld by higher authority upon contact with the Imperium at large. That, in practice, meant if the first Inquisitor who arrived to help deal with the clusterfuck on Kronus believed that I would be more useful as a living asset who owed them their continued existence or not. I shoved that cheerful thought aside while wondering where did it come from, and returned my attention to the problem at hand. Her stomach growled like a ravenous orc, and she stared at me with empty grue eyes. Scratch that, one hungry little girl. At least that was something I could fix. Say what you will about the Guard and PDF regiments on Cronis, the food wasn't just edible, it was actually rather good. Now I just needed to find a MRE, feed the kid, and figure out where to stash her, and how to find someone to watch over her before I went to speak with the General and find out the overall butcher's bill. I unhooked the straps holding her into the seat, and to my surprise found myself tackled by a small missile who hugged my side and began sniffing. Honestly, I had no bloody idea how to react. I awkwardly rubbed her back while trying to figure out what was I supposed to do. They didn't teach us how to deal with traumatized children in the Schola, the bastards. As far as engagement with the Eldar went, this was one of the better ones. It was a given that the Guard would suffer significant casualties. It was seldom the regular soldiers of the Imperium could effectively bring to bear their numbers and heavy firepower against these particular Xenos. That said, this was still an amazing victory if all the Voxcasts Antaeus was getting were even partially true. Thousands of Kroot beasts slaughtered, the Tau armored elements broken, the Eldar tank forces smashed. It was a good day, even if, as always, victory was paid with the blood and lives of good men and women. The most surprising development so far was the fact that the Necron hadn't attempted to stab them in the back yet, which only brought up more questions. Then again, the answer to this oddity might be simple. They were awaiting reinforcements just like the Imperial forces on Kronus. Antaeus made his way out of a half-demolished building where he ended up while dueling with a pair of wailing banshees and took a good look of the battlefield outside. Whole companies of the Guard and PDF were dead, which while regrettable was par for the course when facing Eldar. At least this time around, a lot of the treacherous Xeno perished as well. The librarian looked around, searching for the Inquisitor. Vale's presence in the warp vanished halfway through the skirmish. Best case, he was knocked out and had lost a few more pieces, either that or he was dead or worse. Antaeus headed for the largest concentration of guardsmen nearby, determined to find out the truth. Without the Inquisitor around, the odds of someone doing something regrettable would raise significantly. You didn't need to be a veteran Astartes to figure out that the bad blood between the Blood Ravens and the Guard was still very much an issue, one that might flare up without higher authority breathing down everyone's necks. The Astartes wasn't surprised at the reactions of the troopers as he approached them. A lot of dirty looks, whispered curses, and even the sign of the Aquila used as a warding were sent his way, not to mention how many soldiers grasped their weapons tighter. It was a far cry from the awe and hope a loyalist Astartes usually inspired with his mere presence, which was a sad but logical turn of events. Not for the first time since stepping foot on Cronus, Antaeus felt like straggling the people responsible for the conflicting orders. If his dear chapter master had any sense, he would keep the librarian as far away from himself as possible for the foreseeable future. The same was true for General Alexander's superiors in the Astra Militarum. "Commissar, are you aware of the status of Inquisitor Vale?" Antaeus demanded, once he saw a man in a familiar red uniform. "The Inquisitor is over there, my lord." It was telling when even a commissar of all people failed to utter a single word of chastisement toward the lack of proper respect offered to someone of Antaeus's status. While there was some truth to the saying that united the Empire might fall while divided, it could stand for another 10,000 years. This breach of trust was simply too much and might yet prove fatal. Something had to be done about it soon. "Thank you, Commissar. I won't take any more of your time." Antaeus nodded at the political officer and strode towards the chimera the Commissar pointed at. To the librarian's pleasant surprise, it turned out that Inquisitor Vale wasn't just alive, but despite all odds, he appeared intact. It immediately became obvious why Antaeus couldn't feel him through the warp as well. The Inquisitor had the blank lass hugging him, and it was still very much amazing that the young man wasn't writhing on the ground and screaming in agony. Even Antaeus, with his greater fortitude, found it hard to be in the girl's presence, much less actually touch her. He didn't want to imagine how would it feel if that happened. "Inquisitor, it is good to see you intact." The librarian greeted with a false cheer, trying not to show his unease. "Antaeus, you're a sight for sore eyes." Chapter 7, Parts 1-2. Chapter 7, Chaotic Complications. Part 1, Victory Bay, Cronus. The Lord Inquisitor was something else all right. Commissar Weber didn't know what they fed and taught baby Inquisitors in their Scholas, but it had to be the good stuff. There was no other way to explain how someone as young as him managed to pull of what their resident Inquisitor did in just a few short days. Not to mention that he even survived it more or less intact. The way he wasn't affected by the little blank was astounding as well. "Lieutenant Groban, sort out working parties to see to our dead." "Lieutenant Connor, get your medicaes on the wounded yesterday." Weber barked orders to get his troopers moving. They were good people, especially for soldiers of a PDF regiment from a messed-up place like Kronus. When it mattered, they didn't flinch and went after the Xeno for all they were worth, something the Commissar could only approve of. He knew very well that many of his colleagues who arrived with General Alexander weren't so lucky with their own regiments. The only shadows staining his victory mood were the mechanical Xeno, those so-called Necrons milling around, and the Blood Ravens, which should have been an unthinkable treason just a month ago. Now, after seeing firsthand the Emperor's Angels of Death shooting at loyal guardsmen and PDF troopers because something as inane as conflicting orders, Weber glanced at the back of the huge Astartes, who went to speak with the Inquisitor, and bristled. It simply wasn't right. He took a few deep breaths, doing his best to ignore the stench, and forced himself to calm down. The last thing anyone needed was for a Commissar of all people to lose his temper and do something regrettable. Still, he could dream of the Inquisition falling like the wrath of the Emperor himself upon everyone who had anything to do with the utter mess on Cronus, human and Xeno alike. Weber just got everyone working on dealing with the battle's aftermath when the Inquisitor emerged from the back of the Chimera. The Commissar's smile wavered when he saw the blank lass clutching Vale's side with one thin hand while she was busy munching on an opened field ration. Even at a distance, simply seeing the child was most unnerving experience, even before her wide-open eyes stared blankly at him. Weber's smile froze on his face when the Inquisitor saw him and waved him to approach. He shook himself. He was a Commissar for the Emperor's sake. He wasn't going to run from a little girl who, when all was said and done, was an asset for the Imperium. Even if she made his skin crawl and feel like running as far away from her might be for the best. "Inquisitor, how can I be of service?" Weber was proud that he kept his voice steady. Without being pumped with adrenaline and righteous anger at the Xenos, coming anywhere close to the brat was anything but easy. "Commissar Weber, do us all a favor and find someone reliable to look after the child." Vale ruffed the blank's short hair as if it was the most natural thing in the world, something that made the Commissar's appreciation of the man rise up another notch. To think he could handle her proximity and touch without flinching, it was simply incredible. "I'll see to it personally, my Lord Inquisitor," Weber declared, and he was proud his voice rang with conviction. If the Inquisitor could force himself to tolerate the little blank, even her touch, he could do nothing less. He had an example to follow. "Hi there." Weber waved at the girl, trying to be as friendly as he could. For better or worse, she paid him no attention and continued to munch on her meal. "Huh, were those waffles?" "Good, I'm leaving her in your capable hands, Commissar. I'll be back to check on her once my meeting with the General is over. Take care." The Inquisitor offered Weber a salute, and the Commissar hurried to return it. Weber's determination took a nosedive once Vale managed to coax the blank to let him go and offered him her hand. Touching her was like handling a live power line. It was all Weber could do not to push her away and jump as far from the girl as he could. He had to keep repeating in his head that this wasn't her fault and that she wasn't going to hurt him or worse. That in fact, while in his presence, he was as safe he could be from chaos as one could get unless there was a genuine Emperor Blessed Saint nearby. Eris Badlands, Cronus. A small convoy of vehicles drove through the baked hell that was the Eris Badlands. Every single machine was properly sanctified and blessed in the name of the four gods and repainted with blood and all kinds of holy symbols. The leading Chimera, which was faithfully liberated from the servants of the Golden Corpse, proudly wore the torso of a sacrifice as a hood ornament, and liberally sprayed blood when the vehicle drove through any bump in what passed for roads in this forgotten place. I have fond memories from this place. Eliphas mussed from his seat on top of an ancient rhino transport that drove in the center of the convoy. "It was over there I gutted couple of the Gilliman's boys." He smiled in a fond memory and pointed at a small dusty hill in the distance. "I even kept their skulls until the last Black Crusade." He continued, "Those were good times." "I don't care what you skull fetishists do to entertain yourselves nowadays, much less what you did 10,000 years ago." That unpleasant screech came from the Chaos Sorcerer ridding beside Chaos Champion. Eliphas narrowed his eyes at the follower of Sinch, while the fingers of his right hand closed around the hilt of his good old Crozius. He had to remind himself that bashing in the skull of the sorcerer right now would be counterproductive, no matter how much satisfying it would be. Perhaps once the ritual was done. We're almost there anyway. Eliphas pointed at the distance to the east. Over there. Can you feel it, sorcerer? He hungers for blood. He can sense how the corpse worshippers and the Eldar are slaughtering each other. Those blue fools too, but who cared about them? The Prince of Pleasure would reward us for every soul stone we sacrifice to him. The sorcerer nodded in agreement. The Chaos Champion looked back at the transports driving behind his ride and smiled in approval. He could see the faces of many eager sacrifices who had been busy carving the signs of their devotion in their own flesh and that of their children. While he usually preferred to spill the blood of the unbelievers and then feed their souls to the gods, he had to admit that there were times when there was no substitute to blood and lives willingly sacrificed for the faith. This was going to work beautifully, he was sure of it. Part 2. Eris Badlands. Kronus. All the warning they got was a brief wave of static before reality distorted and a massive green form materialized in front of the convoy in a shower of purple lighting. The leading vehicle slammed into the newcomer without even attempting to slow down, resulting in an almighty crash and screech of twisting metal. Feet slammed into brake pedals, and the convoy came to a sudden jerky stop. Tracks and tires dug deep into the baked ground, and the sudden stop covered the whole convoy in a thick cloud of dust. Even as screams of outrage and vile curses came from the Chaos worshippers, a deep, amused chuckle silenced them all. "I'm not that easy to kill, hummies." Eliphas's eyes narrowed to slits. Despite the dust, he could clearly see the source of the interruption. That sorry excuse for a mushroom dared interrupt the god's work. He was going to feed his soul to Khorne after. The huge orc tore through the chimera he crashed into with a wicked-looking power claw attached to his right hand, which was properly covered in dried blood. His other hand ended up with a tri-barreled weapon that was sliced nearly in two. No one sane would have used it, but of course that meant nothing for the dumb brute. Said brute being a Khorne-cursed orc, the damned weapon worked too, even if it shouldn't have. The Chaos Champion moved much faster than even a transhuman had any right to and jumped clear off the rhino with the sorcerer vaulting off just a heartbeat later. They got off just in time too, because a moment later a crack grenade fell through an open hatch and turned the vehicle's interior into an inferno. Shards of glowing metal tore through the armor, barely missing the two Astartes. Two more grenades fell through the air behind the rhino and detonated, disintegrating a pair of the transports bearing sacrifices. Chunks of flesh and blood rained upon the dusty ground, only for the crimson fluid to be immediately absorbed without a trace. "Damn you!" Eliphas roared, took his Crozius in hand and charged the orc, determined to tear the offending greenskin limb from limb. The brute chuckled, grabbed the caved-in chimera, heaved as he picked it up, and threw it at the next vehicle in the convoy, crushing their crew. The sorcerer found his footing and sent a stream of fire at the greenskin, who merely shrugged it off as if it was nothing, and met Eliphas's charge with a happy laugh. The Crozius hummed with the promise of ruin in Eliphas's hand as he skid to a stop, his feet digging small trenches in the soil. He managed to halt his progress just in time to avoid a backhand strike from the greenskin's grenade launcher, which left the beast open for a devastating strike that should have torn off its lower jaw. Instead, the blessed weapon and its disruptor field merely dented the crude metal and rang the orc's head like a gong. The brute took half a step back, paying no attention to the cultists and a handful of blessed Astartes, who had finally peeled out of their vehicles and opened fire at him, and swung his power claw at the Chaos Champion. Eliphas jumped back, avoiding the crude claws cracking with energy, and glared murderously at the orc. "Your suffering will be legendary, beast," the champion promised darkly. "Do you have any idea what you just did, you damned brute?" "You talk too much." Gorgut smirked, took another swipe at Eliphas, forcing him to move back to avoid it, and pointed his grenade launcher at the Chaos Champion, all the while ignoring lasbolts and bolter round glancing off, or blowing chunks from his crude armor. Eliphas swore as he jumped back as far away as his enhanced body and power armor could bring him while clawing for his bolt pistol. A fragmentation grenade detonated where he stood just a moment ago, throwing a geyser of dirt in the air and further obscuring the orc. A second one blew closer to the Chaos Champion, rattling his teeth, and then a third one landed just in front of him. The following explosion sent searing shards glancing off and even digging into his armor, and the shockwave was enough to lift him off his feet and throw him away. An explosion that would have pulverized an ordinary human merely stunned and singed the Chaos Champion. He had the blessing of Khorne. He wasn't going to die so easily. He roared in fury and jumped on his feet, ignoring the aches caused by the grenades, and ran back into the fray. Finally, the demon engines at the back of the convoy had entered the fray, which was admittedly a mixed blessing in this case. The demon-possessed dreadnoughts moved past the halted column, spewing flames, cannon shells, and bolter fire in the Orcs' general direction. The brute himself had wadded into the cultists and cut to pieces a squad of guardsmen who had seen the light of the gods. When Eliphas saw him again, the Orc was busy tangling with the sorcerer and a pair of Astartes in close quarters. The demon engines put a stop to that in a hurry. 4 shells blew up a chimera, tore 2 of the Astartes to bloody chunks, and left the sorcerer writhing on the ground, leaking blood from the stumps of his legs. The beast didn't emerge unscratched. The detonations threw it off its feet, tore off the left side of its face and the crude bionic eye off its socket, and finally demolished the grenade launcher, complete with the arm up to the shoulder. Not to mention, they caved the left side of its armor and torso. Any natural creature would have been stopped by this much punishment and died in agony. That green mushroom with delusions of grandeur. It laughed and got up on unsteady feet just in time for Eliphas to fall upon it and begin smashing it with his blessed Crozius. Weakened armor cracked and fell apart under the disruptor field. Green flesh tore in chunks of bloody gore. A heavy bolter burst, caught the brute in the side, and it shook under the impacts before the pile of shot-up scrap on its back glowed, discharging green and purple arcs of energy. Prudently, Eliphas jumped away, and it was just in time too. Reality twisted so much it was painful to look at, and the Orc disappeared with a crack of displaced air that rushed to fill up the void. The Chaos Champion roared in frustration at being denied his kill. He looked wildly around, saw the still twitching form of the sorcerer, and walked toward him, bloodthirsty Crosweem in hand. The ritual was ruined now. They needed more willing sacrifices than they had at hand. He needed to hit and bleed someone, before returning to get his hands on more cultists and a larger force for an escort. Failure was not an option. The gods made that crystal clear. The sorcerer attempted to summon the warp to protect himself, raising an arm that glowed with power. Eliphas shot the winny bastard in the palm, blowing the hand to tiny bloody chunks. At least Khorne should be mollified by the bloodletting. Before the sorcerer could do something else, the champion shot off the sorcerer's other hand as well, and then began smashing him with his blessed mace until there was nothing but bloody paste left, which was in turn greedily drunk by the ground below his feet. While this as an unmitigated disaster, the sorry bastard most likely to try stab him in the back was now very dead, so hopefully it wasn't all bad, Eliphas hoped. Chapter 7, Parts 3 out and 4. Chapter 7, Part 3, Victory Bay, Cronis. 5 hours after the mess of a battle, Victory Bay was more or less secure. Heavily armed patrols prowled the streets. Sharp-eyed marksmen warily watched the city from positions high up on various tall buildings, while thousands of guardsmen were busy dealing with the direct aftermath. There were wounded to tend, dead to bury, equipment to retrieve and repair, xenobodies to burn, and xenogear to either destroy or contain for evaluation and later disposal by either the Mechanicus or Inquisition. It was a grim, inglorious affair, but still a vital one. Besides, it was still better than being anywhere near the Blank Lass. It was a pity that looking after her couldn't be used as a proper punishment detail. Commissar Weber wasn't about to entrust her to anyone but the most reliable soldiers under his command, especially after her previous minders apparently abandoned her before the fighting broke out. He certainly wouldn't want to explain to the Lord Inquisitor how the guard managed to misplace the kid again. The very idea felt dirty, and not just because of what the Inquisition could do to you if you displeased one of their members. Commissar Weber, sir. Orders from command. You're summoned to the General CP for a meeting. A nearby Vox operator announced, breaking Weber's train of thought. I'll be there momentarily, Specialist. Do inform the lieutenant of my location. He confirmed receiving the summons, looked around for anything out of place beyond the obvious, and headed to a group of chimeras waiting nearby. Right now, General Alexander flew his flag over a freshly dropped prefabricated HQ complex on the other side of the city. Sergeant, I need transport to the General's HQ, Weber told the steel-eyed vehicle commander who had the top hatch opened and was looking around for any sign of trouble. We'll get you there ASAP, Commissar, the NCO answered with a stiff salute. I'm glad to hear it. Weber waited for the assault ramp to open and climbed inside, nodding to the troopers sitting bored out of their minds while waiting for anything to go wrong so they could deal with it. Don't get up on my account. The Commissar waved them back along with their hasty attempts to salute and get to attention, a hard feat within the cramped interior of the APC. The ramp closed behind him and the Chimera's engine roared to life before the armored vehicle rumbled on. In the red lights illuminating the troop compartment, Weber could see how young and uncomfortable the soldiers appeared. This was another new batch drawn from the PDF then. Proper guardsmen had an air about them that was completely missing with this unit. It was a stark contrast, especially when comparing these boys and girls with General Alexander's regiments, who were entirely composed of veterans before arriving at Kronus. Obviously, the green PDF troops simply couldn't compare, and while today proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that many of them had their hearts in the right place, their inexperience did contribute to the ease with which the Xeno slaughtered so many of them. Weber slowly took a deep breath, keeping his face a blank mask. He wasn't being fair to the PDF, especially those who fought under his command today. They did their best, and it wasn't like most guard units could offer a much better showing against something like the never-sufficiently damned Eldar. On the bright side, inside the Chimera, he could barely smell the stench of gore and burning bodies, something that might persist for a few days, yet barring a nice rain to wash the city. 30 minutes and 5 checkpoints later, the APC parked just outside a small park, surrounded by a tall stone fence with towers at the corners, topped by winged statues of saints. The General's CP was deployed inside and surrounded by rings of defenses. You can get back to your post now, Sergeant. I'll procure transport back to the regiment when the meeting is over. Weber told the NCO. With the veteran around, the inexperienced soldiers might just live long enough to become proper guardsmen. While passing through more security, which the Commissar naturally approved of, he became convinced that General Alexander had chosen this area for a CP after the battle due to the lack of stench and still burning buildings in the general vicinity. Well, that and the fact that this part of the city was away from the main avenues leading to the factories on the outskirts of the city, and thus kept the HQ away from the primary worker congestions as people went to and back from work. That last one was important because, Commissar or not, with parts of the city closed for traffic due to battle damage, Weber's transport had to wait and detour more than a few times on the way here. Then there were the security concerns caused by a large group of locals passing by on regular intervals, so this was likely for the best. Besides, the park was a nice change after the blood-soaked battlefield that was the far side of the city. Weber went past one last security check and found himself in a familiar, standard-sized briefing room nested to the left side of the HQ. The pair of tall mechanical Xeno, glowing with ominous green light, was very much not standard for a meeting of loyal sons and daughters of the Empire, no matter who they were, though the Commissar didn't have any particular qualms about the other people cramped inside. His eyes shone with approval when he saw the Lord Inquisitor looking warily at the Xeno, who they had to work with for the time being. There was likely going to be hell to pay when reinforcements arrived, and hopefully it would be Imperial ones that got to Cronis first, because otherwise, well, it would be a good day to die for the Emperor and humanity. Commissar, General Alexander nodded sharply when he saw Weber enter. We're now all here, so let's begin. Magos, Scipio, row 11. Please report the status of our vehicle park. As far as he knew, this one particular Magus was on the junior side. There was no one more senior present. Weber did hear that the Mechanicus did suffer some significant casualties fighting to protect the industrial districts, which were targeted by Eldar raiding parties. So the senior adepts were either dead or too damaged to be present for this. Armored ground element, 30% irrecoverable casualties. 23% recoverable casualties within the next 24 hours, 12% recoverable casualties within the next 72 hours, 8% recoverable casualties within the next standard week. Aeronautica assets, 60% irrecoverable casualties, 10% recoverable casualties within the next 24 hours, 20% recoverable casualties within the next 72 hours, 10% recoverable casualties within the next standard week. Light ground elements, 32% irrecoverable casualties. Those numbers weren't good. For all intents and purposes, their aerospace assets were gutted, and the armored units, which offered the Guard the bulk of its firepower, not to mention maneuver formations, had taken significant punishment. While not unexpected, perhaps even better than they might have been otherwise, the casualties were severe, close to crippling as far as offensive operations went. If it wasn't for the unpleasant, borderline heretical alliance with the Xeno, the numbers would have been at least an order of magnitude worse, and at that point, the necessary assault upon the Chaos positions would turn into an unmitigated butchery. Needing the aid of Xenos to protect an Imperial world, it was infuriating and frustrating in the extreme. How the Inquisitor managed to swing that, how the idea even crossed the man's mind, Weber would never know. And unfortunately, the higher authority would not look favorably upon the events on Kronus, no matter the outcome. Still, they did the Emperor's work this day, and they will be doing it in the days to come. If they had to pay the ultimate price for it, just so the rest of the Imperium could be sure there was no taint, spiritual, mental, or literal, well, those things happened. 33,000 guardsmen dead from the fighting within Victory Bay itself, to be added to the death toll from the lost infantry regiments, which fell slowing down the Tau armored advance, and at least twice more wounded. With the Eldar being extremely deadly, engagements against them tended to produce more dead and less wounded compared to facing a more conventional foe, especially when routs and losing whole units weren't a factor. That still meant at least 30,000 or so wounded soldiers who would be out of action for the foreseeable future, who were going to be missed during the assault on the Deimos Peninsula. In practice, this means we won't be able to launch an assault against the Chaos forces on Kronus for at least 24 hours, preferably 72, General Alexander said after the butcher's bill was clear to everyone. Unfortunately, time is working against us. With every passing moment, the heretics become stronger due to reinforcements coming through a warp portal they have active at the far end of the Deimos Peninsula, which is our primary target. If we wait too long, they will either have the sheer numbers to overwhelm us, or will corrupt this world beyond salvaging, and thus doom us all. Either of those outcomes is unacceptable. General Alexander thundered and slammed a fist onto the tactical table in the middle of the room. Within 36 hours, we will have replenished and repaired units lost during today's battle. The Xeno spoke in its eerie mechanical voice. Various special units will be available for the assault, including equipment to mitigate trans-dimensional bleed-through. We recommend launching a joint assault 36 hours from now, and we agree that the primary target is neutralizing the dimensional breach threatening this world. Ripples of unease washed over the gathered Imperials, while the machines showed no sign that they noticed or cared about it. 36 hours is an acceptable time frame. General Alexander grudgingly agreed after staring at the Inquisitor and waiting for Lord Vale's nod of approval. We need a plan for the operation. What assets can you bring to the table? He asked the Xeno. Part 4. General Alexander's HQ, Victory Bay. Kronus. The list of assets the Necrons promised for Operation Nemesis, the cleansing of the Deimos Peninsula, was both eye-opening and unsettling. While in raw numbers they were inferior to the Imperial contribution, in practice it was large enough force to give the surviving Guard and Astartes units on Kronus run for their money. Obviously, said force wasn't everything these Xenos had on the planet, just the already active portion minus what they felt comfortable of leaving to protect their facilities. Those reinforcements, General Alexander and the Inquisition requested better arrive soon. Otherwise, the planet might either find itself with new owners of blasted to bits by the Navy when it deigned to appear in force, Weber thought. Drone swarms offered us a good picture of the enemy's defenses, the Xeno said. It waved a metal hand and a crisp green hologram materialized above the tactical table. The projection was rather bland and stylized, However, that was certainly better than live feed from a chaos-infested area. Best case scenario about that operation, everyone who lived through it would be looked hard and long by the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy. Worst case, well, it was a one-way mission, no matter who killed you, with any survivors receiving the Emperor's mercy just in case. Needless to say, anyone going there would be wearing a fully environmentally sealed armors for all the good it was going to do. At least there was no shortage of those, in part thanks to the industrial capacity of Victory Bay, augmenting what the general's regiments brought with themselves. At this point, the Xeno was saying, the enemy is still in the process of setting up outer perimeter defenses. We're detecting multiple locations with increased transdimensional bleed-through beyond the portal. Drone observation points at energy discharges fueled by sacrifices, which we estimate are going to be deadly for you squishies. In this case, the recommendation is that those areas are purged with indirect fire if practical, close assault by heavy infantry if not, both ours and your Astartes. 2 rings of 6 blinking purple pints appeared on the map, looking like pulsing tumors. We'll need more data on those locations. The Astartes, often seen with Inquisitor Vale, spoke after silently observing the meeting so far. We'll provide a filtered recording, live feed if necessary, though viewing it by you humans will be dangerous. The Xeno stated with what might have been droll sarcasm. Was the thing capable of something like that? Continuing, there are 4 locations of concentrated transdimensional energies on the main roads leading to the targets. Those are staging grounds for extra-dimensional entities. Sacrificing altars and pools of blood apparently help them remain stable in our dimension, while their numbers increase enough for a decisive action, we believe. With those words, 4 blinking red circles appeared on the map. Further, there are artillery positions at these points. The Xeno continued and triangular symbols appeared on multiple locations, generally hills which would offer better range and firing lanes. Those need to be silenced before we can launch a proper armored assault in order to kick the door to the portal open. Colonel Roval concluded, my crews will appreciate if any anti-tank infantry infestations are removed in front our advance. We don't have enough armored units to waste them against such opposition. In 12 hours, we'll have units disrupting the construction of the enemy's outer defenses, the Xeno said. We'll be using our teleportation technology to insert in strike units, which will hunt down for artillery and heavy infantry as well. Our assault marines and light units will be ideal for this part of the operation, Captain Thule added. We'll have the capacity to deep strike Terminator and Dreadnought units for headhunter missions. However, first we'll have to confirm that our armor and ward can protect us from the suspected warp discharges. If not, they have to be neutralized first. Can't you just insert a unit at the portal and neutralize it, thus buying us time for a better prepared and methodical assault? There is too much transdimensional interference, and the area of effect is slowly increasing. At projected rates, it will cover the whole peninsula within 2 weeks, while we can protect our units, which will take part into the assault, from its corrupting effect. A long-range teleportation is out of the question. The same goes for air or orbital strikes, the Xeno explained. That damn warp dome above the portal, the Lord Inquisitor grumbled. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Inquisitor Vale is right. General Alexander nodded grimly. Make no mistake, this is going to be a tough, bloody fight against some of the nastiest things this galaxy has had the misfortune to ever see. He glared at the assembled people. That said, we will cleanse this infestation from the face of Kronus in the Emperor's name, before it can kill us all or worse. As he said that, the general made the sign of the Aquila, and every single Imperial, even the Mechanicus adepts, followed suit. The Xeno. They simply looked around with what might have been curiosity. Regarding morale, dealing with possible corruption and contamination, while everyone committed to the operation should be on the lookout, dealing with said dangers will be the primary responsibility of the commissars, junior officers, and the ecclesiarchy cadre we either brought with us or can draw on locally. After the battle, everyone who takes part will be quarantined until a determination on their status could be done by proper authorities, which meant the reinforcements, the Inquisition in particular. Well, that couldn't be helped. We'll do our part, sir. Weber spoke aloud in a voice leaving no doubt about his conviction. a sentiment echoed by his fellow commissars among the gathered officers. "I expect nothing less," General Alexander said before changing the topic. "We can't count on the enemy sitting behind their defenses and waiting for us to come for them. We need to be on the lookout for either infiltration and sabotage attempts, or perhaps even an all-out assault on our own positions. Further, we'll need to establish forward operation bases and supply dumps closer to the target zone in order to make our logistics easier during Operation Nemesis. In particular, that is one of the constraints delaying the launch of the assault. Some of the areas between us and the Deimos Peninsula are currently no man's land, which needs to be secured. Air and orbital support is and will be available in those areas." The Xeno motioned at the map and it shifted, zooming out, changing into a crisp orbital image, which had the Deimos Peninsula hazed out, likely as a precaution. Multiple amber bands superimposed themselves between the target area and Victory Bay, showing zones complete with flight time for air assets, Aeronautica, Astartes and Necron alike. That was going to be useful information, yet it was disturbing, because as far as Weber could determine, the flight times for the Imperial fighters and bombers were about right. Any Xeno having this much data about the Imperial war machine was always an unpleasant proposition. Then again, some of the most dangerous of humanity's foes knew the Guard and Astartes capabilities almost as well as the Guard regiments and Astartes chapters themselves. However, Weber didn't have to like that fact, damn it. Let us not forget that while all those details and smaller components of Operation Nemesis are vital, they are only supporting elements which will allow us to achieve our primary objective. The Lord Inquisitor got the meeting back on track. "The warp portal." General Alexander's mouth twisted in distaste. "Precisely. To put it bluntly, if we fail to seal it, we're all fucked, both literally and figuratively," Inquisitor Vale stated. He looked at the Astartes looming beside him. "Options, Antaeus?" "Depending on the portal, direct application of firepower upon whatever supports it might be enough." The Astartes grimaced. "Or it might do nothing at all. I can't say for certain before seeing the damn thing myself. We'll provide relevant long-range images. If we can secure the immediate area and keep enemy reinforcements coming through contained, we should be able to build the necessary infrastructure to strengthen real space in the area, weaken the breach, and eventually seal it. However, doing so will take time and resources, which we might not necessarily have." The Xeno explained. The implications of the Necrons having such capabilities were staggering, and needless to say, Weber was sure that the Mechanicus adepts would be drooling at the idea of having such tech if it could be properly developed by humans. If he was even more cynical, and if he was suicidal, the Commissar might have wondered, perhaps even aloud, if some of the machine god disciples might not care about the origin of such technology if they could get their mechadendrites on them. Chapter 7, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 7, Chaotic Complications. Part 5, General Alexander's HQ, Victory Bay, Kronus. With a core of a plan established, the meeting dissolved with a promise for another one tomorrow evening to hash out the details after we all had both a better idea of what we would have available beyond Mechanicus estimations, and a time to actually plan the various stages of the overall plan. Meanwhile, I felt compelled to prod our Xeno allies for information. "I must ask for details about the warp-dampening technology you mentioned." I walked to the Necrons, who were slowly making their way to the exit, where they could safely teleport away, without potentially damaging the command center. The tall, ominous-looking robot, who was the Xeno representative today, towered above me, its hunched head nearly touching the ceiling, which was built with tall Astartes in mind. "Ask." It rumbled without a hint of emotion. "I'll be blunt. Can we have the technology, and if prudent, any available older schematics for versions which might be easier to produce with a crippled industrial base? Ours hasn't been in the best of shapes for about 10,000 years or so," I asked, doing my best to keep my voice professional. Needless to say, this could get me shot, either by an infuriate cogboy or girl, our whoever arrived at the rescue. Either that, or if my insane request panned out, I would be thrown on the deep end having to deal with politics. But that would be all right. It would mean I would have survived the fighting yet to come on Kronus, and the immediate fallout. The Necron simply stared at me with its glowing green eyes as if judging my worth and that of my request. There was something deep inside that recoiled and bristled at the very thought of a Xeno, any Xeno, daring to do something like this. Then there was the feeling of dozens of eyes staring at me with shock and not a little bit of anger. What the hell was I thinking? Well, I was too deep to back out now, so I might as well properly dig up my grave so someone could shoot me and shove me in easier. From what I've seen and know about your people, you don't use warp, so this kind of technology should not pose a danger to you. In fact, its spread far and wide would only weaken our mutual enemies. Chaos and Eldar Primary, and anything that fucks those bastards over is a good thing in my book, especially if we can make it stick. I spoke with unexpected passion. The Necron continued to stare at me, while disturbed murmurs echoed from the people surrounding us. The less said about the rapid-fire chattering of binary, the better. "You speak sense," the Necron eventually uttered. "From the analysis of your available equipment, the odds of you humans being able to produce the pylon technology are slim. We'll search our archives for older versions of the plans, and time permitting, we might be able to offer a dumbed-down variant you might be able to construct and use," the Necron said calmly. "If this alliance pans out in the long run, we might consider sharing basic weapon and armor designs as well." The Necrons left with those parting words, the crowd hastily parting before them. Soon we could hear the distinct cracking sound of their teleportation. Well, that went better than I feared. I muttered aloud and rubbed my damp neck. "Inquisitor Vale, may we have a word in private?" General Alexander inquired in a voice that made it clear that he wasn't asking for permission. "Yes, we need to speak." Captain Toole nodded while staring at me with cold, empty eyes. Fuck my life. So much for my inquisitorial authority being a shield. As if those two weren't bad enough, the AdMech chattering rose in intensity. "All non-essential personnel, clear the building. You have duties to attend to." The general snapped in a voice of command that got everyone scrambling to get out of his sight. Within moments, it was just the four of us, Lucas Alexander, Davian Thula, and my shadow Antias. "Our Mechanicus friends are going to be trouble." The Blood Raven's captain spoke softly in a rumbling voice that nevertheless carried clearly through the briefing room. "After this stunt," General Alexander waved at me. "I'm surprised they left peacefully. I half expected either open combat or someone taking a swing at the Inquisitor, which brings me to my primary concern. Lord Inquisitor Vale, what in the Emperor's name did you think you were doing? There's cutting a deal with a Xeno, which is almost always a heresy that gets you shot, but this, implying that our technology is inferior to that of aliens. Which is, by the way, true in this case," I pointed out, earning myself a glare that no one would dare level at a proper established Inquisitor. "I'm not joking. Anyone who has paid attention and has access to the relevant knowledge would be very well aware that technologically we've at best slid back a bit from the height of the Crusade. While that glorious era was a golden age for humanity, it was never able to fully restore the height of technological progress our species enjoyed during the dark age of technology." I snapped, not knowing what the hell came over me. That's a statement that can get people shot for heresy, especially if the local Mechanicus contingent has any say in it. Captain Thule pointed out with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Don't get me started on those toaster fuckers," I snapped back before I could think about what I was saying. That in turn earned me 3 stunned looks, followed by a slow chuckle that had more in common with gravel ground under a tank's threads than a sound of mirth which came from Antias. "It's not like anything the Inquisitor said was a lie." "That's not really the point." Captain Thule glared at his chief librarian. "Those are the kind of words the Inquisition shoots people over after putting them to question. The way I see it, barring a miracle, that's my best-case scenario after the mess on Kronus is resolved, so in that case, I might just do my best for us in particular and the Imperium in general before my time is up." I shrugged. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but I had to be a realist. Besides, the odds of actually living long enough for our reinforcements and proper Inquisitors to become an issue was a long shot anyway. "That's not helping, Inquisitor." General Alexander shook his head. "It's what it is. Gaining access to technology that weakens warp-related phenomena, especially if the Imperium at large could reproduce it reliably. That's worth all our lives and more." "I can't say that I disagree," However, you could have put it in a more diplomatic manner, Inquisitor. Captain Thule chided me. If I had any actual experience as an Inquisitor, not to mention years of training as part of the retinue of a proper Inquisitor, things might be different, I pointed out. As things stand, I'm doing the best I can and hoping it would be enough. You know, we tend to forget that you arrived as a wet-behind-the-ears acolyte, and in many respects, you still are one. Antius spoke softly. However, you're still an Inquisitor, even though once we re-establish contact with the Imperium at large, some parties might disagree. Your words do carry a lot of weight, Inquisitor Vale. I certainly hope so, otherwise you wouldn't have stopped shooting at each other, doing the enemy's job for them. Speaking about consequences, that particular fuck-up will be looked into, provided we all don't get killed first. I have no doubt about it. Antius nodded, while Thule and Alexander did have the good grace to look chagrined. Speaking about consequences, I would request that you address the assembled troops tomorrow morning about our alliance with the Xeno and what you said tonight. The last thing we need is rampant rumors forcing the commissars to shoot more people than they have to. However, first I need you to deal with the fire you lit up concerning our Adeptus Mechanicus contingent, and do it peacefully. We need them doing their jobs, not arguing about the merits of alien technology. I'll see to it the moment this meeting is concluded. I forced down the instinctive reaction of straightening up like a board and saluting the general. Part 6. Victory Bay. Kronus. Usually feeling happy because your immediate superior, his own superiors, and everyone above you in the Adeptus Mechanicus hierarchy on the planet suffered a sudden and very much fatal case of death, wasn't a nice thing, much less a good thing. Usually that is. In this particular case, Magos Scipio Rho 11 begged to disagree about any such sentiments, considering the circumstances. His late and generally not lamented superiors were all rather conservative, and as if that wasn't enough of a personal failing, they enjoyed broad support among the rank and file of Mechanicus adepts on Kronus. Considering the deals Inquisitor Vale already had in place with the Necrons, said conservative elements were going to be a big problem, even without official support from their superiors. In fact, they already were, with Scipio Rho 11 having to all but shout down some of his colleagues right in front of General Alexander and the Inquisitor, not to mention the aliens. To be fair, he had to shout down some of his own allies too, who practically demanded schematics and working prototypes for study from the Necrons, which was a potential sticking point, one that thankfully the Xeno chose to ignore, because if anyone unaugmented could understand binary in that meeting, it was those aliens. The Inquisitor's lack of tact didn't help matters. Really, it was no news, no grand revelation that the Imperium had stagnated or even regressed technologically in places, especially when compared to the heights of the hallowed dark age of technology. Any aspiring Mechanicus adept, with 2 brain cells available to rub together, could such correct conclusion with data freely available on almost all civilized imperial worlds. That by itself was not in contention. Usually, it was simply a regrettable fact. However, said fact wasn't something people tended to comment on or discuss in public, much less in front of high-ranked imperial officials, or worse, aliens, even if everyone in the room likely knew or suspected the truth anyway. It was simply not the done thing, and more ammo for the Inquisitors and, more importantly, Progress's enemies to use. This was a case of faulty parts Scipio Rho 11 didn't need at a time like this. "This is heresy," one of the loudest conservative adepts proclaimed aloud, his shrill mechanical voice whistling through the air like a whip. The only saving grace was that the extensively augmented old cyborg kept on speaking binary. The number of resigned or worse, angry agreements that met the sentiment were less than heartening. But of course the more forward-thinking, or simply saner, adepts hurried to oppose their counterparts, loudly proclaiming how Inquisitor Vale was doing the Omnissiah's work. Naturally, that didn't go down very well, and Scipio Rho 11 had to speak aloud, voicing as much disappointment as his augmented throat could produce. By the motive force, this was going to get ugly much sooner than he feared. "Fellow servants of the Great Cog, is this how we show ourselves to the Imperium at large?" He snapped as if speaking to small children, using simple and easy-to-understand words for all the good it was going to do. "This is a travesty. Magos Scipio Rho 11 and I for one won't stand for it. That same cyborg declared heatedly, "Any and all studying of diseased xenotech must only be done so we could properly annihilate it faster, easier, and if practical, safer. To even entertain the thought that we would study abominable xenotechnology with the goal of reproducing it, and thus sullying the hallowed knowledge the Omnissiah granted us. It's preposterous, I say." A concerning amount of the present adepts nodded in agreement, while the others glared at Sulla Alpha 5 and his cronies as if they just crawled out of a dark Mechanicus lab. Perhaps some great orator or a magus more experienced in the politics of their organizations might have found a way to diffuse the situation instead of merely doing their best to stave off an inevitable explosion. Scipio Row 11 was neither of those things. Instead, he preferred the company of war machines he tinkered with and the feedback of the soldiers using it to the words of most of his Adeptus Mechanicus colleagues. "That's not for us to decide," Scipio Row 11 snapped back. "I can see where you and your supporters are coming from, and certain precedents and policies do support your view," he grudgingly admitted. "Other precedents, policies, and the mandates of the Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition does support Inquisitor Vale's actions, barring sanction from higher authority, which isn't currently present on Kronus. The final disposition of any captured, recovered, or diplomatically acquired technology and schematics won't be decided by any of us, but proper high-ranked Adeptus Mechanicus Magi and experienced Inquisitors. Now what we need to do is our best to ensure that Kronus doesn't fall to chaos before reinforcements could arrive and solve the issue we're having. We have a tremendous amount of equipment to fix, so let's get to it." He did his best, including pulling rank, yet all he could manage was getting everyone to go busy themselves, fixing everything the recent fighting broke, while quietly, or not so quietly, fuming at the situation they found themselves in. At least the noises concerning a possible heresy subdued. Instead, now Scipio Row 11 had to deal with his own supporters, who clamored to be among the first to study the interesting Necron technology acquired by the Inquisitor. Why was he even bothering at this point? There were vehicles to fix and machine spirits to placate, Omnissiah damn it. Near the Farseer chambers, Craft World Ulthwi. There were days that Rohan almost regretted leaving the craft world he was born on and ending up on Ulthwi. Well, to be fair, he didn't regret getting out of Bieltan and the insanity gripping it. Merely the facts that he had to leave his young and stubborn foolish sister behind and the place he ended up in the end. The war-crazy Farseers and other leaders of his former home were bad enough. Those running Ulthwi, while not exactly worse, you had to be either Drukhari or She Who Thirsts worshipper for that, were too impressed with their prophecies and diving into the ocean of souls to seek them. 10,000 years since the fall, and his people hadn't really learned. Nevertheless, Rohan really wasn't one to talk. He did follow the prophecy-obsessed Farseers, didn't he? It was one of the preconditions of being accepted into his new home, even if the nonsense that came as consequence were often trying. He was once again pondering the unlikely chain of events that brought him to Ulthwi in the first place, and how likely it was to have been manipulated by Farseers, when the intricate doors leading into the Farseer chamber opened and the High Farseer himself, Eldrad Ulthwan, staggered out leaning on his staff. Blood stained his splendid purple robes, and he held a piece of torn cloth in his left hand, pushing it against his bleeding nose. The Farseer's eyes were bloodshot, and his shoulders were slumped, his figure radiating bone-deep weariness. The Black Guardian party, standing as an honor guard in front of the chamber, looked between each other and Eldrad, then glanced within the open door, where the rest of the Farseer Council sat in their seats in no better condition and called for medical assistance. Eldrad's far-off gaze snapped out and he looked at the ranger. "Ah, Rohan, good man." The ancient Eldari forced a smile, revealing blood-stained teeth. "There are some complications we need to deal with, and some of them concern your former home." Eldrad's words came out with a bit of a slur, further proving that whatever happened in the sealed and shielded chamber wasn't good at all. "You don't say. What did you do this time?" Rohan bluntly asked. "For that matter, what did those crazies did as well?" "We've done nothing but glimpse the future, and it's changed." Eldrad sighed, and for a moment he did look his age. An ancient and deadly tired man, instead of the energetic figure who led Ulthwan through 10,000 years of strife. All the futures have, and not for the better. Never sufficiently damned prophecies, Rohan whispered with a gloomy shake of his head. What do you want from me, High Farseer? Your sister is on the world of Kronus, the tomb world of Kronus, Eldrad began. He removed the cloth of his face, frowned when his nose kept bleeding, and pressed it back in. I don't know what their Fairseers had seen, if anything beyond what they wanted to see. Taldir managed to do the unthinkable. She forced the local human forces and the awakening Necrons into an alliance and potentially burned what little goodwill our species have with the upstart Tau, all in one fell swoop. Eldrad explained, with more than a hint of exasperation snaking into his tired voice. Rohan closed his eyes and did his best to retain his composure. Bieltan's endless crusade to restore the dead and damned Eldari Empire leading to something like that. It sounded terribly in character. His young sister being entangled into such a mess, he could see it, even though he didn't want to believe it. What do you intend to do about it? What do you want me to do? You didn't call me to gloat, neither to merely inform me of the newest disaster. Rohan concluded. Damage mitigation. The future is not what it was supposed to be. The enemy is moving to counter us, and barring a miracle, our plans for long-term salvation are now moot. We're going to need allies and all the help we could get in order to survive. Bieltan just turned from an occasionally useful liability into a noose around all our necks, one that might just drag us all into eternal damnation. No matter how exhausted we Farseers are, we should be able to force a webway connection to Kronus and send a war party there. You won't have Farseer support on this one. Eldrad grimaced and leaned onto his staff in an uncharacteristic display of weakness. Your orders are simple: aid the humans, neutralize the chaos presence on the planet, and investigate the extent of the alliance between the Necrons and the humans there. The High Farseer fixed Rohan with an intense stare. Under no circumstances you're to show Ulthwi's forces as hostile either to the humans or the Necrons' presence on that planet. Bieltan already ensured chaos might very well win there and convinced those two factions that some Eldari are all but allied with the abominations. In other words, the situation is even more fucked than if the Drukhari did it, and you need me to make it unfucked. Rohan put it crudely and bluntly. What could possibly go wrong beyond everything, really? Damn it, Taldir. Yes, Eldrad nodded. Chapter 8, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 8, The Calm Before the Storm. Part 1, Victory Bay, Kronus. After the meeting, I found myself without an immediate objective to pursue, which meant that I finally had a bit of time for myself, which I put to good use thinking about what has been happening as of late. While doing that, I even found the time to get to the officer quarters, where I now had my own small room, get the first proper shower in a long while, a shave too, which wasn't a pretty affair. That's how I found myself in a tiny bathroom in the barracks, staring at my face, which I had trouble recognizing, and not just because of the nasty, still healing, jagged scar disfiguring most of my right cheek thanks to that damned orc knob I was dumb enough to charge like an imbecile. As if that wasn't bad enough, I had another reminder from that encounter besides my bionics, and right now I could clearly see my brand new left arm, complete with another still not fully healed, even nastier scar where it connected with what used to be my shoulder. That was gone too, because of an orc axe. Compared to that, having 8 new golden teeth on the right side of my mouth because of that knob as well, shouldn't have even registered, yet I couldn't stop staring at them. The bloody things were polished so well, they sparkled in the dull light of the bathroom. What the fuck was I thinking? I shook my head, and the face leering at me from the mirror was both familiar and alien. I need better gear first thing. Then I need to think long and hard before charging orcs, especially if there are Adeptus Astartes nearby to do the heavy lifting, punching, and shooting. Thinking about gear, after the recent losses, there must be a lot of spare equipment being cleaned up and geeked over by the Mechanicus engine seers. I paused at that thought. What in the Emperor's name did geeked mean anyway, and why did I think it? It didn't matter. I had more pressing concerns, like ensuring that I won't have more metal in my body than the average cogboy by the end of this campaign. In order to avoid that, I did need better equipment, which would be my first goal after getting out of the shower and in hopefully clean clothes. Second, being an Inquisitor now, no matter how irregular my induction into the organization was, I needed a proper retinue to help keep me alive first and intact second. With new goals in mind, I left the bathroom and had to suppress a wince at the looks of awe, fear, or worry the few officers I passed by gave me. I had the nagging suspicion that after my exploits to date, people might just be expecting me to pull off more suicidal stunts in the future, as a matter of course, and flat-out refusing might not be the best of ideas. There could not be rumors that the Inquisitor suddenly lost his nerve and daring, much less whispers of cowardice. I got into officer's field uniform without insignia provided by the General's aide, got my trusty las pistol in a holster, and headed out in search of a proper armory containing the nice stuff. To my surprise, Antaeus materialized and fell in step next to me, moving very slowly for a space marine. "Inquisitor, can we have a quiet word?" he asked. "Sure, we probably can find a quiet space in the armory I'm looking for." "What do you need?" the librarian inquired with mild interest. "Much better gear, obviously." Antaeus glanced from my cheek to the bionic arm and nodded. "That might help. However, even Astartes in our power armor can be crippled by the nastier orc specimens when we go in close combat." He paused, pointedly giving me a once-over. "It seems to me that a space marine, you are not Inquisitor." I somehow figured that part out myself, thank you very much. I did my best to keep as much sarcasm out of my voice, though I'm sure I failed miserably. "I wasn't sure. Usually you regular folks aren't too keen on charging orcs in melee, much less riding on top of an APC. When our job on Cronis is done, I'm sure that the recordings of your exploits will be an instant hit at least sector-wide, if not across the segmentum. An Inquisitor getting down and dirty with the regular grunts, doing his best to fend off humanity's enemies at a great peril to himself. That's likely going to be propaganda gold." Antaeus lowered his voice to a whisper. "With the deals we're doing with Xenos here, we might need all the help we can get when all is said and done." "Ah, that. Yeah, he had a point. It was just that I wasn't particularly certain that I would live long enough for the fallout to become an issue. However, a bit of contingency planning wouldn't hurt. It was just that I didn't really know where to start on that one, beyond praying fervently to the Emperor and hope that our reinforcements, when they arrived, would be under the command of someone reasonable. The same could be said for whatever Inquisitor would be dispatched to look into the unholy mess that was the situation on Kronus. Without those deals, we would be in an untenable position right now. Do you think we would be in any shape to attack the traitors if we had to fend off the combined Tau Eldar offensive alone?" I pointed out the obvious. "You're preaching to the choir, Inquisitor. While I certainly don't like the need, not at all, I do see the benefits. Besides, it has been known for Ordo Xenos Inquisitors to work with or even broker temporarily truces, even short-term alliances with Xeno factions. It's just that such arrangements almost always end up in betrayal. However, that's not what I need to speak with you about. An appropriate armory should be 2 blocks that way." Antaeus pointed to a group of Gothic buildings to the right. "You used your helmet's vox to ask for directions, didn't you?" "Why would I need to do so? I'm an experienced Astartes librarian. We always know the area we operate in like the back of our hand." He almost sounded offended at my accusation. "That wasn't a flat-out denial, mind you," I shot back. And we spent the next couple of minutes in uncomfortable silence, which was exacerbated by the looks the various locals milling around gave us. The undisguised awe aimed at Antaeus was something else, however. Some of it did splash upon me too. There was even a small group of kids, none could have been older than 10, who pointed excitedly at us while chattering at each other. Soon we got to a prefabricated armory building, dropped from orbit, got past the guards, and found ourselves in a scene of barely controlled chaos. Inside, we could see a small horde of Mechanicus adepts, servitors, the odd servo skull singing in binary flying around, all the while a single harried engine seer, who appeared to be more flesh than metal for a change, tried to direct them. The reason for all the excitement was obvious. The place overflowed with crates full of roughly packed equipment recovered from the battlefield. One corner had people and machines fixing up various armors, another dealt with normal human-sized bolters. A third handled plasma guns, while in the center of the room, a trio of red-robed Mechanicus adepts with much more mechadendrites than arms and legs, rapid-shot binary at each other while reverently inspected several power blades. This was the right place indeed. On the downside, there would be no quiet conversation while inside, so Antaeus would have to wait. If it was something particularly important, he would have said so surely. While the majority of the occupants either didn't notice us or dismissed our presence as of no consequence, the engine seer trying to ride a herd over them saw us and headed our way. Surprisingly enough, she had only 2 mechanic tentacles coming from her back, and they ended up with sensible manipulators too. He had his face hidden from a rebreather, however, there was no other trace of augmentations on it. From what I could see, his 2 hands were flesh and blood too. "Lord Inquisitor, my Lord Astartes." The engine seer bowed slightly. "How can we be of assistance?" "I require proper equipment for our impending actions against the traitors." The man examined me, taking note of my bionics, which made his blue eyes lit up in approval. "I'll see what we can do. There is a lot of equipment available, or at least it will be once it has been properly re-sanctified and its machine spirit soothed. What weapons and armor do you prefer? What stormtrooper protective equipment do you have available? Preferably fully environmentally sealed. We were going to face chaos, and one of the last things I wanted was to survive the coming onslaught only to perish in agony due to some never sufficiently damned pestilence. There are more than a few armors we're patching up after their previous occupants ran afoul of the pointy-eared freaks." The engine seer sniffed in disdain, then gave me a closer look. "At least one should be a decent fit without much work. What else?" "I'll like to requisition one of those nice power weapons. As for ranged firepower..." I trailed off, looking from the plasma guns to the hot-charged laser guns used by the Stormies. While I would usually recommend bolters, you could seldom go wrong with them. Those aren't ideal weapons for normal humans, especially if you lack either a light power armor or a suit with exoskeletal support like the better Void combat gear. Antaeus shared some of his wisdom. Considering what we're going to face, a plasma pistol if you have the misfortune of facing one of our traitorous brethren, otherwise a stormtrooper rifle should be good. This sounds more than reasonable, thank you, Antaeus. You heard the man, Engin Seer. Would receiving this kind of equipment be possible? I see no issues with it. We should have your gear ready, sanctified and blessed within 24 hours on the outside, perhaps earlier if we have to rush it. He said it in such a way that implied rushing won't be a good idea. 24 hours sounds good. I'm glad you agree, my lord. Just stand here for a moment, while I have one of our servo skulls scans you so we can get an armor properly fitted for you. Your gear should be ready for pickup this time tomorrow. With the scan done, the engine seer went back to running the armory's crew, and Antaeus led us away for that quiet chat. Part 2. Victory Bay Cronus. We ended up in a secluded spot at the edge of the park where General Alexander had his HQ deployed, and Antaeus looked me square in the eyes after making sure that there was no one around to listen. "Inquisitor, I can't say that I'm particularly happy with the deals you had to make so we could win today's battle on the cheap. The Emperor knows, if we suffered more casualties today, we would hardly be in place to deal with the heretics. However, the way you spoke with that Xeno back in the HQ, what you said, nothing more than common knowledge." Where was he going on with this? Well, not exactly. I'm sure that most tech priests know the technological state of the Imperium in general, Astartes, especially those of us who take pride in recovering and preserving knowledge, like the members of the Blood Ravens know it as well. I'm sure that there are nice, safe, civilized worlds where most people are educated on more or less true general history of the Imperium in particular, and what we do know about humanity's ancient past. Yet it is not a common knowledge how much we've fallen since the dark age of technology, neither about the slow slide back from the peak during the Emperor's blessed Great Crusade. I squinted at Antaeus, trying to process what he was telling me. That was bloody common knowledge as far as anyone paying attention, surely. I can see you aren't getting it for some reason. You don't act like a noble, you aren't speaking as one, so that can't be it. The librarian shook his head in exasperation. I'm trying to process the idea. I stated flatly, disbelief plain to hear in my voice. If it makes you feel better, You can blame either the Administratum or the Inquisition. He shrugged. I'll speak bluntly, using small words, Inquisitor. Yes, you better do that. At least half of the officers present in the HQ during the meeting, much less any of the rank and file who might heard rumors about what you said, to a Xeno no less, well, they will be shocked by the very idea that we not only lack some of the best technology in the galaxy, but that the Imperium isn't advancing. Neither is it stagnating, but generally technologically regressing, or at least part of it are. You really shouldn't have said that to the Xeno in public, Inquisitor. It's bad for morale. It makes people think thoughts neither of us, they rather think. The first thought I had, once my mind processed Antius's explanation, was to wonder in what kind of madhouse of a feral world I ended up in, and where did most of the regiments here came from. Yet I only had to give one look to the city around us, and even if it was on the tiny side for the Imperium, Kronus was a more or less proper civilized world. I can honestly say that this particular point never crossed my mind. I shook my head in sick fascination. I'll try to take it into consideration in the future before accidentally hurting the troops' morale. I paused and grimaced. So much for upholding a proper image for the lie that I was a real Inquisitor. Any other recommendations? Not charging orcs without a proper power armor unless the situation is that desperate. Antius tried to lighten the mood. Dully noted. In the same vein, you might want to ask around and see if our Mechanicus contingent has recovered any protective relics that might help keep you from losing any more pieces, like a conversion or scatter field generator. Even if they're a family relic, you should be able to requisition any such piece until the end of the campaign. That's another thing that hadn't really crossed my mind. Vaguely knowing how expensive one of those things were at the best of times, the very idea that I could get my hands on one anytime soon was ludicrous. Then again, I was supposed to be an Inquisitor now, probably the worst equipped and prepared for the job Inquisitor in the galaxy. That's another thing I'll keep in mind. Thank you for the suggestions, Antius. I take it that Captain Thule and General Alexander aren't too pleased with my conduct during the meeting. And why didn't they say something about it after it, instead of sending the librarian? Not particularly, no. However, given the circumstances, it's not their place to undermine your authority in any way, shape, or form. He grimaced. Especially when it comes time to justify why they listened to you and stopped their forces from shooting at each other. Me, on the other hand? I'm currently part of your retinue and merely offering advice, which should be a part of my job, surely. He flashed me a toothy smile. Politics. I nodded in understanding. That was currently cause number 2 on the list of most likely things to get me killed. Obviously, number 1 was enemy action, with number 3 being a fellow Inquisitor getting me interrogated and shot as a heretic, and only because there were currently no reinforcements in sight. Speaking about being part of my retinue, any idea of appropriate members to poach from General Alexander's command? Now we're talking. We might keep you alive still. Antaeus happily sounded his approval. First, we'll be facing heretics, which means that troops with a bit of experience in the matter won't go amiss. I'll recommend checking if those who were with us during the search for Inquisitor Requista are still alive and in any condition to fight. Second, a Mechanicus support would be prudent, though we must be careful about them. I'm sure your actions and the possibility of useful xenotechnology is going to divide their ranks. I like these ideas. Lieutenant Picos's platoon, the stormtroopers who acted as my bodyguards, perhaps that medic who put me back together after my encounter with the orcs and Kroot, and wasn't there some crazy Mechanicus biologist acting like a cyborg buzzsaw, or did I imagine that due to the stress of combat and the drugs? Chapter 8, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 8, The Calm Before the Storm, Part 3, 1st Cronus Regiment Barracks, Victory Bay. Cronus. Just a few hours after the bloodbath of a battle, Lieutenant Felicia Picos found herself stuck at her desk, neck-deep in paperwork, which did include reams of incensed and blessed parchment among other things, Mechanicus-blessed digital records included. She was one of the lucky ones who made it intact, both through the Inquisitor's crazy rescue mission and the following battles. Her platoon, along with most of Alpha Company, weren't so lucky. They handled the orcs with minimal losses, only for the fucking blue faces to hammer them hard until they could retreat to a new set of defense lines. Afterward, after the briefest of respites, command threw the whole battalion in the grinding fighting against the Eldar within Victory Bay itself, and that led to a butchery the likes of which Felicia had thankfully seldom witnessed. She lost half her platoon in moments against just a handful of screaming Xeno, whose voices turned soldiers' insides to a bloody mess, moved almost faster than the eye could track, and had swords which cut through proper carapace armor as if it wasn't there, much less flak vests. If it wasn't for a bunch of those mechanical Xenos arriving in the heart of sinister green lighting, Pico's whole platoon and the lieutenant herself would have perished then and there. That might have been for the best, really, because just a few minutes later, a Xeno sniper picked off a third of the survivors before someone either killed the damn thing or it had to displace. Felicia dearly hoped it was the former. It would be if there was any justice left in the galaxy. She forced herself to push those maudlin thoughts aside, took a sip of Amasec, the good stuff kept for special occasions like this one, and returned her attention to the breeding mountain of paperwork. Even with the platoon combat ineffective for the time being and the few hale survivors under the sharp eyes of Sergeant Graves, the LT's work was never done. Felicia picked up the next data slate and swore. It was yet another reminder of how many people she lost lately, a requisition related about special weapons, a request for her to confirm how many of those her platoon would need. The answer was obvious, preferably at least as many as she had warm bodies to carry them. However, unless command in their infinite wisdom designated her platoon as either heavy or special weapons unit, then they were set through one of the requisition forms she already filled in and signed. An excited commotion broke Picos's train of thought, and she narrowed her eyes at the barely open door of her office. Graves should have had everyone under control, any and all issues locked down, tight. The last thing they needed was trouble with a passing irritated commissar, or worse. Felicia got up, pushing her chair back with an unpleasant scrape on the stone floor, and marched into the barracks proper to see what was the issue and if she had to shut it down, hard. "Ah, Lieutenant Picos, just the woman I wanted to speak with." A jovial, somewhat familiar voice greeted her, revealing itself to be the source of the commotion. It took Felicia's tired brain a few moments to place it and recognize its source. The scarred, tired-looking man in officer's field dress without insignia was a far cry from the inquisitorial agent they had to escort just a few days ago, the Inquisitor now. "My lord," Felicia snapped at attention, barely containing her shock at this uncalled-for visit and the unacceptable conduct of her soldiers. This was worse than a commissar with a chip on his shoulder walking in. "At ease, I see that the recent engagements haven't been kind for your platoon. My condolences." Shockingly enough, he sounded genuine. "Thank you, my lord." Picos hurried to answer. "Unfortunately, I'm not here to announce that all of the Imperium's enemies turned tail and ran from us." A couple of troopers snorted at that, and Picos pointedly didn't glare and thus make more of a scene in front of the Inquisitor, though perhaps she should have. She didn't have experience in dealing with things like these. Give her an enemy to kill, a position to take or defend, she was your woman. On the other hand, dealing with the brass, especially this kind, she was frankly out of her depth. "I don't bite, you know." The Inquisitor, Vale was it, spoke in a tone full of exasperation. "I do have a job for you and your platoon, if you're up to it, Lieutenant." He looked critically over the remaining combat-effective troopers. "We're ready for whatever you require, my lord," Picos answered on reflex. "That's the spirit. I'm building myself a proper retinue and need the core of a combat and bodyguard element." "Are you up to it, Lieutenant?" The Inquisitor stared intently at her, and the thought to disagree politely or otherwise never even crossed her mind. "It's an honor to serve, my lord. We'll do our utmost." "That's the spirit." The Inquisitor happily clapped hands. "Then we have a bit of paperwork to cover to make your transfer into my service official and avoid complications with your chain of command. While we're doing that, you and the sergeant here can tell me what equipment and replacements you might require. Additional squad or two, I believe." "We'll need 2 more squads in order to get the platoon to a semblance of proper combat shape, sir," Sergeant Graves chipped in. "2 squads it is, then." And an additional stormtrooper section if I can convince the general to let us have a few of those boys and girls. The Inquisitor thought aloud. More paperwork? That statement by the Inquisitor eventually caught up with Felicia through the shock of the current crazy situation. What did she just agree to anyway? General Alexander's HQ Victory Bay, Kronus. With a diminished platoon on board as the first official part of my retinue, I recruited on my own initiative. I found myself in an audience with General Alexander, who was in his office, reading through a detailed report for our losses to date, especially among the heavy equipment. You've begun to poach competent personnel in a typical inquisitorial fashion, he stated without looking from the data slate in his hands. Having a proper retinue will increase my odds of survival in the battles to come. Not to mention with me around it would be easier to explain to Segmentum Command why you and Captain Thule ceased shooting at each other, providing that your conflicting orders weren't a mistake. The aging man put down the data slate and looked me in the eyes. His heavy stare contained weariness I hoped I won't be experiencing anytime soon. No matter what, there would be elements who would like to sweep this mess under the carpet and forget about it, and us. Punishing us for disobeying what is frankly insane orders would fit the bill, he admitted quietly. Or everything might turn all right if we don't get ourselves killed in the days to come. What do you require of me, Inquisitor? This isn't a social call, we both know it. First, the obvious, I would like to requisition a few of your stormtroopers, the bodyguard you assigned to my protection, to find out Inquisitor Requista if they're available. You can have a stormtrooper fire team, the same one if they're still alive and able to fight. I can't spare anything more right now, Inquisitor. We'll need them all in the fighting to come, and you shouldn't be on point this time. He looked pointedly at my scars. I did figure out that charging orcs wasn't been the brightest of ideas. Thank you for your support. It's my duty, nothing more, nothing else. At least it would make for a great story and an amusing video to watch in the future. Is there anything else you need, Inquisitor? Mechanized transport for my retinue while we're operating on Cronus and thus within your area of responsibility. If I believed that it was available, I would have requested air transport and a pilot as well. However, I'm aware that our Aeronautica assets took crippling losses. They aren't combat effective any longer, and we can put just a handful of bombers and fighters in the air. We'll have to rely on integrated AA units and our allies to deal with any heretic air power. Because of that, I believe I can authorize you to get a pilot and transport. However, obviously, I can't provide you with fighter escort, so going anywhere given the security situation would be a great way to commit an expensive suicide. I'll advise against doing so, Inquisitor. That's great news. I might see what available pilots we have for future reference, if nothing else. I won't take up more of your time, General. Once we've dealt with the heretics, we should talk about the source of your orders, those of Captain Thule's as well. I'll see to it that we do. If we are still alive was left tactfully unsaid. Part 4. Victory Bay, Cronus. A few hours of inquiries finally led me to a field hospital on the outskirts of Victory Bay. It was hastily set up after the battle and currently chock full with wounded and the people who tended them. Heavy guard too, because after the Tau practically overran our outer positions earlier, no one felt like taking chances, even if the uppity bastards shouldn't be in a position to launch another assault. If I had any illusions about getting through the battle lightly, the visit to the hospital would have dispersed it. It further drove home just how lucky we got and how invaluable the Necron's assistance was. The place was packed with wounded, many high up on drugs, and it was obvious that some of them won't be making it despite the best efforts of the available medicaes. Needless to say, this wasn't the only hospital packed to bursting. There were at least 3 other field ones, and the guard began using it only after all the proper hospitals in Victory Bay got packed up with our wounded first. As bad as the sight and smell was, it further drove my determination to seek a proper medical experts for my retinue, whose primary job would be keeping yours truly, and my bodyguards, in that order, alive if at all possible. My vague memories of being wounded told me that Inquisitor or not, trying to interrupt my next 2 targets for recruitment while they still had patients to tend and it wasn't a life or death situation, wouldn't be a good idea. That's why, instead of barging in, I merely made sure they were working at this particular hospital and left messages for them to contact me at their first convenience. That's how I ended up awoken shortly before dawn by very distinct and irate streams of binary coming from just outside of my quarters door. My training kicked in, I pulled out the last pistol from under my pillow, removed the safety, and was about to cautiously draw on the immaterium before I figured where and when I was supposed to be. The first though that rant through my mind was that this wasn't some mind of weirdly realistic and particularly unpleasant nightmare. The second one was that I better go see what the Martian wanted before they cut through the door or something. "I'm coming." I kept my voice to a quiet growl, got up properly, took a position to the side of the door just in case, and opened it, revealing a tall figure almost completely hidden by fresh red robes and a half-skull, half-cog mix between a helmet and a gas mask. I could glimpse at least 4 mechadendrites waving reflexively behind the cyborg. "Finally," a mechanical voice grumbled. "Magos Biologis Carum Beta 31, at your service, Inquisitor." The tall cog boy introduced himself. "You demanded my presence when prudent. Lieutenant Medicae Vau will be here shortly." "What is the medical issue you're suffering from this time?" he asked while carefully observing me for any more missing limbs or something. "None right now. It's future medical emergencies that concern me, Magos Biologis. I have request for you and the surgeon who did such an excellent job of treating me initially, and thus keeping me alive. Will you be open to the possibility of joining my retinue on a trial basis? I can assure you, when time and resources permit, I won't be adverse to you and the good doctor pursuing your own interests as well. This is an unexpected development, Inquisitor. I'll have to compute my options and perhaps try and commute with the Omnissiah before giving you an answer. If this is indeed a request, instead of a politely worded demand." "It is a request, Magos Biologis," I added, hopefully in not too hurried a fashion. I already pissed off enough of our resident techno-cultists, no need to do so with any more of them. Then there were the others, who stared at me in almost star-struck manner when they had eyes which could still express such emotions anyway. The less said about the third group, full-up cyborgs in appearance, who chanted in binary every time they saw me, and I was never sure if it was prayers or curses they were sending my way. Perhaps both. While we were talking, a man in his late 20s appeared next to Karam. Whatever my prospective tech priest doctor was, he had short brown hair, a burn scar disfiguring his left temple and lacked eyebrow, which had been seared away along with the skin of the rest of his forehead, which was an angry red color and gleamed with some kind of transparent balm. "Martin, the Inquisitor wants us as a part of his retinue. This is Lieutenant Medicae Martin Vau, Inquisitor." The cog boy introduced us. "Oh, that's nice, I think." The no-nonsense, reassuring voice I clearly recalled suddenly faltered. "Details, please, my lord?" I repeated what I told Karam, adding that they could continue to heal other people if it took their fancy, as long as me and my retinue took absolute priority, especially if it was life or death. A much more sensible recruitment pitch that I would have expected. From what I hear, provided we don't all die in the coming days or get shot as heretics, you might actually get the resources to keep us happy. The lieutenant trailed off. "I can't possibly comment," I stated flatly, while my tired mind spun, trying to figure out what the Medicae meant. What I knew about my future, if there was one, was that I would have to keep proving myself for years to come to ensure whoever decides not to shoot me for dealing with Xenos, for example, wouldn't have second thoughts. "I understand completely." The Martian buzzed in what vaguely resembled a conspiratorial tone. It was hard to tell with his mechanical inflection. "What Tall and Red said," the Medicae added hurriedly. "It's good that we're all on the same page," I muttered. "I'll appreciate if you give me your answer tonight at the latest. I'll need to straighten up the basic membership of my retinue before the coming battle." "Will do so. Omnissiah be praised," the cog boy declared reverently. "Yeah, that." Vau awkwardly made the sign of the Aquila, which in turn made me wonder what kind of people I just tried to recruit. Blood Ravens Complex, Victory Bay, Kronus. In the battle's aftermath, the Blood Ravens deployed planetside, separated in 3 groups. One went for a brief rest period, a second policed, maintained and prayed over their gear, with the third either providing security or they were out scouting various known and suspected enemy position. Devastator Sergeant Avitus was in the first group, yet even a brief moment of sleep evaded him that night. For as long as he could remember, burning hatred has been his greatest weapon against the enemy, especially traitors. The orders they had to follow on Kronus and the refusal of General Alexander to stand down and leave painted the guard regiments on the planet as the next best thing, or worst as the case may be. It was just skirmishes initially, with the guard obviously taking the brunt of the casualties, however everyone knew that wouldn't last. It had been just a matter of time before a direct, full force-on-force confrontation ensured, and the Blood Ravens on Cronis simply lacked the numbers and firepower to win such a battle without suffering a number of permanent casualties. It couldn't be helped. It was something Avitus steeled himself against, stroking the fires of his ever-burning hatred. Then the Inquisitor arrived and changed everything, throwing the Astartes for a loop. Not only did Inquisitor Vale broker a ceasefire, even before being promoted to his current exalted rank, he made it stuck and in the process. More importantly, along with a group of those wretched guardsmen, he saved the skins of Wen and the brothers under his command, who were all Avitus's friends. Then the Inquisitor distinguished himself in the fighting, proving for everyone to see that he wasn't like some cowardly members of his organization, which was good thing indeed. Yet, after that, the bloody man had to go and broker a deal with Xenos, one which might have been useful, but still, those were never sufficiently cursed aliens, who were good only when properly dead. Avitus didn't know what to think of the Inquisitor and his actions. He didn't know how to handle his faltering hatred, which has always been his shield, yet now threatened to become a liability. This was the worst possible time for such doubts. By the Emperor, they were about to engage chaos and assorted traitor forces soon. He needed his hatred burning hotter than ever so it could reinforce the shield of his faith and resolve. He did his best to clear his mind and began muttering soothing prayers and litanies, hoping for an answer. Chapter 8, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 8, The Calm Before the Storm. Part 5, Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. In the days following the battle for Victory Bay, the Imperial forces on Kronus didn't stay idle. Even as multiple units spent the next 3 days in a recovery period, various Commando and Blood Raven units ventured forth into the lands claimed by traitors and assorted chaos scum. 5 units of Astartes scouts formed the tip of the spear, backed up by squads of tactical marines and long-range artillery in case they either ran in anything they couldn't handle or needed a target reduced to ashes yesterday. Brother Sergeant Wen went back to the accursed region as a part of the force meant to give the scouts some teeth if they needed them, and just 2 hours after slowly creeping into the chaos-blasted area, the first such occasion materialized. As the Emperor would have it, the newest additions to the company, brothers Griffith and Amadeus, found trouble first, and it was a lot of it. It came in the form of a traitor guard unit. The elite regiment slatted to protect the high-end resorts, making up much of the southern part of the peninsula. Very soon, it became clear that those soldiers didn't have the grace to die valiantly after failing to sniff out and stop the chaos incursion in its infancy. As if that wasn't bad enough. They're all some kind of mutant or another, Aquila Actual. Spear 1-1, Griffith said over the Vox. I'm seeing tentacles, growths. Some people are now bigger than Ogrins, and they obviously weren't ones to begin with, and the Ogrins... Spear 1-1, they have Ogrins. Aquila Actual demanded confirmation. The only Ogrins supposed to be on Kronus remain loyal to the best of my knowledge and are currently with General Alexander's troops. I'll make sure the Inquisitor knows and investigates. Continue your report, Spear 1-1. Continuing report, Aquila Actual. I have eyes on modified, up-armored and up-gunned Sentinels and Lehman Rust tanks, various Chimera variants, and at least 3 Salamanders. Every Sentinel I've seen so far has heavy laser armaments, missile pods, and additional armor plating. The same goes for the other vehicles. They're all covered with chaos sigils and runes. It's almost painful to look at. Spear 1-1, Aquila Actual. Keep observing, and for now don't call artillery on them. I'll scramble what support we have available to hit them before they can reach something important. Aquila actual to all dagger elements carefully converge on Spear 1-1's location. We've got eyes on Traitor Guard heavy element moving out of Deimos Peninsula. We need to intercept and destroy it. All Spear elements save for Spear 1-1, keep to your assigned areas and report anything out of the ordinary. Aquila actual out. Sergeant Wen checked his location and the map, then Spear 1-1's assigned area, before issuing the relevant orders to his brothers. It was a good thing they came heavily loaded with anti-tank and other assorted anti-vehicle weaponry, which was only logical after that insane road chase that almost got them all killed. "Sergeant, we can't kill a whole regiment by ourselves," Corporal Titus pointed out. "Not in open combat anyway, when they have weapons that can actually hurt us. We won't be trying to kill them all. Not at once anyway." Went grumbled good-naturedly. Titus was one of his most experienced Astartes and always a pessimist. Sadly, this darkness-covered universe tended to prove the grizzled old veteran right more often than not. "Slow them down, stop them until reinforcements could arrive and help us kill all the traitorous bastards." Went grinned under his sealed helmet. "That much we can do, especially if Griffith can vector us into a nice ambush site. That's why I'm carrying all those explosives." The unit's explosive expert, Tech Marine Victus, wrapped an armored gauntlet over his chest plate, which was barely visible from various harnesses loaded with gear, most of the explosive variety. Obviously, they all tended to go to considerable lengths to ensure no one-shot Victus before he could unload and stash his explosives somewhere safe, preferably in very close proximity to the enemy. World Bearer's positions, Deimos Peninsula Kronus. Even the pleasant and persistent smell of freshly spilled blood and screams of prisoners who refused the word of the gods did little to lessen the headache plaguing Eliphaz the Inheritor. The Black Apostle of the Word-Bearers Legion suffered from it ever since that never sufficiently damned green-skinned brute foiled what should have been a simple, clean and fast operation. The displeasure his patrons expressed didn't help any, and now it compounded the pounding, nearly skull-splitting headache something fierce with a kind of geas meant to ensure that his primary objective won't change. Neither would his resolve to carry it out no matter out falter. To that end, Eliphaz dispatched the local guard regiment, which was among the blessed souls who accepted the word of the true gods. They received all kinds of blessings as their just reward, and now the Black Apostle dispatched them to secure the Eres Badlands, while he tried to do his best to figure another way to release the Kornata demon imprisoned below the desert. A secondary objective, a very important one, granted, was to murder or open the eyes of the Corpse Emperor's servants so he could take Victory Bay and release yet another demon, this time one of Nurgle's. Wisely, Eliphaz didn't ask aloud how those two got themselves caught and bound, and how useful they would be in the future after such failure in the past. His patrons weren't particularly happy with him right now after all. The Black Apostle strode through his Astartes base camp, which was taking proper shape already, and headed for a waiting vehicle, which would bring him to one of the largely untouched resort complexes to the east. That was one of the places where a lot of the faithful waited either to receive proper blessings or to find a good way to serve their betters, which was needed now. Eliphaz needed to gather more willing sacrifices in order to break the demon free, fast, and they needed to be the right kind. Just any odd souls and blood wouldn't do. If it was that easy, he would have fulfilled his primary objective already. There was always the option of bunkering down and waiting for enough troops to arrive so he could overwhelm the enemy. But that unholy alliance between the cursed soulless machines and the corpse's worshippers could be a threat if it struck before there were enough servants of the true gods on Cronus. Such an eventuality had to be avoided at all costs, and that was why he had almost everyone available digging in, building fortifications, including the sorcerers. It was unfortunate that those magic-slinging wretches didn't have the raw power to release the demon the simple and straightaway way, if that was possible in the first place. At any rate, the next competent sorcerer to arrive would be heading for the Eres Badlands, along with a contingent of Astartes and proper fighting vehicles, to not only further reinforce their hold on the area, but examine whatever kept the demon bound in detail. It was simply too bad that the one sorcerer who specialized in that kind of thing was now very dead. Part 6. Victory Bay Kronus. There is no rest for the Inquisition, or so it seemed. It felt that I just laid down my head on the pillow after the midnight visit by my newest prospective retinue members when someone else was knocking on the door. As it turned out, I've managed to spend a few hours dead to the world because it was early in the morning when General Alexander's aide came to summon me for an unscheduled meeting. Not a good sign. I got up, made myself presentable, fast, got my gear, and followed the young officer to see what was the newest fire that needed putting out. I found General Alexander and Captain Thule in a tactical room, full of cogitators and display screens, looking at various pictures, helmet camera feeds, and live transmissions from servo skulls. The atrocities against good sense and sanity on display were more than enough to get me wide awake within a moment. Is that a mutated Ogrin crossed with a crab? I stared at something that, judging by the chimera it walked beside, had to be at least 3-meter-tall abomination. There are Nurgle corrupted ones too. General Alexander nodded to a screen on his left. There, displayed in all its rotten glory, stood a picture of a sickly green monstrosity that had more in common with a chaos-spawned demon than an Ogrin. We've got a traitor regiment moving our way from the Deimos Peninsula. As far as any records and trustworthy personnel could tell us, there was only supposed to be a company or two of regular PDF soldiers looking over the former governor's interests over there, not a whole regiment, much less what looks like it was the best equipped one on the planet before our arrival. The disgust in General Alexander's voice was evident, and it wasn't just because of the abominations shuffling and crawling our way. We could have used those soldiers and machines, if they weren't corrupted traitors. I agreed after finding a screen displaying a list of the traitors' confirmed assets and nearly whistled. That wasn't a regular PDF of Guard regiment. It was a proper combined arms formation lacking only air assets, and said assets might have been the ones that jumped us while we retreated from the Deimos Peninsula after failing to recover Inquisitor Requista alive. Tell me about it. What's more, the only Ogrins on the planet should be a couple of PDF fire teams, which are accounted for, and the 2 squads we've got left after our last campaign. Ours are very much accounted for and not corrupted. I had my psychers look them over before calling you in. Inquisitor, I need you to look into this. General Alexander waved at the images surrounding us, especially the local Ogrins and what else the traitors might have that they aren't supposed to. We need that information before we hit Deimos Peninsula, if at all possible. You're the Inquisitor. Please investigate, my lord. You'll have our unconditional support in this venture. I'll get to it. I'll need access to the PDF Ogrins for interrogation, surviving officers from the local PDF, especially anyone in their logistics branch. That much gear. It needs a lot of spare parts, especially if people train with it, and that should have left a record, otherwise we have an even larger problem. I spoke, falling back upon my training. Consider it done. I have the Ogrins surrounded and ready to receive you, Inquisitor. I'll have my aide give you the names of all the relevant officers, their locations, and ready standing orders for their units to cooperate with you, no matter what they say. You'll have at least a company ready to back you up in case we're harboring traitors in our midst. The general spoke with controlled, burning anger. That's appreciated, General. Captain Thule, I'll appreciate if I can have a fire team of your Astartes on call just in case. I'll have them ready. Brother Librarian Antaeus will be able to call them quietly if you need them. Do you need anything else, Inquisitor? Nothing you can provide at this time, Captain Thule. I'll inform you both when I have anything of interest. So much for a couple of quiet days before all hell broke loose, literally in this case. 20 minutes later, I had my retinue assembled, briefed and geared up, so we could get to work. That was a very prudent decision on my part, I concluded, the moment I saw the local Ogrins. We found them in a small barracks complex left for their use, and it wasn't hard to figure out why. Even the civilized Ogrins, who did bathe sometimes, still stank to high heaven, giving yesterday's battlefield a run for its money. They were all huge mountains of muscle too, with only one of them about Antaea's size, who granted was practically on the tiny side as far as Astartes went, but still a full-fledged space marine. The Ogrins were all mean, lean veterans, which was made evident by the myriad of scars covering every visible part of their skins and the many bionic implants making them whole. That also explained their presence here. They either intentionally left to retire here, or the administratum simply forgot about them. And predictably, they ended up as a part of the local PDF, which at least in theory was the safest option for everyone involved. I frowned when I didn't notice any sergeants among them. They were all regular enlisted personnel, which meant less than bright, even for Ogrins. "Lads, I'm Inquisitor Vale, and I have questions," I proclaimed loudly, getting everyone's attention. Until our arrival, the Ogrins were milling around in confusion, likely unsettled after the General's pet mindfuckers examined them for taint. I would be less than pleased in their shoes as well, which was a pointed reminder that something like that awaited me in the future, along with a rigorous interrogation. If I survived the fighting on Kronus anyway. I shoved that thought aside while starring up the Ogrins, which probably looked ridiculous for anyone observing us. It took some very long moments before they could work through my title, question, and the implications. Then something unexpected happened. Their faces light up like children during the sanguina, and they began to happily babble at me. Let me tell you, trying to figure out what they were saying was hard. Did I mention that the average Ogrin, even those in the Guard, aren't that bright, at least in the conventional sense? I don't think that's the usual answer when an Inquisitor announces their presence, my lord. Lieutenant Picos muttered from my right, where she was busy staring warily at the overly happy, bear-sized troopers. Unless the situation is very grave, usually the Inquisition is met with fear and distrust. Antius explained in what I began to dub his mentor's voice. The only time I've seen something like that was after a sermon from a particularly talented and charismatic priest, Corporal Santos added. My stormtrooper bodyguards had turned up loaded for orc knobs, fully armored too, just like General Alexander promised yesterday. They didn't sound particularly unhappy about their change in career choice, though that might not hold up in the future. Our young Inquisitor has many talents, Anteas innocently added. Can someone figure out what they're saying besides the bonehead being right? I interrupted the sickly fascinated chatter of my retinue. That's their sergeant. Often they call them boneheads. That's who they're talking about, my lord. Sergeant Graves explained. She was the senior surviving NCO of my brand new and lightly decimated Guard platoon, and likely the second most experienced soldier I could consult with after the librarian. Good to know, Sarge. What about the bonehead? Where is he? I asked, hoping beyond hope that the Ogrins will become making sense. Speak one at a time. You, I pointed at the tallest of them, who towered somewhere just above 3 meters, and thus every one of us had to crank their necks to look him in the face. The bonehead, he repeated. Yes, the bonehead, your sergeant. Where is he? I repeated slowly. The Ogrin waved his hands, looked around and pointed at one of the more reasonably sized giants. The package. He grinned, showing a row of teeth and something that might have been a tusk before being broken, that would have made most orcs proud. Bring the package, he said again. Do we need to become nervous right now, sir? Santos asked flatly. We have no idea what the package is, and even if they're all clean, it's obvious that some other Ogrins on Cronus aren't, and their sergeant might be one of them. This package might be a trap left for both us and them. We'll be very careful with it, perhaps requisition a servitor to open it. That's a good idea. Properly paranoid, Antius said, approval evident in his voice. We'll make a good and sane Inquisitor of you, yet. Sane? Lieutenant Picos dared ask. Sane. Some of the Inquisitors I've known, let's just say that they had some interesting quirks and leave it at that. Antius spoke with a finality that indicated that he won't be answering questions on that topic anytime soon. This isn't the time or place for such questions, I chided my retinue. Why are you so happy to see me? I asked the huge Ogrin. The bonehead said you'll come and fix things. He spoke eagerly and with a visible strain to make his words clear to understand. I see. Make what right? Fix what problems? Something not right here. He waved his hands around helplessly, either not knowing exactly what or how to properly explain. Bonehead said Inquisitor makes right. He went to fix things. Told us to not go anywhere, no matter what, until Inquisitor comes. And didn't this have some interesting implications? "I really don't like the sound of this, my lord," Santos muttered. "Me neither, Corporal, me neither." While we were talking, an Ogrin came out of the barracks, carrying a sealed, sturdy metal case. Chapter 9, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 9, Stormfront. Part 1, Victory Bay Kronus. On one hand, the Ogrins of all people sniffing out chaos infiltration or some other kind of corruption sounded far-fetched. On the other, I could easily see people dismissing them as a threat outside of direct combat and not being as careful as they would be otherwise around them. Add a potentially much smarter than average veteran sergeant, and there might be something to this. That would still be grounds for canning a lot of people for gross incompetence at best, outright treason at worst. But we'll see. At any rate, once we were done here, I would be finding Commissar Weber and through him contacting the commissariat representatives on Cronus for assistance in discovering what in the Emperor's name was going on here, who needed to be properly interrogated, shot, or worse. Perhaps I should add a sane-ish commissar or two to my retinue as well. The Ogrins formed in a semicircle in front of us, with the huge one almost reverently taking the strongbox and then very carefully, slowly and deliberately entering a combination in its lock. The lid popped open with a hiss and he turned the container around, showing us the contents with a proud, toothy grin. By the Emperor, this was like dealing with young, over-eager children with extreme capacity for violence. I could see a neatly folded parchment, sealed with a red wax seal, proudly wearing the aquila, nestled among a lot of medals. Warily examining the contents through the warp, I could find nothing harmful, which left all kinds of more mundane, yet still lethal threats potentially in play. Yeah, I was growing more and more paranoid by the day. "Corporal Santos, if you will," I said, knowing that my suggestion had the power of order behind it. Still, the stormtrooper had a fully sealed armor, and he was certainly more expendable than either me or Antaeus. "Yes, Inquisitor, sir." Was that a bit of sarcasm I heard in his helmet-distorted voice? The stormtrooper marched forward until he stood right in front of the Ogrin, looking like a small child with their father towering above them, and pointed at the parchment. The Ogrin, who still hasn't introduced himself, nodded happily and lowered the case so Santos could retrieve the contents more easily. He did so and looked the scroll over, then shrugged and brought it back to us. Private Valencia was beside him in a blink of an eye, scanning the parchment with an auspex. "There's nothing particularly harmful I can detect, sir." "Well, let's see what the fuss is all about then." I waved for Santos to bring me the letter. I took the large parchment from the corporal's armored hands and cracked the seal. The message was written in large blocky letters, which were nevertheless fully and easily legible. "To whom it might concern, I've witnessed disturbing trends and events as of late. Regiment Command has deemed fit to send a third of my boys to the Deimos Peninsula, a place which should warrant no more than a platoon or two of PDF troopers at best, though some arbiters to keep the peace should have been sufficient. We've protested, but no one has been listening. The few and far between messages we got from our boys were disturbing, and they soon ceased, before Regimental Command decided to send nearly half of my remaining boys there. My protests fell upon deaf ears, and trying to go around the chain of command and contact their superiors was met with condescending disbelief. I'm going to get 2 of my best remaining boys and go find out what is happening at the Deimos Peninsula. I've ordered my other boys not to go anywhere unless I'm back and right, or an Inquisitor arrives to clean up whatever this is, because I feel it in my bones. It's going to be that bad, I swear by the Emperor's light. P.S. I've asked around. No one who is talking knows much about whatever forces are being stationed at the Deimos Peninsula. There shouldn't be anything over there warranting strong PDF presence, much less an Ogrin deployment. Even worse, trying and inquire about my boys through back channels and a few more reasonable contacts we've made since ending up on Cronus leads me to believe that there is indeed something rotten here. Some of those people claim that according to records, all Ogrins on Cronus are here in the capital and accounted for as if 2/3 of my boys never arrived on the planet. I'm going to find them and get to the bottom of this. The Emperor protects. PS2. Below are the names of the few people who tried to help and of the officers who either didn't care or gave the orders to send my boys away. Sergeant Braun. The letter was surprisingly articulate, And if I didn't know better, it would be hard to believe that an Ogrin wrote it. Whatever they did to the sergeants to make them even smarter obviously worked, which begged the question why the regular Ogrins didn't receive the same procedure to make them proper discount space marines, just without all the nice additional organs and power armor. Perhaps my two medical contacts might shed some light if they agreed to join my retinue and do something about it. I filed up that thought for later investigation and offered the letter to Antias. Your bonehead was right, boys. There is indeed something rotten going on. I'm afraid we might not be able to get him back in one piece, however. The Deimos Peninsula is currently in chaos and traitors' hands. We'll get to the bottom of this, and we'll make all the traitors pay for what they did to you boys and everyone else they've harmed. I promised to gleeful cheers. Why do I have the feeling that I'll have to look after them as well? Picos groaned. Because you've got great insight, Lieutenant. Meet the new additions to your platoon. I waved at the Ogrins. Like hell, I was leaving them under the authority of any of the remaining PDF brass. This is most concerning, Inquisitor, Antias stated gravely after finishing the letter and offered it to the LT, who snatched it up warily as if it might bite and groaned as she read through it. LT, you're taking charge of the boys here. Get them properly outfitted and ready to go. Antias, you and the stormtroopers are with me. We're going to speak with Commissar Weber, then we're picking anyone still alive from this list and having a heart-to-heart conversation with them. Part 2. Victory Bay Kronus. How hard could it be to look after a quiet girl who didn't try to get into trouble for a few damn hours? Commissar Weber's eyebrows twitched and his fingers spasmodically grasped for the butt of his pistol, while he fought with the desire to shoot a few people in order to make an example of them. It was true that being around the child was unpleasant, but this— Please explain to me in small, simple words so you don't get confused, Weber began, how in the Emperor's name you managed to leave her without supervision. It's a miracle, and by the Emperor's own mercy, she decided to stay put. Otherwise, I would already have shot you to put you out of everyone's misery. Do you know what the Inquisitor would do if we misplaced her again? Firing squads everywhere. A familiar, for once very unwelcome voice announced from behind Charles. The Commissar stiffened, his back straightening up like a steel pole, and he went to attention. Inquisitor on sight. Weber's voice cracked sharply like a whip, and he turned around to salute. Lord Inquisitor, sir, I'm sorry about this, and I'm taking full responsibility. First things first, she is here, safe and unharmed? The Inquisitor demanded in a deceptively light tone. The four people surrounding the man, 3 stormtroopers, and the Blood-Raven librarian showed nothing because of their sealed armors. However, Charles doubted that any of them were happy with current events. They had that air around them. She is right there, eating a ration, sir. Good. You. The Lord Inquisitor looked critically at the troopers supposed to not let the girl out of their sight. Get out of here before I reconsider forming a firing squad. Valencia, congratulations, you're on babysitting duty. Don't leave the kid out of your sight and make sure nothing happens to her. She is a critically important asset. Sir, yes, sir. A lot of soldiers chorused as one, and the former protection detail made themselves scarce with indecent haste. Weber made a mental note to find some shit detail for them to do, so they would reconsider their life's choices before focusing his full attention upon the Inquisitor and the inevitable fallout. Commissar Weber, we've got multiple issues to deal with. I trust you'll ensure that this particular issue won't repeat itself in the future. The Inquisitor raised a decidedly unamused eyebrow. I'll make certain of it, sir. What do you require of me? Charles hurried to reassure the Lord Inquisitor. Gross incompetence, likely corruption, and potential treason, Commissar. The Inquisitor's voice was colder than the dark abyss between the stars. I've got a list of potential suspects we need to gather, interrogate, and investigate. It has been confirmed that the local PDF had an off-the-books heavy regiment stationed at the Deimos Peninsula. They've gone traitors and are coming our way. While General Alexander and Captain Thule are preparing to deal with those before we march to eradicate the chaos taint from that area, we're to figure out how deep the rot goes. I'll need the assistance and particular talents of the Commissariat agents on Kronus to do as much as humanly possible in the time available. Can I count on you and your colleagues, Commissar Weber? We won't disappoint you, Lord Inquisitor. We'll see about that. Call your colleagues, Commissar. We've got an investigation to run, and not much time to do it. Antias here has a list. I want the people on it quietly called in and detained for interrogation. I'm sure that you can find suitable pretexts under commissariat authority in a way that doesn't make it obvious what we're after. I can think of a few things, and I'm sure my colleagues will have useful feedback, sir. If that's all, I'll get to it, my lord. Go. Hearing the clear dismissal, Weber relaxed a bit in relief and went to pick up the list from the Blood Raven. Do you really think we might be able to do this quietly without showing our hand? Antaeus asked after Weber scampered to contact his people. There is a small possibility it will work, though we don't need to be quiet for long. We can't afford to anyway. As long as we get the people on that list and figure out what they know fast and quiet, that might be enough. We certainly can't afford to tear apart the command structure of the PDF units unless we really have to. On the other hand, we can't let them be led by compromised officers. I ground out in frustration. Saying that was out of my depth was a charming understatement. This was a job for an experienced Inquisitor, with the relevant training and support retinue aimed at investigating things, not combat, like mine. The local arbiters might be useful if we could trust them. However, after what we found at the Deimos Peninsula, they were all closely watched, and obviously not trusted at all. It was just that, considering the other threats we had to deal with, properly investigating them had a lower priority, and would ideally be done by specialists who would arrive with the relief force. Barring that, the Guard might be able to do it. However, it would be heavy-handed and require not much in the way of other distractions. It was a nasty situation all around. I sighed in frustration and went to check personally on one of the few rays of sunshine in this whole mess. I found her in a small, clean and well-lit room, sitting on the edge of a bed and munching on a hard cracker from an opened ration pack. The kid grinned when she saw me, showing 2 rows of food-covered teeth. Hi there, I'm glad to see you're staying out of trouble. I smiled what I hoped was a gentle and reassuring smile. However, with my disfigured face, I wasn't sure about that. I don't think we'll be able to find your name in any records anytime soon, and you do need a name to call you. I went on one knee in front of her, so our eyes were on the same level. So unless you want to share, we'll have to pick up one for you. She kept staring at me with those huge eyes of hers. However, she kept refusing to utter a single word, which was obviously frustrating. Not talking, are we? When a shadow of fear ran through her eyes, I slowly raised my hands in what I hoped was a placating gesture. Hey, it's all right. You can write if you want, or can for that matter, and if you don't, it's all right. For now, anyway. She shook her head. However, it wasn't clear if it was because she didn't want to write or didn't know how to. Given her nature, I wouldn't put it past people to have failed to teach her how to write and read for that matter. That, combined with her being unable or unwilling to speak, was going to complicate things. However, hopefully, we would be alive to deal with that in the future and find out how to offer her some useful therapy. Perhaps either Lieutenant Picos or Sergeant Graves. If they could stand to be around her without making a mess of it, might help in the short term. In the long run, I wasn't sure what to do. It would depend if there was a long run for me. However, that kind of thinking wasn't constructive, so I did my best to push that option to the back of my mind. Valencia, you can come in now. I stood up awkwardly while the girl kept staring at me. This is Private Valencia. I pointed at the stormtrooper, who armor and all looked even more awkward than I felt. He'll be looking after you for the time being, and he'll be behaving, won't you? I'll be good, sir. That's the spirit. I hope you'll be behaving as usual, won't you? I asked hopefully. The girl stared at me for a few endless moments before nodding and returning her attention to the cracker she was munching on. Chapter 9, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 9, Stormfront. Part 3, Victory Bay Cronus. I must give them this much: when motivated, the commissars and any troops they could get their hands on could move with surprising speed and skill. They could be as sneaky buggers as well. Their outright arrests and detainment for questioning were few and far between, and came at the end of the sweep too. A few hastily called up meetings about streamlining logistics, discussing the PDF unit's part in the plant to rid Kronus of its traitor infestation. A Q&A session about how the Administratum might better support the war effort without undue disruption of vital production, and others to address local defense concerns, among other things. Almost all of them ended up with guard units bursting in, pointing weapons in the faces of people, and not so politely asking them to accompany them so they could answer a few questions. The local Arbiter's HQ, which had been under close observation ever since our return from the Deimos Peninsula, became the unwilling host to an Adeptus Astartes squads, and a platoon of veteran guardsmen, who, backed up by a few tech priests, went in searching for any evidence about corruption and collusion with traitors. In contrast, 5 people ended up sat in reasonably comfortable chairs, while I sat in front of them, with Antias towering above my right shoulder and Santos skulking to my left, hands tightly holding his weapon. My guests were the helpful people noted in Sergeant Braun's list, those who were still alive and able to answer questions anyway. One of them was an armory sergeant from the capital's PDF garrison who had drawn the short stick and had to deal with the Ogrins and their equipment. Beside him was one of the few helpful medicaes looking after them, a pair of administratum drones, and a local priest who had been very happy with their faith and was determined to keep stroking its flames high. They were colourful characters too. The armourer was a grizzled veteran who had good experiences serving with Ogrin units and was determined to do well by those now in his charge. He had almost as much metal in him as the average cogboy. Beside him sat one of the 2 women, a tall, reedy thing, with a haughty expression of superiority because she was a 4th daughter of the local minor nobility, who nevertheless was trying not to act like a typical noble, and more often than not, failing miserably, though she got points for effort. Number 3 was the first administratum adept, who had to go out of his way to look like a stereotypical scholar, complete with dusty robes, receding greying sandy hair, and huge glasses. Next came the 2nd woman. She was from the administratum too, and wonder of wonders was convinced that her job and that of her organization was to make things happen and help people, which explained why she had been stuck on a dead-end job for years now, or so her file told me after one of our Martians pilfered it from the administratum cogitators. Last but certainly not least came the priest. He was a huge burly man who didn't look like he had even a trace of fat on his sculptured figure. He was a hill made of muscle, and a retired confessor who, after slowing down too much for frontline duty, decided to dedicate his remaining days on the spiritual well-being of the Imperium's citizenry as a regular priest, instead of going out, spreading the word, bashing in the skulls of heretics, and nagging people until they saw the light and accepted the Emperor's creed. That was what my people could find in the couple of hours it took to sweep up my guests and deliver them for this meeting. I idly wondered what a network of proper inquisitorial agents could have dug up about them in the same period, and how many of those 5 might be informants or even outright agents if I have been proper inquisitor with the time to set up shop in the first place. Depressingly, this particular train of thought refused to leave me alone, which was not a good thing. Doubt can be as deadly as the sharpest of blades. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Inquisitor Vale, and I have questions. At my introduction, all but the priest froze. The fanatic's eyes lit up with holly glee, and he was about to begin a sermon or something before I could silence him with a pointed glare. The Deimos Peninsula is in traitors' hands, controlled by a full-fledged chaos incursion. It was engineered by traitors on Kronus, some of whom might still be in our midst as we speak. The 5 of you have been helpful, or so it appears. Bourne and his laddies. Sergeant Tellick nodded in understanding. He had some well-founded concerns, however. I couldn't help him much besides pointing him in what might have been the right direction, my lord. That's what that was about, the not-so-young noble exclaimed. That big boy wouldn't stop pestering me for information about Ogrins being shipped away. I remember processing some of the necessary requisition forms about a squad of them being administratively shifted to the Deimos Peninsula, Adeptus Arbiter's control, and signing on the relevant shuffling of medical resources to account for them. When I checked, there were no records about any Ogrins being present on Cronus beyond Sergeant Braun and his people here in the capital. The scholar grimaced. I've dug in as much as I dared, however there simply were no records left in the system I could access. I tried to find hard copies, but hit a wall there as well. Who has the access and authority to make said records disappear? I asked innocently. That would be a department supervisor, or even higher authority. I guess that the Engineer and her adepts looking after our cogitators should be able to do it as well. And there were 2 of those on the list of people to be interrogated. A nice start, I hoped. What could the rest of you add on that topic? The Ogryn have a bit different medical needs compared to most. Their large size adds undue stress on the joints, especially ankles and knees for veteran troops. Unless they get replacements, they do need certain medicaments in order to combat and reverse joint damage. With only Sergeant Bronze Ogryn present on Kronus, there hasn't been much need to make a lot of those drugs. They're very strong, too strong to be used for the same purposes among regular humans. And I know for a fact that there used to be a lot more Ogryn on Kronus than the Administratum records show. Ours too now, though I managed to keep a hard copy of an older mandatory examination before the clinic's director ordered us to erase some of our records. The Medicae shed some light on the matter. Needless to say, the clinic set up to primarily treat PDF-related issues was one of the focal points of the investigation, and its director should be cooling his heels within an interrogation room, waiting for me. Of course, all of this begged the question, what else did we miss and overlook while dealing with more obvious and present threats? I turned my attention to the priest, who met my gaze with eyes burning with fanatical light. He was grinning like there was no tomorrow too. I told him, the Emperor would provide, and here you are, Inquisitor, to make it all right and burn the heretics. That's nice to know. Do you have anything to add? People we should look at and question? I asked warily. I was pretty sure that we should double, perhaps triple check, before rigorously interrogating anyone pointed by the priest without corroborating evidence. Not being pious enough might be enough for him to point us at someone's direction. On the other hand, considering what we were about to face, such burning faith might come in useful. Once this was done, I was going to ask him to pray for us, and if he could gather his fellow priests in Victory Bay and bless our weapons and armor before we headed to face against chaos. Part 4. Victory Bay Kronus. A company of veteran guardsmen stormed the St. Andresta's Blessing Clinic, led by a pair of cold-eyed commissars and followed by a group of fanatical priests, normally attached to General Alexander's command, in order to look after the spiritual well-being of the troops. It was only in the wake of those barbarians that Magos Biologis Charon Beta 31 strode on thrice-blessed and twice-sanctified bionic legs, leading a gaggle of overworked Medicae conscripted from the various guard units. Theirs was the most important job once the guard properly secured the clinic. Figure out if the people working there were merely greedy, mundanely corrupt bastards in need of a transformation into servitors, or if there was something more sinister going on. At any rate, every PDF trooper still alive and technically loyal needed to be examined before command could throw them at the traitors. Charon Beta 31 really should have known better. It was known, if an Inquisitor wanted you working for them, you will work for them one way or another, no matter what you wanted. If you wanted to be difficult about it, your life would become interesting, just like the Magos just found out. Of course, this could all be a coincidence. The odds for it were even good. He could easily calculate them. It didn't matter. The Inquisition probably wanted you to think that way and wonder. Bloody Inquisitors. Charon Beta 31 reached the entrance and stood in front of the white marble building, waiting for the all clear. He could hear all kinds of commotions and shouting from within, no shots so far and no calls for help or uncovered corruption, which was either a very good sign or a very bad one. Time would tell. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor who caused so much trouble for a certain Magos Biologis without even trying had to attend his first proper interrogation outside the carefully controlled facilities of the Academy. The dungeons of the local Arbiter HQ were familiar ones, just lacking all the filth and warp-related taint to make them identical to what we saw at the Deimos Peninsula HQ. Some of the cells here contained many of the high-ranked Arbiters, who were at the very least bought and paid for by the former planetary authorities. Unfortunately, said authorities were currently either very dead, worse, or in line for it, because as far as anyone could tell, any survivors from the quick purge conducted by General Alexander upon his arrival on Cronis had fled either to the Deimos Peninsula or their Tau friends. A rough picture began to emerge as soon as the first interrogations began, and for once we did catch a break, and a mid-ranked administratum functionary began singing as soon as a mean-looking commissar with a roaring chainsword approached him promising to cut a limb or two and then ask questions. The bloody clerk told the interrogators everything he knew, and a lot of things they suspected were nothing more than fabrications meant to keep the commissar and his chainsword as far away from tender flesh as possible. The coward did give us some actionable leads, and before I could even finish my conversation with the actually helpful people on the list, Weber had strike teams moving in to seize more targets and secure locations to be searched for evidence. Glory-seeking, battle-crazy maniac he might be, Commissar Weber was undoubtedly a competent man, one who I was almost sure I needed as a part of my retinue. If nothing else, he apparently had more experience in this sort of thing than the rest of us combined. And that's how I ended up in front of a solid metal door covered with all kinds of wards, scriptures, and holy symbols. A pair of fully armored arbiters from the cleared list stood guard and admitted me after checking up to make sure it wasn't someone or something wearing my face. Speaking about Charles Weber, he was inside, had a cigar held in the corner of his mouth, and was in the process of lighting it up with a handheld blowtorch. "Inquisitor," the commissar exclaimed happily in his inimitable fashion, and spread his hands in welcome, nearly searing the forehead of a richly clothed individual who had the misfortune of being securely bound to the interrogation chair, taking place of pride in the middle of the room. "Charles, my friend," I returned the gesture with what I hoped wasn't a strained smile. "You and your colleagues did the Emperor's work this morning." "We live to serve, Inquisitor," Weber beamed happily at me. His pleased smile turned into a rictus grin that wouldn't be amiss to a chaos cultist or a bloody dark Eldar, and looked at his prospective victim. "This piece of refuse is Lord Ignatius Joachim, and by all accounts he not only sold his soul to the Tau, but he also looked the other way and facilitated all kinds of corruption among the local administratum adepts. From there, the rot spread tainted the higher levels of the Adeptus Arbiters, and as we all know now, certain whole branches of the organization on this planet. That's a bad boy." I shook my head sadly, though made sure there was no trace of pity or remorse about what was about to happen. Then again, that's why we're here, and the Inquisition exists in the first place. Such cancer needs to be burned out with extreme prejudice. I nodded at the blowtorch Weber held with gleeful approval. The prisoner, on the other hand, who had been going from deep red to purple, paled considerably. "Let's see if we're all on the same page. Some time ago, the disgrace that passed for local government got divided between either sucking to the blue-faced bastards to the west of here, or went deeper and deeper in under the influence of a homegrown cult to the ruinous powers, the fuckers." I began pacing around the prisoner while Weber looked from his blowtorch to the bound man, as if he wanted nothing more than to liberally apply the flames. "And you helped both groups, all kinds of criminals, dissidents and worse, all to line up your own pockets." I shook my head sadly. "Am I missing something?" "He had a Tau mistress too, however to the best of our knowledge she made herself scarce when we arrived and is hiding somewhere in the Xenobase," Weber added with undisguised disgust. "Ah, that," I nodded. "I guess it could always be worse, like fucking a Slanishi worshipper." I scrunched my nose in disgust. That wasn't entirely a performance. An alien one at that. "She might very well be the Xeno bitch," Weber pointed out. "There's that too. I foresee a lot of cleansing flames among other things in your future." I addressed the prisoner directly. "That's the spirit. I can't wait." Has he been serving with the Sisters of Battle or the Salamanders before? I wondered. Whatever Weber's not an entirely healthy fascination with fire might wait, and I dearly hoped that this was mostly for the benefit of our prisoner and not his real face, stripped of all masks and pretenses. We might as well. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful, much less sorry about his disastrous life choices. Ignatius here merely looks sorry that he got caught. The prisoner did his best to shake his head in denial. However, as securely as he was bound, all he managed was to strain his muscles to no avail. A taste of things to come might loosen his tongue. Weber mussed aloud and looked at me like an eager kid asking for permission. I walked around the prisoner one last time, then went to the table built into the wall and examined the various wickedly sharp instruments of torture that no sane mind could come with, and picked up something weird with a lot of barbs, clamps, and sharp edges. I turned around, looked at the implement in my hand, and at the prisoner who could barely see me from the corner of his eyes, and speculatively raised an eyebrow. This might do, then we sear the wound to avoid him bleeding out. That simply wouldn't do. I nodded in agreement, while a distant part of my mind screamed in horror, while the rest of me didn't see anything wrong at what we were about to do. Chapter 9, Parts 5 or 6. Chapter 9, Stormfront, Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. As an Inquisitor, torture was something to be embraced. Applied right, it could loosen tongues, reveal secrets, and of course not only punish the enemies of the Empire, but serve as a deterrent for the endless masses of humanity. Because let us be honest, there were days when it appeared that people were willing to gleefully outdo each other in their race to fall into heresy or the hands of the alien. Further, it simply wouldn't do to get close and really try to get into the head of a suspect or confirmed traitor. That way lay madness, heresy, and a fate worse than death. And it wouldn't do for people to think you are too soft or chummy with your interrogation subjects. Being open-minded, either about their actions or the reasons behind them. Being sympathetic. That was counterproductive at best, endangering your very soul and countless others at worst. An open mind was a fortress, with its doors thrown wide open and a battleship-sized blinking sign inviting all kinds of nasties inside. My trainers were very clear and emphatic about that. Yet despite all that, there was a small part of me more than uncomfortable with my handiwork. Even worse, it kept screaming at me that this was wrong and unnecessary, even when presented with evidence to the contrary. This was a disturbing turn of events, one that didn't increase my chances of survival when we made contact with the Imperium at large. It didn't help that while pain and threats helped disrupt my Interregi's mental defenses so I could ravage his mind, I kept struggling with that damn voice in my head and constant conflict between revulsion and the satisfaction with a job well done. By the Emperor, I likely needed my head examined, and I wasn't looking forward to figuring out what was wrong with me. This simply wouldn't do. I shook my head in a futile attempt to clear it of pesky distractions and looked around. A servo skull floated in a corner of the interrogation room, chattering excitedly in binary burning blessed incense, and most importantly, writing down what I dictated while browsing through Joachim's mind. "Let me see what you wrote," I ordered the servo skull, which chattered unhappily at me, floated back towards the ceiling, and gave off the impression it was possessive of the parchment held within its small metal claws. "Don't give me this shit, the parchment now, or no blessed oils for you for at least a week." The servo skull gave out a piercing shriek of indignation, and I was sure I didn't endear myself with its machine spirit, something it might even complain to the next tech priest it met if it could anyway, but finally complied. I snatched up the parchment before the Mechanicus toy could change its mind and gave it a look over. Everything looked in order. It was written in a neat, precise script that was better than mine ever. I glowered at the infuriating device, which smugly chirped at me and offered the transcript to Weber. "Make good use of this and make sure we get everyone in Victory Bay or its vicinity. We've got our work cut out for us." "I won't disappoint you, Inquisitor," Weber preened at me. "I know you won't. Nice work with that blowtorch. It seems you're fond of using cleansing flames." I asked idly, fishing for information. On this one, I kind of agreed with that grumbling and offended voice in my head. I needed to know if what I just witnessed on the Commissar's part was merely an act, or his true self revealed. "Thank you, sir," Charles preened like a peacock. I had no idea what that was. I needed my head examined post-haste, or better not, because doing so might get me shot, or worse. Then again, not getting it examined when I knew there was something wrong could be worse in the long run. "It's because of my mum. She's a sister of battle and very fond of flamers, inferno pistols, well, everything and anything that can bathe heretics in holy cleansing flames," Weber explained happily. "I remember my first toy. It was a replica inferno pistol Mum put in my hands in the cradle." "Your mother sounds like a good woman," I said while struggling with conflicting feelings over this morsel of information. Well, it wasn't exactly unknown for sisters of battle to have sex, children, and sometimes even marry and have proper families. We're not running around burning people for sins real or imaginable. On the other hand, others did live up to being bolter bitches and self-proclaimed brides of the Emperor, as if he would have trouble getting laid if he ever got up from the Golden Throne and found a bit of spare time. I frowned at that weird tangent my mind went on, vowed to get the Magos biologist to look at my head and anything wrong with it, because for all I knew, I was under the influence of some weird Eldar shit right now. However, first I had unfinished business here. Lord Ignatius Joachim, by the holy authority granted to my office, by his divine majesty, the Emperor, and the High Lords of Terra, I find you guilty of sedition, corruption, conspiring with the enemies of humanity, and enabling their damned agendas. I find you guilty of leading the servants of the Emperor astray, of wasting the Imperium's resources, and of being an insufferable, arrogant bastard. The sentence is death to be carried immediately by yours truly. With the formalities out of the way, I drew my last pistol and shot him between the eyes, turning most of his head into a smoking mess. Well done, Inquisitor. I couldn't have done it better myself. Weber happily announced his approval. Don't you have people to arrest, Commissar? I do, my Lord Inquisitor. Charles saluted and strutted out of the interrogation room, a happy man. Me, on the other hand? I put back my gun in its holster and headed for the clinic being investigated to find my kind of buddy Karom and get my head scanned to the warp and back. A few hours and a ton of reports to read through later, Karom Beta 31 ushered me into an examination room full of all kinds of medical equipment, some of which was much scarier than even the most wicked interrogation implements I found below the Arbiter's HQ. I understand you need an examination, Inquisitor? The Martian sounded disturbingly happy at the prospect. Yes, and now that we're pretty sure this place isn't a hive of cultist activity, but just your average incompetence and corruption, you can proceed with it, I confirmed. As it turned out, this time around we did catch a break, an in-depth, if fast, the examination of the place and a round of quick, for once rather tame interrogations with both chemical and psyker support, confirmed that the clinic's director and half of his senior staff were merely a bunch of corrupt bastards who happily closed their eyes when paid, sold medicine to the highest bidder while writing it off as used to treat troopers, especially the Ogrins, who practically did need a lot of drugs when they needed them at all given their size and resilience. The bastards saw nothing wrong at it because those were only grunts, thus lower than dirt, and the Ogrins were fucking mutants, you see. Well, fuck them all. I did make a brief check carefully using my powers, and the drugged officials offered no resistance, thus confirming the interrogation results Karom and his people got. After that, the outcome was obvious. It was off to the firing squad with the bastards, and I made sure that said firing squad would be drawn from our resident Ogrins, who would be using shotguns at long range. For once, since this damn day began, that infernal voice in my head wasn't muttering off at me. Instead, I got the vague sense of agreement, something that caused a lot of mixed feelings. I explained my issues briefly and succinctly to Karom Beta 31, who towered above the examination table where he had me sit down. A lot of mechadendrites waved happily around while he consulted a data slate. Lay back, Inquisitor. I need to take a few scans of your brain and run a few more tests on your blood to see if the Eldars managed to tag you with something nasty. Despite his synthetic voice, the cogboy managed to sound gleeful at the prospect to play with some nasty alien drug or toxin at my expense. And if we're lucky, it might be something rarer and stranger still, he added happily. And I was beginning to think that taking my chances with not reporting my issues and waiting for the reinforcements to arrive might have been the smarter thing to do. Part 6. Victory Bay, Kronus. Awareness came back slowly, dubiously doubly so, because I didn't even remember blacking out, neither a reason for it. This was more than concerning state of affair. A couple of familiar voices my clouded mind could barely make out were cold comfort under the circumstances. This was an unforeseen event. That was the Magos biologies I went to examine me. The same one I wanted to be part of my retinue, I was sure. By the Emperor, was that a bad call on my part? Both hypothesis Alpha and Beta were wrong, in spite of supporting evidence. Was that a whine I heard in the techno-cultist's synthesized voice? We've checked the Inquisitor for chaos corruption multiple times over the past days. He's as clean as any psyker stuck on Cronis could be, if not more. Antaeus's voice boomed, clearly announcing the librarian's displeasure. There's no Eldar influence I could find in his head. Magos, and you're sure he hasn't been drugged? Hypothesis Beta was a logical conclusion. Karom attempted to defend himself, however Antaeus wasn't buying it. Then you knocked out the Inquisitor with drugs just to make your life easier, and so you could examine him at leisure. You know we can all get shot or worse for this, Antaeus thundered. That sounds like a great idea from where I'm lying, I croaked, my mouth running off before I could even think about it. Inquisitor, you're all right, Charles exclaimed, and a moment later his relieved face appeared above me. I've got this place surrounded and locked down right proper. What are your orders? He asked and eagerly looked at something I couldn't currently see. Sit, Rep, I croaked again. Certain parties decided that drugging you for in-depth examination was a good idea, and in the process almost restarted the infighting, my lord, Weber explained hurriedly. We've got a whole mechanized battalion surrounding the building. Your new Ogrin friends want to beat whoever harmed you to death, and then some elements of our Mechanicus contingent are declaring you either blessed by their machine god or heretic in need of purging. Weber blurted out, What? I blinked at him in disbelief. This had to be a bad dream or a hallucination. Someone let it slip out that you might not be in your right mind. My lord, and all hell broke loose as a consequence, my favorite commissar explained with clear exasperation in his voice. I clearly saw him throw a particularly dirty look at someone out of sight, probably Karom. Water, stimulants, proper explanation in that order. I croaked in a hoarse voice. Here, my lord. Weber offered me his canteen, and I greedily gulped water, not caring that some spilled over my chin and chest. It was cool, had a light metallic taste, and it was one of the best things I've tasted in a long time. Weber moved aside, and a guard medicae approached, then jabbed my neck with something sharp, and I almost immediately felt the stimulants racing through my blood, giving me a sorely needed kickstart. Now, someone explain to me the newest disaster we have to deal with, and make it good. I snapped in a voice that finally vaguely sounded like my own, and slowly got up on the examination table I found myself laying on. Awkward silence fell over the room, and I took the opportunity to look around. It was the same room I went to for the checkup by Karom. Very bad idea that, obviously. It now appeared positively tiny because it was packed with people with the only kind of free space being around me. There was Karom Beta, whatever, likely soon to be known as an example of what happens when you cross His Imperial Majesty's Inquisition. 2 more tech priests, and I only vaguely recognized one of them. A whole stormtrooper squad ready for war, and 2 Astartes. Perhaps someone else too, squashed against one of the walls. Explanation, well, Charles looked around, trying to figure out a proper way to explain recent events to the Inquisitor. Nothing in his experience so far prepared him for this kind of insanity. Not seeing any aliens around, Weber decided that their part of the unfolding disaster might be a safe point to start. As far as I know, events went out of control, where our Charles had to bite off a curse, just in case the damn green tin cans were listening, because infuriatingly enough, angering them even further might not be a prudent idea. Sent a delegation to uphold their part of the bargain, bringing technology to give us along with schematics or something like that. Things that our exalted tech priests might find useful if they decide to reproduce said technology. The commissar explained in a hurry, while carefully watching the present red-robed cyborgs. That should have been a good thing. The Inquisitor interrupted Charles in a tone that would have given even an angry Ogrin pause. Extrapolate, Commissar. A hurriedly set-up demonstration showed that the equipment worked as advertised. General Alexander's Psykers and 2 Adeptus Astartes librarian found it almost impossible to touch the warp in the vicinity of the devices. Weber nodded at the Inquisitor's blood-raven shadow. The Commissar is correct. With that device operational, the barriers between reality and the immaterium are incredibly strong, and it is almost impossible to touch the warp or use it. Such devices would be invaluable if the Adeptus Mechanicus could safely reproduce them in numbers. At that point, angry binary came from 2 close-by sources, and a moment later a third one jointed the fray, creating deafening racket. Silence, the librarian thundered, the sheer power of his voice rattling Weber and every other normal human. Fortunately, it gave the red robes a pause too. "Explain yourselves." The Inquisitor's quiet hiss echoed like a cannon shot in the following silence. At that moment, Charles was happier than ever that he wasn't one of those machine worshippers. "I owe you no explanation, heretic." One of the tech priests let out an electronic scream, and a moment later, half a dozen weapons aimed at him or her. It was honestly very hard to tell between the robe, full face mask, and all the metal bits and pieces on display. Some of our brothers and sisters mistakenly believe that the deal you conducted with the Necrons is a high order of heresy and an offense against the Omnissiah himself. They also believe that even attempting to study alien technology, unless it is for the express purpose for its proper destruction, is a heresy of the greatest order. Thus they deem you and those of us who see the potential boons for the Imperium at large as heretics, the reasonable tech priest explained. What our red-robed friend forgot to mention is that the aliens asked for your presence to confirm they've upheld their part of the bargain, and in the middle of that, we heard rumors that you've been either killed, critically wounded, or worse, compromised. Weber continued his explanation, glaring daggers at the tech priest who betrayed the Inquisitor's trust. Those rumors led to the present troubles. Without you around, the Xenos aren't trusting the rest of us to uphold our alliance. And didn't that word taste odd in his mouth? The Ogrins, who I still don't know how they heard, are up in arms. Some tech priests are causing all kinds of trouble, and even at least a few Astartes are making sounds indicating that our ceasefire might no longer be in effect. Honestly, Weber had no idea how the situation could deteriorate so much so fast. Captain Thule is making sure there would be no misunderstandings whatsoever, the librarian added sheepishly. There should be no real issues from our side, I have his word on it. This leaves us to deal with only the other clear and present dangers in our midst. Like certain tech priests engineering the next best thing to outright mutiny and treason, Weber glared murderously at the closest offending cyborg who was in dire need of swimming in blessed flames as a method of a proper attitude adjustment. "Fuck me sideways," the Inquisitor uncharacteristically exclaimed, though given the circumstances, Charles couldn't find in himself to blame the man. In the past few hours, he thought of and said a lot of things he wouldn't utter under normal circumstances. First things first. Antes, inform the Necrons that I'm alive, kicking, not compromised by Eldar or Chaos, and that I'll be in contact as soon as practical. The last thing we need is to fight on yet another front when the planet is swarming with traitors in sore need of proper purging. The Lord Inquisitor growled with his face twisted in an impressive, very much not amused sneer. Second, someone inform our Ogrin contingent that I'm up and about, and that I'll speak with them soon as well to reassure them, preferably before they begin to break things and people. With their marching orders given, the librarian and one of the stormtroopers made their way out as fast as the gathered crowds allowed. With these issues out of the way, the Inquisitor focused his furious eyes upon the Magos Biologies. "What do you have to do with this, Magos?" The Mechanicus Medicae had the good grace to shift uncomfortable, and augments or not, he did look like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Serves the bastard right. "I merely did as you bid me, Inquisitor." The Magos Biologies attempted to defend himself, and it was a very feeble attempt at that. "Then this is one of the most spectacular fuck-ups I've ever seen or heard about, the Horus Heresy included. Bravo." The Inquisitor clapped once, derision dripping from every word. "How could I know your mind have been both physically and psychically scrubbed of various memories, accounting for your issues, Inquisitor?" The Magos Biologies proclaimed in defense, making everyone stiffen. No one in their right mind wanted to know what kinds of memories would be bad enough for an Inquisitor to get them removed with extreme prejudices. On the other hand, this indicated that the Lord Inquisitor might in fact not be as green as he wanted people to see him as, which made sense when you thought about it. He did survive that glorious charge against the Orcs, and in hindsight, that might have been more than mere natural skill to be nurtured and luck. Still, this wasn't the kind of information you just blurted out in front of such a mixed crowd. Weber glared at the tech priest while reflexively placing his arm on the hilt of his chainsword. By his expression, the Inquisitor wasn't too pleased about the public revelation either. Chapter 9, Part 7, 8. Chapter 9, Stormfront. Part 7. Webway Nexus Craftworld Ulthway. Rohan flew past rows upon rows of marching walkers of all stripes, lines of grav tanks moving to their assigned areas. Small groups of infantry and civilians swarmed all over the place, appearing tiny beside the neat lines of war machines, preparing his second home for a siege. Instead of being right beside them, the Ranger headed for a war of his own, and he couldn't chase off the nagging feeling that his mission had something to do with whatever shook the Farseers so much. Details were still not forthcoming, however. Everyone who wasn't blind and deaf could figure out that something bad was coming. There was an oppressive feeling of fear and anticipation in the air, the kind he hadn't felt outside of a heavily contested battlefield, usually not even then. People could make a rather accurate guess about the coming trouble because for 10,000 years, Craftworld Ulthway had been stuck on the edge of the Eye of Terror. She Who Thirsts and her cohorts would be coming to claim even more Eldari souls. Who else would dare attack a craft world, especially one stuck out here, on the edge where reality clashed with insanity? This wasn't the first time the primordial annihilator assaulted Ulthway, not even the first time since Rohan swore himself to his new home's service and protection. However, everything he saw in the past few days indicated that a great calamity was on its way. He certainly hadn't seen such amount of frantic preparation before, neither here nor back at Bieltan. In the distance, Rohan could barely perceive colossal war machines striding high above the Webway Nexus. Ulthway's fleets gathered, along with units from friendly craft worlds. The Ranger banked left and descended, slowing down so a squadron of accelerating interceptors could fly by before heading for the designated Webway gate, where his command gathered, doing one final check on their gear before deployment. Rohan weaved past a column of empty transports heading for a nearby active gate after delivering their cargo and landed his jet bike beside a waiting Fire Prism-class grav tank. "Commander!" A warlock nodded when she noticed his approach. Assault force assembled and ready for deployment. 2,000 Black Guardians, 100 grav tanks and 30 walkers, all heavy on ranged weaponry. It wasn't the largest of forces, yet if utilized properly, it could tie up and take apart much larger enemy formations, given enough time and the right circumstances. Hopefully, it was going to be enough. In that regard, a large proportion of grav platform-mounted heavy weaponry and jet bikes for additional firepower and lightning-fast strikes would come useful. Yet against what Eldrad suspected awaited them on Kronus, Rohan's new command might not be enough. Good. We're deploying now. The primary objective is to establish a forward operations base, figure out the situation on the ground, and if practical, make contact with the Bieltan's remaining combat-effective units on Kronus. Rohan spoke, using his armor's communication system to ensure everyone would be on the same page. Then we should figure out how to disrupt the unmitigated disaster created by those warmongers. That Rohan didn't say aloud. He did note that except for 5 warlocks, one of whom was his second in command, his force was particularly light on psychic support, which wasn't exactly ideal considering what he knew about the opposition on Kronus. At the same time, it wasn't surprising. Ulthway would need all the help it could get if the preparations he saw were anything to go by. More concerning were the possible developments at their destination. Rohan's information about events on Kronus was already out of date, and it would take even more time to get there and formulate a proper plan for tackling the disaster in progress in a way that wouldn't blow up in their faces sometime in the future. Solomace Gallery's Necron Tomb. World Solomace, Trazin, Necron, Overlord of Solemnace, and more importantly, Archaeovist of the best and most complete galleries in the galaxy, hummed happily while considering how to best display his newest acquisitions, 1,000,000-years-old artifacts from long-vanished species. What made these particular relics particularly interesting wasn't just how unique they were. Their creators created them after obviously studying Necron technology, and when all was said and done, they were anything but crude knockoffs undeserving his attention. It was a real pity he wasn't aware of their existence back in the day, so he could go and visit them in person during their height. Oh, the things he could have picked up for his collection. At the same time, having agents scout the Caligari sector for such delicious morsels was exhilarating, And with the disruptions ongoing over there, sooner or later, Trazyn would have the opportunity to pick up certain different additions to his collection. There were Eldari, both the craft world subtype and those who did their best to imitate their ancestors from the collapse of their empire, who would make a great addition to the galleries dedicated to the Necron's ancient enemies. There were even some of those fascinating tyrannid beasts running around, ripe for the picking. Truly, Trazyn would never know how he missed the fact that the Caligari sector of space was so interesting. Even better, preliminary analysis hinted at even greater prize hidden somewhere in that sector. And as every self-respecting archaeovist knew, the best treasures laid at the end of an exhilarating treasure hunt. While the Necron overlord was preoccupied with his latest acquisitions, an ancient alarm rang through his mind, irritatingly shattering his revere. Now what? Trazyn grumbled aloud, decidedly not happy with this utterly uncivilized distraction. It took his systems mere moments to clear up the signal while sensibly shunting it through a standalone system before carefully decoding and dissecting it. Distress signals from freshly awakened tomb worlds were anything but common, even if such events have been occurring more and more frequently as of late. Trazyn was about to dismiss it as of no consequence compared to his newest interest, when a different set of monitoring equipment sent a different message. The first distress call had been received and answered by someone else. Now that did warrant a quick check to see if someone else new had awakened and slid under Trazyn's attention, if nothing else. The archaeovist's mind froze for a moment when sensor platforms scattered far away sent more information, and he processed it. Anrakir was wide awake and on the move, something that was out of character back in the day when most Necrons heeded the Silent King's final orders and went into slumber. Anrakir wasn't particularly stable back then, and the irony of that statement was very much lost upon Trazyn. The mere fact that his ancient acquaintance was racing to the rescue of a crippled and unremarkable tomb world was telling. Either Anrakir was as mad as a Necron could get after all those years, or there was something interesting on Kronus that Trazyn didn't know about, and more importantly, might even deserve a place in his galleries. It was time for another expedition then. He looked longingly at the ancient shards suspended in stasis fields and called a few of his legions for another acquisition trip. Part 8. Maria Coast, Cronis. The Maria Coast was a deceitful name. While pleasantly hot golden beaches covered the actual coast of the region, inland it was quite different. Technically cooler jungles and wet forest bisected by rivers and salty lakes made for a particularly treacherous and unpleasant area, one which accounted for most of the region. As far as the Imperial forces in the area were concerned, the place was perfect for their purposes. It did help that they were either Astartes, stormtroopers, or the small detachment of Kazakins on Kronus, and every single one of them enjoyed the benefits of properly sealed armors, complete with more or less efficient environmental control. Not sweltering in their armors was a pleasant side effect of the primary function of said systems, to keep them alive in hostile environments and, when practical, decrease their thermal profiles as much as possible. Depending on the enemy they faced, that feature occasionally came in useful. The primary downside of making the ambush in the jungle was the fact that the enemy had spread soon after entering it, moving more like a mob heading into the same direction than a proper military formation on the march. This meant that the explosives victors placed on what passed for a road through the forest would be less effective than usual. On the other hand, the amorphous blob of traitors would be hard-pressed to properly apply for their numbers. The heavy weapon specialists were the first to open fire. Several Astartes carrying missile launchers and melters moved out of cover with inhuman precision, aiming in one smooth motion and firing before the traitors could even register the threat. Stream of intense heat struck heavily modified Sentinels or APCs, burning through their armor. 3 walkers went up in flames when their ammunition or fuel cooked off, while a 4th fell down like a puppet with its strings cut. Even as missiles streaked through the jungle's twilight, more tactical Marines left cover and aimed at the infantry, prioritizing officers and NCOs. Single bolter shots turned heads into fine red mists or blew apart torsos, letting the legs to fall on the ground or slide back into vehicles in a shower of gore. 2 APCs ground to a halt after missiles defeated their armor and turned their interiors into slices of hell. A Lehman Russ tank became the personal crematorium of its crew as a crack warhead sliced straight into its ammo storage. As soon as the onslaught began, a mix of melter and fragmentation charges detonating, bathing the leading elements of the traitor regiment in fire and steel. The enemy's reaction was varied. Some cried in shock and fear, while many more roared in exhilaration, forgetting most of their training and charged into the jungle, thirsting for blood. The Astartes threw enhanced smoke grenades and retreated behind cover. "Begin the bombardment," Brother Sergeant Went ordered the only regular guardsman to take part in the ambush. It was an unnecessary order, really. However, it was always nice to cover your bases. The mortar teams were 2 kilometers away, set up in small clearings, which provided nice firing sites for their weapons. They went to rapid fire as soon as they heard Victus's charges go off, using a mix of fragmentation, promethium, and crack warheads. A handful of seconds later, mortar rounds shrieked through the air and the second part of the ambush went into effect. Stormtroopers and Cadian commandos struck from their camouflaged positions, hitting the distracted traitors in the opposite flank. It was telling that whatever training and discipline those troops once had, it was not nearly non-existent. Only a handful of them kept their vigil and continued to cover their own sectors once the shooting started. Almost everyone else turned in the direction of the fighting, with many abandoning their disorderly advance so they could race towards the fight. The Loyalists naturally singled out those who remembered their training for their particular attention. Hot-shot laser guns and snipers scythed through the alert traitors like a power blade cleaving through mere flesh. Plasma guns and melters struck the vehicles on the flank, boiling armor and turning fighting compartments into ovens. More sentinels died before they could unleash their significant armaments, while a tank slid to a halt, throwing mud and half-melted tracks in all directions. Its right sponsor gun was gone, its engine was a burning ruin, yet the tough machine was still able to turn its turret at those who dared damage it and opened fire, its battle cannon sending shell after shell into thick clouds of sparkling smoke. The mortars struck then, explosions blossoming throughout the traitors' formation. Corrupted guardsmen went down screaming, others ran without directions, howling in agony while burning promethium did its best to cleanse them. Others were luckier. They were far enough from the blasts, or only crack warheads detonated nearby, so they had just enough time to properly figure out what was happening and in some cases actually remember their training. The traitors roughly redressed their lines in something that might actually pass for a proper formation if you squint hard enough, and launched a ragged counterattack. All the while, mortar shells did their best to break their cohesion. Their vehicles led the way, autocannons, multi-lasers, heavy bolters and battle cannons shaking the jungle, shredding trees and bushes alike. They struck only smoke and 2 particularly unlucky stormtroopers. A handful of shots glanced off Astartes' armor, in one case barely causing the super soldier to stagger before he threw a second smoke grenade and legged it to safety. When the dust settled and the furious counterattack ran out of steam, the traitors found only a single enemy body, a ravaged jungle, and not a single corpse worshipper willing to stand and fight. Some laughed or roared in derision, furious that there was no blood to spill. A few who managed to keep most of their wits after receiving their new god's blessings took stock of the situation and were even less pleased. More than 2 infantry companies butchered to a man. Multiple vehicles were taken out, their advance to the objective slowed down, enemies lurking in the jungle, undoubtedly preparing another ambush, and there was nothing to show for it. Their new commanders wouldn't be happy about this turn of events. Chapter 10, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 10, Tonight We Dine in Hell. Part 1, Victory Bay, Kronus. I stared at Charon with empty eyes, my mind struggling with what he just told me. I've been expertly mind-fucked. In fact, I now had a reason to suspect everything I knew from before boarding the ship that brought me here. Was Delcatar Vale even my name? I shook my head. I didn't have time for an existential crisis. I had to get myself in hand and deal with the brand new disaster that just found its way to fuck my life. Magos, we're about to enter combat with arch-traitors to the Imperium. Casualties are going to be extreme. Your experience will save some of our people who otherwise will die. That is the only reason. Commissar Weber isn't arranging a firing squad as we speak. I am not? Charles sounded particularly disappointed, and I couldn't blame him under these circumstances. I mean, as you command, my lord. You aren't. However, if the Margos fucks up again, I'm going to give him to our Ogrin friends and see how long it will take them to pull him apart. I like how you're thinking, Lord Inquisitor. That's not fair. I was only trying to help. Karam whined, making me wonder how the hell he managed to get to his current rank without someone killing him. Do the words "need to know" mean anything to you, Margos? I glared at the cyborg. Get out of my sight. I dismissed him and turned my ire on the other tech cultists. Now, you bunch. Anyone volunteering as firing squad target? Volunteer number 1, who had no less than 24 weapons aimed at him, an achievement in itself in the small hospital room, let out a string of binary at me, which prompted a few of his or her friends to begin cursing us as well. That's uncalled for. The reasonable cogboy, Scipio Row 11, I think, snapped at his buddies. Margos, I have the sneaking suspicion that if you translate what they're chanting, I'll have them summarily shot without a second thought. Am I right? While it's your right, Inquisitor, we do need every tech priest we have, Scipio Row implored. I'm aware of that, Margos. What I'm not convinced of is the utility of this bunch. Can we trust them not to sabotage the war effort or try to engineer a confrontation with our allies? Distasteful or not, our alliance with the Necrons is likely going to be the one thing that keeps Kronus from falling to actual heretics and traitors. Even as I spoke, I wondered at how oddly calm I felt. After I just found out that I was mind-fucked, I knew I should be having all kinds of logical and expected reactions, like freaking out of my mind, for example. The training I could remember would have helped mitigate it somewhat, however not to this extent. Was this an artifact left from the memories that someone took from me, or a consequence of the procedure that did it? Well, obviously I wasn't all right, despite the odd cold calmness gripping me right now. Scipio Row 11 was speaking, yet my mind failed to register his first words. Supervision. I'll personally make sure that they will act exemplary as members of the cult mechanics always must. I focused my attention on the cogboy while trying my best to keep my mind on point. I'll hold you up to this promise, Margos. See to it and get them out of my sight as well. I sent my best glare at the Martians, who were still busy cursing me in binary. Scipio Row bowed to me, muttering his gratitude, and turned to face his rogue minions before he blasted in deafening binary at them. I didn't bother paying attention to the exchange, but instead looked at Charles. Commissar, I want people watching our Mechanicus contingent just in case. I'll see to it, my lord. Good. In that case, let's go see the Ogrins before they decide to bring down the building on our heads. I slowly stood up, finding that my feet weren't particularly steady. What a joy. While Scipio was still busy berating his minions, I checked if all my appendages still worked as advertised, slowly and carefully, so I wouldn't make a complete fool of me if they didn't. With everything being mostly in order, I looked around for my equipment, which I found put in a corner of the room, almost completely hidden by Antia's bulk. The good news was that the cogboys decided not to commit an expensive suicide right now, but instead continue to be a pain in my arse in the future and piled out of the room, while still cursing in binary. They're going to be trouble, I muttered to myself. Then why did you let them live, Inquisitor? Antias asked. Politics and the fact that we do indeed need every one of the toaster-fucking bastards for the time being, I grumbled in response and squeezed past the librarian to get my gear. What's a toaster? Someone asked. I paused at that. I wish I knew the answer. Nevertheless, I turned my head in the general direction of the voice and spoke in a deadpan tone. Something the cogboys gleefully fuck that is most certainly not meant for fucking. That actually makes a twisted kind of sense. Antias wisely nodded. Are you really all right, Inquisitor? I'm as well as I can be given the circumstances, I admitted after putting my sword on my belt. I attached my pistol's holster on the other side, grabbed the various odds and ends Karam had removed for the examination, and pocketed them. That's not particularly reassuring. Antaeus pressed on. I'm well aware of that. I nodded in agreement. Work first, an existential crisis later, preferably when we have the time to safely drain a few bottles of Amasec. I can get behind that plan, Weber pipped up. Excellent, then you're buying the first round during the victory celebrations. I declared with false cheer and ponderously headed for the door. My stormtrooper bodyguards fanned, moved in front of me, scanning for threats. As soon as the cogboy's beeping faded out, I could hear the angry grumbling of Ogryns coming from outside. I hastened my steps as much as I dared and soon reached the entrance, where Corporal Santos and his troopers fanned out, forming a thin barrier between me and what appeared to be a huge crowd. This was indeed what looked suspiciously like a mechanized battalion surrounding the hospital, though there was a large free space in front where the Ogryns were gathered, all of them armed and armored to the teeth. I could also see a lot of curious locals staring at us from the windows of nearby buildings, though the streets were clear of civilians. This was a proper circus, only the Necrons were missing, though I was pretty sure they had a handful of cloaked machines watching the show. As you can see, I am very much alive and in my right mind, I declared aloud, happy that my voice didn't crack. And I'm very fucking disappointed, I added, though my words got swallowed by the deafening cheers of the Ogryns, who happily waved their guns around. At least they managed not to shoot someone by accident. As soon as I had that thought, one of the Ogryns got a bit too excited and discharged his assault shotgun. He failed to take out someone's head. Instead, by pure luck or the Emperor's design, succeeded in nailing a familiar-looking scarab-like machine, which fell to the ground covered by green lighting. Predictably, at that point, everyone got their weapons at the ready and either aimed at the Ogryns or at anything that might be a cloaked Necron machine. The celebrating Ogryns naturally returned the favor, producing an armed standoff. My bodyguards were not outdone and formed a live shield in front of me, while Antaeus towered behind us and I could sense him drawing on warp energies. Fuck my life, what in the Emperor's name did I do to deserve this? Part 2. Victory Bay Kronus. Honestly, stunts like these gave birth to particularly treacherous rumors and various not sufficiently patriotic movies that as often as not get the local arbiters busy cracking heads. And that was a tangent my mind had no business going at, while everyone pointed guns at each other. Commissar Weber. My voice came out of my lips as a quiet hiss. It appears a lot of people need remedial weapon discipline training. I looked at the troopers watching each other warily and felt my facial scars stretch uncomfortably when my eyes began to twitch from sheer vexation. It appears so, Inquisitor. My bloodthirsty acquaintance promptly agreed. In the Emperor's name, stand the fuck down. My voice snapped like a whip. Commissars, deal with this. Some remedial training is in the order, I reckon. I shook my head at the sheer bloody idiocy of what just happened and gave my best disappointed look to the Ogryns. After that, I marched towards a nearby chimera, determined to requisition it and go see what mischief the Necrons were up to. Not to mention, I had to explain how they lost a drone because of an itchy trigger finger. My bodyguards fell in formation around me, with Antaeus effortlessly striding behind us. Meanwhile, Weber began issuing orders to the nearby commissars, which would hopefully ensure there would be no more such embarrassing and dangerous incidents. Now, if it only could be so easy to deal with the Necrons and Bloodravens before we got another shooting or stabbing incident. We pilled up in a transport I promptly requisitioned. Antaeus, where is the technology our allies provided? One of the tech priest's compounds near General Alexander's HQ. Driver, get us to the HQ. Antaeus, what's that rumbling I'm hearing, because we aren't shooting at each other? I asked the librarian, who barely fit at the back of the chimera. We left as fast as the chimera could accelerate, with a space marine weighing it down. Behind us, I could barely hear the screams of pissed-off commissars. It was like music to my ears. We spent the next 20 minutes or so in a comfortable silence, which offered me some sorely needed time to get my head straightened up as much as possible. Various mental exercises and quiet prayers to the Emperor helped a bit. The latter even earned me a few nervous smiles from the troopers stuck inside with us. A wave of static electricity washed over me, focusing my mind on the here and now. It was a weird sensation, like nothing I've experienced before. The energy wasn't physical, I found out a moment later. It didn't touch my skin, instead it clashed over and around my soul. With every passing moment, the ever-present sensation of wrongness and power emanated from the warp storm nearby felt more distant, losing their grip on me. My eyes widened, and I warily attempted to touch the immaterium. It felt distant, more distant than ever, and with every passing heartbeat, that distance increased. I was sure that very soon it would be out of my reach. At the same time, I could feel the walls separating the materium and immaterium strengthen, in a way that was similar, yet not to a Geller field in action. A couple of minutes later, the warp was little more than a distinct echo. For the first time since I could remember, I could breathe easily, as if a great weight no longer pressed upon my whole being. Soon the effect became apparent even to the troopers who were lucky enough not to have a clear connection with hell itself in their souls. The guardsmen and women in the Chimera looked around, more lively and, dare I say, light-hearted than before. "The device is indeed working, Inquisitor," Antaeus rumbled. I nodded with a smile. It was a game-changer. And I would be damned if I wasn't going to throw it in the faces of the damned traitors we would soon be facing. When we reached the Martians' compound with the nice Necron devices and disembarked, it was immediately clear their effect was great for the morale. Even with groups of Necron scarabs and other assorted drones flying around, not to mention a group of their infantry standing at attention near the entrance, the soldiers dug in nearby were all in a much better mood than they had any right to be. I had never paused to think about how the warp might passively affect regular people, especially when there weren't friendly warp-touched entities or artifacts to boost their morale. You know, like the odd imperial saint or relic. This was certainly something worth studying in the future, if we didn't get all shot as heretics for dabbling in what we shouldn't have. A couple of minutes later, we were inside and past the security checkpoints. The heart of the building was one giant workshop. A large monolith made of the same stuff the Necrons were built of stood as the centerpiece. Thick cables connected it to a pair of portable plasma generators through crude attachments. Green lighting forked up and down its surface, and I could feel energy resonating with my very soul as I approached it. While it wasn't exactly uncomfortable, I would never call the sensation pleasant either. Groups of Martians chanted in binary, a few of them knelt reverently in front of the monolith, while others took readings with all kinds of sensors. Incense burned all around the workshop, and to top it all, servo skulls flew around carrying smoking sticks of it. At least no one was spraying the device with blessed oil, though there was a pair of toaster fuckers with what suspiciously looked like sprayers ready nearby. A single Necron Praetorian stood proudly close by, and if I didn't know better, I would swear he was rolling its solid glowing eyes. "Inquisitor," the Necron announced in a toneless synthetic voice, "you're alive." The Praetorian turned to look at me. "And you appear more or less sane." He lowered his head a bit to look at me closer. "Or so it appears. Please explain, this—" He pointed clawed fingers at the Martians who were all too busy with their religious fervor to pay us any attention. Sadly, ever since the fall of the Human Federation, these are what passes for our scientists and engineers. My facial muscles twitched at the very idea. By treaty and out of desperation, I added. I wasn't sure where those words came from. What I knew was that sooner or later I would be paying for them. Praise the Omnissiah. By the motive force. That much I understood. The gleeful beeping I was reasonably sure I didn't want a translation of. The Necron looked at the Martians, then back at me. "You don't say, Inquisitor. I'm glad you've lived up to your part of our bargain. How many of these devices can you have operational for when we strike at the Deimos Peninsula? Their ability to wall off access to the warp is going to be invaluable." "Not as many as we would like." The Necron rumbled in a deep voice that was a passable imitation of Antaeus' deep baritone. "I find myself curious. From what we've been able to figure out, your kind is supposed to be frothing at the mouth because of our very presence and stirring up the locals on a crusade against us on general principle. Didn't we agree that I'm a sane Inquisitor? Don't worry, when our respective reinforcements arrive, we'll probably have to either kill each other or get blasted from orbit on general principle." The Necron simply stared at me, while Antaeus groaned. "It's a good thing you aren't a diplomat, Inquisitor." There's that. Yet what I just said is unfortunately to be our future. On the bright side, before we get blasted from orbit, we might ruin the Chaos's day and avoid getting our souls devoured by demons. So there's that. My lord provisionally agrees. When reinforcements arrive, all bets are going to be off. The Necron concluded. On the bright side, we might get lucky. Sanity and common sense might for once rear up their ugly heads. I find that unlikely. The Necron decided to rain on my parade. I find myself in the uncomfortable position of agreeing with the Xeno. Antes pipped up. Let me have my delusions until I got thrown up into an inquisitorial interrogation chamber or shot on general principle. At any rate, before we might suffer such auspicious ends, we have work to do. Antaeus, my friend, please get the attention of a few of our Martian friends. I need to ask them a few questions. Chapter 10, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 10, Tonight We Dine in Hell. Part 3, Unknown Location. Kronus, a crack of displaced air and blinding red lighting heralded Gorgut's, Ed Unter's return to the Materium. In his expert opinion, it was a letdown. There was no one to crump or shoot around, no fighting whatsoever. It was cold too, and everything appeared covered in that odd white stuff that mech boys could melt and turn into proper booze if they had enough rocket fuel to play with. Speaking about booze, Gorguts brought his mug up and downed it, enjoying the fiery, stinging sensation of the liquid washing down his throat. Finishing his drink made the last uncomfortable ache in his back went away. He looked around, still no one and nothing to bash over the head. Gorguts shrugged and took another pull from his mug, savoring the drink. His memories from meeting Gork and Mork were already fading. However, he could clearly recall the really important bits and pieces. A big crumping wah would be happening in a place called Koruva, or something like that. Gorguts would be there having the time of his life. However, first, he had some work to do. It simply wouldn't do to get blasted from space. It really wouldn't, though it might be fun to do it to the Humiers next time. Gorguts had to find an answer to that problem. He wanted to lead another huge horde against the Humier. Well, first, he had to find a way off this rock. Perhaps a rocket, or better, a rocket. There might be a few useful boys left here and there to pick up as well. Gorguts drained his mug again, without thinking about it. He was already deep in thought, you see. Naturally, he didn't think about how odd his contemplation was, for an orc anyway. Gorguts most definitely didn't think that his thoughts were crystal clear, despite the booze he kept chugging, or the fact that he was, well, an orc. Deep and detailed planning had never been his kind strength. Yet that was precisely what he was doing, while confidently striding through snow-capped mountains. Chaos fortifications, Deimos Peninsula. There were very few things in the Materium that could make a Dark Apostle wary. A sorcerer clawing out his eyes and gurgling in tongues wasn't one of them. This being the third one who tried to divine what the corpse worshippers were up to, well, it made him think appropriately dark thoughts. Eliphas wasn't happy, on the contrary. The carefully nurtured and expertly turned PDF regiment he sent to secure the demon's binding place was busy playing tag with blood ravens and surprisingly effective guard soldiers. The Dark Apostle briefly thought this was just typical PDF idiocy at play, then remembered that the Four had blessed that particular regiment, so that couldn't be it. Competent corpse worshippers in need of murdering it were, then. Eliphas nodded to himself. Now what to do about it? He looked through narrowed eyes at a nearby building painted with all kinds of pleasantly glowing chaos symbols. That was where he had the new batch of willing sacrifices gather to await deployment. There were almost enough of those. The issue was they needed some innocent ones as well, and those were much, much harder to find. Damn that greenskin brute to the deepest, darkest parts of the warp. Eliphas made a point to check on the area's security just in case of more orc mishaps or other unlikely trouble. Only then he returned to overseeing the bickering sorcerers, the remaining ones anyway. There was a fourth one writhing on the ground and frothing at the mouth after trying to brute force his way to some answers. That, combined with the machine abominations, didn't paint a pretty picture. First, no blood for the blood god. Not good. Second, no souls to send screaming to the Four. That was even worse, obviously. The Necrons were the real problem. With them around, the Dark Apostle didn't dare send a meaningful portion of his forces to deal with the corpse worshippers or even take and hold the area where the greater demon was imprisoned. Doing so before he could have enough forces both to protect his base of operations and especially the warp gate and send a strong enough expeditionary force might prove fatal. That was why he sent the PDF regiment. They were both expendable and, at least in theory, tough enough to have a chance of holding and keeping the important real estate. I need to know what the corpse worshippers and those soulless abominations are planning. Eliphas roared at his diminishing supply of sorcerers. He drew his blessed crosium and smashed the skull of the still frothing at the mouth imbecile. Get me results, or I'll personally deliver your skulls to Khorne. Eliphas left the sorcerers with that heartfelt promise and marched towards the warp gate. He was going to assess again what he had available, trying to figure out a reasonable way to achieve his mission. Failure was not an option. In theory, the various ongoing rituals all over the peninsula should soon make it close to impenetrable for the Necron's damned technological sorcery. Once that was done, in theory, he would be able to wield many of the disjointed war bands and groups of cultists that kept coming through the gate, not to mention the warp spawn. The problem was that in theory was far from enough. He had to free the greater demon and either feed this world to it or ensure it retreated through the warp gate if Kronus couldn't be held. Eliphas passed by sacrificial altars, felt pulses of blood magic wash over him, and smiled. With those particular defenses up, no mortal could approach the gate. Each pulse was strong enough to strip the flesh of a mortal not enjoying the blessings of the Four, and a second one would send their souls screaming to the devoured. Those same defenses might do absolutely nothing to even slow down the abominable machines. That, though, stripped away the dark apostle's smile. That was the reason why there were many more altars spread all over the place with hundreds of locals ritually sacrificed while thousands more awaited their fate. As far as the Eliphas was concerned, soon couldn't come fast enough. Part 4. Upper Wastes, Cronis. Rohan's forces achieved their first objective as soon as they left the labyrinth that was the webway. For a brief moment, all anyone could see was a frozen stark wasteland. Next, the Eldari registered the sorcery cloaking everything around them. Technology and spells from the handful of warlocks riding on top of the grav tanks rent the veil, allowing them to perceive the truth. The Bieltan's contingent had established their operations base right on top of the gateway, thus risking exposing its location. There weren't many of them present, a handful of guards spread all over the place, some fixed defenses and a group of snow-covered walkers towering in the distance. The warmonger's response was slow and sluggish. Rohan already had half his tanks through the gate, and the infantry riding on them dismounted and ready by the time a wide-eyed guardian challenged their incursion. The Bieltan warrior first to encounter them was very young, little more than a boy, really. There was no trace of his helmet, a fact partially explained by a fresh, severe burn covering part of his face and right side of the head. The ghastly wound had received some basic treatment, likely just enough to prevent infection, nothing more. "Where is Taldir?" Rohan hissed more harshly than he intended. The more he saw and experienced from this place, the worse his option of the disaster became. An aura of shock and defeat surrounded the whole area, clinging to it harder than the ice gripping the ground below his armored boots. The youth slowly raised a hand and pointed at a nearby Wraithbone building. "My thanks, warrior," Rohan said in a gentler tone. He briefly looked at the warlock riding on top of the grav tank beside him. "Deploy our forces to secure the area. I want real-time intelligence of the surrounding regions." Rohan went to find his sister, doing his best to get his temper under control. He didn't know for sure what forces the warmongers deployed to Kronus. What he knew was he could see their shattered remains, and they were a pitiful sight. The building he entered was an armory, which was now empty of most weaponry and ordnance, highlighting the losses Bieltan suffered so far. Now it served a different primary purpose, that of a hospital. Wounded Eldari laid or sat in the corridors and rooms Rohan passed by. Some were left alone, healing themselves through a psychic trance. Others had guardians and the odd aspect warrior doing their best to keep them alive. Anger burned within the ranger's heart at the sight of so many broken Eldari who suffered for no good reason. He finally found Taldir at the far end of the armory. The room supposed to hold heavy weaponry had been stripped bare and turned into yet another healing point. Taldir laid in a corner, looking small and fragile. Seeing her that way reminded Rohan just how young and inexperienced his sister was. Yet that hasn't stopped the fools at Bieltan from giving her an independent command. Taldir stirred when he approached. In the artificial light, her hair looked like a smoldering flame. Her skin was paler than the snow outside. She slowly opened her eyes and stared at him without recognition. "Sister," Rohan greeted quietly. His voice sounded tired and resigned to his ears. "What had you wrought?" "Rohan?" Slowly, a spark of life and recognition appeared in her empty eyes. "It's me, sister. What happened?" "The Mon-Ki and the soulless abominations. They slaughtered us." Taldir spoke slowly, haltingly. Her voice was chock-full of pain and disbelief. "I'll need more than that, Farseer." Even though Rohan knew better, he couldn't help it and snap. He wasn't just angry with Taldir, but with himself as well. Perhaps if he had stayed behind, or found some way to get his sister away from those maniacs. What-ifs didn't matter. He wasn't a damned Farseer. Rohan left his sister behind, and now he had to pick up the pieces if it was at all possible. Taldir simply stared up at him, and the spark of recognition in her eyes burned out. The dull, empty look was back. Mon-Ki, Tau, and Orc infestations detected on arrival. Divination pointed at possible Necron awakening. We needed to secure the planet and prepare to neutralize Necron threat without distractions. Taldir began her report like an automaton. The path was obvious. Direct the lesser species to kill off each other, sweep off the survivors, and then neutralize the real threat. Stirred Orcs and pointed at Mon-Ki. The brutes failed. Convinced local Tau forces to assault Mon-Ki positions to provide distraction and expend their offensive forces. At that point, Taldir halted her matter-of-fact monologue and flinched. Mon-Ki allied with the abominations. It was a trap. The Farseer shook and stared intently at Rohan. "It was a trap," she repeated. "We slaughtered the Mon-Ki until the streets ran red with blood. They didn't break." She became more and more frantic as she spoke. Her eyes looked through Rohan, seeing the bloody past. The beasts kept coming. Then the Necrons struck. Taldir all but screamed. "They slaughtered us. It isn't right. We're Eldari. The galaxy is our birthright. It's not right." At that moment, Rohan had never been more grateful for the helm he wore. It hid the way he blanched at seeing his sister fall apart in such a way. One thing was certain, he wasn't getting a better report from her any time soon. "Rest, Taldir. The monsters are far away," he said in his best soothing tone. Taldir's face twitched twice before she laid back on the ground and visibly relaxed. Yet, all the same, she kept muttering, "It isn't right." Rohan had to consciously keep himself from running while he made his way out of the building. That was... He focused upon the tenets of his chosen path and began to rapidly recite them in his mind. The familiar monotony of the action was like a soothing balm to his frayed soul. This, all of this, was at least in part his fault. What happened to his little sister most of all? Taldir should never have been here, much less leading this disaster of a mission. He spent a few moments to calm down and focus before striding towards the closest Hail Bieltan warrior. Rohan needed better answers than Taldir could currently provide. Once he had them and knew exactly what he was dealing with, he had to find a way to fix this. He had to. Anything less was simply unthinkable. Chapter 10, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 10, Tonight We Dine in Hell. Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. We ended up at the Martian facility, where our tech cultists were busy thinking inappropriate thoughts at the Necron pylon. Steaming sanctified lubrication oil covered it from the tip to the wide foundation. There was enough incense in the air to make it hard to see. It was even harder to breathe without a respirator. I narrowed my eyes at the now gleaming pylon and prayed to him on holy terror. This had to simply be proper sanctified oil I saw, and not other tech priest-supplied fluids. That's a bit much, Antius concluded. At least he had no trouble breathing. The benefits of space marine biology. How did you survive long enough to leave your homeworld? I'll never know. Our Necron tag-along stated flatly. Legend has it that we had proper scientists back in the day. I felt compelled to explain. We didn't need to pray and sanctify everything to avoid chaos corruption. It's the Eldari fault then. The Necron nodded wisely. When in doubt, it's a safe bet to blame them. Antius agreed. Honestly, it was a surprise we haven't tried to kill each other yet, or that no one tried to ventilate our brains out of fear that we were heretics. Then again, let's not tempt fate, I thought. Right now, the Eldar aren't our primary concern, I pointed out. Nevertheless, being right next to the pylon might make the heretics and traitors' job a bit harder, so it was a win-win situation, a rare thing indeed. Our plan to deal with the Chaos incursion is still viable, I hope, I asked the Necron. The Immortal nodded. With you alive, Inquisitor, my lord believes the human forces on Kronus will uphold their part of the bargain. The operation will proceed as scheduled. That's good. I could really use some good news after the latest debacle. With that settled, any suggestions on how we don't end killing each other if we survive the coming battle? I might as well try a bit of positive thinking and see where it might get me. Unsurprisingly, everyone in earshot stared at me as if I suddenly grew up a second head or some other mutated appendage. I know it might be hard to process, Inquisitor, but we might try not shooting at each other. That might be a good starting point. The Necron stated in a tone that might have held the tiniest bit of exasperation. If it was only so easy, I chuckled. The murder machines had a sense of humor, who knew? Why not? The Immortal inquired. Blistering streams of binary came from the resident Martians. They waved mechadendrites in agitation, and I'm sure it was a pure coincidence that they pointed a lot of sharp instruments our way. It's a very long story, and I'm sure that at least some parts of it make sense. I nodded at the towering Immortal and blithely turned my back to it. Now you, my Martian friends. I smiled at the tech priests. Please convince me that those rumors I heard were baseless speculation. It couldn't be true that many among your ranks refused to study and figure out how to replicate the technological wonders our allies of convenience provided, right? This time the angry beeping and whining were deafening. All kinds of weird weapons joined the various implements on display, and the agitation I could see among the Martians was something else. That wasn't surprising. From what little I could gather lately, Magos Scipio Rho 11 was among the competent and forward-thinking faction of the Martians. That, in turn, meant he had like-minded tech priests attending the pylon and other Necron-sourced toys. Thus, this particular crowd was anything but happy at the very idea of someone or something infringing upon their newfound treasure trove. Wise or not, I kept on edging them. It couldn't be that some tech priests are ready to destroy everything within this chamber and dismantle anyone who thought studying it was a good idea. By now my smile was a thin, wintry thing that held no trace of amusement. Because if that was the case, I would be forced to discharge my duties as an Inquisitor, and it would be regrettable. It would be for the best if this doctrinal dispute is resolved as an internal mechanicus manner. At this point, Scipio Rho 11 raced into the chamber, whistling like a speeding train. I looked at the Magos, and whatever he saw on my face gave him pause. Is that right, Magos? Can I rely on you and your peers to resolve your doctrinal dispute by the end of the day? You know what we're about to face. We can't afford internal disruptions. For the next few minutes, a never-ending chorus of binary surrounded us. I stoically watched the exchange, wondering if I just made a terrible mistake. Mechadendrites shook like branches picked up by a hurricane. The piercing beeping became physically painful, and with every passing moment, the Martians pulled out more and more weapons from under their robes. There were even a couple of tarantula turrets that run up one wall before attaching themselves to the ceiling. And just like that, the screaming match in binary ceased, leaving behind just the familiar rumble of machinery. Lord Inquisitor Vale, you're making a good point. Scipio Rho 11 straightened up his robes with bionic fingers. We will have words with our more conservative compatriots. I'm glad to hear you say this, Magos. May the Omnissiah bless your efforts. He studied me for a few moments before nodding and turning around. Follow me, brethren, in the name of the Omnissiah, he declared aloud and followed in binary. All but a handful of Martians left brandishing all kinds of weaponry. The tarantula turrets detached themselves from the ceiling, spun in the air to land on their stubby feet, and followed suit. Inquisitor, I hope you know what you're doing, Antius whispered behind my back. Me too, I muttered back. A loud clang echoed above me. I turned around and saw the priceless sight of a face-palming Necron immortal. How, in the name of the Silent King, did your kind become the dominant species of this era? By the grace and sacrifice of people much better than any of us, I answered honestly, and by the sacrifice of the God Emperor himself. I saw Antias nod in approval while the Necron muttered something in an unfamiliar language. Enough of this. Let's go see what new disaster we might yet prevent. We just managed to leave the building when the immortal froze for a moment. There is a single Eldari grav tank heading our way. It's carrying one of their rangers on top. And he is holding a white flag. The Necron looked down at me. Our drones just picked a transmission in the clear from the Eldari. They want to talk. It's a trap. Has to be. Antias decided. We concur. The immortal agreed. Fucking Eldar. Part 6. Outskirts of Victory Bay, Kronus. Rohan looked morosely at the crude Mon Key. No human, saw excuse for architecture and wanted to scream in frustration. Call them humans. He had to remind himself again. His kind's usual superior attitude, no matter how justified or well-earned it might be, wouldn't serve him well today. He saw firsthand the fruits of that sort of thinking. Even now, those fools who failed to consider the debacle might have been primarily their fault. No matter how much he pondered Taldir's choices, he came to the same conclusion. They were born of unthinking arrogance and blind following of the visions his little sister saw in the Sea of Souls. Even he knew that such divination, while useful, were never to be taken at face value. Unfortunately, that was a lesson often lost upon the Farseers. It didn't help that most of the time their visions did pan out. It was just that when they didn't. Smoothly the grav tank Rohan drove up a hill, and he could finally see the human settlement in the distance. It was ugly, crude, and dirty, like almost all human settlements he had the misfortune to visit in person. There were no comforting gentle curves, no wraithbone pillars resonating with energy, and the psychic presence of the humans it simply grated. He could swear there was an aura of hatred and single-mindedness permeating the whole region. Or perhaps he was projecting his own opinion on the average human he had seen. As expected, there was a greeting party on a trampled field outside of the city. A couple of the red boxy tanks preferred by the Space Marines, several primitive scout walkers, and a couple of dozen dug-in heavy weapon teams formed an honor guard for the delegation waiting for him. Rohan focused his attention on the small group of humans waiting to meet him. One of their armored giants towered above the rest, holding a power hammer. A dangerous foe in close range, one the ranger would never engage in close quarters if he had a choice. Next, it was one of the human political officers needed to keep the rabble making the bulk of their forces in line. Under most circumstances, the commissar would be a priority target to take out, which usually had devastating consequences for the morale of the humans nearby. Finally, a step ahead of the others stood an Inquisitor. From what Rohan could gather, it was that human's fault that the Bieltan contingent failed spectacularly. He didn't bother hiding a sneer at that thought. Even now, those fools failed to consider the debacle might have been primarily their fault. Of course. Not, it was the despicable Mon Key to blame. To make their failure complete, many of the survivors swore an eternal vendetta against the humans they held responsible for what happened. It was pathetic, really, and almost physically painful to see how far his people had fallen. Well, not precisely his people, because he did have the good sense to leave Bieltan behind when the opportunity presented itself. The grav tank gently came to a stop a respectful distance from the humans, and Rohan nimbly jumped from his perch next to the main cannon. He landed lightly on his feet and walked towards the people waiting for him, projecting confidence. "That's far enough, Eldar," the Space Marine barked. Rohan halted and gave a closer look to the trio. He couldn't sense them with his psychic gift, which granted wasn't particularly strong. There was a ravenous void where those three stood, almost like a black hole hungrily devouring the Sea of Souls itself. What did the humans or the Necrons for that matter do this time? Was this even more than a disaster than he knew? At that point, a tiny human figure poked its head from behind the knees of the giant in red and stared at him with huge, curious eyes. It was all Rohan could do not to recoil at the sight of the human child. Laying his eyes on her provoked a profound sense of revulsion and not a little fear. "Humans, what did you do?" the ranger hissed, all his hasty plans for the meeting forgotten. "Who are you, and why are you here?" the Inquisitor rudely demanded. Rohan shook himself at those words. He was an experienced Eldari ranger. Whatever that childlike abomination was, its presence was no excuse for such a lapse in judgment or manners for that matter. "I'm Ranger Rohan, representing Craftworld Ulthway," he declared proudly. It wasn't like the humans didn't know his allegiance. Both his armor and the tank proudly wore the emblem of their chosen home. "Inquisitor Vale, Ordo Xenos. It's most certainly not a pleasure to make you acquaintance. What mischief are you up to, Eldar?" The relatively short, rude human introduced himself. "I'm here to offer an apology on behalf of Farseer Eldrad, Craftworld Ulthway's Farseer Council, and every sane Eldar in the galaxy," Rohan bit out. His words didn't come out as smoothly as they should have. However, the presence of the little abomination had him on edge. Rohan nearly ground his teeth to dust in order not to do something particularly foolish. "We should believe you, why exactly?" The human had the gall to sound amused. He even cracked a smile that stretched his fresh facial scars in a grotesque parody. Rohan opened his mouth to snap at the Mon key, then closed it with a snap, thankfully muffled by his helmet. This was actually a good question, especially because of Bieltan's recent mishandling of the local situation. "I'm ready to pledge the Ulthway forces I brought with me for the battle against the Primordial Annihilator. I also have intelligence about one of its objectives on this world. A powerful demon is imprisoned below the desert, no too far from here." Rohan struggled to speak with the gravitas required of an Eldari of his station. He was representing his people not only in front of the humans, but the Necrons who undoubtedly observed and waited for an excuse to pounce at them. "A demon. Of course, there is going to be a demon here," the Inquisitor grumbled. The human didn't sound surprised, mind you, merely resigned. "How curious. Besides those pouring through that warp gate," the giant added, "or those the heretics are busy summoning." The Commissar spoke for the first time too. "Yes, besides those." The Inquisitor's dry voice made Rohan look at the humans more closely. Unsurprisingly, the Space Marine was a towering armored statue that betrayed nothing even with an abomination hiding behind him. The Commissar did a good job of not glancing nervously at the little human-shaped monster. However, his unease at the situation was clear to see. The Inquisitor, on the other hand, it was obvious that the only things the human was wary of were Rohan, the grav tank, and potential treachery from the Eldari. He showed no visible sign that the little abomination affected him at all. Yet, according to the Bieltan survivors, he was a Psyker. Rohan clamped down on the burning desire to demand an explanation from the humans. What have they done to themselves? "We will hear more about this demon." The Inquisitor's words shifted back Rohan's attention to the task at hand. "If you're willing to pledge forces for the battle with the heretics, they'll have to lead the way. None of us will trust Eldar at our backs, especially after they used their so-called Tau allies as little more than cannon fodder." Rohan grit his teeth even harder. This wasn't the time and place to declare every single Eldari life was beyond precious and more valuable than hordes of lesser beings. Even hinting he agreed with that accepted fact wouldn't go down well with the humans, he knew that much. Chapter 10, Part 7-8. Chapter 10, Tonight We Dine in Hell. Part 7, Outskirts of Victory Bay, Kronus. My rage grew further and further until it was a boiling maelstrom of barely controlled fury. It was fortunate that thanks to the Munchkin hiding behind Antius's knees, I couldn't touch the warp, even if my life depended on it. In this state, I would be vulnerable to the various demons clawing at the walls of reality. The reason for my rage, our new Eldar acquaintance and the news he brought. To my best knowledge, that entity had been imprisoned for the past 10,000 years or so. It is beneath the desert region known as the Ares Badlands. Properly releasing it requires a long ritual with willing sacrifices being a key ingredient. This explains the enemy's actions. A Necron drone decloaked above my right shoulder and spoke with the voice of that poor bastard Maccabee. I was pretty sure that the Eldar stiffened at the device's appearance, however, it was hard to say for sure. He did look like he had swallowed a pole arm, and so far did nothing to dissuade that notion. The drone projected a short skirmish between a familiar huge green beast and the traitors. That thing simply refuses to die, I concluded after watching the recording. Gorguts was very much alive. I wasn't going to assume that the war boss would be lost for good in the warp again. We might have to deal with an orc resurgence sooner rather than later. The beasts will still need time to replenish their numbers and build a sufficient number of their scrap weaponry to become a credible threat, Antaeus reasonably pointed out. We should be able to deal with the heretics before the greenskin become a credible threat again. Because of this new intelligence, my lord believes that one of the vehicles destroyed in that engagement carried the willing sacrifices for the ritual. At least the orcs were useful this one time, I concluded. I need to consult my people before making a decision on your suggestion about an alliance against the Chaos Forces, Ranger Rohan. If we find it agreeable, we'll require your available units to operate where we can see them. Further, it would be unacceptable to let them operate in our rear areas. After the last few days, we're trusting your kind even less than usual, if that is even possible. Antaeus spoke for all of us. That might be agreeable, the Eldar said flatly. That one wasn't a happy camper. On a related topic, can we get to the demon without a ritual? I looked at the Munchkin. She needed a name. Then I glanced at the drone. Between our little friend here and your technology, would it be possible to lock it out from the warp and end it once and for all? The drone bobbed up and down, but didn't immediately answer. Such a thing should be impossible even with the aid of a powerful pariah, Antaeus rumbled thoughtfully. However, the Necron pylons have a curious effect upon the immaterium. It might be theoretically possible. You humans are insane, the Eldar declared with conviction. That's rich coming from you. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep going on a rant. Your kind has more experience with the immaterium and its inhabitants than most of us. Is it possible to kill the demon for good? The ranger twitched and turned his helmet to stare at Antaeus's knees. Our little resident blank poked her head around the librarian's bulk and stared back at the Eldar. As far as I know, it should be impossible. His voice faltered. Yet an abomination with such a powerful effect upon the Sea of Souls shouldn't exist either. He shuddered, and it was plain to see. That's not a nice thing to say. I turned to look at the kid. Sweetie, the rude knife-eared man, I bit off a curse, didn't mean it. The Munchkin glared at the Eldar, which was an improvement, I was sure of it, then hid behind Antaeus. You'd think they would teach you manners back on your craft world, I chided. That's rich coming from a barbarian human who had the gall to ally with the Necrons of all things. I see that despite all you've wrought, the Eldari's arrogance is still running strong. The Necron's mouthpiece shot back. I think that a brief recess to calm down and discuss the situation would be for the best, I declared, trying to be diplomatic. I concur. The ranger stated coldly, turned around, and marched to the waiting grav tank. We pilled up in a chimera that waited for us nearby and headed for the city, where General Alexander and company waited for us. Soon we were at a heavy defended forward command post, surrounded by patrolling servo skulls and Necron drones. The general was inside along with a large part of his retinue. Scipio Row 11 joined us before we could begin discussing the situation, looking worse to wear. Half his mechadendrites were missing, and while he wore a pristine brand-new robe, it did little to hide the stench of melted metal, burned oil, and scorched flesh. The doctrinal differences between the Mechanicus contingent on Kronus have been resolved. We're permanently down 38% of our tech priests, with 15% more needing extensive maintenance. I regret to inform you of the loss of 20% of maintenance equipment and spare parts. That could have gone better, or much worse for that matter. General Alexander glared at me. Inquisitor, what were you thinking? He demanded. That we couldn't afford fanatics among our Mechanicus contingent sabotaging us at the worst possible moment. Giving leave to loyal Mechanicus elements to resolve their doctrinal issues themselves were the best option in my opinion. If necessary, our Scarab drones can offer field maintenance and repair. The Necron drone pipped up. If I didn't know better, which I didn't, in this case I could swear that the modulated voice held more than a hint of amusement. Carrying on, Captain Thule cleared his throat aloud. The sound had more in common with a displeased large predator than anything that should leave human lungs. What are we going to do about the Eldar? An alliance of convenience has some merit. If nothing else, every single one of the bastards we can see and is out in the front is one less Eldar causing havoc in our rear areas. At any rate, we'll have to leave even more security forces to cover Victory Bay than anticipated, I summarized. I concur, General Alexander grimaced. Besides, every Eldar the traitors shoot at might mean they aren't shooting at one of my soldiers. That said, I'm not trusting them to uphold their part of the bargain. Then we should be ready to stab them in the back before they can do the same to us, Captain Thule calmly concluded. That's the standard operating procedure when dealing with Eldar, even the few friendly ones, I added. Thoughts about the demon below the Ares Badlands? The Blood Raven's commander grimaced at that. The chapter master dispatched us here to recover various archaeotech and chapter relics. A number of them are supposed to be somewhere in that region at the buried remains of Heresy-era battlefields. This information isn't filling me with confidence, Captain. Honestly, the Inquisition has begun investigations over much less. Is that the real reason why your Astartes shot at my people repeatedly? Alexander demanded. He didn't roar his question, not quite. However, an Orc war boss would have been proud to bellow like him. Captain Thule stoically stared at us, but refused to say anything more on that particular topic. We'll discuss that later. I interrupted the hostile staring match. Demons, Necron pylons, and our resident Blank. Said Blank currently waited for us just outside munching on an MRE. Your suggestion sounds insane, Inquisitor, Alexander's chief psyker said in a tired voice. However, to the best of my knowledge, no one has had access to both a powerful Blank and this kind of technology. Not at the same time and place anyway. It might work, or at least allow us to banish demons much easier than we have any right to. We should be able to test it, Maccabi suggested. There's that. I'm sure the heretics will be throwing all the demons they can at us. Can you get us at least a few mobile pylons to play with? I looked at the drone. Multiple units are under construction and will be ready for deployment within 18 standard hours. We'll need to protect them. We will. How do recent developments change our strategy? I inquired. The plans to assault the Deimos Peninsula would require some tweaks to incorporate the Eldar's help and account for the possibility of a massive demon incursion in the Ares Badlands. Part 8. Mariah Bay, Kronus. The ambushes in the jungle were wildly successful. Brother Sergeant Went and his Blood Raven unit struck, again and again, always fading away. They kept breaking contact before the traitors could organize an overwhelming force at the point of contact. Light artillery and mines served well to break or at least slow down enemy force concentrations that might otherwise be proven problematic to handle. By the time enough assorted traitors and heretic gathered to push the Astartes away from the jungle, the Guard had set up forward defensive positions at the approaches to the Ares Badlands. What should have been a decisive attack from the Chaos forces met dug in infantry regiments, artillery, and an armored spearhead waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The remnants of the traitor regiment shattered upon the defenses and massed artillery scattered their reinforcements. Brother Sergeant Wen and his Astartes received a few hours to rest, patch up their gear and resupply, then it was back to the jungle for them. This time there were no ambushes, but a widespread net of soldiers and servo skulls meant to purge the region from enemy surprises and secure it as a logistics route for future operations. Nothing was surprising there. While not precisely routine, Adeptus Astartes had been providing force multipliers for similar exercises for a long time, while waiting for a mission that would properly warrant their specialized skills. In this particular case, Went's unit received new orders while they were in the middle of harassing a group of heavily armed mutants who were on the run. Targets in the open, the sergeant reported. Squishies, coordinates. The mutants reached a nearby clearing just as ordnance whistled through the air and detonated above their heads. Blessed promethium and red-hot shrapnel lanced down, slicing through thick fur, scales, and harder-to-identify surfaces before bathing everything in cleansing flames. Headhunter 1-1, Aquila 2. We have a new tasking for you. Our allies. The female voice of the Vox operator briefly faltered at using the term for a Xeno. Located ancient facility traitor forces were attempting to breach. You're to proceed to the target with haste and secure it for Mechanicus and Inquisitorial examination. Transports are en route. You'll link with the Necron recon element at the following coordinates. Aquila 2, Headhunter 1-1, confirm tasking. Secure facility and do not engage Necron forces in the AO unless fired upon. When asked, just to make sure. Frankly, as of late, events on Kronus had a bizarre turn of events, and something was telling him the world wouldn't start making sense again anytime soon. Assyria forests, Kronus. 3 hours later, and 2 rundown groups of traitors later, Wen's band of brothers arrived at their destination. Ancient, thick forests covered the whole region, cut by a relatively small number of roads near the coast. To the north, he could barely see the mountain peaks where the Necron's primary stronghold on the planet hid. In the south, steep hills and walls created a killing ground that cut through the primary road leading to the Deimos Peninsula. The Astartes' destination was to the northwest, hidden by thick trees. Some of them were beyond ancient, towering as silent guardians from the time of the Horus heresy. The area was anything but secure. Surviving enemy forces running from the Moriah Bay flooded it from the east, while small bands and traitor engineering parties swarmed from the south, determined to turn the region into a death trap. Necron light forces and drone swarms rampaged throughout the forest, turning them into one giant battlefield. Case in point, a few hundred black forms buzzed above the Rhino and Chimera transport, carrying the Astartes and their guard auxiliaries. Less than a minute later, the forest to the left went up in flame, and angry screeching revealed the presence of an unlucky heretic band. Cracks of lightning heralded the insertion of heavier Necron forces, and soon the skirmish ended. About 100 drones came back and flew above the small convoy in escort formation. The proximity of the Xeno units made Went's arms itch to grab his weapon and shoot them until there wasn't a single one left. He was sure his brothers felt the same, and the regular humans with them had to be feeling much worse. It was a relief when they reached a small clearing showing the sign of battle. Shattered trees, burned off the grass, pieces of traitor Astartes, including a crushed helmet sitting on its side in the middle of the glade. This had to be the traitor unit that attempted to breach the facility. Disembark and stay frosty, check your fire and try not to shoot at our allies. Went ordered despite what his decades of experience told him. The Xeno was the enemy as much as traitors and heretics. But not today. Or tomorrow. The Astartes quickly spread out, using what little cover they could find, while the guardsmen were still busily disembarking. The area is secure, one of the Necron drones declared. A heavy infantry squad is holding the entrance of the facility. It bobbed in the air and headed for the far end of the glade. Follow. Emperor damned tin can. Are the auspexes clear? We're barely detecting those things, a guardsman grumbled and pointed at the drones milling above them. No sign of combat effective enemy units, a tech priest declared in a synthetic voice. Soon 2 red-robed figures got out of a chimera. Their mechadendrites flailed around, pointing equipment and weapons in all directions. Streams of excited binary followed, and Sergeant Wen knew that his mission just became that much more complicated. Victory Bay, Cronis. Late in the evening, I was back at the maintenance facility, where the cogboys and girls were supposed to be fixing up my gear. Recent events and the need to examine everything for nasty surprises pushed back the schedule a bit. On the bright side, there were now a lot more toys to play with lying around, even though many of them needed repair and endless rites to reconsecrate them in the name of the Omnissiah. I wasn't complaining. The purge I authorized Scipio to carry out netted me a lightly used Rosarius defensive field. Further, a few happy cogboys were busy refurbishing and upgrading a set of carapace armor for me. If their excited beeping was anything to go by, I might be the best protected regular human in the army on Kronus, when they finished my armor. At any rate, I didn't intend to charge head first into the fire this time around. Instead, the new plan required me to ride with the forces escorting the Necron pylons and making sure that the blank Munchkin would be safe and sound when the time to deal with demons came. The girl sat on the edge of a nearby workbench and curiously looked at the Martians working around us. She was munching on dried fruit, courtesy of Weber, who in turn was busy handling discipline issues. Several heavy armored and armed Ogrins milled nearby. They were now parts of my retinue, in no small part because they didn't trust anyone else. And things were looking up, which meant I might just live long enough to get shot by our reinforcements. That was a joyful development. Really. What about Alexandria or Alex? I asked the kid who still refused to utter a single word if she could speak in the first place. Now that I finally found myself with a bit of spare time, I decided that among other things, the kid finally needed a name. She scrunched her nose and kept munching on a piece of fruit. Perhaps Celine, or Selena, whatever you prefer. It means silent in an old dialect. It fits you. I tried again in exasperation. We've been at this for the last half hour. At least it was enough of distraction to keep everyone on their toes while the tech priests measured the kid for her bean-sized armor. She turned her head to look at me and smiled, showing 2 rows of teeth covered in chunks of fruit. Celine it is then, or is it Selena? The girl raised a single finger, then returned her attention to the fruit. Her eyes followed the light show provided by the working Martians, and she proceeded to ignore me. Celine, it suits you. I nodded, and now I had to get some paperwork filled up on her behalf. Selene, one of the Ogrins repeated slowly and grinned. I like it. Then you're going to be keeping her safe. No good deed goes unpunished in the Emperor's Guard. I should know. We will. The other Ogrin nodded happily. Predictably, the brief period of peace and quiet suddenly ended. Lord Inquisitor, our advance forces found something you should know about. A young tech priest ran into the room. He was mostly human, with almost no visible bionics or cybernetics. There's a still operational Zeus-class relay and control station at the Assyria forests. Magos Explorator Gowis reports that we should have full control of the facilities soon. All the Martians halted whatever they were doing. They turned around to look at the kid who flushed under the attention. That's great, right? The rapid streams of binary that followed pointed at this probably being something major or the cogboys being themselves. Then the kid said something that got my undivided attention, even though the binary chants mostly swallowed them. Say again, I demanded aloud. At least 5 still active orbital bombardment platforms, the young cogboy blurted out. Magos Explorator Gaius believes he will have the machine spirits placated soon, and we should have control of the orbital weapons then. Well, I didn't see this one coming. However, I could see why everyone was so happy, even though my newfound joy was likely for a different reason. If even one of those platforms was still armed and operational, it would make our lives much easier. Chapter 10, Parts 9 and 10. Chapter 10. Tonight we dine in Hell. Part 9. Assyria Forests. Kronus. It should have taken them days, no weeks, to properly perform all the necessary rituals. Awakening such ancient, holy machine spirits, blessed by the Omnissiah himself, was a slow, careful, and precise work. Magos Explorator. Gaius should have had the time to examine the beyond ancient corridors at his leisure and bask at the everlasting achievements of the ancients before even thinking about touching the holy machinery. Instead, in a few hours, the Necrons had the whole facility opened up, mapped, and their drones were busy repairing everything in a crude mockery of the Omnissiah's sacred rituals. It was working. The Astartes guarding Gaius and his acolyte were even happy at the insanely dangerous and improperly fast progress. The Magos Explorator himself was torn. The unfolding events had all the hallmarks of sacrilege, and he was one of the more progressive members of the Mechanicus. He didn't even want to think about the reaction of his more conservative peers, who were now too busy dead after Scipio Row 11 and his cohorts purged them with inquisitorial backing. The old Magos knew that sooner or later there would be hell to pay, and to avoid the worst of the fallout, he needed a result. This facility was a good start. The Necron-supplied technology, if approved, would help as well. However, they weren't the reason why Gaius was on Kronus. His allies back home wanted the legacy of Magos Palladius, and all leads they could discover led to this forgotten world. Due to Xeno and heretical interference, Gaius was unable to find anything tangible. Just rumors and the barest traces of Palladius' presence in the distant past. This facility didn't answer any pressing questions, merely raised new ones. For example, the place had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was no trace it had been breached or opened for that matter until now. Yet there were clear traces of combat inside, including the remnants of the tech priests and guards manning it. How heresy found its place inside, Gaius had no idea, and that naturally made him wary. The Necrons didn't help. Their machines jump-started the logic engine responsible for the facility's critical operations, even gained limited access to its functions. It was fast, brutal yet elegant in a way Gaius knew he wouldn't be able to replicate without some of the most sacred and coveted relics held within vaults on critically important Forge worlds. The Necrons did it with what was for all intents and purposes light, disposable, multi-purposes machines. Not even a sacred fusion of flesh and metal, just machines. It was vexing, infuriating, yet it stirred burning envy too. Beyond ancient large screens and hololiths came to life painfully slowly, yet when they did, the images were crisp and clear. Better than most the Mechanicus could easily produce these days. The image of Kronus appeared above the main hololith in the control center, then blinked rapidly while powerful scanners sang their songs and tagged everything in orbit. The logic engine quickly recognized the Imperial designs, even though it painted them in amber due to not having their IFFs in its databanks. Multiple red symbols appeared next, showing the small battered Tau fleet keeping station above the blue Xenos' holdings. A sorry collection of mostly disabled orc monstrosities came next, barely holding orbit above the Greenskin stronghold, thus preventing its purge by the Imperial Navy. And finally, a handful of traitor vessels hung above the Deimos Peninsula. Those combined with the warp emanations coming from the abominable gate there made effective orbital bombardment impossible. Another pulse rippled through the crystal-clear hologram, and 5 new grey symbols flickered to life. Their designations were in an older dialect of Gothic, though one Gaius could easily read. Orbital Bombardment Platforms, Ares class. The Magos loudly praised the Omnissiah and ran to a nearby console, his revere interrupted by the new information. He demanded data on those platforms, only to find out he needed access codes he lacked. He had to placate the machine spirit of the logic engine and gain more access. Who knew what other treasures this facility might allow him to find? Task Force Talon. Thurabis Plateau, Cronis. It was close to midnight and low clouds covered the sky. It should have been pitch black out here in the heart of the desert. Instead, a green glow and the occasional arcing lighting illuminated the white sands, instead of forgotten ancient ruins that should have been buried and unrecognizable at this point. Dark metal monoliths rose into the sky. We could see neat squares of cylindrical generators, heavy weapon emplacements guarding them. There were even a handful of immense forms poking from the sands and pointing at the overcast sky. There was no mistaking those ground-to-orbit installations. The Necrons took the security of their base seriously, a fact underscored by the escort we picked up as soon as we approached the territory they claimed. Fusions of Necron warriors and skimmers silently floated around our task force by the dozens. More joined them with every kilometer we advanced. Soon we could no longer see the sky due to an immense swarm of drones buzzing overhead. Some were familiar, others resembled tiny insects, no larger than a grown man's fist. Inquisitor, I'm glad they're on our side. Commissar Weber sat beside me on top of a chimera. My Kassakin bodyguards rode in the troop compartment below. My new Ogrin friends traveled into the following vehicles. They refused to let me get too far away from them. The newly named Selene rode on top as well and dozed off, cuddled in my side, to the profound relief of my security detail. I hope our superiors will agree when they arrive. A pair of Titan-sized monoliths joined the procession, escorting a number of floating pylons. The Necrons had altered the precious devices. They were attached to oversized skimmers similar to the lower bodies of the destroyers, and other half-metal men, half-machines that surrounded us. An utterly silent flash of blinding lightning struck, and we weren't alone on the Chimera's roof. The Necron Lord himself towered above us in all his glory. He was even larger than before, all pristine dark silver necrodermis with green undertones. His eyes blazed with power when he looked down at us. "We're ready," he rasped in a deep, halting way. "We're ready too." I carefully waved at the armored column stretching behind us. It contained the fastest vehicles the Guard had available and nearly half of the Bloodraven's armored forces. "Proceed," the Necron Lord ordered, and a shudder went through the Xeno forces surrounding us. Then they moved forward as one. "With this, we might stand a chance when assaulting Hell today," Weber muttered, then winced when he remembered where he was and who could overhear him. "We're going to Hell and back, my friend. Tonight we dine in Hell and kill every single traitor, heretic, or demon who dares stand in our way." The Necron Lord looked at us with what might have been exasperation. All available data points out that consuming food in Hell would be hazardous for your health. He was joking, right? Part 10. The Green Coast. Kronus. Gorguts managed to drag himself to his stronghold. Doing so was an exercise of pain and futility with no foe to fight. At least the slog gave him ample time to think. There was war in the air. He could smell it, feel it in his itching bones, and that wasn't just broken and cracks mending. He burned with the desire to go out there and fight, to become bigger and stronger. It would be a great wah! Gorguts grinned at the thought, grabbed an unlucky squig that wasn't fast enough in getting away, and bit off its head. His teeth crunched bone and cartilage with ease. The snack helped the warboss center himself. By Gork and Mork, he knew something odd was happening to him. He was thinking, something unusual even for a warboss of his statute. And his thoughts, they weren't all proper Okri-like. He should have been in the grips of great rage right now. His great stronghold, the pride of all orcs in this sector, which was proper Orky-like, was all but empty. There weren't enough boys left for a proper wah, much less a real wah. Instead of smashing skulls, squishing Gretchen, and terrorizing any weird or mechbios that were still alive, he simply stood in the heart of his fortress, munched on a snack, and thought. Gorguts didn't have enough boys left for a proper war. That very thought made him itch and shake in frustration, and even if he had the boys, he didn't have enough big guns, not enough Daka. He finished the snack and looked for another squig, while one of the handful's surviving mech boys tried his best to hammer his armor in shape. Gorguts looked down at the much smaller boy, at the scrap hammer he was using, and at the armor he wore with pride. It was proper Orky. It was nice red. It was also little more than scrap. Likewise, it was really pathetic, Gorguts thought, and sighed in frustration. When he closed his eyes, he could almost see orcs who weren't orcs, warbosses, and boys of size he couldn't have imagined before. He could see their weapons and armor. They were Orky, yet not. They were whole, massive, beautiful. They weren't made of scrap. That was a beautiful future. One of a wah, the kind of even Gorguts could scarcely imagine. Yet the orcs he could imagine, the ones who could bring it into being, they were different. They were smarter, both less and more Orky, if that made sense. See, he had too much time to think. That wasn't proper Orky, yet he couldn't stop. Gorguts wanted to get all the boys and go charge the enemy, the Humiers, the smelly Humiers, the Bly boys, even those metal boys. Instead, the warboss looked at the sky. To the south, he could see purple, sick clouds and ugly lighting. To the north, dark, rainy clouds. Yet right above his stronghold, the sky was clear, full of stars, of worlds to conquer. He wanted to spread the joys of the Wah-Ayi to every single one of them. His blood bubbled with excitement at the possibilities, at the conflicts yet to come. Gorguts stared at the sky and remembered his Wah dying under an awesome amount of proper Daka. He knew there were a few cruisers up there, all shot up and nearly useless. All they could do was perhaps prevent the same from happening to his stronghold. That simply wouldn't do. It was painful to admit it, however, the Wah on Cronus, at least the proper Orky one, was over. It would take time for enough boys to spawn, even longer to get a sufficient number of mech boys to build Daka and vehicles, to get weird boys, so they could make the fun even better. Gorguts looked around wistfully. There was just a single knob left, and he was on the smaller side. Even smaller now because the boy was busy regrowing an arm and half his face. The poor bastard had almost no teeth left, just a single half-broken tusk. At least he got a nice heavy chopper held in his remaining hand. It merrily sparkled with proper orky energy, and it was ready to bash skulls. "You!" Gorguts pointed at the knob. "Go, gather all the boys. I'll speak to them," he declared. Already wisps of a plan were forming within his itching brain. Gorguts would leave this rock, take all his boys, and go forth, find a place to prepare a proper wah. This time it won't burn from the sky. When he was ready, when he gathers enough boys, nothing would stop him. But first he should make a gift for the Humies and everyone else who opened his eyes to the truth. It wouldn't be proper orky otherwise. Acaria Forests, Kronus. Brother Sergeant Went escorted Magos Scipio Row 11 into the ancient facility. The senior surviving Mechanicus representative on Cronis would be the one to do the honors and begin the battle to eradicate the traitors from the face of the planet. They passed by groups of heavily armed servitors, guardsmen setting up defensive positions, and the odd impassive Necron protecting the facility. Those were the same Xenos who tore the traitors outside to pieces. 4 serpentine wraiths lurked in dark corners. One of them was quite obvious. For more than a day now, it toyed with the crushed helmet of traitor Astartes. 2 standard Necron warriors stood still like statues at the entrance of the facility. Another pair guarded the command center. Those 2 were a bit different. Their forms were built lighter compared to most of their kind, Went had the displeasure to see. They carried shorter versions of their Gauss weapons, and each had a sword of dark, almost pitch-black metal clamped to their backs. They were among the most animated Necrons the sergeant had ever seen. Instead of acting like statues, their heads turned to follow everyone in view, and if he didn't know better, the Astartes would swear they were curious. "The convoy will enter extreme weapons range of the enemy soon." The Necron to the right spoke, surprising everyone. "I'm aware," Magos Scipio Row 11 stated without breaking stride. "That's why I'm here. Our assault will begin momentarily." He passed through the checkpoint and sent a stream of binary at the tech priests working inside. One of them, Gaius, the senior one, answered with an angry whistle. "Needs must," Scipio Row 11 continued in a normal voice. "We don't have any more time. We'll be apologizing and placating the machine spirits later. Now they'll have to serve the Omnissiah." The Magos made his way to the primary hololith and interfaced with the console in front of it. The hologram showing Kronus and the forces in orbit zoomed in. 2 red, 1 amber, and 2 yellow symbols slowly converged above the continent, the weapon platforms. Suddenly, the 2 critically damaged ones shifted orbits and rapidly accelerated. The hologram rippled and descent vectors appeared, leading straight at the heavy defenses that made an approach towards the Deimos Peninsula from this region suicidal. The other 3 platforms moved more slowly, merely shifting their orbits, so they would be in a position very soon. Active scans went out from the damaged Tau battle group, though the Xenoships didn't react otherwise. The Orc scrap heaps did nothing. They probably failed to detect the activity in orbit. The hologram zoomed in until it showed an orbital view of the Deimos Peninsula. Warp emanations and corrupted clouds covered almost the whole region, making precise targeting unreliable. It was another question if any bombardment passing through those clouds would even hit the ground. The outer defense lines set up by the traitors had no such defenses, and they were more than formidable enough to warrant the attention of the Ares platforms. The 2 units without active weaponry went down first, like the fiery fists of furious saint-smiting infidels. And this was one of the few instances when such thoughts would be proper for a space marine, Went thought. Traitor Astartes, demon engines, corrupted vehicles, traitorous PDF forces, mutants, cultists, and barely controlled Reaver war bands, they all looked at the heavens and their judgment. They saw the falling platforms, and those at the target areas tried to run, while others stubbornly stood their ground. It didn't matter. Macro cannons, lance batteries, and fusion missiles tore their way through the heavens, lighting them in purifying fire. Task Force Retribution's surviving artillery park opened up at the same moment. The traitor, the heretic, the unclean and demon-infested machinery, they all burned, and this was only the beginning. Interceptors and anti-air weaponry rose in defiance only to be largely ignored. Explosives and Gauss weaponry leveled huge swaths of forest to open the way for armored spearheads. The guard advanced like a mailed fist, flanked by Necron destroyers and 100 Eldar Grav tanks racing to exploit the enemy confusion. Walkers and mechanized infantry followed behind them, while elite units waited in reserve. Sergeant Went smiled. This was merely a taste of things to come. The traitors would rue the day they turned on the Imperium of Man. Chapter 11, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 11, Demon's Bane. Part 1, Deimos Peninsula, Cronis. Under most other circumstances, Eliphas would consider what he just saw a glorious slaughter that would make Khorne happy. Well, the god of war was going to be happy regardless, the Dark Apostle concluded. He could hear the thunder of the orbital bombardment and felt the aftershocks below his feet. The Astartes could also taste the thousands upon thousands of souls torn from their mortal coil and sent screaming into the warp. Some were even happy at the prospect of what awaited them, while others howled in fury at the bloodshed denied to them. Such an unwitting sacrifice, no matter how sudden, had its uses. Some of those souls would fuel the defenses, making the rest of the peninsula that much harder to crack. Unfortunately, Eliphas was no longer certain he had the assets to grind down any assault that might come his way. Much less, then proceed to counterattack them to death after the warp gate replenished his numbers. The corpse worshippers surprised him. Even if they could find the control center for the ancient orbital platforms, and there were enough of them left operational to matter, which obviously was true, more's the pity, they shouldn't have been able to gain access and use them anytime soon. It was a very long shot. His agents could have done it, at least in theory, and only because they were led by an Astartes with access to the soul of a true believer who used to work there when alive. Loyalist and Necron forces are advancing on our positions. A deceptively calm voice hissed, "We need support if we're to hold." Explosions and screams drowned the Vox transmission. Eliphas's experienced ears could hear the exotic sounds of discharging Eldar weaponry. Who could have foreseen the corpse worshippers would ally themselves with not one, but two xeno-menaces to ruin his plans? Eliphas didn't bother to answer the request. Instead, he ran towards the nearest command post. He could see in his mind's eye a good enough map of his forces' disposition, or where they should have been, because a third to half of the warm bodies he had available couldn't be relied upon to stay put and follow any complicated orders. He could rely on his Astartes, some demons and demon engines would be of use. Several Guard and PDF units who saw the truth and turned on the Imperium would follow orders as well. The rest were rabble, little more than cannon fodder useful to screen competent units. The problem was that he just lost a significant number of the latter, and more would follow until he could organize a proper response. Get sacrifices going. I want a solid wall of demons tearing those corpse botherers to pieces. Eliphas ordered his remaining sorcerers. Those weren't among the most powerful or brightest, however, they weren't a real danger either, unless someone new had arrived recently without him noticing. Interceptors and bombers rose to blunt the attack, and Eliphas was glad that he didn't have to do everything himself. A minute later, he was much less happy when Necron's scythe-like craft met his aircraft and heavy anti-air fire rose from the advancing enemy. At least he was now in an operational command post and could see the scope of the disaster with his own eyes. The ground split into glowing fissures, infernos engulfed settlements bearing signs of the primordial truth, fusion warheads flattened villages and cracked defense lines. Lance strikes focused on any trace of resistance in the lower part of the peninsula. The warp pulsed strangely while its denizens feasted. Something powerful looked at the battlefield, and Eliphas could feel the tiniest sliver of attention from his patrons. The warp resonated with power, and he could hear chanting in his mind. With the 37 keys of Tzeentch, we open the way for our brothers. A sorcerer screamed and plunged his clawed fingers in the chest of a prisoner to tear out her still-beating heart. With the 1,000 whispers of Slanesh, we call to them. In a profaned temple to the corpse emperor, a murder orgy took place, led by the dead governor's concubine. Reality sundered and clawed demonettes burst through, joining the celebration. With the 12 plagues of Nurgle, we fell their enemies. Within a steel pen, dozens of prisoners writhed in agony, while countless diseases ravaged their bodies and withered their souls, in preparation to turn them into demon hosts. And with the mighty axe of Khorne, we cut open the world for them. Berserkers and Khornate cultists fell upon each other, spilling blood and gathering skulls for their patron. Meanwhile, a sorcerer used a ceremonial axe to behead a long line of prisoners, gleefully spilling their blood and using it as fuel. "Come forth and spread the truth of chaos," something whispered within Eliphas's mind. "Show me the warp gate," he demanded, and soon a corrupted hololith, covered in pulsing veins, came to life, displaying the gate in all its glory. Demons raced through by the scores, while world-bearer squads marched in lockstep, like on an ancient parade. It was an unending tide of warriors to drown the enemies of chaos undivided. Eliphas grinned widely at the sight, then he frowned. The pouring horde slowed down, and the screaming surface of the portal shimmered. A familiar, hated presence observed the unfolding events and expended power to defy chaos itself. To Eliphas's inhuman senses, beyond the comforting presence of his patron's energy, he could barely perceive a wave of searing golden power. It was anathema. It stood against everything he believed in. With every passing moment, it rose the price needed to bring reinforcements higher and higher. What was so important here, it would bring the corpse's attention. Whatever it was, Eliphas knew he had to deny it to the enemy. Antaeus arrived at the battle in style. He rode across the hellscape in the back of a precious land raider, surrounded by a veteran Terminator squad wielding priceless weaponry and armor. For this operation, Captain Thule pulled off all the stops and opened all the vaults on board of their battle barge. The super-heavy assault transport drove behind a spearhead of Predator tanks, followed by a guard Baneblade repaired and upgraded with the help of the Necrons. As a consequence, for a change, it wasn't the Astartes who drew most enemy attention. The countless Necron drones swarming around the battlefield, providing distraction or lethal weaponry, had something to do with that state of affairs, the librarian guessed. He had his helmet's HUD linked to the venerable machine's external cameras, and it showed him a rare apocalypse. Scarred, twisted and bleeding soil burned, weapons of all kinds burned lines through the air, and as far as the eye could see, there were explosions beyond number. A single glance was enough to tell Antaeus that on this battlefield only the guard units with access to sealed armor would be of any use. Everyone else would die screaming in short order, either because of radiation, toxins, plagues, or raw warp exposure. In their short time on Kronus, the traitors had turned this region into a slice of a demon world. And they were only on the outskirts of the infestation. Antaeus didn't want to think about what they would find when they pushed deeper. "Target, 12 o'clock, Demolisher," the driver announced. "I have it." The Land Raider vibrated when its heavy Lascannons spoke as one. Antaeus saw the target, a former guard vehicle profaned by now-burning chaos iconography. The corrupted machine was turning around while a group of Necron warriors repeatedly shot it in the flank, stripping large amounts of armor with every hit. It didn't manage to bring its main weapons to bear on the Xenos. A full alpha strike from the Land Raider caught it in the side and cored it, igniting ammunition and fuel. Some small drones flew into the holes and detonated, obliterating anything that might have survived the Astartes' attention. A group of deformed mutants crested a hill to the left, carrying heavy weaponry. Before they could acquire targets, a Vindicator turned them into a red mist with a long barrage reminiscent of a laser beam. A platoon of PDF Lehman Russ tanks attempted to slow down the Loyalist advance and squared off against the Land Raider and its Predator escort. That exchange of fire was over quickly and had predictable results. The enemy managed to score a single hit, which glanced off the thick frontal plate of the assault transport. The faster and nimble Astartes tanks avoided all incoming fire before shooting up the opposition. Aquila actual to all retribution elements, advance 15 more kilometers and establish a defensive perimeter. Task Force Talon is on the way to secure a forward operation base. Eldar forces will act as a screening element. Traitor artillery finally caught up with the advance, and a lucky hit threw off a track from the Predator on point. The Blood Raven tank skid to a halt and caught multiple AT missiles in the side. Traitor Astartes with heavy weaponry, Antaeus concluded. He could barely perceive their forms through the camera feed. Witchcraft cloaked them. Foul sorcery, the librarian decided and busied himself with shattering it. Part 2. Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. We'll dine in hell. Weber threw my earlier words back in my face. He might have been sarcastic, however it was hard to tell through the distortion of his respirator. There were glowing rivers of magma in the distance, thanks to a deorbited Ares platform that hit something sensitive in the planet's crust. As a consequence, our right flank was reasonably secure for now. A brand new volcano was busy erupting over there, grounding most flights in the area and making a no-go zone for the majority of heretics. Daemons and traitor Astartes might be able to slip through, however their regular ground forces would be stymied. That was the general consensus anyway. However, 2 infantry regiments were busy digging in at the outer edge of the zone, covered by Eldar walkers and a few Necron drone swarms. The expendable little horrors had little issue going into that particular slice of hell, and mostly getting back. That covered the fire and brimstone part of the hell comparison. The army of demons massing just behind the Chaos arcane defenses accounted for another check on the list. The heretics were obviously the damned souls who begged to be purged for good. We'll have to clean up the place a bit first. I relented. This place was our first forward operational base within chaos-infested territory, a location of vital importance for multiple reasons. First, it was on a rocky plateau, offering some defensive advantages and a great position to mass regimental artillery. Second, we needed a reasonably secure logistics and repair hub. Third, this would be a processing center for wounded. Those well enough to pull back would board evacuation transports, while the poor bastards suffering any trace of corruption would either get lucky or receive the Emperor's mercy. Fourth, this would be the first field test of the Necron pylons, and so far they worked beautifully. When we arrived on the heels of blunted armored spearheads, the plateau was a slaughterhouse crawling with Necrons, murdering every single heretic who didn't have the good grace to die already or run. As soon as we arrived, the effect was spectacular, yet not precisely the one we expected. The ground, which had bleeding patches of mixed soil and flesh, writhed, screamed, and died. Unnatural growths rapidly withered and turned to ash to be carried away by the wind. Profane symbols upon wrecked vehicles and equipment burst into fire and faded away. The half-melted remains of an autocannon screeched and tried to crawl away before collapsing into twisted metal. A mutant shrieked and fell dead before a wraith could dismember it. More importantly, I could hear an angry and surprised cacophony produced by infuriated demons who clawed at the borders of reality itself and suddenly found them strengthened. The fact I could startled me. Celine's presence had kept it all away until now. I looked around, searching for the kid, who was supposed to stay at my side no matter what. She was near the front half of a traitor chimera, looking inside. "Charles, make sure Celine doesn't get away again," I told my commissar friend. He looked around as well, then rapidly made his way to her. Meanwhile, I examined the warp around us. There was the familiar void where Celine was. I could vaguely perceive the literal hell that awaited us beyond the pylon's effect. That prick Eliphas was really trying to turn Kronus into a demon world, and there were countless warp-spawned bastards gleefully trying to claim it for themselves. Despite that, the warp right around us was calm, clean, I guess. I never had experienced something like this. Those pylons, they didn't just strengthen the borders of reality. They somehow pushed away all the things infesting the immaterium, creating pockets of calm. That was the best way I could put it into words. Just standing here, being barely able to touch the immaterium, much less being able to use its energies for anything, was refreshing. With access to this, how in the Emperor's name did the Necrons lose the war in heaven? Didn't they know what they had? This was similar, yet different to what I felt under the effect of the pylon they gave us. Was it because it was an older, less refined model? Or perhaps the number of pylons active in close proximity? I was at loss for words. Celine's approaching presence restarted my brain, either that, or the lack of the sudden and unexpected sensation of peace and relaxation I experienced. The girl skipped happily to my side, or so it seemed. It was hard to be sure with Selene covered from head to toe in sealed armor of her own. Credit where credit is due, Scipio's cogboys and girls outdid themselves. "You, young lady, are staying right beside me. Is that clear, Selena?" I demanded. The little blank looked up for a few seconds and eventually nodded. "The kid needs a minder," Charles pointed out. "Perhaps more than one." "2 minders are on the way." The Necron Lord's deep voice startled me. Ever since we arrived, he had been standing nearby, staring in the distance and presumably coordinating his forces. I was about to ask what the oversized murder bot had in mind when painfully familiar emerald lighting struck nearby. The optics of my helmet helped spare my sight. When I could see clearly again, there were 2 kind of short and slim Necrons standing behind Celine. They held smaller variants of the standard Gauss weapons loved by the aliens. Their heads swung around, scanning for threats. "Human designation Celine. Strategic status critical. We will ensure safety." One of the newcomers spoke in a typical Necron fashion. "Well, they should have no problem being around her," Weber muttered. "No offense meant," he hastily added when Selene turned her head to look at him. "Let's carry on. We have job to do." Affirmative. The odd duo chorused in stereo. "Commissar, please check when the field HQ will be operational and ensure that the tech priests have everything they might need to expedite construction." Charles saluted and promptly left. The rest of my bodyguard detail were less fortunate. I didn't need my Psyker abilities, or any training for that matter, to see that Corporal Santos and his stormtrooper buddies were on edge, and not just because of our location. The Ogrins, on the other hand, nonchalantly quietly talked to each other, and while sharp and alert for threats, didn't show any visible unease from either Selene or the Necrons. Bless their simple souls. "The enemy is preparing to hit us hard before we can fortify this position," the Necron Lord announced. He swiped clawed fingers through the air and a clear hologram appeared in front of us. It showed tall, twisted altars pulsing with warp energy and surrounded by large pools of blood. Just beyond them, I could see a thick mass of purple, grey and red flesh, all kinds of appendages that had no place upon humanoid bodies and ravenous maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. That's a lot of demons. And every single one of them wanted to skull-fuck us while eating our guts. Or much worse. The image changed, showing 3 armored columns, 2 made of traitor PDF and guard units, with the third, waiting further back, consisting of traitor Astartes and demon engines. There was at least a company worth of those never sufficiently damned bastards ready to slam into our lines at the first sign of weakness. Warp distortions and arcane defenses meant that indirect fire was all but useless. We confirmed that after half an hour bombardment that failed to hit anything important or break through the sorcery. "Watch." The Necron focused my attention on a new image. We were looking at the twisted altars, which pulsed with energy from top to bottom, then discharged it in a wide circular waves. Unless sufficiently powerful blank, or potentially protected by a pylon, anyone alive caught in such a blast would have their soul torn from its mortal coil and thrown into the warp with predictable results. Traitor artillery thundered, and the horde of ravenous demons charged past the altars. "Now it begins," the Necron declared. He sounded almost happy, and soon I figured out why. Chapter 11. Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 11. Demon's Bane. Part 3. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. It was a rare and terrible occasion when the legions of Khorne needed to fight with forethought, much rarer that they cared for it. It was rarer still they were ordered to pursue an agenda besides slaughtering everything in their path. Today was such a terrible day. Ujul was among the last demon to fight his way through the warp and a searing barrier of golden power. His great war steed stumbled and bellowed in pained fury. Smoke rose from Kultiran's armored hide. The tough flesh refused to seal back together until the foreign power still clung to it and burned. Ujul fared a little better. His armored, skull-covered coat took the brunt of the anathema's wrath. The golden light still seared his face and hands nearly to the bone. The Herald of Khorne smiled anyway. The anathema's power wasn't enough to deny him passage. In exchange for what he just suffered, he would reap troves of mighty skulls. But even that was secondary. Today the Skull-Taker was going to make a point. Chaos could not be denied. Khorne's will could never be denied. There would be an everlasting war. Rivers of blood would drown the galaxy, and mountains of skulls would fight for the privilege to adorn Khorne's throne. Where schemes and arrogance failed, might, blood, and skill would carry the day. Thus Khorne ordained, and thus Uzul would make it be. Kul Tiran trampled lesser demons who had the temerity to find themselves in their way. He feasted on a few of them, using their energy to hasten his healing, and the Skull-Taker approved. He rode past Eliphaz the Dark Apostle and sneered at the failure. One day he would take the fool's skull and throw it away as the unworthy trash it was. Soon Uzul reached the pathetic excuse of a battlefield he had to reshape. Not even a full legion of demons, all but a handful of weak examples of their kind, was all he had to work with. The Herald was beginning to understand why Khorne sent him here. He could see the enemy, and most of them weren't worthy of his time, much less his blade. The Skull-Taker beheld the soulless machines with worthless skulls. He experienced the void that was actually mildly dangerous. He could feel a nasty patch of the warp around it. It was twisted into a disgusting, abominable mockery of all that a demon of Khorne stood for. Kul Tiran roared in shared fury, and thousands of throats answered. The demons now knew he was here. Every single bloodletter went wild, as they should. Uzul was what they wanted to be, the pinnacle of his kind, and today he was going to prove it once again. The Herald of Khorne drew his hungry hellblade, pointed at the enemy, and went to war. The Necron Lord of Kronus watched a horde of abominations approach. He beheld the greatest atrocity wrought by the ancient enemy, at the offense against reality itself. The Necron Lord decided that he hated every single one of the abominations with a burning passion. That revelation surprised him and gave him a brief pause to re-examine his mental state. In less than a second, countless safety routines and scans ran their course, and what they revealed did indeed stun him for another second. Meanwhile, his warriors and human allies wasted no time. Without waiting for orders, they opened fire at the advancing forces of insanity. Emergency subroutines locked down parts of the Necron Lord's mind, forcing down the stunned confusion he briefly experienced. This revelation could wait, no matter how important it might be. The human artillery was somewhat effective in the killing ground between the trans-dimensional defenses erected by the servants of the abominations and the Alliance's defense perimeter. Human solid projectile fixed defenses and crew-operated weapon emplacement opened fire next, followed by hastily dug-in vehicles. Meanwhile, the Necron drone swarms and destroyers opened fire to intercept a powerful and sustained enemy artillery barrage. The darkened sky lit up with explosions, clearly illuminating the battlefield. As expected, human, Eldar, and even Necron long-range firepower were less effective than desired against this type of abominations. And as accounted for, the enemy armor would advance after the next pulse of their profane defensive towers. However, those were conventional threats which had many available answers. The approaching horde was something else, especially several powerful emanations that used the rest as shields to get close. Bolts of trans-dimensional energy rained upon the defenders. Abominations ran towards them, shrugging off enough firepower to down a heavily armored vehicle. The Necron Lord opened his connection to the power generators at his base and the powerful capacitors they fed. The monolith anchoring the left flank of the defense perimeter lit up with energy. Advanced sensors swept the surrounding area, brute-forcing their way through trans-dimensional distortions. He designated coordinates and opened the floodgates. Massive pillars of energy breached the gap in time and distance between the Necron stronghold and the battlefield in front of him. The whole front lit up with emerald lighting. The first rows of abominations disintegrated. Their destruction formed a barrier that protected the rest from the backslash. The charging horde briefly faltered. Swarms of hunter drones slammed into them and detonated, adding to the confusion. Impossible energies and effects turned an army-shattering blow into mere confusion. What should have been killing blows caused mild to moderate wounds that quickly began to close. It didn't matter. The abominations slowed down, and now they had a near-solid wall of Necron warriors waiting to receive their charge. The Necron Lord's Guard was finally awake, hale, and ready for battle. The Lich Guard stood tall and defiant, wielding war scythes and thick shields. Behind every single one of them stood a phalanx of warriors equipped for close combat. For the second time that day, the Necron Lord drank deeply from the power well at his base and teleported between two of his ancient companions. To his shame, his damaged databases couldn't recall their names or most of their history together. Nevertheless, he could recall many images of them fighting together on countless battlefields, from the beginning of the war in heaven to its bitter end. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, right in the path of a large, angry abomination that rode an even huger monstrosity. This one would do, the Necron Lord decided. Ujul had to reconsider. There might be a handful of worthy metal skulls to take after all. One of his primary targets dared show itself, and he was going to ensure it wouldn't survive to offend Khorne again. He screamed a challenge and spurred Kultiran onward. The large Necron pointed an open palm their way and shot a beam of green energy straight at them. Kultiran plowed straight through it, screaming in pain and fury. His armored hide burst into fire and burned away. Flesh stronger than steel burned slowly but surely until the Necron attack hit bone and halted, kept at bay by the sheer power and bloody-minded determination of the demon. Kultiran wouldn't be denied so easy, neither would Ujul. Explosions rippled all around the Herald of Khorne. They scattered lesser demons and even sent some weaklings back to the warp before their talon could spill blood. The rest staggered, got to their feet, and resumed their charge. Blood for the Blood God! Ujul roared furiously. He hated those soulless, bloodless machines with a blinding passion. Blood! At least 1,000 demons screamed back, and they fell upon the enemy like an avalanche of hellblades, teeth and claws. They were the fury of the warp itself, and nothing could stop them. Part 4. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. Crude mortal artillery and energy attacks flew above the battlefield and slammed into the closest nasty green pylon. Sorcery and pure warp attacks followed, concentrated on the single real danger Chaos faced on Kronus. Moments before Ujul was about to trample his first target, a pylon blew up, and the walls keeping the warp at bay weakened. Lightning thundered, and Kultiran suddenly stumbled, falling on his front paws just before they could smash through the Necrons. Ujul felt a barrier fall, pushing the warp away and draining his energy. As if that wasn't bad enough, the closest source of warp he could grasp was anything but invigorating. It contained no fury and rage, no echoes of slaughter or screaming souls. It was like a poison to his very existence, and he recoiled at its very touch. This was the reason why Khorne himself sent him here. He had to eradicate this unnatural phenomenon and take the skulls of those who brought something so despicable into existence. The Necron Lord lashed at Kultiran again, and this time his two guards followed suit. They lowered their weapons at the great war steed and unleashed emerald lighting to ravage the mighty demon. Ujul had no choice and vaulted out of his seat. Kultiran roared in pain and fury and got up to gore the despicable machines. Emerald beams, ugly things, not like the more bearable Nurgle poisons, cut its feet from under him. Demon flesh yielded, and this time Kultiran couldn't get enough warp energy fast enough to heal, much less shrug off the wounds. The Skulltaker came to the rescue, followed by hundreds of bloodletters. They slammed into the Necron lines with a vengeance. Hellblade and claws met war scythes, hyperphase swords, and tough necrodermis. Necrons fell, but so did demons. Massed artillery struck their rear ranks, drones suicided among their numbers, and the Imperials poured as much fire into the demons as they could from their elevated positions. Demons vanished, banished, screaming back into the warp much faster than it should have been possible. It didn't matter. Ujul could instinctively read the battlefield. There weren't enough Necrons to stop them, and Eliphas would be useful for once. The armored columns were on the way, and very soon the enemy would have to shoot at them. Besides, all that didn't matter right now. The Skulltaker had his target where he wanted it. Ujul roared furiously and slammed into the Necron Lord and pushed it back. The fury of the warp clashed with Necron trickery. The world slowed down to a crawl while 4 warriors did their best to tear each other to pieces. It was glorious. If Antaeus was a lesser man, his blood would freeze in his veins as soon as the demon attack began. He could recognize the warp abomination leading the charge. It was Ujul, the Skull-Taker. That thing was an alpha-class threat at best, one not to be engaged without a strong Grey Knight contingent and powerful anti-demon countermeasures available. There were no Grey Knights on Kronus. However, there were various anti-warp and demon options available. Antaeus only hoped they would be enough. "Brothers, with me!" The librarian's voice rattled the Land Raider. "Drive straight at that monster!" Antaeus spared a brief moment to check the tactical feed and grimaced. He could see the Inquisitor, his blank ward, and bodyguards heading into the fray. Antaeus knew the plan, and this was precisely the wrong time and target to try it on. The Skull-Taker was here, and it would be all they could do to survive the day. Raven 5 to all elements on this net, designating priority target, Alpha-class threat. Concentrate all available firepower on it. Do not approach without heavy anti-warp protection. The Land Raider's engine roared to life, and the assault transport ploughed through its dug position to charge down the slope of the plateau. The Terminators inside chanted prayers and litanies of protection. While Antaeus glared at the camera feed, he could see the Inquisitor and his security detail expose themselves and charge straight to where the Xenos fought and slowly lost against the demon horde. This time, that fool was going to get himself killed for sure. Lascannons and heavy bolters firing thrice-blessed rounds lashed at the demons. Numerous explosions shook the horde and scattered portion of it, giving a brief respite to the Xenos. "Raven actual to all assault squads, form on me, we're going in." Captain Thul's voice came through the battle net. There were about 30 assault marines available. Even with the captain himself leading them, it wouldn't be enough. To make things worse, the traitor's armor was on the move. They couldn't let the demons reach their hasty set-up defense line. Doing so would invite disaster. "Terminators and dreadnoughts, advance," the captain ordered. The assault squads naturally reacted faster, and soon all of them jumped from the top of the plateau into the bloodbath below. 5 venerable ancients advanced as a single unit, liberally dispensing blessed ammunition from their assault cannons. Behind them slowly advanced a Terminator squad outfitted for long-range engagement. The Inquisitor's party drove on after them, with the madman himself and the Blank Kid riding on top of a command chimera. A swarm of Necron drones circled them, intercepting incoming enemy firepower. A group of Necron destroyers left their positions to act as a flank guard. Their heavy weapons blasted apart incoming artillery heading their way. It wasn't nearly enough. The odd warp blast sent by the demons went through, only to harmlessly dissipate when it went anywhere near the Inquisitor. This was sheer madness, and it was working. "Get us down there now," Antaeus demanded. Technically speaking, it has been a very long time since the Necron Lord of Cronis faced warp-spawned abominations. However, after the long sleep, it didn't feel that way. He could recall bits and pieces of the final battles when reality itself shattered. That allowed monsters from another dimension to arrive so they could devour everyone. This was no different. However, this time, he might just have a way to vanquish them for good. Such an opportunity was worth risking everything. The Necron Lord faced the strongest abomination on the battlefield. If he was alone, he would have lost. That much became certain almost immediately. Even with its connection to its dimension of origin, weakened by the pylons, that thing was impossibly fast and powerful. Its profane blade was extremely dangerous, and it wielded it with a skill that no living being should possess. It took the efforts of 3 Necrons to barely keep it at bay. They only managed to do so by slowly falling back, while under the effect of a chronometron. That thing was so fast that only the artifact allowed them to keep up, if barely. The Necron Lord didn't know the name of the abomination he faced. He didn't care to learn it. What mattered was it was extremely powerful. The pylons and his shadow Ankh weakened it, yet it still outclassed 3 of the best warriors he had ever known. This was better than anticipated, or would be as long as the plan worked. The Necron line buckled, then briefly stabilized when artillery bombardment and hunter drones slammed into the demons, buying a few precious moments. Human anti-abomination weaponry took its toll, and the allied enhanced warriors joined the fray, using crude rocket packs to slam into the beasts. The line didn't break, It held, if barely, however, it bent in the center, where the Necron Lord had to fall back. The frenzied abominations made another push, and the large beast, the one he fought, rode to the battlefield staggered into the fray as well. It was slow, wounded, yet it came anyway. There was a purpose behind the mad attack. The abominations did their best to separate him from support and make him an easier target. How predictable! Another pylon fell prey to concentrated attack from trans-dimensional energy and what appeared to be every single long-range weaponry the enemy had. The barriers holding reality itself together weakened, and the abominations attacked with redoubled vigor. The quadrupedal beast trampled a lich guard and got gutted in the process, staggering with a hyperphase sword sticking from its belly. The Necron vanished, whiskered away to safety for repair, just like instead of dying for good, the abominations merely returned home. That was a significant advantage the Necron had tried to deny them since the last days of the war in heaven. It was time to see if they would finally succeed. For a third time that day, the Necron Lord drank deeply from the reserves of power gathered in his stronghold. A mental command had his companions break off to slow down the tide of lesser abominations while he fell back faster. This emboldened the monster facing him, and it swung even faster and harder at him. The Necron Lord could no longer stop all attacks coming his way, much less find the time and space to counterattack. The burning blade struck him again and again, leaving rends into his tough platting. The damage was superficial, yet it grew with each successful strike. A small-scale human counterattack ensured that the line held for a bit longer, leaving the Necron Lord and his opponent fighting alone. The Inquisitor arrived then with the pariah child at his side and numerous mortal guards on their heels. Instead of feeling threatened, the abomination laughed in glee and screamed some nonsense in ugly language. Chapter 11, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 11, Demon's Bane. Part 5, Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. Ujul's task just became much easier. His second primary target decided to come out and meet him openly. That was good. Great even. The bloodletter laughed. It was time to end this, and he could enjoy himself later. Kultiran, hanker to me. Give me your strength, the Skull-Taker demanded. The bond he had with his war steed pulsed once, and he drank deeply from it. It would take at least a century before Kultiran could manifest again in the materium, but that didn't matter. Here and now, he would ensure victory. Demonic flesh unraveled in a vortex of warp energy that strengthened the nearby demons. The remaining pylons pushed away some of it. However, Ujul managed to consume more than enough. It was easy, really. This time around, he didn't have to fight against the barriers to touch the warp energy. 100 empowered bloodletters swarmed over the Necron line and tore a breach into it. Human dreadnoughts and Terminator poured fire into the breach, followed by the guards of the second target. Demons fell blasted to bloody chunks and vanished, only for more to take their place. The breach widened, and yet another pylon went down. Chaos-aligned mortals finally began their assault, and a lot of the firepower directed at the diminished number of demons had shift targets. This was it. The victory was at hand. Ujul could draw on a bit more power from the warp, and he put it to good use. The Herald of Khorne fell upon the Necron world like the judgment of his bloodthirsty god. And with every swing, he tore away chunks of metal flesh. The only thing that could have made this better would have been blood and screams of pain. Instead, the doomed Necron fought on silently. No matter, the end was night. From where I stood, the plan looked less than clever. There were demons in front of us, pouring through the broken Necron line. More of the bastards did their best to overwhelm the line on the flanks. If they succeeded, they could swarm our positions en masse. Suddenly, it looked very lonely out here, between our hastily dug-in forces and the enemies of humanity. When in doubt, attack. That thought came unbidden, and it wasn't like I had a better idea. In the Emperor's name, at them, purge the demons! I screamed as loud as I could and brandished my brand-new power mace, courtesy of a traditionalist cogboy who no longer needed it. For the Emperor! For the Inquisitor! My dumb Ogryn chorused, and heedless of the danger charged straight at the rampaging demons. The Neverborn did their best to swarm over a small group of Terminators and Dreadnoughts, who made a stand near the breach and did their best to stop the monsters. "Driver, charge the big demon," I snapped and pointed a tweaked las pistol at the giant ugly bastard, making a decent effort at dismembering the Necron lord. If he fell, we were fucked. A litany of curses and prayers came from the chimera below me. Despite that, its engine roared, and with a lurch, we headed straight at the skirmish. All around us, I beheld carnage. Groups of Necron warriors flashed into existence around us. However, they could barely slow down the demons. Our heavier support was busy intercepting enemy artillery heading our way, or had to engage the leading elements of the traitors' armored columns. At least the flanks held thanks to the 2 Necron monoliths. Unfortunately, they could scarcely spare any firepower for the center, and it was here where this battle would be decided. My Ogrins blasted apart the first group of demons that came at them. Large-bore automatic shotguns and blessed ammunition proved their worth. Unfortunately, more demons came, and good men's blood flowed freely. I had no more time to watch the carnage because we were there. I saw the Necron Lord fall, skewered by the huge demon he fought. The monster pulled out its hellblade from his chest, dragging half-melted equipment out, and raised a hand for a decapitating strike. The remote-operated heavy bolter in front of me opened up, peppering up the demon with blessed rounds. A burst caught it in its hand, making it flinch. The hellblade fell anyway. It sliced clean through the Necron's neck at an angle that brought it down into his chest. A backhand strike sent the mangled Necron flying, and the demon ran at us almost faster than the eye could follow. A blinding streak of fire caught the demon in the side before it could carve up the chimera, and the next thing I knew, we rammed it. I was tumbling through the air next, right beside the monster who had lost its footing. I hit the ground hard, felt something break, and saw stars. The next thing I knew, Weber stood above me, screaming defiance. Blood sprayed from his left shoulder, his arm was gone, yet his trembling left hand still held a roaring chainsword. The huge demon was back. It was scorched. I could see bolter rounds detonating against its back, but it didn't care. It swung once, and Charles fell to his knees. My friend's sword flew away along with a few fingers. At that point, I didn't think. I couldn't touch the warp to fling something at that monster. I couldn't find my weapons. All I could do was to stumble on my shaky legs and push Charles away. The hellblade fell, and I screamed in agony. The blow brought me to my knees, leaving me helpless in front of the demon. I was barely aware that my right arm was gone, cut off at the shoulder. The hellblade rose again, and I knew I was dead. When a third pylon went down, it was a mixed blessing for Antaeus. The librarian and his assault Terminator brothers were outside, running beside the Land Raider. He was right, the Inquisitor was going to get himself killed, and there was no one close enough to save him. The Ogrins were engaged, fighting and losing against a swarm of particularly nasty bloodletters. The guard bodyguards simply lacked the firepower to even distract the Skulltaker, who easily shrugged off bolter fire and even survived a direct Lascanon strike. Antaeus was there, however, and he could draw just enough energy from the warp for a single technique. He focused on his gift, fed power through his psychic hood, and tasted both the chaos corruption of the warp and the shrinking clean zone created by the pylons. The librarian charged, twisting the laws of physics to get there in time. He arrived with his power hammer posed to strike and swung down, catching the Skulltaker in the shoulder. The strike staggered the beast. Demon flesh burned, split and spluttered. The hellblade posed to decapitate Vale barely missed the Inquisitor's head. Antaeus wasted no time and bodily checked the demon, then did his best to push him aside and buy time. He got backhanded for his trouble with enough strength to stagger him. The hellblade flashed his way, and Antaeus instinctively caught it on the thick shaft of his hammer. The blessed metal alloy spluttered in defiance, smoked but held. A bloodletter appeared from behind the Skulltaker, just as Antaeus barely parried a thrust aimed at his eyes. The second demon tackled him and began clawing and snapping at him. Antaeus pushed the haft of his hammer into its ravenous mouth and tried to get it off. While his armor kept the damage to a minimum, he was unable to help the Inquisitor or save himself. The librarian was sure he would be losing his head next. Part 6. Deimos Peninsula, Cronis. It all came down to contingency planning in the end, and the human Inquisitor risking his own life. Otherwise, the Necron Lord doubted that his phylactery would have had enough time to knit together his mangled body. He underestimated this particular abomination, a lesson he might just survive to learn from. It cut through the guards of the pariah child with contemptuous ease, then mangled one of the Inquisitor's closest companion, only for the human to throw himself in peril, just as he did to save the Necron Lord. All he could do was wait and give orders. The outcome of the whole battle hung on a blade's edge. He needed just a few more moments, and the Inquisitor's other companion, Antaeus, bought those precious moments. The repair machines fixed him enough to activate his resurrection orb, which not only hastened his own repair, but brought together the Necron warriors fallen nearby. Lighting arced over their corner of the battlefield, and fallen Necrons knit back together, then rose to continue the battle. The two guards scampered up, back together again, grabbed their blades and charged the abomination. Even as it took 2 blows in order to dismember one of its attackers, the Necron Lord could see it was tiring, slowing down. The pylons and the nearby pariah had an effect, just not enough of it yet. It was time, his trump card was finally ready. Back at his stronghold, thousands of scarabs worked tirelessly to modify the next monolith to come fully online. They were busy incorporating state-of-the-art pylons within its systems, protected by thick slabs of necrodermis, active and passive defenses. It was finally fully operational and ready for deployment. The capacitors at the stronghold dumped all the energy they had in one monstrous torrent. A mountain-sized bolt of lighting twisted time and space until 2 distant points became one. All that energy manifested right in front of an enemy armored column, which was just beginning to spread out into an assault formation. Everything nearby ceased to exist. Those looking at the event with unprotected eyes went blind. The resulting shockwave and deafening thunderclap brought a brief pause into the fighting. The Necron Lord staggered to his feet, and he would have smiled if he could. As soon as the new pylon was in position and working, he removed the safeties of the remaining ones, supercharging them. The effect was immediate and profound. A full third of the remaining abominations found themselves caught by the strongest part of the field. Every single one of them, including the large one, recoiled. Some of them burst into white flame where they stood, probably the weaker ones. It was high time to put their immortality to test. The abomination had enough strength left to stab the Necron it fought in the chest, then nearly punched the warrior's head off. Fortunately, doing so too its toll. Meanwhile, the red-armored human managed to dispatch the weakened abomination on top of him and got up just in time to intercept a mortal blow aimed at the severely wounded Inquisitor. A few stumbling abominations tried to intercept the still struggling to walk Necron Lord, who dispatched them with his gauntlet of fire. As soon as he struck them down, they too burst into white flames, screaming in agony. That was a good sign, surely. Adrenaline and sheer desperation kept me somewhat coherent. Antaeus briefly suspended my death sentence, then 2 more Necrons jumped at the demon. I was properly hallucinating, or it might have been wishful thinking. Nevertheless, it looked like the demon was weakening and slowing down. It still managed to cut down the Necrons and was about to finish me when Antaeus came to the rescue again. They clashed again, and this time my librarian friend could hold his own. I would have cheered if I could. Instead, I rasped in pain. I could feel myself weakening by the heartbeat, and it finally dawned to me that I must do something about my missing arm. My left hand went for the med pack I was sure I carried when a small lithe form dashing towards us caught my attention, and the world froze. Celine appeared all right, even if her sealed armor was a bit banged up and dirty. She carried my power mace and a few times nearly stumbled over its weight, yet she persisted with bloody-minded determination and beelined towards the demon. Antaeus was still fighting it, and both of them appeared worse to wear now. I cursed and didn't care I was rapidly bleeding out. I looked around for a weapon and saw one of the Necrons nearby. It was cut nearly in 2, yet it struggled to reach its sword. I stumbled forward and grabbed the weapon's hilt, which neatly fit in my arm. "Celine, stay back," I slurred out and stumbled towards the battle. "Vale, back off," Antaeus shouted, and it cost him. The demon slipped his blade through his guard and stabbed him under the right shoulder. That effort proved too much, and the Neverborn fell to his knees. It bled profusely, bolters blew off chunks of its corrupted flesh, which soon burst into silver flames. Yet it refused to die. The demon surged up with furious roar and pushed He-Blade in, nearly severing Antaeus's arm. A streak of fire struck it into the side and made him stumble away from the librarian. Some of its wounds caught fire, which began to slowly spread. It still refused to die. Antaeus fell to one knee, his right arm hanging limp. He grabbed the shaft of his hammer near the head and lunged at the demon. The monster twisted with unexpected burst of speed, and instead of smashing its skull in, Antaeus landed a glancing blow that took off half its face and stumbled past it. The daemon wasted no time, and with the last strength it had left, charged at me. Bolters staggered it. A second lance of fire struck him in the back and ignited it properly this time, yet it kept coming. Selene was there then. She swung the power mace wildly and caught the demon in the kneecap. It imploded, finally bringing it down in front of me as I staggered towards it, swinging blindly. My blade found purchase, and the world ended in soothing silver fire. Chapter 11. Part 7. Chapter 11. Demon's Bane. Interlude. A Quiet Death. The Warp. Ujul, the Skull-Taker, most honored herald of Khorne, died quietly. In fact, almost no one noticed the precise moment of his passing. The reason was simple. The warp surrounding Kronus was chock-full with ravenous demons tearing at the borders of reality itself. Their screams of fury and pain drowned everything else. A thin barrier of anathema's light stood firm, extracting a price of anything that attempted to manifest on Kronus. It further weakened and drained every lesser demon that had the misfortune to be banished, which led to short-lived fights and feeding frenzies. Nevertheless, chaos was winning. The barriers separating materium and immaterium gradually weakened. More demons passed through the warp gate, even though they had to burn a lot of power for the privilege. Those already on the other side grew gradually stronger and bolder. His victory was at hand, and then the impossible happened. Chaos was denied its due. In a single moment, something banished hundreds of screaming demons back into the warp. A very short-lived stunned shock ensured before the warp descended into a feeding frenzy. In the ensuing anarchy, the feasting demons didn't know or care that much less food came back weakened for the taking. Many a demon had expended too much energy fighting against Necron anti-warp technology. Then they expended more in actual combat and to heal wounds that would have slain a living creature. The weakest of them simply didn't have enough power left to cross back into the warp and survive passing through the anathema's barrier. They burned, their remaining energies purified and consumed. The same happened to a smaller number of the weakest lesser demons caught in the Necron trap. Their essence scattered and could only reach the zones of purified warp created by the pylons. There it was slowly cleansed, obliterating those demons for good. Ujul suffered a similar fate. He found himself caught in a potent anti-warp field and the presence of a pariah. He had bled a tremendous amount of energy by that point and was unable to properly replenish it. A different demon might have noticed the danger and ran. The Skull-Taker was made from a tougher cloth. He had his targets in front of him. The victory was at hand, and he was the herald of Khorne. He didn't run. He fought and he won. Ujul fought to the last. It was glorious combat, and he gave it his all. Yet, victory has slipped his grasp, and his determination doomed him in the end. His unnatural flesh burned, his energy ended up scattered or absorbed by a ravenous pariah, with what little was left, slamming head-first into the anathema's barrier, where it burst into silver flame. Ujul, the herald of Khorne, the Skull-Taker, was no more. His very essence was gone, destroyed, transformed or purified. When Khorne beheld the destruction of his honored servant, he was silent for a moment that lasted for an eternity. And when it came, his wrath was legendary. The warp shook from his fury, scattering lesser demons to the four winds. Against that boundless fury, the Astronomicon glowed brighter, spreading waves of searing golden fire across the galaxy. Bridge rogue trader vessel, Luca Fodis. The warp en route to Kronus. Your ship shaking during warp travel was never a good sign. The vibrations became worse and worse the closer they got to their destination. For days now, Inquisitor Vale had her retinue outfitted for heavy combat. which unfortunately wasn't their specialty. It was a good thing they had a mechanized infantry regiment embarked. The guardsmen, along with most of the crew, were spread throughout the ship, watching intently for any incursion. Amberley had her retinue divided between main engineering, the Geller field generator in particular, and the bridge. They had to change navigators for a third time today. The strain of finding a way past the hordes of demons converging on Kronus was becoming extreme. Fortunately, thanks to acting as her transport, the Luca Fuedis enjoyed ample resources in all categories. In this particular case, paying from her pocket for additional navigators was an extremely useful investment, which paid for itself through survival. The senior navigator stumbled from his alcove to be replaced by a much younger and fitter woman. Disturbingly, he bled from his 3 eyes, yet has had a smile on his face. Amberley's hand quickly went for a weapon, and she was ready to draw at a moment's notice. The naval armsman on the bridge did the same. "The Emperor's light, it's beautiful," the navigator gushed. "He on Terra is protecting Kronus. I could see his shield, its divinity made manifest." A shockwave hit the ship and threw everyone not secured off their feet. Only Amberley's power armor and the magnetic clamps holding her to the deck saved her from breaking something, perhaps even her neck. The navigator stumbled into a console and hit it hard. He screamed and fell to the ground, carefully holding a broken arm. Status report. Geller field down to 41% and climbing. No breaches detected. Multiple casualties. All decks. One of the navigators screamed and their alcove burst open, spilling a fountain of blood, though no demon jumped out. There was just smoking blood and gore. "We lost 2 navigators. Pressure on the Geller field is lessening." Whatever happened pushed us closer to our target. Estimated time of arrival in system, 27 hours. "And 51 hours to reach orbit afterward," Amberley muttered. She was almost afraid to find out what waited for her at their destination. Part 7. Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. The humans were utterly insane, and the Necrons. Those murderous machines were more dangerous than the stories Rohan had heard. He knew this mission would be dangerous, and it might risk the very souls of all Eldari under his command. All his expectations fell much shorter than reality, unfortunately. In this place, the walls separating reality from the Sea of Souls were particularly thin. Thin enough that any Eldari with meaningful psychic gift would be keenly aware of all the demons clawing at those thin barriers. The twisted servants of She Who Thirsts were present, both on the surface of Kronus and in the Sea of Souls in great numbers, and all they wanted was Eldari souls to devour and torture for eternity. A less desperate commander would have ordered a retreat, leaving the humans and their allies to fight alone. Rohan didn't dare even think much about such a possibility. He didn't want to know what kind of alliance might be forged from such a cataclysm, much less see it unleashed upon his people. The Ranger had to re-evaluate the magnitude of the disaster his sister unleashed on Kronus. He wanted to believe this was a one-off, an outlier that couldn't happen again. Either the humans or Necrons would surely see to it. Yet the alliance didn't fall apart. On the contrary, it was working rather well, all things considered. Too well, in fact, and now the situation deteriorated further. A veil of golden power fell upon the whole planet. Almost every Eldari could recognize it. It was the same kind of power that illuminated a large part of the galaxy for the past 10,000 years. The human emperor. Kronus had his attention. The Alliance had his attention, and Rohan didn't dare think it might have held disapproval. He silently cursed Taldir for causing this, and then Eldrad for good measure for sending him here. At that point, a horde of demonettes crawled out of the smoke, followed by noise marines flying on crude contraptions. Enemy forces in range, weapons free, Rohan bitterly ordered, rueing the need to spend good Eldari lives and endanger souls. He aimed with his sniper rifle and gently caressed the trigger. A daemonette's head snapped up, its back missing from the shot. Grav tanks unleashed their fury, blowing large craters within the volcanic hell. The Necron drones found targets and descended, ramming demonettes and corrupted humans alike. At the same time, the main enemy host began its attack upon the combined human and Necron forces, who soon played their trick, shaking every Eldari in range to the bone. The thin walls between reality and the Sea of Souls suddenly strengthened, which was good, great even. The acute appearance of pristine, clean and peaceful patches within the Sea of Souls, which remained untouched by the Neverborn, was like a serene song. Whatever the insane humans and their allies did stunned him. For the first time since he could recall, the monstrous and malign presence of She Who Thirsts was nothing more than a distant whisper he could barely perceive. For a moment, Rohan could almost imagine that the Eldari's greatest folly couldn't touch him. A lance of coherent light ravaged the hill he hid on, rattling him out of the daze. Rohan slapped the side of his helmet and shook his head in an attempt to clear his mind. Looking around, he could see his soldiers were affected as well. Most had ceased firing, including many grav tanks, which merely floated listlessly. Only the walkers appeared unaffected, and they kept shooting at the advancing Neverborn. "Eldari," Rohan screamed, "fight! Fight for Ulthwé! Fight for your families! Fight for your souls! Don't let those wretches claim you!" More and more Guardians shook off their stupor and rejoined the battle. One after another, the tank crews found their senses and unleashed their fury upon the advanced demons. Rohan kept firing in a frenzy, hating those who brought the fall of the Eldari Empire and caused the birth of Who She Thirsts more than he could put into words. For the first time in his life, he had a taste of what his people lost in the fall, and it was staggering beyond belief. There were demons everywhere. Thanks to the Emperor, they were only bloodletters and other lesser abominations. Otherwise, Captain Thule and his blood ravens would have been dead already. It was a very close call anyway. All he could do was fight. Parry, slash and tear with his lighting claws, then jump up to avoid being swarmed before landing into another group of the monsters. The demons were weaker than they should have been. While their hellblades were as dangerous as ever, almost all bloodletters Thule engaged moved slower than they should have. There was less strength behind their strength than it should have. Their unnatural flesh split easier than experience told him it should. The Inquisitor's latest scheme was working, better than expected, perhaps disastrously so. The Skulltaker was on the field. Weakened or not, there were too many demons between that monster and Captain Thule. He had to trust the Inquisitor, Antaeus, and the Xeno, because disengaging in order to seek that particular abomination would be disastrous. This battle might very well decide the whole campaign. If they could establish and hold a foothold in the region without suffering crippling losses, then they could win. A catastrophic setback here might doom them all. All the captain could do was fight with desperate fury and pray. He tore apart countless demons, yet for every single abomination he banished, at least one more came to take its place. The line was breaking, his allies couldn't halt the Skulltaker, and he was stuck dealing with this chaff. "Blood ravens, to me!" Thule roared as he decapitated a screeching demon. "Hold the line!" The captain jumped again and had to twist in mid-air to avoid dozens of descending Necron drones. The suicidal machines rammed demons and detonated, throwing away mangled bodies, which soon got back up, wounded but still dangerous. He saw the line break, saw the Inquisitor's retinue charge at the Skulltaker in the distance. Invigorated demons surged forth, ensuring no help would reach the beleaguered defenders. The Bloodraven slammed into a bloodletter, pulping it under his bulk, and tore its skull in two with a swipe of his right claws, while catching a sword aimed at his neck with the other. A riposte eviscerated a demon, then two more red abominations were on him. Those two were much faster and stronger than the bloodletters he has faced so far. They pushed him back, and the captain found himself fighting among a cluster of Necron warriors who stubbornly held their ground against overwhelming numbers. Thule parried two hellblades trying to gut him and caught a glimpse of a black sword passing above his head to cave in the slobbering face of a demon. He used the opportunity to cut the other bloodletter in two, and only then it registered that a Xeno just saved his life. For a few endless minutes, Captain Thule had to fight back to back with a shrinking group of Necrons, while demons did their best to overrun them. His world shrunk to his lighting claws and tearing apart any abomination coming close. A huge emerald flash shattered the spell, rattling the Bloodraven to the bone. He blinked off after images and saw a Necron monolith towering above the battlefield a few kilometers away. Demons fell left and right, bursting into white or silver flames. Those who survived whatever just happened stumbled and began moving much slower than before. The monolith lashed in all directions, heavy exotic weaponry laying waste upon anything it touched. "Push them back! Attack!" Captain Thule roared and threw himself back into the fray. "All units on this net, priority Alpha target Skull Taker has been neutralized." Antius's tired voice came over the battle net. "We need immediate apothecary or Medicae assistance on my position. Multiple critical wounded." Thule sliced through one last bloodletter, and suddenly there were no more demons facing him. He could see traitor armor in the distance, exchanging fire with the monolith before all kinds of Necron drones swarmed all over the vehicles. A moment later, numerous explosions lit up the horizon. It was time to take stock of the casualties and figure out the situation. Chapter 12, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 12, Battlefield Kronus. Part 1. It would take time for the Imperium at large to take notice of the momentous events that unfolded on Kronus. First, confirmed reports of the planet's new status as a shrine world would come from astropaths part of Task Force Nemesis, dispatched to answer a request for aid by General Lucas Alexander. To this day, those pious and sensitive enough could feel the God Emperor's touch upon Kronus. To those blessed enough to witness the events firsthand, it was, and I quote, "This is his divinity made manifest. A veil of light is shielding the whole world." The Emperor's direct intervention was more than enough to bless Kronus to the end of time. The events unfolding on the surface, and which might have warranted the attention of him on Holy Terror, were no less memorable than his intervention. An inquisitional task force, Imperial Guard elements under the overall command of General Lucas Alexander, and members of the Blood Ravens Adeptus Astartes faced a terrible traitor incursion and slew the heretic champion, Skull Taker, Reaver of Armageddon, and Slayer of Astartes. A Pilgrim's Guide to Shrine World Kronus, 3rd edition, Victory Bay Publishing House, Deimos Peninsula. Kronus, Lieutenant Martin Vau was in his element. He was operating on a poor bastard, trying to stitch his guts back inside where they belonged, when a commotion rang alarm bells in his head. The last time, Tau war beasts tried to eat him and his patients. What was this time? Demons. "LT, a bunch of Astartes just arrived with high-priority casualties. Your expertise is needed right now." "I'm busy," Martin snapped. "The Inquisitor requires your attention, Medicae." An impossibly deep voice rumbled just outside the operation theater. "What did he do to himself this time?" the surgeon exclaimed. "I was barely able to put him back together the last time." "We had a close encounter with a powerful demon." The Astartes, because who else would have such a voice, blithely explained. "Did you at least banish the fucker so he won't come here to eat my patients?" "I'll be taking over, LT. Go see the Inquisitor." The captain in charge of the field hospital announced. "I'll be there in a moment. I can't do anything more for this poor bastard." Martin glanced to the left and winced. The captain has been working in the open head of a guardswoman who might have been kind of pretty before something smashed through her face. "She's brain dead. May the Emperor have mercy on you, child." The old Medicae made the sign of the Aquila over his patient and went to clean himself up. "Give me the Inquisitor's status. I'll be there shortly." Right arm, lost at the shoulder, 2nd and 3rd degree burns in the area. However, the wound wasn't cauterized. Severe blood loss. A Medicae is providing transfusion as we speak. The wound was delivered by a demonic hellblade. "What about taint?" Martin grimaced. "We have countermeasures. We'll need to see if they're effective." The captain sent Martin away, and he hurried up to see the Inquisitor. The man waited on a stretcher outside, under heavy guard. Several worse-to-wear blood ravens and guardsmen stood around the Inquisitor, ready to tear the head of anyone who looked at him the wrong way. Vale looked like the death warmed over. He was deadly pale, courtesy of a crude tourniquet and bandage on his right shoulder. His neck was exposed, and a Medicae had stuck an IV there attached to a blood bank. Right, the damn fool already got his other arm mangled and replaced with bionics. Martin got himself clean gloves and carefully removed the crude bandage to look at the wound, and grimaced. "Prepare him for operation. I'll need to cut off some flesh around the wound at a minimum, then stitch him up until it's clear there's no taint." Celine comes with him. Prepare her to enter. A large Astartes ordered. His right arm was gone as well. Martin was sure he didn't want to know what they faced. "Do you want me to keep him alive or not?" He snapped when he saw an unnerving small armored figure hiding behind the Blood Raven. "She's the countermeasure against Taint. She'll be present alongside guards. You'll deal with it, Medici." The Astartes growled dangerously, and Vaux rapidly nodded. That crazy Inquisitor was going to be the death of him. Eliphas's armored units had to quickly pull back behind the now dubious protection of the arcane defenses. His plan had been sound, he was sure of it. It came close to working too, only for those soulless machines to ruin it in the last possible moment. If it wasn't for their anti-warp tech, he might have pressed the counterattack anyway. However, taking out a number of those damnable pylons, not to mention summoning that many demons, took a toll upon his available sorcerers. They were running painfully low on sacrifices too. That was bad enough. The Skull-Taker taking the field had been unnerving. His appearance implied Eliphas's patrons were less than happy with the current turn of events. Ujul failing his mission was unheard of. The corpse worshippers somehow managed to murder the favored herald of Khorne himself, and several lesser demons for good measure too. That rattled Eliphas. Now, despite what most people believed, demons weren't immortal, not really. A number of artifacts could kill them. They often died in the warp, usually when defeated and consumed by something stronger. It was the way the corpse worshippers and the machines did it that would prove problematic. This wasn't some one-off event, the deed of a very powerful and rare artifact, not to mention purchased at a great price. What they did was something that could be replicated with relative ease, and that was going to be problematic. This disaster changed Eliphas's calculations. He could no longer rely on a sufficient number of reinforcements. Any demons he threw at the enemy might be lost for good, which wasn't necessarily a problem as far as the endless hordes of lesser demons were concerned. There would always be more from where those spawned. The loss of the Skull-Taker was going to sting. He could feel Khorne's fury. The potential loss of the greater demon imprisoned on Kronus would be another great blow. One Eliphas couldn't allow. "Gather all my sorcerers and remaining sacrifices. Make sure that those allotted for the special ritual remain untouched." Eliphas snarled at his minions. The Dark Apostle looked at the tactical map and glowered. The Necrons were busy gathering in ever-increasing numbers, and it wouldn't be long before they attempted to neutralize the arcane defenses. With those breached, the corpse worshippers would be free to attack as well. Then there were the Eldar. Their small but potent force was largely intact, and Slaanesh didn't get to enjoy a single soul from their numbers. The two guard regiments in the region fared worse. Predictably, however, there would be more where those came from. It wasn't like the Imperium would run out of cannon fodder. Eliphas left the command center. It was time to get his primary objective done and depart while he still could. Turning Kronus into a demon world would have to wait. Part 2. Deimos Peninsula, Kronus. Colonel Fahid Roval found himself commanding the remaining guard-armored units on Kronus from the deck of a restored Baneblade. Usually, such magnificent machines didn't make good command vehicles. They had to be in the thick of battle if you used them right. A commander would lack sufficient awareness of the battlefield at large, and might be unable to effectively communicate and command. In this particular case, many crews politely refused to volunteer to serve on board the Baneblade due to the way it was restored. It was operational only due to the help of the Necron Xenos. They not only repaired the machine, but supplied various upgrades. Better armor, stronger drivetrain, more accurate weapons, and the Emperor only knew what nasty surprises they left behind. Initially, Colonel Roval was considering leaving the venerable machine behind. That way, the tech priests could properly study and restore it using good old-fashioned and reliable Imperial technology. Now he knew better. After he saw how they acted around the Xeno artifacts, Fahid left in a hurry, hugely disturbed by the experience. Going to General Alexander didn't help. The Lord Inquisitor was backing the unusual alliance with the Xenos to the hilt. Besides, they needed all the firepower they could get to face the traitors. After spending the last day within the Baneblade, Colonel Roval wasn't sure if he had been too paranoid or not paranoid enough. The machine ran like a charm. It obeyed every command with unnatural grace, shot with incredible precision, and its armor was unreal even for a vehicle of its class. There had to be a catch. A terrible surprise waiting to go off at the worst possible moment, right? Any such traps failed to materialize, and Colonel Roval had no more time to doubt himself or the Baneblade. The final assault upon the traitor positions was already beginning, and he would soon have to lead the Imperial armor into the breach. Multiple monitors showed crystal-clear Auspex feeds from the nearby front, where 3 huge Necron monoliths slowly advanced surrounded by infantry squares and floating destroyers. The sky was dark with Necron drones offering intelligence data, sweeping for heretical flyers, and ready to attack ground targets on command. It was an unnerving sight. After the battle against the Eldar and their Tau minions, Colonel Roval knew the Imperial Guard on Kronus scarcely had enough assets left to face such an onslaught, much less to fight traitors and heretics at the same time. He could see the Inquisitor had been right, that without the Alliance, they all would be doomed. Yet, at the same time, a lifetime's experience cried to expect Xeno treachery. His heart rebelled at the thought of working with the alien. All the while, he was grateful that this alliance kept many of the people under his command alive. These were strange days to live in. The Necrons opened fire simultaneously. Lighting and emerald beams slammed into wicked sorceress defenses. Multiple regiments' worth of artillery opened fire, and explosions blossomed, slamming into an invisible wall. Whatever the heretics did lasted for a whole minute before the sorcery shattered like glass and the Xeno firepower struck true. Twisted, profane monuments disintegrated. Precise shots and drones intercepted heretic counter-battery efforts. The Necrons advanced with the bloody-minded determination and lack of fear that only machines could display. They were cold, methodical, and unrelenting. Drones descended in their thousands, and the horizon burned. Sword actual to all sword elements. We will advance now. Keep your wits and check your fire. We'll be explaining any friendly fire incidents to the Inquisition. Good hunting, and the Emperor bless you all. The Baneblade's engine purred to life. It was a far cry compared to the usual angry roar. The super-heavy tank accelerated faster and smoother than it had any right to be. For half an hour, the Imperial armor and the mechanized infantry accompanying it drove behind the Xenos, who crushed any and all resistance without slowing down. It was only when the crushed enemy defense lines were 15 kilometers behind them that they met stiff enough resistance to slow them down. Dug in traitor Astartes, demon-infested vehicles, and traitor guard regiments chose a low row of hills to make their stand. Far behind them, Auspexes could barely make up the mountain in the far end of the peninsula. The warp gate was over there, and to reach it, they had to crush the traitors in front of them. That was all right with Fahid. The Necron forces split in 3 groups, each formed around a single monolith. The Imperial formations drove into the available space and opened fire as soon as they were in range. It soon became clear why the Necrons slowed down. They dedicated a significant amount of their firepower to intercept incoming ordnance. That lowered their casualties significantly, yet slowed down the rate at which they could neutralize the enemy resistance. On the bright side, the proximity with the Xenos had 2 beneficial effects. First, the enemy focused their attention on the Necrons. Second, most welcome and unexpected, the aliens kept shooting shells and missiles heading the Imperial way. Colonel Roval didn't know what to think about that. It didn't make any bloody sense. He muttered a prayer to the Emperor and decided he didn't want to think about what passed for Xeno thought processes. Instead, he concentrated his attention on the battle. The Baneblade spat its fury, and with every shot, a traitor position went up in flame. A Lascannon glanced off the front glacis, heating it, but not penetrating. Secondary weapons peppered the heretics with explosive death, and secondary detonation marked their end. Insect-like demon engines crawled up the hills, bristling with spikes and weapons. Artillery and emerald beams lashed at them, tanks unleashed their fury, and several abominations blew up. The rest shot back, only for the Necrons to intercept almost all their corrupted shells. Even more, explosions lit up the shrinking space between the 3 armies, and the Baneblade rumbled, its battle cannon dismembering a heretic abomination with a direct hit. Eliphas stood in front of the last eager sacrifices he had left. In front of him, 7 sorcerers cut through the last prisoners and slaves he had access to. Their death screams and blood might just save his hide. The enemy had begun their final assault, and the only saving grace was that it had their attention focused at the wrong place. The Dark Apostle had his best troops holding the line, with the rabble ready to spend itself in one last counterattack. Their sole purpose would be to buy him time. Each sorcerer chanted in a different language, and each murdered a sacrifice differently. Blood flowed freely into the symbol of Chaos Undivided, carved into the soil. As soon as it was full, the blood ignited, and the space in the center of the symbol shimmered. Reality rippled and tore, forming a small warp portal. "Move! Do not slow down! Do not listen to anyone or anything!" Eliphas ordered and jumped into the portal. For a brief moment that lasted an eternity, he was in the warp, surrounded by demons writhing in agony. They clawed at a veil of searing light, and its very touch burned Eliphas's very soul. For a single double heartbeat, he could almost sense the corpse emperor, feel his contempt and boundless rage. Then he was through, and landed hard, falling face first into scorching sand. A few Astartes he could trust stumbled out next, followed by half the sacrifices and 2 sorcerers. Well, 3, but the last one came out engulfed by white flames, which quickly consumed him. Eliphas looked around. They were almost in position, and even if he had to sacrifice an Astartes or 2, he would have just enough sacrifices to get the job done. He felt a profound sense of relief and began barking orders to the sorcerers. There was no time to waste. Chapter 12, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 12, Battlefield Cronis. Part 3, Ares Badlands. Cronis. Eliphas froze when a movement in the distance caught his eye. A group of corpse worshippers trudged up a sand dune and calmly looked around. A Necron drone buzzed overhead, and he felt despair. It couldn't end like this. He couldn't get back to the Basilica of Pain. The machine carried on, flying out of sight. The guardsmen kept walking, none the wiser. The Dark Apostle stared at them, staying frozen until one of the sorcerers let out a burst of choked laughter and pointed at something behind his back. Eliphas glowered at the witch, though still glanced over his shoulder. A weathered stone pillar rose from the sand. Only its top was visible. However, that was enough. Runes of protection and concealment glowed red with power and anger. An adherent of the primordial truth had been here before, sometime after Khorne's demon ended up imprisoned. While they were unable to free it, they had hidden the place from the unbelievers. Eliphas laughed as well. It wasn't over. He could still succeed. "Get working," he demanded. "We need to find the entrance to the prison." One sorcerer said and pointed at the sand below their feet. "We have to dig." Was there no end to the indignities he had to suffer? Eliphas wanted to scream, to rip and tear to pieces the offending sorcerer. However, he needed the bastard. He needed the worst to wear sacrifices alive as well. "Don't just stand there," he snapped at the remaining Astartes. "Get digging." And so he began to dig as well. Field Hospital, Victory Bay, Kronus. It was warm and comfortable. It felt like home. Home, I couldn't even remember what or where that was. There was only war and duty. I cracked my eyes open, and they felt like stuffed with cotton. All my senses felt like I was stuck up in a cocoon. What did I do to myself this time? I charged a demon, didn't I? Didn't I promise to myself not to do something this dumb again? "Inquisitor, you're awake," a familiar and comforting voice rumbled. Turning my head to the right was harder than it should have been. Slower, too. I blinked owlishly at Antaeus. He sat near my bed in an oversized chair that somehow managed to support his bulk. His right arm was gone. Seeing him that way sent a pang of pain in my shoulder, and I glanced down. There were a lot of snow-white bandages I could see. "Did I get my arm cut off too?" I croaked. "You charged the skull-taker like an emperor-damned fool." Antaeus rumbled. He glared briefly at me until something warm stirred at my side, and he relented. I turned my head to the left, and a few blinks later I could recognize a mop of dark hair sticking out of a cocooned standard-issue blanket. I stared at the kid sleeping at my side and looked questionably at Antaeus. If the Emperor's merciful, she's taking care of any warp taint we picked up when that thing dismembered us. Your commissar friend is recovering in the next room and should be under Celine's effect as well. I presume that we won? We did more than that. Antius cracked a rare smile. We faced the Skull-Taker himself and either banished it or killed it for good. We're unsure which yet. He sat straighter and all but shone with pride as he told me this. Skull-Taker, don't ring a bell. I couldn't recall hearing about this particular monster before. Herald of Khorne, a nasty piece of work. Murdered several Grey Knights during the First War of Armageddon. Even just banishing it back to the warp that spawned it won you many favors, Inquisitor. If we managed to kill the beast for good. Antius' smile became wistful. That was the point of the exercise, I pointed out. Indeed, in related news as we speak, our forces are clearing up the primary defense lines leading to the warp portal. They'll need time to replenish supplies, conduct repairs, and strengthen anti-warp wards. However, by this time tomorrow, we should begin our final assault. He looked pointedly at me. Neither of us will participate. At best, we might observe from the safety of the General's command center here in Victory Bay. I nodded lightly. I could live with that. Spars invade our kill cruiser. A mech boy screamed in agony while Captain Bloodfang de Bloody smashed his power claw into his back. He did so repeatedly and with great vigor. Captain Bloodfang wasn't a happy orc, and when Captain Bloodfang wasn't happy, he made sure his boys knew it as it was proper. The captain hasn't been happy for weeks now. He missed the war on the planet below. He missed slamming his cruiser into Hummy ships and hearing them break. Most of all, he missed having almost enough Dakar at his beck and call. Bloodfang missed having working engines too, because without engines you couldn't invade. Everyone knew that. That's why Bloodfang had his crew paint the cruiser red, and if the remaining mech boys couldn't fix the engines, he would have them out pushing. He wanted war, damn it. Captain, it's our boss. The comms boy hollered from the comms console where the mech boys had him stuck after he got his legs cut. Boss. Bloodfang bit off the ear of the unfortunate mech boy and hollered with a bloody smile. Bloodfang, you spawn of a squig. Gorguts roared back. Get your scrap piles moving. We're attacking the Hummies. Ram their city. Invade them. Wah! Wah! Bloodfang roared back. He would let the slight go this time. He wasn't the spawn of a squig, damn it. His spores came from a squiggoth that got stuck on a kill cruiser. It was a really tasty squiggoth too. Driver, drive us into the Hummies. Comboy, call the fleet. We're moving. Ramming speed. We're invading. Wah! Wah! Bridge Armageddon Blood Raven Strike Cruiser. The crew on watch observed the battle on the surface with great trepidation. While occasionally Imperium forces had to ally with Xenos to achieve their objectives and combat greater threats, this alliance of convenience was particularly onerous. First, there was the treacherous Eldar, who not a week earlier fought against the blessed forces of the Imperium. Then there were the Necrons, damned machines who until now had brought only death to every world they touched. As if that wasn't bad enough, there was a massive chaos infestation down there, one the fleet might have to purge with orbital fire when it became feasible. Captain Stephen Ignatius couldn't wait for that blessed moment. Captain, thermal blooms, the orcs are on the move. An Auspex operator reported. Verify that, battle stations. Ignatius barked and coaxed the machine spirit to feed live data into his implants. Sure enough, the shattered remains of the Orc fleet were on the move. Data feed on the Imperial fleet in orbit, satellites and ground stations soon gave him a comprehensive picture of what the beasts were doing. Captain, the kill cruiser's engines remain crippled. The beasts have a rocket strapped to its back. The Auspex operator trailed off. Are they pushing it? It's the Orcs. Such insanity works for them. Have the auxiliary vessels maneuver behind us. 37th Destroyer Squadron will remain on station protecting them, along with the cruiser Swift Retribution. Hopefully that would be enough to keep the Tau Squadron honest. Have Vengeance form up on our starboard side, launch small craft. Ignatius had to keep that side covered. It suffered heavy damage during the engagement with the Eldar, then even more while they reduced the Tau fleet. Enemy vessels are maneuvering. The captain cursed. Even before the tactical hololith could update itself, his implants told him what the beasts intended. Full military power to engines. Weapons, the kill cruiser is the primary target. We can't let them get through. The Orcs weren't moving to engage his command or even flee. They shifted to a lower orbit and, if not stopped, would crash into Victory Bay, causing untold devastation. Part 4. Cronus. A flight of torpedoes raced to meet the approaching Orcs. At this range, their purpose was little more to force the greenskin ships to break formation and make their attempt to hit Victory Bay that much harder. The Orcs being Orcs, they refused to break what passed for the formation and instead opened fire at the incoming ordnance. Most of it went wide, however. A handful of warheads detonated prematurely due to sheer bloody luck. A few more were missed due to the extreme range. The remaining torpedoes hit, and scattered explosions illuminated the Orc battle group. The kill cruiser tanked 3 warheads, its void shields mostly held, yet despite that, it began venting atmosphere and debris. A destroyer broke in 2, spilling its screaming crew into the void, while melter warheads incinerated a second one. The Orcs kept going, while the Imperial task force raced to intercept them. Meanwhile, on the surface, powerful Necron sensors noticed the drama unfolding in space and relayed the newest development to the Necron Lord. He spent a few moments calculating possible outcomes before issuing orders. A pair of immense structures within the heart of the Necron stronghold slowly came to life, and powerful targeting sensors bathed everything above the hemisphere. At that point, the Tau battle group stirred as well, after detecting the power emanations and ghostly backslash for the Necron sensors. The anti-orbital Gauss weapons greedily drank all the energy they could from capacitors and fields of power generators before firing. Thick bolts of emerald lighting tore the atmosphere asunder and laid waste to anything unprotected by necrodermis in the vicinity of the Necron stronghold. A shockwave scattered the clouds above the region. Mortals heard and felt the aftershocks of the firing across the continent. An Orc destroyer vanished, engulfed by a Gauss bolt larger than it was wide. When the shot dissipated, there wasn't even a trace of the escort vessel. The kill cruiser was marginally more fortunate. Due to distance and its erratic descent, not to mention more formidable if primitive defenses, it survived. The Necron weapon scored a glancing hit that stripped off its void shields, blew up their generator from sheer feedback, then roughly disintegrated the rear third of the vessel. The kill cruiser entered uncontrolled spin shortly before hitting the atmosphere and igniting. While not destroyed, its trajectory would lead it far away from Victory Bay, which was more than enough for the Necrons. The Imperial task force, led by the Armageddon, kept their emergency burn and continued to target the smaller Orc ships. Spars Invadar, kill cruiser. Captain Bloodfang picked himself from the deck and spat a broken fang. This was not good. His trusty ship spun, which was kind of fun. It burned, which was less so. It was falling apart too, which was plain bad. Real bad. The Orc grabbed a nearby console with his power claw and gingerly got up spitting teeth. "Lads, we're abandoning ship," Bloodfang grumbled. "We're invading from up here now." It was certainly better than burning. Besides, the comms boy would be going down with the ship to preserve Orcish owner. Wagf. The cry from the nearby crew was less than enthusiastic. It had something to do with most of them rolling around and hitting all kinds of stuff. It was their fault for not having Propar power claws. "Tudor assault pods," Bloodfang roared in irritation. He punched, kicked, and dragged his boys to the pods so they could invade in Propar Orky way. Soon the falling to pieces and burning kill cruiser began eagerly spilling even more scrap piles. Some of them even had working rocket engines that propelled them towards prospective targets. Higher up in orbit, the remaining Orc ships followed suit. Some died under Imperial guns. A few others managed to enter the atmosphere and survive long enough for their crews to aim them at large settlements and jump before precise lance strikes began breaking them up. Orcs raiding parties and burning debris rained from the Janus Savannah all the way to Victory Bay. The kill cruiser spun wildly off course and headed in the rough direction of the Tau capital of Oris Tashan, prompting an immediate response by the Tau warships. While Tau plasma and railgun slugs soon forced the ship to largely disintegrate, most of its mass continued on its fiery path. Even though the Tau managed to break up all larger chunks, their capital still suffered the equivalent of light and dispersed orbital strike, complete with dozens of small orc parties landing all over the place. In contrast, the Imperial ships had a longer window of opportunity to break up the orcs' suicidal charge. Debris still struck Victory Bay, however, there was nothing big enough to cause more than cosmetic damage. A number of assault pods were the exception, surviving long enough to crash into the city against all odds. Field Hospital, Victory Bay, Cronis. Finally, having a brief period of rest and relaxation felt nice, even if I had to spend it under close observation in the hospital. Apparently, I still had a bit of luck to burn, because no one could find chaos corruption in what was left of my shoulder. Just a really nasty wound and even nastier burns. Those didn't bother me thanks to a lot of good drugs. I was either catching up on sleep or trying to coax Celine into talking, which was kind of relaxing. I waved a steaming cup of sweet goodness with my bionic hand in front of the kid. Selene, I repeated slowly. I know you can say it, sweetie. A pair of huge eyes kept tracking the local variety of cocoa with the precision of an emperor's blessed hydra. It turned out that the beverage was a local specialty usually reserved for the high and mighty, with said traitorous bastards either very dead, waiting to be killed in the Deimos Peninsula, or cowering behind the robes of their Tau masters. A lot of their assets came into the possession of the proper authorities, which meant the Imperial Guard, Mechanicus, and yours truly. While most of us were busy fighting the Emperor's enemies, a contingent of arbiters with proper supervision had been going over everything confiscated with all available equipment and commendable zeal. In turn, everything considered safe or in need of a further review changed official ownership. I was pretty sure that all the cocoa and other bits and ends that ended up on my name were a not too subtle attempt to keep me distracted and on the locals' good side. The logical conclusion was the bastards had a lot to hide. They had to be investigated when the time permitted. Thankfully, that wouldn't be my problem, or it would be, which might be better. In the meantime, I had a few 100 kilos of the best honey-flavored cocoa available. Needless to say, Selene approved, and so did my diminished retinue. Say it, and you'll get another cup. I tried to entice her with a warm beverage. Selene made grabby hands at it, but still refused to utter a single word. I raised the cup higher and looked pointedly at her. The kid pouted and kept looking up at the cocoa. Her expression turned heartbroken, and I sighed, wondering what in the Emperor's name was I doing. She lit up like the Astronomicon when I gave her the cup and proceeded to drain it in one go, as if afraid someone would take it away. That was something that had happened to her a lot in the past, I guessed. After finishing the drink, Selene curled around the cup, as if it was precious, and went to sleep. It was a stark reminder that her childhood had been a horror story. I grimaced at that thought and went back to rest. The respite didn't last. Invasion and air raid sirens brought me out of a pleasant nap. I got up on instinct, nearly spilling Selene off the bed to her silent indignation. The room's door slammed open, and a wide-eyed Santo stumbled inside. "Sir, we need to get you to safety," my chief bodyguard exclaimed. "Help me up and give me a weapon," I grumbled, and tried to untangle myself from the sheets, and medical equipment stuck all over me. "What's the situation?" "The Orc fleet's on the move. They're heading straight for us. The Navy is moving in to intercept." Emperor damned greenskin bastards. Despite the danger, it took significant time to get cleared to leave the hospital. Despite my rank, the danger of chaos corruption was no joke. It took getting Selene outside under Santos's supervision, so one of General Alexander's mindfuckers could examine us. I don't know if it was the Munchkin, the Necron tech, or both. However, the three of us, yours truly, Antius and Charles, got the all clear for the time being. I knew there would be a regular examination in the future, and we would be lucky to get away with just that. The only silver lining was that Sergeant Bronn was alive, somehow intact, and turned up loaded with weapons and gear. The Ogrin beamed when he saw us up and about and began babbling something about smashing orcs. Weber wasted no time and grabbed a belt with a chainsword, then faltered, wondering how to quickly put it on with one arm. "Help us get a damn armor on," I admonished my security detail. "Santos, the status of the orcs?" "The Necrons took out their cruiser. It's breaking up and heading for the Tau capital. Several destroyers are still on the way here, and the Navy is shooting at them. They're unlikely to stop them all from making planetfall." We're getting to a bunker. Once the immediate threat of bombardment is over, we'll figure out what to do. I decided. Chapter 12, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 12, Battlefield Cronus. Part 5, Victory Bay, Cronus. By the time we could get away from the hospital, all hell had broken loose above Victory Bay. The sky burned with falling stars, and each one of them was a deadly piece of orcish scrap. That or orcs coming in to kill as many people as they could. The shattered remnants of the Aeronautica Imperialis raised to meet them, just a handful of bare. Lie airworthy fighters. Missile contrails flew upwards, followed by a long burst of flak from hydras. Sonic booms thundered like artillery, and the first scattered debris reached the city, damaging buildings and scything through unlucky bastards. "And thus the attack of the mushrooms begins," I muttered, quoting something barely remembered that dashed through my mind. "We aren't making it to a proper bunker," Lieutenant Picos exclaimed. Somehow she was still alive, mostly intact, and back in Victory Bay as a part of my security detail. From what little I could glean, most of her unit didn't make it. There were a lot of new and young faces among the troopers surrounding us. Most of them had expressions of disbelief, complete with widened eyes staring at the spectacle above us. "We need hard cover now," Antia's voice boomed. It sliced through the roar of deorbiting debris and shook us all. "The grumpy librarian is right. Find cover first, watch fireworks second, kill orcs third," I added, putting as much authority in my voice as I could. To my dying breath, I will deny croaking a suggestion instead of giving an order in the best inquisitorial fashion. "What the Inquisitor said," Charles rasped. He had the chainsword hanging off a belt slung over his shoulder and a las pistol in hand. In that regard, he was similar to Antaeus. My blood-raven buddy got a bolt pistol from the Ogrin, along with a belt with a dagger that would pass muster as a short sword if you were a normal-sized fellow. I had to make do with an ill-fitted carapace chestplate and yet another chainsword. All things considered, it was a good thing we had at least a guard platoon, complete with vehicles. Even if some of them were likely greener than the orcs coming to kill us all, I wasn't going to look at this particular gift too closely. It was most certainly not good that said vehicles were rather useless as far as getting us to relative safety. The streets were chock full with screaming people running to safety, while groups of more level-headed citizens tried to cling together while doing the same. Not a small group of citizens fell to their knees when they saw us and began praying for salvation, as if any of us could simply wave a hand and make the debris go away. "The Emperor's light shines upon us. Salvation is at hand." A bare-chested priest screamed in rapture. His eyes burned with fanaticism, and he gleefully waved a brand of incense around. "Ave Emperor," his followers chorused. "Inquisitor, your talk with the priests have been very effective, I see." I could barely hear Charles's dry voice over the chanting, screaming, and explosions. "Make us a way, good people of the Imperium." I tried to bullshit our way through the gathering crowd. With every passing moment, more and more people joined it, instead of doing the sensible thing and running away to a shelter. Instead of scattering and dispersing, the crowd swelled. And soon all that kept me, Antaeus, and Charles away from being swamped was a very thin line of guardsmen and a pair of Necrons. I looked around for Selene and saw her on the shoulders of one of her alien guards, waving at the crowd. Some people recoiled from the sight, and for a moment I was sure we would have a fanaticism-fueled riot on our hands. We might get torn to pieces by our damn people too, and wouldn't that be an inglorious end? "This is a test from the Emperor," the priest screeched. "Damn, that bastard had a drill instructor's lungs on him." "Trust your faith, not what you feel," he raved. "Here stands blessed Demon's Bane and his cohort." "Demon's Bane, Ave Emperor, Ave Inquisitor." "Fuck my life. At least your fan club is going strong," Charles exclaimed. That was rich coming from my chief fanboy. "Weber, I swear to the Emperor, if you had anything to do with this," I hissed back while giving the crowd my best reassuring smile. "Inquisitor, look!" Antaeus roared and pointed at something above us. His voice managed to cut through the chanting of the mob, if barely. Many shining eyes looked at where he was pointing, and a stir went through the crowd. Several crude drop pods fell towards the city. In the distance, fiery lances pierced the heavens from orbit and picked up larger pieces of debris. The only reason we could see that much in the first place was the location of the field hospital, in one of the many open-air parks in Victory Bay. AA emplacements shifted their fire, and a pair of lighting interceptors vectored their way. Instead of running, the crowd surrounding us went wild at the spectacle. A missile hit one pod, tearing a large chunk of it and sending it spinning out of control. Flak bracketed multiple pods. Heap shells bit into their armor and soon tore open a few of the pods. Screaming orcs tumbled all over the city. The interceptors made a good pass using las cannons, and 2 pods turned into burning slag raining upon the city. Yet there has more been coming. Instead of slowing down, the damn things accelerated. Some opened, and orcs began jumping out. A few of them even had crude rocket packs strapped to their backs. 3 pods in particular concerned me. They flew towards us low and fast. One didn't make it. The pod clipped a tall building, spun, and then plowed through another at a steep angle. The crash was deafening, and the resulting collapse covered a whole district in dust and shattered glass. An interceptor flew perilously low, and shortly before the pods reached us, shot one, neatly spearing it. The bright laser bolt passed harmlessly over our heads, and with a bit of luck, it wouldn't hit anything important. The last pod kept on flying, rockets activated at its front, slowing it down just before it passes above us. A couple of dozen orcs or so jumped out, brandishing all kinds of weapons. Waga! Explosions, rocket roar, and orcish war cries momentarily silenced the crowd while we were helpless to anything but watch. At them, for the Emperor, for the Inquisitor. The crazy priest roared right back at the orcs while they landed into the crowd with predictably gruesome results. Let's go save those fools, for the Emperor. I pulled out my sword and revved it up. And someone get Cellini out of here. Part 6. Victory Bay, Kronus. Metric fucktons of orcs landing in the middle of a fired-up crowd. Only one way this could end. The only thing I found particularly concerning among the unfolding insanity was how banal it all was. The fountains of blood and gore erupting with every impact produced by landing orcs were just there, little more than window dressing. The screams, the coppery stench of fresh blood and shit, those were marginally more effective in affecting me. They all paled in comparison at the sheer fury I felt at the fools running to their death, the same fools countless good men and women died to keep safe. Move, damn you! I screamed as loud as I could, which wasn't very. While I wasn't exactly as weak as a kitten, I had no business getting stuck right into this mess. Yet this was my fucking job. It was my emperor-given duty to stand between the regular citizens of the Imperium and all the horrors who would gleefully butcher them or worse. Like that huge laughing enthusiast who managed to cover himself with guts and wore them like demon bait. The fucker was coming straight at me, and I was painfully aware I had a tiny chainsword to meet him. I had a bionic arm too, which helped because I was sure otherwise my fingers would be trembling. The orc roared at me, the sheer power of the sound forcing me to stumble a step back. Then he looked down, where a bunch of crazed fanatics had a go at him, mostly unarmed. A quick swipe with a crude axe turned the poor bastards in mincemeat. As if that wasn't a fuck-up enough, a little kid stumbled out of the crowd, crying. Right in the way of the orc, because someone up there hated me. I could vaguely make Pico's cursing her people and kicking them into gear. "Hey, ugly!" I screamed at the brute, whose tiny eyes focused on me. "Charles, get the kid. Antias!" Another roar came from the right, then a missile flew above the crowd and slammed at something behind us. The explosion was close enough to rattle my bones and ensure all I could hear was a dull screech. At least Santos was on the ball, and coherent light lanced at the orc, barely phasing it. A hand grabbed at me, succeeding in holding me back. I saw Weber sprint towards the kid, all the while shooting at the orc. The damn thing barely slowed down, and at that rate, there could be only one result. I cursed whoever pulled me back to the depth of the warp, and speaking of it, it was like veil lifting. Suddenly, I could feel the immaterium and the golden cage cast over Cronus. "Thank you, Emperor," I muttered a prayer, and heedless for the dangers, drank deeply from the power waiting for me. It flowed into me like a river, and with the warp came the screams of countless frenzied demons baying for my soul. There were large things moving over there, just beyond the barrier, and every single one of them had their attention on me. I could swear I heard hounds howling for my blood, and immediately knew that I should close myself to the immaterium. Instead, I channeled the power bubbling within me into an ethereal lighting bolt and sent it at the greenskin, ponderously charging at Charles. I saw in slow motion how the commissar dropped his pistol and skid to a painful stop beside the kid. He grabbed the child with his hand and slowly, oh so slowly, began to turn around. He wasn't going to make it. Thankfully, my warp attack changed the equation. The lightning bolt struck the orc into the chest, burning through its scrap armor. It stumbled, nearly tumbling down, yet kept standing. Last bolts kept taking chunks off it, yet the damned mushroom refused to die. Right, vital spots could be anywhere in the body. The guard finally did something useful. A multi-laser spoke and caught the brute in the leg, vaporizing most of it. The orc finally fell, and instead of dying, it began crawling our way. The world sped up. The pressure into my head increased, and I was about to let go of the warp when a second, even larger and better armored orc exploded from the frenzied mob. The screaming upper torso of the priest flew past me and struck someone right behind me, showering me with blood. I caught a glimpse of another missile, which flew true. A multi-laser burst, cut short, struck the crowd behind the charging orc, adding to the butchery. The damned mushroom saw Charles and for some reason decided that the commissar would make a good chew toy. Or perhaps it was in a battle frenzy, focusing on everything in its path. It didn't matter. It ran at Weber, and the scattered shots hitting it merely blasted away pieces of armor. I didn't think, just ran, pulling as much power as I could. It was right there, the cleansing light, and I grabbed at it. Demons roared, I could feel them clawing at my soul even as they burned. Suddenly, I was in front of Charles, standing before his retreating form. The orc slashed at me with a sword better fit for Terminator, and I somehow managed to get my chainsword up just in time. Parrying the strike was a bad idea. It brought me to my knees and wrenched the weapon from my bionic grip. The orc roared at me in fury, and I roared right back. My world was fire. It was light and pain. There was an ugly Xeno in front of me, and I wanted it to go away. I didn't think. I couldn't. I could smell my blood boiling, a huge form roaring in triumph as its clawed fingers closed around my very soul. Someone, looked at me from very far away. For the second time in my life, I beheld divinity. Kaurava, Aurelia. Those words burned themselves into my soul. For a moment they were everything, the only thing keeping my mind from shattering when an impossibly powerful, familiar and comforting presence overwhelmed everything I was. Those words, they were a price I had to repay. A demon screamed at being denied, and countless others chorused in an infernal cacophony. I burned and died, only to burn again and reform. All my world was golden fire. It burned down and rebuilt my soul. Once again, I felt a fraction of the agony the Emperor experienced every single moment for the past 10,000 years. The agony and understanding of what he on Holy Terror sacrificed and continued to sacrifice for every single one of us were humbling. It was eye-opening, a lesson and a pledge engraved upon my soul. I held a sword of golden fire, crafted of the Emperor's own power. Plunging the blade into the orc standing frozen above me was the most reasonable and natural thing in the world. Golden fire engulfed the Xeno and purged it from the surface of Kronus. I stared blankly at the ghostly, transparent arm holding the blade. I blinked, and it began fading away, along with the fiery sword. The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by countless moths of fire, which flew up to become a part of the radiance surrounding Kronus. Some of them slowly changed direction and headed my way, becoming tiny silver strings connecting me to the people around. It was faith, pure, unthinking faith. It was power. I could taste it. The refined hopes and dreams of humanity itself. Its fear and rage, its pain and cry for salvation. I knew I wasn't worthy of it, not when it was aimed my way. I could do nothing less but answer those cries, even as I basked into the faith of those crying for salvation. What happened next was a sheer instinct. I gathered the power filling me and unleashed it, answering the cries of those nearby. Pure golden energy cascaded from my form, touching everything around me. The crowd staggered. In a single act, I vindicated their belief and proved it true. The wisps of faith feeding the Emperor, the same tiny strings now attached to my very soul, thickened a bit, becoming firmer, almost tangible. For a moment, it was a two-way street. I poured more power into the connection. Wounds healed, shattered bones mended. And the remaining orcs, they fell upon a tide of humanity, surrounded by divine radiance. Whatever I just did took almost everything I had to give. I fell on my hands and knees, staring at the blood-soaked ground. The power surging through me was too much, and I had no idea how to control it. Worse, or perhaps it was for the best, the distant beacon that was the Emperor kept looking at me. For a split second, I served as a beacon too, and a tide of his divinity clashed into the immaterium surrounding Kronus. Demons beyond numbers had a mere moment to see the annihilation coming at them, and then they burned. I was a mere pawn in a greater war. That much I knew. A war I unwittingly escalated with my presence, and now it was time to pay the piper. The Emperor's attention waned, and I crashed hard. The shower of divine power dried out. The last thing I saw was Celine, holding a single snow-white feather. She looked straight at me, with her soulful gold-specked eyes, and smiled. My eyes closed, and I fell into an uneasy slumber. Chapter 13, Parts 1 as 2. Chapter 13, Revelations. Part 1, Gorgut's Stronghold, the Green Coast, Kronus. The great rocket, the pride and joy of the surviving mech boys, rose high up in the sky. It was a pile of scrap-leaking fuel. Gorguts gave it one look and shook his head. At least the boys painted it properly in red, to be faster, and purple, to be sneaky-like. The war boss sniffed the air, and the acrid stench of rocket fuel filled his lungs. "Good work. Now get on and make sure it works," he rumbled, wondering how to climb up himself. It took a few piles of scarp, a few hours of mech boys hammering on it, and 5 squigs to punch together an ugly crane. Gorguts looked suspiciously at the contraption and prayed to Gork and Mork that he would die in glorious combat, instead of mech boys' mistake. It took 30 boys working the crane to lift him enough that he could get into the cockpit. That day, Gorguts learned he didn't have a taste for swinging on a chain like a squig ready to be roasted. It was hard to get through a too small of an opening, but Gorguts was a crafty war boss and managed if barely. A pilot, a survivor from a shot-down ship, waited for him, puffing on a pipe made of green pipes. The much smaller boy grinned at him and put on red-rimmed aviator glasses, made sure his hat was properly on his head, and pointed at an almost large enough throne at the back. Predictably, the mech boys had wielded it together from scrap. It was all pokey and uncomfortable looking. "We're lifting right now. Pleasure to fly with orcish rockets." The pilot mumbled around his pipe and began pressing buttons. The cockpit closed, and Gorguts hurried to secure himself. 3, the pilot said aloud. Gorguts cursed the diseased spores the pilot spawned from and sat heavily into the throne. It groaned under his bulk, and all scrap poked him in all the uncomfortable places. Something below them began to rumble ominously to make the day even better. 2. The pilot flipped a large red cover from an even larger red button. Gorguts held for dear life, cursing all the mech boys across the galaxy. 1. The world exploded and kicked Gorguts in the arse, then sat on his chest and tried to squash him like that Gretchen he stepped on before coming on board. The pressure made sure to poke scrap even deeper into his hide. "And we fly." The pilot waved a fist in the air, then continued to press colorful buttons. This was going to be a long and unpleasant flight. More than long enough for Gorguts Ed Hunter to swear vengeance upon everyone responsible for the rocket ride from hell. Ares Badlands Cronis, digging in the dirt like slaves. That was what Eliphas and his Astartes had to do while the sorcerers chanted, giggled, and screamed. One of the vital bastards fell to his knees and clawed out his eyes, babbling nonsense in tongues. "It burns, the light burns, he's watching us." That was all the Black Apostle could understand. After the earlier experience with the portal, it was more than enough. That rotting corpse on the golden casket still had some fight in him. That wasn't good, like at all. Hurry, damn your souls, Eliphas spat and redoubled his own efforts. Eventually, they hit black rock and excavated a massive slab of it, covering what had to be the entrance. It took all the Astartes' might, that of the sorcerers too, even the babbling imbecile, to move it. It was a slow and hard process, but they managed it, all the while venomously cursing their lot in life. With the chamber opened, the saner sorcerer led the way, checking for nasty surprises. There were a few wards to break, and in that regard, the crazy one proved invaluable. He opened himself to the warp and began burning in silver flames. Nevertheless, the true believer lasted long enough to overpower the first two defensive enchantments. The third required ritual self-mutilation to crack. It was only his altered physiology that allowed the remaining sorcerer to live long enough to get the job done. They finally managed to pass the short corridor leading into a small circular chamber made of the same black heavy stone as the slab outside. The last sorcerer croaked orders, spreading the willing sacrifices, including one of the Astartes, so they could form the necessary arcane symbol. Then he began to chant and opened his wounds. The sacrificed followed suit, and fresh blood freely offered, pooled in the ground, which drank it greedily. The sorcerer's voice changed, he choked and began to burn. The chamber shook, all light went out, and something powerful manifested inside. Inhuman fury clashed upon Eliphas, and only his experiences in the Basilica of Pain allowed him to retain a semblance of sanity. The remaining Astartes weren't so fortunate, and they fell upon each other with murderous intent. The screaming and chanting ceased. All save for Eliphas fell to the ground dead, and not a drop of blood remained in their bodies. "It's you." Something spoke through the sorcerer's throat. Burning embers stared at Eliphas from the scorched and otherwise empty eye sockets of the possessed corpse. The body was shifting and mutating in front of his eyes. Bones shattered and transformed, limbs stretched, the skin darkened until it was blacker than the chamber walls. Khorne wants the Inquisitor dead. The demon rumbled in eager anticipation. A monstrous maw leered at Eliphas from where the sorcerer's face used to be. But not today. A huge clawed paw closed around the Black Apostle, and reality shattered around them. They fell into the immaterium and slammed straight into a barrier of light. The demon roared at its searing touch, and Eliphas chorused its screams when the cleansing light bathed his tainted soul. Bridge rogue trader vessel, Luca Fedis, the warp en route to Kronus. The Luca Fedis tore itself from the warp in a surprisingly easy fashion. Too easy, really. Amberly held a weapon in death grip while staring at the navigator's alcoves. The senior navigator knelt in front of her, crying tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. Whatever happened a few minutes ago seared them shut and stunned everyone daring to glimpse at the immaterium. Despite the crippling injuries, the sanctified mutant was happier than Vale had ever seen one of their kind. He was in rapture. Nearby, Raquel was a little better. She had her trembling hands frozen in the sign of the Aquila and muttering prayers. Every few verses, she would smile happily and mumble something about beautiful divinity. The alcoves hissed open, and the replacement navigator stumbled out. A few were little more than drooling, laughing wrecks. Most had at least one eye sealed shut. The most coherent among the group turned to look at the gathered armed party pointing weapons at them. "The Emperor's light, it's beautiful," the woman declared. "It was like the sun bursting forth from Kronus, illuminating the darkness and searing away all the demons. Rejoice, it was a miracle. We beheld divinity, stared straight in the Emperor's light, and it was too much to bear." The navigator collapsed and fell into a peaceful slumber. The content smile never left her face. "I'm open for suggestions, Inquisitor," Captain Aurelius asked in a subdued manner that was nothing like his usual bearing. "Put them under quarantine and observation. At the first hint of trouble or taint, give them the Emperor's mercy." Amberly kept watching the navigators like a hungry bird of prey. "Contact Cronus and request a status update. We need to know what in the Emperor's name happened over there." Part 2. Bridge rogue trader vessel, Luca Fedis. The warp en route to Kronus. News from Kronus arrived slowly due to lightspeed lag. The faster options were out of the question. The locals lacked the necessary equipment, and the less said about the state of the astropathic choir, the better. Until very recently, the local warp had been chock full of so many demons that anyone listening would risk their sanity and soul for no good reason. Now, the warp apparently echoed with the dying screams of countless demons, which might have been music for the souls of those who could hear it. It was also a danger to the sanity of those psykers, but of no use as far as receiving timely information went. Nevertheless, what the happy astropath reported lined up with the claims of every other psyker on the ship. Amberly Vale was a particular chipper and upbeat woman for an Inquisitor. She was an optimist, a rare thing indeed, especially among those in her line of work. Her first reaction upon hearing the reports was logical: chaos, sorcery, and deception, probably caused by Slaaneshi demons. If the source was servants of the other three entities, their effect upon the psykers would have been different. It would have been much bloodier too. Time passed. No one suddenly mutated and tried to kill them all, or seduce and copulate with everything in sight. There was no mysterious sickness reported by the crew, no mutations. While people did die when something shook the warp, the cause was very obvious and blunt. That didn't stop Amberly from investigating and keeping her trusted people at critical locations, just in case. Yet, whatever treachery might be at work failed to manifest a result. They did arrive intact, and as far as anyone on board could determine, the psykers haven't been tainted despite the very obvious injuries some of them suffered. We all are going to be in for a Malleus or Hereticus investigation on general principle. The Inquisitor whispered quietly enough that only the captain could hear her. Aurelius was back on his command throne so he could properly link up with the ship's systems and hear her machine spirit. He gave her a tiny nod. No anomalies. The transition to real space was the smoothest we have on record. Then we owe your navigators a case of their favorite drinks. If they don't end up shot just in case, Amberly didn't add. We're receiving data bursts from ships in orbit around Kronus. IFF matches, known Bloodraven units and Navy elements presumed to have reached the system before the warp disturbances began. Aurelius spoke mechanically while his eyes moved, seeing what the ship showed him. Update threat status. A Tau battle group is present in the system. Local forces believe several Eldar vessels are hiding in the outer system. Bealtan affiliation. Threat rating extreme. The captain's face tightened. He turned his head sharply and looked at Amberly. Necron forces confirmed on the ground. Necron ground-to-orbit weapon emplacements confirmed to be operational on the surface. All Orc space assets have been recently terminated. Amberly blanched at that news. Then and there, she didn't bother keeping a blank expression on her face. Then how are our naval elements still alive? Vale blurted out. She knew the Necrons, faced them in combat, barely got out alive. They were among the greatest threats in the known galaxy. Aurelius stared back at her, his expression mirrored her own shock. Warning to approaching rogue trade vessel. He spoke, citing something. Be advised, you're entering an active combat theater. Under the authority of His Majesty's Inquisition, Ordo Xenos, the Imperial forces on Cronis are in an active military alliance with the following xenogroups. Aurelius paused to give Amberly a meaningful look before he continued whispering the contents of the message. Necron forces, under the command of the Necron Lord of Kronus. Eldar Expeditionary Force, under the command of Ranger Rohan. Affiliation Craft World Ulthwi. Do not fire upon allied Xeno forces without being engaged first. The captain stopped there, giving the Inquisitor a bit of time to digest the news. An alliance with Eldar, especially from Ulthwi. It was more common than the Imperium would like to admit, even though there were elements on both sides who would like to pretend such things never happened. It was a sad state of affairs that only Imperial authorities might shoot you, or worse for such an alliance. To the best of Amberly's knowledge, an Eldar working with humans might get some sneers and curses behind their back, at worst. And she was rambling because her mind was refusing to accept the idea that the Necrons of all species might consider a military alliance with the Imperium, no matter how fleeting. They were murderous machines with hard-to-fathom goals, responsible for the death of whole planetary populations. They never talked, much less wanted a peaceful resolution in any recorded encounter. What in the Emperor's name happened down there? There are active Imperial Guard, Naval and Commissariat codes. There is attached authorization by an Inquisitor Delcatar Vale, Ordo Xenos, using codes assigned to Lord Inquisitor Requista, Ordo Xenos. Aurelius added, I've met Requista briefly. He should have been on Kronus. Amberley frowned. They might be dealing with treason, an impostor, or a member of the Inquisitor's retinue doing their best after Requista have been killed. It might be all of the above. Some traitors genuinely believed they knew best, even without being compromised by outside forces. We're receiving data burst, properly logged reports on events that happened before our arrival. I'll make them available as soon as the data is scrubbed for unpleasant surprises. The captain continued. Amberley smiled briefly. This level of proper paranoia was one of the reasons why she had this ship, and more importantly, her captain, chartered as her usual transport. Have the reports sent to my quarters. I'll review them there, Captain. I'll appreciate it if we don't reach the planet before either powerful reinforcements can catch up and we know what we're walking into. Please inquire if the local forces need immediate assistance and about the situation on the ground. I already did, Inquisitor. I sent the request along with your identification package. And we're receiving another transmission. It's a message from the Bloodraven cruiser Armageddon. Amberley waited for cogitators and tech priests to scrub the data. Soon an image of an ageless man with visible augmentations appeared above the primary hololith. This is Captain Stephen Ignatius, shipmaster of the Bloodraven strike cruiser Armageddon. Your codes check, Luca Fodis. We've already apprised you of the situation in space. Bieltan forces are lurking around, and we're still considering them a threat. We have rough parity with the Tau battle group in orbit, and we're holding a defensive posture in order to protect our assets on the ground. A brief pause followed while the captain looked away from the camera. Good. Send a copy of the report to the Luca Foedis when it's ready. Ignatius looked back at them. The situation on the ground is complicated. About a week ago, Guard and Bloodraven forces engaged a massive Orc horde heading towards Victory Bay. We annihilated the Orcs with the help of orbital strikes. As soon as we broke the Greenskins, the Tau launched attacks upon our ground forces, while their naval vessels ensured we were in no position to offer support. Our ground assets managed to retreat in good order and reach secondary defense lines. Captain Ignatius grimaced. At that point, the situation got complicated. A Necron representative, the naval officer twitched when saying that, contacted us. Inquisitor Vale convinced General Alexander and Captain Thule that if nothing else, listening to the Xeno would buy us a bit of precious time. Long story short, the Inquisitor managed to broker an alliance with the Necrons after learning the Eldar Bieltan elements on the ground have ensnared the Tau and planned a joint attack upon Victory Bay. As he spoke, Ignatius's face became a curious shade of grey. Amberley could swear he hadn't approved of the alliance. Emperor be good. Her first reaction was to conclude the leadership of the local forces had been suborned, so she couldn't blame the man. She wondered how much the presence of the Necron ground-to-space weaponry changed the man's opinion of the affair. The attack the Necrons warned us of happening did occur. We were able to detect the Tau movements from space and track the Eldar thanks to sensor feeds provided by the aliens. The Tau battle group ensured we were unable to intercept the approaching forces from orbit. Doing so risked leaving our ground assets exposed to the still-present Orcish naval presence and the surviving elements of the Eldar fleet we engaged earlier in the campaign. This was becoming more interesting by the minute, more surreal too. Amberley was sure she was missing a lot of context and details. She hoped to find some of them among the properly filled reports. Our ground forces engaged and destroyed the Tau and Bieltan mobile units sent against Victory Bay. At the same time, Inquisitor Vale's retinue acted as bait for the Eldar Farseer, who led an assassination attempt against Imperial leadership on the ground. I'm unclear on the details, however, the Eldars were deceived and suckered into an ambush where an overwhelming number of Guard and Necron forces engaged and destroyed them. Sadly, the Eldar Farseer managed to escape. Captain Ignatius sighed. Contrary to my belief and expectation, the alliance with the Necrons persisted. Our combined forces turned their attention upon Chaos foothold in the Deimos Peninsula. As we speak, ground forces are preparing to launch a final assault to annihilate the traitors and neutralize an active warp gate, which provided the enemy with a constant stream of reinforcements. By this point, Amberley wasn't sure what to think. What she knew was everyone on the ground was suspected to be subverted by Chaos, the Necrons, or the Eldar. She also knew that any reports from the surface were now suspect at best, outright fabrications at worst. One thing was certain, there was no way they would get into orbit without heavy reinforcements, and not just because of the Necrons. During the initial assault upon the Deimos Peninsula, the enemy launched a counterattack spearheaded by a demon host. Thanks to the Necrons deploying anti-warp countermeasures and the intervention of Inquisitor Vale's retinue, the demons were banished and traitor armored counterattack smashed. We have reports from our ground assets that a demon entity, codenamed Skulltaker, manifested on the battlefield. It attempted the destruction of the Necron Lord we're currently allied with and the murder of Lord Inquisitor Vale. What we can confirm is that Bloodraven elements, the Inquisitor and his retinue, and the Necrons engaged the entity and banished it. We also have unconfirmed reports that a joint operation between the Inquisition and the Necrons testing experimental xenotechnology was underway. Its purpose was the permanent destruction of codenamed Skulltaker. We do have supporting evidence that this might be the case. And Amberley wasn't listening anymore. She was staring at the hollow image of the Bloodraven captain while her mind spun in circles. She needed Malleus and Hereticus assets in the system yesterday. A lot of them, and the reliable kind. She refused to believe that the local forces managed to kill something like that for good, even if they worked with the Necrons. This whole story sounded insane, and the fact that Captain Ignatius played along rang all kinds of alarm bells in Amberley's head. Captain Aurelius, keep us on a very slow approach towards Kronus. If someone asks, tell them we suffered damage due to warp disturbances, and currently we can't safely accelerate any faster. Inform me about the moment our reinforcements arrive in the system and apprise them of the situation. All local forces are potentially compromised. If they make any threatening moves our way, we'll consider them a clear and present danger to the Imperium. Chapter 13, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 13, Revelations. Part 3, Inquisitor Vale's quarters. Rogue trader vessel, Luca Foodis the Warp, en route to Cronis. Amberley lounged on her bed, nursed one drink too many, and prayed to the Emperor that the universe would begin to make sense again. Thank you very much. Nearby, good old Caractacus sat on the edge of a comfortable wooden armchair, a gift from a minor noble who still held the delusion she might marry him. The savant muttered to himself, and the still flesh and blood parts of his face twitched constantly. The cause was obvious. He watched a certain infernal recording again and again. It had to be fake, Amberley told herself. All of this had to be some grand deception. She tried to reassure herself. Otherwise, the galaxy had gone even more insane than she thought possible. The official reports over the events from the past couple of weeks were bad enough. The Inquisitor didn't even have to read between the lines. Doing so was a critical skill when dealing with a large section of the imperial bureaucracy. The reports were painfully blunt, and the picture they painted, ugly. The Blood Ravens and the Imperial Guard under the command of General Lucas Alexander were on the brink of open warfare. The Astartes had shot up one too many guard unit for the general to hold back and take the abuse. Inquisitor Requista and his retinue had gone missing investigating rumors of heresy and treason in a region known as the Deimos Peninsula. That was the same place where Necrons, Eldar, and assorted Imperial forces were supposedly busy securing right now. They were just launching a final assault to destroy a Chaos Warp Gate. That was what the reports claimed. Reading that message nearly made Amberley giggle at the beginning of a bad, heretical joke. Nevertheless, it was supposed to be true. At least she now knew who this Inquisitor Delcatar Vale was supposed to be. A green behind the ears acolyte supposed to join Requista's retinue as a sanctioned psyker. That much was reasonable. All the paperwork copies and codes Vale received from the Armageddon appeared genuine. However, what the man did next painted a very different picture. He managed to get the Blood Ravens and Imperial Guard to step back from the brink of utter foolishness and treason. After that, he convinced them to give him assets to go find Requista so the Inquisitor could officially order them not to kill each other. The sheer insanity of that statement was galling. It also lined up with the cry for help sent by General Alexander and the request for updated orders from the Bloodraven commander, a Captain Thula. If that was all, Vale's actions would be commendable and enough for a lot of Inquisitors to snag him into their retinues. Common sense was a rare and dangerous commodity these days. If you were able to make use of it, that was even rarer and better. Amberly giggled and drank some more Amasec. Anything not to think about how the insanity, tragicomedy and sheer madness on Kronus ended. Because thinking about it made her head hurt and she wanted to scream in frustration at the practical joke the Emperor had to play on everyone if it was true. Nope, not thinking about that right now. The blonde woman stared at the ceiling, which wasn't spinning yet. She wasn't drunk enough yet. Obviously. What did Vale do next? He stumbled upon a massacred settlement. Then he found a bunch of traitors and Inquisitor Requista who had been tortured to the brink of death and left to rot in the cells of the local Arbiter's HQ. If she didn't know any better, Amberly would think that Vale had worse luck than dear Caiaphas. Where was Cain when you needed him and his regiment anyway? The Inquisitor frowned in a moment of clear thought. Requista had been a good man. He didn't deserve what the traitors did to him. He was also a tough bastard to survive the torture and still cling to life when rescue came. Amberly could recall the recording from the Astartes' helmet cameras, from multiple sources too. Requista's brutalized form, his desperate last actions, and Vale's field promotion. That could have been either a genuine stroke of luck, a blessing from the Emperor himself, that Requista lived just enough, that Vale could get to him in time, or it could have been too neat a coincidence. A stranger just stumbled into Inquisitorial post. He then proceeded to wield the power his new position granted him in ways that many in the Imperium would gleefully call outright treasonous and heretical. This all could be a long and twisted plot by Chaos. It sounded just like something a certain entity would be very happy to engineer. But there was that last recording Amberly didn't want to think about. There was a lot of supporting evidence too. However, that evidence might be mighty Chaos effort, or the Emperor making a very blunt statement in the hope that it might sink into the thick skulls of his servants. It was days like this when Amberly hated her life. Thinking of the source of her problems, she could recall watching Vale's more infamous exploits, riding a chimera to charge an orc war boss after volunteering to lead his hastily gathered retinue as a kill team. It was the proper idea from an Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, even if the execution lacked. She saw Vale's stunt, going up at the orc, even as Bloodraven's in Terminator armor swarmed it. The brute, unfortunately, survived teleporting away. Multiple recordings confirmed orbital strikes decimating the orc horde. Even more, evidence collaborated the Tau attack on the weakened Imperial lines, complete with Mechanicus sourced video of a wounded and incoherent Vale, engaging Kroot raiding party while Medicus attempted to evacuate him from a field hospital. Amberly had the nagging suspicion that she was going to have to decide if these events were of a legend in the making or a grand deception with an unknown aim, and that either choice on her part would earn her far more complaints than praise. The Necrons came next, and Vale couldn't help but be both excited and terrified. No matter the reason, those recordings were treasure troves for her Ordos. They had to survive and spread, even if people had to watch them with a few buckets of salt. This was the first time Amberly knew of Necrons deigning to speak with humans. Perhaps the first time they were capable of. She carefully studied everyone's faces and studied their reactions. Almost no one was happy at the alliance Vale wagered on. But the price of it, what the Necrons had and were willing to offer, that was simply too good to be true. It was an ideal bait, one that called to her like a siren's song. That was a great trap, she had to admit that much. Anyone in their right mind suspecting the presence of such technology on Cronus would be snared by it. It wasn't just the devices, but the schematics needed to build them that made it so enticing. She would risk a great deal to secure them. Any Inquisitor worth their rank would. Those pylons could be a game-changer. Vale saw that some of the Mechanicus contingent on-screen agreed, while others were particularly troublesome traditionalists. In light of this revelation, Amberly merely skipped through the reports covering the clash with the combined Tau Eldar force. It was a neat trap, one that was feasible to have happened due to the pylons. If they worked as advertised, she could see how a farseer might stumble in their divination and let things go astray that much. Amberly drained her cup and discussed the merits of getting up to refill it. She glanced at a half-empty bottle in disgust and thought better of it. She had drunk enough, no matter if she wanted to be insensate soon or not. The next group of reports made the situation seem like a tangled ball of yarn. A different group of Eldars appeared then. They warned the local Imperial forces of a greater demon imprisoned on the planet, likely the heretic's primary objective. Vale allied with them too. Amberly couldn't decide if he showed commendable foresight or disturbing willingness to work with Xenos. That was saying something, considering her ordo and how often she had to do precisely that. Contrary to what anyone sane would expect, humans, Necron and Eldar failed to backstab each other and fought together against the traitors pushing them back. And it was then that sheer, pure insanity reigned. It made Amberly wonder if she managed to get either poisoned with something exotic, or perhaps someone clobbered her upside the head with a power weapon. Either that or one of the servitors running around the ship dropped a large box on top of her. Inquisitor Vale watched chosen footage from the battle against Chaos, the demon charge, an Emperor-damned Herald of Khorne, the most infamous one too, making an appearance. She watched the Necron Lord fight it to a near standstill, yet losing Inquisitor Vale's countercharge that followed. It was the stuff of legends. Acts like this one made people sector-wide famous champions of the Imperium. Usually they were very dead heroes too. This would have been the case with Vale too. He faced against the demons with a small group of guardsmen, Oghren, and a child of all things. What the madman thought, Amberly wouldn't know until she met him. And she would have to meet with all survivors and interrogate them. Carefully at that. She watched Vale and his commissar aide face against the Skull-Taker, and the demon began dismembering them, its preferred method of spreading terror before delivering a killing blow. Blood Ravens intervened, but only their librarian managed to reach the Skull-Taker and engage him. He was losing too, and then the Necron played their card. They teleported a monolith behind the demon horde, and Amberly was sure it contained more of their anti-warp tech. As soon as the tremendous lightning bolt that heralded its arrival dissipated, many demons fell, some bursting into fire. The Skull-Taker faltered and slowed down. It still refused to die, yet it was now on the back foot. Amberly watched the next section multiple times, had it examined by tech priests again and again for traces of forgery. There were none, just the usual filtering meant to keep people safe when viewing such things. She saw a child cripple a Herald of Khorne, saw the wounded Inquisitor deliver a mortal blow to the demon banishing it. She also read the critical report outlining the point of that suicidal attack. It was a field test of the Necron anti-warp tech. The test wasn't just about weakening demons and psykers, it was an attempt to kill the warp spawn outright. The state of the child as a blank was a part of it. Vale was certain of it. That explained her presence there. It took Amberly reading carefully through the lines to reach that explanation. At that point, she set aside her wineglass, opened her emergency Amasec cache, and began drinking in earnest. The first time Amberly went over the reports, she was ready to believe that this was it. Little did she know that there would be yet another strike against her sanity. Amberly glared at Mott. The man was fascinated by Vale's last stunt. Right now he watched the recording from the Inquisitor's Kazarkin bodyguards for the 10th time at least. He kept counting all the feathers on screen and was convinced there was a divine message to be found in their numbers. Feathers. Amberly blanched at the thought. She had the privilege of meeting an Imperial saint once. She would never forget their golden radiance, their beautiful feathered wings. She shook her head and winced as it caused a stab of pain. If there was even a hint of truth to those recordings, Vale, at the very least, received divine blessing from the Emperor. At worst, an Imperial saint on Kronus meant that the Emperor approved of the madness that bastard wrought. Now Amberly couldn't even proclaim everyone on the surface heretics and traitors, even if it turned out it would be for the best. That was supposed to be a good thing, but in this case, how could she explain all those reports and records without appearing compromised? That bastard had to grow a pair of huge glowing wings, didn't he? What was this? A Ruin Amberley's Day marathon? The Inquisitor closed her eyes, praying fervently that in the morning the world would begin to make a vague amount of sense. Amberley would awake too early, with a headache from hell and news that reinforcements just entered the system. Necron reinforcements. Part 4, Bridge, Necron battlecruiser, Reaper, en route to Kronus. Amarkon the Gatherer, Necron Lord of Fyria, Nemester of Neferu dynasty, found himself in a rare position. Pharaon Kefrek the Unbroken, the supreme leader of the Neferu dynasty, was still asleep. There was nothing in the directives left behind that required his premature awakening. Thus, Amarkon found himself with a rare degree of freedom. He also had an advisor, who helpfully reminded him of the less-than-stellar record Kefrek had back in the day. The dry words of Cryptek Tsar of tomorrow were almost prophetic. Tsar did warn that the planned long sleep had been too hastily implemented, that there were too many things that could go wrong in a mere million year, much less the 60 they spent in hibernation. He wasn't alone in issuing those warnings, yet the Necron leaders ignored all such naysayers. The Nemester's old advisor and one-time friend had been more than right. In the days since Amarkon's awakening, the queries he sent to check the status of Neferu dynasty tomb worlds brought mixed results. Too many of those were unpleasant. Theory 1, the preferred one, was that their dynasty had been particularly unfortunate and hit harder than others by the ravages of time and rising primitives. Theory 2, the one Amarkon didn't want to ponder upon, postulated that they were among the lucky ones. If that was the case, the Necrons across the galaxy would be a crippled shadow of their former might. Such a development might require a novel approach if, for no other reason, they would lack the numbers to deal with old and emergent threats. That was one of the reasons why the Nemestor decided to answer the cry for help in person. He needed to see the status of other tomb worlds. He also had to find out why no one else confirmed answering the distress call. Surely the Neferu dynasty couldn't be the only one in a position to receive the call, much less answer it. Nemestor and Cryptek spent days talking about their past and the uncertain future they faced. Amarkon might not have been his former self, however. He could notice the direction his one-time friend was trying to push him at. Some statement was borderline treason, even if not quite. Yet how has he been to interpret it otherwise when Tsar used every opportunity to point the Pharaoh's faults in judgment and planning? When during discussions of past campaigns he kept hinting that alternative options might be better, options favored by the Nemestor? Was this a test, and if so, of what nature? Was Tsar Kefrek's creature now, or did he genuinely want to see a change in leadership, one that would lead to his own ascension from Cryptek to Nemestor and possibly planetary lord? Many questions were plaguing Amarkon. What they discovered during their journey to Cronis raised more. The Necron gate network was in disrepair. Automated systems that should have kept it fully operational and hidden had malfunctioned more often than not. While this time the Nemestor was fortunate and he could use a gate close to the system in distress, that might not be the case if he wanted to reach other parts of the galaxy. That alone was a grave portent, and perhaps explained why no one else answered. They might be unable to get to Cronis in anything resembling a timely fashion. Amarkon refused to entertain the possibility that his dynasty and the Necrons on Cronis might be among the few of their kind left in the galaxy. He refused to accept the possibility of such a grand failure. The Necron fleet emerged from the gate into an unremarkable system, lacking anything useful to draw interested eyes. The galaxy was chock full of such places, giving ample opportunity to hide valuable infrastructure where it would be hard to find. The first thing Amarkon did after the jump had been to ping all sensor platforms in range and require threat assessment of the nearby systems. They were supposed to be full of useless rocks and dead worlds. That state of affairs hadn't changed during the long sleep. What did change was that only half of the platforms answered. Time had taken its toll upon them because no recorded burst transmissions were indicating hostile action. The Nemestor patiently waited for the fleet to form up. At the same time, the ships updated their databases with the current state of the local galactic sector, accounting for stellar drift and other phenomena recorded by the platforms. "What do you plan to do, Nemestor? I ask yet again, and once again you refuse to offer a clear answer." Tsar of tomorrow kept prodding him. Amarkan shifted perspective from the Necron network to his eyes and turned his head to look at the cryptech standing beside his command throne. I gave you many answers, the Nemester pointed out, and each one was different from the one before. Tsar peered at Amarkan over his staff. We lack information on the state of the galaxy, present threats, the state of the Eldari, the abominations, who or what is the dominant species of this day and age, and if they are a threat. Amarkan deadpanned, this venture will give us answers. And if those answers require a less than typical response? Tsar prodded in his typical dry manner. There were brief moments when Amarkan was convinced that if he shut down his eyes when he switched them on, he would see his old friend in the flesh, that he would no longer behold the pale imitation of the real thing both of them had become. He shied away from that way of thinking. Nothing good came from it, ever. We'll gather intelligence first. Amarkan's tone left no room for more arguments of that nature. He pushed his awareness back into the network and issued orders. Power built up, the warship's weight shifted until it became a negative number. Their engines came to life, accelerating them to high relativistic speeds, thus cheating the mundane laws of physics. On the way to Kronus, Amarkan kept pinging his local counterpart for intelligent summary and tactical assessment of the situation. While the distress signal kept its song, no updates came, no answers to the inquiries. However, while the fleet approached their destination, its sensors lit up with a warning. The insane dimension that gave the old enemy their powers and did the same for the Eldari was in turmoil. While on the approach, the fleet could detect merely ghosts of the powers involved, there was no mistaking it. The abominations were involved. They still existed in the far future, and that boded ill. The primary reason behind the long sleep was to outlast them. Cryptech, I want a beacon network set up in our wake. If we run into more than we can handle, I want the dynasty warned of what we will face, Amarkan ordered. This time, Tsar offered no dry quips in response. The cryptech merely acknowledged the order through the network and went to oversee its execution personally. A few days later, after detecting the echoes for tremendous disturbances, the Necron fleet finally reached the outskirts of the system. They could detect several active sensor platforms that initially didn't acknowledge their presence. Amarkan rearranged his forces in a defensive formation and waited for the passive sensor to gather a rough picture when he finally received a transmission from Cronis. It was through short-range backup equipment, which might explain the silence. The Nemester answered the inquiry and once again repeated his request for information. This time, he got his wish. He still waited for defensive programs to go over the large data package and give the all-clear before devouring it. By the time he was done and sent it to his principal commanders to familiarize himself with the situation, Amarkan had stood at crossroads. He spent the short time Tsar needed to familiarize himself with the catastrophe engulfing the galaxy and put it to good use. He calculated options, simulated stratagems, and formulated plans. There was one inescapable conclusion. In hindsight, the long sleep had been a grave mistake, if only because the decadent Eldar outdid themselves, perhaps put the old enemy's greatest folly to shame too. Your thoughts, Cryptech Tsar, Amarkan demanded. Amarkan, I hope for all our sakes that you consider my hints. We both know the Pharaoh. He was inflexible and stuck in the past. We know what he'll order when he awakens. Tsar of Tomorrow spoke the hard truths bluntly. If what we are facing here isn't an aberration, but a picture of the average state of the galaxy, we won't have the numbers to act as in the old days. The human imperium might be decaying and dying, yet it is supposedly vast. They might have the numbers to cripple us if we try purging them. Their very existence might account for no one answering. You believe that Tomb Worlds awoke, tried to exterminate the primitives, and failed. Tsar didn't sound surprised by such a conclusion. They might have succeeded in neutralizing the local human presence, only to be swarmed afterward. It matters little in the end. An Eldari remnant is still active, and undoubtedly they're to blame for some tombs remaining silent forever. The abominations appear to be even a greater threat now. They saw the battle with that unnatural thing through the eyes of their fellow Necron. Superior technology and cunning won the day. But only with the aid of the humans, it had to be said. The mere fact that a single one of those things could outclass a Necron Lord in single combat was more than concerning. It brought memories from the worst days during the war in heaven. "What now, Nemestor?" the Cryptek inquired. "Remind me, Cryptek, do we have a standard procedure for negotiating with useful primitives who hate aliens on general principle?" "I don't recall anything like that being necessary." "I don't either. We will lower the shrouds and make a slow approach towards Kronus. We will use the time gained to consult with the local Necron Lord on how best to talk with the humans. Your foresight and grace are formidable, Nemestor. Tsar, you were never particularly good in imitating useless courtiers. Your dry wit ruins it. Just don't." Chapter 13, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 13, Revelations. Part 5, Bridge Rogue Trader Vessel, Luca Foodis. The warp en route to Kronus. She took a pill of stimulants, downed a glass of water, and polished it with a fast walk to the bridge. Those three factors ensured that when Amberly arrived, she almost felt refreshed enough to be of use. The bridge was much calmer than she was, and the Inquisitor soon understood why. The main hololith displayed a crisp image of the system. Korava was in the lower right. The other stellar bodies hung around in the darkness, intercepted by ghostly lines showing their orbits. 7 pulsing red symbols hung in the upper corner of the hologram. A ring of early warning satellites deployed by the Navy some time ago detected their approach. "We can identify 4 of the new arrivals, thanks to the database you provided us with, my lady." Aurelius didn't bother with a greeting. 2 Dirge-class raiders and 2 jackals. They're light escort equivalents that can fend off cruisers. The other 3 are unknown configuration. Auspec's extrapolation leads us to believe the 2 larger vessels are built in the same general crescent configuration. A tech priest elaborated. They were nearly fused to the Auspec station, something Amberly could never get used to. The last vessel is much larger, an equivalent to one of our battleships or battlecruisers. Aurelius glanced at the Inquisitor. "We have to assume the larger classes possess the same combat capability the escorts demonstrated according to the data you provided. That task force likely possesses the offensive and defensive capabilities to secure the system against everything we have locally and the closest reinforcements we're aware of." Those were a cruiser squadron, with its lighter escorts protecting the bulk of the relief force heading for Kronus. Best case, they were at least a day from reaching the system. Even if they were here, augmenting the ships already present, Amberly doubted they would be able to stop the Necrons. "Inquisitor, my recommendation is to either turn away and run, or make the best speed to Kronus, evacuate anything you deem of value, and then execute a tactical retreat," the captain advised. "How long until they reach Kronus?" Amberly asked while thinking about a way of this mess. Was this system cursed? "They're under low acceleration and will arrive a few hours after us." Aurelius gave her a patient look. "Everything you've revealed about their capabilities tells us that they should be able of much higher sustained acceleration. If we go to Kronus, we might be unable to get away." No one mentioned that, with the state their navigators were, a safe jump anytime soon was out of the question. "Go for the planet, best possible speed," Vale decided, hoping she wasn't condemning them all to death. "We still need to figure out what in the Emperor's name is happening down there." "By your command. Helm, flank speed. Comms, advise the naval forces in orbit of Kronus that we'll be making an emergency burn-in attempt to reach them before the Xenos." "Aye, Captain." The tech priest froze and began to quickly chant in binary. "We're receiving a transmission. Can't locate the origin point." The cyborg froze for even longer, and Amberly discreetly put a hand on her weapon. "They're requesting to speak with whoever is in charge, while Inquisitor Vale is indisposed." Amberly opened her mouth, then closed it with an audible click that sounded deafeningly loud on the suddenly silent bridge. Even after going over all available records and seeing the camera feeds captured during those events, she didn't see something like this coming. She was still half convinced that she was being ensnared into a fiendish plot. Anything else would be too good and too insane to be the truth, all evidence to the contrary notwithstanding. "Shall we respond?" The tech priest eventually broke the oppressive silence. Amberly took a few moments to compose herself and bring her Inquisitor persona to the front of her mind. She schooled her face into a blank mask, straightened up, and nodded. Answer and send the following. This is Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. I am in charge. I am willing to talk. Bridge Necron battle cruiser, Reaper, en route to Kronus. The more they learned of the state of the galaxy, the less Amarkan liked it. A particular highlight was a short conversation he had with the planetary lord. The fellow had suffered much. He had lost portions of his memories during the long sleep, a fate that might have been theirs as well. While there was nothing in the databases at the Nemestor's disposal to identify his local counterpart for sure, there were traces in the transmissions from the planet, artifacts and security measures in the code, which pointed at this place being sworn to the Silent King's own dynasty. Possibly one of the many distant research outposts studying whatever took the Supreme Overlord's fancy at any given time. The lack of memories and directives might have been no mere incident or oversight. Instead, it could be a security measure in case of awakening without explicit summons from the Silent King himself. Or it could be entropy, wear and tear, caused by the countless years that separated this era from their own. More importantly, the locals appeared to be sane, at least by the dubious standards of the times, at least the Necrons. They were even willing to exchange technology and resources for aid. That did point at the place being a research outpost and the lost memory actual damage instead of design. We will discuss restitution later. Amarkan had decided to appear benevolent. He would still hold the orbitals if he needed to be less, how to put it, nice, in the future. What can you tell me about the humans and other aliens you've made contact with? The answer had been enlightening and startling in equal measure. The primitives were insane. There was no other logical explanation. It was just that there was a great deal of them, and some were insane in a potentially useful fashion. Amarkan found it darkly amusing that in their disposition, many human unwittingly emulated his own people when they still had flesh and blood, instead of necrodermis. It was an attitude that would earn them the fury of many a Necron overlord and lady. Amarkan chose to consider it amusement and carry on with his plans. The more he knew, the more his strategic predictions firmed up. They didn't paint a pretty picture, certainly not one his late wife would have enjoyed. He paused at that odd stray thought, wondering why it occurred to him before refocusing on the subject at hand. Most humans are extremely xenophobic. Conclusion, after observing the local variety. The reason is a combination of extensive propaganda, indoctrination, and the presence of multiple hostile alien races assaulting the human realm. Proof: a large number of humans on Cronis aligned with alien species classified Tau. Secondary proof: Inquisitor Del Qatar Vale, willing to work with us. Tertiary proof: Inquisitor Del Qatar Vale, willing to work with Eldari subfaction, based on Craftworld Ulthwé, shortly after engaging in combat with Eldari subfaction from Craftworld Bieltan. Conclusion: higher-placed elements within the human hierarchy might be more open to the ideas of negotiations and working towards mutually beneficial goals. Counter-argument: any such deals might be subject to change depending on internal political pressures and blind fanaticism. We need additional data to reach a better conclusion. After examining all available data, Amarkan and Zar decided that their best option to open negotiations would be to contact the humans. It would be best to seek more members of the faction Inquisitor Vale belonged to. If they shared similar goals and worldview, the Necrons might be able to deal with them in a less wasteful manner. I am Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. I am willing to talk. The Nemestor looked at a human female in a body-hugging black suit. She had a mop of yellow fur on her head, which had to be very uncomfortable. Aliens. I am Amarkan the Gatherer, Necron Lord of Fyria, Nemestor of the Neferu dynasty. He proclaimed proudly, using the Necron name for the planet he ruled over. There was no need to give the humans any more information than needed, especially at this stage. The primitive stared at him, basking in his dubious magnificence. It was like she was seeing a Necron able to speak for the first time. Are you malfunctioning, Inquisitor Amberly Vale? Amarkan inquired. It wouldn't do for the human to break down at such an inappropriate time. I am undamaged, Nemestor Amarkun. Is that the right mode of address? The female shook herself and quickly answered. Most definitely not. Tsar shot at him through the network in mock offense. She should be groveling at your magnificence. All things considered, there were many benefits to necrodermis bodies, like the impossibility to display unfitting facial expressions during negotiations, when someone like Tsar of Tomorrow provided his inimitable brand of commentary. It is Inquisitor Vale, Amarkun graciously offered. Are you ready to negotiate? If the data gathered by the locals was correct, the human appeared surprised, if not stunned by his words. Yes, Nemestor Amarkun, we would definitely like to negotiate. The human confirmed. That was a good start, right? Amarkun wondered and asked his old friend for advice. That's one way to put it. Tsar agreed. Something told the Nemestor that the cryptech might have been a tad sarcastic in his response. It was the long-suffered experience, he was sure of it. First, the current relationship. Does the military alliance negotiated by Inquisitor Delcatar Vale still stands? That had to be a good starting point, surely. It has worked so far, despite how unlikely it was. Tsar voiced his agreement. To the best of my knowledge, there have been no altercations between Imperial and Necron forces since Inquisitor Vale was incapacitated. The human female carefully responded. Was she trying to evade responsibility, or perhaps she had less control over the situation than she wanted them to believe? I see. In that case, we will consider it a gesture of good faith, if Inquisitor Vale could join us in the negotiations as soon as he is able. He has been one human who has proven we can trust his word. I would like to hear his input on any terms we might agree upon. Making use of a known factor was better than blindly dealing with one unknown. That would remain true during negotiations with aliens as well, wouldn't it? Your insight is astounding, Nemestor, Tsar sent at him. Did he let his thoughts leak into the network? That was sloppy security. Amarkun ran a diagnostic program and returned his primary focus to the human. I will see what we can do about this request. I won't be able to tell for sure until I reach Kronus and meet Inquisitor Vale in person. Understandable. The humans were still a primitive species with all kinds of limitations the Necrons could easily ignore at a whim. That was something to pity them over, he guessed. Part 6. Deimos Peninsula. The final assault upon the traitors and heretics was finally underway, and the enemy resistance was underwhelming. Small groups of berserkers eager for bloody death, demon engines and the occasional profaned dreadnought made a stand. They tried to slow down the sword of righteous justice that was a long time coming for them. It wasn't enough. Any strong point turned into a magnet for artillery and the personal attention of Necron monolith. Green lighting lashed at enemy positions, reducing weapons and fortifications to a smoking ruin. Screaming cultists fell where they stood as little more than charred skeletons. Here and there, individual units went on suicidal charges to be gunned down by the marching Necron forces, blown away by agile destroyers, or singled out by Imperial armor. It was a pleasant change to see such an assault where Imperial infantry didn't have to purchase victory with mountains of bodies and rivers of blood. This time, only veteran forces were on the battlefield, outfitted with the best available equipment. Their only job was to keep enemy anti-tank teams away from the vehicles. There was no need for expensive assaults upon fortified positions. An ever-increasing swarm of Necron drones provided an unprecedented level of battlefield intelligence that almost made Captain Thule envious. Smaller insect-like swarms braved the warp-infused top of the plateau, shredding enemy light infantry and acting as spotters for long-range bombardment. There was only one last lightly defended position, and they would reach the top. Then the target would be both in sight and range. A shroud of darkness enveloped the last traitor bastion. A couple of seconds later, it dispersed as light mist blown away by the wind to reveal the Necron Lord surrounded by a large retinue of heavy infantry right behind the enemy position. Gauss weaponry aimed with machine precision and cut through the defenders while they were still trying to figure out what was happening. At the same time, over 100 destroyers charged up the slope, firing all the way. Up and at them! Victory is at sight, Thule roared. He wouldn't let the Necrons claim they won the day alone. Imperial armor rumbled and ponderously charged at the heretics. Tactical squads advanced at a brisk pace without letting it influence their accuracy. They used missile launchers and plasma guns to good effect. The final defense line lasted 3 minutes under the onslaught before crumbling. It survived that long only because it contained a number of demons hiding in order to spring one last surprise. Large clumps of diseased flesh, covered by pustules and open sores, rose from trenches. They ran out of burning bunkers or even dug themselves out of the ground to attack the Necrons. Captain Thule grimaced at the thought of facing those things in close combat. Any breach in the armor would mean a long and unpleasant recovery for an Astartes, and no guarantee they would make it. A normal human exposed to those things. The Emperor's mercy might be the only option if their armor was compromised. The Necrons didn't care. They blasted the diseased demons to pieces. A handful almost reached the Necron Lord and the small group of guards surrounding him, only to splatter all over them when shot. The Necron Lord looked at the smoking viscera covering him, and lighting arced all over his group. When it dissipated, he stood a few meters away from his previous position, still surrounded by the deadly honor guard. There was no trace of the disease-ridden viscera to be seen on any of them. That Captain Thule did envy. He didn't want to think about how long any human participating in the assault would spend under quarantine. He wanted to think even less about the fate of too many good men and women. When the Inquisition arrived in force to deal with this madness, it might be inclined to purge many of those who survived assaulting this chaos-infested wasteland. The demons achieved one thing. They slowed the advance of the Imperial forces until the place where they died could be liberally doused in a blessed fire. The Necrons didn't care. They either marched through the fires, ignoring them, or simply teleported to the top. "Assault Marines, with me. We're ending this," Captain Thule ordered. When he received confirmation from his jump pack-equipped brothers, he activated his pack and rocketed over the battlefield. The top was barely in range from his position, but he made it with a safe margin to spare. No defense fire came to meet him. There were no enemies to fight. All surviving enemy forces were clustered near the portal at the far end of the plateau, fighting to get through. Necron drones swarmed them, and constant explosions ravaged the traitors. More and more Necron infantry appeared in flashes of green, corralling the enemy and slaughtering them with practiced precision. A wave of destroyers rose above the last traitor bastion, followed by a handful of Eldar Grav tanks. Rohan the Ranger rode on top of the leading machine, which soon took a position for long-range bombardment and unleashed its exotic weaponry. It was all over but the screaming. Even the warp-infused structure of the warp gate couldn't survive the onslaught for long. Whatever unnatural sorcery kept it open and protected it had a limit. Slowly but surely, its spiky surface began to crack or melt before imploding. The rippling vortex of madness at its heart spluttered, cutting in half the last group that managed to fight its way to dubious salvation. The portal to insanity close, leaving behind about 10,000 or so traitors, heretics, and mutants. Spread among their mass, Thule could see the odd traitor Astartes. Those tried fighting their way out of the mob, probably seeking death in combat. It was not to be. Earthshaker rounds smashed into the crowd, pulping it. The Baneblade climbed on the plateau, appearing like a demon for a moment. Blessed fires covered the tank, which turned its massive turret at the enemy, and the battle cannon roared once, sealing the end of the unclean. The end was brutal and efficient, leaving the Imperial forces as little more than spectators. That allowed Captain Thule to observe their allies, count their numbers, and reach a predictable conclusion. The Necron had enough operational forces in the Deimos Peninsula alone to make combat with them unfeasible. He knew that they were still busy awakening more of their kind. He hoped Imperial reinforcements would arrive soon. Very heavy reinforcements at that, protected by strong Navy element, because otherwise they might not bother. Truth be told, the Blood Raven was expecting an inevitable stab in the back by the Necrons. They no longer needed Imperial assistance, and perhaps it was time for it. Another flash of green, and the Necron Lord was nearby, walking towards them, followed by 8 large guards. This was it, wasn't it? All units, on this frequency, prepare for fall. I say again, prepare for fall contingency. The captain announced for what little good it would do. He tightened his grip on his weapons and prepared to pounce. "Rejoice, human," the Necron announced, "because being ready to slaughter us should make us happy." Thule sneered under his helmet. "Our respective reinforcements are in the system," the Necron announced, momentarily taking aback the captain. In their infinite wisdom, they have decided to talk. Thule expected everything to go straight to hell as soon as reinforcement arrived. He certainly didn't expect them to do something as outlandish as to try to negotiate. With the Xenos. That was just Inquisitor Vale being odd, inexperienced, and kind of crazy, right? Besides, it was an act of desperation. "We won't be shooting at each other today." There was no mistaking it. The Necron was enjoying himself. "What say you, Ranger Rohan, of the Eldari? What treachery are you plotting now?" Rarely, Rohan has been more grateful for the full face-covering helmet typical to his station. He was relieved and almost happy that the humans and Necrons couldn't see his expression. He screamed in the privacy of his mind. Were the humans insane? More insane than usual anyway. What about the Necrons? What did those murdering machines have to gain from this? Was the Necron Lord lying? Affirmative, the Bloodraven captain nodded. "I just got word from Captain Ignatius. An Inquisitorial ship is in the system, and the Inquisitor on board is currently negotiating with the commander of a Necron naval battle group approaching Kronus." The human said aloud and relaxed a fraction. At that, everyone turned to look at the Eldari. Rohan was keenly aware of how outnumbered his small contingent was. If it was just the humans, and he felt particularly foolish, engaging them might have been an option. Hit-and-run tactics, to dismantle them from range and avoid facing their might directly. Waging war against the Necron juggernaut, awakened on Cronis with what he had available, was out of the question. "Our work here is almost done. Before leaving, I would want to witness the disposal of the demon bound within the Ares Badlands." Rohan was proud of how calm and composed his voice sounded. It reflected nothing of what he felt inside. "That might be acceptable," the Space Marine allowed warily. "Another test is in order." The Necron agreed, while its soulless eyes stared at Rohan. "What about this region? It's corrupted." "Another test. We're building multiple pylons. It would be educational to observe their effect upon the area once deployed at full power." Rohan wanted to be as far from this cursed peninsula as possible when that happened. Chapter 14, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 14, Diplomacy is Not a Dead Art. Part 1, Victory Bay, Kronus. I awoke suddenly, lying on my face and feeling that something was amiss. There was an echo of something in the back of my head, and whatever it was, I clearly felt its absence. Another odd thing was that my mind was clear and aware. There was no trace of drowsiness. In fact, I felt rather well. Much better than the last few times I awoke after nearly getting myself killed. Something small and warm shifted at my side, sending odd sensations all over my back. I turned around and my whole back moved, shifting and twitching in unfamiliar ways. When did Celine get herself a blanket? Tea covered by feathers. My back shuddered and the blanket moved by its own accord, folding behind me. I twisted my neck and stared at the feathery appendage sticking out of my back. There were two of them. Those must be some excellent drugs. That or the Eldar got me with poison, I concluded. The wings on my back twitched and I could feel them. It was a very strange, yet somehow familiar sensation. Those must be really good drugs. I'm seeing the wings too. Charlie's familiar voice came from behind my back. I shifted to look at him, and my wings hit the wall, sending a dull sensation of pressure running up my spine. "You got your arm chopped off as well. You should be on the good drugs too," I reasonably pointed out. "I didn't get wings in the bargain." Weber shrugged. I got a better look at him. He still missed an arm, however. His remaining hand spouted many brand new, gleaming even, bionic fingers. He wore his commissar uniform and was armed too. A pistol and chainsword hung from his belt. "Do we expect even more trouble?" I inquired. "Now that you mention it," Charles began affably, "there's a huge crowd of your fans outside. We've got 2 infantry regiments struggling to keep them out of the hospital. On another positive note, The Deimos Peninsula is now secure, and your new friends are busy building their pylons all over the place. We might not have to burn the whole region down to the bedrock just in case. That's good. Securing the peninsula, I mean. What do you mean I have fans outside? My mind helpfully supplied a recollection of the mob that surrounded us when we tried evacuating during the Orcs' ill-fated assault. My wings reflexively twitched at the memory, and I glared at them. The local priesthood is singing your praises, Inquisitor. Charles, the bastard, didn't even try to conceal his mirth. I even heard something about canonizing you. With the wings and all. Those are really real? I blurted out. My wings twitched at that, as if personally offended. They're real, feathers and all. People are praying to a couple of them. We missed those when we dragged you away for treatment. The way I hear it, there has been a constant stream of pilgrims to see your feathers in the churches that won the honor to display them. What did I do to deserve this? The implications alone. Now people would want to shoot me for the grand heresy of impersonating an imperial saint or something, as if everything else wasn't enough. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I prodded Weber when he paused. On the bright side, when someone finally got around to shoot me, I wouldn't have to deal with the Emperor botherers. On the downside, I might not get shot, but instead burned on a stake. Not a good way to go, that. Well, there's the mixed pack. Reinforcements are in the system, Charles continued with an odd gleam in his eyes. Both ours and the Necrons. Someone decided to be sensible, and there are negotiations underway. What? Seriously, what? My mind came to a screeching halt, forgetting anything else. My expression must have been something else, because Charles cracked a smile. I'm serious, Inquisitor. The Alliance, he said that with a straight face and in an almost normal tone, which was probably an improvement, still holds. We have reliable units and a swarm of Necrons scouring the Ares Badlands for the demon contained there. Most of the Eldar forces are moving to whatever gate allowed them to get here. We're observing them from orbit, hoping to pinpoint the exact location or at least the general area. Charles, my friend, those are kind of good news. I'm waiting for the bad. I was being reasonable, wasn't I? An Ordo Xenos Inquisitor will be on the way to meet you as soon as her ship reaches orbit. She should be here within the next 10 hours or so. What I got from the grapevine is that the Necrons trust your word and requested your presence for the negotiations. Ah, that made sense. This way, the Inquisition would have an adamantium-clad case allowing them to deal with me as they saw fit. It was probably because whoever got first was a stickler for protocol. He was likely from the Ordo's primary, dealing with the hell on earth that was the Administratum. I need to get myself a bath and try to be presentable then. I looked at the wings. The damn things decided that now was the best time to unfurl, showing exactly how large they were. The room struggled to contain them. More curiously, hitting the walls and ceiling didn't hurt at all, there was just some pressure. Even odder, the wings somehow failed to smash all the things they brushed against, including a lot of medical equipment. At least Cellini kept sleeping through everything. Probably a good sign. It's all taken care of. Your friend Scipio had a few of his people modify a few sets of clothes for you. Your armor as well. However, for the time being, the back will be exposed, and it couldn't be sealed, Charles explained. Did you draw a short straw or something? Everyone else is busy filling up after-action reports, keeping the faithful at bay, or preparing for the Inquisitor's visit. I'm currently on very light duty. Besides, someone has to look after you, Inquisitor. You keep getting yourself in these situations. Charles waved at my wings. I glared at them, and they furled back behind me, no longer trying to fill up the whole room. Taking a shower when you have a pair of wings stuck to your back larger than the small bathroom you had available was an experience I don't recommend. At least the damn things appeared pristine. I didn't want to think who had the duty of cleaning them up after I passed out. At that point, it hit me that I should be freaking out because of the damnable things. In fact, Charles and everyone else should be in a similar state as well. What the hell was happening? Charles, I shouted from the bathroom, you don't seem particularly bothered by those. I trailed off as if saying wings aloud would somehow make them more real. All things considered, they're very nice wings, Inquisitor. They are also rather low on the list, just the most obvious. Weber deadpanned. There's a list. Of course, there is a list. There are all kinds of lists in the Imperium. It runs on bureaucracy. Which list? Elaborate. The list that qualifies you to be considered a living saint, Inquisitor. I choked at that. What in the Emperor's name did I do this time? An hour later, I sat in a far corner of the hospital's mess hall, my wings stretched behind my back, hugging the wall and ceiling. Almost everyone present, patients and medicae alike out for a bite to eat, stared at me with reverence and hope. I couldn't blame them either. We left Celine napping on my hospital bed, watched by her Necron bodyguards and a guard squad who wanted to be anywhere but there. The mess hall was far enough from her range that I could easily touch the warp on the way there. The consequences were profound. Everyone moved out of our way, making the sign of the Aquila at us and muttering prayers. That only got worse when soft golden light glowed from behind me. A glance told me that now my bloody wings acted like damn street lamps, painting a great "please shoot here" sign. I could constantly feel the barest trickle of divine power flowing my way from far away. Thin strands coming from the faithful praying in my name supplemented it, and almost all that power burned away, keeping demons at bay and calming the warp in my vicinity. I would have to test it. However, I was pretty sure I didn't have access to much more raw power now compared to before. When we got in line to receive food, it struck me again that things weren't returning to normal anytime soon. Before, unless I abused my dubious rank as an Inquisitor, which I avoided like Nurgle's gifts, no one batted an eye in similar circumstances. Acting as one of the troops helped my standing. Now, despite my protest, everyone fell over themselves to get us to the front of the waiting line. The line transformed into one of the wounded troopers and medicae standing straight, heads bowed over the sign of the Aquila and praying fervently. All the while, most of them stared at me in a very disturbing manner. It took a lot of coaxing to get them to try and act as we weren't a freak show to gawk at. People still gawked, but tried to hide and ate a bite or two between watching me almost starstruck. I'm making an educated guess. It is going to be much worse when we go outside, I whispered to Charles. He sat with his back turned to the rest of the mess hall and smirked at me. Orders from General Alexander. We're to warn him before you show your feathery ass to the raving masses so he can scramble heavy reinforcements. That was commendable. Some of those looks were similar to what I imagined a gang of Slaaneshi cultists might give a blushing virgin. Not a good thought, that. You promised a recording explaining, well, this. I nodded at my wings. They flexed again, sending pulses of soothing radiance all over the place. Yes, that. Corporal Santos, the data slate, please, Weber requested. It's right here, Commissar, sir. The stormtrooper acted and sounded all professional. A cursory glance his way, and I could feel his awe and devotion. That was one man who followed me to hell and back. Now he was ready to do it again. He might, in fact, be gleeful for a repeat performance. If anything, the rest of my stormtrooper detachment was even worse. I grabbed the data slate, got my credentials recognized by its systems, and ran the video file dubbed Play Me. What I watched was straight out of a bad patriotical holovid made by people who had drunk all the Kool-Aid to the point the propaganda department might call them to tone it down a notch or 10. The golden radiance surrounding the mob was a particularly nice touch, I thought. Then the survivors tearing the orcs to pieces in a short-lived orgy of violence was something else. Please tell me that this is some sick joke, I whispered. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, sir, Weber answered deadly seriously. I felt the Emperor's touch when he on Holy Terror blessed you, and so did everyone present. This, he waved at the data slate, is the real deal. Charles looked intently at me. You're the real deal, sir, and if I may say so, it is richly deserved. I nodded dumbly. I had the nagging suspicion that the Inquisition and other assorted imperial authorities might have something less than flattering to say about this. Part 2. Victory Bay. Kronus. It says a lot about my state of mind that 4 hours it didn't properly register that I needed a second bionic arm. I did have some time to get to grips with the fact that I lost both arms and more in about a week or so since my first and perhaps last deployment began. A single arm and the wings made showering awkward. However, as it turned out, I hadn't gotten to grips with my status. I was in denial, and my new powers helped with that. I noticed this while eating lunch, trying very hard to ignore the stares. Who knew everyone had more reasons to stare at me beside the bloody obvious wings? That simple fact dawned on me suddenly. It finally registered after I stabbed some kind of unfamiliar green vegetable and raised it towards my mouth. I held the fork with my missing arm. Well, not exactly. There was a faint golden-tinted outline of an arm where I expected it to be. That's interesting, I concluded and kept eating. Did you notice it just now? Charles exclaimed. I didn't know I was doing it. I stretched the ghostly arm and I could almost feel my muscles flexing. I need to get myself a new one before things get awkward. Like if Celine turns up while I'm not really holding anything of value. I'm sure your Mechanicus friends would oblige you, Inquisitor. Maybe. I shrugged. After lunch, it was time for proper medical examination, while General Alexander mustered more infantry. If I strained to hear, I could almost perceive distant chants coming from outside. The troopers would have a lot of time to set up, because I spent the next few hours being probed, prodded, examined, measured, and scanned. One of the general's psykers turned up as well. It was Gordon, the man in charge of the colorful group of mindfuckers. The prematurely aged man stared at me with bright eyes and a smile that was the next best thing to disturbing. It wasn't quite there yet, but not for lack of trying. The Emperor's light is beautiful. The smile became less strained and almost peaceful. Gordon kept staring at me with a far-off gaze. I've never felt the immaterium so peaceful outside of divinely blessed sights. The older psyker shook himself and skipped, suddenly bursting with energy. The Inquisitor is free of taint. The Emperor's light would have burned off any that might have tried to take hold. With those relieving words, Gordon turned his attention upon Weber, who squirmed under the intense gaze. The Commissar is still clean as well, he eventually declared. Gordon suddenly blanched. I could feel the distant connection between me and the burning torch that had to be the Astronomicon, and the Emperor, dim and choke until there was merely an echo left. My glowing wings darkened, and the golden radiance quickly dissipated. A few cries of surprise and distress came from outside the examination room before the door opened and a small guided missile unerringly headed for me. Celine clamped into my side and began sniffing. I'll have an explanation, I asked, trying to be reasonable. If someone decided to fuck with my kid again, there would be hell to pay. The bloody brat has been impossible, someone proclaimed from the dubious safety of the corridor. At the same time, Gordon choked on air and did his best to push his back through the farthest wall. Charles, see that this imbecile is as far away from my security detail as possible. His unit too, if they share the sentiment. I ordered while rubbing Celane's head in a hopefully soothing manner. Someone bring Gordon a drink. He needs it. If that's all, Medicae? I turned my attention to the people who gleefully tortured me under the guise of medical examination. You're free to go, sir, the man stammered out. We'll get the paperwork to your security ASAP. He shooed me towards the door, and I wondered if I could use Celine to fend off more Emperor botherers. That's good to hear. Weber perked up. His smile was all Commissar on a mission. Corporal, leave someone to pick up our paperwork, he ordered Santos. We're leaving. And Sergeant Bright, do report to my office tonight. We'll be having words. Damn you, Jack, someone exclaimed outside. We headed for the exit, with Celine clinging to my side like a limpet. Her Necron bodyguards fell in line behind us, and for once, Santos and company didn't bat an eye. We noted your need of a spare arm, Inquisitor Vale. Our Lord inquires if gifting you one would be appropriate, one of the Necrons asked. That's a new one, Charles said with a straight face. I can't possibly refuse such a gift. I tried being diplomatic. If I wasted such an opportunity, the Mechanicus would never forgive me. That said, I wasn't going to stick such a Trojan horse in my shoulder. Our Lord will be happy to provide, the other Necron stated. Now, how do I meet an Inquisitor with those two around? Alliance or not, trying to pull off something like that might get me shot then and there. Perhaps it would be for the best if they were scarce, and Celine was safely out of sight as well. On that note, I might try to get Charles out of the firing line as well. However, first we had to survive the mob. It turned out that the hospital had good sound insulation because all we could hear from outside was a hum. If I didn't know better, I would have thought it was from the engines of multiple vehicles. While we approached the entrance, more and more fully kitted out guardsmen fell in step around us. There were a few familiar faces around, and soon Lieutenant Picos walked beside me. She looked particularly harried today. "Inquisitor, I feel compelled to apologize about our failure to keep the orcs away from you. I shushed her with a gesture. "You did what you could with what you had, Lieutenant. I'm confident you'll do better next time. What's happening outside?" "The streets are packed with people wanting to see you, sir. The building is protected by 2 infantry regiments. A third, Motorized Infantry 1, barely made its way here to receive you. Getting away by ground would be problematic. However, the General fears the citizenry's reaction if they don't see you soon." "I see." I wasn't sure if Alexander acted with foresight or was simply throwing me to the wolves. The doors opened as we approached, and a wall of sound hit us straight on. "Commissar, I'm not taking Celine into that. Stay behind with her and get her to a safer and quieter location." "That might do it, right?" I gently pried her hands from my side and looked at the kid. I hadn't imagined it. Her large eyes did contain specks of gold now. "Celine, you have to go with Charles. It's not safe outside. I'm sure he'll get you a cup of cocoa or 2 if you want. I'll see you soon." I roughed her head and handed her to Charles, who bore the burden stoically. "I'll keep her safe, Inquisitor." I simply nodded in acknowledgement and walked outside, surrounded by a ring of security. The farther back Celine remained, the firmer my connection with the Emperor became. Now the prayers of tens of thousands bolstered it. While it was a drop in the bucket, it was still noticeable. I put forth my best smile, thus dubbed Number 1, and waved at the crowd. My wings stretched to their full span, somehow failing to slam into anyone's face in the process. I could feel the Emperor's pure power, the condensed prayers of humanity, radiating from my wings until the soft glow covered me whole. The crowd went wild and strained against the guardsmen, trying to keep them out of the hospital grounds. I rose my right hand high and drew on my newfound power. I wasn't sure how exactly to use it. Fortunately, some things came naturally. "Citizens of the Imperium, my fellow humans," I spoke aloud, and my voice thundered above the mob, silencing it. "Your devotion to the Emperor is heartening. You should be proud of your faith and never falter in your belief. You have many reasons to rejoice." I kept speaking, and they hung up on my every word. Having this amount of influence was sobering. A single mistake could prove disastrous. As I spoke, I could feel their faith strengthening, becoming more focused, more tangible. A week ago, countless green brutes descended upon us all. They knew nothing but barbarity and destruction. If not vanquished by the valiant members of the Emperor's Imperial Guard, his sons, the Blood Ravens, and the ever-vigilant Imperial Navy, those beasts would have brought ruin to this fine city. They would have slaughtered everyone here for fun. I had them now. The Emperor protects. He guided us to victory against the orcs, against the treacherous Eldar from Bieltan, against the insidious Tau. Under his light, we defeated traitors and heretics who would have brought us a fate worse than death. Now, we need to rebuild. We need to prepare for future threats, and we must be ready to aid our fellow Imperial citizens in need across the galaxy. Go forth and celebrate tonight. Pray to the Emperor, thanking him for our salvation. Pray for the good men and women who fell to protect you. Then go forth, go to your jobs, and do your best to make Kronus prosper." The following cheers shook Victory Bay to its foundations, and we barely made it to the local starport to meet the Lady Inquisitor. Chapter 14, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 14, Diplomacy is not a dead art. Part 3, Victory Bay, Cronis. On the way down from orbit, Amberley had a great view of the field where the Orc horde died. It bore visible scars from precise orbital strikes. When her flight got lower, she could see a ravaged landscape, working parties still pilling up Orc corpses in mass graves before incinerating them, and more. During the final approach, the Inquisitor could notice multiple Mechanicus parties salvaging damaged vehicles, mostly Tau. Whatever else, this was a reassuring confirmation that the reports she went over were true, at least in part. Even such a little thing had an impact on her now. Amberly was still trying to process her short negotiations with the Necrons. The aliens were polite, almost reserved, nothing like what she imagined them to be. It was a stark contrast with the silent killers she was familiar with. Most startling was the fact that the Alliance still held. There were no reported incidents of xeno-aggression from Kronus. The Eldar were retreating, and indeed, they have been present. Her ship's sensors could prove that much, observing the tail end of a grav tank column as it vanished into the mountains. Even now, many auspexes and other instruments were focused on 25 walkers heading the same way. That was disturbing and unusual enough, even if offered precious opportunity to gain intelligence. It was all the Necrons operating openly that greatly concerned Amberly. There were many of their drones flying above Victory Bay and several bordering provinces. With the warp event above the Deimos Peninsula dissipating quickly, orbital observation revealed the Xenos busy at work building more of their pylons. If those worked as advertised, she knew many Inquisitors who would gleefully commit mass murder to get their hands on them. She wouldn't be able to blame them either. The ship's auspexes couldn't observe the Necron stronghold. The whole mountain range showed only a green haze when someone tried to scan it. If that wasn't ominous, Amberly wouldn't know what would be. Her transport finally landed, surrounded by its escorts, and her party disembarked. Amberly patted her pilot on the shoulder in appreciation and disengaged herself from the back seat of the modified interceptor she rode down. She put the helmet on the seat and got out, then quickly disentangled her hair. It didn't like helmets very much. Vale's retinue quickly formed around her, with Mott gently guiding their psyker. Raquel could barely stand and cried tears of joy. "I can see his light. It shines true," the psyker babbled. Perhaps bringing her down here was a mistake, Amberly mused. It's time to find the truth. She muttered quietly and headed towards the far end of the landing pad. There, a platoon of the guard waited for them at attention. They were half the way there when the armored doors separating the landing pads from the rest of the facility slowly began to open, revealing a golden glow. "It comes forth," Raquel exclaimed. "Rejoice, my friends. Behold divinity." Not a good sign, that. Amberly saw Mott's right hand vanish in his robes to grasp the hilt of a blade, ready to deliver the Emperor's mercy. Simeon and Zemelda fell a step back, readying weapons as well. Good, the acolyte was learning, and the former commissar was at his efficient best. Vale left Raquel in their care and looked forth at what awaited them. A well-outfitted guard unit briskly marched forth, spreading out. A tightly knit cluster of stormtroopers followed, backed by a man with the distinctive uniform of a commissar. Amberly barely noticed any of them. It was the man who they guarded that caught her attention and made her breath hitch. Those wings were real, and they blazed with a golden aura. This was the moment of truth. They were either in the presence of the Emperor's chosen, in which case Amberly's life would become tremendously more complicated, or they would be fighting for their lives and souls against a demon host. The soldiers standing at attention shifted, making the sound of the Aquila at the passing group. The winged man waved at them with a smile and focused his attention on Amberly's retinue. His eyes studied each one of them in turn while the two groups closed the distance. As they grew closer, one thing became clear: the potential saint was tired. It was obvious if you could look him in the eyes and go past their shimmering glow. "Inquisitor Vale? Inquisitor Delcatar Vale, former acolyte of Lord Inquisitor Requista." The man introduced himself. "It's good to receive some sorely needed support at last. We need to talk." "That we do, Inquisitor Vale. Do you have a place in mind?" "General Alexander's HQ is nearby. I'm sure he can spare a secure room for our discussion." He looked at Raquel and shook his head in what might have been exasperation. "It would be safer to hold discussions on my ship. More private, too." Amberly offered a sultry smile, wondering how he would react. "I'll have to decline, though I'll appreciate a tour at a later date if the situation permits it." Vale grimaced, keeping an eye on Raquel. "I'll recommend getting her in range of our test pylon. Being in an area where the barriers against the Immaterium are much stronger might do some good to your psyker." "You know what's wrong with her?" Amberly inquired. Of course he knew. He was the source of it. The only question was if it was a benevolent incident or a malevolent one. Vale's wings twitched in what might have been an annoyance. A moment later, his voice confirmed it. People around me have funny reactions to the Emperor's power flowing through me. That and the fact that it calms and cleanses the warp in a small area around me. Apparently, it is an experience that takes some time to get used to after having to deal with its usual miasma. That almost sounded plausible. It was also insane and probably impossible. The odds of things turning out all right declined by the moment. "Inquisitor!" someone shouted, creating a commotion at the spaceport's entrance. This was it, Amberly decided and prepared to act. Around the Inquisitor, her retinue picked up the clues and was ready for action. This had to be a brave soul, risking life and limb to get a warning out. Amberly was ready to give the word, cursing herself for entertaining the thought that this wasn't a worst-case scenario. "Scipio, what's now?" Vale's long-suffered voice gave her pause. "Don't you have enough things to study and fix?" A tech priest appeared. His red robes billowed from the speed he moved at, and soon the Mechanicus agent stood beside Vale. "You can help. You must. It's the crowd. They're keeping us from the relic." That was both an unhelpful and ominous explanation. "Scipio row 11, Vale barked, and his wings fluffed out in a threatening display. "Compose yourself and act with the grace expected of one who represents blessed Mars." Vale paused. "Get yourself together. You're embarrassing the Adeptus Mechanicus in front of 2 Inquisitors." For the first time, Scipio row 11 turned his hood their way. He stared at Amberly's retinue for a moment, then looked back at Vale. "We've been scanning the site where the Omnissiah blessed you as it is proper. By the motive force, it was even more of a blessing we believed. We detected a large object buried right where you arose to smite the orcs. We're sure it is a thrice-blessed part of the divine engine, the Aquila Ignis." "That's good," Vale said. Confusion radiated from his whole figure. "It's the crowd. It's back. There are even more people praying there, and they're ready to fight. They won't let us dig up the blessed artifact. You must come, Inquisitor. You must speak with them now." The first clear sign that Vale might not be a demon host was the incredulous expression he displayed for all to see. "Can we skip all the trivia so someone could shoot me already and put me out of my misery?" The potential saint groaned loud enough that everyone around could hear him. This had to be one of the oddest saints or demons in the galaxy, Amberly decided. "Why would anyone want to shoot you, Inquisitor Vale?" she asked, faking naivety. Amberly earned herself a despondent deadpan look. Even the wings dropped, though their radiance didn't diminish. Truth be told, under the glow, Amberly had a hard time believing this could be a demon possessing some poor bastard. Naturally, that only made her feel more suspicious. "Where do I start? Let's go stop the locals and the Martians from killing each other. I'll answer your questions on the way. Then you can shoot me, so all of this could be yours to deal with," Vale declared. That certainly wasn't demon-like behavior. "Lead the way, Inquisitor Vale. Start from the beginning." "You really want the long version?" The man gave her an incredulous look. "Of course she did." "I insist," Amberly pouted. "As you wish. Well, it was about 60 million years ago when the Necrothea—" Vale began speaking of things that were either beyond classified or no living being had a right to know in the first place. Sometimes both and more. All Amberly could do was listen with sick fascination while the insane man ignored her choked demands to shut the hell up. Part 4. Bridge Necron Battlecruiser. Scythe en route to Cronis. The negotiations with the humans went better than anticipated, Amarkan concluded. They weren't shooting at each other. The humans and their Imperium might yet prove useful. They could be a shield against some of the new threats rising in this age, or a sword aimed at old problems, like rival dynasties, or Eldari, devolved Krork infestations, and more. Amarkan, Tsar, and the Necron Lord of Kronus, now calling himself Herald of Victory. A bit pretentious, true, but well, everyone had to have their delusions. The three of them spent a long time discussing tactical and strategic options. All the while, the Nemesaur did his absolute best to wrangle the best possible price for his assistance. He was careful, though, because alienating the Herald might not be the best choice. With the principal enemies on Cronus defeated and posing no immediate threat, it allowed the allocation of even more resources on intelligence gathering. Most of the local human systems were relatively easy to penetrate, even though many did require physical access. Getting to the data wasn't the hard part. It was doing so without being noticed and leaving no trace of intrusion. There was no reason to rile up the poor primitives any more than they already were. Doing so might be counterproductive after all. Those efforts did offer a lot of priceless data about the state of the galaxy, even if not all of it could be trusted. The humans loved to drape religious dogma over everything and take things of faith that had nothing to do with such a fleeting concept. Said data painted an even grimmer, if a fragmented picture, which was the topic of endless discussions. During one such brainstorming session, various assets on Kronus informed their overlords about important events unfolding on the planet. Inquisitor Vale was awake. He had grown a pair of wings, which was now confirmed to be a permanent and very unusual state of affairs. The Inquisitor had to deal with a crowd of the more foolish of his kind, something Amarkun could commiserate over. Then things got interesting. First, it appeared that offering a gift or two might be to ensure future good faith negotiations. The humans didn't have to offer something, not after the Inquisitor risked life and limb to protect a planetary lord. There were, of course, similar but superior concepts among the Necrons when negotiations between dynasties took place. It was almost nice to see the primitives did show the occasional glimmer of proper civilization. It was either that, or they were giving the humans too much credit. Still, generally, it was better to overestimate something rather than underestimate it, especially if it was a third party. The Inquisitor lost an arm saving you, Lord Herald of Victory. Tsar dispensed wise advice. Perhaps we should craft him a proper replacement. From the data we have, while the humans could craft adequate replacements, they're little better than mere flesh. Really, what was the use of replacing a missing limb if you didn't do so with something much better? That's good advice, Amarkun agreed. Herald? I already have my cryptex design and build several prototypes to serve as replacements. Honor alone demands it. Amarkun slowly nodded. Honor did matter when kept within reason. Without it, the Necrons would be a little better than the few more enlightened Eldari or primitives like the humans. The Inquisitor lost his other arm earlier after engagement with devolved Krork and the Tau primitives. Perhaps we should offer a better replacement each. Tsar again proved the foresight that gained him the title of Tomorrow. Perhaps an old-fashioned shield, so he won't be misplacing other parts in battle. He is running out of appendages, the Herald of Victory suggested. Cryptech, have designs drawn and examples build. We'll examine them and decide on proper gifts. Amarkun declared magnanimously, according to some human records, awing the primitives with exemplary gifts could go a long way. Those same records plainly said that such tactics worked on the humans themselves. They went back to strategic-level discussions until it came time to observe the meeting between the Inquisitors. That would undoubtedly provide a lot of vital insight for the negotiations. The Necrons watched and got more than they bargained for. How does he know this much? Did you tell him? Tsar of Tomorrow left proper manners behind and all but accused the Herald. I did no such thing. The planetary lord stood his ground and denied everything. Besides, his story is incomplete. Just said so. Get assets closer. We will fill in some blanks with our story. Amarkun decided, do watch Inquisitor Vale. The analysis concludes she mistrusts Inquisitor Vale. Such a state of the affair might harm our negotiating position. I'm working on it, Herald of Victory declared. Victory Bay Kronus. Amberly felt a profound sense of relief when they got into the back of a chimera. Thanks to Vale's wings, only a handful of people could get inside with him. She chose Mott, who was busy recording everything the madman said. The commissar who arrived with Vale prepared to climb in as well when dreadfully familiar green lighting caught Vale off guards. Her instincts kicked in, and she dove for the ground. Her retinue was slower on the uptake because they were already on board a nearby transport. Necron treachery. That was Amberly's first thought. However, there were no screams of dying people while their bodies disintegrated. No sounds of combat assaulted her ears. Just a few snorts and nervous laughter that died fast. Did you have to startle the good Inquisitor? Vale demanded, just as a wave of something wrong and foul hit Amberly. Was there a demon of Nurgle here? She rolled to her knees and looked wildly around. a pair of rather thin Necrons stood beside the boarding ramp of the Chimera, and no one else bats an eye at their appearance. The only other difference was a small girl hugging Vale's chest. That and the fact that he no longer glowed. His feathers were just snow-white in color now. Amberly's mind raced to figure out what in the Emperor's name just happened. Our Lord, Herald of Victory, deemed it fitting that we joined you to fill up missing parts of your story. Mott, bless his scholar soul, nearly jumped in glee even if he looked a bit ill. We couldn't leave our charge behind. The other Necron conversationally pointed at the child hugging Vale. Everyone, this is Selene, the greatest pariah in the sector, honored knee-caper, the bane of demons. Finally, Amberly's mind kicked in high gear. Out of the armor, the girl looked much smaller and thinner, however, her status explained Vale's reaction. It most certainly didn't explain why Vale wasn't screaming in pain, why he wasn't wailing like Raquel that a black hole was eating the Emperor's light. That said, her presence was firm proof that Vale wasn't a demon host. Amberly keenly remembered what happened to one when they got too close to Jurgen, Caiaphas's aide. It wasn't pretty. A lot of screaming and viscera got involved long before anyone did their best to put that thing out of everyone's misery. Zemelda, subdue Raquel before she does something foolish, Amberly snapped. Damn it, her temper and self-control were fraying already. Pile in. Charles, you're either riding on top or getting another transport. I'm sure Inquisitor Vale will behave. As you wish, sir. The commissar saluted and climbed on top of the Chimera. Meanwhile, the two Necrons squeezed inside, a feat made easier by their slim bodies, much slimmer than the Necrons Amberly fought before. She gathered her courage, muttered a prayer to the Emperor, and climbed inside, staying as far away from the pariah and the Xeno as she could, for all the good it did her. Where were we? Vale had the sheer gall to ask when the transport began to move. At the point where you stop spilling classified information where anyone could hear it. Are you out of your mind? Amberly raged for a moment before catching herself. So much for keeping control and upholding the lofty standards of the Inquisition. Did I say anything you didn't know? Vale infuriatingly ignored her and asked the Xenos. Nothing of consequence. Our Lord does wonder how you know of our origins. I'm not sure myself. When a topic arises, I seem to recall such trivia. I would love to hear more, Mott pipped up. Damn his scholar soul. Can you two make up your mind? Vale looked between Amberly and her old friend with exasperation written all over his face. Amberly knew she should demand the man shut up for good. However, if he actually knew what he was talking about, if the Necrons for some insane reason were ready to collaborate the information and fill up holes in it, then it would be Amberly's duty to gain as much intelligence as possible, then ensure it got to the Inquisition at large. This had to be a stalling tactic, a distraction, and it was working, damn that man. Chapter 14, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 14, Diplomacy is not a dead art. Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. In the end, Amberly let Vale speak. She was too curious for her own good. The information the Inquisitor might gain could be too useful, just as useful as finding out how Vale knew it. Well, Selene, it's story time, Vale began, and somehow his wings curled protectively around the child in his arm, even if they shouldn't have properly fit in the Chimera in the first place. It dawned to Amberly that even when holding a pariah, Vale might still retain a bit of his connection to the Immaterium, which was more than disturbing, yet would explain much. A long time ago, in an age that is now little more than myth and legend, a species called the Necrontyr arose. They evolved on a planet too close to its star, one ravaged by radiation. They were clever creatures, curious and creative. Amberly fought not to snort at the blatant buttering of the Necrons. It was just that. It apparently worked at least on the two physically present. Somehow, the machine stood straighter and perhaps prouder. The pariah child relaxed and looked up at Vale. Yet, despite all they would achieve over centuries and millennia, even conquering the stars, they couldn't escape the ill legacy of their origins. Even on colonies far away from their homeworld, their bodies still bore the scars and wounds of the radiation that ravaged them for countless generations. Despite the extreme effort and resource allocation, our ancestors couldn't meaningfully extend our lifespan or cure for good. The malignant tumors our flesh and blood bodies developed, even among those whose immediate ancestors never went near our homeworld. The closer Necron added with a hint of regret. The short and painful nature of their existence shaped the Necrontier civilization. Lives were short, fleeting things full of agony, loss, and regret. Countless dynasties rose and fell built upon the anticipation of death. The living, life itself was seen as a temporary state of affairs until you died and joined your countless honored ancestors. The greatest monuments the Necrontier built were to honor their dead. That didn't change when they spread across the stars, built an empire of their own, and kept searching for salvation, yet it was all in vain. Vale continued in a lower voice, until one day an expeditionary fleet met odd, frog-like creatures. Those were the Old Ones, perhaps the first sentient life to arise in our galaxy. They were immortal, their bodies suffered no disease, no tumors ever ravaged them. They were also the undisputed masters of the warp, and powerful beyond belief. To us, they were the old enemy. There was no mistaking the hatred in the Necrons' voice, nor was the emphasis they put on were. The Necrons won the inevitable war. They were still here, weren't they? We lost everything because of them and our old leader's folly. At first, the Necrontier rejoiced at their find. They saw in the Old Ones a way to escape the ills plaguing their flesh, and they asked for help. Vale grimaced. They were denied and ignored. For what use did the Old Ones have for such wretched creatures? He said bitterly, and the Necrons nodded in unison. That couldn't have gone down well. Caractacus pipped in, demonstrating that he wasn't so engulfed in recording everything that he couldn't even offer the odd comment. Knowing him, soon he would be in his own world, happy as one could be. It did not. The Necrons chorused again. No, it didn't. Vale continued. At last, the Necrontier had salvation in sight. They could no longer suffer the protracted death of loved ones. No longer they burn out so quickly and fade away. Their leadership assembled a battle fleet and sent it to the closest known Old One world. They once again requested help, and when ignored, they demanded it. Vale glanced at the Necrons. We aren't sure what exactly happened then. One surprisingly admitted. Who shot first or why? What we know is we lost that fleet with all hands. A brutal war followed one we could not even hope to win. The Old Ones tore every single our colonist from their homes, packed them in our remaining ships, and transported them to our home system. Anyone who attempted to leave was destroyed. They condemned our civilization to a slow, agonizing death. Unmistakable fury dripped from every word. It was really impressive coming from a Necron. And then the star gods came, the Citan. Vale continued the story. One legend says that the best remaining. Necrontier scientists lured them to their system in an act of desperation. Another claims that one of the Citan went there through their own devices. He paused, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What was Citan? They were as ancient as the Old Ones. They might have been even older, who knows? Initially, they were vast beings who would spread over the surfaces of stars to absorb solar energy to feed themselves. Eventually, they learned to create and use wings to travel to other feeding grounds. Make no mistake, the Citan were parasites, feeding on the stars themselves. They came in our lowest moment and offered the salvation that the old enemy denied us. Both Necrons spoke as one, using a different voice. In their desperation, our leaders made a terrible bargain. Inquisitor, there is one thing we know for sure, for we were there at the end. It took millennia of imprisonment, of our technology failing due to lack of resources, of our people dying preventable deaths, for the last of the silent kings to act out in utter desperation. He struck a bargain with the Citan, saving and condemning us. We don't remember how we first met them. It could have been an accident or deliberate act. We've been studying the stars long before we could reach them in futile attempts to protect ourselves. I can believe we first learned of the Citan long before making contact with them, long before that fateful bargain. In the end, a bargain was struck. Vale nodded. Biotransference was the price for new bodies, technology to match the old ones. Who the remaining? Necrontier then hated with unparalleled passion. The Citan were the power of the stars made manifest. With them on our side, we could reclaim our empire. We could wreak vengeance upon the old ones, and thus our leaders struck the bargain. They offered a body crafted by our best cryptex to a Citan. It was a splendid construct of living metal, the then current generation of necrodermies. The Citan compressed their inconceivable power and minds into the bodies we provided. It was then that one of the reforged Citan asked for an audience with our last king. The deceiver received it. At that point, the Necrons trembled in fury. Little did the silent King Sarek know what he faced. He fell to the lies of the deceiver. Little do we know of the lies spoken, less about how much of them might have been true. The deceiver's words swayed Sarek. The bargain was struck. It took a year of debates and deals, yet we took the poisoned pill, as you people say. The Citan were masters of the physical universe. No law of it was a secret to them. In a blink of an eye, they helped the Necrontyr upgrade their technology and abate the chronic thirst of resource the remnant of an empire suffered. They rebuilt, armed with state-of-the-art weapons and ships. Suddenly, they were peers of the old ones, ready to exact vengeance. It had been in the twilight days before the war in heaven began that the Citan offered one last gift to the Necrontyr. Biotransference, our salvation, our doom, our origin. This had to be the Necron Lord speaking through his minions. They offered to replace our ravaged bodies with the living metal that made their own. We would discard weak flesh, stand strong in our new forms, and be free to pursue vengeance without constraints. The Mechanicus would gleefully approve, Amberly noted in a daze, then a terrible revelation struck her. Right here, before her stood the pinnacle of evolution as far as the tech priests were concerned. A whole species that had managed to discard their flesh and replace it with machines. And it was a bargain that had a mixed reception at best. The bargain was sealed. We gleefully walked to our doom, rejoicing at the prospect. The Necrons thundered. The great biotransference process began. They added in a sober, subdued tone. Our own cryptex built the colossal biofurnaces that would reshape us. Countless people eagerly toiled and died for the salvation of all the others. And when it was all ready, when everything was in place, we walked inside those abominations by our own free will. We were stripped of flesh and soul, gaining these bodies in the bargain. Only a handful of us retained a shadow of our who we were, and the only thing left to unite us was the burning fury we had for the old enemy. We couldn't even conceive of turning upon our new gods, on those who betrayed us. The Necrontyr died, becoming merely a memory. The price of physical immortality was steep. The Citan feasted on the souls of the Necrontyr and had an army of soulless servants to throw at the old ones. The star gods hungered for more souls and unleashed their new army to bring them slaves to consume. Thus begun the war in heaven had. Covering just the highlights would have us stay here long after you are dead of old age and dust, humans. It was a long war. A war we won. It was a war where the old enemy created the Eldari and Krork as expendable troops to face us. It was the war in which the old ones crafted those you now know as Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch as a weapon of desperation. It was a war we won, yet left us as pale shadows of what we were, but that is a story for another time. We've arrived. Amberly stared speechless at the Necrons, busy re-evaluating everything she knew about galactic history. If this was true, if the Necrons really fought the ancient Eldari Empire, orcs, and those who might have created them. Her mind spun, jumping to conclusions based on everything she learned as of late. Then, perhaps everything in the reports was true. Perhaps the Necrons held the key to bring true death to demons and calm down the warp. And if that was the truth, there was scarcely a price the Imperium wouldn't be willing to pay to gain those secrets. Yet it might just prove to be a price the Imperium in its current state couldn't afford to pay without grave consequences. Part 6. Victory Bay, Kronus. There was a method to my madness, I thought. The more I examined my situation, the more certain I became that my days were numbered. Even the Emperor's blessing wouldn't help much in that regard. After all, one of the few better things than a living saint causing waves was a dead martyr. In that regard, The best thing I could think of that might stave off my impending execution was to give Inquisitor Vale enough information as to tempt her not to shoot me out of hand. Hopefully, while doing that, I might recall something that would be useful to humanity in the long run. After that, all I could do would be to hope that the Inquisition wouldn't fuck up by the numbers. Unfortunately, I couldn't exactly get useful information on demand. I still wasn't sure if whoever mind-fucked me on Terra had been sloppy or a genius. For now, an abridged history of the Necrons had to do. It was true as far as I could recall, which wasn't saying much at all. I merely made our current allies look a bit better for various obvious reasons. What they added was a nice touch. For all I knew, it might be the honest truth, or complete grok shit. Fortunately, dealing with that wouldn't be my problem for much longer. Inquisitor Vale reluctantly disembarked the Chimera. She looked at her minion with exasperation. Mott, was it? Was still busy scribbling down the story. She had to drag the poor bastard away. Dealing with odd minions was a general curse upon all Inquisitors, not just something special I had to deal with. That revelation didn't make me feel any better. Sweetie, you're staying here. Where is safer? I'm sure that if you're a good girl, we'll be able to find out some hot cocoa for you. Celine frowned at me, then brightened and nodded rapidly. Getting out of the transport was a bit of a chore, with wings and all, but I managed. Weber jumped off the Chimera to be at my side and wavered a bit. With only one arm, his balance was less than ideal. Charles, get the transports. And Selina, farther back in case of trouble. The last thing we need is for some particularly eager or foolish grunt to become overly excited. Yes, sir. Weber saluted smartly and barked orders. Scipio hurried to join us, while Inquisitor Vale ushered her scribe in one of the chimeras and left him to look after her psyker. The thin, reedy woman still looked out of it. From our position, I could clearly hear the chanting of hundreds of people, if not thousands. Streams of angry binary answered in kind. The roads leading closer are packed, sir. Lieutenant Picos jogged to my side, surrounded by her command squad. It might be best if we go through the field hospital. She pointed at the rows of prefabricated structures covering most of the park in front of us. I've informed General Alexander. He has units on standby to intervene. However, he'll appreciate a peaceful resolution, sir. I'll do what I can. Then hurry up, Inquisitor. Scipio bounced off the ground. Recent scans confirm with 89% certainty that we've got a blessed hellstorm cannon. We must retrieve and properly sanctify it. The Omnissiah demands it. He showed us the path. I glanced at Inquisitor Vale, struggling with the desire to ask if really all cogboys were like this, or worse, or if this was just my luck acting up again. I abstained from making even more of a scene and walked forth. Behind us the convoy moved away, and soon I could sense the warp clearly. Power filled me, physically refreshing me. However, my mind was another matter. Once again, wounded and Medicae alike stopped in their tracks to watch the show. More bows, prayers, and signs of the Aquila followed. So much so, I was tempted to check if the Sanguiner came early this year. At least we managed to make our way through without anyone trying to stop us, and soon a painfully familiar sight greeted me. The scene was almost identical, just less scared, shouting and running. To compensate, there were many more people around, including a large contingent of angry Martians brandishing everything they could with angrily twitching mechadendrites. The mob quieted down in a hurry once they saw my approach. The blessed silence didn't last. Within moments, a few thousand people fell to their knees and began praying, while others waved small flags and chanted my name. Vale, Vale, Vale. The Inquisitor, victory. Av Emperor. The saint is back. Fuck the toasters, one enthusiast cried out, making everyone pause in confusion before they went back to the insanity. Do you see, Inquisitor? Scipio quivered with righteous fury. Make them go away, he half demanded, half pleaded. One of these days I'll be back to dealing with issues where shooting everyone involved might be the prudent thing to do. Either that or Vale and her colleagues will stop dancing around and put me out of my misery, damn it. Meanwhile, I had to keep dealing with shit I wasn't qualified for. My fellow citizens of the Imperium. This time, I didn't even need to think about it. The radiance filling me jumped to obey, and my voice thundered like an earth-shaker barrage. Everyone finally shut up, instead of acting like the emperor-bothering bastards they were, and paid attention as if I was about to speak the imperial truth. I would never presume to speak for the emperor, even if it was kind of in the job description of the Inquisition. However, as an inquisitor of His Imperial Majesty's Most Holy Order of the Inquisition, there was a contradiction here, no sire. Neither any trace of playing up for Vale and her retinue on the distant chance that she might consider not shooting me. The Emperor knew anyone trying to sell the story of what happened on Kronus to me would earn themselves a firing squad for not trying hard enough to properly bullshit me. Or for trying too hard. I noticed myself pausing and pretended it was because of the gravitas the name of the Inquisition carried. As a humble servant of the Inquisition, I continued, as if I didn't slip up in my own mind for a moment, I must look at facts, temper them with pious faith, and act accordingly. I wasn't sure how anyone could hear what I said with a straight face. Vale managed to do it. The toaster fuckers didn't count. For all I knew, any faces they had on display were fake. The mob? It exploded in cheers as if I was going to piss off the Mechanicus, in general, any more than I already did, when they were vital in order to make my impending doom, not a waste. The facts of the situation are obvious. The Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, I made the sign of the Aquila and lowered my wings in a sign of respect. An act mirrored by thousands of people I could see, decided to bless us all right here. Thus, he on Terra made it a holy sight. That much no one should be able to argue. My wings fluttered open to maximum reach, and golden light bathed everyone in sight. I gestured at the feathery ornaments I got stuck with for my trouble. This is a constant reminder of his grace. This is a fragment of his divine power. It was no coincidence that the Emperor chose this place to bestow his blessing. In his wisdom, he not only saved his people from the green barbarians, but the Emperor also pointed us at a sacred relic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The relic is the weapon of a divine machine that fought to protect Cronis 10,000 years ago, and with the blessing of the Emperor, it shall do so again. Wise is the Omnissiah, the toaster fuckers chorused as well. Blessed is his chosen. Will you be good citizens of the Imperium and pious servants of the Emperor? Will you allow his servants, the adepts of the Mechanicus, to retrieve the blessed artifact patiently waiting below our feet? I demanded. There might have been agreement among all the rapturous cries that tried their best to deafen me. Might. It was hard to tell. Even if it wasn't, the way Scipio began to bounce and gleefully chant in binary told me he heard what he wanted to anyway. Now please go home. If you're still willing to pray, go to your local church. Please leave the good members of the Imperial Guard secure the site to avoid preventable incidents. The Emperor does help those who help themselves. I can assure you, the Adeptus Mechanicus will treat the area with the appropriate respect. Isn't that right, Magos Scipio Row 11? I put the cogboy on the hotspot. Misery loves company. Scipio spent the next few moments whistling in happiness before everyone's attention registered. He probably recalled my words from a recording. He solemnly made the sign of the Aquila, which was almost hilarious with all those mechadendrites. Praise be the Omnissiah, Scipio began. He means the Emperor, I pipped up to reassure the crowds. We will, of course, excavate the divine relic with all the care and piety appropriate for such a blessed task. You heard it, my fellow citizens. From the mouth of the most senior Adeptus Mechanicus representative on Cronis, no less. There is nothing to worry about. I hammed it up. The one bright point was that the strength of the faith of everyone in the crowd practically skyrocketed. On second thought, that wasn't exactly the best of news. If they weren't die-hard Emperor botherers before, they were now. Fuck my life, can't I get a break, damn it? What did I do to deserve this? Amberly watched Vale play the crowd, saw their unmistakable religious fervor, and reached the logical conclusion. She had to re-evaluate the threat he represented. No matter Vale's true allegiance, the effort it might take to either neutralize him or bring him in the fold properly would be great. Of course, admitting aloud what she was beginning to believe, that he was indeed touched by the Emperor in unfathomable ways, wasn't an option she could use anytime soon. Doing so would immediately put her on the back foot and severely limit even her theoretical options, much less those she could put to practical use. Shooting the bastard out of hand was no longer a viable option. Amberly looked at the wings and the soothing golden radiance surrounding them. Besides, she kind of doubted that conventional means would be of much use. And she really hoped it wouldn't come down to her last-ditch contingencies because they would be everyone's death sentence. Chapter 14, Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 14, Diplomacy is not a dead art. Part 7, Strike Cruiser Armageddon, in orbit above Victory Bay, Kronus. They don't make them like they used to, Trazyn concluded. The humble collector stalked through the large corridors of the human cruiser. He was disguised like one of their space marines wearing Terminator armor. It was almost too easy to deceive the Bloodraven's computers. He convinced the poor dumb machines that he had returned from the surface due to combat damage in need of fixing, now that the prospect of immediate combat was low. It was really tempting to scour the surface for pieces of art worthy of Solomese. However, the sudden and unexpected arrival of a Markan changed things. That particular Nemisor wasn't one of the most stable people Trazyn knew. Why, he still wanted to inflict grievous bodily harm, repeatedly at that, to this patron of the fine arts. All over rescuing a few trinkets here and there from pharaohs and Nemisors who didn't appreciate them. It wasn't fair, a sad state of affairs Trazyn had to get used to. He walked calmly through the ship, recording everything and carefully scanning for hidden gems. Why, once he stumbled on an ancient Eldari crown while hiding in an abandoned storage closet. The things those humans can misplace and forget. Too many of them had no proper appreciation of the arts. They weren't like his old friend Revelation. Now that was a fellow with the right ideas. Or he was, before getting stuck as a glorified light bulb. One of these days, Trazyn probably would have to go to visit and offer a hand, or at least a place in Solemnes. Sitting on that beacon all day long for 10,000 years had to be uncomfortable, not to mention boring. Trazyn could sympathize. He has been awake for a very long time, and boredom was the constant enemy. Others came and went, finding something interesting to do between expeditions was usually a chore. The Necron curator waved cheerfully at a squad of passing space marines. In a few centuries, if they didn't get themselves killed, a few of them might be worth his attention. Perhaps even sooner. The tricky part about history was that in the heat of a moment, it was hard to figure out what might have real significance. All too often, events that appeared momentous turned out to be mere footnotes no one cared about. Well, Trazyn did have a gallery for such things as well. History should not be forgotten, and you should appreciate even the little things. Trazyn reached the reliquary in the depths of the ship and nodded at the pair of guards standing at parade rest in front of the adamantium door. A few very useful artifacts he crafted came in useful, spoofing all sensors and direct examination by the enhanced humans. The door soon chugged open, a slow and ponderous affair. It was another sign of the times. Back in the day, such vaults would open much faster once you cracked the protections. "Brother, what can you tell us about the Xenos? Will this foolish alliance last much longer?" one of the Bloodravens asked. "They're dangerous, and there are many of them down there," Trazyn began. "We don't have the numbers to prevail conventionally." In his concerned opinion, the mask he wore did a great job of mimicking human outrage and disgust. "Damn those aliens! Did you at least find the relics? The chapter master will be disappointed if we return empty-handed." Trazyn perked up at that. While what the Bloodraven considered relics might turn out to be useless baubles fit only to entertain children or dimwits, there might be something of interest buried on Kronus. Beyond the research facility he wanted to tour, that is. "Sadly, no. I'm hoping that we'll get another opportunity to retrieve them." "So do we." The door finally opened and Trazyn hurried inside. What do we have here, he wondered. There were bits and pieces from all over the galaxy. The infinite collector skipped happily and began to examine everything with his expert's eyes. As happy as he was thinking ahead as well. It was often a tough choice between retrieving something now or waiting for the piece of art or history to gain more notoriety and thus become more valuable before making it part of the appropriate collection. In that regard, living things were particular offenders. They tended to get either lost or killed at most inopportune times and places with distressing regularity. As of late, humans tended to be the worst offenders in that regard. like that saint holding a bit of Revelation's power. The boy was going through spare parts faster than an unlucky warrior during the height of the war in heaven, and until recently was mortal too. That wasn't a good combination. On the other hand, the boy was a key to making a historical alliance between the Necrons and Imperial humans. That alone earned him a place of honor in Solemnes. Trazyn, being the benevolent being he was, would naturally pick up a few of the humans' playmates for better authenticity and to keep him entertained. Let it never be said that he wasn't a good host. The only question was if he should pick him now and make a run for it, or wait for more history to happen. And for Amarkand to be far away. That was important too. It wouldn't do for that boar to figure out Trazyn was out and about. General Alexander's HQ, Victory Bay, Kronus. This was the moment of truth. It took a lot of effort, a few more speeches, and a veiled threat towards Scipio to at least keep a veneer of respectability before we could leave. What should have been a short trip turned to the next best thing to a triumph. I had to climb on the roof of a chimera, wave my hands at the citizenry, keep my #1 smile painfully fixed on my face, and display my wings for all to see. Everyone's faith swelled up, and that, unfortunately, meant even more Emperor bothers to deal with. And the ecclesiarchy hasn't arrived yet. None of that bode well, and I was ready for the other shoe to drop when I found myself alone with Inquisitor Vale, her Schola Mott, and a pair of her regular minions. "Can we talk freely now?" Vale demanded. "No. As long as you're aware that the Necrons are probably listening in real time despite the best effort of the Cogboys." I pointed out the obvious. Vale didn't look happy at that. She didn't feel happy either. I scarcely need to try, and I could almost without issue get an impression of the emotions of everyone affected by my golden radiance. It was a nice perk that Inquisitor Vale was conflicted. That was understandable, so was I. I lived through this insanity, and when seeing recordings of what I did on occasions, I had no idea what I had been thinking. I focus on the clean power flowing through me. While it was little more than a trickle, it might be just enough for this. "Inquisitor, if you want a private conversation, this is the way. Thanks to the Emperor's blessing, I can keep the denizens of the warp away from us. If not, say so, and I'll pull back." I carefully projected. I wasn't sure it would work properly, especially considering how lightly I was treading. Vale recoiled at the touch of my mind and reflexively grabbed a weapon. Her minions followed suit and aimed laser guns at my face. The Inquisitor rubbed her face and glowered at me something fierce. "Are you insane, incompetent, or just stupid?" Vale hissed, any semblance of control she had shattering. I knew the feeling. Accepting that I was a dead man walking helped me to get to grips with it. Fatalism for the win. Elaborate. On certain occasions, I can attest to the former. It might be the height of arrogance, but I do consider myself at least somewhat competent. And the latter was just mean. I was honestly expecting that Vale would shoot me then and there. Alas, it was not to be. "You know what? I don't care." She raised her hands in frustration. "I'll be selfish and leave the poor bastards of the Malleus and Hereticus deal with you, the Necrons. Tell me about them. The local ones, general history can wait. What are we dealing with? Why did they consider allying with us? Can this insane alliance last, or are we about to be murdered by your metal friends? Then tell me what in the Emperor's name happened with Skulltaker. How are you still alive? And does their anti-warp tech really work as advertised? Where do I start? I got a new appreciation of how proper Inquisitors must work. To leave the target to do the heaviest lifting, then claim credit and shuffle the problem on another branch if you decide that shooting it might be too much trouble. That was a devious plot. Part 8. General Alexander's HQ, Victory Bay, Cronis. "You know," Amberly said while nursing a cup of Amasec, courtesy of General Alexander, "now I can almost understand what you were up to." Almost. I looked at the table between us, more specifically, the half-empty bottle laying innocently there. My new state of being might have come with a few unexpected trade-offs. Besides a pair of damned wings with a mind of their own, I couldn't get even a buzz from any normal quantity of alcohol. Draining the rest of the bottle in one go wasn't the best of ideas, no matter how tempting it was. There was a reason for my odd mood. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't going to get shot for the foreseeable future. The only question was if this stay of execution was going to be a temporary affair, or of a more permanent sort. I was still trying to get to grips with that little fact. Everything was so much simpler when you knew your survival didn't matter because of a death sentence hanging over your head. That led to clarity and options that otherwise would be insane, suddenly becoming palpable. And to everyone's great surprise, those options worked much better than expected. Now it was time to pay the piper, just in no way I anticipated. It was stupid, suicidal, borderline heretical, and treasonous at best. The bloody woman smirked at me, then she jabbed a finger at my wings, which twitched in irritation at the continued disrespect. Obviously, it only worked because, for some unfathomable reason, you had the Emperor's blessing. Now I have to make a presentable imitation of a competent Inquisitor out of you. We can't have people figuring out you've been improvising and winging it this whole time. It wouldn't be proper. It might give the citizenry the wrong ideas, especially when a potential saint is concerned. Yep. On second thought, I might have preferred to get a shot. More importantly, we have to figure out how not to get purged by our fellow Inquisitors when they arrive, or how to avoid stirring up the ecclesiarchy in declaring a crusade or two when there is no need to. Those can get messy. So you've told me, I pointed out, winning myself a wintry glare. Vale drained her cup, looked longingly at the bottle and shook her head. I'll keep it for later. With you around, I'll need it. She decided. First things first. Tomorrow morning, we'll be negotiating with the Necrons. They requested your presence. How do you suggest we play it? You're the experienced Inquisitor. What can we get away with the offering? You saw the pylon. Your Psyker is currently taking a nap below it. That way she isn't raving about your pariah, how you managed to stumble upon her. Vale shook her head in disgust. Anyway, the Necrons. Play it straight. Do not try any usual political games you might be accustomed to. I don't believe they would take kindly to such shenanigans. While they're advanced, frighteningly so, I'm unsure if they could replenish their numbers at all. From what I saw, and we have a lot of records, they can repair and rebuild many casualties that would be permanent losses for practically anyone else. Despite that, numbers are going to be their greatest issue. For the time being, anyway. We didn't know how many tomb worlds they had. For all we knew, we hadn't seen even the tip of the iceberg. On the other end of the scale, there might not be many of them left. Unfortunately, that wasn't something we could afford to plan around. Amberly Gloomy pointed that out. As far as offers go, we're Inquisitors. Technically, we can offer what we have to. I heard a however in there. In practice, usually our Ordo's dealings with aliens are viewed with universal suspicion. If we offer too much without compelling proof for the people in charge on the segmentum level, they might write us off as compromised and subverted with all that entails. Said proof being, so much for the theory that Inquisitors could do whatever they wanted. While technically true, in practice there were obvious limits and obstacles to overcome. Limited to moderate-scale field testing of the pylon technology away from a Necron stronghold for one. Test carried out by representatives from multiple Forge words at the very least. We're talking about a potential game-changer, with who knows what hidden nasty surprises. Karava, it would be a good starting place for a limited test, I suggested. You said so before. At this time, I can't authorize you to go rogue again. We're both going through Malleus and Hereticus investigation when the relevant parties arrive. Being cleared by them, or not remained unsaid, at which point we would be as good as dead, will strengthen our case. I'll send astropathic messages and requests for information on the system the moment it becomes feasible. That was less than ideal. I hadn't noticed it until very recently, however, there was a slowly increasing need within me to get to Karava. It was like an ever-present itch or a thought that wouldn't leave the back of your mind, no matter what you were doing. Needless to say, that didn't fill me up with confidence about the future. Now, we're going to get through the plan for tomorrow one last time, and then a bit of rest wouldn't go amiss. Amberly trailed off. A keening wail grew more and more, even though we were in a secure room. As secure as the cogboys could make it. It didn't say good things about me that when a painfully familiar lighting discharge lit up the room, I didn't react. Just blinked the emerald glow away from my eyes. "Thy Yev!" screeched the Necron who just teleported inside. It was one of Seleni's bodyguard. It missed its right arm too. "The thief is here," it screeched again. "Raise the alarm, find it, shoot it, stab it, blow it up." It added aloud, almost roaring. This wasn't the voice of the bodyguard, but that of our local Necron lord. "Can you elaborate?" I asked while Amberley's retinue pilled in, aimed all kinds of weapons at the Necron. "But first, tell me, where is Celine and if she's all right?" I demanded. "It's Trazyn, the thief!" The Necron screamed at me and I nodded. The name jogged something in my mind. However, whatever it was, I couldn't put my finger on it. "Elaborate, please," I asked through gritted teeth. My temper spiked and the power of the warp filled me. "I'm blaming you for this, just so you know," Amberley deadpanned. "You're just as bad as Cephas, if not worse. Your little pariah is all right. Lure got her away." The Necron finally gave me some good news using its usual voice. "Because of this incursion, Lord Herald of Victory and Amarkan the Gatherer request that you conduct the negotiations now before the thief has the opportunity to steal one of you for his collection or otherwise disrupt the Alliance. Necron forces are on high alert and hunting for him." I looked at Amberley. "I'm unfamiliar with that entity. That said, we're ready to negotiate. However, we'll require a proper explanation." "Granted." A new voice added just as darkness engulfed the room. A moment later it was gone, revealing several heavy-armed Necrons with very impressive chassis. "We shall negotiate now." The same unfamiliar voice proclaimed, "Our guard is here and hunting. Let me tell you about the greatest and most cursed thief in the history of the galaxy, human. The one who just tried to steal your pariah." Chapter 15, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 15, Our Enemies Bring Us Together. Part 1, Victory Bay, Kronus. The propaganda department lieutenant was young, eager, and likely as crazy as the Lord Inquisitor. In Vale's case, it was understandable. He had been to hell and back over the past couple of weeks. They faced a great demon together and killed the damned thing. Mum would be proud. Now the Inquisitor received the Emperor's blessing in a more direct fashion than usual, and Charles was determined to ensure his friend and mentor would get all the help and support he needed. He was doing precisely that, ensuring the safety and well-being of the child who was instrumental in destroying that warp-spawned monster. Even thinking about it sent a tingle of phantom pain in his missing arm. "You want to do what, Lieutenant?" "And who exactly signed off on your orders?" Weber demanded. His first reaction was to call the idea preposterous. On second thought, it might have some merit. He knew from his mother and her sisters that Imperial saints needed faith to function best. This might just help a bit. A Photoshop for propaganda purposes. It might help distract the citizenry too. The raving crowds are proving a constant disruption all over the city. Lieutenant Regina bobbed her head in excitement, swaying her shoulder-length blonde hair. "Get a crew ready. I'll talk with the Lord Inquisitor and Celine. Make sure they're polite and respectful at all times, or I'll make sure they rue the day they were born," Charles promised. "They will be, Commissar, sir." The woman snapped a smart salute, grinning like a loon. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. Charles got to a nearby Vox operator and called the Inquisitor, explaining the situation. That might help. Getting to the spaceport and back was a chore, and you saw what happened at the field hospital. Throwing something else to the citizens to look at might help. Do speak with the propaganda department. We need some organization here, and that's their job. Have them liaise with the local churches as well. "That's an excellent suggestion, sir," Weber happily agreed. The Inquisitor won't be disappointed. He headed inside the current safe house, looking at the guardsmen around like a hawk. For once, they appeared to be handling Celine's presence in commendable fashion. Would miracles never cease? Better not. He found Celine intently watching an educational video featuring the Sisters of Battle. It was not only appropriate, but made him feel pride bursting in his chest, despite the uneasy sensation of his spine trying to crawl away. "Celine, come here, dear." Charles smiled and forced his arm to be steady as he patted her shoulder. "A few fine people from the propaganda department want you to pose for pictures. It will be almost as fun as that time with the crowd yesterday. You'll get your armor and kneecapper, and I'm sure we'll find some sweets and cocoa. How about it? Do you like to show off?" Those large, unnerving eyes stared straight at his soul as if trying to devour it. A moment later, the effect lost its potency when Selene grinned at him and nodded vigorously. "That's a good girl. Come on, let's get you ready." Soon enough, Selene wore her pristine armor, courtesy of the Mechanicus. Now she had a small camouflage cape to go with it and carried the blessed power mace over her shoulder with only a bit of visible effort. "She is magnificent. People will love her," Lieutenant Regina squealed. Her smile wavered when she approached Selene. However, she didn't waver and went to one knee in front of the girl. "Hi, dearie." The junior officer still sounded bubbly. Charles re-evaluated his opinion of her. The young woman was made of sterner stuff than many veterans. "Do you want to come with us to the nearby park? It will make for some great pictures." "And as promised, Jamie over there," Regina pointed over her shoulder, "has some fresh sweets and hot sweet tea." Weber glanced at Why, and sure enough, there was a frazzled-looking corporal with a paper bag, thermos, and cups. It was a delight to work with competent people instead of having to shout at them to do their emperor-damned job. They might just get this planet in order yet. Selene looked at him, and Charles nodded. She beamed and skipped along with her new friend. The lieutenant stood up, shuddered once, then shook herself and followed suit, still smiling, and it was only a bit forced if Weber was any judge of people. This time, they could get somewhere without having to brave huge crowds, and it was refreshing. The park was mostly empty, void of mobs or guard equipment. There were even a few couples with children playing around. Naturally, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered to a safe distance to watch the show. From that far away, children and parents alike pointed excitedly at Selene. If the rumors were true, she would become almost as famous as the Inquisitor among the citizenries of Kronus. Speaking of Selene, she was still skipping happily, while cameras recorded her and took countless pictures. After a few minutes of playing, Lieutenant Regina coached the girl with bribes of warm sweets. The point was to convince Selene to make a few heroic poses that would undoubtedly go on propaganda posters all over the planet. It was a job well done if he said so himself. Selene was happy, and thus the Inquisitor was going to be happy as well. Charles smiled at the sight of children jumping around, pointing excitedly at Selene and making exaggerated gestures as if smiting traitors. Recruitment wouldn't be a problem for Cronus anytime soon. Unfortunately, someone had to rain on his parade. Static went through the air, putting Charles on edge, and he signaled the security detail to pay attention. Without even thinking things through, he went for his charge. One moment, everything was right in the world. Then a warning wail shook the whole city. Necron drones decloaked, proving that the Mechanicus and everyone else had grossly underestimated how many of the damn things buzzed over the city. At least a few hundred of the damn things converged on their position like scores of falling stars. Charles ran for what little it was going to do, barking useless orders. Selene's Necron minders phased into existence, but instead of grabbing or attacking her, one of them pushed the child into Regina's arms. "Run, fool!" the Necron screamed. In a blink of an eye, the other one had its blade in hand and barely parried a strike that sliced through its gun, taking off a hand in the process. One of the largest Necrons Charles had ever seen stepped out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye sent the one facing it flying in pieces. The other Necron charged at the interloper only to be batted aside, missing an arm in an attack Weber's eyes couldn't even see. The Commissar was still in the process of drawing his chainsword and gaining speed when the rogue Necron reached Regina and threw her away with a swift motion. He could only helplessly watch as the intruder's clawed hand was about to close around Selene's shoulder when a drone rammed the machine, sending it stumbling a step back. At least 10 more ploughed into the Necron, to much less effect, while the converging swarm opened fire, raining emerald lighting or what looked like particle beams at the attacker. They were wailing all the while, making sure Charles couldn't hear the desperate orders he was screaming. The Necron ignored the shots hitting it. Its form shimmered, and they either passed through or dissipated nearly harmlessly. It ran at Selena, who just stood there, staring at it in shock. A few las bottles splashed over metal flesh. Then one of the bodyguards was up, almost intact, despite being dismembered moments earlier, and it managed to slow down the assailant for a few precious moments. As soon as that Necron fell, the other was between the hostile and Selene. The newcomer wasted no time and tore an arm off the last thing standing between it and its prize, then kicked off the legs of the loyalist Necron, literally. The smaller machine crashed on the ground, and the large one went to grab Selene again. This time she reacted and swept at the metal fingers approaching her with kneecapper. At the same time, another drone slammed into the intruder, smashing into its face and disintegrating during the impact. Green lighting fell from the clear sky, and at least 100 large and heavily armed Necrons surrounded the park. They didn't waste any time taking stock of their location and actually ran towards the engagement. It all happened in less time. It took Charles to cover the 20 or so meters separating him from Selene. The damaged bodyguard, fallen at the feet of the attacker, used its sole remaining arm to grab at them, slowing it down. The other bodyguard was up again, missing one arm and chunks of its torso. Instead of going on the offensive again, it ran, grabbed Selene, and sped away. At the same time, at least 100 drones rained upon the rogue Necron. Before the intruder could reach Selene again, it faced a phalanx of living metal and a forest of glowing blades. "Thief!" All the Necrons screamed as one and charged the interloper. Charles barely managed to stop himself from ploughing straight into the melee. Part 2. Victory Bay. Cronus. Fine, let's negotiate. First, please answer me this. Where is Selene? Who the hell is the thief? And what is he doing on Cronus? Inquisitor Vale glowed with golden power while he visibly restrained himself. Herald of Victory was in a similar state. He might be a Necron lord, and he might lack many of his memories. However, he could experience emotions now. It didn't matter if it was a bug of a feature after spending so long asleep. Trazyn trampled his honor again, and that would not stand. He is Trazyn the thief, and his suffering will be infinite, Herald of Victory explained. What my fellow planetary overlord is saying is that Trazyn the Infinite is a thieving wretch wanted by dozens of dynasties for absconding with all kinds of valuables. Amarkan translated. While understandable, his colleague's anger might be a bit counterproductive. Or perhaps not. It might be a bonding point to help cement the alliance. Amarkan had his reasons to loathe Trazyn, many of them in fact. Today he had to add another one. After such a disgraceful display, honor demanded restitution, thus weakening their bargaining position. They couldn't even take proper credit for saving the little pariah. It was a Necron attempting to take her, and good luck convincing the humans to be grateful. They might be primitive, however they weren't completely foolish or ignorant. At least these particular humans weren't. Any attempt to play up the rescue might be logically interpreted as a setup to gain an upper hand in the negotiations, thus backfiring spectacularly. Damn Trazyn and his thieving ways to long and protracted death. May his necrodermis rot and his joints break. Your pariah is en route to this location under heavy guard. Given the circumstances, we are not risking Trazyn intercepting a displacement attempt. We surprised him once, we aren't relying on surprise again, Amarkan added, while his fellow lords still fumed and screamed at Trazyn to come out and die all over the Necron network. It was a pity that the thieving bastard would at best send one of his infamous body doubles, though smashing another one of those might feel good. You haven't put him down or imprisoned him, why exactly? The new Inquisitor asked shrewdly. Unfortunately, all things considered, an assault on his stronghold would have cost too many valuable assets at a time when we fought the war in heaven. Right now, such an assault, even if successful, would be crippling. Trazyn the Thief rules over Solomace, what you would call a Dyson sphere. It possesses heavy defenses. A direct assault would require a strategic effort which simply isn't feasible at this time, Amarkan explained. He wasn't making a startling revelation. The humans were aware that no matter how advanced the Necrons were, their numbers were limited, which was one of the primary driving forces behind these negotiations. That's regrettable, Vale grumbled. Unless we know for a fact that he has stolen strategic Imperial assets, we won't be able to muster sufficient forces for dealing with him, no matter how we might like to. Doing so would be a misappropriation of resources. We share your frustration, human. It has plagued us for longer than you can imagine. We might only hope that either one day the thief will misstep, or the strategic situation would shift enough in our favor to make an assault on Solomace viable. If that day comes, I will be honored to fight by your side again." Herald of Victory finally got his rage under control and demonstrated he had become a planetary lord for a reason. "I share the sentiment along with the rest of the Neferu dynasty," Amarkun declared grandly. "Even Fyron Kefrek the Unbroken might stay his hands long enough to work with primitives if it meant delivering a meaningful blow against Trazyn. Or not. Tsar of Tomorrow might be right, and that was a depressing thought on this particular occasion. Because of the thief's dishonorable actions, we're prepared to offer you a few concessions. Under most conceivable circumstances, our directives would require to remove any trespassers from our worlds in a most expedient fashion. I understand you've encountered our kind before, and it has been under adverse circumstances. This is one of the most likely reasons. They saw you as threats and interlopers upon awakening and acted appropriately." Herald of Victory explaining truthfully, "It just wasn't the full truth. Cronus, my domain is different. First, it is not a full tomb world, but a well-defended research center. Second, after fighting together against common enemies, honor demands we observe certain courtesies. Further, the despicable conduct of the thief reflects ill upon every Necron in the galaxy." "That much we can accept," Inquisitor Vale said more calmly. His wings relaxed, even if his form still glowed with a very odd form of trans-dimensional energy. "Given recent events and the bond we hold forged in combat, I am prepared to allow continued human habitation upon parts of Cronus under certain conditions. If nothing else, the humans were mortal. The Necrons were immortal. They could simply wait for the human presence on Cronus to naturally die off, even if it meant mostly ignoring them during a general conflict with the rest of the primitives." Herald of Victory raised a hand and called an image into existence showing the continent. "The Thur Abyss Plateau, as you know it, is mine. My facilities there are now almost fully operational, properly defended, and if it makes the rest of your kind feel better, I can keep the area permanently concealed." Herald of Victory began his part of the bargain. "The Vandamar Mountains, the western mountain parts of the Pavonian Heartlands, and parts of the western Badlands contain some of my facilities below the surfaces. Those areas lit up with green, and the symbol of the Silent King's own dynasty." Amarkun was very glad he decided to tread carefully and use diplomacy instead of a more forceful attempt to gain an advantage in this system. If or when the Silent King returned, a heavy-handed approach could have spelled a disaster. The humans looked at each other. "It might work, practically speaking. While the territory you hold cuts off direct travel to many regions on the continent, it leaves plenty of alternative routes to ship people and supplies. From what I gather, those are some of the safer roads too. Provisionally speaking, such an arrangement might be acceptable." Vale nodded thoughtfully. "We might have to offer some concessions to the locals to avoid future trouble. In that regard," the female smirked at Vale, "a sermon or 10 from their new saint might help smooth ruffled feathers." The Necrons watched the exchange with interest. From what they gathered so far, wings and feathers weren't typical among the humans. However, this exchange pointed that such a conclusion was either incorrect, or that the wings held some importance they haven't been able to properly discern yet. Figuring out the primitives was proving a more complicated task than anticipated. "As long as I have your backing when the ecclesiarchy arrives in force, we'll have to convince them to behave, or else any agreement we reach might be threatened." Vale compromised. "Our understanding was that you two, as Inquisitors, have unparalleled authority among your kind. Is that correct?" Amarkun asked for clarification. Everything they could dig up pointed at that conclusion being the right one. "In theory, and most cases in practice, this is correct. In our particular case, you being aliens from our point of view, dealing with you falls under the purview of Ordo Xenos, our branch of the Inquisition," the female explained. "In practice, the situation on Cronus is particularly complicated and will cause problems no matter what we do. Humanity has been under siege by hostile aliens for more than 10,000 years. That might be a blink of an eye to you Necrons, but to us it has been an eternity. Mistrust and hatred of the alien are ingrained among most of our people. Any alliances with aliens have been temporarily affairs. Almost always, the Xenos had betrayed the spirit or letter of those agreements sooner rather than later. We will need more than our word and theoretical authority to make an agreement viable. A most dishonorable state of affairs. The few species we could occasionally work with are the Eldar, enough said there, or the Tau, the blue aliens still controlling important parts of this continent. Vale pointed out. The same aliens who allied against us. Herald of the Void nodded once in understanding. He quickly bounced a few ideas and alternative stratagems against Amarkun. Put in that context, the humans' madness made a bit more sense. Their situation almost appeared like a mirror of what the Necrons faced during the War of Heaven. Besides the obvious fact that they lacked allies back then, they could work with this. Before the Citan, before the first defeat that led to their doom anyway, the Necron tier were alone, besieged from all sides by a superior enemy. That was almost the same situation the humans found themselves stuck in. Back then, their former selves would have taken any offer of help, or perhaps not. Fear and hatred were strong motivations. They could understand them and work with them. In view of recent events, I will offer assistance in removing the Tau from Kronus. Further, the preliminary analysis leads us to believe that those aliens do have technology equal or superior to what your forces deployed. While we won't claim that they are more advanced than your Imperium, it might be prudent to capture as many technological examples and industrial facilities as practical. That way, your cryptech equivalents, the tech priests, could study them and figure out if they might provide feasible upgrades. We're ready to assist in both capturing Tau technology and reverse engineering it for your use. Herald of Victory declared happily. That and the gifts they had for Inquisitor Vale would go a long way to satisfy their honor. Chapter 15, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 15, Our Enemies Bring Us Together. Part 3, Victory Bay. Cronis. Facing Lychguard wasn't anything new for Trazyn, however doing so without proper preparation has been something he usually tried to avoid. Because really, how could he know that a small horde of them, from 2 different dynasties at that, would come after him? He wasn't liberating unappreciated art or history from Necron vaults. He was merely trying to recover and preserve a relic, perhaps get some company to the silent sister he had on display. From what he knew, knowing humans, the pariah child would be safer and happier as part of his collection anyway. Who in their right mind wouldn't? She even exceeded his expectations, somehow managing to cripple his arm with the relic he came to retrieve. That mace was even more valuable than anticipated, and he had to have it on display. But first, Trazyn had to deal with a spot of trouble. Teleporting out wasn't working. He tried. There was a powerful interdiction field over the whole area. He lacked the necessary clearance to bypass it, and a quick and dirty attempt to hack the local Necron network faced unexpectedly stiff resistance. That much he almost saw coming. A number of the Lychguard doing their admittedly very good best to dismember him, wore heraldry designating them as sworn to the Silent King. That might lead to some uncomfortable questions in the future. Fortunately, that particular boar wasn't around right now, so the Collector could worry about him later. Much later. Trazyn waved, shot, cut, stabbed, and smashed his way through. He was making a progress, however, it was too slow. Even his specially designed expedition chassis began to suffer unacceptable damage. An irritating amount of drones floated around, shooting at him, even ramming him, which was simply not the way you did things. It wasn't considerate. They also provided a powerful jamming field, cutting off unauthorized communications. Usually Trazyn would have had the codes to bypass such a defense, or his assets ready to jump in and deal with those pests. He had such assets waiting on standby. He couldn't call them, and they were laying low to avoid detection by the local Necrons. Reluctantly, Trazyn had to admit to himself he had been a tiny bit too eager to get himself some relics, also too dismissive by the local Necrons. That wasn't exactly a happy state of affairs. He blasted the face off a particularly persistent Lychguard and unleashed all available mind-shackle scarabs he carried. It was time to get serious and out of here. The Necrons surrounding him slowed down and spluttered. He broke through, only to notice they rather quickly began to recover. And instead of intercepting the more mundane Necron units going after him, every single one of them staggered in his direction. Trazin didn't like the way they glared at him and slurred his name. It was unbefitting and unbecoming. And getting caught might be hazardous. For some strange reason, they didn't seem to like him, the barbarians. Trazin let out a sigh, and his shoulders slumped. It wasn't faked at all. He had to spend one of his precious relics to get away. That simply didn't happen to him. Oh well, it hadn't happened in some time, but that wasn't important. Things like that weren't supposed to happen at all. More drones came at him screeching nonsense about thieves. He knew already the Blood Ravens were disreputable, magnificent hoarders. Why he got himself several new exhibits from their strike cruiser. With the utmost regret, Trazin placed an arm into one of his pocket dimensions and fished for the right tesseract labyrinth. A particle whip struck his shoulder while a Gauss shot found purchase into cracked platting. Cracked fingers slipped over an artifact. Trazin's shoulder seized when a Lich Guard materialized beside him and struck before his damaged body could properly respond. That was bad, and you should feel bad, the Collector snapped. As he did, a beam lanced from the symbol on his forehead. It burned its way through the head of the Lich Guard. Predictably, when he tried that on the next pest, a hyperphase blade met the energy beam and deflected it into the sky, where it sliced through a few of those irritating drones. The next time he came here, Trazin swore he would bring a few holds full of his best tiny machines. Then he would show those uncultured brutes what a real swarm was. A spluttering and seizing arm managed to get a hold of 2 tesseracts. He reflexively threw them out, sending the command to activate as soon as they hit the ground. At the same time, Trazin pushed as much power into his chronosphere as possible. It was time to make himself scarce before overwhelming numbers could fully converge on his position. Next time he would send a fake body or 10. No, better be 20. A large Catachan devil landed upside down, crushing many Lich Guards. Welp, he should have taken the time to put back the pieces he had been rearranging when the distress call came, Trazin decided. On the other hand, this was going to be enough of a distraction. What was in the other labyrinth? Trazin's sensor registered a small group of humans stumbling out among an ever-increasing number of screaming Necron warriors. He could almost appreciate the irony. Well, no matter, he would have to come back to return them to their proper place in the gallery. Or perhaps he would replace them with a fresher group. But first, he had to outrun the angry mob. That never got old. He made tons of friends that way. Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax stumbled from one slice of hell into another. A glance around offered little reassurance. Dozens of abominations surrounded them. Even if she had her loyal bodyguards with her this time as well, they were of little help against that many of the Xenos' menaces. As if that wasn't bad enough, a huge insect-like monster thrashed nearby. Probably the reason why they found themselves out and about, no matter for how fleeting a moment it might be. To me, kill as many of them as you can. Katarina screamed her fury, her throat raw of disuse, and drew Tyrant Slayer. The stormtroopers wasted no time and aimed at the nearest Xeno, and neither did she. Greyfax's finger caressed the trigger of her Condemner bolter. It had served her well against countless traitors and heretics. It was much less useful against these abominations. Katarina couldn't press the trigger. Her stormtroopers shook, held their ground, but fired not a single shot. What kind of xeno-sorcery was this? How could her hand betray her? She tried again and again, suffering the same result. All Greyfax could do was scream her hatred at the abominations. Perhaps that was the answer. The Xenos were ignoring them, focusing on the beast for now. The Inquisitor snarled, and caring little for the consequences, something she would no doubt later regret and curse herself over, drew power from the warp. She was surprised she could reach into the Immaterium and draw on its power. The Xeno abomination was sure to deny her even this. Greyfax staggered as if struck across the face with a metal gauntlet. The warp was the calmest she had ever experienced. It was too calm, impossibly calm. And as if that wasn't warning enough, a cage of light surrounded everything she could perceive. The Immaterium might have been calm, but it wasn't empty. There was an abomination of another kind nearby. It glowed like a beacon with the same energy surrounding her. It suddenly moved, and Katarina hurriedly cut off her connection just as she felt the demon's awareness brush over her. What insanity did that Xeno menace do this time? What depravity did it unleash? Move, let's get out of here. Useless or not, Greyfax didn't want to spend what little reprieve the illusion of freedom offered, surrounded by the Xenos. We're with you, Inquisitor, her bodyguards croaked, their voices cracked from disuse, just like her own. The Xenos ignored them, and they soon broke through. For the first time, Katarina laid her eyes on the surrounded area and blanched. That abomination had taken a piece of Imperial City. There were men, women, and children running away. A small cluster of guard stood impotently between the citizens and the Xenos. They couldn't fight either, Greyfax concluded. The abomination was taunting and torturing them all with their helplessness, damn it forever to the deepest, most terrible parts of the warp. Halt! A furious commissar missing an arm roared. Katarina barely heard him over the Xenos' screams of rage. She nearly smiled. The man was properly paranoid, for what little good it was going to do any of them. The troopers behind him aimed their weapons at the Inquisitor and her bodyguards, and this once she couldn't blame them. She would do the same and more if she was in their shoes. Part 4. Victory Bay. Kronus. Katarina stabbed Tyrant Slayer into the ground and raised a hand to pinch her cheek. Cold, armored fingers touched her clammy flesh, and she could feel the pain. It didn't help. The commissar, Weber, was speaking, explaining the situation. Greyfax heard him, knew the words coming out of his mouth. They just made not a shred of damned sense. They weren't back into the abomination's lair, but instead on an imperial world besieged by Xenos, traitors, and heretic. Demons, too. Or it had been if the madness Weber spouted held a shred of truth. Katarina was sorely tempted to raise her bolter and blow his head off. The man was clearly unhinged by the terrors he had faced. A sad fate that, however, no one was protected from breaking save for the Emperor. Despite her instincts screaming at Greyfax to discharge her duty, she kept listening. Weber was almost happy to condemn herself, and Katarina guessed she owed him that much. To her his confession properly before bringing the Emperor's justice upon him. He might have been a good man once, after all. Not everyone she had to shoot or burn had been a depraved traitor from the start. A few were even factually innocent, merely unwittingly condemning themselves with their actions. The Inquisitor picked up her power blade and held it in a death grip. They stood at the edge of a now ravaged park, watching a group of Xenos fight that huge insect-like monster. She gleefully observed how it crushed a few of them like empty cans, and its scythes proved a match for their accursed metal flesh. They ceased their abominable screams, and Katarina was almost glad for the end of the oral assault. Unfortunately, the beast picked up where the other Xenos left, screeching, snapping, and hissing in a very disturbing manner. The metal abominations lashed at it with a blade and lighting, stripping armored plates and exposing the tough flesh beneath. It still refused to die and continued to struggle, lashing back at everything in sight. An almost reassuring form of a predator tank rumbled from a nearby street, painted red. A few Adeptus Astartes ran behind it, carrying heavy weapons. To Greyfax's stunned disbelief, they opened fire on the beast as well, instead of using the distraction it offered to cut down the more dangerous abominations. Did those things manage to compromise even the Space Marines? The tank didn't bother slowing down and opened fire with rapid-firing cannon and heavy bolters. Explosive ordnance bit into exposed flesh, shaking the beast, who let furious death cries. It skittered with surprising speed for something so big and spouting such wounds as it did. It managed to trample two more abominations before a pair of missiles struck it. One slammed into its exposed and shredded chest, while the other went into its screeching mouth. The following two detonations splattered smoking ichor all around and finally put down the monster. Then the Xenos looked around, and most of them left, taken away by offending lightning bolts. Those who remained merely stood guard, but didn't move towards any of the humans. After everything she had suffered, Katarina couldn't believe it. What new torture did the abomination intend now? Offer them false hope? Pit them against the demon she sensed for its amusement? The tank took a position at the edge of the park. Its cupola began to rotate left and right, scanning for threats and ignoring the abomination just like they paid no attention to the Astartes. All but a single space marine flanked the machine, providing infantry support. The last one walked towards them with long strides that ate the distance in no time at all. "Commissar Weber," the Astartes nodded in respect. "I'm Brother Tarkus. Please explain the situation. Where is Asset Selene? Who took her?" "I'm pretty sure one of her Necron minders managed to get her away just in time." The broken commissar kept spouting madness, further damning himself. "Before they left, Selene managed to get that bastard in the hand with kneecapper," he proudly declared. "Good girl." The Astartes nodded in agreement. "What madness is this?" Greyfax hissed. The commissar was bad enough, however, he was a mere mortal man. The flesh was weak, the soul easy to tempt. But an Astartes, they were made of sterner stuff. "Elaborate, madam, and please introduce yourself. As I said, I'm Brother Tarkus, tactical marine of the Blood Ravens 1st Company, deployed to Kronus, under the field command of Captain Damian Thule. I'm Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax." She introduced herself coldly and raised a hand showing the symbol of her office. "Now we have 3 Inquisitors on site, if the rumors are true," the Blood Raven said, unperturbed. Katarina hadn't heard of that particular chapter, though that didn't say much. There were a lot of them, and new founding did happen often enough. Besides, there was important information those 2 let slip. There were supposed to be more Inquisitors caught in this snare. "I don't know what rumors you've heard, Brother Tarkus. However, Inquisitor Vale is with Inquisitor Vale, who arrived earlier today. They're at the General's HQ, discussing how to handle negotiations with the Necrons tomorrow." He nodded at the Inquisitor and her bodyguards. "They appeared along with that beast during the attack. The intruder escaped in the confusion." Greyfax bristled at the very idea. Those 2 had to be from Ordo Xenos. Thankfully, there were precious few Inquisitors from other branches with the gall to treat with Xenos, especially such abominations. "If you excuse me, Madam Inquisitor, I need to find out the state of my charge. I vowed we wouldn't misplace her again." Weber offered a crisp salute and turned away, ignored Katarina. She had had enough and raised her bolter. "Commissar Weber, in the Emperor's name, I pronounce you excommunicate traitoress. The sentence is—" Greyfax trailed off. She stared at the large bore of a bolter, one held by the Space Marine as if it was a toy. Many of the guardsmen nearby had their weapons aimed at Katarina and her retinue, while the stormtroopers returned the favor. "Are you a traitor as well, Astartes? If anyone is a traitor here or compromised, it might be you, Madam Inquisitor. You just appeared under suspicious circumstances. If anyone needs to be examined and judged as a potential traitor here, it is you and your group, not a man who, not a few days ago, fearlessly charged a horde of demons at the side of Inquisitor Vale," Tarkus declared coldly. Smoothly, the other Astartes turned around and aimed at Greyfax and her retinue. Moments later, the tank followed suit and several Necrons approached. "Is there an issue?" one of them calmly asked. "A few of them." "First, what is the status of Selene?" the commissar demanded, caring not that he was a trigger press from death. "Safe and on the way back here under heavy escort." "What about them?" The abomination looked at Katarina with its sinister, glowing eyes. "That remains to be seen. You people saw how they appeared." The commissar had the gall to shrug. "The thief released them from a tesseract labyrinth." Conclusion: he had stolen them some time ago and chose to use them as a distraction. However, they were smart enough not to engage our forces. Were they? The traitorous commissar raised an eyebrow at Greyfax, who was moments away from blowing his brains off, and damn the consequences. "What in the Emperor's name is happening here?" a man bellowed. It was a miracle, really, that no one pressed the trigger then and there. Well, not in Katarina's case. She froze for an instant, feeling the treacherously deceptive light of the demon brush over her senses. Greyfax looked to the right and saw it. It wore the visage of an ordinary man, twisting it with a pair of large glowing wings. Golden radiance covered its form, betraying the witchcraft saturating it. A blonde woman in a form-fitting costume walked beside him, and both of them were flanked by large abominations, with a lot more of the Xenos marching behind them. Was this the abomination's game, taunting and torturing them by shoving in their faces how many servants of the Emperor it had corrupted? Inquisitor Vale, the traitor commissar, saluted the winged demon, an act that would have signed his death sentence if he hadn't condemned himself already. Chapter 15, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 15, Our Enemies Bring Us Together. Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. The moment of hesitation cost Katarina dearly. An abomination moved in front of the traitorous commissar, shielding him. She gritted her teeth, cursing herself for allowing such weakness to creep within her. She should have shot him already. That way at least she would have rid the galaxy of one more traitor, even if it was the last thing she did. Because right now, when abominations and traitors surrounded them on all sides, the absolute best they could achieve would be suicide, and the abominations weren't merciful enough to let them die. Charles, I need answers now. What little patience I had left is now an exhausted resource, the demon hissed. This is Inquisitor Greyfax. Apparently, I'm a traitor now for working with aliens and upholding the alliance you brokered, sir. The traitor answered promptly. By all accounts, the Lady Inquisitor has been a captive of the entity that assaulted us in an attempt to kidnap Celine. There are indications that she and her retinue are compromised. Despite the way they appeared, and possessing many reasons to consider the Necrons hostile, they didn't fire a shot. Ah, hypocrisy, mental subversion, or plain stupidity. Which is it, I wonder? The demon taunted. That's interesting. One of the abominations declared. I'm detecting mind-shackle scarabs in them. Further, my scanners are highlighting an anomaly with the woman. She bears traces of long-term stasis technology exposure, much longer than the rest. They've been exposed for about 4 to 5 centuries. Without more invasive scans or specialized scanners, I'll have to guess. She's been in stasis for about 9,000 of your years, with an error margin of 10%. The abomination lied. There are anomalies. She might have been released for short periods before being frozen again. Inquisitor Greyfax, I'm Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. Even without the input by Herald of Victory, the way you arrived at Cronus puts your mental integrity in question. I'm compelled to request your surrender for medical examination and interrogation. If you don't comply, we'll have to subdue you. Preferably non-lethally. That thief caused enough chaos. We'll be doing him a favor if we kill each other while he is running away. The demon wanted them alive to torture them. Typical. Inquisitor, I request you stand down. The Astartes demanded as well. Katarina's arm shook while impotent rage made her see red. She wasn't compromised. Her mind was the only thing that abomination hadn't destroyed. She put everything she had into pressing the trigger while aiming at the face of the Xeno shielding the traitorous commissar. Her flesh betrayed her. Was this the demon's influence or the abomination's? Inquisitor, we can't shoot at them. We're trying. Her chief bodyguard whispered, distress and hatred coloring his usually stoic voice. The obvious conclusion crashed over Katarina. She was compromised. They all were. The only question was by whom, but it didn't matter now. There is only one way left for us, Sergeant. We live and die for the Imperium. In one quick motion, Greyfax pressed the barrel of her bolter under her chin. The Astartes were already moving, but they wouldn't make it in time. Her finger caressed the trigger once again, and to her immense frustration and fear, she couldn't pull it. The Blood Raven was upon her then, and her world became an approaching red fist, before winking out. This happened, Vale grunted. Seriously, fuck my luck. Now, Charles, please go retrieve Charon from where you and Scipio stashed him. He might be unable to keep his mouth shut to save his life, but he still is the best Magos biologist we have left. Consult with Scipio and get us whoever else among his boys and girls have experience with mind control devices and have them report to where you'll put the prisoners. Amarkon observed the unfolding situation with interest. At the same time, he gleefully dedicated a part of his awareness to watch again and again a recording of recent events. The pariah child hitting the thief on the fingers when he tried to steal her was deliciously ironic. Not to mention glorious. The little pariah deserved a gift for that alone. And a permanent security detail. While unlikely, they might just catch Trazyn while trying to take her again. At worst, they might be able to keep foiling him, which would be its own reward. If the thief managed to get the pariah anyway, then Amarkan knew how Vale would react. He was sure that Inquisitor Vale would do his best to deploy as many human forces for a raid on Solomis as he could arrange. That was a win-win situation, no matter how you looked at it. The recording of a primitive child foiling Trazyn with a melee weapon was going to be priceless. This was a very good day, despite the thief's appearance. The only downside was that now they had to offer even more concessions to the humans. All because that never-sufficiently damned thieving wretch took the Necron's honor, stabbed it in the back, shot it in public, then landed a monolith on it. At least watching Trazyn's fingers shatter was kind of soothing. It was really nice, all things considered. A brief exchange with Herald of Victory ensured they were on the same page as far as the pariah was concerned. Now it was time to continue the negotiations and begin repairing the damage the thief caused. We're ready to provide cryptech support in removing the mind-shackle scarabs from your fellow humans, as well as find out any present mental conditioning and reverse it, Herald of Victory said. I'm sure Magos Biologis Karum Beta 31 and the other Medicais will appreciate the offer, Vale said. They'd better, he added quietly. Amarkan found himself agreeing with the human. Further, because of this kidnapping attempt, we're ready to provide a permanent security detail for the pariah child Selene. They'll attempt to capture or neutralize the thief Trazyn when he makes another attempt to steal her. The odd energy readings surrounding Inquisitor Vale spiked, and the golden glow surrounding him became almost blinding for a few moments before subduing. It was an interesting phenomenon, one which revealed that their sensors needed a bit more hardening and calibration against trans-dimensional energies. I can provisionally agree to such an arrangement. We'll have to discuss the details later. Vale kept proving he was surprisingly wise for a primitive. On a related note, there is a standard offer of a reward to anyone confirmed preventing the thief Trazyn from conducting another successful robbery. Amarkan continued. Through her actions, the pariah child Selene earned herself one such reward. We'll offer appropriate compensation as soon as feasible. That should win back some goodwill, surely. And there were indeed many standing rewards aimed at foiling Trazyn, even if they weren't appropriate in this case. I'm certain Selene would appreciate a gift or two. Vale bargained well. I'll see it to it that Inquisitor Greyfax and her retinue are properly secured. Inquisitor Vale came back to their group. I propose we continue negotiations later this evening after tempers cool down and we've taken a proper stock of the situation. Besides, we do need time to consider your generous proposals. What she said, Vale agreed. That is acceptable. I'll have Cryptech Tsar of tomorrow available for consultation. I'll have my best cryptechs ready to assist as well. Foiling Trazyn is its own reward, Herald of Victory added. Part 6. There was one dubious benefit to incarceration. It left you in peace and quiet to run simulations on the topics that interested you. While not as good as actual hands-on research, it wasn't like Karam had the free time for that. There were too many busy bodies around, not to mention all the people who got themselves torn up, and someone, like him, had to put back together. That at least wasn't that bad. There were so many interesting wounds and other assorted injuries caused by exotic alien weaponry, radiation, toxins. Combat and its aftermath could be precious sources of data. And when you were one of the persons putting the guards back together, they tended to appreciate it and do more than usual to keep you alive. That was as good a deal someone like him could get these days. Such arrangements had saved him before, and imprisonment notwithstanding, saved him again. Karam doubted that if he hadn't been vital to patching the Inquisitor up, Vale would have been merely content to leave him to his own devices. Instead, he might have had Karam shot when the Magos tried to share what he learned. The typical arrangement proved useful once again. Just after a few days of peace, the guards let him out. People needed his expertise, as expected. Karam dutifully followed and stretched his electronic senses around. The noosphere, as pathetic as it was on Kronus, was abuzz with news. An alliance with the Necrons was in the making, one of a more permanent sort. While it was unlikely they had to offer much that would interest him, the prospect of getting his hands dirty did make him happy. The more new technology, alien or not, there was to distract his colleagues the better. That way, the other tech priests would be even more likely than usual to leave him alone. Karam's guards led him to a field hospital with heavy security. There was at least a regiment busy digging in, along with a lot of heavy equipment. Swarms of the Necron drones filled the sky. A large number of their warriors patrolled the area, scanning for threats as well. That was enough to confirm what he already deduced. Someone important got themselves blown up, or worse, and he would have to stitch them back up. Doing so was usually trivial, but still important. The Magos biologies passed by several choke points and under the searching eyes of many scanners. Finally, he reached a large, mostly empty operating room. An unfamiliar human woman stood by the operating table, flanked by 3 colorful and very large Necrons, who barely fit into the operating theater. A man in blue-tinted carapace armor laid strapped in securely on the table. Perhaps he had to keep a prisoner alive for interrogation. He hadn't done that lately. "Karam Beta 31, the woman demanded. "Yes," he answered simply and to the point. "Inquisitor Amberley Vale." She raised an arm that was hidden by her body, showing her symbol of office. Karam sent an inquiry and got back valid codes. "Lady Inquisitor," he bowed, "how can I be of assistance?" "We have a group of soldiers and a fellow Inquisitor under the influence of alien mind control technology. They might have been subjected to further mental conditioning." Brainwashing, she meant. "You want my aid to reverse the process?" Karam perked up. This was new and exciting. He already liked this Inquisitor. "Inquisitor Vale recommended your talents, and here we are." Karam had to concede that the young Inquisitor might not be so bad after all, even if he overreacted over the Magos merely doing his job. "These are Cryptek's Tsar of Tomorrow," the Inquisitor pointed at the largest and most ornate machine, Seeker of Truth, that was the closest and smallest one, and last but not the least, Cryptek Novice of RK. They're familiar with the technology in question and will offer their expertise in removing it. Corporal Victor Sentenza here volunteered to be the first subject you'll work on. I'll leave it to you. You'll have access to any resources you need within reason." The Inquisitor left with those words. Greetings in the name of the Omnissiah. Karam decided that being very polite might be in his best interest. "What do we have to deal with?" "Mind shackle scarabs." The largest Necron spoke in a surprisingly normal-sounding, not to mention polite and erudite voice. A crystal-clear hologram appeared above their patient, showing the man's insides in incredible detail. The image zoomed in on the head, briefly flickering through skin and bone until it showed a deep scan of the brain. It was a real-time projection of what was happening inside right now. While Karam had worked with blessed medical equipment with similar capabilities, it tended to be rather large and quite rare. There wasn't a single example on Kronus. Perhaps the Astartes apothecaries had something like it on their ship in orbit. What got Karam's attention in particular were the thousands of glowing green machines within the brain, most of them in the cortex region. They had no business being there. "We need to get those out while keeping the subjects functional." Tsar of Tomorrow stated the obvious. "The usual countermeasures we have against them will prove messy and fatal if used on something as fragile as mere flesh and blood." Karam nodded, while silently agreeing. It was surprising, or perhaps not, that the Necrons shared the Mechanicus' disdain for mere flesh. They had discarded it, after all, he had to remind himself. Those 3 were prime examples of what the tech priests saw as the pinnacle of evolution. He vowed to ask some leading questions about how they achieved such a feat while working on the current project. Necron Stronghold, the Thurabis Plateau, Cronus. Necron facilities rose from the ground, casting long shadows. A veil of artificial clouds saturated with energy and tiny machined provided cover from aerial and orbital observation. It would also shred most airborne treats that attempted to pass through and would disperse energy weapon strikes, offering additional protection. Drones and simple-minded warriors busied themselves with clearing up the area, making it properly presentable, not that the facilities themselves were active and well defended. The sight alone almost made Amarkan content. The multiple weapon emplacements, ensuring they wouldn't be taken out of orbit, surely helped in that regard. Herald of Victory phased through the ground and offered him a sphere. "Here it is," a hard copy of the data we agreed to share. The Nemesaur would have smiled if he still could. He interfaced with the well-protected data repository. An exchange of all the necessary codes followed. Then he had to pass an additional authentication process before finally gaining access to the data. His filters went on overdrive while he scanned the information and got a copy within his memory. While he wasn't a cryptech, Amarkun was familiar enough with how their technology worked to conclude that everything appeared legit. Data on anti-warp pylon research, including the schematics and research notes for multiple models with different effects and capabilities. Data on War in Heaven pariah research, which indicated interesting parallels between ancient Necron efforts to counter trans-dimension entities and phenomena and the human pariahs. Scans and a stealthily taken blood sample from the pariah child Selene proved the commonality further. What was the relationship between the Necrons and the humans? That was yet another thing they had to investigate. Next was data on other assorted null-tech research, which would provide marginal to moderate upgrades for the Neferu dynasty. Finally, he received raw combat data and military analysis of encounters with trans-dimensional entities falling under the designation Chaos Forces. When all was said and done, Amarkun in particular and his dynasty in general would profit mightily from answering the call for help. In exchange, they were going to provide military support, access to resources from orbital mining, and most importantly, naval support and transport. It was more than a reasonable exchange for what Amarkun already gained and might yet gain from future research conducted on Kronus. A problem that had always plagued research in countermeasures against trans-dimensional incursions was the lack of willing subjects with access to abilities fueled by such energies. In the fullness of time, the alliance with the humans might change that and offer new insights. The bargain is well struck, Nemesaur Amarkun the Gatherer. Herald of Victory declared after Amarkun confirmed he received what the planetary lord promised. Bargained well and done, Herald of Victory. They sealed the exchange with ancient words, which while mostly fallen out of use, were still important to many. Then it was the turn for the more modern and binding exchange of digital signatures and long code sequences. Do you have anything to add about tonight's negotiations? We have an accord about the goals we'll pursue and the restitution we'll offer. My cryptechs have the gifts finalized. Mine as well. There was little more to say about tonight. The Necrons spent the rest of the early evening discussing the implications of Trazyn being active for at least 9,000 years. The number of artifacts he might have stolen in that time and their origin. It was concerning to consider what else he had taken from the humans and how they might react if they became aware of the thievery. Chapter 16, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 16, Tenuous Pacts. Part 1, Victory Bay, Kronus. To my utter relief, Selene arrived happily riding on the back of a Necron destroyer along with her mechanical bodyguard shortly before we retired to the HQ. Naturally, the first thing I did was to check on her and hug her. If her grin was anything to go by, she either wouldn't know what bullet she dodged or didn't care. She got a ride out of this mess after all. Her arrival did gather a moderately sized crowd. A few of the citizens even cheered uneasily until they saw me pick up the munchkin, at which point the predictable rapturous screaming began. The whole circus made the propaganda department in general, and a Lieutenant Regina in particular, very happy with the pictures they got. I made a mental note to check up on what insanity they were cooking later, however. For now, I had more immediate concerns. Bron, good you're here. I noted the surviving Ogrins shuffle slowly through the guardsmen surrounding us. I've got a job for you. You're to keep Selene here safe and tear to pieces the next thieving bastard who tries to take it. Can I count on you? The giant of a man beamed as if the Emperor himself stepped from the golden throne to give him orders and nodded vigorously. That's how Selene ended up on the bonehead's shoulder, still wearing her armor and with kneecapper in tow. This is precious. The propaganda lieutenant was grinning too and directing a camera crew to record everything. She was giving Scipio a run for his money in the bouncing department. Lieutenant Picos, I want a heavy weapons platoon in Selene's vicinity at all times. I will no longer be accepting excuses from people who can't stand to be near her. Am I clear? Recent events drove home the point that I had to straighten up my retinue status. Not that getting shot wasn't something I had to necessarily worry about. In practice, that meant getting Celine as much protection as practical. "I'll see to it, sir. We won't fail you," the lieutenant promised and meant it. "See to it that you don't." With this hopefully handled for the moment, it was time to go deal with another headache. Politics. We gathered for a last-ditch brainstorming session before the next round of negotiations with the Necrons. At Amberley's suggestion, we included General Alexander, Captain Thule, and Scipio for a simple and obvious reason, so we could use them as a litmus test on how the Imperium at large might react to some of the so far proposed points. Among the small group, only Scipio looked like he didn't want to be here. He could barely stay in one place and was ready to start bouncing off the walls in impatience. "That's how it is." Inquisitor Vale summarized the Necron's proposals. Even that wasn't enough to keep the Magos steady, however now we had his attention. Necron suggestions will force various doctrinal issues to come into open conflict. Scipio began. Some numerous elements within the Adeptus Mechanicus consider the study of profane xenotechnology a tech heresy, and those who conduct it heretics. He explained with distaste. At the absolute best, they can be convinced to review xeno devices to learn how to better neutralize them. This faction is large and numerous. Even just conducting a proper study on the pylons, reverse engineering them, and building our own versions will be a tough sell no matter how useful they would be to the Imperium at large. He didn't need to convince us. All but Amberley saw firsthand how useful those pylons were. Also, attempting to study and then build weapons and devices based on either Necron or Tau examples will prove too much for too many traditionalists. This isn't technology recovered from a holy STC. It hasn't been created by human hands with the blessing of the Omnissiah. Scipio elaborated. "However, you disagree, do you not, Magos?" Captain Thule cut to the chase. "I'm what you might consider Xenorite, even though I don't see myself as such. I am among those who see the blessings of the Omnissiah in all technology, human or alien. It's how the technology is used, and to what ends, that is the primary constant that divides tech heresy from the normal study of technology. While not quite a minority, our group and our allies are outnumbered by the other Mechanicus factions. Not all of them are hostile to our ideas. Unfortunately, many are." I was sure that this summary barely scratched the surface of the problem. However, it was good enough to illustrate what we would be facing if the alliance panned out. In that case, we should be careful how we present anything we gain from the alliance we're discussing. Will it help that we won't be actually building the Necron pylons, but our versions? I inquired. Perhaps. It would be a distinction lost to many a tech priest. However, I must raise a different point. I heard no mention of Holy STC. I must request you make the return and recovery of any such relics of the Omnissiah a high priority during the negotiations. That is an oversight we'll repair with utmost haste. STC recovery will be the first thing we'll negotiate tonight. Amberley vowed. Praise the Omnissiah. Scipio's mechadendrites danced in glee. General Captain, how do you see the consequences of a long-lasting alliance with the Necrons unfold? Lucas Alexander frowned mightily at us. Well, they're Xenos, he grumbled. With this out of the way, I can assure you that there are elements in the Guard who will appreciate not having to face them before we can get appropriate countermeasures to their technology, which went contrary to what elements within the Mechanicus would find acceptable. Upgrading what the Imperial Guard had as a standard kit with gear reverse-engineered from captured Tau stocks and anything the Necrons might offer would do nicely to lower the gulf of capabilities between the two sides. The damning thing was that I was sure the Mechanicus had the real nice toys, many more than they needed to, and kept hoarding them instead of offering the Guard better gear. Now, I wasn't born yesterday and knew that at least in part the issue was the fragmented and fucked up state of the Imperium industrial base. However, I had the nagging suspicion that this was less than an issue than the Mechanicus claimed. In that regard, trying to incorporate reverse-engineered alien tech on a limited basis might prove useful in judging how much the AdMech were fucking with the rest of us. Needless to say, that was a suspicion I've been keeping to myself. Some of my peers would be glad we can preserve forces that would otherwise suffer greatly in order to use them against other, more immediately dangerous threats. Others will find it hard to swallow not shooting at any. Xeno they could see. The presentation will matter a great deal. Open backing from the Inquisition as well. So no one shoots him out of hand. You'll have our backing in that regard, Amberley reassured him. Captain Thule? The Blood Ravens has had to ally with aliens in the past to combat greater treats. This is no different. My primary concerns are how long this alliance might last, and is it a mistake to give our allies time to consolidate their position? Those are concerns we share, I told him bluntly. However, we're all aware of the military realities that caused this alliance in the first place, and of the existing correlation of forces. Thule wasn't happy at that, but let it go. It might have been different if we knew about the Necrons earlier and could catch them early in their awakening. The Eldar and Tau ensured such a thing didn't happen, and then there were the Chaos forces. There was no use to dwell over what-ifs. We had to play with the cards we had. General Alexander, what are your thoughts about a few of your units field testing reverse-engineered Tau war gear? I'm aware that the troops who fought with us in the Deimos Peninsula will be under extreme scrutiny. Thanks to the Necron pylons, we can avoid having to purge them out of fear of corruption. However, we'll have to keep a close watch on them anyway. Because anything less would have our Hereticus and Malleus colleagues going ballistic. Amberley hinted at that much. I think that we can work out something. Alexander nodded, showing the barest hint of relief. He knew what the Inquisition often did to forces who survived encounters with chaos. They either purged them or drew them in for their own use. Sometimes the Inquisition did both. That's good. Scipio? I'll be frank. The pylons are a potential game-changer for the Imperium at large. I'll be doing my best to push for their accelerated testing, revere engineering, and widespread usage after any unpleasant surprises are accounted for. I said bluntly, so there would be no misunderstandings. On that point, we're in complete agreement. This brings us to the second point. As you said, Magos Scipio, what we are proposing will be seen as tech heresy by elements of the Mechanicus. Because of that, we might as well go all in. We're considering agreeing on the Necron proposal for aid in capturing and reverse engineering Tau technology to use as our own if feasible. Amberley added, Personally, I agree. Those of my faction will likely back you up. However, you must be ready for a serious backslash. That is the best-case scenario. Duly noted. It was almost time to meet the Necrons and hammer down an agreement. Then we would have to figure out how to sell it to the Imperium at large. Part 2. General Alexeida's HQ, Victory Bay. Kronus. The Necron diplomatic party appeared in a flash of dazzling emerald light, which dissipated slower than usual. There was a time and place for pomp and circumstances, and this was it. The Necron Lord had their best regalia on display, awing the humans. Tonight they intended to conclude the bulk of the negotiations, and they had to observe proper protocol. Greetings, humans, Tsar of Tomorrow proclaimed grandly. I present you with Amarkon, the Gatherer, Nemestor of... Amarkon tuned out the cryptech listing all his proper titles. He had to order his friends to act as a proper herald and general aide tonight. Herald of Victory, similarly, had dragged one of his own cryptechs to serve in the same capacity. Observation of the human discussion that happened shortly before their arrival was enlightening and forces some minor changes in the Necron strategy. If the humans were too busy killing each other over foolish reasons, they would be too busy to be useful allies. That wouldn't be a good state of affair. Now, finally, Amarkon was beginning to understand why his people preferred to enslave aliens, kill them or disregard them completely. Actually negotiating successfully was a chore at the best of times. Like now, his counterparts were willing to make a deal, even agreed that Amarkon's benevolence was stunning and great indeed. However, if they accepted his generous offer, their people might kill them. It was pure insanity. Nevertheless, Amarkon was going to make this work. He wasn't a Nemesor just for show. The exchange of titles ended, amply demonstrating that the two humans weren't experienced diplomats. They were both still in awe and offered only their most basic and relevant titles. Those were the perils of working with primitives. Amarkon decided it was for the best to leave it at that. We understand that you will have certain conditions you need to hold on to and certain requests to make. Let us hear them, then we'll explain our lastest offer. As appropriate, we'll offer gifts in light of your service in combat, defending this world from hostile incursion. Herald of Victory began. It was an atypical and particularly bold gambit, not to mention blunt, however, it was one likely to serve them much better here than it might during negotiations between dynasties. The humans looked at each other, and Vale nodded to the female to begin. Was this some odd mating ritual coloring the negotiations? Flesh, blood, and hormones made things needlessly complicated. Let's not forget Sticky, Herald wondered briefly. Amarkan barely paid attention to the expected request from the female Inquisitor. He was running predictions on the feasibility of tampering with an STC if they found one in order to provide the humans with basic tech that wouldn't get his principal allies among them shot. It might work in theory, however, it wouldn't be feasible for said technology to be easily recognized as Necron's sourced. No modern weaponry, which went without saying. However, a few ancient models, not to mention pylon tech, would go a long way if accepted, which was a problem from what the humans said. Their fanatics had trouble accepting technology not developed by the now lost human civilization to the point they were violent about it. Well, he had time to run more simulations. It wasn't like they had access to such a device to modify right now. We can agree without issue on this point. We'll hand over to you any of these STC devices we might stumble upon. However, we'll require a clarification. What exactly is an STC, and how do we recognize it? One of the new additions to the human negotiation team began speaking. He sounded almost like some courtiers Amarkun knew, painting everything with long-winded, meaningless words. Long story short, if he translated the rambling right, a standard template constructor was an AI-run library core containing the bulk of the human's technological knowledge. Those were extremely rare and practically priceless these days. Reading between the lines, Amarkan concluded that they were artifacts from a precursor human civilization, which might have been almost civilized, which had fallen 10 to 15,000 years ago due to the Eldari literally fucking and torturing the galaxy into ruin. The only really useful thing this Scipio Row 11 did was sending a data burst containing images of previously recovered STC fragments. Now the Necrons could more easily recognize them. That was the first point of agreement finished. Progress. Point 2 concerned the pylon anti-warp technology, which actually sounded better than anti-transdimensional technology. It was shorter to the point, and ensured the primitives knew what you talked about. He designated it so from now on. For a second time tonight, the humans didn't tell the Necrons anything they didn't already know. Overhearing their strategic meeting on the topic was useful like that. We humbly request more examples of your pylon technology when they become available. Having access to multiple devices will speed up testing and help demonstrate their usefulness on a larger scale faster. Vale was saying it was a reasonable request. Amarkan could see how other humans might look at anything that happened in a world that was a Necron stronghold with justified suspicion. They would need to carry out tests at locations with no Necron influence. In that, at least, the primitives were reasonable. We can agree. When we have enough pylons to properly neutralize the warp influence at the Deimos Peninsula, I will build more mobile pylons for your study and use. Herald of Victory promised. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll provide further information about the techniques used in the pylon construction in order to facilitate your own efforts. This meant that the humans either weren't advanced enough to do it by themselves in a feasible amount of time, or they had generally regressed enough that simply relying on them was a moot point anyway. Why couldn't the damn primitives just take the offered technology and cryptech assistance and build a proper infrastructure instead of this dancing around? Right, crazy religious fanatics worshipping technology. Amarkan couldn't even properly blame them on that part. Necron cults were worshipping Citan still, and that was undeniably worse than any human not entangled with the abominations from another dimension could ever do. At that point, the negotiators stepped back and left the cryptex, and the part human, part machine in red robes get the details straightened out. In fairness, a lot of the negotiations should have happened that way, below the level of the Nemesaur and planetary overlord, and beyond the direct intervention of the human inquisitors. However, the situation was anything but typical, and they couldn't risk their minions without close supervision. And at that point, they might get the important parts done themselves. While the technical discussion was going on, the four of them could tackle the next part of the negotiations. What to do with the blue aliens? I propose that we ask them kindly to pack up and leave while abandoning all industrial facilities and military gear. Vale suggested, if they agree, it will be for the best. If not, we would have tried talking and can remove them forcefully. We can engage their primitive ships in orbit if it comes to that. Their loss might force surrender without the need of ground combat that might damage useful infrastructure. Amarkun suggested, such a live-firing exercise would help gauge what the navies of this era were generally capable of. If the humans had a significant technological advantage in space, they would already neutralize the Tau presence in orbit. With their mobile forces crippled, the Tau ethereals in charge might be more willing to negotiate in good faith than usual. I must warn you, they'll suggest you join their empire so you can all serve the greater good together. Under their wise guidance, of course. The female human rolled her eyes as she said that. Amarkun wasn't sure what to make of that. From what he could gather, the Tau were at best a little less insane than the humans. Their madness simply manifested differently. He might send an envoy anyway. He was curious to see if the Tau would really make such a hilarious offer to the Necrons. As if they would willingly serve anyone or anything but themselves ever again. Your offer has merit. Amarkun eventually agreed. We will send an envoy. If the Tau does not follow up on our ultimatum, we'll neutralize their naval assets and demand unconditional surrender. If a ground campaign is necessary, we'll provide military support. After discussing the situation with General Lucas Alexander, who is the current military governor of Kronus, we can agree with your offer of dividing this continent as we discussed earlier. Vale changed the topic. However, it must be noted that upholding that part of the deal will be dependent on our potential success in convincing the Imperium at large to honor the bargain. That much is understood. While we can respectively speak for the Neferu dynasty and the Necron presence on Cronis, you can't necessarily speak for the human Imperium at large. Amarkun conceded, technically we can. What we can't guarantee is that other Imperial authorities won't declare us traitors and the agreement we are negotiation, void and null. The female elaborated. We'll need to get into contact with the subsector, sector and at possibly segmentum leadership and get their agreement to guarantee that local authorities will follow through. In some respects, this sounded as bad as the Necrons themselves, while the silent kind wasn't around. On second thought, it sounded almost the same, which gave Amarkun a new appreciation about what he was dealing with. He would need to prepare envoys to deal with the humans, perhaps send one or more with Vale to keep him alive and monitor the situation. As a bonus, any such envoys will be able to gather precious information about the galaxy at large, the human Imperium, and any new threats. Next on the agenda is the relationship between Imperial forces and authorities and their Necron counterparts. Inquisitor Vale decided that it was for the best to push through with the negotiations. The alliance we're negotiating is between the Necron Lord of Kronus, Herald of Victory, and myself, Amarkun the Gatherer, Nemisor speaking for the Neferu dynasty. We can offer codes that will designate you as potential allies to our own allied dynasties and facilities, thus potentially avoiding unprovoked hostile response. We are in no position to speak about other Necron dynasties. You should keep in mind that being identified as our allies will force a hostile response from several rival dynasties. Amarkun explained carefully, trying his best to put it in such a way the primitives would understand. Our alliance isn't with all Necrons across the galaxy. It is with your groups in particular. Once again, Vale proved why Herald deemed him almost worthy of friendship. Granted, considering that the Inquisitor was primitive, with all that entailed, the bar was much lower than usual, but it was still notable. One of the things we will require in exchange is military aid in neutralizing hostile dynasties, or Tomb Word, who had been crippled beyond repair by the passage of time. We agree that you can recover any human technology and artifacts found in such locations, while we will take possession of ours. That's acceptable, provided that we have adequate forces in the area. and that the rest of the deal is approved by other Imperial authorities. Vale agreed without blinking. Amarkan had to give the humans this much. Negotiating with them was quick and to the point. If this was a typical affair between two dynasties, they would still be arguing useless trivia surrounding the first point of discussion and continue doing so for a long time to come. Chapter 16, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 16, Tenuous Pacts. Part 3, General Alexander's HQ, Victory Bay, Kronus. Can someone explain to me what just happened? General Alexander walked tiredly into the briefing room we used for the negotiations, but only after we were done, the lucky bastard. Amberley's Schola and Scipio were in their own world, surrounded by all kinds of data storage devices, good old-fashioned scrolls, and at least a metric ton of velium. They were busy scribbling and muttering to themselves. "We have an agreement in principle," I explained, while Amberley was draining her second glass of Amasec as if she just crawled out of a desert. "What's this, then?" The general waved a scarred hand with few obvious bionic fingers at the table we sat at. What wasn't covered by data storage and velium barely held several Necron devices, their gifts of goodwill, and because I helped Herald against Skulltaker, losing an arm in the process. Incidentally, now there were 2 necrodermis arms on the table, supposedly ready for implantation. "Gifts," Amberley twitched. "I know many Inquisitors who would kill for this." She waved at the table, who have in fact killed for less. "I also know a lot of people who would shoot first, ask questions later if they see someone wearing that." "I'll appreciate an explanation. How likely are we to be shot by our own people because of your inquisitorial shenanigans? I believe this isn't something too much to ask." He joined us at the table and produced a large metal cup from somewhere. Then he mugged Amberley's bottle. "Well, it's like this," I explained, while my fellow Inquisitor went to pour herself another drink before the guard could drain her precious Amasec. We got through the major points of the Alliance quickly and with minimal bargaining. As expected, the real sticking point there was that the Necrons offered more than we could accept, which was idiotic in itself and made me almost despair for humanity. If the Emperor watched this, he might be weeping or shaking holy terror with his rage. What almost torpedoed the whole initiative were various smaller details the Necrons insisted on. I was sure those things might appear very reasonable from their Xeno viewpoint. From where we stood, on the other hand, their minor requests were anything but minor or trivial. All those issues centered around one simple fact. "You want us to do what?" To give her credit, Amberley didn't quite screech at the suggestion. It was even enough to get Scipio and Mott to pay attention and look beyond the storage devices that until now took their whole world. "Is it not normal to send diplomatic representatives and offer liaisons?" Amarkan asked. His confusion appeared genuine too. I knew that sending diplomats and representatives was a normal thing when system governors, and even the nominal leaders of whole sectors, cut deals with their peers. However, those were humans. There are a few rare precedents that Ordo Xenos or rogue traders occasionally use. It involves a great deal of paperwork, and it is no protection against more traditional elements in our society. Inquisitor Vale tried to salvage the situation. "She means fanatics you can't reason with," I explained. "What he said?" Amberley. "The term is sanctioned Xenos. As long as the paperwork is in order and the alien remains in the company of an ally who can both vouch for them, it is technically possible for," she grimaced, "friendly aliens to operate in Imperial space. While it happens, it is not a pleasant experience for anyone involved. I'm afraid it is almost a guarantee that sooner rather than later someone would offend or attack your representatives if we go that way. We can take care of ourselves." Amarkan waved away Amberley's worries. "We'll have our cryptex talk details and arrange the paperwork later. Now, about liaisons with you two." The Necron Lord kept rolling as if everything was right in the world. "Trazyn already has his eyes on your pariah child, Inquisitor Vale. Because of that particular problem, we decided that her reward for foiling him would be a permanent security detail." I was sure that if he could, Amarkan would grin at me and pat himself on the back for a job well done. The worst thing was I was tempted to accept. I must stress that sending diplomatic representatives with us to local Imperial authorities will be a bad idea at this time. Amberly tried to be the voice of reason. However, I must admit more security for the child won't go amiss. She added sweetly, "Wait, what?" "Then it is agreed. We'll have the permanent members of the Pariah Selene's Guard in place shortly." Herald of the Void clapped once and sounded almost happy. "Next minor point, not of diplomacy but honor, is your well-being, Inquisitor Vale." He pointed a metal finger at me, so there would be no mistake, I guessed. What about me? It wasn't like these negotiations were currently the greatest threat to my continued survival or something, right? At least this time I managed to keep my odder thoughts to myself. That was surely progress. You, Inquisitor Vale, keep losing body parts during combat, and you keep getting into personal combat. Analysis of your past actions leads us to believe you will continue to do so. Despite recent developments, Herald jabbed that offending fingers at me again, this time at my wings in particular, which ruffled in irritation. Sooner or later, you'll get your head cut off, rendering you useless. This simply wouldn't do. With negotiations practically complete, I must insist you take a Necron liaison with you. He'll facilitate communication with any other of our kind you might run into and do his best to keep you in one piece. The same goes for you, Inquisitor Vale. By all accounts, you two are among the more reasonable among your kind. It would be in our best interest to keep you intact to facilitate future negotiations. Amarkan added. The security implications alone, Amberly spluttered. There was that angle too. Consider our offer an incentive to upgrade your data security. It is practically non-existent. Both Scipio and Mott spluttered at that. Well, the Adeptus Mechanicus might like the challenge and give them something else to focus on. Perhaps this idea had some merit after all. Then we have an understanding. We'll have your liaisons in place by this time tomorrow at the latest, Amarkan declared. Something in the way he said it made me think there would be no more discussions on this particular topic. And I looked at Amberly, who looked like she just swallowed a whole lemon. We will do our best to make this arrangement work. However, I must stress this point. We can't make any guarantee on how other human authorities or individuals would act towards your representatives. For 10,000 years, every human had been taught to loathe, mistrust, and hate the alien. Such things can't be ignored or overcome easily, neither easy nor fast. We understand and won't hold you accountable for the actions of others. Amarkan hurried to reassure us. Was it just me, or did he kind of radiate smugness and condescension? Bloody Zeno! At that point, I had a thought. Perhaps your liaisons might use a disguise. If successful, such a gambit can spare us all some trouble. Amberly perked up at that. It might work. The same goes for your diplomatic representatives. A disguise might reduce the odds of random attacks. This is acceptable. The Necrons immediately agreed. We will instruct our agents to prepare appropriate disguise before reporting for duty, Amarkan declared grandly. Now that the principal negotiations are over, we can proceed with offering gifts. There was no mistaking it. Herald sounded positively gleeful now. Inquisitor Vale, honor requires you to receive an appropriate reward for risking life and limb to aid me during the battle against trans-dimensional entities. From now on, designated warp abominations. Herald waved a hand and his guards surged forth. They locked their weapons on their backs and items materialized in their hands. First, I'm honored to present you with the hyperphase sword you used to vanquish the entity known as Skulltaker. A huge leering Necron walked gracefully in front of me and offered me the hilt of a familiar sword. The only difference was the crossguard. It was now in the form of the imperial double-headed eagle. I'm honored to accept. As a matching gift from the Neferu dynasty, a shield. Amarkun apparently didn't want to be outdone. So the next time you might not lose another appendage, he declared happily. Sure enough, now there was another Necron in my face, offering me a large slab of dark green metal covered with symbols almost identical to those on Amarkan's regalia. Those are magnificent and humble gifts. I nodded happily. First, the gifts were great. Second, even if they were, I wasn't about to tell them that and fuck up a barely acceptable deal. Scratch that. My smile froze when they offered me a pair of metal arms each, as spare parts. If necessary, we can offer you new legs. Herald kept talking while I stared at the necrodermis limbs. My colleague is simply speechless from the consideration you offer him. Amberley spoke in a honeyed voice. I feel compelled to thank you on his behalf. Lord Amarkan, Lord Herald of Victory. I can see why. He expects to lose his legs too soon, doesn't he? Herald of Victory nodded in understanding. Worry not. We've taken his odd tendency to misplace bits and pieces during combat. Behold, our cryptex crafted armor to help keep him in one piece. The Necrons in front of me put the spare arms on the table, then more items materialized in their hands. Those were pieces of dark meal armor. Most of it looked utterly normal, bless the Emperor. A breastplate to keep vital parts functional. Amarkan ignored my stunned disbelief. It is inscribed with heraldry proclaiming your deeds so far and your status as a friend of the Neferu dynasty and the Kronus Research Center. And anyone of ours who could read this would be doing their best to shoot me and ask questions never. Then there was the helmet. The first thing I noticed was the stylized symbol of the Inquisition etched on the forehead flanked by two small ornate skulls. The eyes glowed green, and the whole thing was shaped like a Necron head, because of course it was. I am left speechless, I managed to croak. The back of the chest armor can retract and fold to account for the wings too. One of the cryptex pipped up. However, I was in no state to respond. If anyone saw me in this away from Cronus, they would declare me an abominable Xeno or a traitor with predictable results. Atibas course. To summarize, we agreed not to shoot at each other so we can shoot at other people, General Alexander began. They'll help us remove the Tau from Cronus, offer technical expertise on developing our own version of their anti-warp technology as well. He took a long pull of his cup as if the Amasec was regular ale. So far so good. You are going to have Necron infiltrators as part of your retinues trying to keep you alive. I don't know what to say about that. Better you than me, I guess. Good luck not getting us all shot by Sector Command. The Emperor knows that would take a miracle. My thoughts exactly. It might be worth it if the pylon technology spreads. I shrugged. Why aren't you drinking? Alexander glanced at me with suspicion. Thanks to these, my wings waved at him, and the rest of the Emperor's blessing, I can't get even a buzz from any normal amount of alcohol, I admitted. And wasn't that a kick in the nuts? I needed a drink, damn it. Part 4. Ares Badlands, Cronus. As far as the Eldari could see, there were dark dunes. Only an odd piece of weathered rock jutted out of the desert, not yet ground down to fine dust. This was a dead and desolate place. It had been this way for a long time. The ranger could feel it in his bones. It was a bad place, and he wondered if it was just because the demon buried below the dunes. Only hard-trained patience, worthy of his rank, kept Rohan from demanding a status update. That in itself told him much. This forsaken place was playing with his nerves. Besides, it wasn't like he would be the first to know if the warlock finally found the prison. There were only a handful of Eldari in this part of the continent. Rohan, the warlock doing his thing, and the grav tank crew. The last group were the best off, enjoying the relative comfort of the sealing machine. The small band of Eldari was alone, surrounded by silent Jungir, no Necron, drones, and the odd human patrol. Rohan had to remind himself how he thought about either group, even hinting that the latter were mere beasts, and the former still slaves of the Citan could lead to otherwise avoidable issues. Achieving more than he already had was a very long and tricky shot, one Rohan felt compelled to make. He still got his fellow Eldari out of the potential blast radius, leaving him with barely any support. At any rate, it was going to be worth it. No matter what happened from now on, his troops were where they could do the most, back home. Or on the way there anyway. The question plaguing Rohan was simple. How did he derail the alliance between humans and Necrons? He knew how not to. Providing them with a target to unite again was what got them into this disaster. He wasn't going to make them target him. Rohan thought about spreading strife. Attempting to play upon the humans' hatred about everything different might have worked. If Taldir didn't ensure they would trust one of their kind even less than usual. Staging a false attack to get the allies to fight each other might have worked in another time and place. Here, the human leaders had the disturbing ability to be reasonable and see beyond the dogma they were raised on. The Necrons were as bad, if not worse. They also had the whole contingent covered with surveillance devices. Rohan didn't trust what little warp sorcery he had in his possession against the scrutiny arrayed against them. Perhaps someone like Eldrad might have had the skills and cunning to pull off something sneaky and underhanded enough to work. Rohan wasn't the ancient Farseer. The ranger kept looking over the desolate desert. His eyes automatically scanned for the tiniest sign of trouble and found nothing. Perhaps that was the answer. Do nothing. The humans were self-destructive at the best of times. How would the rest of their kind react to the news of an alliance with the Necrons of all beings in the galaxy? There might be something to this idea, not only because following through with it didn't require a pointless suicide, but because the humans were self-destructive, crude creatures. The more Rohan thought about it, the more he found the prospect enticing. At worst, he might have to stay around and bide his time to drive a blade through the Alliance's heart. Meanwhile, the humans and Necrons alike would be useful for at least one more thing, seeing the destruction of another demon. And that was a topic Rohan was doing his best not to dwell upon. The destruction of warp beasts was nothing new. Many powerful Eldari warlocks and Farseers could smite down the less powerful monsters for good under the right circumstances. Some weapons could bring the end to almost any Neverborn, though those were exceedingly rare these days. What Rohan found disturbing was the possibility to see the process industrialized by the Alliance. That should have been a good thing if the tools necessary couldn't as easily cripple his people. Those Necron pylons were an extreme threat, and not only because how they made it almost impossible to draw power from the Sea of Souls. It was the moments of peace Rohan felt under their influence that made him shy from thinking about them, because if he let himself dwell upon it, it could easily grow into an obsession. And so Rohan the Ranger sat on top of a tank, gloomy, pondering dark thoughts, until his warlock acquaintance finally succeeded. "I've got it!" the older man exclaimed and jumped on his feet, from where he sat cross-legged on the hot sand. It was protected by some impressively powerful and vile sorcery, but I got it now, the warlock crooned. He even shook his fist in the air in a great show of emotion. On a closer look, Rohan could perceive all the energy thumping through the warlock, more than it was safe for anyone of their ability and experience to channel. The warlock let the power go with visible strain and regret, and looked at Rohan. The walls separating the Sea of Souls from this rock are becoming stronger with each passing moment, and the light of the human emperor keeps the Neverborn at bay. The warlock explained, "I didn't risk our souls in order to get it done faster." He sniffed in disdain. "That's a relief. Lead the way." The warlock pointed north and jumped on the tank. A moment later they raced low above the dunes and a swarm of Necron drones formed above them. The warlock led them to a nondescript part of the desert. The only difference was that there were a few more ground-down rocks sticking out of the sand than average. "It's right there." The warlock pointed forward. "Are you sure, Eldari?" A deep mechanical voice came from all around them, and the face of a Necron materialized from thin air beside them. "I know what I'm talking about. I can clearly see the site." The warlock focused on the empty patch of desert, and his hand fell upon the hilt of his blade. "The prison's entrance has been breached, and not too long ago. If you want to commit a glorified suicide, be my guests. Otherwise, stand by. Deployment of containment forces is underway." Rohan didn't feel like dying today, but kept that thought to himself. "We'll wait." That was all he said. Soon many Necron forces teleported in, including a number of their large hover transports carrying pylons. Inquisitor Vale and his pariah child will be en route soon. Do not make any threatening gestures their way, or you will be annihilated, the Necron announced. Rohan didn't need more than a glance to conclude that the forces surrounding his position were more interested in containing the Eldari than fighting anything that might come out of the prison. The distressing factor was the Necrons didn't lack forces to throw at the Neverborn, either because more and more kept coming. He was sure that by the time the humans arrived, ancient death machines would cover the desert. In this case, Rohan would have very much preferred to be wrong. As if that wasn't bad enough, soon the humans arrived on board a large, noisy, and undoubtedly smelly red transport that roared through the air before landing nearby. 10 of their space marines walked out, backed by a pair of small Necrons. Only then the Inquisitor made his way out, and Rohan stared. The insane human war armor craft in the visage of the Necrons themselves, wielded one of their swords, and to make things worse, the Inquisitor had a shield proclaiming their friendship. The Jungir and their Necron slaves didn't have friends. Even free from their star gods, the Necrons were little better than the Neverborn. Did they subvert the local humans? Was this the grave threat Eldrad foresee? The Inquisitor turned his head towards the Eldari. Then Rohan saw that even the human wore a helmet shaped in the form of a Necron head. That human was lost, that much Rohan was certain of now. The Ranger used all his training to calm himself down in the face of the enemy. This wasn't the time for foolish actions. He couldn't follow in Taldir's footsteps. Doom awaited at the end of that path. The world froze. Walls slammed down, reinforcing reality itself and pushing back the sea of souls. The constant connection with She Who Thirsts nearly withered, and her ravenous presence felt so far away as if it was only a half-forgotten nightmare. Rohan was vaguely aware that the Necron pylons pulsed with power and glowed green from the strain. He saw the warlock stumble and fall to his knees, likely in relief. The humans and Necrons alike ignored them and marched through. Rohan focused on the mission at hand. He could now see where the entrance hid. He could see a few larger boulders that weren't there a moment ago, and between them was a crudely dug-out tunnel. Necron warriors, human Astartes, and the Inquisitor marched inside, heedless of what they could find. Rohan gathered everything he was and pushed through the piece, attempting to overwhelm him with its alluring promise. The ancient enemy let him pass by, though a group of them fell in formation around him. They could cut him down at a moment's notice. Rohan kept walking and gripped his rifle so hard his fingers ached. He followed the impossible allies inside, through darkness, blood, and fallen corpses, until they reached a ritual chamber full of bloodless corpses. "That's the place, all right." The Inquisitor's voice sounded distorted and machine-like, almost like a Necron's. "Where is the bloody demon?" Rohan wasn't sure if he should be happy, cry in relief, or curse his luck. He was even less sure why he agreed to accompany the humans to their city. For that matter, it was a mystery why he later ended attending a crude and particularly boring ceremony carried out by the red-robed technology worshippers. Oh, right. At that point, Rohan would have done almost anything to keep the peace and quiet surrounding his soul. Chapter 16, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 16, Tenuous Pacts. Part 5, Victory Bay. Kronus. Random tingles went up and down my new arm, while my shoulder itched something fierce. Originally, I had thought that there would be almost no circumstances under which I would consent to let someone fuse a Necron arm to my body. Recent events changed that particular calculation in a hurry. While the primary threat, subversion, was very much something to worry about, the potential threat vector changed. All it took was a report from Karam. The Necrons didn't need physical contact to infest some poor bastard with mind-shackle scarabs. Releasing those tiny horrors in the general vicinity of anyone without proper countermeasures would be enough. In that regard, everyone who leaves Kronus would be screened both after boarding one of the Imperial ships in orbit and at the final destination, including us Inquisitors. Or should I say, especially us Inquisitors. Of course, this bit of intelligence didn't mean the Necron gifts were safe, just that they didn't need them to subvert us if and when they turned on us. That's why, when the news about finding the demon's prison arrived, I agreed to get myself a new arm in a hurry, to go along with the rest of the gifts. The Necrons looked like they approved of my choice, though it was hard to tell. According to Amberley, I was a reckless fool. However, every little bit would help when facing a demon. There was just one immediate problem with my hasty choice. The demon failed to materialize. We found traitor corpses inside, and while void of blood, they were more than fresh enough to tell us what happened. Closer examination of the area by General Alexander's Psykers and an Eldar warlock pointed at a ritual taking place while the final assault on the Deimos Peninsula was underway. The only surprise there was the fact that an apparent greater demon of Khorne had chosen to return to the warp instead of trying to ruin our day. The current theory was that it fled because there was no prospect of glorious bloodshed. If it manifested within that Emperor's forsaken desert, the Navy would burn the region to the mantle, denying it combat, blood and skulls anyway. Instead of finding and fighting a demon, I returned to Victory Bay with a few Eldar stalkers in tow. I still wasn't sure why they came. I was merely being polite, all right, trolling the bastards with an invitation to come to visit and witness the official signing of the alliance between the Imperium and our new Necron friends. They weren't supposed to accept. Amberley wasn't happy. My security detail was even less happy. General Alexander looked at me as if hoping he could give me all the shit details he could think of until I died of old age. The Necrons might have found it hilarious. The Eldar ended up with a huge security detail to protect them from the locals. Said detail had at least one unit of Necron warriors attached to it, who went out of their way to be polite and helpful. No one knew what to make of it, including the Eldar. At least Selene liked the flight and meeting new people. Thinking about it, the Eldar might have accepted because they were afraid I would sick her on them otherwise. As a consequence, I was beginning to regret my inability to get bloody drunk. On top of that, I suddenly didn't have any pressing duties to attend to, so no distractions either. That's how I found myself in the Blood Raven compound, visiting Antaeus, who finally got himself a new arm as well. I found him at the apothecarium and explained my current predicament. Inquisitor, I'm not sure if I should congratulate or pity you. My large friend peered at me from a large metal slab that passed for an operating table around here. Meanwhile, an apothecary waved all kinds of scanners over me, looking for unpleasant Necron surprises. The Blood Raven found nothing, not that, was saying much. Tell me about it. Pray say, do you nice fellows have alcohol that works for you? If so, I would love to borrow a few bottles. After the last deployment, the first 3 companies of the chapters were declared dry. However, we might have a bottle or 2 of Fenrisian ale in the reliquary. The apothecary rumbled. I looked up at him questionably. That's one of the few good ways to keep space wolves off your back when they become rowdy. High doses of sedatives help as well. Something whirled in his gauntlet and a huge needle poked out. However, those are much harder to administer. Bribing them causes fewer headaches for everyone involved. I'll have a word with the captain when I'm out of here. Speaking about leaving. Antaeus looked at the apothecary. You will sit right here for a few more hours to confirm good graft and no residual corruption. The apothecary pointed the big needle at Antaeus's chest. I'll leave you to rest then. Keep safe, Inquisitor. For what's worth, I know you've got the Emperor's blessing to guide your way. Keep a stout heart, no matter what. I nodded at his words while my wings preened and fluttered. It's a good thing we aren't a chapter of the blood, or I won't hear the end of it. The apothecary grumbled, looking at my wings. They're insufferable around saints. You're still alive. Amberley peered at me in a manner very similar to the way Antaeus looked at me earlier. This time it was Karam whirling around, poking me and whistling in binary as if it was the Sanguiner. No mind-shackle scarabs that I can detect, the Magos biologist proclaimed. While I would prefer to open your brain and check directly, remote scans will have to do for now. He sounded disappointed. Karam was obviously still salty. I got him arrested. You know what? I don't care anymore. Just do me one single favor. Amberley smiled at me in a very unnerving fashion. It was unnerving enough that my wings tried to spread around me in a protective posture, and I had to consciously hold them back. What do you wish, Inquisitor Vale? I asked politely and attentively. Stand down and don't do anything that might get us shot until you're no longer my problem. And it's not like I go out looking for this kind of trouble. Besides, there are only 2 things on our to-do list in the foreseeable future, I reasonably pointed out. We sent feelers to the Tau to see if they were willing to negotiate and would deal with them soon if they failed to respond. The other thing was a standing invitation to attend a Mechanicus ceremony tomorrow when they would finish excavating the Titan cannon. We would attend it, of course. It would be the polite thing to do. The propaganda department would love it, and so would the crowds. In theory, unveiling that weapon would serve as a reminder to everyone watching that the Imperium didn't deploy its most destructive assets to Kronus. Just stay out of trouble, or I'll leave you to deal with the next Inquisitor who turns up alone, Amberly threatened. Magos, what can you tell us about your patients before my colleague summons more problems on top of our heads? The Cryptex tried an obvious solution. They sent deactivation codes. Unfortunately, they didn't work on Trazin's mind shackle scarabs. Our current theory for removing them is to suspend them using energy fields, then physically get them out, while fixing any damage we might cause in the process. There are obvious downsides to this approach. It can cause permanent memory loss, among other issues. The Inquisitor might need implants to repair her afterward. We can provide those. Of greater concerns was a deep scan provided by one of General Alexander's psychers. Necron scans offered a partial corroboration. Inquisitor Greyfax's memory has been modified by psychic means. The Necrons don't possess the means to do so. It had to happen sometime before she ended up in Trazin's hands. I might be able to help. My wings twitched eagerly at that. These come with various new abilities I'm still learning about. However, it might be best to try after you've removed those things from her head. I don't know how they'll react to a psychic intrusion. I won't be just looking, but poking around. We'll make a test run on the Corporal late tonight. Karom continued, ignoring my input. After that, we'll decide how to proceed based on experimental data. The best-case scenario is we'll begin treating the Inquisitor tomorrow evening. Our current projections show that with Cryptech aid, it should take no more than 12 hours to remove the devices, or it will if we're on the right path. Carry on and inform us of any relevant developments, Amberly ordered. She pointed at me. You're with me. It's high time we began writing a comprehensive report for the local Inquisition conclave. We'll have to figure out a good way to explain all of this to our reinforcements. The next group should arrive in the next few days. So much for finding the time to properly go over the user manual of my new arm. It was supposed to have several built-in functions I had no idea how to use at this time. Part 6. Victory Bay, Cronus. The propaganda department went all in. Priests from all over the region arrived early in the morning. They led steadily growing crowds until the streets were packed to bursting. Incense and blessed oils burned, covering nearly a quarter of the city in billowing clouds of smoke. In all of this, a single long street was mostly empty, with whole infantry regiments lining the road and keeping the rapturous onlookers away. What should have been a relatively simple ceremony became the centerpiece of a victory parade. Today was going to go down in history. The only question was how. 3 PDF regiments headed the parade. The local boys and girls marched with pride to thunderous ovations. A veteran infantry regiment came next, calm, composed, and gleaming thanks to their polished carapace armor. Officers, commissars, and sergeants marched in front of infantry blocks, while military marches came to life thanks to Mechanicus's efforts. Hundreds of modified servo skulls floated above the crowds transmitting the music, while even more of the gilded devices buzzed around, carrying burning incense. Flags fluttered in the light wind, either waved by the citizenry or rippling around the walls of buildings as far as the eye could see. Banner-bearers marched proudly at the head of every formation, leading the way. A trio of Aeronautica Imperialis craft roared through the sky, the only operational pair of lighting interceptors and a single painstakingly repaired bomber. Again and again, they flew above the parade, executing the ancient missing wingman formation for every lost pilot during the fighting to save Cronus. The armor came next. All kinds of light vehicles drove slowly, so everyone could see them, followed by the armored fist of the Guard, its tank formations. Seals and decorations covered each vehicle, displayed their accomplishments for all to see. Right in the center of the formation rumbled the Baneblade. It was freshly painted, blessed and sanctified after the fighting on the Deimos Peninsula. Nearly 1,000 purity seals, blessed by 100 priests, covered its hull. From where I stood, surrounded by various local dignitaries and guests, I could see ghostly shells fueled by faith around every vehicle. Those constructs protected their crews and machine spirits from chaos corruption. As soon as the vehicles appeared, all present Martians began their chants, uttering prayers and litanies praising the Omnissiah's gifts. And beside us, standing on a hastily but carefully constructed scaffolding, stood the prize of the day, draped with huge red veils. Countless seals covered it, and it nearly swam in steaming sacred oil. Dozens of Martians surrounded the massive Titan weapon and prayed to it. I could see Celine in a lower corner of the stands, sitting on Sergeant Bronze's shoulders and waving at the parade. From time to time she would look shyly up, as if to check if I had vanished. Not a few meters away sat our Eldar guests, a warlock, the crew of a single tank, and Rohan the ranger. Their armors did an excellent job hiding their faces, however I could feel their bubbling emotions. And they were delicious. They knew what today represented and probably could detect the Necrons hiding around us, watching everything. The Emperor's radiance still bathed Kronus, and I hoped it was a sign that we were on the right path instead of making a terrible mistake. It was too late for second thoughts now. The pact was sealed. We did that early this morning at General Alexander's HQ. It was simple and to the point. What we were doing right now was a show for the citizenry and the military who might have to work with the aliens in the future. It was also a message, one we were sending loudly and clearly to our Eldar guests, their masters, and the Tau who undoubtedly watched. The Baneblade slowly rumbled past us, with Colonel Roval waving at the crowds from the top of the cupola. He looked positively tiny, which served to reinforce the sheer size of the super-heavy tank. It had to drive slowly through the street, or it would risk clipping one of the troopers, keeping the crowd from doing something stupid. The mob itself kept screaming itself hoarse, yet their cries of joy didn't splutter out. Their jubilation was almost contagious and resonated through the warp. Their raw emotions flowed straight into it, and under the Emperor's cage, there was nothing to poison those feelings, or consume them. I knew it wouldn't and couldn't last. However, those of us with the senses to see had the privilege to experience the immaterium, how it was before the Eldar murder-fucked and tortured it into insanity. Frankly, for a moment, I didn't know if I could hold myself back from lashing at Rohan and his party on general principle. My mind pulsed with the echoes from the emotions of hundreds of thousands. Their faith flowed into me, first like a trickle, then like a small river, which passed through on its way to the Emperor. My wings shone brighter than ever before, and soon a soft golden glow surrounded me. This only fed back into the crowd, which went wilder. I took a moment to look over the stand, trying to distract myself from the emotions bombarding me. General Alexander and his party were to my left, with Captain Thule and some of his commanders towering behind the guard officers, just like Antius stood above my shoulder. Amberly and her retinue were to my right, between the Eldar and me. Local notables stood around us, basking into the glory and screaming their support as loud as they could. Many of them were even genuine in their jubilation. I made mental note to point out those who weren't to Amberly and the Arbiters. The Baneblade came to a ponderous stop right in front of the park where the Hellstorm cannon stood. So did 20 Lehman Rust tanks and 4 Bloodraven Predators. A pair of dreadnoughts heavy with seals of all stripes walked by until they flanked the super-heavy tanks like an honor guard. Binary chanting rose in volume and the music changed. A hymn to the Omnissiah silenced every other sound in the city and even the crowd. S quieted down, straining to listen and see. Thanks to a pneumatic system, our stand slowly rotated, so now we faced the Titan cannon. Heat haze covered it, and the holy oil smearing it bubbled. Even some of the purity seals covering it began to smoke. That wasn't right. I narrowed my eyes at the immense weapon. I could sense my fellow Psykers warily let out their senses spread through the immaterium as well. There was something here that didn't belong. A foreign presence that was simply wrong, and it was stirring. The Emperor's light shy, one here, and the concentrated prayers of a whole world bathing this place stood ill at ease with whatever that thing was. The Eldar warlock figured out something first and recoiled as if struck. It was deep within the cannon, entwined with its components, hidden and slumbering for eons. Yet now it stirred, irritated and weakened by a power that was anathema to its very existence surrounding it, pushing it down and containing it. Soon it was going to awake. My wings went out to their full spread in a threatening posture. Rot and decay assaulted my senses. Corruption and nihilism practically radiated from the heart of the cannon. Now that I saw them, I couldn't unsee. I couldn't understand how could such a thing remained hidden, instead of making every psyker on the continent vomit and choke in revulsion as soon as they touched the warp. Sweet, merciful Emperor, what did those crazy bastards dig out? Chapter 17, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 17, Kronus. Endgame. Part 1, Blighted Mansion of Misery and Mirth. Nurgle Domain, the Warp. In the heart of his domain stood the Plague Lord's humble home. The twisted light of the warp itself crept through the jagged edges of cracked and jagged windows, broken and splattered with filth. Half-rotted through shutters sang dirges of joy, while toxic winds hammered them in maggot-infested walls. Shattered drains burst open, releasing their rotten contents, maggots and flies inside, staining carpets and turning wood into little more than twisted offal. Mold crept up the walls, blistering the paint, which eternally flaked away, yet kept its poisonous glow. Crooked chimneys merrily billowed poison and pestilence, while demonic birds sang dirges to their father and his beloved. Bone trees ripened with decaying fruit, which rotted on their branches, while flies buzzed around, gorging themselves on the rich offerings. Deep inside the mason, Grandfather Nurgle's great bulk towered over a bubbling cauldron. He stirred it carefully, adding spices as appropriate. His beloved deserved only the best. The Plague Lord kept glancing at Aisha, while she glared at the cauldron. She had a point. The last few brews didn't turn well. He was going to outdo himself this time. Wait and see. Besides, it wasn't his fault. Khorne's temper tantrum ruined a delicious blood fever that would slowly boil you from inside so you could properly appreciate the gift. It was that feathered and beaked freak's fault that a new take on the classic plague fizzled out. It has been screaming about everything going to plan, you see, for days now. As if anyone would buy that now. Nurgle bobbed his horned head and let some snot and hissing sweat fall into the cauldron before waiting for 3 heartbeats and stirring counterclockwise. His work was as much an art as a science. It was almost time. The brew needed a few more minutes by his reckoning, and just a couple more ingredients. He was sure it would be ready in time too. The Father of Plagues raised his massive head and looked in the distance. The odds were even, and the coin fell tails. His imprisoned child stirred, irritated by all those cleansing oils and stung by the anathema's light. It might be for the best this way. While otherwise he could have extracted the unclean one and retained it for later use, now he had an opportunity to salvage something from Khorne's great failure. It was either that, or lose it in a way that benefited the other side. Damn Khorne, because really, was it so hard to show some patience and temperance? 10,000 years ago, the 4 of them made sure the war was theirs to win and the anathemas to lose. Ever since then, the Imperium and humanity had been slowly, painfully, and so deliciously decaying and rotting from the inside. It had been only a matter of time before they collapsed. Every victory was a mere holding action, prolonging the time they had to enjoy Nurgle's gift, so he naturally approved. Every setback brought them to the inevitable end and rebirth. That was all right too. Until now, when Khorne's foolish impatience offered the anathema a chance for a real victory. Nurgle grimaced, bile rising in his gorge at the thought of a galaxy covered by despicable Necron machines, denying his blessed gifts. The god of decay paused his stirring to pick up a glowing jar. He removed a pair of writhing parasites. The little deers nipped happily at his fingers, and he scratched them before letting them fall into the brew. It hissed merrily and turned blood red. Nurgle closed the jar before the other deers could escape and put it back on the top shelf while humming to himself. Nurgle had a decision to make. His first option was to do nothing. He was the most patient being in the warp. He could wait. Sooner or later, entropy would have its due. Everything will decay. That much was inevitable. He was inevitable. Even the Necron and their technology couldn't resist the ravages of time indefinitely. How could they, when it was the Necron-tier tumors, ravaged bodies, and fear of death that gave birth to his essence? Well, to a part of it, but that didn't matter. Nurgle loved everything that made him up, and he represented those essences equally. He was a generous and loving grandfather like that, not like his counterparts. Those were either insane, outright barbaric, or simply sick and depraved in a way he would never tolerate in his domain. Why, he shuddered at the thought of what that pervert might have done to his sweet, innocent Isha. 3 more stirs, and now all he had to do was lead the brew bubble for a bit. And make a choice. Nurgle's second option was a direct intervention. His little unclean one was tired and weak after so long without proper food and care. Left to its own devices, it would lose, and that loss would strengthen the anathema's hand. However, if Nurgle intervened, if he fought and empowered his unclean one, then he might just resolve the problem once and for all. An outright victory would do, either that or deceiving the humans that they had to purge Kronus because of his blessing. That despicable alliance would die on that cursed planet, and he would hold his success over the fools' heads. There was only one problem with that plan. The anathema's light still illuminated Kronus, cleansing it. It was so clean and bright. That was utterly and contemptuously terrible. In the end, Nurgle decided to act. It was the best option he had, all thanks to his duplicitous colleagues. If this went wrong, he would know who he would have to blame. Grandfather Nurgle focused his immense power, his whole domain stirred sensing his intent, and for a single moment stood still. A tremendous beam of energy shot into the warp, covering the distance between Nurgle's domain and Kronus in an instant. It slammed into the anathema's light and punched through, lancing into the heart of Victory Bay and slamming into the Hellstorm cannon. The anathema reacted as soon as the attack began, and for a brief moment, the rage that met him made Nurgle stagger back. His bulk shook, and he spilled his cauldron. The bubbling contents went everywhere, dousing him, splashing over Aisha, who squealed in delight, and finally falling into the drains to find their way to a planet to bless. This wasn't a defensive action like the one Anathema fought for 10,000 years to keep his throne room secure. It wasn't a sucker punch against an arrogant ass like Khorne. Grandfather Nurgle was ready for such tricks, the Anathema making a stand and spending the necessary energy to fight him here and now that the Plague Father didn't quite see. Such a conflict was dangerous. It could weaken him too much if he persisted, giving an opening to the other 3. However, at the same time, the sheer strain would reduce the time Anathema had. The Golden Throne was fraying, falling apart, and decaying. It was never to survive the energies now writhing within the Anathema. 2 titans clashed above Kronus. All the while, their champions waged war on the surface. The Golden Throne, Imperial Palace, Holy Terror. The fragment of the Emperor bound to the Golden Throne writhed in agony. The combined energy fed to him by humanity as a whole was both rapture and the greatest possible torture. His wounded body and ravaged couldn't properly contain that much power without ascending and dooming his people. The soul shattered into 1,000 fragments, many of them scattered across the galaxy, and some of them even did some good over the ages. The body turned into little more than a tortured husk, barely maintained by dying machinery and countless sacrifices. For 10,000 years, the Emperor maintained his vigil. For 10,000 years, he suffered for humanity. He didn't stop even as his people turned away from the imperial truth, from the light of science and understanding. He kept fighting for the Imperium, even as it became a corrupted and bloated monster. Even as the Imperium's current existence mocked his efforts and the sacrifices of all those who fought to bring forth a golden age, the Emperor kept protecting it. For 10,000 years, he watched humanity slowly die, while struggling to find a solution that might make it all worth it in the end. Countless contingencies and desperate gambits carried over the gulf of time did little more than keep the Imperium from collapse. In the end, the truth was painful and obvious. The Imperium as it was its own greatest enemy. It was less than an empire than a loose collection of 1,001 petty kingdoms vying for power and influence, while humanity died around them. It didn't matter. The Emperor kept suffering, kept sacrificing all he had to in order to give his people more time, to find a way to bring forth a miracle, because nothing less could offer salvation in this dark age. Now, finally, when everything raced towards the end, he could see clearly. Chaos had played him. For 10,000 years, he had been losing the war that mattered. His contingencies weren't enough. His desperate measures would at best prolong humanity's final death throes. Cadia would fall, chaos would rend the galaxy asunder, while countless enemies picked up humanity's decaying carcass, while the tyrannid swarms came to devour them all. They had 40, perhaps 60 years before chaos would be able to launch their final crusade. It wasn't enough time to prepare. There were too many other threats to deal with, both internal and external. Despite that, the Emperor was going to fight, and when the time came, he would give humanity an end, one at their own terms. At his terms. The time for desperate measures and contingencies was over. They weren't going to be enough. They weren't the last time. At that point, chaos made a mistake. It happened at a time when the Emperor had little left to lose. It no longer mattered if the Astronomicon could last for much longer. Khorne misstepped, and the Emperor struck. Fate shifted. A herald of Khorne died on Kronus, struck down by an unlikely alliance between humans and aliens. One of the Emperor's shards was there, observing his handiwork. It wasn't much, yet there was a small and vulnerable hope blossoming on that distant world. By itself, those events wouldn't be enough to avert humanity's fall. However, they might buy precious time, might raise the price for victory just enough, that in the end, chaos would lose as well. Perhaps that would be the best the man once known as Revelation could hope for now. The essence of that person suffered on the Golden Throne for eternity, keeping his broken mind and soul aimed at the same general direction even when he was beyond hope. What the Emperor didn't expect was to see the enemies of humanity make yet another mistake on Kronus. First, the young Eldar Taldir, then Khorne himself, and now Nurgle. Revelation could see what that pestilent abomination intended. It might very well work, erasing the faint hope blossoming on Kronus. Mere months ago, the Emperor would have contested such a blow, of course. However, he couldn't have gone all out. The price to pay, in both power and time burned out of the Astronomicon, would have been too high. However, here and now. The Golden Throne would last a century or two, even if the price would be an immediate and sudden failure afterward. In that time, humanity and the Imperium would either find salvation, or it would be time to go out into the night, taking out as many of their enemies down as they could. Months ago, even weeks ago, the best he could have hoped for would be yet another expensive stalemate. Revelation let go of all the restraints binding his power. The Golden Throne blazed with energy, and the mere backslash filled the great chamber it laid within with blinding light. His companions fell to their knees and averted their eyes, which burned even behind the protection of their helmets. The Emperor focused on the crystallized belief of all humanity, their faith, hopes, pain, and suffering, everything they were or would be. Humanity's faith was his armor, their belief, his shield, and their hope turned into a flaming sword burning its way through the warp. His will made manifest above Kronus. The immaterium around that distant world ignited. Rot and decay met cleansing fire, shaking the heavens themselves asunder. Victory Bay Kronus. All pieces were finally in place, and it was beautiful. The living saint, his crown piece, acted first. Golden radiance enveloped him like a glove, and he charged ahead on fiery wings. It was just in time, too. Their protection exploded outwards, covering the crowds with a comforting blanket made of their power. A wave of decay slammed into the radiance, threatening to overwhelm them when Revelation acted as he knew the poor bastard would. Gods clashed above them, giving the mortals below a fighting chance. Dozens of Mechanicus adepts died screaming. Their flesh decayed into soup, while the mechanical parts rusted and rotted away into sludge. Pestilent winds blew away, carrying deadly plagues upon the citizens of Victory Bay. "Fight for your lives," the saint bellowed even as he struggled to keep the tide of entropy at bay. The Imperial Guard stirred. Infantry turned around and opened fire at the boiling mass of rotting flesh, engulfing the Hellstorm cannon. Vehicle crews got out of their days and hurried to button up their machines. The vehicles themselves glowed brightly, while their purity seals burned with the strain to keep the power of Nurgle himself away. All over the city, people fell to their knees, racked by pain. Their blood turned dark, and black veins bulged all over their bodies. Dark red blood flowed freely from their mouths and noses while they shed red tears. Yet instead of collapsing in despair or surrendering to the enticing whispers of Nurgle, the citizens of Victory Bay prayed for salvation. They had a living saint among them, the Emperor's own chosen symbol, made manifest to offer salvation. Those close enough to the Titan cannon could see the saint standing tall and proud, fighting to protect them. They didn't run. Despair could find no purchase in their hearts. Their faith burned strong. They cried to the Emperor for salvation. They prayed for aid and for their saint to emerge victorious. Revelation answered, matching his might against Nurgle's. Burning embers fell all over the realm of rot and decay when the Emperor struck. For one brief moment, an Eldar goddess could see a glimpse of the real world after eons of captivity. She could see her captor pushed back, see and hear Nurgle's cries of pain and anger. And it was glorious. At the same time, a handful of Eldar could perceive Isha's bound and caged form. The moment passed. Thunderclaps shook Victory Bay when the Necrons entered the fray. Say what you will about the murderous machines, they were no cowards. 2 Necron lords and their cryptechs marched upon the manifesting greater demon of Nurgle. Lychguard phased into existence and went into the fray. And 4 pylons arrived through an emergency deployment that fried dozens of unlucky people. They activated, reinforcing reality and sending back the Eldar in the dubious safety of their minds. And so it begins. The Emperor's shard rippled with satisfaction and shot into the heavens. It was eager to rejoin Revelation and become a part of the battle waged above Kronus. Part 2. Victory Bay. Kronus. Rohan fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His brain did its best to leak out of his ears, and all he could hear was the screams of the damned. The Ranger did his best to keep his being separated from the Sea of Souls, and knew for a fact that he was still alive only thanks to the Necrons. Their pylons forcefully strengthened reality and pushed his mind back within his head. Yet the terrible vision wouldn't go away. Rohan beheld Isha, lost goddess of fertility and rejuvenation, imprisoned by Nurgle. He got a glimpse of the Chaos God himself, cloaked by the very essence of rot and decay, clashing with the human Emperor. He saw gods reenact the war in heaven, or perhaps the fall. Rohan saw the rotting corpse worshipped by the humans stand against one of the Chaos Gods and push the abomination back, a feat not even Cain could boast of during the fall. Whatever else the human Emperor might be in the material world, in the warp, he was a monster like few others. Even now, under the dubious protection of the Necron pylons, Rohan could sense the clash burning through the Sea of Souls. The mere echoes he experienced shook his very soul. The warlock wrenched off his helmet, revealing a pale, ancient face. The experienced warrior threw up his breakfast and convulsed. Rohan could see blood leaking from the corner of his eyes, nose, and ears. Despite that, the warlock was the first Eldari to stagger to his feet. Warp fire surrounded his form. He threw himself at the greater demon, manifesting nearby, with a scream of pure rage and despair. The tank crew get up next and looked wildly around, searching for weapons that were in their vehicle parked a few kilometers away. Rohan also saw human soldiers fall prey to Nurgle's gifts. "There, take up their weapons," the Ranger shouted and stumbled to his feet. The crude laser weaponry so loved by the humans would have to do. He couldn't run now, not now, when all his soul cried with burning rage. Rohan picked up the laser weapon of a woman too busy choking on her own blood and opened fire. There was little point in aiming at the growing pile of offal beginning to take shape. It wasn't like he could miss. The tank crew followed suit, and soon a handful of Eldar stood on the edge of the podium shoulder to shoulder with bleeding humans and Astartes pouring all the firepower they could into the Neverborn. Jordan's whole form cracked with eldritch power. The Psyker pointed his power weapon at the demon and unleashed a powerful arcane bolt before falling to his knees and panting in exhaustion. "General, we need to go. You need to take charge of this Emperor-damned disaster." Commissar Norman shook Lucas. Alexander looked at his long-time acquaintance through bloodshot eyes. He tried to say something, but all that came out of his throat was wet viscera, and he choked, struggling to breathe. "Amundsen," the general whispered tiredly. "He's in charge." He shook Norman with all the little strength he had. The artillery commander was back at the HQ, overseeing today's events from its safety. A wave of warmth washed over them, while Alexander wetly gasped for breath. He was barely aware of Norman's grim nod. Then the commissar was gone. Good man, that one, for a commissar. Lucas blinked off blood tears and found a new source of strength burning within his chest. He could hear countless choked prayers, almost drowning the cacophony of combat. All he had left was praying and the hope that it would be enough. They should have brought heavier weapons, Antaeus concluded. The librarian had a power sword, bolter, and knife. His psyker power as well, however, using those now was a highly dubious proposition. The arrival of the Necron pylons offered precious respite because, as awe-inspiring as the events in the Immaterium were, there was nothing the librarian could do about them. Above and beyond them, the Emperor himself fought Nurgle and slowly but surely prevailed. It was awe-inspiring, and if before Antaeus hadn't believed the leader of mankind was a god, today left no such illusions. The Emperor fought beside them today in all his divine glory. "Have faith, brothers! The Emperor is with us!" Antaeus roared and shot off a psychic blast at the demon threatening them. The librarian knew his words were true in more than one way. Below the stands, the Inquisitor stood tall, protecting a small group of tech priests and a cluster of regular soldiers with his light. The chosen of the Emperor was on one knee, as if praying before the battle. Cleansing energy emanated from Vale, keeping the rot and decay at bay. Moths of golden light flew through the air, burning bright and searing away corruption. "Captain Ignatius, we've got a demonic incursion in progress. My position." Captain Thul's voice cracked over the battle net. "Deploy all reserve forces as soon as you have them properly outfitted. We need immediate resupply. Heavy weapons, blessed munitions, and sacred war gear. If we reach the case Omega Green 1, you're authorized to fire on our position at your judgment. Authorization code, Raziel 19 Malcador." An inhuman screech shook the whole area. Its disturbing, piercing notes scratched over the armor that was Antaeus's faith. Small forms rose from the bubbling filth covering the cursed cannon, and deformed tiny demons staggered out before running to tear apart anyone they could see. "Hold firm, they shall not pass." The Inquisitor thundered in voice, not his own. Antaeus spared a glance that way while reloading. Vale was on his feet, holding high a burning sword. It was hard to focus on the Inquisitor due to the divine light dancing around him like a halo. The guard answered with lasfire, and then the vehicles let it rip with everything at their disposal. Multi-lasers scythed down waves of Nurglings. Flamers created a burning wall between the infantry and the demons, while heavy bolters blew them apart. The Baneblade was on fire, its purity seals turning it into a flaming island. It opened up with all the secondaries it had, reserving the battle cannon until there was no other choice. If it used it here and now, it would mess up the nearby unprotected infantry, including the Saint anchoring their formation. The only saving grace of the disaster was that wiser heads had the field hospital removed from the park in anticipation of the parade. Otherwise, Antaeus didn't want to think about what would have happened. "Resupply is en route. ETA 2 mics," the captain announced. "Reinforcements are en route. ETA 4 minutes." It would take at least that long to swap the anti-armor war gear meant for use against the Necrons, if they turned hostile, to something more useful in the current situation. Fortunately, it was much faster to send down a standard resupply pod. This was irritating, Amarkan thought. No, irritation didn't do his current mental state justice. The Necron Lord knew that in theory the so-called Chaos Gods existed, that they were powerful warp abominations. The echoes that his ships in orbit could detect, and the barely coherent mumbling of human and Eldari Psykers filtered through the Necron network, told a different story. They were at the epicenter of a clash that wouldn't be amiss during the worst days of the war in heaven. And they were ill-equipped to face a foe of that magnitude. It was both a piece of good news and a sobering revelation that the human emperor chose to personally intervene. If the humans could be believed anyway. That by itself was cause to revisit both the use humanity could be as allies and the potential threat they represented. That was for later, if there would be later. Amarkan issued contingency orders and kept firing all his weapons at the abomination taking form. One of his ships already raced out of the system. Constant combat data flowed towards his tomb world, ensuring that if the worst happened, his dynasty would be warned. The part of his mind monitoring the reconnaissance efforts over the rest of the settlement showed hundreds of thousands of humans falling, struck down by impossibly fast-acting diseases. More warp influence there. Deploy additional pylons, Amarkan advised. Deimos containment zone is currently irrelevant. They could always secure it again or purge it from orbit if it came to that. I'm already doing so. Orbital support might be needed. Herald of Victory countered. Amarkan could see that. Despite several pylons already in place and active, the abomination they faced almost got recognizable if twisted shape. Inquisitor Vale could draw on warp power, perhaps his emperors, just like the local abomination, fed from the dregs of a greater one. The battle in the warp simply overpowered the available pylons. He ran a quick calculation. It claimed that without the pylons already on site, they might have to execute a tactical retreat or risk being overwhelmed if they attempted to hold this position. That would be a less than ideal outcome. There were hundreds of thousands of allied civilians behind them who would die or worse if they fell back. While Amarkan shouldn't have cared, he could remember their people dying helplessly while their leaders were unable to protect them. His people. Avoiding the repeat of that fate was one of the reasons why so many gleefully accepted biotransference. Those weren't his people. Amarkan couldn't say he cared about them, because he didn't. However, merely being placed in such a situation again was infuriating. Then there was honor. Necron's honor on this world suffered more than enough already. It wouldn't suffer again if Amarkan had anything to say about it. Besides, he had fought in the War of Heaven from its beginning to the end. He had faced worse, even if then he had been much better prepared and had a proper army under his command. Deploy the reserves. This abomination dies today, Amarkan declared. Transporters came to life on board his ships, and mass deployment began. Herald of Victory had the same idea, and he called everyone. Lighting strikes lit up Victory Bay, leaving behind after images, ionized air, and squads of Necron warriors. Gauss weaponry struck the abomination again and again, hiding it from sight. Sensors revealed they could destroy its mass almost as fast as it grew. That wasn't nearly good enough. However, more pylons might be the cure for that particular problem. The sky cracked open and transport barges phased in, carrying a mobile pylon each. They came online as one and ensured an uneasy stalemate. If nothing else, that deployment brought a brief respite to their mortal allies. Chapter 17, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 17, Kronus, Endgame. Part 3, Victory Bay, Kronus. Today, Charles had one simple job entrusted to him by the Lord Inquisitor, living saint and friend, Delcatar Vale. After the near failure last time, the Commissar took no chances. Their small corner of the stand was as close to a bunker as the Mechanicus cyborgs could make it in a hurry. No one wanted to be near them, which simplified the security situation. Well, almost no one. Lieutenant Regina was back, with a wide smile on her face and what looked like all the camera crews the propaganda department could find, buy, or steal. All those cameras gave Charles a flashback, and he grabbed his weapons, while his head whipped around, looking for kidnapping Necron thieves. Fortunately, not a single such bastards materialized, and Weber relaxed a fraction. His shoulder twitched at the sudden movement, reminding him that his new arm still needed some time to properly heal and adjust. That was irrelevant. The flesh was weak and of little consequence when an Inquisitor gave you an order. Besides, failing a living saint, who was your friend as well, would be even worse if that was at all possible. Mother would never forgive him. Charles kept looking suspiciously around, but no one paid them much attention when the parade began. At least Selene was happy at the circus. She kept waving a small flag from her exalted position on the shoulders of the Ogrin sergeant, which gave her an even better view of the street below. It was a nice parade. Charles could allow that much. It was appropriately patriotic and held an incredible amount of hard-fought promise. It was tangible proof that with the Inquisitor leading them, they could achieve the impossible, destroy demons for good, smite overwhelming numbers of Xenos and traitors, even convince some Xenos to fight for the Imperium. Such was the power of a saint, just like in his mother's stories. It had been the utmost privilege to watch Inquisitor Vale earn such acclaim and recognition from humble beginnings. and it was his eternal honor to be by Delcatar's side. The parade continued without a hitch, and it began soothing Charles's frayed nerves. The music was properly uplifting and enjoyable. It was always a joy to see happy crowds cheering at the guard, especially when the Imperium's soldiers fought so hard to keep those people safe. Charles allowed himself a small content smile. Eventually, it was time for the Mechanicus part of the show, sanctifying the cannon in the name of the Omnissiah and returning it into the fold or something like that. At that point, everything went wrong, fast. Charles's first clue that trouble was afoot came when the Inquisitor soared upon fiery wings, a bad sign that, and landed just out of sight. A wave of something nasty exploded from the cannon and rippled through the air. It clashed with the Emperor's divine energy wielded by the Inquisitor. However, even that wasn't enough to contain it. The Commissar grimaced when he saw at least a couple of dozen tech priests liquefy, only for their remains to turn into diseased flesh that began crawling up the cannon. A really bad sign, that. "We're moving," he snapped, holding back a vile curse. The questions were, where should they go and do what exactly? All around them, people fell, suddenly laid low by something looking like a terrible disease. It wasn't hard to connect the dots at that point. The reason why Charles, the Ogrins and guardsmen around them were still hale was obvious. Celine's unpleasant aura just saved them a world of pain. "Demon incursion," Weber hissed. Just looking at the cannon and what was happening there made bile rise in his throat. "We're going in." He looked around the people fallen around and writhing in pain. "Watch where you step. Keep away from the blood," he barked in his best Commissar voice. At least the others, not crippled by the demonic disease, wasted little time and engaged the demon. Even the Necrons, who stepped into existence from thin air, while more of them appeared on the heels of lighting strikes. Multiple tanks and lighter vehicles opened fire as well, shooting straight and true. No ordinary monster could have survived the onslaught, especially when it would have to contend with a saint as well. Unfortunately, this must be their luck. The demon didn't go down. Instead, it kept growing and even multiplying, the rotten bastard. "Push through. Sergeant, get Celine to the saint. We're going to kill that thing before it can claim the city. For the Emperor!" Weber shouted over the mixed sounds of combat, screams, prayers, and music. Why wasn't there a flamer at hand when you needed one? The warp around Kronus. Nurgle retreated in a hurry, and Revelation was glad for it. There was no question the Emperor was much more powerful than that diseased sack of offal. Unfortunately, his current state was a great drawback when such confrontations were concerned. Even now, he had to strain in order to keep himself from ascending. The power he had access to when not holding back was addicting. It drowned most of the agony that was his world for what felt like an eternity now, and the last thing he wanted was to let go and go back. In hindsight, it was a good thing that Revelation was the principal shard of his being bound to the Golden Throne. Many pieces wouldn't have chosen to go back for humanity's sake. They would have told themselves that ascension was the only path left and gone for it. Ascension in his current state meant damning Segmentum Solar, tearing off the heart of the Imperium and consuming the souls of countless trillions. That was the last option. Unless Cadia fell and chaos rend the galaxy asunder, Revelation would keep fighting, keep struggling to give humanity a fighting chance. He briefly gazed at Cronus, and while the continents were all in the wrong shape, it reminded him why he fought. It helped him remember Terra as it once was, blue, green, and pristine. The pain, jubilation, and hopes of the millions in Victory Bay, their hope for a better tomorrow, and most importantly, their faith that it was all possible because of him, were a balm to the Emperor's tortured soul. With one last effort, he gathered some of the wasted power racing outwards after the clash with Nurgle. He sent it at the planet, using his agent there as a focus. Nurgle's plagues wouldn't claim this world. They wouldn't turn today's efforts into an exercise of frustration. Revelation let his power wash over Cronus and reined himself in, falling back towards the Golden Throne and the indescribable agony waiting to greet him with a vengeance. Now he had to hope that Chaos got the message. While he would meet any such high-handed efforts with his full might, their agents could continue clashing as before. Anything more would risk ascension. Part 4, Victory Bay, Kronus. There was such a thing as too much of a good thing, especially when the warp was concerned. The Emperor's power was an ocean, and I was the cup trying to contain it. I could feel my soul crack at the strain, even as I instinctively expelled as much of the golden radiance flowing into me. Pulses of light exploded out of my body. They carried over the city, doing their best to protect everyone they touched and cleanse them from the warp-infused shit the demons did its best to spread with their mere presence. There was most certainly such a thing as too much of a bad thing, too. I could see and sense it as the psychic equivalent of rotting, disease-spilling, and maggot-infested shit slammed into the Emperor's power. While my shield held, the offal splattering over it kept going and taking root in countless people. It was only their burning faith and the Emperor's light illuminating the place that still kept them alive. I had no idea how I knew that, yet I was certain of it. If I lost this clash, or if I had to simply pull back to regroup, thousands, tens of thousands would die in agony. Their deaths would empower the demon. As things stood, all I could do was hold my ground and endure while gods clashed nearby. For those of us with the eyes to see, incomprehensible amounts of power surged through the warp. Those energies slammed at each other, sending echoes through the immaterium. It was like someone released vast oceans kept at bay, and they crashed into each other with all the power and momentum bound in their surging mass. Frankly, I was surprised that any of us were still there. The aftershocks of that battle should have laid Cronus to waste and torn our souls asunder. It had to be the Emperor's light and power keeping us safe from the worst of it. Streams of bolter fire bit into corpulent, sore flesh. Lasers boiled parts of it, spreading noxious gases. Flamers arced streams of blessed promethium over our heads to create a wall of cleansing fire. Behind me, Scipio, Charon, and a few other higher-ranked Martians finally got out of their stupor and screeched in sheer electronic fury. It was impressive, really. Their binary scream cut right through the sound of the firefight. I couldn't spare the concentration to look over my shoulders, not that it would have helped. My wings were spread wide and burned with power. However, I didn't have to. The cogboys produced all kinds of exotic weaponry and opened fire. I could barely get a glimpse of those who survived the demon's arrival further away. Some were on the ground, others had fallen on their knees. However, most of them had weapons held by their mechadendrites and used them to shoot at the demon. It didn't matter. There was too much power for me to handle, and I couldn't cut myself off it if I tried. The sensation of your soul coming closer and closer to the bursting point was not something I could properly put into words or wanted to experience ever again. Yet there was nothing to do but endure molten metal flow through me and burn me from within. Soon there would be nothing left but a husk. The Necron saved the day again. The tingling sensation of pylons activating washed over me. I could have sworn I felt it an eternity ago, and they did not affect us. However, now the power slamming into me was something I could handle, if barely. I was surprised to find myself on my feet, holding a flaming sword. This was the same sword I used the first time the Emperor granted me his blessing to burn through that damn orc. The last thing I could recall was that I was on my knees struggling not to die because too much of the Emperor's power flowed through me. Everything hurt. My soul was tender, roasted and cracked, then fused back together somehow. Moving was agony, yet surprisingly enough, I could put it at the back of my head, which was growing clearer with every passing heartbeat. I spared a moment to glance around and assess the situation. No Nurgling could reach our position. However, beyond a small area around me, soldiers barely stood on their feet, while blood caked their faces. Scores of troopers couldn't do that much and collapsed, creating a small wall of corpses between the demon and the rest of the city. There was even the odd citizen I could see drag their bleeding bodies forward. They reached the fallen troopers and picked up a weapon, only to collapse after shooting a few times downrange. At this rate, there would be more Necron troopers standing than ours, and the demon still refused to die. It kept reforming globs of diseased flesh, using Nurgle's own power to do it at a prodigious rate. Even with the Emperor himself above us pushing back the Chaos God, the unclean one in front of us was supercharged. The be-damned thing appeared as a dark star made of everything rotting, corrupted, and unspeakable you could think of, and then some, left to stew and ferment for eternity. Warp-borne diseases and parasites writhed under rotting skin, rotting pulses slammed against the Emperor's light, cursing this park for generations to come. That thing had to go, or we were all doomed. I gathered as much of the Emperor's energy as I could contain. This was the Emperor's pure cleansing light. It was an anathema to everything sworn to chaos. It was humanity's prayer of salvation, bolstered by the fervent belief of everyone in Victory Bay. My wings acted on their own, following a barely conceived thought. They flapped with surprising power, and I rose above the ground. A heartbeat later, I soared upon fiery wings, and my light burned through the miasma of corruptions surrounding the unclean one. Where it touched it, the light seared away its flesh, cleansing wounds, burning away poisons and decay, and incinerating sickness. Suddenly the damn thing was in front of me, and I did as my sword instructor kept hammering in my head during basic training, stuck it with the pointy end. Then I unleashed all the energy burning through me, using the blade to channel it into the daemon. What might have been a misshapen leg, fused to the cannon, exploded into cleansing fire. The demon recoiled and roared in pain, shaking everything around us. The fire persisted, spreading and searing away everything it touched. A wing beat later, I soared near the top of the cannon and fell upon the monstrosity infesting it, stabbing and cutting at it with wild Abaddon. I kept pulling as much of the Emperor's power as the pylons allowed me, then immediately channeled it into smiting blows. Thunder surrounded me, and the Emperor's power cut down to nearly a trickle. My wings fluttered and beat furiously to keep me floating just above the demon, who recoiled as if touching a live power line. For the first time since it appeared, the demon was trying to get away from the cannon, fused to its rotting flesh. "In the Emperor's name I smite thee," Charles' faint voice echoed from below. It was barely audible over the sheer sound of the fighting and screams. "With his fury I burn thee." The source of thunder was my Ogrins, happily blasting at the demon with their shotguns. And the reason suddenly the Emperor's light felt so distant was Celine, who held to Sergeant Bron's neck for dear life while he kept shooting at the abomination. What the hell was she doing here? Those idiots had one Emperor-damned job. My spluttering fury was short-lived. A final divine clash rends the warp asunder. The mere echoes from it nearly overwhelmed both the pylons and Celine's aura. The Emperor's power washed over the whole planet and flowed into me. It burned hot with echoes of fury. It shone brightly with the promise of victory. And just like that, the torrent of corrupted energy feeding the demon vanished, replaced by a shower of light that burned it. The Emperor won his battle. Now it was time for us to... Gold. My world exploded with radiance. More power than I could comprehend flowed through me. My soul cracked under the strain. An infinite mind or the next best thing focused on me for a moment. Or perhaps it was an eternity. The world ended in golden fire. Chapter 17, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 17, Cronus Endgame. Part 5, Victory Bay, Kronus. The Inquisitor exploded in stark, blinding light. One moment he flew on wings burning with the Emperor's power, hacking at the demon. In the next, everyone had to close their eyes and avert their faces. The light was savage, yet gentle. It burned away any doubt of its origin. It was pure, blessed divinity. The moment passed, and Charles blinked away stars while his mouth mechanically murmured prayers to the God Emperor. He could see a different light now. The Saint and Emperor together vanquished the demon. The ill-formed monstrosity imploded. Its cursed flesh collapsed and burned with white cleansing flames that quickly consumed it and melted the corrupted cannon. Above them, the Saint floated on fluttering wings and glowed brightly with soft golden light. Flickering moths of the Emperor's power fell from the sky like fresh snow, often bursting into flames when they touched corruption and burned it away. Ave Imperator! Weber saluted the glowing sky with his sword and looked around. No more small demons were running around. Whatever just happened burned them all to ash. Good. The soothing light washed over and sunk into stumbling soldiers and the odd civilian. Moths of light fell upon their skin, and the gold flame burned through their forms, causing no visible damage. Within moments, their hacking cough ceased. and no more fresh blood flowed down their faces. "The Emperor protects," Charles whispered in reverence. He was sure this was happening all over the city. The Emperor knew his own and wouldn't let them down. Gradually, everyone ceased firing at the burning demon and simply watched its corpulent flesh turn into ash. Only the low rumble of vehicles and quiet prayers carried over the parade grounds. A flicker of motion caught Weber's attention, and he saw the saint float down until he was beside them. The bright flames licking his wings doused themselves, leaving behind gold-flecked feathers. Only Bron's quick reaction held the Inquisitor from falling face first on the ground when the Emperor's power ceased filling him, leaving not quite a mortal behind. "Medici," Bron bellowed. "We need Medici for the Inquisitor." Again, Charles mentally added, "Don't let him out of your sight, Sergeant," the Commissar ordered. "Karam, are you still alive? Get your metal-platted arse over here." A small group of tech priests shuffled forward. Their mechadendrites twitched in confusion. Charles didn't need to understand binary to get that they were all busy praying due to the low and reverent tone they whistled in. Surprising conclusion. The Inquisitor still has all his bits attached. One of the Necrons said aloud before flickering out of sight. "Help the Inquisitor, then get all Medici we have out and about, aiding the wounded." Charles snapped out of his daze and began barking orders to everyone in earshot. This wasn't how Amberly expected to die, choking on her blood and helplessness, while others fought whatever attacked the parade. Probably a Nurgle demon. It was either that or someone, likely the Necrons, unleashed a nanotech weaponry on them. The latter option was unlikely. The damage wouldn't be so localized, and being eaten alive from outside and inside would have hurt more. A point both for and against the Necrons was that they were fighting against something nearby. As far as Amberly could see from where she collapsed on the stands, the Blood Ravens fought alongside the aliens, so it was almost certainly a third party. However, if these were her last minutes, she would go to spend them like a proper Inquisitor, paranoid to the end. A whiff of rot and other fouler things carried over the stands from the battlefield, clinching it. The servants of Nurgle made an appearance too. It also confirmed what Amberly already not so secretly believed: Kronus was cursed. It had to be. Otherwise, these things wouldn't keep happening. At least the light show was pretty. It was properly golden and soothing. The glow coming from just out of sight sunk into Amberly, warming her up. It somewhat soothed her coughing, though didn't stop her from throwing viscera from her ravaged lungs. Vale saw Mott drag himself up, using a seat as a lever. The old man stumbled her way, swaying on his bionic legs, and soon collapsed on his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth, and he doubled over, coughing. A twitching arm pulled out an injector from his robes, and after 2 tries slammed it at the side of his neck, then went back for a second one. Amberly cursed herself for only carrying a small med pack with trauma supplies and combat stimulants. The former wouldn't help, and the latter would almost certainly kill her before she could do anything useful. In this particular case, Mott had been the wiser. He managed to get another injector out and rolled it her way before collapsing. It was another question how much whatever was inside would help. Probably wide-spectrum antibiotics. Seeing no alternative, Amberly crawled forward. Each movement tired her more and made her struggle to get enough air. If they lived, they would need a set of new lungs. That much she was sure of it. The Inquisitor managed to get the injector and use it, and by then she was sure the strain was going to kill her. Scratch that, Amberly decided. It probably already killed her. She beheld one of the Emperor's angels rise above the stand on wings of fire, burning sword in hand. While Amberly didn't pay attention, the ugly form of a Nurgle demon had manifested over the cannon only to be struck down by the furious angel. The only odd thing was there were still Necrons firing at the demon even in the afterlife by the Emperor's side. Amberly blinked away the blood seeping from her eyes. She wasn't dead yet, not quite anyway. That was Vale, and at this point there was no denying it anymore. That insane fool had the Emperor's blessing. She giggled at that. He wasn't going to get away from serving the Imperium by merely getting shot. Watching the demon burn was pretty, and Amberly was pretty sure she was out of her right mind. She wanted Caiaphas to hug and make her forget. What did Mott put into that injector, and why was Vale blazing like a star? Gold was such a pretty color. ATBS. Quarantine the survivors, sterilize the site. Herald of Victory hissed through the Necron network. His frame shook furiously. He kept burning any remaining lump of rotting flesh with extreme prejudice. Amakun felt a little better. That abomination and what it implied was infuriating. It wasn't hard to reach conclusions as to its real origin and that of the entity it served. The Necrons learned much about the warp during the war in heaven. They had to win. While they couldn't manipulate it directly and thus never fully understand it, they did know things, like the most likely origin of the great abomination called Nurgle. While it might be just an extrapolation and theory right now, if one based on experience, what they learned through captured records and the odd interrogation, the conclusion was sound. Perhaps this was as sound a conclusion as they would ever get. The so-called chaos gods embodied concepts that were near universal to sentient life. They began as concepts written over into the warp at the time of the Necron Tire and the Old Enemy. War, bloodshed and carnage on an unprecedented scale unleashed during the war in heaven. Khorne. All the changes and plans devised in the lead-up, during and in the immediate aftermath of the conflict. Tzeentch. The Eldari could keep their claim to fame in creating that particularly vile abomination, Slaanesh. Thank you very much. They earned it. Death, rot, and decay, the nihilism of the Necrontyr who lived their short lives in pain and despair, it was those things that formed Nurgle. That particular abomination was the cursed fate of what the Necrons used to be, made manifest. The Necrons loathed the very idea with a passion they believed lost during the biotransference. The Necrons would deny those abominations everything they could. They would spite them at every turn. It might take another 60 million years, however, and Marken wouldn't rest until he saw them broken, shattered, and bound, just like the Citan, especially the one styling itself Nurgle. Part 6. Ores Tashan, Kronus. For more than 2 days, fire warriors, Vespid scouts and Kroot auxiliaries ran all over the capital, hunting down orcs. The foolish brute's cruiser fell in pieces showering Tau-controlled territory. That setback not only caused a meaningful amount of damage, but masked the landing of the Green Menace. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of those things fell all over the near-pristine capital, sending it in a time of chaos and bloodshed. Commander Kais, this is unacceptable. Aunel Shi'ors admonished. There is no organized resistance. This isn't a green tide stretching from horizon to horizon. They have no vehicles and little heavy weaponry to speak of. We have only 2 Vespid scout squads left and a small number of Kroot auxiliaries. Our infantry isn't suited for city fighting, Shaso Kais patiently explained. He burned to get into his battle suit and join the hunt for the orcs. Instead, thanks to his injuries and the fact that his trusty suit was little more than scrap now, he wasn't fit for combat duty. Kais had to command from a headquarters far away from the fighting. That much would have been tolerable if the venerable ethereal hasn't been harder to endure with every passing hour. We lack the usual heavy vehicle support. The commander kept explaining. Eventually the ethereal might get a clue and shut up, or even offer some constructive criticism. Usually, Shi'ors was much better than this. The ethereal was a great administrator and orator. With a few kind words, Shi'ors was able to restore faltering morale. Just as easily, he could heal cracks in the belief in the greater good. However, the civilian leader wasn't a warrior, and it showed when things went wrong. Kais looked away from the holographic tactical table showing the worst-hit parts of the city. And the ethereal. Even in the secure command center, he could sniff whiffs of ash and scorched flesh. Parts of the capital still burned, thanks to orcs running around attacking anyone in sight. Dislodging them proved especially hard without enough auxiliary support and the need to keep collateral damage contained. Otherwise, Kais might have called orbital support already and purged those ugly brutes from the face of the world. We're making slow but steady progress, Ethereal. Kais looked back at Shi'ors after taking a moment to calm himself as it was proper. Everything for the greater good. We've been isolating the infested areas and setting up containment zones using clear firing lanes. That way we're playing to our advantage. Entering close combat with orcs is a losing proposition. Ideally, you either burned them out from orbit or fell back while shooting them to pieces. This insane orbital drop forced the Tau warriors to fight contrary to their well-tested doctrine. Predictably, the outcome wasn't pretty. Now, more than ever, Kais regretted the loss of the Kroot auxiliaries in the human Necron trap. His heavy mobile forces would have been of little use within the heavy build-up capital anyway. But the Kroot close-quarter fighters, even the few he had left, were proving invaluable. Kais opened his mouth to explain the situation to the agitated Ethereal again, and paused. She-Oz knew all of this. The commander studied the Ethereal more carefully, and the signs were there. She-Oz was deeply troubled and was quite bad at hiding it right now. He hadn't been acting this way when they got news of the cruiser heading their way, or when it began raining orcs. "It's not the Greenskins' incursion troubling you, is it, Honored One?" Kais asked quietly. "You were too busy commanding to watch the humans' victory parade," She-Oz eventually said. "I want to dismiss what I saw as mere propaganda aimed to demoralize us. Or for internal consumption, most humans are religious fanatics." The Ethereal scoffed at that. Kais nodded along. That much was well known. One of those things manifested in Victory Bay, spreading sickness and disease over the human military and citizens alike. That wasn't exactly a piece of good news, even if it meant the odds of conventional assault from that corner lowered drastically. Or they would if what the Ethereal saw was true. However, mentioning one of those things outside of a private and very secure setting was never a good sign. "Will we have to face it?" Kais whispered. Without his mobile forces, he would need to call the fleet for fire support. As much as they could provide at that. "It was banished within minutes," She-Oz answered. So it was either one of the weaker ones, or not, which was worse, both because it would manifest here and because the humans and their allies could handle it in short order. Neither of those things pointed at a good outcome when the enemy came for them. We received a new ultimatum as well. We're to surrender unconditionally, or get on our ships and leave while abandoning our military gear and industry. She-Oz grimaced, without sabotaging them. Otherwise they would purge us with orbital fire and make use of what scraps they can recover from the ashes. Our remaining ships are a rough match for the humans in the system. If their allies are as powerful in space as on the ground, the Ethereal didn't have to finish that thought. "What is your recommendation, Commander Kais?" "Our military position is untenable. We won't be able to hold for long without massive reinforcements, both in naval elements and heavy ground combat forces. My recommendation is to do whatever you believe will serve the greater good best." I've been struggling with that question for days now. We can't evacuate everyone even if we leave our war gear behind. Our ships lack the space and life support to do it. Both understood that the Ethereal meant they could lift their military with ample space to spare, and the local auxiliary forces as well. However, by leaving, they would have to leave behind most citizens sworn to follow the greater good, both Tau and alien alike. "You lead and we will follow," Kais vowed. "Victory Bay, Kronus." "You're awake." Antius stood by my bed again. This time he was in his power armor, complete with helmet and weapons. I blinked at him with bleary eyes. Everything hurt, including parts I didn't know were there or could ache. Like the tips of my feathers. As if that wasn't enough, my mind churned with barely remembered dreams. They were flashes from countless lives across the millennia. While they were fading quickly, I could piece together a few odd pieces. I could see humans and aliens living together, fighting and dying together when a machine tide rose to tear them all asunder. I could see Xenos turning upon humanity in our darkest hour. Yet a few others stood their ground and fought beside us to the bitter end. None of those blessed loyalists made it past the Great Crusade. Those who were still alive were shattered remnants corrupted by lies spread by chaos. The others? They either fell during the Iron War or fell victim to the insanity that swallowed the galaxy, heralding Slaanesh's imminent birth. What was the message? That we can't trust any Xeno that was still alive in this cursed age? That they would eventually betray us when it suited them? Or perhaps that while all of the above was true, there were a few trustworthy species left even if they were inconsequential in the great scheme of things? I'm glad to report that this time you managed to remain intact. No missing pieces we could find. Antius rumbled in good cheer. In related news, after yesterday, There is no hope denying it. You're a living saint blessed by the Emperor, lad. Well done. The librarian saluted me. I was sure he had a fake tear in a corner of his eye, too. After all, his voice was an interesting mix of approval and sarcasm. I've dreamed of strange portents, Antaeus, of ages long past, and of truths that are considered heresy these days. And I have an insane plan that I need your help with. I smiled, and it bloody hurt. I'm afraid to ask, Inquisitor. I will anyway. What insanity will you drag us into this time? Right now, we'll be merely paving the way. In the fullness of time, we're going to liberate the Tau from the control of the Ethereals and bring them in the fold as sanctioned Xenos and competent auxiliary troops for use by the Inquisition, Ordo Xenos in particular. Preferably, we'll do it before our new allies decide the Tau might be more useful than we are. I'm mistaken, Inquisitor. You've lost your mind and what little sense you had left, Antaeus mournfully declared. You want to be labeled as heretic and shot, don't you? The Tau are pawns the Ethereals use to gain power, status, and prestige, and they're using them against us, along with their various auxiliary alien forces. I know for a fact that several Inquisitors and rogue traders are using Crute and Vespid mercenaries, sometimes even the odd Orc band. When we're done with them, the Tau will be our pawns to use against the enemies of the Imperium. I explained the end goal. Now the only little problem was to figure out how to get there. Inquisitor, are you trying to start a crusade again? Antaeus bemoaned. A crusade? If properly handled, there's some merit to the idea. I paused when my mind registered what he said in full. What do you mean again? Chapter 18, Parts 1 to 2. Chapter 18, Cronus, Aftermath. Part 1, His Holy Light. Dauntless class light cruiser temple ship, en route to Cronus. As soon as news about the Imperial Guard moving in force towards Cronus reached Cardinal Maxwell Lynn, the sector's spiritual leader, the old man moved the heavens themselves to get an expedition underway. It was long known among the ecclesiarchy in the region that the Cardinal opposed abandoning Imperial worlds to the despicable Tau at every opportunity. Cardinal Lynn was also a loud voice for reclaiming lost systems. More importantly, the citizens left to the Xenos' terrible whims. Unfortunately, opportunities to fix such wrongs failed to materialize for decades. Until now, that is. That was how missionary Jacob Wolf found himself sent to Cronus with utmost dispatch as soon as he returned from his last mission, bringing a feudal world into the fold. That had been a relatively straightforward and simple affair. The locals loved the Imperial Creed. That was especially true when it came with a semblance of passable technology, improving their lot in life. Tech priests exiled from Stygia 7 for being too vocal in their interpretations of Mechanicus doctrine saw to that with the inimitable passion of people who had something to prove. Jacob crossed his large arms in front of his chest and gripped his elbows, a habit showing his immense frustration. You'd think we're flying straight at Holy Terror. Steel-like muscles shifted and Wolf's hands formed the Aquila before returning to gripping his elbows. A few years ago, just before leaving for Jackman's world, Jacob had the utmost privilege of meeting Saint Anais, the newest living saint, serving with the Order of the Sacred Rose. The Blessed Woman had just arrived in their corner of the Ultima Segmentum to aid in smiting the Emperor's enemies along with Canoness Selina Agnia and substantial reinforcements all the way from Pacificus. There was no mistaking the soothing radiance of the Emperor after you experienced it once. It was divinity. It was humanity's faith made manifest for everyone to see and bask into. What the navigators of the small ecclesiarchy fleet described, along with the raving words of the handful of sanctioned psykers on board, pointed at a simple conclusion. Something momentous happened on Cronus. Perhaps the Emperor agreed with Cardinal Lynn and sent one of his rare saints to bring the faithful back into the fold and save them from xenopredations. For days now, everyone on board not busy running the ship or guarding critical areas had been praying reverently to the God Emperor for guidance and salvation. Despite his faith, Wolf found it hard to believe the Emperor answered all the way out here when there would be so many more important places across the Imperium deserving his attention more. Of course, such a thought was presumptuous in itself. Jacob certainly didn't dare consider himself an expert on what the Emperor might deem valuable enough for his attention. The large black man smiled mirthlessly. His lips moved in silent prayer, revealing 2 rows of golden teeth etched with holy symbols. A much younger Jacob got them thanks to a particularly vicious orc, who sucker-punched him twice while he tried to explain to the brute the Emperor's light. In hindsight, trying to convert a half-dead burning orc might have been a bit overzealous. Even the confessor in charge of purging the greenskins' incursion had agreed, before dousing the brute with even more holy flame. He often thought about that nameless confessor. The old man had forsaken his name after retiring from the Imperial Guard. The confessor lived only to safeguard the faith and souls of the citizenry under his protection. The confessor taught Jacob several important life lessons. While there was a place for zeal and blind faith, occasionally you had to temper them with reason. The Imperium was large, and the God Emperor usually had more important things to do than help young fools with an overly inflated sense of importance. That was especially true when those same fools didn't stop for a moment and think, using what little sense the Emperor might have blessed them with. Jacob didn't consider himself a particularly bright man. If he was, he might have joined the Adeptus Mechanicus, serving the God Emperor in his omniscient guise. Instead, it was the faith that drew him in, rose him from the streets, and showed him the way. The missionary never regretted his chosen path, even if many of his colleagues were a bit too in love with burning incense. That was especially true over the past few days, resulting in thick clouds of white smoke carrying through the great ship's corridors. At least they had access to the tolerable incense this time around. Armored boots clacked over the deck, and a tall figure clad in power armor joined Jacob near the entrance to the bridge. Jacob's nose twitched at the sharp smell of holy oils and freshly applied purity seals. "Missionary Wolf, I'm glad to report everything seems in order. All vital areas of the ship are secure, and there are no problems reported," Palatine Andrea Weber offered crisply. The older woman bore a beautiful face marred by burn scars. Her right cheek was a mess of scar tissue, which stopped right before it could touch the sororitas tattoo she wore proudly. Her calm hazel eyes systematically scanned everything in sight, searching for anything out of place. "That's a relief. Shall we, sister?" Wolf offered a courteous nod and waved at the armored door leading to the bridge. "After you, Missionary Wolf." Jacob nodded graciously. While not exactly a pious thing to do, watching the Sisters of Battle strut around in their combat regalia was a beautiful thing to behold both on the best and worst of days. It might be better if they were doing so out of their power armors. However, by now Jacob knew better than to ever suggest something like that aloud. What little original teeth he had left after that orc nearly caved his face in, a Sister of Battle removed at the end of his foolish youth. The sight has been almost worth a shattered jaw and nearly ending as a human torch. Almost, but not quite. It certainly wasn't worth the penance the confessor made him endure as a consequence. After those days, he had been a very respectful lad and kept his eyes and thoughts to himself. It was much safer that way. Besides, if a Sister of Battle showed an interest in him, then who he was to refuse. And it was safer that way because it helped avoid unfortunate misunderstandings. They entered the bridge together and were surprised to see the navigator outside of his alcove. The middle-aged woman had a huge smile on her face. Her 2 blue human eyes cried tears of apparent joy, and the third was freshly seared shut. One of the 2 other regular sanctioned psykers on board was present as well. That troubled young man was on his knees near the captain's throne, praying with surprising fervor. "We saw him." The navigator bounced on her heels. "His light is covering everything around us. It burned the demons away. Their screams of pain, a terror, were something to behold." "I don't know what I should pray for," Jacob quietly observed. That something so momentous happened on Kronus that required his attention twice in less than a week, or that the navigators are mistaken, and potentially compromised. The Palatine's gaze merely flickered to the squad she had stationed on the bridge. It was made of her most experienced, devoted, and level-headed sisters. They all wielded blessed weapons and were ready in case of treachery, no matter the source. She still prayed their intervention wouldn't be necessary. The navigators might be mutants, however, they were sanctioned by the God Emperor himself. They were vital for the functioning of the temple ships as well. Right now, the warp is the calmest we've ever experienced. We should arrive in the system within the hour. The captain explained, we no longer have to plow our ways through demons. Nothing is assaulting the Geller field anymore. I told you. The navigator skipped around happily, like a fresh novice during the Sanguiners' celebrations. It was the Emperor. She pointed at the still praying Psyker. We're sanctioned Psykers, bound to the Emperor himself. We've felt his presence back on Holy Terror. There is no mistaking it. This is his power surrounding and protecting us. It was his presence we felt descend upon Kronus. You'll see. Get that eye checked up and calm down. The captain rubbed his forehead. Your thoughts, missionary wolf? This is too good to be true. My faith is strong. I pray and hope for the best. However, we must be prepared for the worst, Jacob firmly stated. The Sisters of Battle nodded in agreement. He was sure they were busy praying under their helmets. Part 2. Victory Bay. Cronus, 2 Inquisitors and a general met at the hospital, which was like the start of a bad and worn-out joke. We were still in the hospital, and this time I wasn't the one stuck in bed. That was progress, right? Still, everything, including pieces that shouldn't be there, hurt. I was able to more or less function. However, the pain was a reminder that I got myself fucked pretty bad once again. Those hit by the plague the demon unleashed upon Cronus were less fortunate. The Emperor did use me to strike down the warp component of this particularly nasty little horror, which by itself saved countless lives. Unfortunately, getting rid of it wasn't that simple. Among other things, a part of the disease was a parasite of all things. Many of those tiny bastards were still stuck in the bodies of hundreds of thousands of victims. The medicates could remove them safely. A round of 2 of powerful drugs could burn through them as well, buying some time for extraction before their corpses could begin to rot people from the inside. The issue was there were too many patients and not enough medicates to go around. Even when the naval ships in orbit offered for everyone with the relevant expertise to come down here and help, it simply wasn't enough. The most optimistic projections from our surviving Mechanicus contingent pointed at tens of thousands of deaths over the next 2 weeks. Perhaps 100,000 or more if we dropped the ball. I found both Vale and Lucas stuck in the same room under heavy guard. They were getting VIP treatment, just like I did courtesy of my wings and sparkling aura. The rest of the hospital was chock full with troopers. Most of them could barely stand, and many laid in the corridors using sleeping bags. Those were the lucky ones brought in for priority treatment, receiving the best of the quickly shrinking medicine stocks. Many of them were officers, commissars, decorated and veteran NCOs, and other personnel deemed more vital than the poor common infantry. We'll be preparing them for an operation soon. Please be brief, Inquisitor. Karam buzzed past me on his way out of the room. I'm glad to see you 2 are still alive and expected to recover, I greeted. To be honest, both of them looked like death warmed over. They were pale, sickly-looking, and covered in sweat. They were hooked to various machines as well, which constantly beeped and whistled, though all the lights were green, which should mean everything was as well as it could be expected. It figures you go charge a demon again, yet you're already on your feet, General Alexander rasped. I didn't believe it fully, you know. That you are a saint, I mean. He chuckled. Blessed by the Emperor? That much I could buy easy, after all, you did for my soldiers and Cronus. An actual living saint, on the other hand. He chuckled briefly and gasped for air. The Emperor kept me safe, I said, even though it was still hard to wrap my head around it. Celine kept a few others safe from Nurgle's dubious gifts. The rest of the city, I grimaced. General, you're still the military governor of Victory Bay and in charge of Cronus. Amberley, you're not only the senior Inquisitor, but a fellow member of Ordo Xenos. I trailed off when I saw the pointed looks they gave us. What did you do this time? Amberley asked in resignation. Nothing yet. However, I had a few thoughts after the Medicis had apprised me of the situation. We don't have enough of them to save everyone, even if treating people is supposed to be relatively straightforward. I've been thinking there are medicis and people with similar training not too far away from here. The Tau. Amberley got it first. We can't trust them. Everyone they treat will be separated and put under quarantine until we can get ahead of this mess. Then our medicis could screen them for any unpleasant surprises left. I'm considering making an offer to the Tau, safe passage for those of their people who wish to leave Kronus in exchange for all the medical assistance they could offer the citizens of Victory Bay. You do have the authority to do so, as far as I'm concerned anyway, General Alexander stated in a neutral tone. Inquisitor Vale. The ecclesiarchy and our colleagues would scream bloody murder. They might try to purge everyone here as tainted, or at least those touched by the Xenos. Amberley warned me, I'll deal with them when they arrive. My wings fluttered at that. It will be inevitable. Amberley looked at the unruly, feathery menaces with a contemplative expression on her face. After what I'm experiencing, it would be hypocritical of me to condemn thousands to die because only the Tau might save them. Just be aware that there will be repercussions if you decide to walk this path. I doubt it would be much worse than allying with the Necrons. Our propaganda department is even considering showing them in a positive light for local consumption, which was only logical after so many people saw them fight the demon. That, in turn, was another can of worms that I would have to deal with sooner rather than later. Inquisitors would gleefully purge everyone who saw the battle for the cannon on general principle. At least a few of those were likely en route to Cronus as we spoke. You never know. Amberley cracked a mischievous smile. If you two lack outstanding objections, I'll be contacting the Tau shortly. They still haven't answered the ultimatum Captain Thula and Colonel Amundsen sent them. Offering the Tau better terms might get them to leave without a fight. That in turn would spare vital infrastructure and not adding even more bad blood that would have to be expunged if my long-term goals for the Tau could come into fruition. On a related note, how does it sound to have access to Tau war gear for inquisitorial retinues at large? I smiled at Amberley before focusing on the general. How do you feel about having a few of your regiment field test some recovered and properly sanctified weapons, armor, and vehicles? I can already hear the Mechanicus screaming for your head. Vale, please, do us all a favor and stop while you're somehow ahead. Amberley groaned. Just think about it. I'm going to play diplomat. Ors Tarshan Cronus. The starport was a mess. The last band of orcs to reach the place trashed it something fierce. They even managed to steal a transport, which they drove up to the mountains before it got shot down. The barbarians looted valuable tools, trashed expensive machinery, and ignited fuel stocks. The fierce fighting necessary to remove the last trace of the orcs saw all structures in the area damaged to some extent. The only reason everything wasn't leveled was the nature of the facility. It was built to survive heavy transport crashing during liftoff or landing due to accidents or battle damage. It was still a terrible mess and a particularly sore offense against the greater good. The smell was very offensive as well. The orc couldn't even burn without stinking up the place. We won't be able to get everyone out in time. A flustered captain from the aircast apologized from her ship in orbit. We lack the necessary landing craft, and the damage to the port isn't helping matters. She continued. She was pretty, Kais concluded. The shade of her skin, and the form of her face, and that voice. He bit his cheek. It has been too long since he had any time for something other than war, or could appreciate a female of his species not wearing power armor. While his rank had its privileges, sometimes they were a double-edged sword. I didn't expect you to, Captain. There is no blame to share, She-Oz said soothingly. There was a lot of blame to go around, beginning with the Imperials who had to invade, then the Orcs, not to mention the treacherous Eldar. Kais should have said something, damn it all, by the greater good, if they had preserved their mobile forces. Commander Honored Ethereal, we're receiving a transmission from the humans. An Inquisitor Vale. He claims to have a proposition for us. A technician ran to their makeshift command post set up in the shade of the control tower. What is left of it anyway? Vale? She-Oz turned around with surprising haste. He wasn't exactly a young or the fittest of men. Yes, the technician nodded. Patch him through. Let's see what the humans want. She-Oz ordered. This is Inquisitor Delcatar Vale. I'm speaking with the authority of all Imperial forces in this system. After recent events, the human began. He had two very large and obvious wings, twitching and moving on his back. They also glowed with oddly fascinating light. What did the human do to himself? My offer is simple. Safe passage off-world to all of your people who wish to leave. In exchange, we require the attendance of all medical personnel. You have to aid the citizens of Victory Bay who were exposed to a pathogen of warp origin. While we've been able to remove the taint with the Emperor's aid, there are hundreds of thousands infested by a parasitic organism. We can treat them, however, not fast enough to avoid a significant loss of life. If you accept the exchange, say so now. If not, then we can't allow a hostile force to exist on Kronus any longer. Our navy and the ships of our allies will remove your presence with extreme prejudice. Make your decision now. There was no trace of the usual bluster coming from the Imperial humans. No frothing at the mouth belief in a false god. No sneers and casual contempt. The delivery was cold, a matter of fact, and almost emotionless, including the part about killing everyone from orbit, something that a typical Imperial would have been obviously looking forward to. Ethereal, Kais inquired politely after She-Oz simply stared at the Inquisitor for too long without even twitching. I'm considering our options, Commander, the Ethereal said. Your options are very simple, and my patience is not infinite. You are well aware that many elements within the Imperium would consider a few tens of thousands, or even a few 100,000 civilian deaths well worth it. Vale paused. That would be a small price for the Imperium to pay for the eradication of your presence on Kronus and the destruction of your remaining assets. My generosity and ability to negotiate have their limits. You will either accept this deal and leave, or refuse and die. The human kept talking calmly, as if discussing what the mess hall might offer for dinner. Actually, it was much calmer than the last such discussion Kais overheard. I'll ask our medical personnel for volunteers. What equipment and medicine do you require? She-Oz eventually asked. Kais let out a breath he didn't notice he held back. They both knew everyone would see such a request, both as order and honor they couldn't refuse. Chapter 18. Cronis, Aftermath. Chapter 18. Cronis, Aftermath. Part 3. Victory Bay. Cronis. Victory Bay was the next best thing to a ghost city. The streets were empty, save for an odd patrol made of lucky soldiers who for one reason or another avoided the disease. Most of them were vehicle crews protected by all the purity seals affixed to their machines for the parade, or mechanized infantry, riding in the troop compartments of their transports for the same. They were now the only people available to keep the city under lockdown, while Astartes QRF units waited for any sign of trouble before deployment. The citizens were either stuck at home, waiting their turn for treatment, at one of the many field hospitals popping up all over the place, or gathered at the nearest church if they were strong enough for it to properly pray to the Emperor. Meanwhile, I had to run all over the place with my retinue, putting down fires. We had to unfuck logistics mishaps because the people usually dealing with those were too sick to do it. On 3 separate instances, I had to speak to fired-up mobs made by people who could barely stand. They claimed the disease was the Emperor's punishment for not purging Kronus from the Tau and demanded we let them go after the Blue Boys. I had to nip that talk in the bud because Tau Medicae and their human subverted auxiliaries just began to arrive in strength. The last thing anyone needed was a good old-fashioned pogrom. Antes, speak with Captain Thule. I want the Tau presence centralized and under guard by your brothers. I trust their judgment and that they can follow orders, even if those orders didn't make sense or they didn't like them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to bust my ass making them and the guards stop shooting at each other, the bastards. I'll do so. The librarian looked around. I must warn you, Inquisitor, that many elements within the Imperium would be ready to give the Emperor's mercy to those tainted by Tau interference. Not just the people aligned by them, but those they will treat. I'll deal with those bastards when they turn up. The Emperor didn't intervene here twice, just for us to leave his people to die when we can do something about it. I barely held myself back from biting off Antaeus's head. He wasn't the first person to express such a sentiment or even point out that my political capital might be better spent elsewhere. Well, fuck them. They didn't have to endure the Emperor's attention and power twice. They had no bloody idea how far the Imperium had fallen and what a mockery of his vision it had become. I was going to do my best to unfuck the damn place one problem at a time or die trying. When I needed more political capital, well, I would need to survive the next insanity that lands in my lap, and that problem would likely take care of itself. I didn't even want to think about what I would find at Kaurava once I finally got there. A thunderhawk roared above us, hopefully signifying that Thule just dispatched some of his Astartes to babysit the Tau. Now, what was the next fire in need of putting down? The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. It was late in the evening when we retreated to barracks set up near to the General's HQ, where Colonel Amundsen was likely even busier than us. I left most of my retinue to hit the mess hall and showers and went to see the Colonel. It was one of his people who guided us from one trouble spot to the next the whole day. "Inquisitor, great work," Amundsen greeted me with a tired smile. He looked almost as pale as the sick. However, in his case, it was a combination of his pale complexion and exhaustion. I must say that without your intervention, things would have turned up ugly on multiple occasions. My wings preened at that. I was beginning to accept my newfound status had a lot to do with resolving all issues today without having to shoot anyone. As soon as someone saw my glowing form, their attitude immediately softened and changed to be much more cooperative than one might expect. I've got mixed news. 2 task forces arrived in the system earlier today. One is the first wave of reinforcements that should have headed our way soon after Inquisitor Vale's ship. While they're a bit late, the cruiser battle group is largely intact. They're bringing us 5 guard regiments, 3 infantry, 1 mechanized infantry, and 1 armored. They'll help us keep a lid on things until everyone is cleared for proper duty. They should be in orbit within the next 34 hours. That's good. How did they react to receiving situation reports from Kronus? They demand to talk with Inquisitor Vale, who is currently undergoing surgery. I suggested I could patch them to you, however, they refused to speak with anyone but her. Amundsen looked less than pleased at that. I wasn't particularly happy either. This spelled trouble. "Why didn't you inform me earlier?" "There isn't much you could do, and someone had to keep the city from burning down around our ears, sir. I'm taking full responsibility." Amundsen looked me straight in the eyes without a hint of fear. All I could see was grim determination and not a little resignation. "If I was a less reasonable man, I would have you shot for keeping me in the dark, Colonel." I gave him my best disapproving look. "However, I'm feeling gracious today. Nevertheless, if you repeat this stunt, I'll have you shot on general principle. Is that clear?" "Sir, yes, sir." The man quivered like a fresh recruit with a drill sergeant screaming in his face. "What about the second group?" "Several temple ships led by a light cruiser. We've had no communication from them since we sent them the situation reports." "Fuck me, it was the Emperor botherers." "Antes, get me Captain Thule on the comm now." "Colonel, hail the Armageddon. I need to speak with Captain Ignatius as well." I would need to talk with the Necrons too. Who knew what those crazy fanatics might decide to do? Part 4. His Holy Light. Dauntless-class light cruiser temple ship. En route to Cronus, Missionary Wolf gathered the principal leaders of his expedition into one of the many chapels spread throughout the temple ship. This particular temple was the nearest to the hangar, and its location made it very useful as a meeting and briefing room. As a bonus, thanks to all the blessed artifacts and frequent prayers of the deckhands, the chapel offered a layer of protection against divination from hostile forces. The sanctioned Psykers claimed so, at any rate. While Jacob had no way to know if that was true, it sounded right. He knew for a fact that prayer and faith had very real and tangible power, so why not help in this manner too? 4 of his fellow missionaries, the leader of the confessors, the captain of the militia who volunteered to come and save Cronus, and several sororitas sat on the low benches, said their prayers, and waited for Wolf to begin the meeting. He waited for the priest taking care of this particular temple to bless them all, and slowly inhaled the reassuring smoke of burning incense spiced up by holy oils. "The Emperor protects," The priest proclaimed gleefully and bowed his head, making the sign of the Aquila. Everyone stood up and responded in kind, their voices echoing off the walls. "I'll leave you to your divine work, missionary." Father Brown waved at the gathered leaders and walked out of the chapel in a swirl of stained robes. Jacob waited until the priest was out of sight, and for the Sisters of Battle guarding the entrance to confirm that no cheeky bastard was listening. When he got the all clear, he went to the altar, taking a central stage, and looked grimly at his colleagues. "You've all seen the recordings and read the reports." The contents of those documents were another reason why they met in a chapel. Going over them extracted a lot of curses from Wolf's throat. Jacob found himself muttering all the prayers praising the Emperor he knew. Wolf hoped that most of the claims in those reports were true. Must, but certainly not all. Sullen murmurs answered him. No one was particularly happy about what they learned. Sister Weber, the Palatine in charge of their sororitas contingent, was less thrilled than most. Her only son was entangled in this mess of miracles, heresy, and insanity. The commissar was up to his neck in trouble. Or he deserved all the praises, thanks, and prayers Wolf's expedition could heap upon him. The same was true about almost everyone down there. "This should be straightforward," Confessor Klein Abel grumbled. His dark eyes stared into Wolf's souls with almost frightening intensity. "Or so it would appear to some of our more overzealous colleagues." The crafty bastard smirked. Abel was an experienced defender of the faith, who was almost as large and dangerous in close quarters as Jacob. His sharp mind and zealous defense of the imperial creed caught the eye of the ecclesiarchy a few decades ago when he served as a naval armsman on one of the temple ships. Wolf didn't know all the details. However, to the surprise of everyone involved, Abel turned out to be a surprisingly open-minded and understanding individual. While he would protect the faith with his life and even soul if it came to it, Abel was more interested in saving people's souls and helping them. In contrast, a more stereotypical confessor would busy themselves purging and burning potential heretics and punishing those following the church's tenets to the letter. The confessor was also one of Cardinal Lin's protégés, which explained a lot in Jacob's humble opinion. They'll be frothing at the mouth and screaming that Kronus must be purged with fire yesterday. Wolf allowed himself a brief moment of levity, something he wouldn't have dared in the presence of more tradition-bound members of the ecclesiarchy. His experience as a missionary kept his eyes open for the realities of the world, which was something that factions within the Munitorum frowned upon. Those were the same factions who would gleefully purge all too many worlds on the frontiers of imperial space for both real and imaginary sins. And that was why the Cardinal offered Wolf hand-picked people for this expedition. They were supposed to save Cronus and its citizens instead of turning the planet into a crematorium. Unfortunately, the reports coming from the surface made their goals much harder than they should have been. "One of those days, your mouth will get us all in trouble, Jacob." Amelia Argent gently admonished him with her motherly voice. The old woman was another proof of how atypical their expedition was. Amelia was a former medici serving the Imperial Guard who lived long enough to retire and dedicate her twilight years to spreading the Emperor's word. Most of the expedition's leaders had similar backgrounds. Guard, Navy. It didn't matter. They were all veterans and they knew the world outside of the centers of the faith. "I'll be steadfast in my attempt to curb my tongue before it could get any of you into too much trouble, Amelia," Jacob said in amusement before sobering up. "You were saying, Abel? It should be straightforward. We've got at least 2 Inquisitors on the ground, Ordo Xenos. It's their job to deal with the alien. Out here on the fringes, many rogue traders and Inquisitors are running around with Xeno mercenaries, equipment, or both. They're all legit and beyond reproach." Abel rolled his eyes. "In theory, anyway. We've all heard the sermons against such things. Why, I listened to one of them this morning. There was that, of course. No one sane was going after Inquisitor or rogue trader plying their trade, even when doing so involved distasteful methods. In reality, some zealots tried their best to paint the whole ecclesiarchy as unreasonable, often insane fanatics. When those were around, all bets were off. That, of course, meant that elements of their organization would happily see them all burnt on a stake for not being dutiful, zealous, and vigorous enough in executing their duties. and he went on a tangent that was best kept in the privacy of one's mind. "There is a living saint down there, or the next best thing, thank you very much." The distinct, high-pitched voice of Robert Bruce, a fellow missionary, cut through the air. The tall, frail-looking man came from a moon with low gravity, and it showed. While he could handle standard Terran gravity, doing so ate at his endurance, and it was much worse when working on high-gravity worlds. Bruce met such challenges with a smile and prayer, claiming they were mere tests from the Emperor, either that of fuck-ups and lack of consideration by their superiors. "There are such indications, yes," the quiet voice of Titus Questus added. The short, brown-skinned man was a testament to Faith's success. He had been born on a feral world just as the Imperium began its effort to reclaim the place. Now he traveled the stars, spreading the Emperor's word far and wide. However, we all know the odds of Inquisitor Vale receiving official recognition anytime soon are remote. Even if everyone agreed someone was a saint, pushing through the paperwork to make it official could take decades or even centuries. When some people disagreed, and Wolf was sure many would do so, in this case it could take much longer. Either that or an uncommonly distinguished career. "Sister Weber, you've been unusually silent as of late." Amelia suddenly changed the topic. "You know I'm biased and personally involved in this." The Palatine's voice was bitter. "That's why I'll be taking you with me when I go to the surface to find out what's true, what's a fabrication, and what hasn't made it to the reports for one reason or another. It might have been years since you met your son last, however you're the only one we have on board who knows anyone down there. Your familiarity with the lad might be vital in making certain if the locals are compromised or not. I'll do my best in the Emperor's name." Sister Weber nodded stiffly. She had a grave yet determined expression on her face. "I appreciate your aid. I'll have a squad of your sisters accompany you. The rest of you will monitor what happens on the surface and act accordingly if something unfortunate happens. But first, I want to hear your honest thoughts on the situation." "Kronus is crawling with Xenos, just like at least a few dozen worlds in this sector alone." The confessor began. "That's why the Cardinal sent us. He knows that the situation out here isn't as clear-cut as deeper within the Imperium, where it's safer, and save for the orcs, there are hardly any Xenos running around. Yet he hasn't sent us here to purge everyone who had dealings with the alien. We need to get down there and figure out the truth ASAP." Amelia butted in. "There are hundreds of thousands of sick people in need of help. They will either need our aid or the Emperor's mercy. We need to figure out which and act quickly." "I agree," Questus stated firmly. "We have to bring the citizens on Kronus back into the fold. By all accounts, the Emperor brought the planet itself into his light himself." His eyes sparkled with happiness at the very thought. Soon enough, Wolf had everyone's agreement, even the captain of the militia, who otherwise kept his thoughts to himself. The harder part would be to convince their people their chosen course of action would be for the best. Not all of them were as open-minded as they were, and wasn't that a contradiction? After all, an open mind was a fortress with its gates wide open. Yet a closed one could be a void ship flying without a navigator. Neither was a particularly desirable outcome. "We will be firm in our faith and endure this test." Ronald continued, "We won't let Xenos lead us astray from the Emperor's light, even if this time it means enduring their presence instead of purging it." "That's certainly a nice way to put it," Abel laughed. "General Alexander's HQ Victory Bay Cronus." A hololith came to life with a flicker of bright light and soon displayed several vaguely familiar symbols. "Those are the cruisers Blessed Blade, Naginata, and Griffon," Captain Ignatius explained. "You'll note they're approaching in a wedge formation with their escorts spread in front of them, sweeping for nasty surprises. The transports are moving at a much slower pace, guarded by a destroyer flotilla." "This isn't an escort formation, but an assault one." Captain Thule summarized our newest brand of trouble. "I can use a drink or 10, I stated blandly while staring at the hologram. It also showed the approach of the temple ships. They approached Cronus at a reasonable pace, and in a standard defensive formation. The Emperor botherers were either willing to be reasonable, which I still had trouble wrapping my head around, or they were attempting to be sneaky. The current agreement was they would come to see me for themselves before deciding what to make of us. Our reinforcements, on the other hand, apparently didn't like the contents of our reports. I wish I could blame them. In their shoes, I would be suspicious like hell as well. Options? I asked while trying to sound calm and confident. Our naval elements in orbit are a rough match for the task force heading our way. However, unless they do something as asinine as to fire first, before reaching orbit. Captain Ignatius shrugged. We can't move anyway before the Tau ships leave, and they won't be boosting away for at least a day. Keep hailing the bloody bastards. I'll be at the field hospital. The moment Inquisitor Vale is well enough to awake, even if it takes flooding her system with stimulants, I'll have her calling them as well. If our reinforcements refuse to see reason, Captain Thule asked, we'll cross that bridge when we come up to it. It wasn't like the Blood Ravens had trouble shooting at other Imperial forces. However, after all the hard work I put in to contain that particular madness, I wasn't going to order it repeated. This bloody planet is cursed, I grumbled to myself and headed for the exit. As soon as I was out of the command center, my bodyguards fell in formation around me. Chapter 18, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 18, Kronus, Aftermath, Part 5, Bridge, Dominator Cruiser Griffin, en route to Kronus. 12 hours before reaching orbit, the battle group concluded a deceleration burn. They continued their approach at a much slower pace. The locals kept bombarding them with hails inquiring or demanding clarification of intent. However, not a single transmission included Inquisitor Vale's codes confirming the place wasn't subverted, much less explanation from the woman herself. They did receive a confirmation from her ship that she was down with a disease, along with almost everyone in Victory Bay. That naturally only made Inquisitor Marat Chandra even more suspicious. "Daughter, what did I teach you about anything that appears too good to be true?" the demon hunter asked lightly. Captain Anastasia Chandra rolled her eyes from her command throne. Long, delicate fingers brushed her ivory locks aside, revealing several implants connecting her with the ship. Assume it is, even when you have solid evidence to the contrary. That way, sometimes you might actually be pleasantly surprised. The captain's musical voice rang clearly over the silent bridge. It wasn't often that an Inquisitor chose their ship as transport. That was a dubious and dangerous privilege at the best of times. When said Inquisitor simply happens to be your captain's father, who by pure coincidence was on board when a distress call from the abandoned world came, well, it didn't take a genius to connect the dots. That was no coincidence. The Inquisitor suspected the nasty kind of trouble and wanted a reliable ship backing him. And what might be more reliable than your own daughter's shop? Well, possibly many things. However, no one on board was crazy enough to voice such thoughts. "Good girl." The Inquisitor spoke softly in clear approval. If someone dared look too closely, they might have even seen a hint of a smile on his scarred face. Everything we know about recent events on Kronus points at multiple demonic incursions, a traitor invasion, and Xenos running unchecked all over the place. Chandra shook his head in exasperation. I can ignore the latter. Ordo Xenos is known for consorting with the alien. When they see an advantage, it's their job, responsibility, and prerogative to make those choices. As long as we check everyone for technological subversion, just in case, he didn't add aloud. Undermining his fellow Inquisitors aloud in such a manner was never a good idea, no matter the company. The demonic incursions, on the other hand. Marat's smile stretched his scars into a grotesque grimace. They were a gift from a bloodletter that managed to get close to eviscerating him, just not quite close enough. The Inquisitor could almost buy a demon of Khorne, getting too eager for blood, skulls, and battle, getting over its head and under the right circumstances, getting killed for good. While hard, doing so wasn't impossible, much less unheard of. It was just that the tools necessary were almost as rare as a nice dark Eldar and much harder to find intact. 2 interventions by the Emperor himself. On this backwater world. That was the kind of insane reports you laughed at. Then you went to vigorously interrogate everyone involved, because at best they were insane lunatics, and you had to clean up after them. At worst, the divine intervention they blubbered about was infernal, and then things tended to get very ugly, very fast. Of course, this time around, someone was trying too hard because this had a trap written all over it. Even a brand new acolyte with no experience could notice it. Unfortunately, it was a very good trap. The bait was too tempting. Marat had to go down there, investigate and see for himself. Because no matter how remote, the possibility of the xenotechnology being real and working as advertised had to be checked. Doing anything less would be treason. That, of course, made the trap so effective. The reports from the navigators and his sanctioned psyker added credence to some of the reports. However, neither truth nor innocence was proof enough. The two interventions by the Emperor might be indeed genuine. There might even be a real saint down there, which might make Marat's work a bit simple. None of those potential truths prevented most people down there from being subverted, corrupted, or simply deceived to serve the whims of the demonic or the alien. We're going in. Keep the transports and their escorts far away from hostile weapons range. I want your astropaths ready to transmit messages at a moment's notice, no matter how hard or dangerous doing so might be. The Inquisitor ordered. You're thinking about going down there alone? Anastasia exclaimed. With a small security detail, we're going to be bait and spring whatever trap is waiting for us. I have to. Besides, if they open fire on us during our approach, we'll know earlier. We can perhaps take out the Imperial ships in orbit. The Xeno battle groups will be too much. Anastasia pointed out again. I told you so, multiple times. If they're all hostile, then we're already dead. The only question is how much we would be able to do before it's over. Chandra chided gently. We should last long enough to purge Victory Bay at the very least. Perhaps strike at the Xeno facilities on the ground. Marat looked at his daughter. More importantly, we should last long enough to warn the Imperium at large that Kronus has fallen and needs to be neutralized. And if for once you're lucky, father. Anastasia quirked her lips in a way her mother tended to do when vexed with him. Then I'll be praising the Emperor because we finally caught a break that might change things for the better. Unfortunately, you don't believe that, Anastasia concluded. You know me. I have too many bitter experiences to seriously consider that this isn't a trap. Victory Bay, Cronis. Last night, the Imperial reinforcements finished their sharp deceleration and continued to approach at a much slower pace. This morning, the Tau finished loading as many people they could on their ships and broke orbit, boosting for the zone that would allow them to safely use FTL. Most importantly, Amberly finally left surgery, and after a few hours of recovery, Karam finally deemed her hale enough to flood with stimulants. The cyborg leaned over her hospital bed and poked her in turn with 3 injectors. Amberly's pale form stirred, shook, and she awoke with a choked gasp. Here, wide, wild eyes darted in all directions in panic, and she tried to get as far away from Karam as she could. However, she was still too weak from the operation and could do little more than struggle like a newborn kitten. See, Iafus, where are you? Help me, Vale babbled. It's all right. Karam and his friends did good work, I said in my best soothing tone, which wasn't particularly effective if Amberly's reaction was anything to go by. The patient will need a few more moments to work through the sedative's effects, Karam explained in a clinical, emotionless tone. The muscle stimulants will kick in last. That way, she'll avoid injuring herself further. He waved a scanner over Vale, whistled happily, and left. I have other people to put back together. Vale, Amberly eventually rasped, her eyes focused on me, and I could see a spark of recognition. Yes, it's me. Sorry to disappoint, I'm not your boy toy. Amberly narrowed her eyes at me. What are you babbling about? You did want your Iafus, I smirked, and earned myself a murderous glare promising retribution. Now that you're awake and in your right mind, we've got trouble. What did you do this time? Hired a band of Dark Eldar for the kicks? Nothing so perverse. I'm not a masochist, much less insane, I'll let you know. This woman knew how to hit low, damn her sharp tongue. I didn't get into these situations for the fun. Our reinforcements finally turned up. They're refusing to talk. Will be in the range of the planet shortly and are coming in attack formation. They did demand you talked with them. Get me to a communications terminal, Amberly ordered. I have a tech priest waiting nearby with the necessary equipment. We also have a group of temple ships on the way. They appear reasonable, and that has me even more concerned. You have the wings and the Emperor's blessing. You'll be dealing with the ecclesiarchy. I'll talk with our reinforcements. Amberly raised her right hand and relaxed when she saw her rosary and symbol of office still attached to her wrist with a fine golden chain. A few minutes later, the cogboy had a secure transmitter station set up and connected with the General's HQ. From there, Colonel Amundsen and Captain Ignatius facilitated a live feed with the approaching ship. At this distance, there was almost no transmission delay. The cogboy produced a small hololith, which soon displayed a tiny figure almost completely covered by a thick leather coat. However, the clothing did little to hide the signs of sleek and advanced-looking armor protecting the man. Amberly fiddled with her rosary and looked pointedly at the figure. "Is that good enough, Marat?" She knew him. Now it was time to see if that was a piece of good news or not. "Your codes check out, so you likely aren't an imposter." His smile was a hideous thing to behold. I was sure it could give pause to an angry orc. "Now, Amberly dear, please try to convince me that you and at least a few other people down there are still sane. The reports I've read are something to behold. They're like something the propaganda department might cook up for a segmentum-wide popular holovid series." This Marat guy was surprisingly affable for Inquisitor. For that matter, I could say the same about Amberly. Was that an act? I did my bloody luck finally change for the better. Scratch that. The Emperor botherers will be touching down tonight. That was my reaction as well when I got my share of reports while on my way here. Then things happened. Amberly smirked. "Yes, that. Are you trying to branch out? Is dealing with Xenos becoming too boring and predictable for you?" "It's all his fault." Amberly jabbed a finger in my direction. The cogboy swiped a mechadendrite my way, and presumably I was on camera now. I waved at him with a smile, and my wings fluttered happily at the attention. I swear, the damn things had a mind of their own. "The supposed saint." Marat looked at me with suspicion through eyes that had seen too much horror. "That's not a claim I've ever made. However, people keep reaching the same conclusion thanks to these." I pointed at my wings, which spread out covering the wall and ceiling behind me as if preening. "The glow supposedly helps as well." "Yes," Marat said in a voice drier than the Ares Badlands. "You appear to be sparkling." He kept staring at me oddly. "It's a nice trick, and I would be very happy if you're the real deal. However, even if that's the case, it still doesn't mean you aren't being deceived by either aliens or chaos. Convince me what you've cooked up on Kronus isn't a threat to the Imperium at large." "I'll leave it to you." I smiled at Amberly. "You do have a better gift with words than me." Besides, she apparently knew this guy. Part 6. Bridge, Dominator Cruiser Griffin, en route to Cronis. "You've read our reports, Marat. You've seen the combat recordings." Vale was earnest, that much Chandra could give her. Yet, while he did listen to his colleague, the Inquisitor's eyes were focused on the saint's image. The pure white wings and bright glow certainly fit. It was too bad that he had personally dealt with two demons who could pull a convincing charade when bound to demon hosts. "I won't try selling you a pile of grok shit." Amberly snorted. "What we have here is certainly dangerous. It could very well turn out to be a poisoned pill if it pans out." Vale muttered a curse and rubbed his forehead at that. His wings twitched in sympathy. The man obviously wasn't accustomed to Vale's antics. "What makes the pylons and this alliance so dangerous are the same things making them valuable." Amberly continued. "You're Malleus, Marat. You know how much of a game-changer they can be. The Xeno-build ones. Perhaps, unless we can build them ourselves in enough numbers, all I see is a nice piece of gear that can cause no end of trouble with the Mechanicus. Then you had to go full in and get as much alien technology as possible. Were you intentionally trying to get yourselves declared Hirtex on general principle or something? I know Ordo Xenos believes itself special in that regard, however." Chandra trailed off in frustration. "While I'm not a psyker, everyone we have on the surface or in orbit agrees the Emperor himself intervened here twice, in the span of a week." Vale's usual calm comportment cracked. Those somewhat coherent, including a few Eldar Vale somehow roped into this insanity, are babbling about the Emperor fighting Nurgle and driving him away. Marat narrowed his eyes at the saint at that. All his experience screamed at him that this was a trap, a deception offering the Imperium all kinds of poisoned pills. Yet the bait was so tempting. Vale's wings shifted, their feathers ruffling in possible annoyance. He kept his mouth shut. "Do you care to add something, Inquisitor Vale?" "There is nothing I can say or prove without a psyker daring look into my head." The glowing man shrugged. "I wish to hear you justify your actions anyway. You'll have to do it in front of the sector conclave sooner or later. Consider this practice." Marat offered bait of his own. Amberley grimaced, and he nearly smiled. This was going to be good, wasn't it? "So be it." Vale crossed his hands in front of his chest, and his wings shifted forward. The feathers puffed up and glowed a bit brighter. The Imperium is a pale shadow of what it was during the Great Crusade, or even before people let that imbecile Van Dira into a position of power. Right here on Cronis, we have the Tau, aliens who just a few thousand years ago played around with stone weapons. Today they're fielding equipment for their whole military that equals and often is better than all, except the best supplied and equipped guard regiments could ever pray to use. In contrast, the Imperium as a whole keeps backsliding technologically. Instead of investing in civilized, even feudal and feral worlds to bring them to an acceptable level of industry and technology, as a matter of course, more often than not, we're content to leave such places to merely exist as practically useless balls of rock. The Mechanicus, instead of bringing us to heights of technology unseen since the dark age of technology, bickers and hoards the best toys, refuses to share its knowledge even between its own forge worlds, and is in no small part responsible for this despicable state of affairs. Well, this rant explained much. First, Vale wasn't an experienced Inquisitor, because otherwise he wouldn't have shared such sentiments ever. This was the kind of talk that got you shot. Second, the man was such a radical that he made most radical Inquisitors Marat had ever known appear Puritan in comparison. Because of this, Chandra could see Vale going all in as a matter of course and getting his hands on as much xenotechnology as he could. Now, if the man was more shrewd and experienced, had the right connections within the sector leadership, and certain infamous forge words, his insane plans might have worked. Might. Vale obviously didn't have such backing, and that by itself was going to be problematic, all things considered. Amberley knew that as well if her expression was anything to judge by. Marat briefly wondered why she hadn't taken Vale aside and explained some things to him, then shook himself. The timing of the reports and her arrival. There probably wasn't time for that. Of course, all of this only meant that instead of willful treason and heresy, Marat was merely looking at one done with the best of intentions. That was something that tended to happen quite often, especially out here on the frontier, where certain rules had to be loosened for obvious reasons. "You've waited long to get this out of your system, haven't you, Inquisitor Vale?" Marat probed gently. He got back a flat stare and a pair of glowing eyes staring straight into his soul. "We do indeed have more complications than just the pylons to consider." Amberley valorously attempted to shift the topic to safer grounds. "The Tau are standing by to their part of the agreement." She grimaced. "Necron drones and servo-skull scouts confirm they pulled from the industrial zones they control without committing any easy-to-notice sabotage. They also abandoned a significant amount of war gear, primary infantry scale, though a number of their battle suits as well." "That's bad enough." Marat groaned. He could imagine it. Warehouses full of alien weapons and armor, perhaps trapped, perhaps not. It didn't matter. The windfall of alien technology represented a huge problem. Yet at the same time, the ideas Vale spouted weren't exactly new. It was just that the people of similar minds knew to be much more careful, and not to ever shoot towards something this big because they knew the inevitable reprisal that would come as consequence. However, this was different, wasn't it? If Vale was actually what he appeared, if he truly had the blessing and backing of the Emperor on Holy Terror, it put everything else in perspective. That was a terrifying possibility for many reasons. If Marat let himself be blinded by it, he could easily overlook many dangers. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop asking himself, what if it was all true? The truth seldom mattered. Marat kicked himself mentally. Vale being right could be worse than the alternative, everyone down there being compromised. Because if he was genuine, if Vale pushed hard for the research, development, and incorporation of alien technology across the Imperium, then Marat was afraid to think about everything that would go wrong. Too many people would see the benefits, while as many, if not more, would only see the danger, either in the form of xenosubversion or threat to their power base. The best-case scenario could end up incredibly ugly. Did the Necrons know how much of a poisoned chalice their gifts were? If they did, that would only make them that much more dangerous as well. My ships will be in orbit shortly. Get yourselves to the starport and onboard a transport. I'll wait for both of you in Griffin's hangar to determine your status. Marat finally decided. He wasn't going down there. They would come up to him, and if not, that by itself would be telling. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Vale immediately agreed. Marat nodded and cut off the connection. Anastasia, get the hangar bay secured. I want naval armsmen covering all exits with heavy weaponry. I'm going to prepare my retinue to deal with a demon if Vale is an imposter. At once, Inquisitor. His daughter promptly answered, all professional as the situation warranted. Good girl. And if he is the real deal? Then everything gets much more complicated. I might require you to make a fast trip to Stygies 7th, carrying precious cargo and messages. Chapter 18, Part 7-8. Chapter 18, Kronus, Aftermath, Part 7, Hangar Bay, Dominator Cruiser Griffon, in high orbit above Kronus. A Valkyrie wearing a fresh coat of paint landed nimbly in the hangar. 2 platoons of armored naval armsmen quickly surrounded the assault transport and aimed at the ramp. A pair of interceptors hovered nearby, ready to unleash their heavy ordnance upon the Valkyrie if the situation warranted it. Marat waited nearby, taking cover behind all stack of metal crates secured to the deck with thick chains and magnetic clamps. His retinue was in the area, taking cover behind whatever they deemed best. The Inquisitor had only Jack with him, the latest Sanctified Psyker he could get his hands on. In his line of work, Psykers tended to expire even faster than usual. Many demons deemed their souls particularly delicious or found their kind offensive, like every Cornate daemon ever. By all accounts, Jack wasn't going to last long either. He was already a babbling wreck, and Marat hadn't brought him to a single proper hunt yet. "It eats the Emperor's light!" The poor bastard screamed and grabbed Chandra by the shoulders, trying to shake the Inquisitor. The light power armor he wore prevented any such abuse, and he gently removed Jack's hands from his coat, then nodded to the Psyker's current minder, a gruff, no-nonsense veteran sergeant he picked up during his last mission. The NCO pulled out a wooden club covered with rubber to minimize the damage and raised an eyebrow at Marat. Chandra nodded, and Sergeant Xerxes clobbered Jack on the back of the head. The Psyker slumped in the Inquisitor's hands until Xerxes put the club away and took the knocked-out man. "At least we have a confirmation about the blank." Marat nodded happily. "That's a piece of good news. It all but guaranteed that Vale wasn't a demon host who was a particularly smart and sneaky bastard. A few other tests involving relics would be in order, just in case. However, this was one of the more important ones. The Valkyrie's ramp went down with a clang, and the passengers disembarked quickly. Vale led the way. He carried a curious little girl on his shoulders, who notably wore a carapace armor that was a good fit for her. Marat could see the armsmen shuffle uneasy, though, to their and Anastasia's credit, they didn't waver. Neither did they do something foolish like open fire unprovoked. That could have been messy. Marat glanced at Xerxes and saw the sergeant had stashed Jack by the crates. The NCO was already back by his side, with his weapon on the ready. Chandra gave the man another nod and went to meet his fellow Inquisitors. After just a few paces, he could feel a wave of unease wash over him. However, unless he focused on the child, Marat wouldn't have been able to tell it was her. Perhaps it was her proximity with the saint, or his inexperience with blanks. By the time Chandra was in front of his fellow Inquisitors and their small retinue, a commissar, blood-raven librarian, and a few troopers, his spine felt like it wanted to crawl away. How Vale could stand to be this close to the girl, much less touch her, he would never know. It was also something worthy of study. However, this wasn't the time or place for that. "Marat, you're a sight for sore eyes." Amberley both looked and sounded happy to see him. That was never a good reaction to have as an Inquisitor. It meant you either just walked into a trap, or the situation was fucked beyond belief. In this case, it was probably both. A brief, redundant introduction followed, which were just long enough for the two priests working with Marat to arrive with their cargo. A few tests, for peace of mind, if nothing else. Chandra smiled at the small group. Let's get it over with. Off you go. Vale picked up the pariah because Marat was beginning to suspect the child was no mere blank, and gently put her on the deck. While she didn't look all too pleased, the pariah remained silent. It might be for the best if we test the child first, Father Harris croaked. The greying man looked between the small pariah and the saint nervously, then busied himself with opening the heavy container he helped drag all the way here. They were going to do the tests out here, in the hangar. That way, in case a demon possessed someone, they could hopefully deal with it with the aid of heavy firepower. And without endangering the whole ship went without saying. While if he had to, Marat would sacrifice the Griffin and her crew without a second thought, he would very much prefer to see his daughter outlive him by a good margin. Thank you very much. That's a finger bone, Vale stated flatly when Father Shu reverently retrieved a piece of St. Sebastian. It was the real deal, not like the thigh of St. Helen that demons laughed at. That wasn't a good memory. It's a relic from a saint, Shu barked. Then he caught himself and looked warily at the saint, who shook his head, took a few steps forward, and picked up the sacred relic. Antias, would you kindly pick up Celine and show her the rest of the hangar? Perhaps after she has touched the relics without anything bursting into the fire, Vale suggested. He looked critically at the bone and shrugged. The Astartes walked forward with a surprisingly agile and quick gait for someone that large. It never ceased to amaze Marat how fast the Emperor's angels of death could move. Vale turned around, walked to the girl, and offered her the relic. She looked at the sacred bone with confusion and eventually poked her with a finger. Everyone watched with bated breath. Marat was sure that many of the armsmen expected to see the little horror burst in holy flames. Instead, she poked the relic again, shrugged, and lost interest in it. Better get her away. If it's all right? Father Shu looked nervously at Marat, who nodded lightly. The priest sagged with relief and quickly grabbed the relic from Vale's hand. He rapidly returned it to the box while muttering prayers. Those two might be useful, however. Sometimes their antics were just too much. Nevertheless, Chandra kept enduring. Having this on record and with his stamp of approval would go a long way to give legitimacy to Vale's status, and by extension, everything the crazy radical touched. Now, if only Marat could figure a way to keep the damn fool from opening his mouth in front of a conclave. Father Harris reverently pulled out the hilt of Demon Slicer, the shattered blade of St. Yorinaga. The blank perked up at that and skipped forward before anyone could stop her. She stood in front of the priest and bounced on her feet eagerly, looking at the broken weapon in his hands. Go on, you wanted this circus, you'll see it through to the very end. Vale smirked at them, the cheeky bastard. Harris glared at the pariah, who stared back. The pariah won the starring match in a hurry, and the priest handed her the hilt in disgust. She grabbed it happily and began swinging it with no skill and tons of energy. What's next? Holy oils? Watching if I will burst in a fire if I pray to the Emperor? Both Harris and Shu nodded in tandem. Just grab the bloody finger bone outside of the pariah's aura, and we'll go from there. Marat's patience reached his limits. To think that this sham was going to be a part of an official report with his name on it. What did he do to personally offend the Emperor? The Astartes, Antias, moved quickly, picked up the girl and walked away, carrying her on his shoulder. All the while, the pariah beamed and silently swung the relic. As soon as those two were far enough, Vale blazed with golden power. The priests forgot the purpose of the exercise and fell to their knees, babbling prayers. He went to the container, picked up the bone with 2 fingers, and raised it for everyone to see. The relic glowed even brighter than the radiance surrounding Vale. The saint's wings spread wide and silently fluttered in the air, illuminating the whole hangar in the process. Ave Imperator. Vale mock-saluted Marat with the relic and put it back. The Emperor protects, Vale added, and waved at the priests, who redoubled their prayers. Fine, you aren't a demon, just a pain in my ass. Amberley, go touch the relic. The rest of you too, we can't be too careful. Chandra growled. It was going to be a futile exercise. Marat knew it almost immediately because when he glanced at the container, he could see all the blessed relics inside glow with the Emperor's power, just like Vale did. Things couldn't be simple and merely require an exterminatus, could they? The paperwork and investigations after one would be much shorter and less troublesome than this. That wasn't the end either. The Ecclesiarchy's representatives would be arriving within the hour, giving Marat just enough time to ensure Vale was the real deal and not a demon. Or to clean up the mess if he was a demon, but that was a moot point now. Amberly picked up the relic and clutched her in her palm as if it was a lifeline. She suddenly sagged in relief. You know, I was almost certain you were the real deal, hoped you were, but until we got an all clear from the Malleus, I couldn't be sure. Amberly offered Vale an apologetic look. And that was why Marat liked the woman, even if she was Ordo Xeno with all the icky things that entailed. She was properly paranoid, however. She didn't let it ruin her. Let's get to the pilot's tactical room. We need to talk before the Ecclesiarchy invades this ship. Marat grumbled. He would be dealing with the fallout of this for years to come. He was certain of it. 3 Inquisitors, an Astartes librarian, and a pariah child gathered in the tactical room. It was the beginning of a bad joke, and that neatly encapsulated Marat's life now. I won't bother asking what you were thinking, because it's obvious you weren't. Either that, or you didn't know any better. Chandra glared at the saint who held the pariah in his lap. Vale merely raised an eyebrow at Marat, while the child glared with those huge soul-sucking eyes. Marat stoically ignored the pariah and kept his attention on Vale. If you were trying to brand everyone on Kronus as heretics in the eyes of the Mechanicus at large, you've almost succeeded, with flying colors at that. Marat nodded grimly. Our new colleague is obviously a radical. Amberly made a "what can you do" gesture. If it wasn't for the wings and the glow, perhaps beat some sense into Vale's head. I'm open to reasonable suggestions. Vale ignored Marat's glower as if it was nothing. Stygies 7th. It's a forge world in this segmentum. The tech priests there are known to be rather radical and love to study Xeno artifacts when they can get away with it. We'll contact them by astropath as soon as it becomes feasible and dispatch a ship there carrying examples of all technologies you managed to swindle from the Xenos. Marat explained his plan. If we're lucky, we can cut a deal with the Stygites. They will figure a plausible way to spread the pylon technology when they proclaim it safe and ready for deployment. Second, at least a part of your plan for the Tau War gear has merit. We can incorporate it among inquisitorial retinues, especially those of our Ordos. Amberly picked up. That was sensible. The Ordo Xenos tryhards always picked up alien toys to play with. Sometimes they even managed not to accidentally kill themselves with the Xeno equipment and put it to good use on top of that. We need the bloody guard equipped at least as well as those blue bastards. I meant it. Vale growled in frustration and his wings ruffled, mirroring his mood. Just a few thousand years ago, the Tau were stuck on their homeworld as pre-space flight society. Right now, only the Astartes and the Mechanicus elite forces could field as good or better equipment. Look me in the eyes and tell me a bunch of Xenos are smarter and better at science than humanity. Marat kept glowering. While what Vale said was true, and the bastard did raise a good point, this wasn't something anyone sane wanted to tangle with. Doing so meant going against large sections of the Mechanicus and rocking the boat to such an extent it wasn't funny. It wasn't a fight the Inquisition as a whole was certain to win. Not to mention, even a victory might taste like ashes. If you keep pushing, you're either going to get yourself killed, start a civil war, or both, Marat snapped. What should I do instead? Close my eyes, pray, and watch the Imperium and humanity keep sliding into the abyss? To hell with that. Vale all but roared, and despite the pariah in his lap, his eyes briefly glowed with golden power. The Emperor's power. Marat now had the sinking suspicion he knew what the Emperor intended with his interventions on Cronus, and that suspicion terrified the veteran demon hunter. Part 8. Dominator Cruiser Griffin, in high orbit above Cronus. Marat felt a profound sense of relief when he left the tactical room. He didn't quite run away. He was too dignified and experienced to make such a terrible example. Nevertheless, he was the first one out as soon as they got news about the Ecclesiarchy's delegation approach. In the same manner, Chandra didn't run into the hangar, doing his best to put as much distance between the abomination and her pet saint. Or was it the other way around? Anastasia, did you send our new guests a recording of the test? Marat spoke into the vox built in his armor. They saw it, Inquisitor. Despite his daughter's formal tone, Chandra could hear more than a hint of mirth in her voice. Living down those reports to the sector conclave and higher imperial authorities was going to be hard, perhaps even harder than he imagined. The Ecclesiarchy delegation claims they have seen proof enough. They can't wait to meet the saint. Those poor bastards. Marat almost smirked. Misery did indeed love company. The Inquisitor reached the landing area just in time to see an old transport shuttle ponderously make its way down. It landed with a dull clang and the hiss of stressed hydraulics. Its ramp lowered down slowly and with even more noise, amply demonstrating that it needed either more maintenance or spare parts that conspicuously lacked. Chandra grimaced when he felt the pariah's aura wash over him. His spine tried to crawl away again, and he was afraid of how the representatives of the faith would react. A fully armored sister of battle walked down first. Her armored boots clanged loudly against the deck. She towered a head above Marat, which she put to good use to scanning the area for threats. When nothing obvious materialized, she nodded once, almost certainly speaking over vox. A small, colorful group of men and women disembarked and lined up in front of Marat and his companions. By now, Amberley, Vale, and the rest of their party had caught up and stood behind him. A huge black man towered above everyone else, including the armored sister of battle. The odd exoskeleton fixed to his white and red armor helped a bit in that regard, however. Most of it was the fact that the missionary was a small mountain of muscle. Greetings and salutations in the name of the God Emperor. The huge man rumbled and grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of golden teeth. I'm missionary Jacob Wolf, the leader of this humble expedition. Inquisitor Marat Chandra, Ordo Malleus, a pleasure, he answered dryly. It was obvious this group was interested in only one thing. They all had their eyes focused behind Marat. Chandra observed with satisfaction how quickly most of those grins became rather fixed and very obviously strained. He might actually get to like that little monster, as long as she kept away from him unless there were demons around in need of vigorous banishing. Let me introduce my honored colleagues, Inquisitor Amberley Vale and the Blessed by the Emperor, Inquisitor Delcatar Vale. Both serve Ordo Xenos. Marat firmly kept his glee in check so it wouldn't show. On second thought, as long as they could keep Vale reined in and away from politically volatile issues, he could prove very useful to the Inquisition. While his status as a saint wasn't officially accepted, the wings and golden radiance were clue enough, if only after ruling out a demonic possession anyway. The primary reason why was staring Marat in the face. Even with the little pariah's presence influencing them, he could clearly see the fanatic gleam in the newcomer's eyes. If handled right, this could give the Inquisition sector-wide eager ecclesiarchy support. That was always better than the grudging support they often received from certain quarters of the church. Your Holiness, it's a privilege to meet you, one of the female priests gushed. Her head bobbed, spilling her blonde hair around her shoulders when she went into a deep cross between a bow and a curtsy. The others offered a similar sentiment in a more or less controlled fashion. A glance told Marat enough. Neither of the faithful was happy with the pariah's presence. At least they had the good sense not to bring a psyker if they suffered one in their presence in the first place. That was an amusing tangent Marat deemed better avoided. He needed his attention for the task at hand. Well, he needed Vale's attention and dubious lead, because no one was paying him attention. The ecclesiarchy party had eyes only for the saint, and if this persisted, it was going to be an incredibly useful distraction for covert investigations. That was another way to use Vale if only the damn saint could learn to keep his mouth shut. Not that he got an opportunity to open his mouth. The floodgates opened and the priest swamped him with questions. Please tell us about the Emperor's blessing. Can you share your insights about... Would you kindly bless us in the name of the God Emperor? Only Wolf and the Sister of Battle managed to keep their mouths shut. though in the former case it was obvious that the missionary strained to hold himself back. "I'm glad to meet you all." Speaking about Vale, he finally managed to get a word in between all the eager prayers and questions he got bombarded with. "Let's retreat to a more comfortable setting before we proceed." Marat wasn't sure if it was a question or suggestion, however, it was more than enough to get the delegation nodding and falling in line. At that, the Inquisitor had to re-evaluate the potential influence Vale and the Inquisition could wield over the Church. This could end being either a tremendous boon or a disaster in the making. A few minutes later, after they sat more or less comfortably within the tactical room, Marat concluded, unless handled very carefully, Vale was going to be an unmitigated disaster. All it took was one not-so-innocent question from Missionary Wolf. "What do you want to achieve, Saint Vale?" Perhaps it was better that way. Otherwise, the feathered menace might have told the same thing in front of the wrong crowd with a predictably disastrous outcome. Vale opened his mouth and began speaking. Within moments, Marat felt like shooting himself, or Vale, perhaps both. "My goals, Missionary Wolf? I want to save the Imperium from itself," Vale began. "I want to save it from the countless enemies besieging it from within and outside. I want to bring back the Golden Age that died with the end of the Great Crusade." As Vale spoke, Marat could swear he began to lightly glow, despite the pariah in his lap. He was certainly sure he saw golden flecks forming both in the saint's eyes and those of the little abomination. The Imperium is a shadow of what it should and could be. Right here, in this very sector, we have the Tau. Just a few thousand years ago, the height of technology they knew were sharp rocks they used to bash in each other's heads. The mention of Xenos killing each other violently predictably got a good reception. Not a bad start, even though it was never a good form to even hint at the Imperium being deficient in any way. Unfortunately, this was merely the beginning, and things went quickly downhill. Yet, right now, they're fielding technologies equal or superior to what the Imperial Guard has available on Kronus. They take for granted technological marvels that many worlds across the Imperium would never see. Vale's wings snapped open in an angry fashion and covered the bulkhead behind his back. Unsurprisingly, Vale now held the priest's rapt attention. If he didn't end up starting a crusade today, it would be a small miracle. All Marat could do was watch the train wreck in progress with sick fascination. I am not praising the Tau for their ingenuity or creativity. I am damning those who let the Imperium decay for thousands of years. How many feudal and feral worlds have you seen? How many civilized worlds are pale shadows of what they could be? Our Imperium is sick. It is slowly decaying from within, Vale proclaimed. Marat had the sick realization that the madman meant what he spouted. This wasn't just a ploy. He wasn't playing for the public. Oh no, he was earnest. He was a fanatic. And if he wasn't stopped and redirected towards less dangerous pursuits, Marat was terrified of the damage Vale could cause with the best of intentions. "I have a vision," the maniac kept going. "I can see us take the Tau's twisted knowledge, sanctify it in the Emperor's light and make it our own. If the Mechanicus refuses to rebuild our worlds into shining beacons of hope, then we will do it ourselves, using any means necessary." The maniac was talking about a crusade, all right, just not one aimed against external enemies. Marat looked at Vale, who had a fixed, frozen smile on her face. Even the Astartes showed his true feelings in the way his lips were firmly set in a pale line. Yet the ecclesiarchy people lapped it all. At that point, Marat considered shooting Vale and the priests, purging them here and now, and damn the consequence. Then he keenly recalled the backing this crazy bastard received not once, but twice in the span of a week. Marat remembered his earlier conclusion and struggled not to giggle in despair. Did the Emperor truly want this? Would even he on Holy Terror contemplate such an insane course of action? And if he would, what threat was out there to warrant it? "I want to see all our worlds rebuild to the highest standard. I want them covered in gleaming cities, golden domes, and clean manufacturing districts that will be the pride of the galaxy. I want to see the Imperium reverse its long decline and enter a renaissance that should have began 10,000 years ago." I want to see humanity finally grasp its birthright and leave behind this wretched age of blind ignorance and stubborn dogma. I want to see the age of reason return. I want to see the shining beacons of knowledge and progress picked up again as an inspiration for trillions. At that, the priests were on their feet, applauding and loudly proclaiming their support. Marat and Amberley shared a long look of despair. Chapter 19, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 19, Cronus, Consequences. Part 1, Griffin. Dictator-class cruiser, high orbit above Cronus. The room roared with the priestly approval. If they failed to halt this disaster in the making in its track, Antaeus could see the Imperium burning in the fires of a civil war. The librarian smiled, hoping that the usual reaction his kind had on normal people would come in useful this time around. He placed a hand on Vale's shoulder and waited for a moment, so the priests all looked at him. Now that you've heard the Inquisitor's goals, we'll give you a few minutes to think them over and calm down. His smile grew a fraction. And you can consider this a test of faith. He gently poked Celine's shoulder. You'll have to endure her presence without our friend providing distraction. Celine, bless her soul, got the hint and reluctantly moved off Vale's lap. Antaeus took the opportunity to drag the Inquisitor outside. He could hear the other two Inquisitors hastily follow them. The moment they were out of the room and the door closed behind them, the librarian looked at their host. We need a quiet place to talk now, Antaeus rumbled. This way. Chandra pointed down the corridor. If the man's expression was anything to go by, he was painfully aware of what Vale just did. I'll want an explanation now, thank you very much, the saint grumbled. Yet thankfully let Antaeus drag him to a nearby half-full storage room. What is the name of the Emperor, were you thinking? Vale hissed. Did you hit your head and lost what little wits you had left? I don't think we're that lucky. Inquisitor Chandra looked at Antaeus. You've known him the longest, librarian. Did he voice such sentiments before? While Inquisitor Vale had a particular world-view, his conduct has been generally accepted. However, there were noticeable changes after the Emperor blessed him. Those changes increased after the second intervention. Unfortunately, there was no proper opportunity to address this development. What in the Emperor name are you talking about? Vale grumbled at them. His wings unfurled and their feathers ruffled, glowing like gems with the Emperor's power. Inquisitor, you almost started a crusade twice while speaking to the people of Cronus. You all but started one just now, and it will take a lot of work to prevent a bloody civil war. Antaeus stoically explained. The librarian didn't like the look of utter confusion and bafflement that appeared on Vale's face. All I did was reassure people and tell them to go back home, or to work. And just now, I merely explained my goals, which should be the goals of every sane Imperial citizen. Vale began answering in a way that all but guaranteed he was genuinely surprised by the sentiment. Yet, as he kept talking, his whole form glowed brighter, and his voice became more and more passionate. The Imperium is dying. It's a rotten mockery of what it should have been. It is our duty to drag it kicking and screaming from the pit and back on the path of enlightenment. This cursed age of blind faith must end, and the Imperial truth must shine once again. Antaeus shared a look with the Inquisitors. This is the first time I hear of such sentiment. What do you mean the Imperial truth, Inquisitor? Antaeus asked lightly, all the while bracing himself for whatever would come next. The Imperial truth? Vale scoffed, and his blazing eyes bored straight into Antaeus' soul. It was the banner under which the Emperor united terror and led the Great Crusade. It is reason and logic, not insane dogma and blind faith. Its refusal of religion, the triumph of science and secularism. It is the core upon which the Imperium was built. It is everything today's Imperium is not. The more Vale spoke, the more fervent he became. The clues were subtle, almost impossible to notice if you weren't familiar with the man. However, Antaeus was an Astartes. He was a librarian, and he did know this young man. The shifts were subtle, but they were very much real. It wasn't the choice of words, but the way he spoke them. There was an utter, unshakable belief in there. Charisma Vale had never demonstrated before. More importantly, when Antaeus touched the warp to observe the Inquisitor, he could swear there was almost impossible to perceive figure interposed and meshed with veil. It was a familiar figure. That wasn't the Emperor how Antaeus experienced him when he on holy terror smote down Nurgle. That was a mere echo of that divinity, yet it was very much real and clung upon the Inquisitor like a cloak, almost meshing within his still healing soul. That wasn't Veil's sentiment, not his belief, or at least not fully. Antaeus didn't think. He fell on one knee and lowered his head in supplication. He didn't know what the Emperor intended, much less what plan his sovereign had. However, he would see it carried to the bloody end, as it was his duty. The saint is speaking to us with an echo of the Emperor's voice. I can see it in the warp. Antaeus spoke reverently. He hadn't believed that the Emperor, perhaps the closest thing his kind had to a grandfather, was a real god, not until he beheld him in all his glory fighting Nurgle. So that is how it is, Chandra muttered in near surrender. Inquisitor, I don't know what the imperial truth used to be. At this point, it scarcely matters. If we don't approach your goals with the utmost care, and if we don't meticulously plan how to reach them, the only thing we will achieve is a pointless, ruinous civil war. The older Inquisitor pleaded. Inquisitor Chandra is right, Delcatar. Amberley joined it. If we're to realize the Emperor's vision, if we're to see the imperial truth as it was meant to me, we must be careful. We can't just start a crusade against the whole Imperium, or even just the Adeptus Mechanicus, and hope for the best. You need more allies, time for news of your status to spread. You need even more deeds under your belt, proving you not only know what you're doing, but that your success on Kronus wasn't a mere fluke. We need time. Yes, there was the little issue of the imperial truth practically being the antithesis to everything the Church stood for. That wouldn't go down well at all with the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps not even if the Emperor one day stood up from the Golden Throne and proclaimed this truth to the galaxy at large himself. However, the ecclesiarchy could still be useful as a partial counterweight against the Mechanicus. If they had to walk a path leading to civil wars, it would be for the best to fight them one at a time, Antaeus decided. Time? A different, tired voice asked. It came through Veil's mouth, however, this wasn't the Inquisitor speaking. The sheer power that washed over Antaeus blanketed his mind. Ask me of anything but time. The Emperor, or the next best thing to him on Holy Terror, spoke to them. The Emperor's echo, or perhaps the Emperor himself, looked at them through Veil's burning eyes. Then the glow faded, and the saint collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His wings closed around him in a protective gesture, and even as the Emperor's power dissipated in moths of light, a few feathers gently floated to the deck. And each one of them kept glowing like a tiny lantern. We've got our work cut off for us, Inquisitor Chandra whispered in an odd, awed voice. Inquisitor Veil, we will follow the Emperor's command. We will do our best to bring the imperial truth as you know it back. However, we need to do it slowly and carefully. We need allies and a much stronger position before we could even dream of acting openly. Otherwise, we'll set the Imperium on fire and leave it open for our countless enemies. The wings unfurled, showing Veil. The saint's hair was longer, an even darker shade of black. It now framed his face, covering it in shadows. When he opened his eyes, they were flecked with bright, shining gold. I'll take your concerns under consideration. Make your case. Veil sounded exhausted. You all but suggested to the ecclesiarchy's representatives to raise a crusade against the Adeptus Mechanicus unless they fall in line. And we all know that most of them won't fall in line. The Mechanicus is not only one of the most powerful factions of the Imperium, they directly or indirectly control the bulk of our industry. Open war against them will be disastrous. Inquisitor Veil attempted damage control. That is one of the many reasons the Imperium is in this state. Unless the Mechanicus as it exists now is broken, the Imperium is doomed in the long run. While those were Veil's words this time, they still held adamantium-clad conviction. The saint took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Whatever he was about to say, he reconsidered, shook his head and scoffed. Antaeus, get up. You never have to kneel to me. The librarian did as bid. Meanwhile, the Emperor's herald looked over the three of them. What do you suggest we do then? I could feel a burning need for action. I don't know why, but I know this. We don't have unlimited time. We probably have less time than we fear. Vale grimaced, and I also feel the burning need to head to Kaurava. The other two Inquisitors looked at each other. We can work with this. Once we've resolved the immediate issues on Kronus, perhaps it would be for the best if you went there as soon as possible. Chandra temporized. Between General Alexander's troops, the reinforcements that arrived with me, and the Temple expedition, we should be able to get you a respectable force. If your luck holds, you'll need it, Vale added. However, what we absolutely cannot do is fight both the Ecclesiarchy and the Mechanicus. Vale, please, for the sake of the Imperium, know of humanity itself, don't mention the Imperial truth until we're in a position to do something about it. And I'll follow you, Inquisitor, to the depths of the Eye of Terror and back, if you will it. I'm sure some of my brothers would do the same if asked. Antaeus quickly added, if he could help it, he wasn't going to let the Emperor's herald out of his sight. Part 2. Griffon, Dictator-class cruiser, high orbit above Cronus. My wings stretched and flapped impatiently while I was trying to wrap my mind around how I got myself in this position. All I did was answer a few questions honestly. In hindsight, that might have been a mistake. However, once the topic of my goals came up, it was like a dam breaking, and I simply couldn't stop talking. Besides, it wasn't like what I wanted should have been some stunning revelation. The Imperium was in sore need of fixing before it crumbled under its sheer bloated weight. Beginning a technological renaissance 10,000 years too late was a good starting point considering what we might yet gain on Cronus. It was logical, really. My fellow Inquisitors didn't seem to agree. I have no intention of moving against the Adeptus Mechanicus as a whole anytime soon, if ever. Granted, doing so was something that should have been done almost as soon as the Great Crusade ended, right after the Emperor was done with our Webway project. And why was that relevant at all? That's a relief. Amberley kept looking oddly at me. Now, if you can keep yourself from voicing any sentiments that might indicate such plans, it would be great, Chandra added. Seriously, what was their problem? It wasn't like I intended to start a civil war for the fun of it. Somehow unfucking the Mechanicus was going to be a long-term project anyway, and I needed to go to Kaurava anyway. I can keep my mouth shut when it counts, thank you very much. As soon as I said this, both Inquisitors gave me incredulous looks. Antaeus shook his head as well, which was telling. What? Seriously? What the hell? Inquisitor, do you not recall what you told the priests? Or the conversation which we just had? Antaeus asked warily. Either that, or it doesn't register as an issue, which is going to be a larger problem. Chandra rubbed his forehead and kept looking at me strangely. I'll like an explanation, like right now. Please, someone, start making sense. I looked at the three of them, who glanced at each other. Inquisitor Vale, Antaeus began, if I didn't know better, I would swear you were doing your best to lay the foundations for a crusade by setting up the Ecclesiarchy against the Mechanicus. What we heard in that room wasn't merely an Inquisitor stating long-term goals. It was a living saint sharing his vision and firing up the faithful. Crusades have started over less. This isn't the first time we've got such a misunderstanding. However, it certainly is the worst. I brushed a few stray locks away from my eyes, noting I needed a haircut, and thought hard about what I told our Ministorum contingent. Get the Imperium up and running by reversing the decay killing it. My hope for a shining future. Dealing with the toaster fuckers if they turned out to be an obstacle instead of a net positive. That might have been a bit much, I'll admit. I certainly couldn't recall anything else inflammatory, and there must have been, otherwise we wouldn't be getting this conversation, right? I'll try my best to latch my words, I repeated. However, you're still unsure what's the bloody problem. Chandra nodded. Inquisitor Vale, we need to get you out of the immediate reach of the Conclave so you can straighten your head and get to grips with your status as a living saint. I'll need to watch a recording of that conversation, complete with running commentary of what went wrong, won't I? I muttered to myself. It was recorded, right? Amberley and Chandra glanced at each other and nodded. Good. We'll do it ASAP. How do we defuse the priests if I accidentally set them up on crusade mode? Let us do the talking when we get back and back up our ideas, Chandra said. Then we'll be having a proper debriefing about everything. The little abomination stared at Palatine Weber with soul-sucking, curious eyes. Being stuck in a room with the blank would have been a particularly unpleasant experience on the best of days. This child, who showed no fear when facing a hell-spawned demon, was something else, Wolf decided. The senior Sororitas was cut off from a different cloth as well, he decided. The woman put a strained smile on her face and leaned towards the blank Selene. "Hi there," Weber waved at the child who kept staring at her. "Do you like the armor?" To give credit where credit's due, Weber's voice sounded almost conversational. The blank responded with a slow, shy nod. It almost broke the spell, making her feel less of an unholy abomination. Wolf closed his eyes and uttered a prayer. The Emperor's own angel of death was right. This was a test of faith, and he wasn't going to fail it. If the saint could tolerate this child, then the missionary was going to do his best to follow suit, no matter how he felt. Besides, abomination or not, Selene did help smite down a demon, so she couldn't be all bad, right? Just mostly. The prayer did help a bit. While it didn't make the blank's presence easier to endure, it helped Jacob reinforce his mind and spirit against her presence. His fellow priests followed suit, praying and no doubt thinking over the saint's words. This changed things. It was a beautiful vision, one worthy of a living saint, and something only a direct representative of the Emperor could ever bring to fruition. Jacob had no illusions. Realizing the saint's vision was going to be a monumental task, one that might take more than a lifetime to accomplish. If that was the case, then he would be eager to help lay the foundations for a brighter future. A gasp tore Wolf from his reverie, and he looked to the right, to see the blank on her feet and standing in front of Weber. The Sororitas was the one to utter the surprised exclamation, and the reason was obvious. Selene was entranced by the stylized rose engraved on the thick armor protecting Weber's knees, and was tracing it with a finger. While from where he sat, Wolf didn't find the blank's presence much harder to endure. He wasn't sure how he would react if he had to actually touch her. It was a test of faith indeed, and so far Weber was the only one passing it, he thought. The door opening was more of a relief than it should have been. Jacob's head snapped to the left, and for a moment he could glimpse a few rays of the Emperor's own power before they vanished in thin air, perhaps sucked in by the little abomination. "Making new friends, I see." The saint chuckled. The abomination turned around and ran to him, forgetting her fascination with Weber's armor to the sister's obvious relief. He picked the blank up and put her in his lap after he had sat. The saint's wings closed around them, only leaving his head visible, which was now crowned by a much longer and wilder black hair. "We need to make a few things clear." Inquisitor Chandra spoke in a firm, no-nonsense tone. It was saying something that he got everyone's attention despite the presence of a saint and the blank in the room. Chapter 19, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 19, Kronus. Consequences. Part 3, Griffon, Dictator-class cruiser, high orbit above Kronus. No crusade against the Adeptus Mechanicus at this time. Inquisitor Chandra spoke in a deadly voice. "We will have one chance to realize the Emperor's vision as given by us by the living saint." He nodded at the living proof of the Emperor's divinity. "If we mishandle it, the consequences are going to be disastrous for the Imperium at large." That wasn't a suggestion, Wolf realized immediately. The Inquisitor's whole bearing was different, deadly. They were ready to back their worlds with violence at a moment's notice. "No hint of what Inquisitor Vale told us can leave this room before we're ready," Inquisitor Vale added. "We will need to craft meticulous plans, gain strong allies, and most importantly, prove to the Imperium at large that Vale is indeed a living saint speaking with the Emperor's voice. A failure will mean a civil war which can rend the Imperium asunder, perhaps even doom it." That, unfortunately, was the reality looming beyond the glorious vision of the saint. The Mechanicus was trouble. The Ecclesiarchy always knew that. Unfortunately, they were one of the most vital pillars keeping the Imperium running. Many people before had dreamed of that organization doing much more, however, without the backing of a saint. The very idea of doing something about it would be insane. Now it was merely insanely dangerous. Doubly so because to the average faithful, such important distinctions would be lost. If they heard the Inquisitor speak about his vision, all too many of the faithful would merely see the Mechanicus as an enemy to be vanquished, humbled at best, destroyed at worst. The consequences would be indeed catastrophic if this went out of hand. The Mechanicus controls the majority of our industry. A disruption in deliveries of military or civilian equipment can doom countless worlds and guard regiments. This is to be avoided and mitigated as much as possible. Chandra continued, we need forward-thinking allies within the Mechanicus itself, whole Forge worlds backing us, that will see a minimal disruption of production and delivery while we reforge the organization at large. If we are to have a chance, if we are not to fail the Emperor's orders, we must be careful and prepare the ground first. The Inquisitors knew it, which was good. Wolf's fellow priests received the bare-bones explanation with mixed feeling. That much was obvious. He would need to speak with them at length before they left to ensure there would be no misunderstandings or mistakes. At the same time, Inquisitor Vale does have other, more immediate orders to follow, and we believe you will be in great use in aiding him fulfilling them. Vale finished. Kaurava, Subsector Aurelia. I need to visit both places soon and do the Emperor's work there. I'm burning with the need to go. The Saint finally spoke. Everyone perked up at that. The Order of the Sacred Rose contingent under my command is at your disposal, Inquisitor Vale. Palatine Weber bowed as deeply as her sitting position and armor allowed. You lead, and we will follow to the depths of hell itself. That was a predictable outcome. Serving a saint. That wasn't just a dream come true, but a sacred duty for the Adeptus Sororitas. The obvious downside was Wolf would not have them to help bring Kronus back into the fold. However, with organized enemy resistance on the surface broken, he shouldn't need them. The militia, Imperial Guard forces, and the PDF, once properly reformed, should do. I would love to join you in your mission, Saint Vale. Amelia grimaced. I'm afraid that my medici experience and faith would be better served to aid the people of Kronus at this time. However, once the situation here is resolved, I'm at your disposal. Command me, and I'll answer. No need, Missionary Argent. You're right. Kronus can use all the Medicae assistance it could get. The Emperor didn't intervene twice, only for use to fail his people, when we can do anything to help them. The Saint's words rang true, and Amelia beamed at them. I am not exactly suited for the rigors of combat, Your Holiness, Bruce spoke next. The tall man shrugged in apology. My talents would be better spent on Kronus, I fear. On the other hand, I'll be honored to walk in your footsteps and smite the Emperor's enemies, Questus hurried to add. If you would have me, of course, Saint Vale. I have the feeling that I can use all the help I could get at Korava. The Saint finally acknowledged them. What assets can you spare to join a task force heading there? At least a handful of ships to carry missionary Questus and Palatine Verba's people. Wolf decided. Anything else would be borderline treason and heresy at best. The very idea of not aiding the Saint as much as possible was unthinkable. That's a good start. Inquisitor Chandra spoke next. While this ship already has tasking, either the Blessed Blade or Naginata with escorts should be able to join you. You might want to speak with General Alexander when he recovers, and Captain Thule for additional support. I'm sure we can spare at least a regiment or two from the reinforcements I brought as well. Unfortunately, neither of us will be joining you, Inquisitor Vale, Vale explained. We'll need to ensure what you already did on Kronus doesn't go to waste and begin laying the groundwork to realize your vision. I expected that much. The Saint acknowledged. Inquisitor Greyfax might serve you well if she recovers enough before you leave. Vale added. There was a third Inquisitor here. It was nice to know the Inquisition was taking the situation and the Saint's plans with the appropriate gravitas. Librarium Battle Barge, Omnis Arcanum Subsector Aurelia. The Blood Raven's central librarium, situated deep within the armored decks of their flagship, had a distinct presence. The huge repository of knowledge was heavy with the secrets it contained, yet it was always quiet and peaceful, allowing for undisturbed contemplation. Usually, a visitor could hear only a few sounds in this place. Those were the quiet shuffling of servitors, the familiar and easy-to-ignore warble of servo skulls tending the shelves, and the almost inaudible steps of blood ravens in search of knowledge. It was rare for the chapter master to summon you in these hallowed eyes. Kyrus usually did his work from his private sanctum a few decks above the librarium. Brother Captain Boreal stalked past the shelves, determined not to disturb the atmosphere of this hallowed place. He could see at least a dozen of his brothers poring through thick tomes, searching for enlightenment as was proper. Indrik eventually found the chapter master in a secluded corner of the librarium, sitting at a large and ornate wooden table crafted by a particularly skilled brother centuries ago. The priceless ebony furniture was almost as old as the chapter master himself, if rumors were true. Kyrus spoke with another ancient, the apothecary Galan, who wore simple white robes. "Ah, Brother Captain Boreal." Kyrus smiled wistfully as soon as he noticed Indrik's approach. "Come and join us. I have news and orders for you, my young friend." Say what you will about the chapter master, Kyrus wasn't just a veteran of centuries of warfare. He was also a charismatic leader who could put you at ease with a handful of words and a few gestures. "Sir?" Boreal saluted, then did as bid and sat on a stout bench meant to support the bulk of a fully armored Astartes. "You've always been a stickler for protocol, lad. Calm down. We aren't ultramarines. We don't live and breathe the Codex." Galen ribbed him in good cheer. "With respect, apothecary, the chapter master didn't call me for small talk." "Sadly, I did not." Kyrus traced a finger over the leather cover of the large tome he had been reading. "I have news, both fortuitous and not. The good news first, Brother Captain Thule has been successful in securing Kronus. While the planet is now safe from hostile forces and our loss is light, Thule has been unable to achieve his primary objective, secure critically important relics." That was good news indeed. Too bad about the relics, though. This only makes your mission that much more important, Indrek. It also warrants a change of orders. I'm attaching the available assets from the 5th and 8th companies to your task force. Further, I must alter your orders. Instead of landing on Korova 2 in order to first neutralize the Orc menace there and prevent them from rampaging across that world, first you'll have to strike at Korova 4. We've got unconfirmed intelligence of Alpha Legion presence there. You must neutralize them by any means necessary, retrieve and safeguard any relics you find. This is particularly important after the events on Kronus. The chapter master spoke with an intensity he rarely displayed. "I can't stress this hard enough. Beyond any other considerations, you must recover any chapter relics on Korova 4. Only then you can proceed to pacify the system against any and all opposition. Recovery of any other relics you find will be of critical importance as well." "I'll do as you command, sir. However, I feel compelled to ask, won't sending this much of our strength to leave subsector Aurelia open for attack?" "Good, I know you will, Indrik." Kyrus smiled benevolently. "I'll be here keeping the peace. Captain Thule will be returning soon as well. I'll personally make sure our recruiting worlds are safe and prosperous, worry not." Part 4. Asdrubal Vekt's Palace, Komorrah. Reluctantly, very reluctantly at that, Asdrubal Vekt, the supreme overlord of the Dark City, had to admit that too much of a good thing not only existed, but could be a spot of trouble. If it was trouble, or outright disaster for other people, then Vekt would have merely enjoyed the show, perhaps after ensuring he would profit by it. Komorrah vibrated with screams of unimaginable agony, ecstasy, often both. They were torn from the throats of billions of slaves and Drukhari alike, and their suffering souls. That was the finest music caressing Vekt's ears and soothing the eternal hunger clawing at his soul. It wasn't going to last for much longer, and that was the small issue distracting him. That was a shame, really. The last couple of weeks were quite interesting, with every Drukhari on Komorrah going out of their way to quiet down Slaanish's hunger for their souls. The bitch was throwing a temper tantrum over not getting her way, a particularly bad one this time. It wasn't unheard, and when it happened, it usually ensured interesting times for Komorrah. Rivals to Seafall, new up-and-coming artists going above and beyond what could be expected under most circumstances, all the entertainment Asdrubal could think of within the grasp of his hand. Those were usually very good times. After 2 weeks of debauchery that would have made the Eldari Empire during its fall proud, Komorrah was running out of slaves. A not insignificant number of Drukhari were a mess and would be of no use anytime soon, if at all. That's why a lot of those took center stage of the entertainment over the last few days, and most of them loved every moment of it, screaming for more sensations. It was telling Vect was no longer celebrating. Instead, he stood on his throne flanked by the closest thing he had to reliable guards, while his Archons gathered down below. No one was untouched by the revere, fresh and days-old blood-covered scarred skin and painted armor. Creative wounds and mutilations oozed dark ichor. From where he sat, Vect could smell the stench of sublime narcotics still gripping most of his Archons. Yes, this was less than ideal. In a few days, there wouldn't be a single useful slave left in the Dark City, and that was saying something. It was impressive, really. The anarchy that would follow would be a bit less impressive. Already the crew of a battleship got too busy entertaining themselves that they managed to crash into a docking cradle and immolate a whole section of the docks. The whole area still burned, wasting megatons of supplies. That wasn't the only incident, only the most spectacular and visible one. Even worse, dear Lilith was getting bored and restless due to a lack of entertaining opponents. Every time that happened, Vect's life became that bit more interesting. If he couldn't provide the Queen of Blades with distraction, she would either go out seeking it or stalk Comora, causing trouble. And if that state of affairs persisted, sooner or later she might decide that Asdrubal made a worthy opponent. It was one thing dueling with her in the bed or one of the countless entertaining rooms in the palace. It was another the Queen trying to get him out of sheer boredom. After all, Lelith Hesperax was perhaps the only person in all of Comoras left who posed a credible threat to his continued survival if she ever turned her blades on him. That, of course, only made the sex even better. Velocian Sithrak staggered into the throne room, leaking blood and other harder-to-identify fluids. He was bare-chested, showing countless burns, cuts, and more exotic wounds. He also bore a manic grin on his mutilated face. "I like what you've done with the cheeks. It's inspired." Vect laughed in greeting. That was a mask, of course. Seeing his most reliable military commander reduced to this, and more importantly, arriving in such a state, was telling. Perhaps the effects of the celebrations were a bit more profound than he believed. Vect made a note to torture answers from a few underlings and check his contingencies. Missing such obvious clues meant he was slipping, and that was not good at all. "Thank you, my lord." Sithrak bowed, spilling blood all over the floor. Well, that was all right. The place was already covered with a lot of it, and many pieces from slaves and Drukhari alike after the morning's entertainment. What wasn't all right was the lack of slaves to get it cleaned up, along with fixing the parts of Comora not requiring a more delicate touch. Vect frowned. If his minions were in a better state of mind, they would have been terrified by such an obvious display of displeasure. All the fun and games had dulled his edge, he noted. Otherwise, one of the first things he would have noticed about Sithrak would be the lack of his husk blade. That was much more important compared to what wounds the warlord had suffered or let his lovers inflict upon his body. Kor's Vrex was a little better, though that wasn't directly visible. While the tall man was clad in his spiky armor, which had small hands of all things embedded on each spike, he leaked blood from ill-fitted seals. The younger Archon also swayed on his feet, though it wasn't obvious if it was the wounds or drugs he had taken. Tahriel appeared most composed among the small group. He had misplaced his lips somewhere, displaying 2 rows of ugly teeth for anyone interested in breaking them. That particularly arrogant Archon played with a bald, scarred, and silently screaming head he held in his power claw. Such stunts went out of fashion about 1,000 years ago or so, Vect knew. If this was the best, he would have. The Supreme Lord shuddered to think what kind of imbeciles would have been running around if he somehow failed to seize control of Comora. "Pay attention, I won't repeat myself," Vect drawled. To their credit, his chief minions found in themselves enough sense to look up. While their expressions, when there were expressions to consider, didn't fill him with confidence, they could at least follow basic orders, and wasn't that a low bar to clear? We find ourselves with a critical lack of slaves to have fun with. Vecht waved at the pieces of bodies covering the floor and the few distinct pieces of fine art writhing in silent agony on display high up on the walls. Tariel looked up, grinned bloodily, and had the gall of giving Vecht a thumbs up. "Your approval is noted, Archon," Vecht muttered dryly, and of utterly no consequence. The art was already getting stale. "We're going on a few large-scale hunting expeditions." Predictably, Tahriel perked up at that. "We need to replenish our slave stables and ideally find at least a few morsels worthy of our attention." By that, he, of course, meant his attention. Everyone else could go find their entertainment or vigorously fuck themselves with whatever sharp thing they found particularly interesting at the time. The sounds of approval that met his grand proclamation were distinctly underwhelming. Perhaps Lilith had the right idea, and getting out for fresh air and fun was in order. The alternative was having to endure the pathetic state his chief minions were reduced to, and Vecht found himself quickly running out of patience with them. "Gather up your minions, we're going hunting," Vecht declared grandly. The reaction was still underwhelming. Must not kill chief minions, Vecht told himself repeatedly. Their available replacements were currently even more pathetic. Chapter 19, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 19, Kronus, Consequences. Part 5, Court of the Young King, Craftworld Biel-Tan. Taldir stood in a daze, scarcely believing what was happening. She was in the middle of a glade in one of Biel-Tan's seldom-used gardens, which was the current meeting place of the court. The ancient trees, soft grass, and quietly bubbling water did nothing to soothe her mind. She listened to the exarchs and autarchs arguing over her actions on Kronus. That was bad enough, but expected. The sudden and odd turn the debate took was anything but like he expected it to go. This debacle is yet another proof that the Farseers leave their sight blind them for simple facts. A Fire Dragon exarch spoke with rarely heard passion. The use of basic tactics and strategy could have won the day, avoiding this disaster. Mark my words, the Jungir are using the Mon Key, and we will rue the day we let such abominable alliance stand. That's an overly harsh assessment, Autarch Galanta countered calmly, giving Taldir a hint of hope. She immediately dashed. It is no surprise that the Jungir managed to deceive a young and inexperienced Farseer. They did it to much more powerful and experienced ones during the war. Nevertheless, Taldir's failings as a leader of a war host are obvious and inexcusable. I'm against giving a command to Farseers who haven't both proved their mettle in combat and capability as strategists and tacticians. That sentiment met universal approval. At that moment, Taldir felt alone and abandoned. There wasn't a single Biel-Tan Farseer backing her. They were too busy divining the future and deciding her fate at a meeting of their own to attend this judgment. Either that or deployed all over the galaxy, along with the other members of the court of the young king. "We're agreed then," Autarch Morian sneered. He was the newest exarch to earn the title and a living example of how Biel-Tan differed from other craft worlds. Due to the size of their military and constant deployment, they needed multiple active supreme commanders to oversee operations all across the galaxy. Of course, the existence and importance of this very council were another difference. It was a direct consequence of the great importance of the military. It might be for the best if, Morian pointedly paused before uttering her tittle, Farseer Taldir spends some time receiving orders. She must learn when and why they're issued before she dares even think about being in command again. She needs to prove her competence in tactics and strategy. However, her failures are less important than their consequences. We need to neutralize this alliance before the old enemy could bury us in Mon Key and then strike while we're dealing with those pests. Exarch Kaya clapped once at the sentiment. We need actionable intelligence. What of Ulthwi's involvement? What is Eldrad plotting this time? It is no secret he is no friend of our goals, even if he often finds our military useful in his schemes. The Exarch thankfully shifted the topic away from Taldir. You've seen the message from Ulthwi. That is either another of his plots, or one of them failed spectacularly enough for she who thirsts to retaliate. Morian let out a quiet chuckle before sobering up. I find it telling. They didn't just request assistance to protect their craft world, but require that we deal with rising threats Ulthwi is no longer in position to counter. The portents of more Necrons rising in the same general region of space as Kronus, Autarch Galanta pointed out. That is no coincidence. We can't allow the Jungir to grow any stronger. We should be moving in to neutralize the threat once and for all. However, it will be cycles before we could shuffle enough troops from other critical theaters for such a blow. It's not just the infestation on Kronus, but the source of the reinforcements that arrived just before the last of our warriors left. The course of action is clear. We need to place Kronus under observation, investigate, and find all active tomb worlds before striking swiftly. Kaya declared as if it was the simplest thing in the world. We will do so. In the meantime, we need to pursue a containment and neutralization strategy. We have to investigate all portents of more Jungir slaves stirring up and put them down everywhere we find them, Morian suggested. At the same time, we have to track the Mon-Ki subverted by the old enemy. We must kill them before they could bring even more of their rotten imperium under the sway of those ancient terrors. As much as I dislike the prospect, we'll have to aid the primates in combating such subversion. Distaste dripped from the Autarch's aura. I agree. Autarch Galanta nodded sharply. This is also a learning opportunity. She looked at Taldir. Young Farseer, I suggest in front of this council that you join one of the strike forces we dispatch to search and destroy Jungir tombs. You will be there in strictly support capacity, using your gifts to aid the war host and learn from its commanders. Who knows, she might turn out into something useful. Besides, this way, if she dies, it might be in a productive way. Morian shrugged in indifference. The sentiments of the other council members were similar, if often equally biting. I humbly accept. Taldir finally found her words and bit off. Good, then you can leave. We'll inform you when and where you'll have to report for duty. Galanta dismissed her with a wave of a hand, and Taldir hurried to leave. She didn't run away, even if it was close. Taldir saw all her failures dissected, evaluated, and used against her fellow Farseers. That hurt almost as much as failing those under her command. Taldir had to make up for her disaster, and no matter the source, she was grateful for the opportunity to do so. As much as possible, anyway. The empty streets and vacant homes she walked past didn't help her mood. A large part of Bieltan was in a similar state. It was empty, felt lonely, and longing for a better future. However, that could come only once they finally won their wars and could enjoy the fruits of victory. Until then, Bieltan and her inhabitants would have to endure. There was no other way. For the sake of all Eldari, they had to bring the Empire back and put their people where they belonged, on the helm of the whole galaxy. What else was there? Taldir kept walking and braced herself. She was yet to meet the Farseer Council and their judgment. Part 6. Fireblade, Aura's Elith-class battleship, en route to Korova. Awareness came back quickly, with the familiar tingle of stimulants flooding his system. Commander Shas Ofalshia or Eska cracked his drowsy eyes open to find himself still stuck into his stasis pod. Flowing script ran down the smart glass, keeping him safe from the perils of the long journey. Systems nominal. No immediate threats were detected. His health status was nominal. That was all one could hope for when awakening from the cold sleep. Oreska could have done without the next message. More intricate symbols flowed like water. Identification codes the commander's mind supplied. It took him a few minutes to recognize what the smart programs taking care of it already knew. The codes were genuine. First came a critical strategic update. The commander scanned it, and while his mind hasn't been operating at 100% yet, he got the important points. The Cronus system had fallen to an alliance between the Imperium and so far unknown machine race that had awakened on the planet. Betrayal by Eldar after their forces made an appearance and pretended to respect the greater good. If Oriska's throat wasn't parched, he would curse them to the deepest, darkest corner of the galaxy until the stars themselves burned out. The greater good was life. It was the light of civilization and the compact of all civilized people of the galaxy. Pretending to acknowledge it and then betraying it was unthinkable. Curse those alien barbarians. The pod's life support system beeped in displeasure at the commander's agitation and sent more drugs into his system. Oreska quickly calmed down and focused on the more immediately important parts of the strategic briefing and updated orders. He could curse those treacherous aliens to his heart's content later. The strategic implications of the human Imperium allying with treacherous aliens weren't lost upon the commander. Doing so would allow those superstitious fools to concentrate on fewer threats at a time, something that anyone saner would have realized centuries, if not millennia ago. That was unfortunate for the Tau. Oreska was privy to the classified information outlining the extent of the so-called Imperium of Man. It was amazing how vast it was supposed to be, and its sheer size was only overshadowed by the sheer insanity gripping it. That was the core of Tau's issues with the humans. While the Imperium was very much a nation in decline, perhaps even in its death throes, it was still dangerous and commanded overwhelming material resources. If it could concentrate enough of its attention upon the Tau in the foreseeable future. The only possible outcome of that meant it was to be avoided at all costs. That was why the commander wasn't surprised by his updated orders. He didn't want to know how many fast courier drones burned out to carry the messages this far, this fast. However, the expense was worth it. Now he had time to plan, and knowing what was at stake, he would have to revisit his original ideas on how to tackle Kaurava. The orders were simple and to the point, and they were very logical considering the situation. Take the Kaurava system, or deny its infrastructure to the Imperium of Man and their allies. Neutralize human, Eldar and Necron forces, if present, with extreme prejudice. Make it painfully obvious to the humans how tough an enemy the Tau Empire was, and that, taking it out, could come only at a ruinous price. It was all for the greater good. He had to buy his people enough time to bring new hardware online, expand, spread further across the stars. It was all to guarantee their long-term survival, and in the face of that, Shasso Falshia or Eska would do anything. The commander went through the strategic update again. This time he read it carefully, noting anything new about demonstrated and suspected enemy capabilities, then absorbed the updated orders. Only then he gave the order for his principal subordinates to awake. They had strategic plans to update and new tactical responses to craft. ATBS. Alpha Legion Base, Kaurava I-4 Kaurava System. Sometimes the schemes of the Legion High Command, or what has left of it anyway, were odd. Especially when you didn't have the full picture. And you rarely got your hands on the full picture because what you didn't know, no one could tear out from your screaming soul. That knowledge was cold comfort for Operative Karsten. This was supposed to be a simple operation. Offer technical assistance to Karen's band of useless berserkers. If they somehow failed to get themselves killed, make sure they did get themselves thoroughly killed. This particular warband had not only fully succumbed to chaos, but it also outlived its usefulness. Karen couldn't be trusted to put the Legion's objectives first, and what his dubious patrons wanted second. That's why he and his buddies had to go. And throwing them at the Blood Ravens would have been poetic justice, Karsten thought. Unfortunately, now he had to contend with a significantly changed tactical and strategic situation without an opportunity to get new orders. The Tech Marine hammered a tentacle that spouted from the tank he was working on and glared at it. The bloody thing glared back and hissed from a teeth-filled mouth, drooling venom. Karsten also had to endure the presence of multiple warbands, some commanded by vaguely competent warlords. Only one of them was from the Alpha Legion, and as far as he knew, Commander Nazurus was little better than Karen. Both were too fascinated with the dubious gifts from their patrons and had an unhealthy fascination with bloodbaths. The Thousand Sun sorcerers hit it rather well with several Nazar's boys, which was both curious and disturbing. Karsten had to figure out what the crazies were up to, while keeping as much distance from their brand new, or perhaps ancient, contingent of Plague Marines. An ugly abomination styling himself the Prophet of Decay led that particular group of goons. They were even now gleefully spreading filth all over the place, all in the name of offering Papa Nurgle's gifts. They were a tad bit desperate, the operative thought. Whatever happened last week shook everyone who could sense the warp. Rumor had it that the Corpse Emperor wasn't as decayed and useless as everyone believed. and he had thrown it down with Nurgle over one reason or another. And won handily at that. All the jeers, ill-spirited jokes, and barely restrained hostilities between the base's new inhabitants gave credence to such a momentous event. If true, it might change some of the higher-ups' calculations. Meanwhile, Karsten had to survive the coming storm and figure out what to do. Should he play the eager little traitor? He used his servo attachment to swat down another tentacle, this time a spiked one. Do you want your damn engine fixed, or would you prefer to miss the slaughter and rot in the motor pool until we require spare parts? Karsten growled at the infested tank. The tank rumbled in anger, while a dozen eyes glared at him venomously. However, the tentacles kept away from that point on. At least here he was in the company of mostly harmless, demon-possessed equipment and the odd tech marine attending to them. Most importantly, the Nurgle worshippers kept away ever since 1,000 Suns-possessed dreadnought took offense at their preaching and ate one of them. How the damn thing could stomach something like that, Karsten didn't want to know. Chapter 19, Part 7 on 8. Chapter 19, Cronus, Consequences. Part 7, Field Hospital, Victory Bay, Cronus. Detailed sensor sweeps confirmed that there was no human treachery, nor thief-related shenanigans. Instead, there were thousands upon thousands of meat bags fallen all over the place, sick and dying. If he felt anything at all, Cryptek Traval should have experienced only sneering contempt at the weak forms of the primitives. The full hospitals, the organic meat bags laying sick at their homes, or even occasionally on the streets, brought back memories that should have been left buried in the past. They hankered back to days best forgotten. The Cryptek couldn't forget. If he was a betting being, he would have wagered a lot that any one of his kind who retained a shred of their personality and memories wouldn't be able to forget either. The events unfolding outside hit too close to home. They were too personal, and while they didn't cause more than a brief spark of pity aimed at the primitives, all the sick and dying enraged Traval. They reminded him that once before he ascended through biotransference, before that atrocity, he was made of weak flesh and blood as well. There was a more personal reason for his fury as well. His test subjects were sick as well, infested by those squishy, irritating parasites, and that might just disrupt his work. That simply wouldn't do. Not at all. Traval focused his sensors on the single meat bag strapped to a bed within the primitive laboratory. Data flowed through his mind, and he focused on the parasites, feeling little more than spite. He meticulously examined them, then looked at fresh scans of the thief's mind-shackle scarabs. The strain of removing those machines was almost certain to be fatal for a fragile meat bag, especially when it suffered from infestation. The Cryptek looked between the tiny scarabs and the parasites, and an idea formed in his mind. Traval pulled his consciousness deep within his systems and examined the batch of mind-shackle scarabs always carried with him. A self-respecting Cryptek never knew when they might run into a valuable test subject in need of careful handling. In that regard, the mind-shackle scarabs were the next best thing to proper stasis devices. Reprogramming the tiny devices took some time, too much time in fact, which irritated Traval's sensibilities. However, he was done, and in one smooth motion, unleashed them upon the bound meat bag. All that was left was to observe their effect and see if they would deal with the infestation as required. Once he achieved that tedious task, the Cryptek could concentrate his undivided attention on the reason why he was stuck among the primitives, and when he completed his task, could be finally rid of them at last. Especially of all those sick and dying. Eventually they came for Katarina like she knew they would. After spending what felt like eternity bound within twilight, only with muffled screams and shouts for company, it felt almost like relief. Of course it wasn't. One of those metal monsters materialized within Greyfax's cell, lighting it up. It leered at her bound form with a malevolent green gaze. Katarina didn't see what the metal monster did, however, she felt it. Something odd and cold flowed over and through her skin, sunk into it, and invaded her veins. She thrashed, gripped by burning agony, which soon spread throughout her whole body. Greyfax would have bitten her cheeks or tongue if she could, so she wouldn't scream and give the monster the satisfaction of hearing her. Instead, the rubber pad keeping her from suiciding that way did the trick. After an eternity of fire, whatever that thing put into Katarina flowed out through her skin, making her feel clammy and dirty, violated. Next, the monster put a clawed paw on her forehead. Green light blinded her, stabbing into her very mind like a burning sword. Then Katarina knew pain, and soon her whole world dissolved in brilliant, unending agony. Greyfax could feel her mind crack. Her brain did its best to crawl away from her skull, and as if all that wasn't enough, odd images flashed through her pounding head. They were both familiar and foreign, like memories, yet not. Katarina could briefly glimpse places and faces that were painfully familiar, yet she could swear she had never seen them before. She could hear the familiar and almost soothing sounds of combat, of ancient weapons that the galaxy hadn't seen or heard of for thousands of years. It was like a waking dream, a hallucination caused by the torture or one adding to it. After an eternity of agony, the torture ceased as abruptly as it began. All Katarina could do was plunge into oblivion, feeling a sliver of treacherous relief. Captured Tau Manufactorum Kronus. It was sterile, clean, like a brand-new operating theatre waiting to be baptized by a Magos Biologis. The various alien machines moved smoothly and quietly, without showing even a hint of sacred oil to lubricate and cleanse them. Scipio Row 11 sensors couldn't detect even a whiff of incense. There was only the sharp scent of hot metal in the air. Servo skulls buzzed and chattered throughout the facility, scanning for unpleasant surprises and mapping the building for the Mechanicus exploration party. While their aid was invaluable, it grated Scipio that he had to be here, dealing with this, instead of taking care of a god machine's weapon. A weapon that was not only profaned and corrupted by the arch-enemy, but now lost forever to the servants of the Omnissiah. The captured Tau factories and manufactorums could never be a worthy consolation prize. The very idea was a cruel mockery that made the Magos experience murderous impulses. Nevertheless, those damned Xeno facilities could be of some use, especially as far as rebuilding Kronus and supplying its PDF forces went. With the Necrons determined to keep a portion of the planet for themselves, every little bit might help. After all, sooner or later, this alliance would fall apart. At that point, every single destroyed alien machine would be a boon to the Imperium at large. Meanwhile, Scipio Row 11 had to focus on the tasks at hand and try his best to keep his thoughts from straying in undesirable directions. Like the loss of the Hellstorm cannon, or the fact that no matter how enticing, studying Necron technology was at best borderline heresy, no matter how vital it was going to be. Naturally, planning how to incorporate it within the Omnissiah's blessed knowledge available to the Mechanicus was much worse. The Magos glumly shuffled into the empty control center of the Manufactorum. He scanned the brand new, mere years old, cogitator, no computer, terminals. There was no flesh spliced with these machines, which to a layperson might have been a good thing. There was no protection against corruption or tech heresy here. Yet the facility continued to operate on instructions left to it by its departed Tau masters, untouched by chaos. The whole thing was heretical, and Scipio knew that many of his brothers and sisters serving the Omnissiah would have dismantled this place in pious rage. Instead, he felt the slick tendrils of curiosity spread through his mind. First things first, bless and sanctify the facility in the name of the Omnissiah. Bring in enough holy oil and blessed incense to mitigate the odds of corruption, then try to contact the alien machine spirit, if there was one. With a plan in mind, Scipio began issuing orders in binary, while multiple cameras observed his every action, feeding the images to a very confused rudimentary artificial intelligence. Part 8. Griffin, Dictator-class cruiser, high orbit above Cronis. We sat within an opulent guest suite on board the Griffin, watching a recording of everything I said or did since coming on board. At a first glance, I noticed nothing wrong, which was more than a little concerning. It was only after my fellow Inquisitors began tearing apart my performance and pointing out all the blunders that should have been obvious to me that something clicked in place within my mind. I leaned back into a velvet-covered armchair. My wings twitched, as if amused, and shuffled, finding themselves in a more comfortable position. Everything I said since boarding the Griffin sounded perfectly logical and consistent to my ears. Yet now a ball of ice formed in my gut, and chilling dread crawled up my spine. What I suggested, in front of Munitorum representatives no less, was far past the line where most people would get themselves shot for heresy or treason. My wings preened. Yeah, with those two waving behind my back, my words have a weight that most inquisitors could only dream about. That complicated matters. People who otherwise might dismiss my crazy, I twitched at that thought, feeling a taste of. Gold, justified ranting, would now listen and act upon what I might say in a moment of understandable vexation. "We've got a problem," I reluctantly admitted. Dread and righteousness struggled within me, making for a very weird mixture of emotions. If I try hard enough, I can see the issue. It's just that I have trouble comprehending it as a problem, even when it stares me into the face. I waved at the large monitor built into the far wall, showing my greatest hits. "It's the Emperor's influence," Chandra announced. "It's drowning your judgment and sense of self." My wings drooped in a display of sorrow, as if they understood what the Inquisitor just said. Thinking about it, they probably did. "Options?" I grumbled. At this rate, I was going to be a liability, and at that point, my allies within the Inquisition would be seriously thinking about dealing with me permanently. That wasn't something I needed, considering how many enemies I likely earned myself with my stunts to date. "We get you on a ship heading for Kaurava as soon as practical. You try not to create an unmitigated disaster there and keep your head down as much as possible," Amberly suggested. "That might give you enough time to get a handle of your new abilities, Inquisitor Vale. Meanwhile, we'll try to smooth things over with our colleagues in the local conclave and do some research about your situation." "That sounds like a plan, I suppose," I muttered. My wings perked up. If I didn't get a good handle on them, people would be able to read me like an open book. "That will have to do," Chandra agreed. "Until you leave, one of us should stick by your side to ensure you don't start a crusade by accident," he grimaced. "Or intentionally, for that matter. I don't think it would be a great idea to send you along with many of our new Munitorum friends. Who knows what you'll convince them to do before you get to Kaurava? Some of General Alexander's troops should go. You might pick up a few blood ravens for your retinue as well. Librarian Antias, for example. Some of the remaining tech priests as well, otherwise they might get purged depending on what faction of their kind arrives here next," Amberly suggested. "We should test and see if you have better control with that blank kid hanging around. If so, it might be for the best that she accompany you as well. Instead of shipping her to Holy Terra for training," Chandra added. "Head back to Kronus, pick up a proper retinue and reinforcements for Kaurava, then figure out transport arrangements." I summarized the plan. "Without starting a crusade or a civil war," Amberly added in a dry tone, though her eyes sparkled in amusement at my expense. "I'll do my best, for what's worth it." I stood up and headed for the door, looking for the nearby hole in my awareness. Spaceport, Victory Bay, Kronus. Commissar Weber waited for the Inquisitors to return. He sat in the closed and heated troop compartment of a chimera, enjoying the warmth. Even if he was free from those cursed parasites, he was far from fully recovered and still suffered the side effects of severe blood loss. The surgery scars still itched something fierce, which was supposed to be a good sign, and a side effect of the antiseptics liberally splashed all over his chest. By all means, Charles should have been in the hospital still. However, the Emperor's work needed doing, and it wasn't like many soldiers were available who were in any better shape. That thrice-cursed demon did a number on them all. Weber glanced around, briefly examining the squad huddling in the compartment with him. They all looked worse to wear, even if their uniforms and gear were spotless. Drawn, pale faces, sunken eyes, a heavy aura of exhaustion. When all was said and done, it was a good thing that Cronus was now as secure as it could get without a full-blown crusade to remove the Necrons. Otherwise, any competent enemy would have a field day with them. Engines kept roaring outside, announcing either transport lifting to the ships in orbit or dropping down, carrying fresh troops, and more importantly, medical supplies. "Commissar Weber," the Voxcaster built into the vehicle cracked to life. "Your party is on the way down. ETA 5 minutes, the Emperor protects." "You heard the woman. Let's get ourselves presentable for the Saints' party," Charles ordered. He noted in satisfaction how everyone perked up and brightened. He opened the ramp and got out first. The squad pilled out after him, many of them stumbling on not entirely steady legs. The same picture repeated itself with the rest of the security platoon getting out of their vehicles. The right drugs and stimulants could have had them all on their feet and sharp. However, those were a very limited precious commodity that went for officers and specialists who had critical jobs in need of doing primary medicae and logistics personnel. Under the circumstances, Charles didn't consider himself of vital importance and declined the offered stimulants so they could go to someone whose job was more critical. Get one last sweep for unpleasant surprises, then gather in front of the ramp, Weber ordered. The LT in charge of the platoon saluted and began issuing orders, followed by the NCOs. Soon, half the platoon split in fire teams carrying auspexes and began scanning for trouble. They found that nothing had gone wrong since the sweep they did on arrival, and soon everyone was in a parade formation, watching 3 craft quickly descend towards their part of the spaceport. A large transport, flanked by 2 fighters, came down screaming through the air. The smaller craft broke off, and the transport landed on shrieking jets of fire. It rotated so its loading ramp faced the waiting party and finally cut off its roaring engines. The ramp lowered, revealing a solid wall of armored figures. Antias walked out first, his armored feet causing small booms with each step. A squad of white armored sisters of battle followed him before the saint finally got out. Vale paused for a bit and stretched his wings, which shone under the rays of the setting sun. "Charles," one of the sisters of battle exclaimed happily, "it's good to see you all right, my son." "Mother?" Weber blurted out and stared at the tall figure leading the Sisters of Battle contingent.